My village Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly opened his mouth, his gaze tinged with disbelief. Opposite him stood a ninja dressed in Anbu attire holding a small child by the hand. What made Sarutobi Hiruzen, the experienced third Hokage, show such an expression was precisely the child before him. The child looked about 3 or 4 years old, not tall, thin arms exposed outside the sleeves, black hair scattered on the shoulders, unusually messy black eyes hidden under the bangs, making it impossible to see clearly. Such a child, seemingly easily found anywhere in the ninja world, would not normally disturb a person of Hokage level. But the truth was, while disturbing the Hokage, he also moved another great figure whose status was second only to the Hokage. Bam! With a dull thud, the door of the Hokage's office was roughly pushed open, followed by a deep voice. Hiruzen, what's so urgent? Don't you know I? The voice stopped abruptly as Shimura Danzo narrowed his single eye to examine the Anbu-dressed ninja. Dohu, weren't you on a mission to the Mist Village? Why are you back so soon? As the head of the Anbu training department, Danzo naturally recognized the ninja before him, even though he was under the Hokage. Lord Danzo. Dohu nodded politely, then turned his gaze to Hiruzen. Tell him, Dohu. When Danzo pushed the door, Hiruzen's expression had returned to his usual working state, and even took out his pipe, while Dohu looked at him. Yes, Hokage-sama. Actually, it's like this, Lord Danzo. With Hiruzen's approval, Dohu began to recount his encounter in the Mist Village. But the things he narrated were truly too shocking. What did you say? After hearing the account, Danzo was completely stunned. You say this little thing is my son. At this moment, Danzo no longer had his usual composed demeanor. He pointed his bandaged right arm at the child held by Dohu, an expression of disbelief on his face. Why, yes, that's right, Dohu said reluctantly. Nonsense. When did I ever? Danzo, now disregarding his image, even swore to defend his innocence. But before he could finish, he voluntarily stopped his rebuttal. Then everyone present watched as Danzo withdrew his arm, stared fixedly at the child cowering behind Dohu in fear, and the color on his face kept changing. Huff! Just as everyone wondered what to do next, Danzo let out a long breath, his eyes softened, and his tone was no longer as firm. Where's that thing? Danzo's words at first hearing were puzzling, but Dohu seemed prepared, immediately pulling a kunai from his chest and handing it to Danzo. This child has been carrying this with him, so. Dohu explained the origin while handing over the kunai. Danzo only responded faintly, then stared at the kunai in silence. Ahem, you two go down first. Dohu, take the child around the village. And take off your equipment first. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded them, as an Anbu walking around the village with a child was too conspicuous. Yes. Dohu responded, took the child's hand, and left the Hokage's office. They walked through corridors, eventually arriving at a room resembling a changing room, where several Anbu were changing equipment. Ah, senior, you're back. Long time no see. Several Anbu greeted Dohu familiarly. Yeah, it's been a while. Dohu responded one by one, leading the child to a corridor with a few benches. Funbai, wait here for me. I'll be right back after changing. After settling the child on the bench and receiving a response, Dohu quickly turned and entered the changing room. Huff, damn, that scared me. Only when Dohu entered the room, and there was no one else around, at least ostensibly, did the boy named Funbai let out a long breath, his face full of lingering fear. Funbai was not a traditional ninja world person. His soul came from Blue Star. Whether by luck or not, he closed his eyes and opened them to find himself in a new world and newborn baby. As time passed, he gradually understood the world and was shocked to find that he had been reborn into the world of Naruto. Wasn't this a disaster? Counting his resources, a rundown house with holes everywhere, a mother in poor health, and a father missing, Funbai felt numb. Naruto, you need to be a ninja. But the current situation had turned him into a civilian. Moreover, Naruto had ended years ago. He only remembered the general plot. Naruto successfully brought Sasuke back and sealed Kaguya, but the details were fuzzy. System, come out and save me. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he couldn't summon a system. It seemed he had to accept reality, survive as a civilian until death. At least he was reborn in the land of water. If he didn't become a ninja, the blood mist policies wouldn't affect him. That was indeed what Funbai thought at the time. Until his mother, dying of illness when he was 3, told him 2 things. First, she was from the Ice Release clan, hiding here for well-known reasons. Second, his father was not dead, but a ninja from Konoha named Danzo, and she had kept his token. Second, his father was alive, a Konoha ninja named Danzo, and he still had the token. Mom, you. Hearing all this, Funbai was stunned. Good heavens, either of these identities alone would make it impossible to survive in the land of water, let alone both. It's over, I'm really in trouble. Now, looking at the kunai and training scroll his mother gave him, Funbai felt sad. Both for his mother and for himself. Have you been waiting long? A familiar voice interrupted Funbai's memories. He looked up and saw a somewhat familiar face before him. Not too bad. Funbai looked at the other's silver hair, feeling he had missed something important. Good, let's go. Showing a gentle smile, Dohu reached out and skillfully took Funbai's hand. By the way, don't call me by my code name in the village. Call me Uncle Shuomao. My son is about your age. Okay, Uncle Shuomao. Funbai nodded obediently. Standing up, sitting down, standing up, sitting down. At this moment Tuanzong had lost his usual calm and his entire demeanor exuded impatience. Yuanfei, risen holding a pipe, watched with amusement as Tuanzong, who always prided himself as the benchmark of ninjas, put on a show. What are you laughing at, Risen? After repeating the motion more than 10 times, Tuanzong finally noticed Yuanfei Risen's expression. He immediately sat upright, his expression turning cold. That child is 4 years old this year. If I remember correctly, 5 years ago you did apply to investigate the hidden mist village. Exhaling a cloud of secondhand smoke, Yuanfei Risen looked at Tuanzong through the haze and said softly, "Humph." Tuanzong snorted coldly, not responding. Due to the hidden mist village's isolationist policy, Konoha had lost intelligence about them since the Second Ninja World War. Therefore, Tuanzong volunteered to personally go to the hidden mist village. Of course, that was only the surface reason. Although he always talked about sacrifice and dedication, it was only for his subordinates. When it came to himself, Tuanzong would act like an old dog. Even if his spine were broken, he would quickly flee from anything unfavorable while spouting high-sounding words. Regarding the hidden mist village where countless foreign ninjas had disappeared, Tuanzong claimed he was going to gather intelligence, but in reality, he first took his men to the land of whirlpools to search for the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. Although Mito Uzumaki had left behind all the sealing techniques she knew before her death, in Tuanzang's view, relying solely on these to control the Jinchuriki was far from sufficient. Therefore, the now ruined land of whirlpools was undoubtedly the best choice for gathering intelligence. After exploring the land of whirlpools again, with Orochimaru, one of Yuanfei Risen's disciples, Tuanzong, to avoid criticism, finally took a few elite root members to the hidden mist village. But they only stayed in the outskirts, and even there he encountered mist ninjas. After various circumstances, the memory abruptly ended. Tuanzong snorted again. Be that as it may, that kid came from the hidden mist village. For now he can't stay with me. If your son can't stay with you, does that mean he has to stay with me? Yuanfei Risen said with some exasperation, though he knew Tuanzong had a point. After all, how could Tuanzang's son coincidentally run into Hatake Tsukumo, who was on a mission to the hidden mist village, and save him just when he was in danger, then come to Konoha? At first, Yuanfei Risen was too busy enjoying his old friend's predicament to notice the details. Now thinking about it, this suddenly appearing child really should be thoroughly investigated. Since Tsukumo brought him here, let him stay at Tsukumo's place for now. As for the boy's information, I'll have root ninjas investigate thoroughly. Tuanzong stood up, regained his usual composure, looked at Yuanfei Risen, and said, "Don't be too rough. After all, he's most likely your son. Even if it's not obvious, some parts really do resemble you when you were a child." Extinguishing his pipe, Yuanfei Risen lowered his hat and spoke in a gentle tone. "This is my family matter, none of your business." Tuanzong turned sideways, glanced at Yuanfei Risen, then flicked his sleeve and left. As the door slammed shut, Yuanfei Risen turned his chair to face the photo of Torafa Tobarama hanging on the wall. "Sensei, that Tuanzong guy, ha." Looking at the photo, Yuanfei Risen could no longer contain himself and burst out laughing. This friend, who always clamored for the sake of the village by any means necessary, had been acting more and more extreme lately. Hopefully having a son would make him restrain himself a bit. With bonds, one would have reservations and actions, wouldn't they? Accompanied by 2 root members, Tuanzong walked out of the Hokage building. He immediately summoned his trusted subordinate Yunvlongma. "Lord Tuanzong." Yunvlongma appeared before Tuanzong in an instant, slightly bowing. "Tell Orochimaru to meet me at the base. Also have your men keep a close watch on the child Tsukumo just brought." Tuanzong hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Protect him. He might have important information." "Yes." Yunvlongma did not question, accepted the order decisively, and left under Tuanzang's gaze. After standing there for a long time, Tuanzong turned to look at the direction of Risen's office, his brows furrowed, as if pondering something, but then quickly turned away. To the remaining subordinates, he said, "Let's go," and strode away. On the streets of Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo was patiently explaining the local customs to Fongbai. Compared to the oppressive and closed hidden mist village, the environment of Konoha was indeed much better. Not only were children playing and laughing on the streets, but the vendors on both sides were also beaming with happiness. "Isn't this Tsukumo? Back from your mission? Your son bought vegetables for me just yesterday." An elderly vegetable vendor woman spotted Tsukumo and called out from afar, "Yes, thank you for taking care of Kakashi during this time." Tsukumo approached the stall and responded with his trademark gentle smile. PFF cough. Fongbai, who was being held by Tsukumo, suddenly coughed. Before Tsukumo could ask, the woman crouched down to check on him. "Oh dear child, what's wrong? Are you catching a cold? He's so thin, clearly not eating well." I'm fine." Having caught his breath, Fongbai waved his hand indicating he was okay, but his mind was in turmoil. "Kakashi. If I remember correctly, there's only one Kakashi in Naruto, and that's Hatake Kakashi. As for his father, he's even more famous, the legendary Konoha White Fong Hatake. What was his name? If I remember correctly, there's only one Kakashi in Naruto, and that's Hatake Kakashi. As for his father, he's even more famous, the legendary Konoha White Fong Hatake. What was his name? Oh right, Uncle Tsukumo, that's Hatake Tsukumo." Only then did Phonbai realize that the Anbu who had accompanied him all the way from the hidden mist village to Konoha was none other than the legendary Konoha White Fong, also the person whose death was the most debated in all of Naruto. Phonbai looked at the man beside him with complex emotions. Indeed, although he was a decisive and ruthless ninja on missions in daily life, Susano'o felt like a gentle spring breeze, making one unconsciously sink into it. After chatting with the woman for a while, Susano'o led Phonbai away from the stall and arrived at a fork in the road. It seems you might have to stay with me for a few more days. Standing still, Susano'o closed his eyes, then opened them again, speaking somewhat helplessly. Moi. Phonbai looked confused. But Susano'o didn't explain. Instead, he tightened his grip on Phonbai's hand and led him toward the road to his home. My son is the same age as you. You can get to know each other. His name is Hitaki Kakashi. Although he appears cold on the outside, he actually has a lot going on inside. This is my family matter, none of your business. Tuanzong turned sideways, glanced at Yuanfei Risen, then flicked his sleeve and left. As the door slammed shut, Yuanfei Risen turned his chair to face the photo of Torufa Tobarama hanging on the wall. Kakashi with his dead fish eyes. Phonbai with an awkward yet polite smile. Kakashi was at a loss for words. Hearing his father's footsteps, he happily pushed open the door and saw his father standing there holding the hand of a child who appeared younger than himself. If not for the child's jet black hair, the precocious Kakashi would have almost mistaken him for a younger brother. Kakashi, I'm back. Seeing the two of them gazing at each other in silence, Susano'o scratched his head and broke the awkward atmosphere. You're welcome home, Dad. Kakashi's earlier excitement faded as he responded listlessly to Susano'o. Noticing this, Phonbai proactively extended his hand and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Phonbai. Gazing at Phonbai's thin, pale palm, Kakashi hesitated for a moment. Under Susano'o's hopeful gaze, he reached out and grasped the other's hand. Kakashi, Hitaki Kakashi. Feeling the calluses on that small hand, Phonbai couldn't help but marvel inwardly. So many calluses, it was completely unlike a child's hand. It seemed Kakashi was indeed a hard-working prodigy. Meanwhile, Susano'o felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, Kakashi had accepted the other boy. It seemed his son's personality hadn't gone completely astray. Having spent long periods away on missions, Susano'o had always worried that Kakashi had no friends. In Susano'o's eyes, although ninjas regarded mission completion as their duty to survive long in the ninja world, trustworthy comrades were the most important thing. Phonbai will be staying with us for the time being. When you're free, you can show him around the village. Susano'o seized the opportunity to draw Kakashi and Phonbai closer. But I have training to do. Kakashi released Phonbai's hand and instinctively prepared to refuse. You can bring Phonbai along with you. Susano'o rose with a smile, leaving no room for Kakashi's refusal, and walked directly to the kitchen, tying on a pink apron. I'll go prepare lunch. You take Phonbai out for a walk and don't wander too far. A pink apron. Phonbai stared in utter astonishment at Susano'o dressed in the attire of a domestic housewife. Was this the legendary White Fang of Konoha? But indeed a gentleman. Phonbai kept his head lowered and followed the reluctant Kakashi out of the house. Era, Lord Danzo, I wonder what you needed me for. Root bass, a raspy voice echoed. Accompanied by footsteps, Orochimaru emerged slowly from the shadows, his face pale. Opposite him, Danzo half closed his single visible eye, maintaining his signature emotionless expression. I recall you possess a technique that can determine whether two individuals share a blood relation. Danzo's voice was cold with little emotional fluctuation. Yet in Orochimaru's ears, it was extraordinarily rare. The man who constantly sought to master both would release, and the Sharingan had for the first time in history not asked about his research progress in the very first sentence. However, Orochimaru was no ordinary man. He quickly recovered from his surprise. Indeed, Lord Danzo. Such a trivial matter was far easier compared to his research on Hashirama's cells. I see. Danzo slowly opened his half-closed eye, gazing at Orochimaru, before him, his mind constantly calculating. Though the researchers under his command could likely accomplish this, as well their accuracy would surely fall far short of Orochimaru's. Yet he did not wish to reveal this matter to Orochimaru. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Danzo still hesitated when the moment came to speak. Orochimaru also sensed Danzo's inner turmoil. Curious, he did not offer his usual excuse of needing to conduct experiments to leave early. Instead, he waited with keen interest for Danzo to speak. I will send someone to deliver 2 samples shortly. Please analyze them and determine whether a parent-child relationship exists. After much deliberation, considering the matter concerned himself personally, and accuracy was paramount, Danzo ultimately decided to entrust this to Orochimaru. However, Danzo was shrewd enough not to reveal whose samples they were, intending to decide after the results came in. I see. I understand. Then at our usual place. Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked his lips, agreeing. After Orochimaru departed, Danzo immediately summoned a subordinate, G. Lord Danzo. A root ninja wearing a mask and black hooded coat appeared instantly. Go find the child brought by Susano'o, obtain his sample, and deliver it along with mine to Orochimaru. Remember, this must remain strictly confidential. Though aware that they were all bound by curse marks, Danzo still emphasized the importance of secrecy. Yes. G respectfully withdrew. Once certain G had left, Danzo dropped his disguise and paced restlessly in place. He actually had a son. He who had never married and had made becoming Hokage his life's primary goal now had a son. Such a small one. Although the child's gaze toward him was filled with fear, that was still his son. Speaking of which, Hiruzen had been right. The boy's features did bear a resemblance to his younger self. And that delicate little face was truly much like that woman. No, that was a lie. He could no longer clearly recall that woman's appearance. After all, what had happened back then was entirely beyond his control. But regardless, this was still his son. Though the results had not yet arrived, Danzo had already in his subconscious accepted Feng-Bai as his son. How shameful. He who had immersed himself in darkness and manipulated hearts, who had stirred the ninja world, should have long abandoned all emotions. Yet upon hearing that he had a son, a faint tremor had stirred within his heart. You have fallen, Danzo. Bing. Thinking of this, Danzo stopped pacing and called out sharply, Lord Danzo. A root ninja dressed similarly to the previous one, but with slight differences in the mask's patterns, appeared behind Danzo, awaiting his orders. The base is rather too dark. Go purchase some candles, no electric lights. Arrange to install some lighting here to make the environment brighter. Gazing around at the surrounding darkness, Danzo issued the command with a blank expression. Why, yes. Though pausing for a moment, Bing still accepted the order. Also have someone prepare a large room and stock it with daily necessities suitable for a 4-year-old child. Danzo added. Yes. Bing grew even more puzzled, but years of brainwashing prevented him from questioning matters beyond his tasks. In stark contrast to the gloomy root base, Konoha at this moment was bathed in the gentle glow of the morning sun, shimmering with vitality. Kakashi walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, followed by Feng-Bai, whose curiosity was piqued by everything around him. Unlike Tsukumo, who answered every question with patience, Kakashi, though his tone carried impatience, did not remain silent, offering concise and terse responses to Feng-Bai's inquiries. The scene unfolded like this. Feng-Bai, pointing at a building before him, asked Kakashi, what is this? Kakashi replied, a public restroom. Feng-Bai, with a look of understanding, said, oh, old Eight's cafeteria. Kakashi responded with a puzzled. Feng-Bai, pointing at another structure, asked Kakashi, what is that? Kakashi answered, the Ninja Academy. Feng-Bai, pointing at a green-clad figure standing on his hands in the distance, asked Kakashi, what is that? Kakashi replied, a pervert. Feng-Bai muttered, oh huh, a green-clad handstand freak. Then, struck by a thought, he slapped his forehead and mused inwardly, good grief, isn't that the founder of the 3 lucky beasts might die? And his son was even more legendary. The Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy? The man who nearly kicked the series into its grand finale. Alas, in this world dictated by bloodlines, the Hokage's son became Hokage, the Anbu's son became Anbu, and the scapegoat's son became a scapegoat. Even though Might Guy had sacrificed his life through the 8th gate of the 8 gates to achieve a moment of glory, he was never the protagonist. Speaking of which, according to this logic, his cheap father was the shadow of scapegoats, so wouldn't he become the little shadow of scapegoats? Feng-Bai began to doubt whether coming to Konoha had been a good choice. In the Hokage's office, Danzo's sinister gaze had left a considerable psychological shadow on him. It wasn't that he feared Danzo would subject him to bizarre experiments, rather he worried that after the Uchiha clan was wiped out, a vengeful Sasuke might use him as a sacrificial offering after killing Danzo. Thus, if he wanted to live comfortably in this world, he would have to find a way to prevent Danzo from interfering in Uchiha affairs, especially ensuring that the night of the massacre never happened. Damn it, why didn't I inherit the Uchiha bloodline, yet I still have to worry about them like a time-traveling Uchiha? This is unfair. Lost in his thoughts, Feng-Bai completely failed to notice that Kakashi had led him away from the bustling streets and into a forested path. Sensing Kakashi halt, Feng-Bai looked up and heard Kakashi's cold voice. All right, we're here. Oh, where are we? Feng-Bai blinked his innocent eyes. My training ground. Want to join? Kakashi swayed his body, performing various warm-up exercises. A training? Feng-Bai raised his head, gazing at the steep cliff before him, and couldn't help but break into a sweat again. It seemed like there was such a plot point. Kakashi had trained in one-handed rock climbing since childhood. Seeing no response from Feng-Bai, Kakashi didn't mind. After finishing his warm-up, he leaped high, grabbing a protrusion with one hand, and began ascending the cliff bit by bit in front of Feng-Bai. I'll pass. Feng-Bai raised his hands in surrender, sat cross-legged on a relatively clean patch of ground, and quietly watched Kakashi show off. No train. Though hailed as a genius, the effort Kakashi put in was no less than anyone else's. As he watched Kakashi climbing higher, Feng-Bai took the opportunity to organize the information he had gathered so far. Well, for a ninja, intelligence is crucial. Thanks to the atrocious confidentiality system of Kirigakure, Feng-Bai, who had lived there for 4 years, had no idea where the plot was. In Kirigakure, you couldn't even learn the name of the current Mizukage or which generation they were. Feng-Bai could only infer from the continuation of the Blood Mist policy that he was in a time before the 4th Great Ninja War. It wasn't until he arrived in Konoha and saw the still white-haired Sarutobi Hiruzen and the young Kakashi that he precisely pinpointed the timeline. It seemed he had been reborn just before the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War during Konoha's Golden Age. White Fang was still alive, the Uchiha clan still flourished, and a certain blonde star was about to rise. The entire village was brimming with vitality and competitive spirit. Alas, this false prosperity did not last long. With White Fang driven to death by rumors, the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, Obito being targeted by Madara and reduced to a mysterious masked man, and then the deaths of Minato and Kushina. The general plot should be like this. Perhaps because he had died once, Fong-bai wasn't too confident in his own memory. Relying on nothing was better than relying on oneself. Glancing again at Kakashi, who had climbed even higher, Fong-bai prepared to start his own training. Extending his right hand, Fong-bai tried to mobilize the not-so-ample chakra within him. As the chakra flowed through his body, a chill enveloped him. Under his effort, a sphere of ice gradually condensed in his palm, and under his manipulation, facial features began to take shape. Creating ice sculptures. This was the training method Fong-bai had developed from the scroll his mother left behind. This subtle chakra manipulation technique enhanced Fong-bai's control over chakra, similar to the principle of covering the feet with chakra to climb trees or walk on water. Soon an ice sculpture the size of a fist, recognizable as Kakashi from its outline, was completed. With just those dead fish eyes, it was indeed easy to make. Looking at the statue of Kakashi, which required only the eyes and no other facial features, Fong-bai chuckled lightly, tossed it aside, and continued to craft the next ice sculpture. Maybe I should increase the difficulty and make one of Danzo. After all, making him also requires one less eye. Alright, I can't forget the iconic mushroom on his chin. As more and more ice sculptures of Danzo were created, Fong-bai progressed from a crude beginning to being able to clearly carve out the facial features. Hey, who are you? Just as his movements became more fluid, Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out. Looking up, Fong-bai saw an Anbu ninja standing before him who had appeared at some point. The Anbu was staring intently at the ice sculpture in Fong-bai's hand, but his expression was impossible to read due to the mask. Having completed his climb and returned to the ground, Kakashi warily eyed the Anbu, disregarding the dull ache in his muscles. The Anbu said nothing, pulling a syringe from his pocket and looking at Fong-bai. You. Fong-bai set down the ice sculpture and pointed at himself. You want to draw my blood? That's right. The Anbu finally spoke, then stepped forward, grabbed Fong-bai's arm, and prepared to insert the needle. Hey, wait, did you sterilize that? Seeing the needle exposed directly to the air, Fong-bai wanted to educate the man about the necessity of disinfection, but the Anbu clearly had no intention of giving him a chance to speak, and jabbed the needle in without hesitation. You bastard. Feeling ignored, Kakashi was about to step forward when two more Anbu appeared before him. 3 Anbu. Kakashi was not a reckless man, and upon seeing the formidable lineup before him, he immediately halted his steps. What a troublesome burden had that old man of his brought along. Meanwhile, the Anbu, who had already collected Fong-bai's sample, thoughtfully used medical ninjutsu to heal the needle puncture. Originally supposed to leave, he found himself inexplicably drawn to gaze once more at the ice sculptures Fong-bai had created. Shall I gift you one? Though he did not understand why the other would employ legendary medical ninjutsu for such a trivial needle prick, Fong-bai, adhering to the principle of reciprocity and noticing the Anbu's evident interest in the ice sculptures, selected a decent one and handed it over. He had expected the Anbu to decline, but to everyone's surprise, the operative actually reached out and accepted the ice sculpture, bowed slightly, and then vanished in a flash of body flicker. With that Anbu's departure, the other two also faded from Kakashi's perception without his noticing. You? Seeing all the Anbu had disappeared, Kakashi shuffled his shoulders and walked up to Fong-bai, only to find ice sculptures scattered across the ground. What is this? Kakashi picked one up in puzzlement. In this weather, ice should not exist. Could it be? This is my ability. Fong-bai raised his hand, resolving Kakashi's doubts. Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi frowned. What on earth had his father brought back? No wonder the Anbu were keeping watch on him. Achu. Meanwhile, at home, Tsukumo Hatake sneezed while cooking. Kakashi had misjudged Tsukumo on this matter. During the time he had followed Tsukumo, Fong-bai had not revealed the slightest trace of Ice Release. The reason was simple. They had been in Kirigakure at the time. If their whereabouts had been discovered, Fong-bai could have easily claimed he was kidnapped by Tsukumo to distance himself from the situation. But if the people of Kirigakure had learned he possessed a Kekkei Genkai, he would likely have been burned alive, much like witches in the Middle Ages. The reason he had displayed this ability in Konoha was entirely because Kekkei Genkai holders fared better here than in Kirigakure. After all, it was not the Sharingan, so the higher-ups would not be on constant alert. In the early stages of the story before the gods clashed, it was still a prized asset. Perhaps Hiruzen Sarutobi himself would step in and take good care of him. If he could use this opportunity to stay away from Danzo, even better. Fong-bai thought blissfully, having completely forgotten that when it came to collecting Kekkei Genkai, Danzo was far more enthusiastic than the third Hokage. Moreover, Hiruzen expected Fong-bai to forge bonds with Danzo, making it even less likely he would intervene between them. Indeed, while the Hokage Anbu stationed behind Root were monitoring Phone, they were also keeping watch over Root itself, reporting everything they observed to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ice Release Kekkei Genkai. That old man Susano'o truly brought me some surprises. Upon learning that Phone possessed Ice Release, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face lit up with delight. If handled properly, Konoha would gain a new Kekkei Genkai clan, and the village's combat strength would reach new heights. With this thought in mind, Hiruzen immediately issued his orders: protect that child Phone at all costs, and simultaneously strengthen surveillance on Root operatives. Find out their moves. Hiruzen was well aware that the Root ninja's collection of Phone sample was merely his old friend's suspicious probing. If the boy was truly not Danzo's son, Hiruzen would do everything in his power to bring him into his own camp, and absolutely would not let Danzo take him away. However, if the boy truly was Danzo's son, then Hiruzen would have no grounds to interfere. Hiruzen Sarutobi was somewhat torn. He both hoped the boy was Danzo's son, giving Danzo more to worry about, and hoped he was not so, he could pour the will of fire into him more thoroughly. Sigh, what a difficult choice. Meanwhile, Danzo also received a report from Atsuki. Danzo-sama, I have already delivered the sample to Orochimaru. He said he will complete the comparison as soon as possible. Atsuki, still unaccustomed to the suddenly bright Root headquarters, kept his head bowed lower than usual. Additionally, seeing Danzo had not spoken, Atsuki retrieved from his robe the somewhat melted ice sculpture. I discovered that the boy possesses Ice Release Kekkei Genkai. What? Danzo's half-closed eyes snapped wide open as he looked at the ice sculpture in Atsuki's hand. Wait, didn't this ice sculpture look a bit like him? With a hint of doubt, Danzo reached out and took the ice sculpture, examining it closely with his lone eye. The bandages on the face, the scar on the chin. This was indeed an ice sculpture of himself. He made this? Danzo asked in a flat tone. Yes. Atsuki replied with his head bowed. When I arrived, he had made many all in your image. Is that so? A tremor stirred within Danzo's heart once again. This was the second time today. Recalling that timid, shrinking figure, Danzo sighed inwardly. Although he appears to fear me deep down, he must crave my approval. A lifelong practitioner of brainwashing, Danzo was convinced he understood children of that age, utterly unaware that Phone had simply found it easier to sculpt. But who would have thought it was Ice Release? That woman. Sitting back in his chair while holding the ice sculpture, Danzo began to anticipate Orochimaru's results. If he truly is my son with Ice Release and Root's resources. Danzo suddenly thought of a possibility. However, this possibility would only be worth discussing once the results were confirmed. That Hiruzen actually concealed such critical intelligence from me. Could he be waiting for my reaction? Danzo harbored resentment toward Hiruzen's concealment. That fellow is probably waiting to see my response. If I refuse to acknowledge this child, he will swiftly move to pull him into his own camp. Tell Ryoma to intensify the protection of Phone and closely monitor the Anbu surrounding him. If they make any moves, intercept them immediately. Convinced he had deciphered Hiruzen's intentions, Danzo said to Atsuki before him. Bye. Then Danzo summoned Chui, who was still setting up the Root headquarters. Danzo-sama. Chui, having just finished installing a light bulb, awaited Danzo's orders. Go through the Shimura clan's properties and find a house that is relatively close to the Ninja Academy and in a good location. If there is one, prepare and furnish it. Also, this base is far too brightly lit. Take those bulbs down. Yes. If not for the cursed seal, Chui truly wanted to ask Danzo, old man, are you messing with me? Meanwhile, feeling it was nearly lunchtime, Kakashi prepared to take Phone home. Seeing Phone following him empty-handed, Kakashi pointed at the Danzo ice sculptures scattered on the ground and asked curiously, aren't you taking these with you? What would I do with that? Phone said bluntly. It's not a cute figurine. Just let these ugly things I made casually be left to rot here. Oh wait, there actually is one thing that could help him get closer to Kakashi. Thinking of this, Phone turned around, bent down, picked up the Kakashi ice sculpture he had made earlier, and handed it to him. This is for you. Thank you for trying to protect me just now. Looking at the gift and the undisguised gratitude, Kakashi uncharacteristically blushed a little. Sensing this, he quickly turned his head away. Throw it away. It's hideous. Huh. No, don't. Wait, are you blushing? Let me see. Realizing this was a good chance to get closer to Kakashi, Phone struck while the iron was hot, darted to Kakashi's side, and brandished the ugly ice sculpture, trying to force it on him. No, go away. Quick, let me see. No. The two figures grew distant, leaving behind only the Danzo ice sculptures slowly melting. At noon, Phone finally ate food that was neither soldier pills nor the all-fish feast of Kirigakure. Susano'o was a good cook. The dishes he made perfectly matched his image of wearing a pink apron, and it was the best meal Phone had eaten since his rebirth aside from his mother's cooking. After eating at Susano'o's suggestion, he took a hot bath at home. Feeling that the two had grown closer, Susano'o, ignoring Kakashi's objections, laid out new bedding beside Kakashi's bed. Dad, you know what? That kid has the Ice Release Kekkei Genkai. Seeing that objections were futile, Kakashi gave up and took the opportunity to talk about what he had seen today. Ice Release. Susano'o frowned slightly, then immediately relaxed. How did you find out? Kakashi turned his gaze to his desk where the ice sculpture made in his image now almost completely melted was placed. It actually looks like you. Carefully examining the outline of the ice sculpture, Susano'o came to his conclusion. What does it look like? Said Kakashi, his face dark with lines. How could his dad see him in such a disfigured ice sculpture? Seeing that his father's emotions were not greatly stirred, Kakashi also told him about their encounter with the Anbu. 3 Anbu found him while I was training and they used a syringe to draw that guy's blood. 3 Anbu. That probably wasn't the Anbu. As the captain of the Anbu, Susano'o had noticed the tail behind him as soon as he left the Hokage building. Not Anbu. Kakashi was puzzled. Susano'o smoothed out the last wrinkle then stood up. That's an existence even deeper than the Anbu. He didn't intend to let his son know about the village's hidden darkness so early, so he just used a vague description. Phone by having finished his bath and wrapped in a towel suddenly appeared at the door. Have you seen my clothes? I'll finish with your bath, Phone by. Susano'o hurried over, took a towel hanging nearby, and dried Phone by's wet hair. I've taken your clothes to wash. Since you're just a little thinner than Kakashi, you can wear his clothes for now. Huh. Kakashi was a bit annoyed. Why should he wear mine? Kakashi friends should learn to share. Susano'o took out a set of Kakashi's casual clothes. Who's friends with him? Kakashi tried to correct his dad, but was ignored. Kakashi, you haven't worn these underwear, have you? Phone by chose this moment to add insult to injury. Then don't wear them. Heaven knows Kakashi, who always took training as his duty, experienced what it meant to be emotionally broken for the first time. Ah, that answer clearly means you've worn them. Phone by looked at the underwear in his hand with some disdain. Anyway, he was just a child. Going commando should be fine, right? But why are all your clothes the style with a mask? Phone by picked up one of the shirts and pointed at the mask attached to it. Dad, can I beat him to death? Kakashi's anger level skyrocketed. Seeing his son so emotionally stirred, Susano'o's face was full of delight. Kakashi, you're being difficult again. However, even though the third Hokage might have already learned about the other's ice release before him out of duty, and to avoid suspicion of withholding information, Susano'o decided to go to the Hokage building in person. Quietly leaving Kakashi's room just as he was about to go out, Susano'o suddenly stopped and looked out the window. Captain. Outside the window, an Anbu stood. Lord Third Hokage sends word that he is already aware of the matter regarding ice release. He asks you to cherish this hard-earned vacation and spend time with your family. So Lord Third Hokage knew after all. Susano'o stopped his hand from opening the door, put on a smile, and nodded to the Anbu. Please convey to Lord Third Hokage that I understand, and I am very grateful for his consideration. Spend time with family. In that case, Kakashi, phoned by, how about we go fishing together? Susano'o enthusiastically took out a full set of fishing gear from a cabinet. Phone by, who had finally found a set of clothes without a mask, was surprised once again by Susano'o's behavior. I never expected Uncle Susano'o with your honest face to be a fishing enthusiast. I wonder if you ever catch nothing. Yeah, I refuse. Kakashi said no with his mouth, but his body honestly moved towards Susano'o. It seemed it was time for me to step in. Phone by thought grabbed Kakashi and forcefully dragged him in front of Susano'o. Kakashi says he's willing to go, Uncle Susano'o. Phone by, you bastard, when did I say I was willing to go? Kakashi tried to break free from Phone by's grip. If you really didn't want to go, how could I possibly drag you guy? Phone by snorted and tightened his grip. Alright, then the 3 of us will go to the pond in the back together. Seeing Kakashi's agreement, Susano'o took out a fishing net and a small red bucket from the cabinet, and together with Phone by they escorted Kakashi to the pond, one on each side. How interesting. In the secret base, Orochimaru looked at the comparison results before him with great interest. These were 2 samples sent by Danzo. After comparison, Orochimaru concluded that the 2 parties were genetically related. Since Danzo had once undergone research related to Hashirama's cells, Orochimaru was very familiar with one of the samples. He could be certain that this sample was 99% Danzo's. Then the origin of the other sample became quite intriguing. As everyone knew, Danzo's father had fallen on an unknown battlefield long before the Second Shinobi World War, and Danzo himself had no record of marriage. That is to say, the one who died on the battlefield was not Danzo's biological father, and the possibility that Danzo had found his true father through effort was impossible. Things are getting interesting. Taking out the report, Orochimaru produced a communication scroll, and after injecting chakra, a root ninja soon arrived outside the base. The results are out. Throwing the item to the other, Orochimaru received no reply. The root ninja instantly vanished from his sight via the body flicker technique. This result was delivered to Danzo at the fastest speed. Upon receiving the report, Danzo did not open it immediately, but dismissed everyone and went alone into a secret chamber. Placing the report on the table before him, Danzo pulled up a chair and sat down, tapping his index finger knuckle against the tabletop, producing a rhythmic, crisp sound. The only light source in the room was a freshly lit candle. The dim yellow glow flickered across Danzo's face, shifting between light and shadow, making him appear exceptionally grim. When did I become so indecisive, eh? Danzo shook his head self-deprecatingly, stopped his small fidget, picked up the report directly, and read it by the dim candlelight. As expected, After seeing the line confirming a blood relation in the report, the stone in Danzo's heart finally settled. Though he seemed somewhat cowardly, the Ice Release Kekkei Genkai, if properly nurtured, it could indeed fulfill his long-cherished wish. Pressing the mechanism to open the secret chamber door, Danzo appeared before the root ninja again. The moment he stepped out, seeing the dim root base, Danzo frowned and shouted sternly, "Bing!" With Danzo's call, Bing appeared before him once more. "Why is the base so dim? Didn't I tell you to install electric lights?" "It is my negligence." Bing bowed in apology. "Then go do it. Dingy, go summon Ryoma." Seeing the other admit fault, Danzo softened his tone and then signaled another root ninja to find Aburame Ryoma. At the same time, Danzo set his gaze on E nearby. "E, from today onward restore your original name, that is Yamanaka-shan." Upon hearing this, Yamanaka-shan strode over to Danzo and knelt on one knee. "Yes, Lord Danzo. Later you and Ryoma will wait in the secret chamber for my orders." Having conceived a plan for the upcoming actions in his mind, Danzo strode away after issuing the commands. When Aburame Ryoma, who was protecting Phoneby, received the message and rushed back to the base in time, he happened to meet Bing, who was redecorating the base. Though puzzled by the other's actions, all root ninja only followed Lord Danzo's orders, so Aburame Ryoma thought nothing of it and went straight to Danzo's secret chamber. At the entrance, Yamanaka-shan stood upright waiting for Ryoma's arrival. The two exchanged glances and entered the chamber together. "You're here, Ryoma." Looking at his most capable subordinate, Danzo's attitude was considerably better than toward others. "That boy, no Phoneby, what is he doing now?" Danzo's change in addressing Phoneby made Aburame Ryoma sense something different. Recalling Yi's behavior, Phoneby is currently fishing by the river with Hitaki Tsukumo and his only son. Aburame Ryoma reported the other's actions truthfully. Fishing, such a frivolous pastime. The prestigious Konoha White Fong, how could he be involved in children's play? Could this also be Hiruzen's scheme? Danzo immediately thought of his old friend. That fellow indeed harbors ulterior motives. It seemed he needed to make his stance clear as soon as possible. Danzo pondered for a moment and stated his plan. First, suspend the assassination operations against the village's opposition factions. "I understand." Aburame Ryoma did not ask for the reason, but unconditionally followed Danzo's orders. Additionally, gradually halt some of the experiments in the root base, especially those involving human experimentation. Prioritize stopping them. Weighing the pros and cons in his heart, once more Danzo finally made the painful decision to cease the experiments. Understood. Then what about Orochimaru? Regarding the experiments in the root base, Aburame Ryoma could guarantee an immediate halt, but although Orochimaru was nominally a subordinate sent by Hiruzen Sarutobi to root, given his title as one of the Sannin and the backing of the third Hokage, even Danzo treated him as a collaborator. Cut off his funding directly. Danzo had his own way of handling Orochimaru. Though he could not directly command Orochimaru, he could cut off the funds allocated to him. At this point, the only human experiment Orochimaru was conducting involved Hashirama cells, and that experiment had already been declared a failure long ago. Even that experimental base had been. As for his own proposal to fuse the Sharingan and Hashirama cells, he had only just drafted the plan. In other words, it was still completely feasible for him to sever ties with Orochimaru now. "You intend to abandon Orochimaru?" Aburame Ryoma keenly detected Danzo's intention. Ever since Danzo and Orochimaru had allied, Danzo had promised to help Orochimaru become the next Hokage, while in return Orochimaru would grant Danzo more authority. The collaboration had been going smoothly, but now Danzo suddenly unilaterally cut ties with Orochimaru. "Phoneby is my son." Seeing Aburame Ryoma's puzzled expression, Danzo dropped this bombshell in a flat tone. So that was it. Aburame Ryoma cast a dark glance at Yamanaka-shan, who had already guessed the truth. No wonder his behavior had been so strange back then. "You intend to support young Master Phoneby?" Aburame Ryoma's address for Phoneby changed immediately. "Indeed. He possesses the Ice Release Kekkei Genkai, and with me behind him with root support, as long as his strength is sufficient, he has a good chance to contend for that position." Danzo narrowed his lone eye, as if already envisioning the scene of his son sitting in that seat. If he couldn't become Hokage, then he would become the father of the Hokage. Better to support his own son than to support an outsider like Orochimaru, especially one who was Hiruzen's disciple. After dinner, Shimura and Kakashi engaged in a sparring session of swordsmanship outside the house. Phoneby meanwhile fetched a small stool and sat by the doorway, quietly observing their techniques. However, without the Sharingan, watching their fight felt like watching a video at 8 times speed. He could discern nothing beyond the dull thuds of wooden swords colliding. When Kakashi attempted a flying kick, Shimura seized the opening with precision and subdued him in one move. Without absolute advantage, such sweeping combat styles leave you vulnerable to enemy exploitation. After pointing out Kakashi's flaw, Shimura helped him up and prepared to begin the next round of training. "Phoneby, care to give it a try?" Seeing Phoneby sitting on the sidelines with eager eyes, Shimura beckoned him over. Personal instruction from the legendary White Fang of Konoha. Phonby's eyes lit up. He immediately hopped off the stool and hurried over. but I can't teach you any moves yet. You must start with the most basic stances. Under Shomao's guidance, Phonbai gradually grasped the fundamental principles of all swordsmanship. Keep your body straight and your lower body stable. You don't yet have the ability to use chakra for rapid movement to confuse the enemy's vision, so a solid foundation is crucial. At least it ensures you won't be defeated in a single strike when facing an opponent. Placing a hand on Phongbai's back, Shimao signaled him to straighten his spine, while also having Kakashi review the basics. Clap, clap, clap. Just then several claps resounded, accompanied by a rather somber voice, as expected of the White Fang of Konoha, a hero of the Second Shinobi World War. Danzo emerged from the shadows, followed by young Longma and Shanjongshan. Lord Danzo. Tsukumo Shomao's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward, shielding Phonbai and Kakashi with his body. Thank you for looking after my son. As Danzo spoke, Shomao understood his intent. It seemed the review of Phonbai was complete and Danzo had come to reclaim him. However, Shomao, having heard of Danzo's deeds, was surprised by his attitude. The man known as the Darkness of the Shinobi world seemed intent on making Phongbai's identity public. It appears he's been having a good time with your son. Danzo squinted, a smile on his face as he fixed his gaze on Shomao, as if he could see the two children behind him despite the obstruction. What do you mean? Shomao was uncertain of Danzo's intentions, and it was the first time he had seen Danzo smile. It's not uncommon for friends to stay overnight at each other's homes, is it? Gently pushing Shomao aside, Danzo walked slowly to Phonbai. Phonbai was utterly bewildered inside, but dared not show it on his face. He had caught most of the conversation between Shomao and Danzo. If taken literally, this old man had acknowledged him as his son. So what should he call him? Lord Danzo, old man, shadow of the pot, bridge killer. In a normal situation, the right thing would be, F father. Phonbai spoke tentatively. Hearing the address, Danzo felt a stir in his heart once more. See, Hiruzen, I too have a son now. Though the boy seemed timid, deep down, he yearned for paternal love. Stay here tonight. Tomorrow I will send someone to bring you home. Satisfied with Phongbai's attitude, Danzo said no more and turned to leave Shomao's premises. Though Danzo had left, the once amicable atmosphere turned cold. They trained for a while with heavy hearts before calling it a day. Uncle Shomao. As he passed by Shomao, Phonbai paused, wanting to say something, but received a gentle pat on the head instead. Shomao smiled softly, stroking Phongbai's head, and shook his head lightly. It's late. Get some rest. Hey, you don't snore, do you? Seeing Phongbai's bed placed right next to his, Kakashi asked again for confirmation. How rude, Kakashi. I've never heard my own snoring. Phonbai pulled the covers up and dove in, retorting. You idiot. How can anyone hear their own snoring? Kakashi's forehead veins bulged. Don't worry, Kakashi. By the time I fall asleep, you'll already be dreaming. Staring at the wooden ceiling with wide eyes, Phonbai said softly. Is it because of your father? I've heard of him. The Hokage's advisor of Konoha. Kakashi's knowledge of Danzo was limited to that title. In fact, most ordinary villagers only knew Danzo as the Hokage's advisor. Only the high-ranking officials of each village had some understanding of his deeds. Not entirely. Phonbai continued to stare blankly at the beam above. Having just left the Mist Village and gained Danzo's recognition, he was at his most confused. In such a situation, how could he fall asleep easily, Kakashi? Huh. As Phonbai thought this, he unconsciously closed his eyes and began to breathe evenly. This guy. Kakashi, his face dark with exasperation, looked at the one who had just claimed he wouldn't fall asleep easily and helplessly rubbed his forehead. Sighing, Kakashi gently pulled Phongbai's blanket up a little before closing his eyes. He had thought that with a stranger nearby it would take him a while to fall asleep, but, not long after closing his eyes, Kakashi too drifted into slumber. Standing outside the door, Shomao smiled and shook his head, having heard the exchange. He had expected the two youngsters to have a long conversation, but the next morning, Shomao opened his eyes from his bed. You're awfully early, Greyhound. He spotted the Anbu crouching on the beam. The Hokage wants to see you. Greyhound's voice was hoarse. Understood. Upon hearing that it was Hiruzen Sarutobi summoning him, Shomao's gaze sharpened as he got up to prepare his gear. The Hokage says you don't need to wear a mask, Captain. Seeing Shomao about to put on Anbu protective gear, Greyhound reminded him at the right moment. Alright. Shomao paused in his movements, then slipped on his Jonin vest. After leaving a note, Tsukumo Hatake departed from home with the gray dog. Kakashi, who had risen early, finished his ablutions and habitually glanced at the place where Tsukumo had left his note. After reading the message, he let out a weary sigh. Tying on his small apron, Kakashi deftly took out eggs, bread, and vegetables and prepared 2 simple sandwiches with practiced ease. Placing the sandwiches on the table, Kakashi finally unfastened his apron and went to the room to wake Fushiro. Half asleep, Fushiro followed Kakashi to the wash basin. Gazing at the 2 matching toothbrushes and cups, he suddenly realized something. Here, I prepared these for you long ago. Fearing that the other might instinctively grab his own toothbrush, Kakashi hurriedly handed over a brand new set of toiletries. After finishing his ablutions, Fushiro, feeling the pangs of hunger, hurried to the dining table. Looking at the sandwiches before him, he first inhaled their aroma, then asked curiously, "Did Uncle Susano'o make these?" "No, I did." Kakashi rolled his eyes, sat down, and then suddenly remembered something. He rose from his seat, walked to the nearby cupboard, and took out a large carton of milk. How domesticated. Although the word felt slightly off, Fushiro could not think of a better term to describe the scene. "Are you still going to training later?" "Yes." Before Fushiro could fully process the question, Kakashi took a bite of his sandwich at such speed that Fushiro failed to notice when he had removed his mask. Such incredible speed. Refusing to believe it, Fushiro ignored the risk of biting his own fingers and fixed his eyes firmly on Kakashi. The result was, "You really are so mysterious even at home." Even after the last bite of sandwich was swallowed, Fushiro had still not caught a glimpse of his true face. Kakashi seemed to greatly enjoy this situation. He said nothing, but his light, graceful movements betrayed his pleasant mood. "Let me help as well." As a decent young man of the new era, simply eating and drinking without contributing was not Fushiro's way of conducting himself. Seeing Kakashi clear the plates, he hurriedly gathered the cups. Kakashi did not refuse. The two stood shoulder to shoulder on step stools by the sink, washed the dishes clean, and placed them on the draining rack. "It seems you do not need to watch my training today." Wiping his hands dry, Kakashi gazed out the window. Fushiro, equally curious, looked over as well. The figure of Aburame Ryuma appeared before their eyes, causing Fushiro to shudder. Since he was not wearing a mask, Fushiro quickly identified him by his signature dark sunglasses. The Aburame clan, known for their love of insects. So this must be the root ninja dispatched by his cheap father to fetch him. One could only wonder whether Danzo intended to treat him like a typical root member, or simply allow him to be an ordinary ninja. Or perhaps being a carefree rich kid would not be so bad. If Danzo were to perish in the confrontation with Otsutsuki Sasuke, no wait, that timeline was wrong. Then he could simply kneel and submit at light speed. At the very least, he might end up as a wealthy old man. "Alright, let us go. By the way, remember to return my clothes when you have the chance." Seeing Fushiro standing motionless, Kakashi patted his shoulder. "Ah, yes, I understand. I will wash them clean before returning them." Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Fushiro pushed open the door with a mixture of trepidation and resolve, stepping forward to meet his fate. Hokage office. The Konoha four were gathered in a single room, seated on the sofa, while Tsukumo Hatake, dressed as an ordinary jonin, stood respectfully behind Hiruzen. The meeting initiator Hiruzen first glanced at Danzo, who sat with an inscrutable expression. Finding no emotion to read on his face, Hiruzen cleared his throat and habitually produced his pipe. "Some time ago, I dispatched 2 Anbu squads to Kirigakure to gather intelligence." Kirigakure. Konoha has lost contact with them for quite some time. Even normal diplomatic communications are met with silence. Upon hearing the name Kirigakure-san, no Kobyun's expression turned grave. Ever since the second Mizukage took power, Kirigakure has implemented a strict confidentiality system. Their pursuit of rogue ninja is the most extreme among all the hidden villages. Mizuki Munin nodded in agreement from beside her. Indeed, in this operation of the 2 Anbu squads, only Tsukumo returned alive. Hiruzen's tone carried a hint of sorrow. These Anbu were forces loyal to him, and every loss weighed heavily upon his heart. Moreover, the intelligence gained from this mission fell far short of his expectations. Even with the White Fang of Konoha personally leading the mission, only a single survivor emerged. Mizuki Munin observed Tsukumo through his glasses. "I deeply apologize. The degree of vigilance Kirigakure maintains toward outsiders far exceeds our imagination." Tsukumo's expression was likewise somber. "Then what intelligence did you obtain?" Accustomed to the deaths of ninja, Mizuki Munin did not notice, or chose to ignore, Tsukumo's dejection and instead directly inquired about the results of the mission. "Yes, forgive my bluntness. Unfortunately, regarding Kirigakure, we have only learned that the current ruler is the 3rd Mizukage. However, her name, abilities, age, and other details remain unknown. Furthermore, it appears Kirigakure has launched an officially sanctioned crackdown on bloodline limit wielders. Many ninja possessing Kekkei Genkai have been viciously targeted. However, from the engagement, we can confirm that this purge is not directed at all bloodline limit users. When I fought the Kirigakure ninja, I observed that some with Kekkei Genkai were still participating in combat. Building a faction loyal solely to himself, is it?" Placing his unlit pipe to his lips, Hiruzen voiced his deduction. "To strike at his own village's bloodline limit wielders. This suggests Kirigakure's internal conflicts are quite severe." Mizuki Munin agreed with the ninja's assessment and somewhat understood the reasoning behind such actions. After all, did not Konoha itself harbor a restless bloodline limit clan? Almost simultaneously, everyone present thought of that particular clan. Hiruzen's son, no Kobyun, and Mizuki Munin shared a tacit understanding and turned their gazes toward Danzo. At such moments, Danzo was expected to deliver his Uchiha threat theory. Yet strangely, despite all three looking directly at him, Danzo showed no intention of speaking. Under their collective gaze, he calmly lifted his teacup and took a small sip. Was this really Danzo? Hiruzen's son, no Kobyun, and Mizuki Munin shared a tacit understanding and turned their gazes toward Danzo. At such moments Danzo was expected to deliver his Uchiha threat theory. Yet strangely, despite all three looking directly at him, Danzo showed no intention of speaking. Under their collective gaze, he calmly lifted his teacup and took a small sip. Was this really Danzo? After waiting for a while, seeing that Tuansong showed no intention of speaking, the others began discussing the intelligence about Wuyin Village again. From this, it seems Wuyin Village is preparing to adopt an elite force strategy. After listening to and summarizing the intelligence gathered by Chi Mu Shuan Mao Shui, Hu Min Yin was the first to express his opinion. But this policy has also brought internal conflicts. If I were the Mizukage, the most effective way to resolve these conflicts would be to start a war. As a veteran ninja from the second generation era, the plan mentioned by Zhuanqin Shaochun was exactly the most common tactic used by the higher-ups of that time. Tuansong. Rijan, we must never let our guard down regarding Wuyin Village. Deeply aware of the advantageous geographical environment of my village, and knowing that if war broke out, I would surely be attacked, Zhuanqin Shaochun warned Rijan. I know. Holding a pipe in his mouth, Yuan Fei Rijan nodded, and then looked at Tuansong again. At this point, both Shui Hu Min Yin and Zhuanqin Shaochun sensed something was wrong. The meeting had reached this stage, yet Tuansong hadn't said a word the entire time. He neither promoted the Uchiha threat theory, nor clamored to send more personnel to investigate Wuyin Village. Was this still the darkness of the ninja world they knew? Although the meeting atmosphere was very harmonious, they felt strangely uncomfortable. Tuansong, what do you think? Zhuanqin Shaochun couldn't hold back any longer, and took the initiative to ask for Tuansong's opinion. Indeed, we need to be wary of Wuyin Village's actions. Seeing someone ask, Tuansong nodded in agreement with their proposal. That's it. What about you're too weak, you'll regret this, I should be Hokage. Speaking of which, this operation Shuan Mao also brought back a child. Unable to gauge Tuansong's true thoughts, Rijan decided to drop this bombshell. Hearing this, Tuansong finally opened his eyes, a sneer flickering in his heart. That Rijan, he's finally lost his patience. A child? Does this child carry important intelligence? Shui Hu Min Yin asked, looking curiously at Shuan Mao, while also feeling puzzled that Shuan Mao hadn't mentioned this earlier. That child possesses the Ice Release bloodline limit. Seeing Tuansong's expression change, Rijan continued to reveal the information he knew. Ice Release bloodline limit. Rijan, where is the child now? We must protect him. Fully aware of the importance of the bloodline limit, Zhuanqin Shaochun also couldn't hold back asking about the child's whereabouts. If all goes well in the future, my village will have a new bloodline limit family serving it. That child is named Feng by Shimura Feng Bai. Rijan put down his pipe, smiling as he picked up his teacup. What a... Hearing this, Zhuanqin Shaochun abruptly stood up, then quickly sat down, realizing her loss of composure. His name is Shimura Feng Bai. Could it be? Zhuanqin Shaochun looked at Tuansong with an incredulous expression. What's wrong, Shaochun? Why so? Wait, Shimura Feng Bai. Shui Hu Min Yin was about to remind Zhuanqin Shaochun of her outburst, but then he also realized something and turned the same gaze toward Tuansong. Tuansong, did you adopt that child? Zhuanqin Shaochun asked tentatively. It's not adoption. That child is my own biological son who was lost outside. Locking eyes with Rijan, Tuansong admitted in front of my high-ranking officials that Feng Bai was his biological son. Seeing this, Yuan Fei Rijan's smile grew wider, and Chi Mu Shuan Mao also let out a sigh of relief on the side. What? Zhuanqin Shaochun was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. Shui Hu Min Yin also felt his brain overloading, frantically activating his mental faculties to interpret this shocking news. Then I'll take my leave. Knowing that he had no further role, Chi Mu Shuan Mao prepared to depart. You've worked hard, Shuan Mao. Go wait in the rest area for a moment. Oh, I still have something to discuss with you. Acknowledging Chi Mu Shuan Mao's achievements, Rijan smiled at him. I understand. Chi Mu Shuan Mao nodded. Instead of using the body flicker technique, he walked slowly to the door, opened it with a very gentle motion, and left. Tuansong, is this true? That child is really yours. Having recovered, Zhuanqin Shaochun pressed on persistently, making Shui Hu Min Yin on the side feel a bit jealous. Of course, Feng Bai is my son. This has been confirmed through the Anbu's investigation. Tuansong half closed his single eye again, assuming a calm and composed demeanor. That Zhuanqin Shaochun time has really worn away her edges. When she was young, her boldness far surpassed that of her male peers, but now, though he didn't show it on the surface, Tuansong had long harbored various resentments toward his old friends over the years. Rijan is too weak, Yin is too weak, and now Shaochun also appears extremely weak. Indeed, the position of Hokage would be better off entrusted to himself. This is a good thing, Tuansong. Keeping such news hidden so deep, it's a bit unfriendly. With the outsider Chi Mu Shuan Mao having left, Shui Hu Min Yin felt free to tease Tuansong. Who would have thought that Tuansong, who once swore to dedicate everything to the village, silently produced a son, and an exotic one at that? No wonder he kept silent throughout today's meeting. Haha, Tuansong, with such a big event, shouldn't we old folks have a rare gathering? Zhuanqin Shaochun also recovered from her earlier days, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. I'm very busy, not as idle as you. Tuansong simply refused. While Tuansong was still Tuansong, always with that killing way of speaking. The others, long accustomed to Tuansong's style, did not mind, and took the opportunity to reminisce. Immersed in the vat of power for years, they had all lost their youthful sharpness and original aspirations. Thanks to the matter of Tuansong suddenly having a son, the group rare found a bit of the feeling from their youth. Speaking of which, Rijan, your son, must be about to reach school age, right? Zhuanqin Xiaochun suddenly remembered Rijan's youngest son. That Asuma guy, I suppose so. Rijan rubbed his head helplessly. You know, I'm usually too busy. These matters are all handled by Biwahu. Shuehu Minyan, who had been rebuffed by Tuansong, chose to tease Rijan. Biwahu marrying you is truly a misfortune. I remember you used to peep when you were young. Yin, those were childhood things. Rijan quickly interrupted Shuehu Minyan. If he continued, his dignity as Hokage would be completely shattered. This bunch of guys. Tuansong looked impatiently at the three who were in high spirits. If he had acted according to his usual behavior, he would have already left with a flick of his sleeve, but for some reason his legs showed no sign of moving. The small talk came to an end. The two advisors who had still failed to offer any substantial suggestions regarding the Wuyin village could not linger any longer. They took their leave and rose to depart, leaving the space entirely to Tuanzang and Risen. Risen, this approach is hardly your style, Tuanzang said, finally seizing the opportunity to speak to Risen once the advisors left. Forcing him to acknowledge Feng Bai's existence in front of the two advisors. That was Risen's move. Risen simply shook his head at the remark, too lazy to even put down his pipe. He hadn't expected his coercion to be so effective, or rather, everything was progressing too smoothly. Tuanzang had actually admitted that Feng Bai was his son. At Tuanzang, you're no different. However, Koharu and Hamura are right. As Feng Bai's elders, we really should go and see him. With both advisors gone, Risen lit his pipe without any restraint. The scent of secondhand smoke made Tuanzang's face twist with disgust. This guy. He couldn't have chosen any other time to smoke, but he had to do it when they were alone. The person he hated most was indeed the one standing right before him. Save it, Risen. Feng Bai is my son. A weakling like you should stay far away from him. I will train him into a true ninja. Unwilling to inhale Risen's secondhand smoke any longer, Tuanzang rose and walked to the door, rejecting Risen's gesture of goodwill. Your method of raising a child is the problematic one, Tuanzang. Risen cheerfully tapped the ash from his pipe against the table. You have no right to say that when you've left everything to Biwako. Tuanzang's words struck Risen's heart, causing him to halt his hand. You're too extreme, Tuanzang. I did that because of the Hokage's work. Recalling his own family upbringing, Risen's face turned unusually grim. I am Feng Bai's father, Risen. Tuanzang gestured with his sleeve, unwilling to continue this topic. Risen blurted out instinctively, You will regret this, Tuanzang. Then both of them fell into contemplation. The scene had a strange sense of déjà vu, even carrying a hint of role reversal. Meanwhile, Feng Bai followed Yunu Longma to a two-story cottage. The location was excellent, right in the center of my village. In his past life, it would have been considered a prime location like the second ring road in the capital. Pushing open the gate and stepping into the courtyard, another unfamiliar figure appeared before Feng Bai. My name is Yunu Longma, and this is Shanzhong Shan. From today onward, we will be responsible for your security and training. Seeing Shanzhong Shan arrive, Yunu Longma introduced himself. Hello, Longma uncle. Shan uncle. Feng Bai tested the waters as he looked at the two faces before him. Ahem. Hearing that address, Longma visibly stumbled. Just call me Longma, he said hastily, waving his hand, uncomfortable with being placed on the same generational level as Tuanzang. If this got out, he would be considered a brother of Lord Tuanzang, and he would probably disappear from my village the very next day. Shan, on the other hand, also showed reluctance, trying to dissuade Feng Bai. Yes, just call me Shan. That might be a bit impolite. Looking up at the two who were much taller than him, Feng Bai wanted to say more, but Longma directly interrupted. All right, Feng Bai, Lord Tuanzang wants us to guide your training. Don't worry too much about trivial matters like how to address us. Yes, sensei. Sensing the imposing aura of the other, the young Feng Bai immediately stood at attention. Teacher was fine, at least better than calling him uncle. Shanzhong Shan meanwhile touched his own smooth cheek and inwardly wondered who looked younger, himself or Tuanzang's wrinkly face. Have you received any systematic training while in Wuyin village? Yunu Longma asked the first question. No, but I have refined chakra according to the scroll left by my mother. Feng Bai shook his head, answering honestly. Hearing that Feng Bai had a scroll, Yunu Longma inquired about its whereabouts. Then where is that scroll? I left it in Wuyin village. After all, it's not a friendly place for ninjas, so. Given the terrible environment of Wuyin village, he was lucky to have kept a kunai as a token, at least he could claim to have found it. As for the scroll, sorry, he hadn't lived enough yet to be hunted down by Wuyin villagers with tools, just like Haku's mother. Therefore, after hastily understanding the circulation and refinement of chakra, Feng Bai hid the scroll away. It didn't record many jutsu anyway, so losing it wouldn't be a pity. I understand. First refine your chakra, and let me see. After learning the situation, Yunu Longma nodded, then shook his sleeve, and summoned a swarm of black insects. Phonbai obediently closed his eyes, formed the boar hand seal with both hands, and refined the chakra within his body. Using his insects, Yunu Longma observed the flow of Phonbai's chakra. After confirming that the cultivation method was sound, he told Phonbai to stop. That's enough. Your chakra refinement method is fine. You can continue practicing this way. However, since you are still young, you cannot do this for extended periods. Refining chakra when your stamina is insufficient will place a tremendous burden on your body, especially since your current stamina is far inferior to that of your peers. Phonbai nodded. It all came down to bloodline anyway, he understood. So, Yunu Longma clenched his fist, recalling Tuanzang's instructions. Train the boy the same way we trained the root members. When Yunu Longma asked how to train Phonbai, Tuanzang said coldly. Following the root method meant throwing Phonbai into a death match with prisoners, but that approach obviously couldn't be used on Tuanzang's son. Then the answer was clear. Yunu Longma, before Phonbai could even react through a punch. First try to fight me. What? Shouldn't this be the time for running or other exercises? Phonbai, who had been inexplicably knocked flying by a punch, was on the verge of cursing. 3 hours later, Phonbai, once again embedded in the wall, was pulled out by Shanzhong Shan, who used the mystical palm technique to heal his injuries. Hey Lama-sensei, how about we take a break? Phonbai, with several broken ribs, raised his hand to signal a stop after being healed. I'm a kid who isn't even a Jinin sparring with a Jonin like you. I can't even see your movements. What the hell am I training? Are you sure you didn't take this mission because you have a grudge against Tuanzang? By the way, the neighbor next door is too forgiving. I've practically smashed the wall down and they haven't said a word. However, the 3 hours of being beaten by Phonbai were not in vain. At the very least, it allowed him to discern the pattern of Aburame Ryoma's attacks. At the beginning, he would be knocked flying after throwing the first punch. Now he could withstand up to the fourth move. Lying on the ground, panting heavily, Phonbai struggled to his feet. Not bad, let's call it a day for physical training. Having thoroughly enjoyed the beating, Aburame Ryoma waved his hand, and several root ninjas appeared instantly, quickly repairing the damaged courtyard wall. Hearing Aburame Ryoma declare the end, Phonbai let out a long breath and wanted to lie down again. Who told you to lie down? With a sharp shout, Phonbai felt something supporting his back. The dense crawling sensation on his back made Phonbai realize that it was not soft grass beneath him, but Aburame Ryoma's insects. Startled by the disgusting sensation, Phonbai leaped up on the spot, ignoring his pain, and scrambled away from the area. For a ninja, the speed of forming hand seals is also crucial. I only said physical training ends here, not that hand seal training ends as well. Controlling the insects to hover around Phonbai, Aburame Ryoma's sunglasses glinted with a dark sheen. A slave driver. Phonbai tried to resist a little, but Shanzhong Shan had already pulled out a whip. Whenever Phonbai wanted to give up, this person would brandish the whip in his hand. Unwilling to suffer the whip or the insects, Phonbai suddenly regretted following Shomao to Konoha. Evening. When Danzo leisurely arrived at his new home, he saw Phonbai lying sprawled on the floor in front of the entrance, his chest rising and falling slightly, clearly asleep. How was the training? Seeing the other's defenseless appearance, Danzo frowned slightly and asked quietly. Aburame Ryoma appeared behind Danzo. Young Master Phonbai has good talent. Although limited by his physical condition, he is temporarily inferior to children of the same age. However, if nutrition is improved, he should make considerable progress. I see. The living conditions in Kirigakure are harsh, aren't they? Danzo recalled the appearance of the people he saw when he visited Kirigakure years ago. Continue tomorrow. Squeeze every ounce of his energy out of him, understand? Danzo's expression relaxed, then returned to his usual stoic demeanor. Stepping around Phonbai lying in the entrance, Danzo opened the sliding glass door, walked through the living room into the house, and went straight to the kitchen. When Phonbai opened his eyes again, the first thing that came into view was the darkening sky. For a moment, Phonbai thought he was still in the barren Kirigakure. But the aches and pains all over his body reminded him that everything he had experienced today was not a dream, but stark reality. You're awake. A low voice sounded, startling Phonbai. Following the direction of the voice, Phonbai then noticed Danzo sitting cross-legged beside him. If you're awake, go wash up and prepare for dinner. Before Phonbai could react to the situation, Danzo had already stood up and walked into the house. Wash up, but where is the washroom? Without having had time to look around the house, Phonbai, dragging his tired body, groped around by instinct and actually found the bathroom. After washing his hands, he followed the aroma of food to the dining room and saw Danzo already seated at the head of the table waiting for his arrival. Although tired and hungry out of fear of Danzo, Phonbai did not immediately pick up his chopsticks after sitting down, but looked at Danzo. Well, eat. Satisfied with Phonbai's behavior, Danzo said nothing on the surface, but felt a bit of joy inside. My son is quite polite. It's just that the fear in his eyes towards him outweighed any familial affection. If Phonbai had mind-reading abilities, he would have mercilessly roasted the old man in front of him. You, a famous hawk of Konoha, an orphan killer, a pioneer of human experimentation in Konoha. Even if I were an Uchiha, I wouldn't dare to act without considering your mood. Seeing Danzo pick up his chopsticks, Phonbai then grabbed his own and frantically shoveled food into his bowl as if possessed by the Akimichi clan. Soon the meal before him vanished in a whirlwind, all entering Phonbai's stomach. How is the food? Danzo, who had only eaten a few bites, asked Phonbai. I'm pretty good. Phonbai nodded. Although the taste was a bit salty, far inferior to Shuan Mao's cooking for him after a day of high-intensity training, anything was delicious as long as it wasn't fed excrement. Good. Satisfied with the answer, Danzo nodded, then continued to ask, compared to what Shuan Mao makes. Phonbai, you old man, why ask so much? It's not like you made it. Wait, could it be that you actually made these dishes? Recalling Danzo's expression and tone when he asked, Phonbai became more certain of his guess. The moment of testing his conscience had arrived. Phonbai, faced with a choice between conscience and life, opened his mouth. It's better than Uncle Shuan Mao's cooking. Is that so? Danzo continued nodding. I heard from Ryoma that you trained hard. Keep it up. I have great expectations for you. Feeling somewhat pleased, Danzo did not spare his words of praise. In your spare time, you can also go and interact well with peers. In Danzo's view, Phonbai's association with Kakashi was very positive. It could both build a good relationship with Shuan Mao and use Kakashi, a prodigy, to motivate the other to improve. And Danzo recalled the conversation among the four of them that morning. If it hadn't been for their strong support back, then how could the ninja clans in the village have believed that mere single sentence of a last will? As Hokage, one must have capable assistants like himself. Without him, the weak Hiruzen would have been overthrown by the deeply entrenched ninja clans long ago. How could he still sit on his chair every day blabbering lines like, I am the Hokage Danzo, such treasonous words? Whenever he thought of Hiruzen, Danzo got hard, his fists hard. He really wanted to punch that old face of his. Phonbai, sitting across, didn't think too much. Although Danzo said he could go play with peers in his spare time, the premise was that he had such spare time. Every day, he wakes up to a double-digit beating. Even Might Guy would exclaim, good heavens. Yes, father. On the surface, he put on a submissive look, but in his heart, Phonbai had already cursed the old man in front of him countless times. He really wanted to punch that old face of his. In the early morning at the Shimura residence. Phew. A mouthful of old blood sprayed out as Phonbai traced an arc through the air, once again cracking the courtyard wall. An old Konoha native had been on the receiving end of a Jonin's beating since dawn. Seeing Phonbai unconscious, Yamanaka-san immediately rushed to his side and began rescuing him. Phonbai, who had nearly departed hand in hand with his mother, opened his eyes under Yamanaka-san's treatment. Not bad, you've already managed to make me use my fifth move. Take a rest. Glancing at the blood on the ground, Aburame Ryuma praised Phonbai, then walked to the side and stood still. You're abusing a child. Despite the praise, Phonbai showed no joy. Instead, he curled up on the ground like a shrimp, clutching his stomach. Wounds could be healed, but the pain did not disappear. If he didn't want to be beaten one-sidedly, he had to figure out the pattern of his opponent's moves. Quick, Phonbai, activate that brain of yours that has lain dormant for who knows how many years. That guy Ryuma's moves are all fixed. First a punch, then an elbow strike, then a kick, another kick, and finally a knee. Hey, I get it. A flash of inspiration struck Phonbai. If he just did this, then that, and then this, and that he could dodge all 5 moves. This is my struggle to survive. With that thought, Phonbai felt a surge of strength, and he sprang up, charging straight at Aburame Ryuma with such speed that even Yamanaka-san was startled. Then, Konoha's main street. People were curious about a child limping along, clutching his stomach. As it turned out, a child who had never even attended the Ninja Academy could not defeat a Jonin even if the opponent only used fixed moves. Moreover, he was not a genius like Kakashi. With a pained expression, Phonbai held his stomach and searched for memory for the place where Kakashi trained. After the training session, the two beasts, Aburame Ryuma and Yamanaka-san, had vanished without a trace, and that old geezer Danzo had not been seen since he opened his eyes. After lying on the ground resting for a long time, Phonbai realized no one was paying him any attention, so he limped out of the house. By the way, why was there no lock on the door of his place? Was Konoha's public security really that good? Thinking of the door without a lock, Phonbai couldn't help but complain. As he approached the place where Kakashi trained, the pedestrians on the street gradually thinned out until there were none. Is this the place? Phonbai asked himself uncertainly. The scenery in Konoha all looked alike. It feels so quiet, and there's no one from Konoha on the street. Though a bit creeped out, Phonbai, thinking that as the son of the old geezer Danzo there must be at least a whole minibus of bodyguards tailing him, mustered his courage and continued forward. Hey, can you still call yourself a member of the Uchiha clan? An arrogant voice reached his ears. It didn't sound like Kakashi at all, so Phonbai decided to ignore it. Damn it, so what? I will become Hokage and engrave my goggles along with the Sharingan on the Hokage rock. Another voice sounded somewhat stubborn. I'll becoming Hokage. In this day and age, someone actually believed that. Hearing the voice, Phonbai began muttering in his mind. Hokage is not about strength or perseverance, it's about bloodline. Wait, goggles Sharingan. So this idiot was also a member of the Uchiha clan, Huh. Suddenly realizing something, Phonbai forgot about rubbing his stomach and hurriedly followed the sound. Soon in an open space, Phonbai found the source of the voices. 3 boys wearing the Uchiha clan emblem surrounded a boy with goggles. The boy with goggles was sitting on the ground, a bruise on his face, evidently having been well looked after by the others. Hey, that guy isn't Kenji, is he? It must be him. At this time, the only one in the Uchiha clan who keeps talking about becoming Hokage like a fool is him. By the way, why would an Uchiha want to become Hokage? He's still a child, unaware of how biased the village's higher-ups are toward them. You bully him like this, no wonder you got wiped out. It's all the debts of your youth. Phonbai played the role of a spectator with great interest, completely forgetting about finding Kakashi. On the other side, the group, completely unaware of the lurker in the grass, continued their bullying. Haha, Hokage. A loser like you will probably never awaken the Sharingan in your lifetime, haha. Exactly, living with an old woman, you can't even graduate from the Ninja Academy, let alone become Hokage. If you're smart, stay home, and don't even go to the Ninja Academy, or I'll beat you every time I see you. The boy who looked like the leader punched Obito in the face again, knocking his goggles. Ask you. You bastard. Enraged, Obito tried to fight back, but was pinned down by the other 2. 3 against 1, no martial honor. And why hit the face? Even that guy Ryuma doesn't hit my face. Seeing the bruise on Obito's face become symmetrical, Phonbai subconsciously rubbed his own stomach. What are you doing? Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, startling Phonbai, who was crouching in the grass, causing him to stumble and burst out of his hiding spot. Who? The group turned around at the noise, facing Phonbai, who was groaning and clutching his stomach. You. The leading Uchiha boy glanced at Phonbai, then at the tall grass that could hide a person entirely, and combined with his actions. The Uchiha boy pinched his nose. I didn't take a dump here. Phonbai hastily shouted, having thought of the same thing. But from their expressions, he was sure they didn't believe him. Even Obito wrinkled his small face, and if not for his hands being held, he would have pinched his nose too. I said I didn't come here to take a dump. I came to save him. You guys ganging up on one, what kind of skill is that? Let him go. To clear his name, Phonbai reluctantly came up with a somewhat plausible excuse for his appearance. Save him. The Uchiha boy, who indeed didn't smell any odor, kicked Obito with his foot. You, is this loser your friend? I advise you to stay away from such an idiot, or you'll catch his stupidity. At the root base, Danzo sat comfortably in his chair, listening to his subordinate's report. All human experimentation has been suspended, as per your orders. The assassination attempts against the opposition have also ceased. Currently, a large number of ninja without missions have gathered at the base. Bing knelt on one knee, daring not to look up at Danzo before him. If they have no missions, send them all to monitor the Uchiha clan. They are a restless bunch anyway. Glancing at the 2 reports before him, Danzo casually dismissed them to surveil the Uchiha. Yes, but wouldn't this cause? Bing hesitated. It matters not. Sarutobi won't notice what's happening over there for now. Danzo showed no concern for Bing's hesitation, rather he cared more about the dissent in his voice. You only need to execute my orders. I will handle the rest. Yes. Knowing he had displeased Danzo, Bing dared not say another word, and could only nod in agreement. The Uchiha clan. Though he longed to eliminate them swiftly, Danzo suppressed the thought, remembering that he intended to support Phonbai's rise to power in the future. After all, how could the father of the Hokage raise his blade against his own villagers? Of course, if they insisted on rebellion. He could always shift the blame onto Sarutobi. Looking at the genetic identification certificate issued by the root-based, Danzo casually closed the report. Naturally suspicious by nature, he could never rely solely on Orochimaru's word. The sample from Phonbai had been divided into multiple portions and sent to various root laboratories. As each lab issued its certification, the last shred of Danzo's doubt was finally dispelled. Just as Danzo was about to issue his next orders, a root ninja suddenly burst in and fell to his knees before him. Lord Danzo. Phonbai has come into conflict with members of the Uchiha clan. Obito racked his brains trying to figure out which acquaintance this Phonbai might be. Otherwise, why would he suddenly appear shouting that he was here to rescue him? Hey Kakashi, are you just going to scare me and walk away? Come out and back me up. Facing the 3 figures who towered over him, Phonbai recalled why he had charged out of the bushes. Sigh. Kakashi, having been called out, could not pretend nothing had happened. He scratched his head and emerged from the foliage. Kakashi, never heard of him. Hey, why are you here to rescue this idiot too? The Uchiha boy paid no mind to Kakashi's arrival, and instead kicked at Obito lying at his feet, right in front of everyone. Kakashi felt utterly speechless. He had merely been training here as usual, and had casually noticed Phonbai's exposed rear sticking out of the bushes. Curious as to why the fellow was hiding his head while showing his tail, he had come to investigate. And now he had been dragged into this mess. It's because you associate with outsiders day and night that you actually believe that nonsense about the will of fire. You too, I am Uchiha Yaoan. State your names. Gesturing for his 2 lackeys to release Obito, Uchiha Yaoan raised his head arrogantly. X2. Phonbai and Kakashi both chose to ignore him. Especially Kakashi, who didn't even bother acknowledging someone who was obviously a fool. Thank you. The freed Obito hurried over to Phonebai's side. Though he still hadn't figured out who this person was, he politely expressed his gratitude and attempted to justify his embarrassing performance. Actually, I could have handled them on my own even if you hadn't intervened. If it weren't for their ambush. Really? Then it's all yours. Seeing Obito released, and claiming he could take on 3 opponents alone, Phoneby swiftly prepared to abandon this teammate. Huh. Stunned by Phonebai's sheer audacity, Obito's eyes widened. Actually, I also. Before Obito could stammer out an excuse, Uchiha Yaowan had already charged forward, impatiently throwing a punch. Sigh. With a long sigh, Kakashi was forced to act. Bending down, he struck the attacker's arm with a single palm, redirecting the fist that was about to crash into Obito's face. Not bad, you've got some skill. What are you two waiting for? Move. Surprised that his attack had been countered, Uchiha Yaowan signaled his minions to join the fray. Having full faith in Kakashi's abilities, Phoneby also charged in with fists raised, thinking that as long as there was a powerhouse carrying the team, he could at least rack up some combat credit. Inspired by the two, Arito's fighting spirit ignited as well. He engaged the last opponent, biting and clawing in a desperate struggle. Though at a size disadvantage, Phoneby fought, without any honor, targeting only the lower body. In no time, he seized the perfect moment and gripped the Uchiha's weakest point. As pressure increased, the once boastful Uchiha began begging for mercy, his face turning pale as cold sweat poured down his body. What the hell, this guy's moves are filthy. Stunned by Phonebai's tactics, Arito let his guard slip and took another punch. That guy. Kakashi, who had remained effortlessly composed throughout, wore a dark expression. Dodging Uchiha Yaowan's attack, he countered with a punch straight to the abdomen. Great opportunity. Having dealt with his own opponent, Phoneby spotted Uchiha Yaowan clutching his stomach. He launched a flying kick, striking precisely at the man's weak point and forcing Yaowan's bent posture even lower. I surrender, I surrender. The Uchiha, who had been yanking Arito's hair, released his grip and called for mercy. Wait, had he just heard the sound of something breaking? Hey, you three, stop right now. Before Phoneby and the others could celebrate their victory, several ninja wearing headbands and flak jackets appeared around them. This is troublesome. Seeing the shuriken and fan emblems embroidered on their sleeves, Kakashi's heart sank. They were police force members. He hadn't expected their scuffle to attract the attention of the police force. Hey, are you alright, Yaowan? The police force ninja examining Uchiha Yaowan's injuries quickly grew grim. Yaowan, Yasi, are you two okay? Another police force ninja checked on the other two. Wah, Uncle Yaume. Uchiha Arito conspired with outsiders to bully us. Seeing the police force arrive, the only one still standing, Uchiha Yasi, burst into tears and threw himself into the man's arms, reversing the roles and dumping all the blame onto Arito. You bastard. Arito, his face swollen like a pig's head, was infuriated upon hearing this. He was about to charge forward and confront the boy when a third police force ninja pinned him down. Yao Wan and Yao Wang are badly injured. I'll take them to the hospital first, Captain Yao Mei. Watching the two lying on the ground, unable to get up, the first arriving police force ninja hoisted them onto his shoulders and, after obtaining Yao Mei's permission, left the scene. You go home first, Yao Si. Someone will come to ask you about the situation later. Uchiha Yao Mei looked at Yao Si, who was still crying, and instructed him with a serious expression. Ya Uncle Yao Mei, you must not let that guy Obito off easily. Uchiha Yao Si didn't forget to diss Obito before leaving. As Uchiha Yao Si and the injured left, the atmosphere became extremely serious. Obito. Uchiha Yao Mei looked at Obito with a look of disappointment, saying, You usually fool around, but now you've even colluded with outsiders to harm your own clansmen. In the past we tolerated you for your aunt Sake, but what you did today is simply too much. Uchiha Yao Mei slowly walked up to Obito and raised his arm to strike. Hey, stop. Unable to bear seeing Obito about to get slapped again, Phoneby immediately called out to stop him. But Uchiha Yao Mei would not pay attention to a child. He continued with his action. I told you to stop. Seeing that his voice had not caught the other's attention, Phoneby picked up a pebble and threw it at him. Slap, slap. Two crisp sounds rang out almost simultaneously. One was the sound of the slap hitting Obito's face. The other was the sound of Uchiha Yao Mei catching the stone with his other hand. Outsider. Not coming after you, did it give you some kind of illusion? I discipline Obito because he is my clansman, but you. He looked Phoneby and Kakashi up and down with a sharp gaze. You two are suspected of intentional injury. You'll have to come with us to the police force. What bullshit police force? Arresting people without investigating the truth. It's clearly Obito who was bullied by those three, yet you only believe that fool's one-sided story. Phoneby was not intimidated. He puffed out his chest and raised his head to meet the other's gaze. What noble Uchiha clan. You're just a bunch of psychopaths who don't distinguish right from wrong. You bastard. Hearing his clan insulted, Uchiha Yao Mei could no longer restrain himself and charged straight at Phoneby. His right hand, loosely formed into a claw, did not manage to grip Phoneby's thin neck. Instead, it was Uchiha Yao Mei's own arm that was seized. Captain. The remaining two police force members, before they could act, felt a sharp object pressed against their lower backs. Since when does the Anbu have time to meddle in children's games? Uchiha Yaomei looked at the Anbu before him, his expression darkening. Phew, I knew it. Fongbai, startled by Yaomei's sudden attack, also let out a long breath. He had been so arrogant because he was betting that someone was backing him up. The old man really had someone tailing him. Your police force is also interfering in these children's games. I saw you hit him pretty hard with that slap. The Anbu, holding Uchiha Yaomei's arm. No, it was Root. Spoke in a flat tone, but his grip did not loosen. 3 Anbu, who were they here for? The white-haired one or the black-haired one? Wait, that white-haired kid. Could it be? The White Fang of Konoha is truly overbearing to persuade the Hokage to dispatch 3 Anbu to protect his son. As a member of the police force, Uchiha Yaomei quickly deduced Kakashi's identity and immediately connected the Anbu to him. Oh, how unfortunate. I don't recall dispatching Anbu to protect Hatake Kakashi. A low voice rang out, and a figure that every Uchiha present did not wish to see slowly emerged from behind a tree. Danzo. Sama. Uchiha Yaomei's face contorted as he uttered the newcomer's name through gritted teeth. Holy shit, the old man came personally. I thought my actions would at most draw out a few root ninja, but I never expected that my so-called father would also show up on the scene. Oh no, I've gone too far. Will the old man get angry and advance the night of the clan's extermination? Danzo. Oh, I remember. I often hear them talking about him in the clan compound. They say he's the most evil guy in the entire Konoha village. Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, Obito jogged over to Fongbai and Kakashi and muttered quietly. I heard this old geezer's farts stink, he doesn't flush the toilet, and he likes to peep at women's bathhouses. Seeing that Fongbai and Kakashi weren't responding, Obito became even more enthusiastic. Are you Uchiha all children? By the way, how old do you think Danzo is in your eyes? Fongbai couldn't help but complain inwardly. Ahem. Kakashi coughed twice. Hey Kakashi, don't hide it. I know you laughed. Honestly. Glancing at Kakashi, who had turned away, Fongbai sighed. Uchiha Yaomei, is this how your police force handles cases? Arresting innocent villagers without evidence. Ignoring Yaomei's ugly expression, Danzo slowly approached him, his sinister gaze seemingly piercing through Yaomei. The police force has its own methods of enforcement. Even if you are the Hokage's assistant, you have no right. Uchiha Yaomei tried to struggle. Then we also have our own methods of handling things, don't you think, Fugaku? Danzo stopped and looked into the distance. Fugaku, who had appeared unnoticed, stepped out after being called out by Danzo. He first shot a glare at Uchiha Yaomei, then slightly bowed to Danzo in front of everyone. I didn't expect the conflicts among the younger generation to affect you. It is my negligence. No matter how Fugaku and others might criticize Danzo within the clan, as long as the third Hokage had not ordered otherwise, Danzo's status would always be above the Uchiha. Unlike Yaomei, Uchiha Fugaku knew that Danzo had a root organization under his command that was completely loyal to him. Making an enemy of such a powerful hawk clearly was not a wise choice. It's nothing. Didn't you also come to the scene? Danzo slightly closed his single eye, and his intimidating aura instantly dissipated, making him look like a harmless old cadre. You jest. I also came to check because Yaomei's squad hadn't returned. Fugaku maintained his respectful posture, making excuses for himself and his subordinates. Yaomei is still too young. Some matters were not handled properly. Please forgive him. Fugaku's actions made Yaomei and the others close their eyes in shame. Their own clan leader groveling so humbly before Danzo. How could the proud Uchiha clan accept this? Good heavens, this old codger actually made Lord Fuyue lower his head. Obito, standing nearby, was equally taken aback by Fuyue's gesture, and his voice nearly escaped control. Idiot, keep your voice down. Kakashi punched Obito on the head, signaling him to be quiet. Hey you. Obito covered his head and glared at Kakashi angrily. That's right, Obito, keep your voice down. Fongbai also threw a punch, hitting the spot Obito hadn't covered. Hey you two. Obito turned to Fongbai, puffing with anger. What's with all the heys and yous? His name is Kakashi, and I'm Fongbai. Remember, we are your saviors. From now on, you'll have to repay us like a beast of burden. Fongbai turned away, ignoring Obito's expression. Damn you too. Treated like this, the gratitude Obito had felt for being saved vanished completely. Now all he wanted was to show them what it meant to be an Uchiha. I'm not afraid unless you put on a tiger skin mask. Sneaking a glance at Obito's indignant face, Fongbai nearly burst out laughing. On the other side, the confrontation between Fuyue and Danzo continued. But it was merely Fuyue's unilateral submission. Fuyue knew very well how his own clan members usually treated Obito. However, the Uchiha were like that. The Uchiha clan members could act as they pleased, but the clan leader had many more considerations. Fuyue, who focused all his energy on balancing relations with the village, had no spare time to deal with the bullying among the clan's children. Since clan leader Fuyue understands the situation, I won't overstep. It's just children's play, there's no need for us parents to interfere. Danzo, who had only intended to teach the Uchiha a lesson, accepted Fuyue's face-saving gesture. His agreeable demeanor even made Fuyue wonder if the man before him was really the old codger Danzo. Oh, so this old codger is a parent. I wonder which poor soul is his child. Obito, who had grown up hearing stories about Danzo, opened his mouth wide, completely forgetting that he had just been beaten by the two. He nudged Phone by with his elbow in a gloating manner, entirely missing the other's expression. Do you think you're funny? Phone by drooped his face and looked at Obito. Even with his limited intellect, Obito sensed something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. As a parent, what Obito had noticed, Fuyue had naturally noticed as well. At the scene, there were only 3 children. Excluding the distinctively looking Kakashi, the only one left. So that was it. Danzo was Obito's biological father. Strike that. The black-haired, very cute child. Fuyue was startled by his own discovery into a cold sweat. That Danzo, who had foul-smelling excrement, loud farts, and did nothing proper all day, actually had a child. How shocking was this news to Fuyue? Well, if someone told him that Danzo and the 3rd Hokage were together, it wouldn't be as shocking as the fact that Danzo had a child. Damn, no wonder such a trivial matter alarmed this old codger. He had originally thought that Danzo and Shimura had set a trap for him, and he had been so submissive for fear of falling into it. Not good that Yaume guy had just intended to lay a hand on Danzo's child. The Uchiha clan's relationship with the higher-ups was already strained. Now this would give them a reason to punish the Uchiha. When did this Obito fellow manage to get in with these two? What is your son's name? Fuyue forced a smile. Phone by Shimura. Phone by. Danzo stated the name, emphasizing the Shimura part. Obito, as if having discovered something astonishing, said to Phone by beside him, Hey, did you hear that? That old codger's son has the same name as you. What's that? Well, Obito finally realized what was wrong. You? He. Obito looked at Phone by's delicate face in bewilderment, then at Danzo's old face, utterly unable to connect the two as father and son. What a fool indeed. Kakashi had had enough of the clown beside him. He now regretted greeting Phone by. No, he should never have made his acquaintance. I think you'd better shut up, Obito. With a pitying look at Obito, Phone by shook his head helplessly. This guy really didn't take the hearing of Jonin seriously. The words he had just used to curse Danzo were probably already noted down by the root. It seemed that our second sage of 6 paths might fail halfway through his endeavor. A truly fine name. Turning to Phone by with an apologetic smile, Fuyue performed the social niceties to perfection. I'm very sorry for the trouble. I'll discipline Yaoan and the others properly when I return. Phone by nodded in response. Then please make yourself at home, Captain Fuyue. Danzo waved his hand, indicating that Fuyue need not linger, and walked over to Phone by. He first glanced at the trembling Obito, then looked at Kakashi, who had turned away silently, and finally settled his gaze on Phone by. Come home early. With that, Danzo left with his root ninjas. Cough clan leader. Seeing Danzo leave, Obito let out a long breath, and then looked at the nearby Fuyue with a fearful expression. Seeing Obito look at him, Fuyue nodded, glanced at Phone by and Kakashi, and said nothing more. He merely told Obito that he would send someone to inquire about the details when they returned to the clan grounds. Then he forcibly took Yaume and the others away. Captain, are we just leaving like this? Uchiha Yaume glared unwillingly at Phone by and the others, gritting his teeth, wanting to resist. Enough. Let's investigate this matter thoroughly first. I know Obito. Although his brain isn't very sharp, he's not one to start trouble. Fuyue cut off Yaume's words coldly. But Uchiha Yaume wanted to retort. But what? Why didn't you say all that you wanted to say in front of Danzo? Seeing that his clan member was still obstinate, Fuyue's tone carried a hint of anger. Seeing Fuyue's anger, Uchiha Yaume finally shut his mouth, but his eyes were still full of resentment. Don't interfere in this matter anymore. I'll have someone else investigate. Knowing that nothing good would come of leaving it to the other, Fuyue simply took the matter into his own hands. Ahahaha, might Seize's business is getting better and better. On the street, Yuanfei Risen appeared, as usual, chatting with young female shopkeepers. This is all thanks to Lord Third. With a powerful Hokage like you, other villages dare not easily covet us. The female shopkeepers were also generous with their praise, showering the third Hokage with flattery. Ha ha, this is all to protect everyone, he said. Surrounded by women who flattered him to the point of almost floating away, the third Hokage struggled to maintain his composure and said modestly. Just as he was about to further engage in friendly conversation, a familiar chakra that appeared in his perception range made him abandon that idea. I suddenly remembered I have some things to take care of, so I won't chat with you anymore. Smiling warmly as he bid farewell, Yuanfei Risen walked to a street corner under reluctant gazes where an Anbu member was respectfully waiting. What happened? Yuanfei Risen's expression turned serious. Inwardly, he was somewhat displeased with this subordinate who didn't know the occasion, but he concealed it well. Yes, Lord Third. Just now Lord Tuanzang and his Anbu had a conflict with the police force. The Anbu lowered his head and reported everything he had seen and heard. After reporting seeing that Risen's expression remained unchanged, the Anbu curiously asked, "This matter has ended with the police force backing down. Should we take some measures?" Did he not seize the opportunity? He didn't make a fuss? Pondering inwardly, Risen asked, "Are you sure Tuanzang didn't take any action?" Yes, although the number of people monitoring the Uchiha has increased, Lord Tuanzang has not taken any extreme measures against them. The Anbu had not noticed any other actions from Tuanzang. Then what about Fuyue? Subconsciously reaching for his pipe, Rizen's eyes were deep. He was very curious about what attitude Uchiha Fuyue held towards this matter. Or rather whether Fuyue had realized the estrangement between the Uchiha and Konoha caused by various factors. Shifting the perspective to Fuyue. After sending away Yao Mei and others, Fuyue hurried to Konoha Hospital to check the injuries of Yao Wan and others, and his clan leader ordered them to tell the truth. Looking at Fuyue's large face with a double chin, Yao Wan and others, despite their parents' prestige in the clan and the pain in their vulnerable spots, admitted in front of many clan members that they had first led people to attack Daitu. Uncle Haida, there's nothing more to say about this. Leaving the ward, Fuyue was stopped by Uchiha Haida. Looking at this clan member, who was one generation older than him, Fuyue felt somewhat helpless. This guy was an elder of Uchiha Shana's generation. During the second Hokage's era, he had followed him in rebellion, but due to lack of evidence, he was later released back to the clan grounds. He was a notorious hawk. He was also the grandfather of Uchiha Yaowan. Fuyue, when we recommended you as clan leader, we saw your talent and ambition. But now you only grovel and fawn before Konoha. Now that Yao Wan and the others have been beaten like this, instead of demanding compensation from them, you want to apologize to them. What are you thinking? Uchiha Haida glared angrily at Fuyue. If not for Uchiha Beidi's restraint, he would have intervened in the ward. This fool. Internally cursing the man's stupidity, Fuyue, unwilling to break ties, completely patiently explained, but this matter was indeed started by Yao Wan's group. Recklessly demanding compensation from Tuanzang would likely cause unnecessary conflict. A cripple from the Jitsuan clan. In the Warring States period, such a small clan was only fit to be a vassal of the Uchiha. Uchiha Haida waved his arm, completely disregarding Tuanzang. You also know it's the Warring States period. Fuyue cursed inwardly. If the other party were just a cripple of the Jitsuan clan, it would be easy to deal with. Although he rarely showed his strength in public, Tuanzang's power was definitely not much less than that of the Hokage Yuanfei Risen. Moreover, he had the backing of the entire Konoha High Command. Recklessly antagonizing Tuanzang would only further escalate the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. Then I'll trouble you to negotiate with Tuanzang. Seeing that Uchiha Haida was not going to let it go, Fuyue directly handed the task of talking to Tuanzang to him. See, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You know Tuanzang's address anyway. How about you go negotiate with that so-called cripple yourself? Hearing that Fuyue was going to let him talk to Tuanzang, Haida, who had been impassioned, instantly lost his confidence. Having spent some time in the second Hokage's happy little dark room, Haida knew well the terrifying methods of the Anbu. Among those who went in back, then probably only Shana was still alive. Recalling the past, Haida shuddered and changed the subject. Let's discuss that later. Even if we don't hold outsiders responsible, we must punish that boy Daitu. As an Uchiha, to collude with outsiders to harm his own clan, that is absolutely unacceptable. Originally, Haida had intended to shift the target to Kakashi, but recalling the reputation of the White Fang of Konoha, he chickened out again. Neither Jitsuan Tuanzang nor Chimu Shuamao was someone he could afford to offend. Helpless, he could only vent his anger on Daitu, who had no one to rely on except his grandmother. What a despicable fellow. Fuyue gained a new understanding of Haida's shamelessness and began to consider whether to give this old man so much face. How are Yao Wan's injuries? After thinking for a moment, Fuyue didn't answer Haida's question directly, but turned to Uchiha Beidi and asked about Yao Wan's condition. The crushed parts have been healed with medical ninjutsu. The doctor said it won't have any lasting effects. Uchiha Beidi, hearing Fuyue's question, instantly understood his intention and cooperated. Uncle Haida, you heard it too. Yao Wan's injuries are not serious. Why must you insist on targeting Daitu? Besides, Daitu's parents sacrificed themselves for the Uchiha clan. I hope you don't forget that. After hearing Beidi's answer, Fuyue, weighing the pros and cons, decided to protect Daitu. The fact that the Jitsuan clan's child was willing to stand up for Daitu showed that the two had an unusual relationship. Why should he offend Konoha's power holders for a hawk who was already half dead? Moreover, wasn't this exactly the opportunity he had dreamed of, to establish direct contact with the high command? It hurts, it hurts. Be gentler, Phone Bai, said Daitu, sitting on the ground and wincing as Phone Bai's small hand roamed over his face. TCH, stop being so dramatic. You're the one who keeps shouting about becoming Hokage, yet you can't even bear a little pain, Phone Bai said with a look of disdain, increasing the pressure of her hand. That should be about right. Seeing that the ointment had been evenly applied to all the wounds on Daitu's face, without missing any spot, Phone Bai walked over to the nearby river and washed her hands in the flowing water. It had to be said, Kakashi was truly a thoughtful person. He even carried trauma ointment with him. Does the Hokage need someone else to apply medicine for him? A medical ninja would have already healed him with that green palm technique in a flash. Daitu pouted, adjusting his crooked goggles. Yes, the future Hokage-sama, where is your medical ninja now? Walking up to Daitu, Phone Bai pressed her wet hands against his clothes, rubbing vigorously to leave all the moisture on him. Medical ninja. Daitu's cheeks flushed slightly, apparently lost in thought, completely oblivious to the fact that Phonbai was using him as a towel. Seeing this lovesick expression, Phonbai's mind also conjured the image of the girl who was Daitu's first love. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to training, Kakashi said lazily, hands behind his head, unwilling to watch the two clowns any longer. You're so sly, Kakashi. You're leaving me to take care of this dimwit. This is our joint effort, you know. Seeing Kakashi about to slip away, Phonbai lunged forward and grabbed his arm, refusing to let him leave. Hey, what do you mean by joint effort? Kakashi's fish-like eyes widened as he struggled to free himself from Phonbai's grip. Daitu was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Damn it, Phonbai, what do you mean by dimwit? I'll fight you. With that, Daitu pounced like a hungry dog, joining the fray. The three of them tangled together, and someone's footing slipped, causing all of them to tumble into the nearby grass, rolling away. So Fuyu hasn't taken any measures, either, not even planning to convene a clan meeting. Finally reaching his pipe, Yuanfei Risen quickly lit it and put it in his mouth, taking a deep drag and exhaling thick smoke before showing a satisfied expression. Chatting with women and smoking were Yuanfei Risen's two greatest pleasures. That was why he could be seen on the streets of Konoha every day. After all, most of the paperwork was handled by the advisory council, while military and intelligence matters were left to Danzo. As Hokage, he only needed to steer the general direction, ensuring the small boat of Konoha sailed steadily through the shinobi world. Yes, third Hokage-sama. In that case, we adults shouldn't interfere in the children's quarrels. Konoha is vast, and minor squabbles among the young are endless. If every fight required the police force to intervene, the Uchiha clan would be overwhelmed. Exhaling the last puff of smoke, Yuanfei Risen smiled warmly and patted the shoulder of the Anbu before him, indicating his stance. The problem with the Uchiha clan was obvious to any discerning eye, but Yuanfei Risen had no good solution. All he could do was ensure that this ticking time bomb capable of destroying Konoha did not explode prematurely until the next generation, or the one after, produced an inheritor of the will of fire who could resolve the issue without resorting to force. Let the Uchiha suffer and let Danzo bear the infamy. That was Yuanfei Risen's universal solution to the Uchiha clan. After confirming that the Uchiha were unlikely to take drastic action for now, Yuanfei Risen once again strolled through Konoha's streets with a smile, striking up conversations with young and pretty women. Meanwhile, Danzo led his men back to the root base, where he met Orochimaru. Danzo-sama, Orochimaru greeted in his characteristic sinister tone. Expecting Orochimaru's visit, Danzo instructed his subordinates, "Leave us." Orochimaru, what brings you here at this hour? After ensuring they were alone, Danzo feigned ignorance and asked the snake before him. I just wanted to inform Danzo-sama that there has been some progress in the experiments on Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru licked his lips. This dark, treacherous snake. Danzo raised an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. Orochimaru was trying to use the wood release as a pretext to capture his attention and take control of the situation. Unfortunately, if this had been the past, he would likely have agreed by now. But, is that so, Orochimaru? If I recall correctly, your teacher Yuanfei Risen has explicitly ordered that all experiments on the wood release be completely banned. By doing this, you are showing no regard for the Hokage. Danzo said coldly. That old fox. Orochimaru's face turned ugly in an instant. If it hadn't been for this old man actively seeking his collaboration, he would have long sought immortality through other means instead of wasting so much time on Hashirama's cells. Now, not only had his research funding been inexplicably cut off, but the old man was also ready to deny everything and sever ties with him. Stunned by Danzo's shamelessness, Orochimaru didn't know what to say, and the two stood there in awkward silence. I can pretend I never heard of today's matter. You may leave. Having made up his mind to completely sever ties with Orochimaru, Danzo turned and walked deeper into the root base. Danzo-sama. Unable to bear losing Danzo's funding, Orochimaru still couldn't help calling out. Ah yes. I will inform the third Hokage that your talents are wasted en route. It's better for you to return to his service. Without stopping at Orochimaru's call, Danzo's next words effectively expelled Orochimaru from root. Is that so? I understand. Orochimaru had his pride. Since Danzo was determined to sever ties, he wouldn't grovel at his feet. Seeing Danzo's resolve, Orochimaru dropped all pretense, his gaze fixed on Danzo's, retreating back like a venomous snake. I hope you won't regret your decision today, Danzo-sama. After dismissing Orochimaru, Danzo began attending to official business. He summoned a subordinate and asked whether the Uchiha had shown any unusual movements. On this point, he and Hiruzen had arrived at the same conclusion. After confirming that Uchiha Fugaku was genuinely investigating the matter, Danzo's impression of him underwent a subtle shift. So this was a typical appeasement-minded Uchiha. It seemed appropriate to adopt a firmer approach. Danzo stroked his chin, secretly musing. I swear if I hang out with you again, I'm a bastard. Lying flat on the ground, Obito closed his eyes, surrendering to his fate, with an air of resigned mockery, not even wanting to move. Haha, oh Obito, why you're too. Fubai, standing nearby, was faring better. He was simply bent over gasping for breath with his hands supporting his knees. Only Kakashi appeared utterly unfazed, showing no sign that he had just climbed halfway up the mountainside on one arm and then descended. Is this really a 4-year-old? Glancing at his own uncontrollably trembling arm, and then at Kakashi, who acted as though nothing had happened, Fubai could only attribute this absurdity to the all-powerful chakra. So why did we agree to go play and end up training instead? Obito struggled to roll over uncomfortable, then rolled back, still grumbling. Didn't you say we were having a race? Well, isn't mountain climbing also a race? Kakashi struck a smug pose, hands in his pockets, and walked over to stand before Obito. In this one-armed mountain climbing competition among the three, Fubai had finished last, giving up as soon as his arms began to ache. Only Obito possessed an unyielding spirit, gritting his teeth as he climbed upward. In the end, he nearly fell from exhaustion, and it was Fubai who used his own body to block his fall, preventing Obito from dying young. Besides, if you don't work hard now, you might not even pass the Ninja Academy entrance exam, Obito. As if struck by a thought, Kakashi suddenly bent down, looking at Obito with visible disdain. You. Though he desperately wanted to punch Kakashi right in front of him, Obito was too exhausted to even turn over, let alone fight back. All he could do was glare at him with murderous eyes. By the way, Fubai didn't make it to the top either, and he bailed halfway. Why aren't you mocking him? Unable to bear the teasing any longer, Obito suddenly remembered Fubai nearby and struggled to raise his finger, pointing at him. Kakashi paused upon hearing this, and Fubai froze as well. The two exchanged an awkward glance. After a moment, Kakashi cleared his throat, deliberately averted his eyes, and asked Obito a fatal question. What do you think? Would he fail to enter the Ninja Academy? Obito fell silent. Fubai fell even more silent. Indeed, no matter how weak one might be, surely one could still get into the Ninja Academy. When it came to being evaluated, all one had to do was say, "My father is Shimura Danzo," and admission was guaranteed. Obito finally grasped the crux of the matter and glared resentfully at the two. You two wicked second-generation ninja. After resting a while longer, Obito finally found the strength to stand, though he still could not walk normally. As dusk deepened, the two had no choice but to support Obito back to the streets of Konoha. Did you have fun, Kakashi? Sako, waiting at the designated meeting spot, paused briefly upon seeing Obito, then stepped forward to support him and greeted Kakashi. Well, it was fine if not for these two burdens. Kakashi released his grip and handed Obito over to Sako. Uncle Sako. Fubai, ever polite, greeted Sako. Sako nodded in return, then crouched to examine Obito's injuries. The swelling on his face has gone down. The rest is merely muscle strain from overtraining. He should recover after a night's rest. Seeing that Obito was not seriously hurt, Saku rose to his feet, preparing to escort him to the Uchiha district. Father. Upon hearing that Saku intended to personally accompany Obito to the Uchiha district, Kakashi frowned, about to recount the day's events. But Saku gently patted Kakashi's head, smiling warmly as he nodded. I know, Kakashi. The third Hokage has already told me about today. It was merely children playing around. Realizing Saku was already aware of the circumstances, Kakashi said nothing more. The group chatted cheerfully as they arrived at the outskirts of the Uchiha district with Obito. At this time, Konoha had not yet endured the Ninetales attack, so the Uchiha district was not far from the village center, only slightly more secluded than other ninja clans. There were no neighboring residences save for the police force headquarters and the prison standing beside the district. Lord Saku. The two police officers on duty at the gate straightened their posture upon spotting Saku. I'm here to see this boy home, Saku said, gesturing toward Obito. Leave him to me. Not intending to let Saku enter the district, one of the officers stepped forward and took Obito from Saku's arms. Saku did not insist, and smoothly released his grip, watching as Obito was led into the district. Shall we play together again tomorrow? Obito suddenly twisted his head, struggling to raise his arm, and tentatively bid them farewell. Kakashi turned his head away, refusing to look at Obito, while only Fubai raised his hand with a smile. All right, see you at the usual spot. Yeah. Upon receiving a response, Obito's excitement became visibly apparent, while the surrounding police officers' expressions darkened. Next, as the only adult present, openly at least, Saku felt it necessary to see the lonely Fubai home. Despite Konoha's excellent security, despite having already seen off one Obito, despite the fact that Konoha's #1 human trafficker was Danzo himself, and despite roughly 2 squads of root ninja nearby, Saku met with Kakashi's disdainful gaze, took Fubai's hand, and prepared to escort him home. Uncle Saku, you seem quite free lately. Don't you have Anbu missions anymore? Seeing that Saku actually had time to walk him home, Fubai asked curiously. Free. Saku's steps faltered, clearly caught off guard by Fubai's words. Well, Fubai, actually I'm no longer an Anbu member. Giving Fubai a complicated look, Saku sighed, and explained, the third Hokage has already removed me from the Anbu roster. I'm now merely an ordinary jonin of Konoha. Yes, an ordinary father as well. Glancing at Kokobi beside him, Saku added, an ordinary jonin. If the White Fang of Konoha, whose fame overshadowed the legendary Sannin, was an ordinary jonin, then wouldn't old man Danzo be an ordinary elder of Konoha, and the third Hokage, an ordinary village head. I never took you for someone so full of yourself, Uncle Saku, Fubai couldn't resist remarking. If the white fang of Konoha, whose fame surpassed that of the legendary Sannin, were merely an ordinary jonin, then wouldn't old man Danzo be an ordinary elder of the village, and the third Hokage, an ordinary village head? I never expected you, Uncle Saku, with your broad forehead and righteous appearance, to speak in such a boastful manner, Fubai couldn't help but retort. Versailles, what does that mean? Shuo Mao had never heard of such a term and inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's a way to describe someone who speaks with excessive humility. It's a dialect from our hidden mist village. Fengbai quickly scrambled to cover up. Shuo Mao nodded, tucking the matter away in his mind, thinking it might come in handy when he next visited the hidden mist village. Under Fengbai's guidance, Shuo Mao and the others arrived at Fengbai's home. This place. Looking at the Hokage building not far away, Shuo Mao carefully identified the area he was in. This was the central district of Konoha village, where only the oldest families who had followed the first Hokage to establish the village could afford to settle. As Konoha village gradually developed, the value of this land became exorbitant. We meet again, Shuo Mao. At the main gate, Danzo wore his signature attire. With his body still relatively robust, he did not lean on a cane, a faint smile adorning his face. TCH, this old geezer is smiling again. Fengbai felt a chill. Watching the old man exchange pleasantries with Shuo Mao, not only Fengbai, but even Shuo Mao felt that Danzo's aura had changed from before. After all, Danzo never used to exchange pleasantries with anyone other than Hiruzen. Having finished the meal, which tasted no different from yesterday's, Fengbai wiped his mouth and stood up to wash the dishes. Today's dishes were still as salty as ever. Somewhat accustomed to having a black pot jinchuriki in front of him, Fengbai finally had the leisure to savor the taste in his mouth. The rating he gave yesterday was still a bit too high. At this level, he couldn't even match a fraction of his past life. Today's matter, though not your fault, was somewhat too childish an approach. Stopping Fengbai from taking the plates, Danzo gestured for him to sit back down. With Danzo's level of surveillance over the Uchiha clan, the first to know about Uchiha Yoan's medical record was the doctor, the second were the root ninjas, and the third were the patient and his family. As for the fourth, naturally, it was Fugaku, who had 2 balls hanging from his chin. Shattered. It must be said that Konoha's training of medical ninjas was a great help, allowing even that shattered thing to be restored. Was there something wrong with Ryoma's training? Unable to figure out why his son's methods were so dirty, Danzo began to question Ryoma's education. Yes, I understand. Hearing Danzo speak, Fengbai could only nod repeatedly, like a yes man. Such tactics should be used only when there are no witnesses around, or when the other party doesn't recognize you understand. Danzo was very satisfied with Fengbai's attitude. Is that the point? In other words, if there were no witnesses around, I could freely exploit their weaknesses. If it weren't for the fact that he knew nothing, how could he have used such reputation-damaging methods? Sure enough, the old geezer was still the same old geezer he knew. It seems the training volume is insufficient. Starting tomorrow, your training will be doubled. Just as Fengbai was pondering how to fool Danzo, the latter's words struck him like a thunderbolt. Doubled training volume meant double the time spent being beaten, double the hand sign practice. What the hell was that? Fengbai was about to voice his dissatisfaction when he met Danzo's single eye. What? Danzo said flatly. Thank you, father. I will continue to work hard. Fengbai forcibly changed his words, speaking insincerely. Is that so? Good. You haven't disappointed my expectations. Danzo was thoroughly satisfied. Truly, his son had the makings of a Hokage. You can continue associating with that Uchiha friend of yours, but don't reveal anything about me to him, understand? Danzo didn't forget to instruct Fengbai regarding Obito. Despite his various prejudices against the Uchiha, Danzo, who had studied the clan, deeply knew that the Uchiha were a deeply emotional clan. Once they acknowledged someone as a friend, they would give everything for them. Just like Uchiha Kagami back then. Recalling Kagami, who died young, Danzo sighed inwardly. The strongest of the Uchiha clan back then had only lived to 25. What a pity. That Sharingan never ended up serving me. I understand, father. Fengbai continued, nodding. Father, that title seemed a bit too formal. Hearing Fengbai's address and recalling how Kakashi addressed Shuo Mao, Danzo remained expressionless and said, don't be so formal at home. Call me Dad from now on. Okay, Dad. Fengbai responded respectfully, taking his sycophancy to the extreme. It seemed Danzo, the old geezer, had a favorable impression of him. Though the training was harsh, his intentions were ultimately good. If he could just keep lying low, avoid the Ninetales incident, and the Pain's assault, wait for the old geezer to be taken down by Sasuke, then inherit root support Naruto's rise, and enjoy a peaceful retirement in the Boruto era. Fengbai daydreamed blissfully, never once considering how lackadaisical his thoughts were. Alright, go back and review the materials I've gathered for you. You don't need to worry about washing dishes. Completely unaware of the rebellious thoughts in his son's mind, Danzo waved his hand, dismissing Fengbai to his room. Back in his room, Fengbai immediately saw the fully stacked desk. What the hell is all this? Introduction to Chakra, Advanced Chakra Mastery of Chakra, Consummation of Chakra. Looking at the various scrolls stamped with the Shimura clan crest foam, Bai felt his head spinning. Damn it, before his transmigration, he was just a community college student. How could he possibly handle such complex knowledge? Apart from these chakra primers, the next items were even more heavyweight. Introduction to Sealing Jutsu, Mastery of Sealing Jutsu, to the grave. The grave? Oh, the 4-symbol seal, that's fine. Seeing the powerful sealing technique capable of destruction at the bridge-level foam, Bai quickly tossed it away. This the wind release techniques passed down through the Shimura clan. Oh, the sexy sun guy is in there too. And this holy crap, a good find. Second Hokage's Water Release Jutsu Collection. The following items were even more interesting: wind release and water release techniques. Ice Release was a combination of wind and water chakra natures, and Danzo knew this well, which is why he specifically sought out Tobirama's techniques. To become a master of water release, an abundant chakra reserve was essential. Otherwise, while others could create a huge lake with a single water shockwave, those with little chakra could only produce a puddle. Though Bai lacked the Senju bloodline, with his Ice Release bloodline limit, his chakra reserves might not reach the ton level, but surpassing Kakashi was more than enough. Over there, Bai burned the midnight oil in relentless cultivation, while here Dai, too, knelt uneasily at home, casting sidelong glances at Fuyu not far away. Escorted home, Dai, too, had barely crossed the threshold when he saw Fuyu chatting cheerfully with his grandmother, while several clan members busied themselves tidying up. After ensuring the clan members had arranged all the daily necessities, Fuyu, Dai, too, and the others gathered for dinner, which led to the scene at the beginning. Lord Fuyu, I heard that Dai, too. Dai 2's grandmother began worriedly after dinner, but Fuyu cut her off. Rest assured, Dai has already investigated. It was entirely Yao Wan's fault, and Dai 2 had nothing to do with it. Dai 2's parents were brave warriors who sacrificed for the Uchiha clan. How could I let the warriors bleed, and also shed tears? Fuyu said with an air of righteousness. But Dai 2's grandmother was old, and had seen much of the world. She had her own judgment about what kind of man Fuyu truly was. At least before today, Fuyu had been nothing but a conservative who muddled through. Faced with repeated provocations from Uchiha, Wation, the clan had always compromised in various ways. For such a transformation to occur today, something must have gone wrong, and the key likely lay with Dai 2. Casting a complex glance at the little Dai 2 beside her, the grandmother wondered whether this was a good or bad thing. With that thought, the grandmother sighed and patted Dai 2 on the shoulder. Hurry and thank Lord Fuyu, Dai 2. Reminded by his grandmother, Dai 2 stammered, thank you, Uncle Fuyu. Oh, I mean Lord Fuyu. It's my duty. By the way, Dai 2, when did you meet Bai? Fuyu, having just polished his own image, waved his hand with a smile, and finally got to the point. Oh, it should be today, Dai 2 replied uncertainly. He was sure he had never seen that somewhat cute-looking guy before, so why had he taken the initiative to help him? Dai 2 strained his not-so-bright mind, trying to find an answer. Oh, is that so? And what about Kakashi? Having formed a hypothesis, Fuyu continued his questioning. I met him before, and played together for a few days. Dai 2 still had some memory of Kakashi. Fuyu pondered, connecting the clues he had gathered. Tuan Song's never-before-revealed son had appeared today, seemingly on good terms with Shuang Mao and his son. And just today he had taken the initiative to help Dai 2, who was being bullied. Had Tuan Song already colluded with Shuang Mao? But why involve Dai 2? Was this a sign that Tuan Song was extending an olive branch to him? After all, how could it be a coincidence that he had beaten up the grandson of the hawkish faction? Connecting the series of clues, Fuyu arrived at a somewhat absurd conclusion. Was Tuan Song trying to win him over? Recalling Tuan Song's attitude today, Fuyu grew more confident in his speculation. After all, in the past, Tuan Song had always been aggressive when they met, but today he had spoken calmly and rationally. If not to win him over, why would he adopt such a posture? Rumors had long circulated in the village that Tuan Song was at odds with the third Hokage. It seemed this speculation was true. The Hokage's advisor was likely gathering strength to launch an assault on the third Hokage's regime. So would following Tuan Song lead to a way out? Fuyu began to struggle again. Compared to the vigorous Sarutobi Hiruzen, this Hokage advisor was not only crippled, but also far inferior in strength. After all, the other was known as the professor of the shinobi world, having fought multiple times against the only wielder of the dust release in the ninja world, Inoki of the two scales, without losing ground. In comparison, Tuan Song was rather shabby. It would be better not to show his stance, yet maintaining an ambiguous relationship between the two sides while using this opportunity to suppress the hawkish faction within the clan. Having made up his mind, Fuyu raised his head under the anxious gazes of Dai 2 and his grandmother. Is that so? Then Dai 2, you must maintain a good relationship with them. After all, having a true friend in the ninja world is a great fortune. Why, yes, I understand, Lord Fuyu. Dai 2 nodded vigorously. Although Bai seemed like a sly old dog, and Kakashi seemed like an insufferably smug bastard in Dai 2's heart, he had already recognized them as his friends without needing Fuyu's exhortation. Satisfied with the answer, Fuyu stood up, exchanged greetings with Dai 2's grandmother, and left their home. Since his goal was achieved, it was time to go home and attend to his own affairs. Fu didn't have a son. Not only would he have one, but he would have two. Thinking of Mei Qin waiting for him at home, Fu Yu felt a surge of energy. What was Tuan Song? What was Shuamao? They were nothing compared to him. The next day, early in the morning, phone by skillfully crashed into the wall was dug out by the pharmacist Yao Shi Yinai Yu, who then treated him. Beside them, Shan Zhongshan turned into a whip personified, lashing out whenever phone by tried to slack off. Since Shan Zhongshan's medical ninjutsu was not very proficient, Tuan Song, feeling that training time was wasted, thought of the walking Miko, who had long left the route, and took people to find her that very night. Initially, Yao Shi Yinai Yu was reluctant to come out of retirement to help Tuan Song. Although shocked that Tuan Song had a son, she knew his nature all too well and was well aware of his danger. But Tuan Song offered her a condition she couldn't refuse. Money. A lot of money that would be regularly supplied to the orphanage. Unable to refuse for the sake of the children's livelihood, Yao Shi Yinai Yu agreed to Tuan Song's request, becoming his subordinate once again to help train Feng Bai. Tuan Song was very pleased with this. Compared to the funds he provided for Orochimaru's research, this amount was mere drizzle. Rounding it up, he still came out ahead. Done. Having quickly treated Feng Bai's injuries, Yao Shi Yinai Yu stepped aside. Quick, Feng Bai, keep going. Seeing Feng Bai still lying on the ground, unwilling to move, Shan Zhongshan directly lashed a whip. Damn it, did I transmigrate to become a cotton picker? You're working me harder than a plantation. Whipped to his feet, Feng Bai was forced to charge at UNV Long Ma, only to be knocked back into the wall. Well, this job isn't bad. I even get to watch Tuan Song's son get beaten. Yao Shi Yinai Yu pried Feng Bai out of the wall again, and her initial resistance to this job began to fade. Your complexion doesn't look good, Feng Bai. At the meeting point, Obito looked at Feng Bai with curiosity. You wouldn't look good either if you got whipped every day. Feng Bai muttered inwardly, but his words were quite different. Your complexion isn't great either, swollen like a pig's head. Impossible. I just looked in the mirror this morning, it should have gone down. Obito, scared into touching his own face, was greatly alarmed and began looking for a mirror. Alright, stop it. Do you know how long Kakashi and I have been waiting for you, you jerk? Feng Bai lightly punched Obito on the head, gaining his first understanding of Obito's lateness ability. Well, how to put it? On the path of life, there are always times of confusion. Obito tried to explain while holding his head. Just simply overslept, didn't you? Kakashi voiced his guess. That's not true at all, damn Kakashi. He vehemently denied Kakashi's guess. If he could beat him, Obito would have already punched that cocky guy. Not far away, a girl with 2 streaks of paint on her cheeks watched their interaction with a smile. Oh, it's all your fault, I forgot to introduce them. Lin, they are my friends Feng Bai and Kakashi. Hearing the girl's laughter, Obito remembered the main task and introduced them to Lin. Feng Bai, Kakashi, this is Lin, Noera Lin. Hello, I'm Noera Lin. Lin extended her hand generously. Hataki Kakashi. Shimura Feng Bai. Kakashi did not choose to shake her hand. Only Feng Bai, afraid of making her feel awkward, gently held her hand. So this is Obito's first love, indeed a good kid. Feng Bai sighed inwardly. He had officially stepped into the main storyline, or rather a prequel. After all, the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, was nowhere to be found. Tisk, if he could stop Obito from being hit by a falling rock in that bridge battle, wouldn't that prevent the Nine-Tails rampage? Feng Bai began to daydream again. He didn't know when that old geezer Madara had taken notice of Obito. Well, he wasn't even a genin now, so why worry about things years later? Anyway, let's go play together, let's play. Seeing Feng Bai still holding Lin's hand and not letting go, Obito grew anxious. Alright, yes, let's play. Snapping back to reality, Feng Bai quickly let go of Lin's hand. He wanted to explain, but worried it would make things worse, so he could only agree with Obito. Damn, he wouldn't be hated by Obito for this, would he? When the night of the clan massacre comes, Obito might specifically carry a blade and give him an eternal night. Glancing cautiously at Obito's expression, Feng Bai felt guilty. Heaven knows in his past life, he was a pure love advocate. He had just been distracted with absolutely no improper thoughts. Isn't this Kakashi? Going to train again. Passing by a dango shop, a slightly dark-skinned boy leaning against the door greeted Kakashi. Kakashi just nodded coldly, replying with a non-committal, You jerk. Shaking his head with a smile, the boy left the doorframe and stood straight. This guy is a new face, where did you meet him? The new face, the boy referred to as naturally Feng Bai. Come to think of it, I think I saw him yesterday walking alone on the street. A child sitting nearby with a long skewer in his mouth seemed to recall something and spoke up. Kakashi helplessly stopped, ready to introduce Feng Bai to them, but unexpectedly the boy had already run over to Feng Bai and proactively introduced himself. Hello, I'm Asuma Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma. Holy crap, old horse. No, now he should be little horse. In the future, he will gradually become brother Aaron, brother love, brother buried, brother inexplicably cuckolded by Shursui. My name is Shimura Feng Bai. This was Feng Bai's second self-introduction today. Shimura. Upon hearing Feng Bai's surname, Asuma's expression turned somewhat strange. Speaking of Shimura, one couldn't help but think of a certain Hokage advisor. Asuma knew Danzo. Sometimes Danzo would come to his father's place to discuss work matters. However, compared to Udatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura, Danzo's attitude was much colder. Yeah, it's the Shimura you're thinking of. Phoned by seeing what Asuma was thinking nodded. A member of the Shimura clan. That's quite rare. The boy with the toothpick was naturally Shiranui Genma. As a kid he chewed toothpicks, as an adult he chews Senbon. Even more amazing, he can talk, while holding something in his mouth. Truly awesome. What? A member of the Shimura clan. At the innermost table of the dango shop a girl suddenly popped her head out, holding a skewer of dango. Where's a member of the Shimura clan? Let me see. Anko, you eat so many dango every day, aren't you afraid of getting fat? Speaking of which, you've already put on some weight. Next to Shiranui Genma, Ebisu, wearing round sunglasses, pushed up his frames and teased Anko. You jerk, Ebisu, you want a beating? Anko swung her fist ready to hit Ebisu. Yuhi Kurenai, sitting next to Anko, quickly tried to stop her. Well, since we're all here, let's have some dango together. My treat. Amidst the banter, Asuma stopped dwelling on Phonebai's surname and generously patted his chest. Then a little bit. Phonebei set his feet, already stepping into the shop. Thank you so much. Obito, seeing this, also pulled Lin into the shop. Thank you very much. Lin also politely thanked Asuma. Seeing that the three had already entered, Kakashi had no choice but to reluctantly follow them and sit at the seat closest to the door. That's more like it, Kakashi. Annie, 4 more plates of dango. Asuma patted Kakashi on the shoulder and called out to the shop owner. Speaking of which, you're really cute. While waiting for the dango, Mitarashi Anko curiously came to Phonebai's side, looking at his skin, which was even fairer than hers, with a hint of envy. Maybe good genes. Phonebei didn't know how to answer, so he could only engage in awkward small talk. Is that so? Anko, upon hearing this, just kept looking Phonebei up and down, occasionally stuffing a skewer of dango into her mouth. Well, the Shimura clan is always so secretive. It's rather rare, Mitarashi Ryuko remarked between mouthfuls of dango, striking up a conversation with Phonebei. Watching the girl beside him, once known as Ryuko in her youth and later dubbed Sweet Potato during the Boruto era, Phonebei felt a pang of pity for her in his heart. Though he couldn't recall many details from the original storyline, her appearance during the Chunin exam remained vividly etched in his memory. Especially that, under the chainmail armor. No, Phonebei, you've become too decadent. At this point you should be focusing on how to survive in this ruthless world by stepping over Danzo's remains, not obsessing over that kind of thing. Shaking off those wicked thoughts, Phonebei directed his attention to the dango that the shop owner had just placed before him. A proper dango, of course. 3 colored rice dumplings skewered on a bamboo stick, drizzled with the boss's golden glossed secret sauce. That's the famous 3-color dango of Konoha. Try it quickly. Mitarashi Ryuko squeezed beside Phonebei and nudged him with her elbow, gesturing for him to eat. I think it's you who wants to eat it. Watching Ryuko on the verge of drooling, Phonebei facepalmed and handed her a skewer first. Hey, you don't know I'm already full. Wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Ryuko's eyes sparkled as she took the dango and devoured it enthusiastically, not forgetting to pat Phonebei on the shoulder. But hey, you've got good taste. From now on I've got your back in this area. Full, and already taking so fast. Watching the dango vanish from his hand in an instant, Phonebei rolled his eyes inwardly, then picked up a skewer and brought it to his lips. So sweet. Both the sauce and the rice dumplings were sweet, the 2 flavors intertwining. No wonder she became so heavy-set in the later storyline. Phonebei, who didn't particularly enjoy sweets, slowly chewed the soft, chewy dango while casting a sideways glance at Ryuko. Hey Ryuko, this was supposed to be me treating Phonebei. Asuma, sitting nearby, noticed the situation. Seeing Ryuko, who should have been full, holding another skewer, he immediately understood what was going on, knowing her well. Don't be so stingy, Asuma. You're the 3rd Hokage's own son. You should be as generous as the Hokage. Swallowing her dango in one gulp, Ryuko stuck out her tongue at Asuma and scampered back to Kurenai's side. You again with the old man. Asuma massaged his forehead in exasperation, then turned to Phonebei, who was quietly eating. Need me to get you another skewer? Setting down his bamboo skewer, Phonebei shook his head. No need, I don't really like sweets. Before he could finish, the shop owner already approached with a bowl of red bean soup. Here's some fragrant and sweet red bean soup fresh for you. Phonebei. Asuma. Oh no, does this shop only sell sweets? Phonebei looked at the red bean soup before him in utter speechlessness. In his past life, he never even added sugar to his bean soup, and now in this life, he might fall victim to sweets. After all, anyone who's watched Naruto should know that characters who love sweets tend to have unfortunate endings. If you don't like sweets, why not try the soy sauce flavor? Asuma offered understandingly. There's such a flavor. Phonebei, who had no idea this existed, opened his mouth in surprise. Don't most villagers know about that? Asuma scratched his head. Though the Shimura clan kept to themselves, surely they weren't that reclusive, not knowing even the flavors of dango. Could it be that they're actually poor? Thinking of Danzo's unchanged clothes throughout all 4 seasons, Asuma solidified his conjecture in his heart. Ryuko and Kurenai beside him also began whispering quietly. Only Kakashi, facing away from the group, removed his mask to finish his dango while they made all sorts of guesses. 5 days passed quietly. Following that chance encounter at the dango shop, and through several days of spending time together, Phone-Bai had formally integrated into this circle. He also came to understand what a culinary desert truly meant. Over these 5 days they either dined at the dango shop or at Ichiraku Ramen. Those were the only two options back and forth. What grilled meat? Sorry, budget not sufficient. For the most part it was the generous Asuma who footed the bill. Occasionally Kakashi would pay, and as for Phone-Bai, he was purely a freeloader. Of course Phone-Bai had his own grievances. Perhaps because he was a first-time father, though Danzo kept saying he should make more friends, not a single copper coin of allowance had appeared. Phone-Bai himself dared not ask for it, terrified that if he annoyed the old man, he'd be sent to Orochimaru for experiments. But if this continued, his reputation among his peers might end up just like Hibiki's. No, this absolutely cannot happen. Returning home as usual to find Danzo sitting at the dining table, Phone-Bai decided to go all out and asked the old man for allowance. Seeing Danzo before him in apparently good spirits, a faint smile on his lips, Phone-Bai narrowed his eyes, preparing to deliver his well-rehearsed lines. Sit down quickly. Seeing his son standing without taking a seat, Danzo couldn't help but speak after waiting so long. Yes, father. What nonsense lines. Listening to father is what matters most. Phone-Bai quickly took his seat. Good, smelled it as soon as I walked in. Still the familiar 3 dishes and soup. Looking at the dishes that hadn't changed for days, Phone-Bai strongly suspected the cook only knew these few recipes. But remembering that these dishes were most likely prepared by Danzo himself, Phone-Bai could only pretend to enjoy them, picking up his chopsticks and shoveling food into his mouth. Sitting opposite, Danzo watched Phone-Bai devour the food and silently nodded in satisfaction. It seems his son quite likes these dishes. In that case he'll make them again tomorrow. Though the old man himself had grown tired of these things and planned to find some late-night snacks outside to improve his palate. After finishing his meal, Danzo put down his chopsticks. How have things been with that kid Asuma recently? Pretty good, he's a very generous person. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Phone-Bai blurted out. Generous. Danzo had imagined many possible descriptors, but never this one, and his brows furrowed slightly. Yeah, he always pays whenever we go out. Phone-Bai's eyes lit up, eagerly continuing. This was the perfect moment to ask for allowance. Thank you, old man, for giving me an opening. Humph, just like his weak father. Only knows how to use such petty tactics to win people over. Danzo sneered at Asuma's behavior. Tisk, petty tricks. Phone-Bai sneered inwardly at Danzo's superficiality. As the second in command of the village, second only to the Hokage, how could he not understand that the true bond between people is forged by interests? Take the Uchiha clan for instance. Why have they been causing trouble ever since the second Hokage's era? Wasn't it because of the unequal distribution of interests? Given Asuma's current performance, if they were to choose a Hokage from among them, Phone-Bai would definitely utter that famous line, I choose Asuma, because he treated us to a meal. As members of the second Hokage's guard squad, the Sarutobi clan produced a Hokage, the Shimura clan got the second in command, the Uchiha and Midokado clans each had a council member, but the Uchiha clan, they only got Uchiha Kagami, who died young. How could anyone accept that? Forget it. The old man has always been fond of ruling through terror. If I try to remind him, he'll probably just see it as weakness. I'd better focus on solving my allowance problem first. Danzo, sitting across from him, had no idea that his son had already dismissed him as worthless. Instead, he was seriously contemplating the resources in Asuma's hands. That old fool Hiruzen Sarutobi, though he never says it outright, must be hoping that one of his 3 disciples will inherit the Hokage position. Orochimaru, for certain reasons, has fallen out of favor with Hiruzen. Jiraiya claims he wants to travel the ninja world and is hardly ever seen. Tsunade. No matter which of the 3 ninja becomes Hokage, they would grant special treatment to their teacher's son. One day they might even stage another so-called rearguard test. He couldn't let Asuma continue to bask in glory. Danzo closed his single eye. Between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Phone-Bai there would definitely be an interim Hokage. That person must be close to him so that Phone-Bai could outshine Asuma. The people under his command were all shadows unfit to see the light. Even he himself might not pass the Jonin vote. Someone with greater fame than the 3 ninja and a favorable impression of Phone-Bai. Danzo's eyes snapped open as he looked at Phone-Bai, who was sitting obediently in place. Seeing Danzo looking at him, Phone-Bai perked up, thinking his hint had been understood. He felt a surge of excitement. You get along well with Kakashi. Huh. Oh. Phone-Bai's face fell. Why did that gloomy guy suddenly come up? Danzo, on the other hand, was thinking who could surpass the 3 ninja, have a good impression of Phone-Bai, and be easy to win over. Throughout the entire Leaf Village, only the White Fang of Konoha fit the bill. Compared to Orochimaru, Tsukumo Hatake held greater prestige in the village and was well-liked. If he could make Phone-Bai become Tsukumo's disciple and then recommend Tsukumo as the next Hokage, Phone-Bai, as the Hokage's student, would naturally have a claim to that position. Moreover, Tsukumo Hatake was a candidate Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't refuse. Unlike his 3 disciples who were obsessed with gambling, women, and alcohol, Tsukumo was the one who truly embodied the so-called will of fire. But it was still too early to approach Tsukumo Hatake. He would wait for the right moment. Fongbai, who had gone from eager anticipation to utter boredom, was about to leave his seat when he heard Danzo finally speak after a long silence. You are my son, Danzo's son. Having the Sarutobi kid treat you every day is disgraceful. Starting tomorrow, no more free meals from him. Fine, fine, old man. Not only do you refuse to give me money, but you also forbid me from accepting free meals. How typical of you. Fongbai wore a defeated expression, but still forced himself to comply. I understand, father. Go study. Danzo nodded expressionlessly after receiving the reply. Several months passed. During these months, Fongbai progressed from being kicked into the wall by Ryoma while standing still to making Ryoma take a few steps back. Moreover, having learned from his frequent injuries, he studied medical ninjutsu under Yakushi Nono in his spare time, achieving modest results. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that after Fongbai's repeated hints, Danzo finally remembered to give his son a little allowance sufficient for his living expenses. Here's 10,000 ryo. Ask Ryoma for more when it's gone. The sight of Danzo handing over the money was so majestic that Fongbai for the first time called out, "Thank you, father," with sincere admiration. 10,000 ryo. That was enough not just for dumplings, but for a top-tier Ichiraku ramen for everyone. Hobbling to the meeting spot with his hand on his stomach, Asuma and the others were already used to Fongbai's unique entrance. Yo got beaten up again, Fongbai. As soon as he steadied himself, Anko threw an arm around him and said with a grin, "How can you slander me like that?" Fongbai retorted vehemently, "Training isn't getting beaten up. Training in ninja's business, can it be called getting beaten up?" They joked and laughed as they reached the streets of Konoha, where they happened to run into Hiruzen Sarutobi, chatting with a pretty shopkeeper. "Oh my, isn't this the young master? Lord Hokage, your son, is here to see you." The shopkeeper, laughing at Hiruzen's words, noticed Asuma and quickly alerted him. "Mo, it's Asuma." Hiruzen turned around, his face revealing little emotion. He simply nodded calmly. Asuma nodded back in response. But when Hiruzen looked at Fongbai, a kind smile instantly appeared on his face. "Fongbai, how are things? How's life in the village?" Seeing Hiruzen address Fongbai, Anko quickly released her arm and ran over to Kurenai to observe from the sidelines. "It's fine, third grandpa, a third lord." Looking at the wrinkles caused by the smile, Fongbai almost slipped and lowered his father's generation by mistake. But it wasn't Fongbai's fault. Hiruzen Sarutobi really did look quite aged. Compared to Danzo, who still had jet black hair, the silver threads at Hiruzen's temples were already visible. "Haha, is that so? That's good. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, fire burns ever brighter. You are all young leaves, the ones we older generations must protect. Only when you grow strong can this village have a future." Seeing the children before him, Hiruzen seized the opportunity to preach the will of fire. "Third Lord, I will definitely uphold the will of fire and strive towards the goal of becoming Hokage." A childish voice answered Hiruzen's speech. Surprised that this batch of children was so responsive, Hiruzen looked for the speaker with gratified eyes, and then saw Obito wearing goggles and a shirt with a whirlpool pattern. Himura. Just as Hiruzen was about to ask the boy's name, he realized that this seemingly excited child seemed to be from the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi. Hiruzen quickly realized and recognized the other's identity. Uchiha Obito, the only Uchiha among these children, and he had a close relationship with Fongbai. "Obito, then I'll wait for the day you become Hokage." Extending his right hand reeking of smoke, Hiruzen smiled and ruffled Obito's hair. He never expected that someone from the Uchiha clan would embrace the will of fire. It seemed that perhaps before long the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha could be completely resolved. If only more and more people believed in the will of fire. If Fongbai knew what Hiruzen was thinking, he would surely clap and chime in. Yes, you're absolutely right. That kid did solve the Uchiha problem in a very short time, though the methods might be a bit different from what you imagine." Seeing Obito praised, Ebisu chimed in, "Third Hokage-sama, I will also carry through the will of fire." "Good, very good." Hiruzen's smile broadened. "To become Hokage, you must first enter the Ninja Academy and become a ninja. I'll be waiting for you there." After encouraging the children, Hiruzen happily left the street. Speaking of which, it's almost time for the Ninja Academy enrollment. Ebisu, who had spoken with the Hokage so closely for the first time, was extremely excited. The light in his eyes couldn't be blocked, even by his sunglasses. "Indeed, Kurenai, Anko, are you planning to attend?" Rin nodded in agreement, then looked at the other two. "Well, I definitely have to attend. Besides being a ninja, I can't think of anything else to do." Anko put her hands behind her head, flashing a bright smile. "Speaking of which, I've been practicing the 3 basic techniques pretty well. I should be able to pass the exam." Kurenai extended her fingers, counting her recent efforts. 3 basic techniques. That's so unfair, Kurenai. I've only just figured out how to circulate chakra. Hearing that Kurenai had already started training the 3 basic techniques, Anko pulled her close and spoke plaintively. "And I thought everyone." Kurenai said with difficulty, feeling choked by Anko's embrace. The 3 basic techniques." Ebisu instantly lost his fighting spirit. "TCH, do you think everyone is a genius like Kakashi?" Anko rolled her eyes, released Kurenai, and pointed at the silent Kakashi. Mere 3 basic techniques. That's a piece of cake for me." Obito looked at Kakashi with a defiant expression, boasting words even he didn't believe. Just stay as the dead last, you idiot. Watching Obito circle around him, expressing his defiance, Kakashi couldn't be bothered to look at him. You bastard. Obito broke down. Only Phonbai remained completely out of the loop. Indeed, wasn't the most basic beginner lesson for ninjas the 3 basic techniques. Ryoma Aburame never seemed to have taught him these. And honestly, weren't they just venting their frustration from Danzo on him? Geniuses are always envied, aren't they? Just as Phonbai was wondering if those guys were taking personal revenge, Asuma's voice suddenly came from beside him. Hearing the voice, Phonbai turned to look at Asuma and saw him gazing at Kakashi in the distance with a complicated expression. That's true, but... Also turning his gaze to Kakashi, Phonbai showed a faint smile. Don't you think it's too one-sided to deny his efforts with just the word genius? You're right. Hearing Phonbai's words, Asuma also smiled and patted Phonbai's shoulder. Indeed, it's frustrating. A genius, yet he works harder than any of us. Looks like I need to get serious too. Then let's challenge that cocky Kakashi together. Phonbai shook his fist. Right, let's bring Obito along. Let him charge ahead while we cover him. Seeing Obito getting more and more agitated, Asuma spoke while walking over to pull him away. Alright, stop messing around. Let's go to the pastry shop for cake. My treat today. To pacify Obito, Asuma patted his thin wallet and made the painful decision. How come knowing too many people didn't seem like a good thing? Next time he shouldn't go out in a group. Great, everyone charge. Today's expenses are on Master Asuma. Seeing Asuma take on the responsibility of paying, Phonbai immediately cheered and was the first to rush toward the pastry shop. Too sneaky, Phonbai. Wait for me. Anko was the second to charge. It's almost time for the Ninja Academy enrollment, isn't it? At the dinner table, Danzo suddenly spoke, catching Phonbai off guard. How the hell would I know the date? I'm not even a local. After several months of getting along, Phonbai was no longer as reserved as at the beginning. He spoke to Danzo much more relaxed. Probably. When I met the Hokage today, he mentioned it. Hearing that Phonbai had met Hiruzen, Danzo showed no surprise, obviously already aware. Taijutsu training requires time and accumulation, you can't rush it. What truly reveals a ninja's talent is ninjutsu. Danzo put down his chopsticks. Tomorrow morning you'll come with me to a place. A place? Could it be the route? Although Phonbai had a vague answer in mind, he still asked curiously, where are we going? You'll know when we get there. Danzo wore an inscrutable expression, giving nothing away. Before dawn the next day, Phonbai was called awake by Danzo. Then in front of him, Danzo opened a hidden door under his tatami, revealing a dim underground passage. Holy crap, old Konoha tunnel warfare. Phonbai's guess was correct. The place Danzo was taking him was indeed the root base. But he hadn't expected that Danzo had dug a tunnel connecting his home and the base. After walking through the long tunnel, Phonbai arrived at the most mysterious place in Konoha, root. Where is this? Although he had already guessed the answer, Phonbai pretended to know nothing to avoid arousing Danzo's suspicion. This is where the true guardians of Konoha gather. Danzo was unwilling to introduce root to Phonbai, only roughly explaining with a proud tone. This is also where I work. When you have nothing to do, you can come here to practice ninjutsu. Under Danzo's lead, the two arrived at a training ground. Several human-shaped targets stood on the open field, with training marks everywhere, evidently used by senior root members. This is a basic wind release ninjutsu. Unlike non-elemental techniques like Shadow Clone, this technique requires the use of wind nature transformation. Danzo said as he began forming hand seals at an extremely slow pace. Rat dog. Wind release breakthrough. After blowing the targets away, Danzo explained the concept of chakra nature transformation and then introduced the elemental affinities between chakra natures. Water overcomes fire, fire overcomes wind, wind overcomes lightning, lightning overcomes earth, and earth overcomes water. Although such affinities exist, they are predicated on both parties using chakra of comparable magnitude. Once the opponent's chakra reserves far exceed yours. You know of Madara, don't you? If he unleashes a single fire release technique, and you foolishly try to counter it with water release, you would be reduced to a roasted chicken unless you are a water release master of Tobirama's caliber. Thus, to survive comfortably in the shinobi world, one must ultimately possess a good bloodline. Look at the Uchiha clan. They eventually pilot Susano'o, making it practically a must-have bloodline for any transmigrator. At the very least, one should acquire the Uzumaki bloodline, abundant in vitality and chakra. As for someone like myself with an ordinary Kekkei Genkai, I might as well wait for the old man to drop his gold coins. Recalling the performance of Ice Release in the original story, Phonbai could only weep. If only he were an illegitimate child of the Uchiha clan, then by luck and the protagonist's halo, he might even obtain an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If Danzo knew that his own son would rather be an Uchiha, he would surely denounce the wicked Uchiha for corrupting hearts. You tried as well. Danzo stepped aside, pointing at the target that had been re-erected by someone at an unknown time, and spoke indifferently. Yes. Phonbai walked to the spot where Danzo had stood and assumed a stance. Wind release chakra, huh? For Phonbai, who could already condense chakra into ice crystals, this was not a difficult task. If he showed off something else to the old man, perhaps the old man would be pleased enough to spare him from Ryoma's beatings, and if luck favored him, even increase his allowance. With this thought, Phone-Bai began forming hand seals. Or hair dog. Those seals are. Danzo's heart tightened, and he looked at Phone-Bai with a hint of surprise. Wind release vacuum wave. Sensing the wind release chakra gathering in his throat, Phone-Bai forcefully expelled it toward the target. The razor-sharp wind blade instantly severed all the human-shaped targets, and even the wall at the end was carved with a deep gash. This amount of chakra. Indeed, those with Kekkei Genkai are naturally endowed with more chakra than ordinary people. Squinting as he assessed Phone-Bai's condition, an ordinary person of that age would have nearly collapsed from exhaustion after using such a level of ninjutsu. And he could accurately hit the target. How was it, father? Phone-Bai, not receiving Danzo's praise, took the initiative to ask. You are indeed my son. Hearing Phone-Bai's voice, Danzo finally nodded. Before Phone-Bai could rejoice too long, Danzo's next words instantly made his face fall. But the speed of your hand seals is still too slow. Starting tomorrow, extend your practice time for hand seals. Phone-Bai's fists clenched. A true man stands between heaven and earth. Did you hear me? Not receiving a reply, Danzo looked down at Phone-Bai. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand. Yes, father. Phone-Bai nodded with a smile. Amidst the pain and suffering, blood and sweat, time passed until the day of the entrance exam. Yo, Kakashi. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Phone-Bai greeted Kakashi. Kakashi responded with a lukewarm tone, then looked behind Phone-Bai. Your father didn't come. He said he'd arrive later, told me to go in first. Where's Uncle Tsukumo? Phone-Bai, who didn't care whether Danzo came or not, asked Kakashi about Tsukumo's whereabouts with a nonchalant expression. Who knows? Kakashi shrugged, pulled out a book, and began reading. Kakashi, Phone-Bai. Before Phone-Bai could press further, Asuma squeezed over from somewhere and greeted them. Well, no need to ask. Your dad didn't come either. Phone-Bai knew without asking that the third Hokage was surely busy with work. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Speaking of which, Obito is late again, right? I just saw Rin with her mother. Asuma looked around but didn't spot Obito. When is he ever on time? He's probably helping some old man again. After nearly a year of association, Phone-Bai had grown accustomed to Obito's tardiness. That guy, if he delays any longer, he'll have to wait until next year. Asuma finally spotted the silhouette he had been seeking, waved at the two, and ran off. I'm done talking, I'm out. It was indeed Kurenai. Following the direction Asuma left, Phone-Bai unsurprisingly saw Kurenai's figure. Yo, Phone-Bai. An arm wrapped around his neck, and the familiar scent came. Phone-Bai guessed the person's identity without turning his head. Isn't this a bit much in public, Anko? Hee, what's there to be afraid of? Are you shy? Anko reached out and poked Phone-Bai's cheek, her face full of amusement. This girl indeed had a boisterous personality. It was a pity she was still too young. If she pulled this stunt on him a decade or so later, he would probably be tempted. As for now, Shimura, Phone-Bai, son of Danzo, aspiring to become the second-generation leader of the root, only find her noisy. So, she might as well keep hugging him. It wouldn't cost him a pound of flesh. Phone-Bai rolled his eyes and let Anko do as she pleased. Obito. Blinking, Anko looked around and was about to speak when Phone-Bai interrupted. Don't ask if you're asking, he's late again. By the way, you're the second person to ask. If you're no fun. Interrupted. Anko reached out and vigorously rubbed Phone-Bai's head. Before she could take further action, two shinobi wearing forehead protectors and vests appeared at the main gate of the school. The two slowly opened the gate, and several teachers emerged from inside. First, they separated the parents from the children, then instructed the children to line up in order and enter the school. I'm off, father. Guy, let your youth burn. Two impassioned voices rang out. Before Phone-Bai could see who they were, Anko pushed him into the school. There are quite a few promising seedlings among this year's students. In the principal's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window at the student lineup below. Behind him, Danzo sat in his seat, not responding. Aren't you going to see Phone-Bai? Receiving no reply, Hiruzen turned around, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He took out his pipe from somewhere and sat down in the principal's chair. I am well aware of my son's abilities. Danzo picked up the teacup in front of him, looking serene, without a ripple on his face. As for you, isn't it true that Asuma is usually looked after by Bawako? Are you really fine with him not learning any of your skills? After taking a sip of tea, Danzo set down the cup and began to tease Hiruzen. Through Danzo's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a twinge of guilt for not having paid much attention to Asuma. He pressed his pipe against his forehead, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. I do not possess the same abilities as the second Hokage to handle village affairs with such ease. One must make choices between the village and family, is that not so? Hiruzen stood with his back to Danzo, as if responding to him, yet also comforting himself. Go tell such words to your son. This old man has no interest in listening. Thinking of his own son, Kazama, Danzo felt that although he had lost to Hiruzen his entire life, at least when it came to family, he had emerged victorious. Asuma will understand. Or rather, everyone who bears the will of fire will understand. Danzo, you actually Seeing Asuma's figure disappear into the academy building, Hiruzen turned to face Danzo. Can such things protect Konoha? Danzo met Hiruzen's gaze with his single eye and extended his bandaged arm. Will alone cannot protect Konoha, Hiruzen. Only iron and blood can. This old man has paid the price of an arm and an eye for this village, and you should be well aware of that. Hiruzen fell silent. He had witnessed Danzo's sacrifices with his own eyes, which was precisely why even when Danzo's actions grew excessive, he continued to shield him, and even deliberately turned a blind eye. After all, Danzo was genuinely fighting for this village. As for how much personal ambition was mixed in, Hiruzen consciously chose to ignore it. What are your thoughts on this year's admission candidates? Setting down his pipe, Hiruzen chose not to continue the previous topic. Every year Danzo would keep an eye on certain children with exceptional talent, preparing to recruit them into the Anbu at the right moment. After all, the true name of Root was the Anbu Training Division. Apart from members personally designated by the Hokage, most of them would go on to serve in the Anbu after completing their training here. As for the Root ninjas under Danzo's command, they were talents he had personally scouted and trained separately to serve by his side. You are the Hokage. Whoever you choose is your decision, is it not? With Kazama about to enroll, Danzo had not been paying special attention to the students recently, instead devoting his energy to cultivating his own son. This year has quite a few promising youngsters. Yuhi Kurenai, daughter of Yugao Kurenai, Hitaki Kakashi, son of Tsukumo Hitaki, and Kimimaro of the Kimimaro clan, as well as Yamato, Aoba Namikaze, Raiden, and others. Pulling out the enrollment roster, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the densely packed names, a faint smile playing on his lips. These were Konoha's green leaves. As long as they were nurtured properly, Konoha would thrive indefinitely, and one day, the first Hokage's vision would be realized. In the end, those who pass the examination will mostly be members of established ninja clans. True commoners can only join during enrollment seasons when ninja clan members are scarce. Danzo remarked coldly from the side, shattering Hiruzen's illusions. As long as these ninja clans exist, especially the Uchiha, Konoha will never truly be at peace. Danzo's single eye gleamed with sharp intensity. I know what you're thinking, Hiruzen. When the first Hokage wanted the ninja clans of Konoha to truly unite, he voluntarily stripped the Senju clan name, allowing his clansmen to integrate into Konoha. But what about the other families? They were merely devising ways to carve up the property left behind after the Senju clan vanished. Look at your disciple Tsunade. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, all she has left is an old building. Danzo's words made Hiruzen somewhat uncomfortable. He wanted to argue that Tsunade had lost her family fortune to gambling, but remembering that she was after all his disciple, directly exposing her shortcomings would not reflect well on his own reputation. Moreover, most of the vast Senju clan lands had been confiscated by Hiruzen as public property of Konoha for village development. Although it was done for the village, combined with Danzo's earlier remarks, he looked no better than the kind of immoral ninja clan member Danzo had just described. Damn, Danzo not even sparing him at a time like this. Having been shut down repeatedly by Danzo, Hiruzen decided to avoid conversing with him for at least an hour. 4 per group enter the rooms. Inside the academy, a teacher pointed to several rooms before the children, signaling them to enter in groups of 4 for the assessment. Kazama's group consisted of himself, Maki, Kimimaro, and Yo. Nice to meet you all. A boy with a bowl cut and a green tight-fitting outfit waved at Kazama, and the others flashing a brilliant set of teeth. My name is Mato Guy. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Holy crap, green dog. No, wait, he's still a little green dog, or rather a full-grown green dog now. So the voice he had just heard belonged to Mato Guy. Mubai Genma, a toothpick dangling from his lips, glanced at Guy, but did not respond, merely nodding before turning away. Maki, meanwhile, curiously studied Guy for a few moments before leaning close to Kazama's ear and whispering, I feel like I've seen this guy before. He walks upside down on the streets all day muttering something about youth, or whatever. Oh, I haven't seen him. Where did you see him? Kazama whispered back. On the way home, of course. By the way, don't you live in the center of the village? You wouldn't see him. His home seems to be at the very edge of Konoha. Maki patted Kazama on the shoulder, reminding him to think about where he lived. I see. After hearing Maki's explanation, Kazama nodded in understanding, then extended his hand before Maki could react. I am Shimura Kazama. This is Maki. The one with the toothpick is Kimimaro. Pleased to meet you, Guy. Oh, let us pour forth our youth together, Kazama. Seeing Kazama extend his hand, Guy paused for a moment before enthusiastically grasping it, delivering his signature line. All right, next group. Before the 4 could continue chatting, the teacher's voice echoed from within the room. The 4 who had entered earlier emerged with varying expressions. Some looked dejected, others beaming with joy, and still others were confident smiles. Although the assessment results would be posted around the village the following week based on the teacher's tone and attitude, some of the children could already guess the outcome fairly well. Kimimaro, is it? Toss a shuriken so I can see. The male teacher seated at his desk glanced up at the somewhat cocky Kimimaro, pointed to the shuriken on his desk, and then gestured toward the target on the wall. With a sharp clang, Shirinui Genma threw his kunai at the target, though it did not strike the center. Your stance is fairly standard. Does anyone in your family serve as a ninja? The instructor, who had fixed his gaze on Gunma the moment he picked up the kunai, asked in a seemingly casual tone. Yes, my father was a jonin of Konoha. Gunma nodded. I see. Have you learned the 3 basic techniques? Taking out a form and jotting something down, the instructor continued. Clone technique. Hearing the question, Gunma chose to answer with action. Seeing the clone Gunma produced, the instructor spotted the flaw at once. Though it has some imperfections for someone your age, it's acceptable. Nodding, he placed his pen back on the desk and gestured for Gunma to wait aside. Mitarashi Anko, correct. Looking at the girl before him, the instructor pulled out a new form. Yes, replied Anko, usually brash and carefree, now oddly docile, as she nodded obediently. Yes, from behind Phone couldn't help mimicking Anko's tone in an exaggerated manner, earning a sharp glare from her. This also drew the instructor's attention to him. However, the instructor said nothing, merely giving Phone a deep look before turning back to Anko. Same as the previous kid, throw a kunai for me. With a similarly standard stance, she threw the kunai. The instructor then asked about her family background as usual, followed by testing her aptitude in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Next, as Anko finished her test, Phone walked slowly to the instructor. Name. Shimura. Phone. Shimura. Upon hearing the name, the instructor's hand reaching for the form froze midair for a moment, then he pretended nothing was amiss and pulled it out, writing down Phone's name. At the same time, he recalled the conversation with his colleagues before work. Did you hear? Among the students registering this time, there's not only the 3rd Hokage's young son, but also the Hokage assistant's own son. Really? That Hokage assistant actually has a son? You didn't know? He's the cutest one among those kids who've been loitering, roaming the streets with young Master Asuma lately. We'd better be careful. If we accidentally fail the children of such important figures, the consequences. Instructor A. Seeing the instructor holding the form in silence for some reason, Phone probed cautiously. Oh, Shimura. Phone, is it? Let me ask you a few simple questions first. Snapping back to reality, the instructor quickly put on a smile. Did that instructor smile when he tested us? Anko asked Gunma with some annoyance. Gunma, chewing on a toothpick, looked unperturbed. If your father were the Hokage assistant, he'd smile at you too. As a ninja, quick thinking is paramount, so I need to test your mental agility. Skipping the shuriken and ninjutsu genjutsu tests entirely, the instructor gave him full marks for those items, then posed his so-called question, which is larger, 8 or 4? 8 is larger. Correct. Konoha ninja usually operate in 4-man squads, but other hidden villages have different structures. The Stone Village, for instance, prefers large-scale group actions. So when facing 8 enemies, our 4-man squad is indeed at a disadvantage. As he explained, the instructor wrote, quick-minded, exceptionally intelligent, in the remarks section. What is 44? 8. Correct. 2 4-man squads combined make 8. That's the meaning of teamwork. The instructor nodded approvingly and added another line, possesses good cooperative spirit. Phone was speechless. He now seriously suspected that even if he said 442, this guy would find a way to rationalize it. Alright, next. Smiling, he gestured for Phone to wait with Anko. But when the next applicant, Might Guy, appeared before him, the smile instantly vanished from the instructor's face. Instructor I. Alright, go throw your kunai first. Cutting off Guy's words, the instructor simply wrote down his name on the form. The son of Might Due, the eternal genin. He's always performing some odd street performance in the village, sullying the reputation of Konoha's ninja. Shaking his head almost imperceptibly, the instructor's face visibly darkened after testing Guy's ninjutsu and jinjutsu abilities. This guy, aside from his physical prowess, his ninjutsu and jinjutsu are simply atrocious. This looks like that kid's in trouble. Anko blurted out, only to receive a gentle tap on the head from Phone. Don't say that, Anko. Anko and the others didn't know, but Phone was well aware that in the future, Might Guy would use his life to prove what it meant to exchange life for power. A mortal battling bloodline monsters, nearly kicking the story into its final chapter, a cry of the ordinary in a world of bloodlines. Oh, having been tapped, Anko replied obediently and fell silent. Thanks for the support. Their voices weren't loud, but in the empty room, they were especially clear. Might Guy, instead of looking hurt by the slight, gave a thumbs up toward Anko's direction. This kid. Anko showed a surprised expression. As the last student walked out of the school building, the enrollment for this term came to a successful conclusion. Looking at the thick stack of reports before him, Hiruzen let out a resigned smile. Looks like I'll be busy for a while. That's your duty as the Hokage. Danzo remained seated like a statue, picking up his teacup for the umpteenth time. Seeing Danzo's leisurely demeanor, Hiruzen petulantly pulled out a portion of the forms and placed them before him. You old fox, did you really come here just to drink tea? I'm merely here as a parent waiting for my son. Glancing at the forms, Danzo didn't even have the motivation to reach for them. Root was undergoing covert reforms for his own aspirations, so Danzo had no intention of recruiting new members for now. As for training the Anbu for the Hokage, let Hiruzen worry about that himself. This is truly physical fitness, full marks, ninjutsu talent, full marks, Jinjutsu talent, full marks and intelligence. Hiruzen took out Feng Bai's evaluation sheet, shaking it in his hand with interest, trying to attract Tuanzang's attention. It's just a result based on the surname Zcun with no reference value at all. Seeing Hiruzen take out Feng Bai's evaluation sheet, Tuanzang also began searching among them. Soon he found the evaluation sheet he was looking for. Yuan Fei Isama full marks in all items plus 3 lines of personal comments, all full of praise. Tuanzang didn't think highly of that kid Isama, but the reality is that the child only inherited your fire and wind natures and cannot use all 5 elemental ninjutsu like you. After saying this, Tuanzang didn't linger, stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Leaving already? Won't you stay and help me deliberate? The thought of having to eliminate some of these excellent children pained Yuan Fei risen. Now he desperately needed Tuanzang to share this pain. But obviously Tuanzang didn't want to take the blame for such a trivial matter. He ignored Risen and walked straight out of the room. Yar. Seeing Tuanzang really leave, Risen shook his head regretfully, put his pipe aside, and began selecting students. It was really dangerous. I almost didn't make it in time. At the school gate, Dai-Tu looked shaken. Well, you've never been on time once we're used to it. Kakashi pulled out a book from somewhere and teased Dai-Tu while reading. By the way, who is that guy next to Feng Bai? I've never seen him before. Seeing that Feng Bai didn't join the conversation, Dai-Tu curiously looked over. You're Feng Bai, right? Nice to meet you. Before leaving with his father, my Teikai specifically came to say goodbye to Feng Bai. Yeah, me too. See you at school. Feng Bai smiled and said goodbye to my Teikai. By the way, it was rare for that guy to remember his name. Great. Then we'll burn our youth together at school. My Teikai firmly grasped Feng Bai's hand, and flames visibly shot from his eyes. That won't be necessary. Imagining himself with a bowl cut and wearing a green tight suit, Feng Bai felt a chill, laughed awkwardly, and pulled his hand free from my Teikai's grip. Dad, I got recognized. My youth is burning passionately. Seeing my Dai approaching, Kai eagerly showed off his achievement to his father. Great, Kai. Then to celebrate this moment, add 500 more push-ups today. My Dai smiled with relief and gave his son a thumbs up. OSU. The voices of the two immediately caught the attention of all students and parents present, causing those around them to whisper, but then it stopped abruptly at the same time. Quite noisy. A cold voice sounded. Feng Bai turned around and saw a familiar figure. After recognizing the newcomer, Feng Bai was stunned for a moment, then obediently walked over to him. Daddy. Sensing the silence around him, my Dai also looked at the newcomer, only to realize that the cute boy who had just cheered for his son was calling a one-eyed man father. As for that one-eyed man, he had seen him once during a combat mission. At that time, while transporting supplies for the Jounin, he had heard some people mention the man's identity. Hokage assistant Tuanzang. Lord Dad, oh no, Lord Tuanzang. In his nervousness, my Dai almost called Tuanzang by the wrong name. Seeing that the newcomer wasn't even wearing the vest of a Chunin and was presumably just a common Jinin, Tuanzang didn't even feel like responding. But thinking that his son might become classmates with that little green monster in the future, he finally nodded briefly in response. Then Tuanzang didn't linger, but brought Feng Bai to where Kakashi and the others were gathered. No way. That kid called Lord Tuanzang Dad. I heard it too. I never thought Lord Tuanzang would have such a cute son. Who is Tuanzang? You don't even know Lord Tuanzang. He's the Hokage assistant who once served as a guard under the second Hokage alongside the third Hokage. That's amazing. Of course, it said that his strength is second only to the third Hokage, and he's stronger than the 2 advisors. Listening to the whispers around him, Feng Bai realized that Tuanzang's reputation at this time was not as bad as during the Shippuden era. At least the villagers of Konoha spoke of him with a certain degree of respect. Or perhaps the dirty deeds Tuanzang had done hadn't been discovered yet. Hey Kakashi, I told you to wake me up in the morning. On the other side, Shuo Mao, who had hurried to the school, complained to Kakashi helplessly. Unwilling to miss his son's enrollment exam, Shuo Mao, after completing the routine mission assigned by the third Hokage, returned to the village overnight, without rest, finally arriving home at midnight. Seeing that there was still some time, Shuo Mao left a note telling Kakashi to wake him, when leaving, then went to sleep without even taking off his clothes. But who would have thought that Kakashi ended up not waking him, and came to school alone? Exams like this, it doesn't matter whether you come or not. Kakashi closed his book, glanced at his father, and said with a hint of tsundere. Actually, he was concerned about his father, and wanted him to rest more, so he didn't wake him up. This has a very important meaning. Lord Tuanzang. Shuo Mao, who was about to say more, noticed Tuanzang's arrival, and quickly greeted him. Uncle Shuo Mao. Feng Bai stood obediently nearby. It's Feng Bai, long time no see. Shuo Mao smiled, crouched down, and ruffled Feng Bai's hair. Wore the head pat from Konoha's white fang. Feng Bai, who hadn't been patted on the head by Shuo Mao in a long time, felt a bit nostalgic. It seems our sons will be in the same year. Tuanzang naturally began to chat with Shuo Mao. In his view, this was a good opportunity to connect with Konoha's white fang through the children. Yes, Feng Bai, please take good care of Kakashi from now on. Nodding in agreement with Tuanzang, Shuo Mao looked at Feng Bai again. It's me who should take care of him. Ouch. Just as Kakashi was about to retort, Phone by slapped him on the head. Hey, you actually dare to hit me. So what, baka? Making a face, Phone by ran away after hitting Kakashi, laughing to death. If he didn't hit him now, he might not be able to in the future. Though various rumors circulated among the upper echelons after personally engaging with Danzo, Susano'o discovered that the man was not as disgraceful as the rumors suggested. Yet Danzo was ultimately the leader of the Hawk faction, inherently at odds with the moderate Lord Third. Therefore Susano'o wished to avoid becoming too entangled with him. Thus in their conversation, Susano'o addressed Danzo entirely as a subordinate would a superior. Danzo shrewd as he was noticed Susano'o's unease and did not press him, instead exchanging trivial pleasantries. No matter how many times I see him, I find Phone Bai's father terrifying. Obito, who had come alone due to his grandmother's advanced age, stood beside Lin and whispered to her. To be honest, I feel the same. But don't let Phone Bai hear you, Lin replied softly. I doubt he can hear us. Obito's gaze drifted to the side, where Kakashi, after being struck, was chasing Phone Bai with full effort. But I never expected Phone Bai to be so fast evading Kakashi's pursuit. Asuma, who also came without a parent, drew closer. Kakashi shared the same thought. Even at full sprint, he remained a step behind Phone Bai. In other words, that guy's speed. Interesting. Stirred by competitive spirit, Kakashi, seeing he could not catch Phone Bai, extended his hands and began forming hand seals. With a shush, he instantly appeared in front of Phone Bai. Body flicker. Phone Bai abruptly halted and changed direction. But as he turned, he found another Kakashi in that direction as well. No way is it clone technique or shadow clone. Confirming that Kakashi was in both directions, Phone Bai grew panicked. That guy was actually getting serious. And he himself knew neither the clone nor shadow clone technique. Regretting his earlier impulsiveness, Phone Bai had no choice but to turn again. Yet another Kakashi awaited him. Shadow clone, is it? Danzo, noticing the commotion, wore a stern expression. No wonder he was the son of the White Fang of Konoha. Such talent was remarkable. This boy might one day become Phone Bai's. Observing their interaction, Danzo was reminded of himself and Hiruzen. Both had grown up together, both were prodigies far surpassing their peers. Yet it was the stronger Hiruzen who ultimately became Hokage. Danzo unconsciously clenched his right hand, his fingernails digging deep into his palm. Yes, indeed. Susano'o, oblivious to Danzo's subtle gesture, looked at Kakashi with a hint of pride. Kakashi, you leave me no choice. Seeing Kakashi's clones charging at him with fists raised, Phone Bai, unable to use body flicker or clone, resorted to an offensive ninjutsu. Wait, really? That seal is for wind release. Asuma, who had received wind training at home, immediately recognized Phone Bai's hand seals. Go ahead and try. Kakashi showed no intention of stopping, instead taunting to test Phone Bai's strength. Then don't blame me. Wind release, vacuum wave. Fearing the wind technique might kill Kakashi, Phone Bai completed the seals at a normal pace and spat out a sharp blade of wind. The three Kakashis were severed at the waist and simultaneously dissipated into smoke. What the hell, all three were shadow clones. Hearing the distinct explosion of shadow clones, Phone Bai was startled, then realized something and quickly leaped away. As expected, as soon as Phone Bai moved, Kakashi, with his hands forming the ram seal, thrust forward with a sudden lunge, narrowly missing Phone Bai's rear. You sneaky bastard. You were aiming for 1,000 years of death. Recognizing the attack, Phone Bai protested loudly. That guy knows about the 1,000 years of death. Kakashi glanced at Phone Bai in surprise. But that wind release, just now. So he's been training hard in secret after all. To master such a level of wind release at such a young age, Phone Bai's talent is truly on par with yours, Lord Danzo. Susano'o, seeing the devastating power of the wind technique, flattered Danzo. If it's passable. Danzo loosened his clenched right hand, his expression remaining calm, but his tone had grown lighter. Yes, his own son could never lose to the son of the White Fang. Kakashi is so strong. Yuhi Kurenai, who had sent her father home, walked up to Asuma, her voice tinged with admiration. I could do that too if I wanted. Seeing Kurenai praise another boy, Asuma felt a twinge of jealousy and retorted defiantly. Phone Bai is cool too, especially that wind release, just now. Noticing Kurenai only praised Kakashi, Anko grumbled in protest. Yes, Phone Bai is cool, so cool that Anko's heart is racing, right? Kurenai exposed Anko's little secret. Hearing Kurenai's words, Anko was stunned for a moment, then blushed furiously. You, what are you talking about? Embarrassed and angry, Anko rushed at Kurenai to teach her a lesson. Lin, I'll be cooler than both of them in the future. Believe me. Seeing Lin's eyes fixed on Kakashi, Obito tried to divert her attention. I believe you, Obito. Lin smiled at Obito, then turned her gaze back to Kakashi. By now, Phone Bai and Kakashi had entered a taijutsu exchange. Relying on his long-term experience of getting beaten, no training, Phone Bai fought evenly with Kakashi. Or perhaps, was Kakashi's 50-50 constitution already at work? Seeing that neither could gain the upper hand, Phone Bai, who had lived an extra life and cared little about winning or losing, prepared to raise his hand in surrender. But the old man was watching. If he surrendered, he'd definitely ramp up the training intensity. There was only one move left. Kicking Kakashi away, Phone Bai seized the chance to form seals. Another ninjutsu. Kakashi immediately closed in trying to stop Phonbai before he completed the seals. Just what I was waiting for. Seeing Kakashi charge with a fist, Phonbai smirked. His technique was already complete. After all, it required only one seal. Does anyone else feel a chill, eh? Looking at the sun still radiating heat, Kurenai broke free from Anko's grip and asked the others. Indeed, there's a cold aura. Asuma's expression grew serious. The seal Phonbai had just formed looked like. Already able to use Ice Release. As the person closest to Phonbai on the field, Kakashi naturally knew where this cold air came from. Knowing that Phonbai possessed the Ice Release Kekkei Genkai, he immediately increased the speed and power of his punch. Crack! An ice wall appeared out of thin air, separating Phonbai from Kakashi. Damn it! Kakashi, unable to withdraw his punch in time, could only gather chakra into his fist, trying to shatter the ice wall before him. You bastard! His right hand swollen, Kakashi stared at Phonbai with his dead fish eyes. It's not my fault. I can only say your punch wasn't fast enough or fierce enough. Phonbai, whistling on the side, tried hard not to laugh. Ice Release Ice Rock Dome of Nothingness. A single-handed seal ice release technique that could create an ice wall to block attacks. If it were an adult Kakashi, he could have pierced through this ice wall by gathering lightning-natured chakra into his hand. Unfortunately, the current Kakashi wasn't that powerful, yet so his swollen fist was something Phonbai had anticipated. How did you make that ice wall? Yuhi Kurenai, who hadn't expected the match to end in such a dramatic way, asked Asuma beside her. It seems Phonbai possesses the legendary Kekkei Genkai. That kid, he's been hiding it deep. Asuma felt a surge of pressure. How had so many handsome and talented guys gathered around him? It seemed he needed to step up his game. Kekkei Genkai? That makes him just like me, doesn't it? Obito began to assert his presence. You? It's not even certain whether you can awaken your Sharingan. Anko relentlessly deflated Obito. Hey Anko, you're going too far. Obito waved his fist, expressing his discontent. In any case, this battle ultimately ended with Phonbai's victory. Danzo returned home with a smile and praised Phonbai a few words. Seeing Danzo in a good mood, Phonbai breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to add extra training for himself. And he was going to school. This meant he no longer had to endure that meaningless beating during the day. Congratulations, congratulations. By the way, once you start school, you won't be able to continue your usual training, so during this period your training volume will be doubled. Just remembering this, Danzo poured cold water on Phonbai. Of course, that doesn't mean you have to stop this training. I know what's taught at the Ninja Academy. It's all basic stuff, mainly the 3 basic techniques and some theoretical knowledge. So your training will have to be done at night. Danzo continued to twist the knife. Old man, I swear I will kill you. A man born between heaven and earth, how can he live in obscurity under others? Phonbai was about to channel Lu Bu and impale Danzo with a halberd. Yes, father. But in reality, he chickened out completely. Speaking of which, your ice release. Remembering the earlier ice release, Danzo asked Phonbai curiously. My mother left me a scroll. Phonbai truthfully explained. The scroll recorded some ice release techniques, but he could only remember a few with simple hand seals. He had hidden the scroll away without even bothering to look at most of it. I see ice release techniques. Even in Kirigakura, this is very rare information. Hearing that such a scroll existed, Danzo squinted his eyes. Do you still remember where you hid the scroll, eh? It's not far from the village where I lived, but I can't recall the exact location and I didn't mark it. However, if I go myself, I should be able to find it. Phonbai hesitated and didn't tell the truth. In his heart, he still held a thread of concern for a certain clansman. Since he had come to this world, he really wanted to save that person. Then he could use this as an excuse to borrow people from Danzo and go to Kirigakura himself to find that person who should not yet be born. Is that so? Danzo was somewhat disappointed. After all, Konoha had no records of ice release techniques. If they could be found, it would certainly be a great help to Phonbai's strength. It seemed he had to find a way to get ice release techniques from the official sources in Kirigakura. After countless beatings, Phonbai finally waited for the day school started. Speaking of the start of school, one had to mention the characteristic of Naruto the Hokage, personally giving a speech to promote the will of fire. Where leaves dance, fire burns ever brighter. Watching the reactions of his classmates, Phonbai sighed helplessly. Obviously, the children from noble clans didn't care much about the third Hokage's theory, while the children from commoner backgrounds admired it greatly. However, if Obito were here, he would probably be very excited. Seeing that Rin was sitting next to Might Guy and Ebisu, Phonbai knew that Obito must be off somewhere helping the elderly again. Speaking of which, Might Guy did indeed enter the academy through a supplementary enrollment. Fortunately, these key plot points hadn't been changed, as a reincarnator without a system information was his only advantage. The radiance of fire will illuminate the entire village and make the new green leaves sprout. To an old man like me, you are those green leaves. We will forever watch over you until you stand in my position. As Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his speech, the teacher beside him started clapping, followed by the inspired children. Phonbai, mingling in the crowd, clapped perfunctorily to count as having applauded. Thank you for your speech, Lord, Third Hokage. This concludes today's entrance ceremony. Students, please remember the class schedule and don't be late tomorrow. Respectfully watching Hiruzen leave, the teacher turned to the students and announced dismissal. Oh, and everyone remember to take your respective files home. As he was leaving, the teacher pointed at a pile of file folders on the table and reminded them, take Obito's file for him. Picking up his own file, Phone said to Kakashi, why should I? Kakashi looked reluctant. If you keep indulging that always late guy, he'll only get worse. Besides, you get along with him better, so you should take it. Hearing Kakashi say that he and Obito were close, Phone quickly denied it. Don't talk nonsense. You're clearly his best buddy. Huh. Every time that guy is late, you cover for him. It's because of you that he's become like this. Although Kakashi didn't know what best buddy meant, considering Phone's usual behavior, it was obviously not a good word. You bastard, if you hadn't suddenly jumped over to my side back then, how could I have gotten tangled up with those guys? Phone vehemently denied any association with Dai 2. After all, this was a figure targeted by Lord Ban. What if that old schemer heard somewhere that Phone and Dai 2 were close and decided to make him a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails? He was still young and had no desire to become a victim of Kakashi's lightning cutter. If he ended up in that role, wouldn't future references to Dai 2 become, the pupil conceals tears, eyes full of Phone? I'll create a world with Phone in it, then I'll idle in the Pure Land until Dai 2 is persuaded by Naruto's talk no jutsu, and at the critical moment my soul will strike out, pulling both of them to take the blows for Naruto and Sasuke. From this perspective, the plot isn't so bad. Like hell it is. He was supposed to inherit the old man's fortune and live as a wealthy retiree well into the Boruto era. How could he fall here caught up in their passionate brotherhood? I'm not taking it anyway. Kakashi simply played the rogue, tucking his own file under his arm and dashing away from the scene. This guy. Phone's head was covered in black lines. He picked up his own file, hesitated for a long time, and finally took Dai 2's file as well. Not good, not good, not good. After escorting an elderly man home, Dai 2 sprinted toward the Ninja Academy, with all his might, panic evident in his steps. Just as he caught sight of the Ninja Academy rooftop, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Dai 2 saw a sight that filled him with despair. Several teachers were working together to take down a banner hanging from the school gate, while familiar and unfamiliar faces walked out of the school chatting and laughing. It's over. He might become the first student expelled from the Ninja Academy for being late to the entrance ceremony. I'm sorry, Grandma, I promised to become a respected ninja. Humph, dead last. Standing in the middle of the road, lost in his own sorrow, Dai 2 was met with Kakashi's taunt as the latter closed his eyes. Normally Dai 2 would have argued back, but now he had no such spirit. Isn't that Dai 2? I was wondering why I didn't see you earlier. Looks like you're late again. Asma, who had been chatting with Kurenai, noticed Dai 2 and said with a smile. Dai 2 remained silent. Hey, Dai 2's in a bad state, isn't he? Shirihong was a bit worried. Yep, that guy actually shows that expression. Asma scratched his head, also noticing Dai 2's unusual demeanor. When will you ever stop being late? Walking at the very back, chatting with Hongdo, Phone noticed the commotion. Without registering Dai 2's expression, he handed over the file belonging to the other party with one hand. This is a. Dai 2's lifeless eyes barely regained a glimmer of light upon seeing Phone. Your file, bro. Take it quickly. Can't you see I'm holding out my hand? It's tiring. Seeing Dai 2 still in a daze, Phone's tone grew impatient. Thank you, Phone. Yes, bro, you're my best bro. Dai 2 instantly perked up, clasping his hands together in gratitude toward his good friend. Huh. Bro, no. Phone was a bit stunned. He had just casually said that out of habit from his past life, so how did he become his best brother? Don't you ninjas know what politeness means? Should he explain himself? Before Phone could speak, Dai 2 snatched the file from his hand, pushed Hongdo aside, and wrapped an arm around Phone. Don't worry, Phone. If you're ever in danger, I'll be the first to rush over. Kakashi poured cold water without mercy. With your chronic lateness, by the time you arrive, Phone will probably already be beaten to death. You'll be the one beaten to death, Kakashi. Phone rolled his eyes and engaged in a verbal spar with Kakashi. That's right, Kakashi. Phone is really strong. Dai 2 completely sided with Phone. See, I told you Dai 2 was spoiled by you. Seeing the two of them colluding and hanging out together, Kakashi wore an I knew it expression. Bastard, I didn't spoil him. And you Dai 2 stay away from me. Phone quickly retorted. It was clearly Dai 2 who had taken the initiative to come over, yet now it seemed like he was the one who had sought him out. Damn it, Lord Ban, please sharpen your Sharingan and see clearly that it was Dai 2 who came over willingly. The one he loves most is still Lin. If you want to cause trouble, go after Lin. Phone prayed fervently in his heart. Lin, are you polite? Hokage building. For the first time, Rijan, who usually treated his subordinates with a genial attitude, showed an ugly expression to his staff. He had thought that with Chi Mu Shua, Mao personally handling the mission entrusted by the daimyo, it would be completed smoothly. But unexpectedly, Shua, Mao had abandoned the mission to save his comrades. As a result, Konoha would face the daimyo's wrath, and the already negotiated subsidies would vanish into thin air. Lord Third, the failure of this mission is entirely my fault. I am willing to accept any punishment. Fully aware of the mission's importance, Susano'o knelt on one knee, ignoring the fact that his wounds had not yet been properly treated. Seeing the blood seeping from Susano'o's wounds as he moved, Rijan's thoughts eventually turned into a sigh. Alas! Hearing Rijan's sigh, Susano'o's body tensed, and he bowed his head even lower. Lord Third Eye. The ninja named Yiming Lu Run, who had been saved by Susano'o, saw Rijan's expression for the first time and grew nervous, quickly preparing to speak. He wanted to make Rijan understand that he had been ready to sacrifice himself for the village, and that the failure of this mission was entirely Susano'o's fault. But Rijan did not give Yiming Lu Run a chance to speak, raising his hand to stop him. Alright, you've both worked hard. Go get your wounds treated first. Then Rijan summoned an Anbu and directly ordered, go call Tuan-san. Yes. The Anbu replied and vanished in an instant. Tuan-san, the leader of the Hawk faction, Yiming Lu Run, was horrified. Lord Third had summoned that man surely to resolve the trouble they had caused. If that man handled it, wouldn't that mean? Yiming Lu Run was not afraid of death, but he feared dying meaninglessly. If he died on a mission, even if the mission failed, his children would still receive compensation from the village and be honored as descendants of a hero taken care of by the village. But if he were executed for mission failure, his children would never be able to hold their heads high. Even if he didn't die, his future in the village would be. Damn Konoha's white fang, if it weren't for you. Believing that Tuan-san would punish them severely, Yiming Lu Run stared at Susano'o's back, his eyes filled with venom. Susano'o, who bowed his head and confessed his guilt before Hiruzen, never anticipated that the teammate he had risked mission failure to save would not only feel no gratitude, but would harbor a grudge against him. Knowing that his punishment would not be handed down immediately, Susano'o bowed, once more, before leaving the room with his teammate under the guidance of the Anbu. Huff. Seeing Susano'o and the others depart, Hiruzen leisurely took out his pipe, lit it, exhaled a long breath, and began to puff clouds of smoke. Hiruzen, you called for me. Danzo, who had arrived upon receiving the summons, pushed the door open directly and was immediately engulfed by the smoke. Frowning, he waved his sleeve to dispel the smoke before him, only then making out Hiruzen's less than pleasant expression. What happened? Seeing Hiruzen's face, Danzo also frowned, immediately realizing that something was wrong. Susano'o's mission failed. Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said in a low voice. Danzo was momentarily stunned, then inquired tentatively, the mission personally assigned by the daimyo. Yes, that very mission. Hiruzen nodded in confirmation. The White Fang of Konoha actually failed. Danzo knew the mission, though difficult, it shouldn't have been beyond Susano'o's ability. Yiming Lu Run fell into a trap, and Susano'o abandoned the mission to save him. Hiruzen took a deep drag of smoke, speaking gloomily. To fail because of such a thing. Danzo's tone carried a hint of disappointment. But this is consistent with Susano'o's character. He is after all one who cherishes his comrades. Hiruzen unconsciously made excuses for him. Regardless, mission failure must be punished. Danzo slammed his hand on the table. Hiruzen nodded. He had no intention of shielding Susano'o, especially since the daimyo also needed an explanation. In your opinion, how should we explain this to the daimyo? It was for this reason that Hiruzen had summoned Danzo. What explanation does the daimyo need? The mission failed, so we forego the subsidy. Shinobi missions are never guaranteed to go smoothly. Seeing Hiruzen troubled over such a trivial matter, Danzo waved his sleeve sharply and strode before him. Hiruzen was quite satisfied with Danzo's reply. His position did not allow him to treat the daimyo with such an attitude, but Danzo could. Danzo had never shown the daimyo the proper respect. Let Danzo intimidate the daimyo first, then Hiruzen would step in to smooth things over. That should be enough to cover up the matter. It was a pity about the substantial subsidy, though. So what about Susano'o? How do you think he should be dealt with? Hiruzen extinguished his pipe and asked for Danzo's opinion. The White Fang of Konoha is still a high-level combat asset for the village. We need his reputation to intimidate Sunagakure. In my view, we should keep this confidential and temporarily suspend his team. After a moment of thought, Danzo gave his answer. It carried a hint of self-interest, as he still planned to support Susano'o as the next Hokage, paving the way for his own son. If this stain were made public, it would surely damage Susano'o's reputation. This operation was indeed Susano'o's dereliction of duty. Once the storm passes, we might as well send him to the border as a form of punishment. Hiruzen nodded and voiced his own idea. I think we don't need to inform Koharu and the others about this. If those two were to learn of this, who knew what trouble they would stir up? The two quickly settled on a general plan and reached an agreement on certain details. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Leaning back in his chair, Hiruzen finally relaxed. Danzo said nothing, nodded to Hiruzen, and turned to leave. To abandon a mission for the sake of a comrade. Watching Danzo close the door, Hiruzen fixed his gaze on the photo of Tobirama hanging on the wall and murmured to himself. Lord Danzo has ordered the Susano'o team is to suspend all operations, submit to Anbu investigation, and is forbidden from discussing this mission outside. In the hospital where Susano'o and his team were gathered for treatment, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared before them. After delivering Danzo's order, the Anbu ninja did not leave, but stood at the door, openly monitoring them. Faced with the Anbu's surveillance, Shimura showed no emotion, but Yiming Luren, beside him, grew tense. The Hokage had actually entrusted this matter to Danzo, and had even suspended their team. All of this was Shimua's fault. Why did it have to turn out like this? Glancing at Shimura, who said nothing, the venom in Yiming Luren's eyes nearly took physical form. Why didn't those damned higher-ups just arrest Shimura, instead of dragging us innocent people into this? Of course. After all, he was the white fang of Konoha. The higher-ups were surely going to shield him. No, he couldn't just sit idly by, he had to take action. The higher-ups wanted to protect Shimura. Then he would defy their wishes. Believing that he would become Shimua's scapegoat, Yiming Luren began to scheme in his mind. Funbai, unaware of what had happened, returned home as usual, only to find that neither Longma nor Danzo was there. Only Yakushi Nono was sitting on the sofa studying medical ninjutsu. Sister Nono, where are teacher Longma and the others? Funbai asked curiously. Oh, Funbai, you're back. Longma and the others went with Lord Danzo on a mission. They probably won't be back tonight. You can practice ninjutsu on your own or learn medical ninjutsu from me. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, Nono looked at Funbai and gave a beautiful smile. Such a lucky break. Hearing that he wouldn't have to endure beatings today, Funbai visibly brightened, flashing a sweet smile at Nono, and speaking with a hint of coaxing, then I want to learn medical ninjutsu from Sister Nono. Alright, I'll cook first. Nono stood up from the sofa, stretched, revealing a graceful curve that made Funbai blush. Today was a good day, no beatings and no need to eat the old man's cooking. By the way, what mission did the old man and the others go on? Was it dangerous? It must have been dangerous, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yiming Luren, under interrogation by Yamazaka Zen, was desperately professing his innocence. Brother, please tell Lord Danzo that this was all Shimua's own doing. I was ready to sacrifice myself for the village, but No matter how much Yiming Luren said, Yamazaka Zen only nodded in acknowledgement, his face expressionless beneath the mask. Your actions have caused great trouble to the daimyo's domain, and the daimyo himself has suffered immense humiliation. Konohagakure must bear full responsibility for this. The daimyo's officials intended to say this, but upon seeing the ninja responsible for the negotiations before them, all their prepared words dissipated into thin air. Even the daimyo himself showed a look of fear. Curse that Sarutobi Hiruzen sending this fellow here. The officials exchanged glances, all cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen in their hearts. Seated on Konoha's side were Danzo and his guard Aburame Ryoma. While Yamanaka Zen was investigating the incident, the two had set off for the daimyo's residence to report the matter. This mission was a failure, and you're Konoha. Glancing at Danzo, who sat across with his single eye half closed, one of the officials under the daimyo's gaze forced himself to speak. Hearing the voice, Danzo merely lifted his head and looked at the official, causing the man to stammer and lose his composure. Through the continuous efforts of the first and second Hokage, the cooperative system, originally dominated by the daimyo, had gradually shifted toward the ninja side. Especially after Sarutobi Hiruzen led Konoha to victory in the Second Shinobi World War, the Land of Fire's control over Konohagakure was reduced to merely economic means. Thus the ninja side, when facing the daimyo, had long shed the deference of the warring states period and had gradually become assertive. Especially this Hokage advisor Danzo. His language held no respect, his attitude was extremely harsh, and he had repeatedly contradicted the daimyo's proposals in public, making him the person the daimyo least wished to see. This incident is Konoha's own internal affair. We will handle it internally. With a warning glance at the official who had spoken, Danzo, knowing the man was merely a mouthpiece, stared directly at the daimyo. Why, yes, is that so? Haha, indeed. The daimyo, nearly jolted from his seat by Danzo's gaze, snapped open his folding fan to block Danzo's stare and let out a few awkward laughs. Since the daimyo has no objections, I shall take my leave. Having subdued the daimyo with few words, Danzo had no desire to linger. Seeing that the officials had nothing meaningful to say, he was unwilling to waste time and prepared to depart. Hearing that Danzo was leaving, the daimyo breathed a sigh of relief and hastily ordered his attendants to see him out. As the heavy door slammed shut, completely cutting off Danzo's presence, the officials finally erupted in righteous indignation. This incident has caused us such great losses, yet Konoha treats it so lightly. Truly discourteous. I believe Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer fit to serve as Hokage. Daimyo-sama, should we remove him from office? Exactly. We should send a letter sternly rebuking Sarutobi Hiruzen. Amid the clamor of discussion, the daimyo snapped his folding fan shut with a slap and nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should rebuke Sarutobi Hiruzen for sending that fellow Danzo here. Was that the point? Konoha Danzo's residence. Knock, knock, knock. As the wooden door was softly rapped, Funbai, hearing the sound, and assuming Danzo had returned, hurried over to open the door. But upon opening the door, he saw a familiar face. Third Hokage-sama. Gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen before him, Funbai was visibly taken aback, unable to fathom why Hiruzen would come at this hour. Could it be that Danzo is dead? Impossible. Wasn't that old man supposed to live long in the original story? Could this be the so-called transmigrator effect? Had his own flapping wings somehow caused Danzo's death? Have Feng-bai, are you home alone? Unaware that the boy before him had already mentally sentenced Danzo to death, Hiruzen smiled, patted Feng-bai's head, and glanced inside the house. There's also Sister Nono. Feng-bai turned to introduce Yakushi Nono to the third Hokage, only to find that she who had been sitting on the sofa explaining medical ninjutsu moments ago had vanished without a trace. Even the scroll containing medical ninjutsu was gone. No, it's just me. Realizing she didn't want to meet the third Hokage, Feng-bai changed his answer. Is that so? May I come in? With a barely perceptible glance toward the rooftop, Hiruzen, who had already noticed the root ninja lurking nearby, chose not to expose them, and instead asked Feng-bai. Of course, please come in. Feng-bai quickly stepped aside, inviting his father's old comrade into the house. Once inside, Hiruzen first took in the layout of the house, finding that the decoration indeed matched his old friend's character. Austere, simple, with nothing beyond the necessities of life. Not even the calligraphy he had given him was hung up. Have you had dinner yet? Seeing Feng-bai about to prepare tea, Hiruzen quickly stopped him, pulled him down to sit, and asked. Yes, I have. And you? Feng-bai nodded honestly. I've eaten too. Actually, I came mainly to let you know that your father has been sent on a classified mission and won't be back for a few days. Don't worry, but if you need anything you can come to the Hokage building to find me. Smiling warmly as he observed Feng-bai, Hiruzen did his best to convey goodwill. Come to think of it, it's been a year since you came to the village. As your elder, I haven't given you any gift yet. Seeing that the root ninja had taken good care of Feng-bai, Hiruzen felt relieved. He reached into his robe and pulled out a scroll in front of the boy. Like Asuma, you've passed the Ninja Academy exams, and will one day inherit your father's legacy, becoming a shinobi of Konoha. So this jutsu should be very helpful to you. Unrolling the scroll, Hiruzen's face showed a hint of pride. This is a jutsu I created based on my teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's shadow clone technique. It is called the Shuriken shadow clone technique. Good heavens, I know this jutsu well. Isn't this the super powerful technique you used from the beginning to the end? In this new era of the first Hokage piloting the giant Susano'o and the second Hokage using the mutual explosion tags, only you old man still cling to such traditional ninjutsu. In my previous life, I'd have been tempted to call you a classic artist. Still, this jutsu is indeed a considerable help to someone like me with no noble lineage. Thank you so much, third Hokage-sama. I will study this jutsu diligently. Feng-bai flashed a sweet smile, taking the scroll and pretending to be utterly captivated by it. Since he meant well, I might as well play along and humor him. Even as he smiled, Feng-bai inwardly muttered in jest. The following morning arrived. After bidding farewell to Yakushi Nozomi, Kazuhaku walked along practicing the hand seals required for the Shuriken shadow clone technique. It's you, Kazuhaku-kun. Practicing ninja techniques so early in the morning. A soft voice rang out, and looking up, Kazuhaku immediately spotted Noira Rin waiting for him at the intersection. Are you alone? Didn't Kakashi come with you? Seeing only Rin, Kazuhaku was somewhat puzzled. By all rights, Kakashi should have been the first to arrive. What, has Obito not died yet? And has Kakashi already begun to inherit his legacy? I don't know either. Perhaps something came up. Rin shook her head. She hadn't expected to be the first to arrive at the meeting point today either. The two waited in place for a while, until Red Bean hummed a tune and flashed out from the roadside, engaging in playful banter with Kazuhaku, before Kakashi finally arrived. What's wrong, Kakashi? If you had arrived any later, Obito would have shown up. Unable to see Kakashi's expression through his mask, Kazuhaku teased him. Nothing. Father returned yesterday. Glancing at Kazuhaku, Kakashi shook his head and said no more. Tsukumo had returned home in the early hours of the morning. Kakashi, who had risen upon hearing the sound, witnessed a strange scene. His father had been brought back by two Anbu operatives who had whispered something in an extremely low voice before departing. Yet when he had asked his father what had happened, the response had been full of evasions. Although Kakashi had not pressed further, his intuition told him that Tsukumo was concealing something. Anbu. Watching Kazuhaku chasing Red Bean beside him, Kakashi wrestled with his thoughts for a long while before finally making a difficult decision. Anything going on in the village recently? And something concerning your father. During the break, Kazuhaku arrived at a secluded rooftop after receiving Kakashi's invitation, looking thoroughly bewildered. Of course, to learn certain things, asking Dango's son Kazuhaku was the simplest approach. Given Kakashi's nature, he would never have opened his mouth unless it concerned his own father. What could possibly be going on? Kazuhaku's offhand remark suddenly caught in his throat, his brows knitting deeply. Dango had gone on a mission the third Hokage had visited in person, and Kakashi's peculiar inquiry. Tsukumo was going to die. Kakashi, quickly tell me what you've discovered. Kazuhaku's face was fraught with tension as he questioned the Kakashi before him. Seeing Kazuhaku more flustered than himself, Kakashi realized the other had deduced something, so he recounted everything he had seen and heard the previous day. After hearing Kakashi's account, Kazuhaku was 90% certain that the plot had reached the segment of Tsukumo's death. He could not simply stand by and watch Tsukumo die. At the same time, elsewhere in the Hokage building, With the matter of Susano'o seemingly concluded, Hiruzen leaned back in his seat, leisurely smoking his pipe. Although he hesitated over the substantial subsidy money was something that could always be earned back, it was not urgent. If this could win Susano'o's deeper gratitude toward the village, then the expenditure was worthwhile. Glancing up at his own stone visage carved into the cliff outside the window, a faint smile crossed Hiruzen's lips. Third Hokage-sama, the two advisors request an audience. This rare moment of tranquility was not to last long, shattered by the arrival of the two advisors. Extinguishing his pipe, Hiruzen turned to look at the Anbu operative, reporting to him, a trace of unease flickering in his heart. Why had these two come at such a time? Let them in. No sooner had Hiruzen spoken than the two advisors thrust open the door with imposing momentum. Hiruzen, I hear the mission commissioned by the daimyo has failed. Entering the room, transquiling Koharu immediately confronted Hiruzen with an aggressive demeanor. Bewildered by the question, Hiruzen hadn't even had time to set down his extinguished pipe before he retorted in astonishment. How did you come to know? He then realized the impropriety of his words and hastily amended. I mean, where did you hear this? Seeing Hiruzen's attitude, the two exchanged a glance and confirmed the matter was indeed true. We also learned it from the ninja in the village. Moreover, they say this mission's failure was entirely caused by Hitaki Susano'o. Is this true? Miboro spoke slowly. Thud. Hiruzen slammed his pipe heavily onto the table. Not only had the mission failure been leaked, but even the identity of those who carried it out had reached outsiders. This was an utmost classified mission. Beyond those who executed it, only the higher-ups knew the details. Who was it? An enemy village? A certain high-ranking official? Or perhaps one of the mission participants? Daunted by Hiruzen's outburst, transquiling Koharu softened her tone. Hiruzen, we have come to verify the truth of this matter. After all, it concerns the daimyo. We need to know whether these rumors are genuine. Yes, the mission failed. Realizing the situation had reached this point, Hiruzen could only admit the fact, though he did not mention Susano'o. Having received their answer, the two exchanged glances once more, each catching a hint of regret in the other's eyes. This money could have been used to procure military supplies. Transquiling, Koharu sighed. Since the Second Shinobi World War, no large-scale confrontations had occurred between the 5 great hidden villages. The daimyos, enjoying prolonged peace, had unanimously reduced their respective villages' military budgets. With no choice, the ninja had to intensify their competition, attempting to acquire commissions from more channels to sustain the village's ninja population. This is also a matter of no choice. Of course, I did not intentionally conceal this from you. I delegated this matter entirely to Danzo. This may have been his doing. Fearing the two would raise the issue of his deliberate concealment, Hiruzen simply blamed everything on Danzo. Danzo. Hearing the name, the two were momentarily stunned, then nodded in unison. Entrusting this matter to Danzo is indeed appropriate. The details of the mission must be thoroughly investigated. If it is truly as the rumors suggest, that Susano'o abandoned this mission for someone, then he must face severe punishment. Hiruzen, at a time like this, you must not show weakness. If everyone abandons missions at will, without facing consequences following Susano'o, as an example, other ninja will surely imitate him. The village's interests would suffer enormous loss. Miboro looked at the silent Hiruzen and continued, we will seek out Danzo afterward to inquire about the specific details. You have no objections, do you, Hiruzen? Of course, this is your right. Having listened to their lengthy speech, Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Yet daring not to say much, he could only nod silently. Where is Danzo? Where the hell is Danzo? Hiruzen, having just been lectured by the two elders, bellowed into the empty room after seeing them off. A few minutes later, a voice echoed from behind Hiruzen. Lord Danzo just left the daimyo's mansion and is on his way back to the village. It's you, Suiseki. Depart immediately and inform Danzo to return to the village at once. I have matters to discuss with him. Having identified the speaker, Hiruzen did not turn around, but continued issuing instructions to the Anbu operative behind him. Yes, Lord Third. If Lord Danzo asks about the nature of this matter, how should I respond? Suiseki asked after receiving the order. Rest assured he won't ask. Hiruzen shook his head, thinking of the capabilities of Danzo's ninja. By now Danzo must have already received intelligence about the elder's visit. The next question was who had leaked this information. Zo, take your team and investigate. Find out exactly what happened. Worried that Danzo might be connected to this incident, Hiruzen summoned his trusted subordinate to look into the matter as well. No way. The Konoha White Fang, actually. I heard it from others too. Apparently the failure of this mission has caused significant damage to our village. Keep your voice down. That kid is the White Fang's son, isn't he? Really? What a shame. Such a good kid stuck with a father like that. As the dismissal bell rang, students began filing out of school in small groups. Kakashi, trailing silently behind Phone-Bai with a heavy heart, soon picked up on the hushed conversations around them. Mission failure. His father. Impossible. His father was Konoha's finest shinobi. But his father had indeed been brought home by Anbu the day before. Phone-Bai, standing nearby, also confirmed from the rumors that Susano'o's matter had surfaced. He wondered whether this had anything to do with the old man. After all, in his previous life, many conspiracy theorists had blamed Danzo for Susanoo's suicide. As for whether it was true, Kishimoto hadn't specified. But with so many scapegoats already bearing Danzo's weight, one or two more wouldn't make much difference. Glancing at the silent Kakashi, Phonbai reached out and grasped his hand. Kakashi, no matter what others say, Uncle Susanoo was the greatest shinobi and the best father anyone could ask for, right? Phonbai. Kakashi's lips moved, and he looked at him with gratitude. The whispers didn't linger long. Susanoo had earned the villagers' respect over the years, and upon seeing Kakashi, everyone naturally fell silent. As the rumors spread through the village, Yamanaka Zen, dispatched by Danzo to investigate, learned of the situation. Find out everything. Discover who leaked this, focusing on those involved in the mission. After giving his orders to his ninja, Zen's face twisted with resentment. Damn it. This was a direct order from Lord Danzo himself. If the mission failed because of this, he'd be in serious trouble. As Anbu and Root Ninja fanned out, more details began surfacing on every supervisor's desk. Eventually, all evidence pointed to a female ninja named Yome Hanyo. Yome Hanyo, a Chunin wife of Yome Rujin. Starting this morning, she began spreading rumors about this incident. It appears her husband is deeply involved. A Root Ninja reported the findings to Yamanaka Zen. Should we apprehend her? Hearing the question, Zen paused for a moment before deciding to hold back and await Danzo's orders. The rumors have already spread through the village. Arresting her now would be pointless. I'll report this to Lord Danzo first and decide from there. Meanwhile, Hiruzen received Zo's report. Upon learning that Yome Rujin's wife was the source of the leak, even his patient demeanor cracked. That coward. Having seen through human nature for decades, Hiruzen immediately recognized the scheme. Yome Rujin was trying to pin the mission's failure on Susanoo to escape punishment himself. Bring Yome Rujin to me at once. Not wanting the situation to escalate further, Hiruzen issued his command immediately. Third Hokage. Before Zo could depart, an Anbu agent suddenly appeared with urgent news that caught Hiruzen off guard. Yome Rujin has gone to the Hitaki residence and is publicly accusing Susanoo. This is bad. Hiruzen immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Yome Rujin was confronting Susanoo directly, which would utterly destroy the man's reputation. Hurry. Find a way to contain him without alerting the villagers. As the Anbu agents moved out, Hiruzen reached for his Hokage hat, preparing to intervene himself, but then hesitated. If he appeared in person, it would only confirm the rumors and make the situation even more unmanageable. So he set the hat down and hoped his agents could resolve this quietly. At the same time, he silently cursed Root for failing to take any coercive measures against Yome Rujin. Yamanaka Zen would protest his innocence if he knew. After all, both Hiruzen and Danzo had only ordered them to suspend duties without restricting movement, merely preventing them from leaving the village. Who could have predicted Yome Rujin would confront Susanoo directly? Hitaki Susanoo, if you have any honor left, come forward and confess your failure to the Hokage. Before the Hitaki residence, Yome Rujin had abandoned all composure befitting a jonin, shouting insults at the closed door. I've already accepted the possibility of sacrifice. For Konoha, for the land of fire, I'm willing to give everything. But you abandoned your mission, bringing irreparable loss to our nation and village. Do you still deserve to wear the Konoha forehead protector? As Yome Rujin's voice grew louder, some passers-by stopped to investigate the commotion. Inside the house alone, Hitaki Susanoo stared out the window in disbelief, his lips trembling. He couldn't understand why the teammate he'd risked everything to save was now accusing him. He had only wanted to protect his comrades, to keep everyone around him safe. So why had it come to this? Susanoo wanted to throw open the door and confront him face to face, but remembering that his own decision had caused the mission's failure, he lacked the courage to move. You're nothing but trash, a piece of trash who doesn't take missions seriously. Outside the door, seeing that Shimao dared not come out, Yiming Lurin shouted even more vigorously. Only in this way would he avoid being liquidated by the higher-ups and pushed out as a scapegoat. Only in this way would his child not have to bear the label of failure. Only in this way could he retain his position as a jonin. Only in this way. Yiming Lurin, too focused on expanding his influence, let out a scream and was sent flying. As he covered his face and looked up, ready to see who was so audacious, two short figures appeared in his line of sight. Phonbai rubbed his aching fist, a fierce glint in his eyes. He had been so caught up in the moment that he forgot to coat his fist with chakra. Kakashi couldn't be the one to strike, or things would be impossible to explain. Kakashi stood nearby, his face full of worry. He had intended to be the one to strike, but Phonbai noticed his movement and swung his fist first, taking the responsibility upon himself. Who are you to dare hit me? Yiming Lurin, who didn't recognize Phonbai at all, spat on the ground and stood up. Then he saw Kakashi standing beside Phonbai. So it's the loser's son. Well, you don't have the guts to do it yourself, so you incite someone else to attack me. Yiming Lurin naturally assumed Phonbai was the one instigated by Kakashi. No. Kakashi began to speak, but Phonbai cut him off rudely. Shut up, Kakashi. I wanted to beat you up. Seeing your smug face pisses me off. Uncle Shomao risked everything to save you, and instead of being grateful, you spout nonsense here. It's people like you I want to punch. Phonbai stepped forward looking up at Yiming Luren. Is that so? A loser's son's friend is also a loser. Birds of a feather flock. Yiming Luren glared back, not backing down, and instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch. With 2 swift sounds before Yiming Luren could act, 2 masked Anbu appeared. One seized his hand, reaching for the pouch, while the other pressed a kunai against his back. Stop, Yiming Luren. Would you actually strike a child? One of the Anbu whispered in his ear. Ha, everyone look. The higher-ups are even deploying the Anbu to shield Shimura. Yiming Luren's true intention was to force the Anbu out to show the villagers this scene and solidify the fact that the higher-ups were protecting Shimura. But when he turned to look, the crowd of onlookers had vanished without a trace. Not only that, but the surroundings had fallen into a chilling silence. TCH. So that's how it is. Sensing the coldness in the air, several ninjas dressed differently from the Anbu appeared around him, encircling Yiming Luren. It seemed the villagers had been driven away with Jinjutsu. This aura was similar to the one from the interrogation earlier. Were they Tuanzang's men? Yiming Luren, you are currently suspended. Who gave you permission to roam the streets of Mai and spread rumors about classified missions to ordinary civilians? Shanzhong Shan, holding a ninja sword, approached him, flanked by root ninjas. I was wrong, Yiming Luren admitted curtly. After all, he had achieved his goal. What happened next was none of his concern. Now that the matter had escalated to this point, the higher-ups had to punish Shimura. More importantly, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Yiming Luren's mouth. He knew that given Shimura's personality, after being confronted directly, he would surely take full responsibility for the mission's failure, and might even commit suicide. I win. Phonbai, standing nearby, saw the bastard still smirking, and in a fit of rage threw another punch. This time he remembered to coat his fist with chakra, sending the unprepared Yiming Luren spinning on the spot. You all. Blinded by stars after another brutal punch, Yiming Luren wondered why the Anbu hadn't stopped him. But he noticed that every Anbu present had deliberately turned away. Not only that, the 2 Anbu who had appeared earlier had vanished, replaced by Shanzhong Shan's root ninjas, who held him in an even tighter grip. I'll teach you to bite the hand that feeds you, to spout nonsense, to be ungrateful, to lie through your teeth. After throwing many fierce punches, Phonbai finally stopped, panting heavily. When someone offered to heal his bruised fists, Phonbai waved them off. Instead, he channeled chakra as Yaoshi Yaneyu had taught him, attempting to use medical ninjutsu. Young Master Phonbai's ninjutsu has improved greatly, but his temper is completely unlike Lord Tuanzang's. Far too impulsive. Shanzhong Shan watched the green glow in Phonbai's hands, a look of approval in his eyes. Take him away. Gesturing for his men to remove Yiming Luren, whose face was now swollen like a pig's head, Shanzhong Shan left the space entirely to Phonbai and Kakashi. With a creak of the door, Shimura pushed it open, his face full of exhaustion and forced a smile. Phonbai, you're here. Please come in. Stepping into Kakashi's home after so long, Phonbai had no time to reminisce. He looked at Shuamao with a tense expression. No matter what this man had brought him from the desolate Kirigakure to Mai, he couldn't let him die an obscure death like in the original story. From the incident with Yiming Luren, he had come to understand Shimura's death was entirely due to his own inability to move past his guilt. When a person is determined to die, no amount of persuasion can bring them back. Shuamao now looked more than 10 years older. Though he tried to put on a brave face, the pallor on his face was unmistakable. At this moment, blunt persuasion would not work. Uncle Shuamao, I'm craving your cooking. Phonbai didn't mention what had just happened. Instead, he clutched his stomach and said he was hungry. Okay, let me make you something to eat. Shuamao was momentarily stunned, then immediately got up and instinctively reached for his pink apron. I see. So young Phonbai acted. The Anbu dispatched by Risen reported the scene. This child's temperament is completely unlike Tuanzang's. Risen shook his head with a wry smile, but he couldn't afford to relax. Although Yiming Luren had been detained, the rumors he had spread were already circulating through the village. The 2 advisors would surely use this as an excuse to demand an explanation from him. This is going to be difficult. What is the will of fire? In Shoumao's heart, the will of fire meant protecting and trusting those dear to you with your very life. It was precisely because he firmly believed in the will of fire that he chose his comrades over his mission. Yet the result was, the ninja looked down on him with contempt, and even the very comrades he had personally rescued stood up to reproach him. Did I really do something wrong? Is the will of fire not what I understood it to be? Shomao, holding a spatula, had completely forgotten about the food in the pan and muttered to himself. It was not until a burnt aroma reached his nostrils that Shomao snapped back to reality and hurriedly checked the dishes in the pan. Phonbai stared at the meal before him with an expression of utter bewilderment. Oh, what exactly is this black mass? And what about that other black pile? And this paste-like substance that looks like it was dredged up from the worst cafeteria in the village. Ha ha ha, I suppose my performance today has been a bit off. Shomao gave an awkward laugh, twice scratching his head, having forgotten to even untie his apron. It was clear that this incident had left a deep mark on Uncle Shomao. At times like this, empty comfort was useless. What he needed was to restore the other person's confidence. With this thought in mind, Phonbai summoned his courage, picked up his chopsticks, and swiftly grabbed a piece of something unidentifiable that was barely intact, shoving it directly into his mouth, without even bothering to chew properly. Ugh. As expected, Phonbai vomited. Phonbai, who had never once gotten sick from eating Danzo's cooking all year, was now throwing up after just one bite of Shomao's meal. A first in his life. Dad, let's go eat ramen. With Phonbai as a cautionary tale, Kakashi, who had already picked up his food, set down his chopsticks and made a suggestion. Eating ramen meant going outside. Going outside meant facing the villagers' accusations. Shomao felt a wave of reluctance wash over him, but looking at the two children before him, he ultimately agreed. Along the way, the villagers who would normally greet Shomao with warm enthusiasm now kept their distance. Though they said nothing derogatory, their obvious avoidance left Shomao feeling quite disheartened. This continued until they arrived at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. Lifting the curtain, the three stepped inside and locked eyes with Tucci, who was busy clearing dishes. Isn't this Mr. Shomao? What a rare treat. Please come in and sit. Bringing the young master along for a meal today. Tucci smiled at Phonbai, and Kakashi then stood by the stove chatting with Shomao as he waited for his order. Yes, I'll just have a regular bowl of ramen. Kakashi, Phonbai. Tell Tucci whatever you'd like to eat. Nodding in agreement with Tucci, Shomao casually ordered a regular ramen, and then turned his attention to Phonbai and Kakashi. Judging by his tone, his mood seemed to have improved somewhat. Nice, Uncle Tucci. Truly the original white moonlight of Naruto. Phonbai gave Tucci an enthusiastic mental thumbs up. Excellent, all done, everyone please enjoy. After a while in the kitchen, Tucci brought out the ramen and placed it before Shomao and Kakashi. Hold on just a moment. Phonbai's order is still coming. Since Phonbai had ordered the premium combo, his side dishes required a separate plate, so Tucci had placed his order last. Boss, in my bowl. Watching Tucci set down Phonbai's order, Shomao quickly called out to him and pointed at the large pork chop in the bowl. Haha, this is a complimentary addition, Mr. Shomao. You've contributed so much to the village. It's precisely because of your efforts that people like us can maintain this little stall with peace of mind. Tucci flashed a hearty smile. As you know, I lack the talent to become a ninja, so please allow me to show my support in this way. I am nothing more than a failure. Faced with Tucci's praise, a trace of defeat flickered across Shomao's face, and his voice grew low. In his eyes, he who had failed a mission and brought loss to the village was nothing but a bitter failure. How can you say such a thing? You are a hero of the second shinobi war, the Konoha White Fang, who single-handedly thwarted an entire Sunigakure mobile unit. I must confess my daughter greatly admires you. I hope you'll have the chance to meet her sometime. Is that so? Then I am most grateful. After Shomao spoke, he picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of ramen right in front of Tucci, and sincerely praised, "This is truly delicious." Haha, I'm glad you're satisfied. Hearing Shomao's personal endorsement, Tucci puffed out his chest with pride. So while Tucci and Shomao were chatting, what was Phonbai doing? Phonbai was eating ramen. With so many side dishes, the noodles were completely covered. Every time he picked up his chopsticks, what appeared was either fish cake or char siu. The group finished their meal in a rather warm atmosphere. At the checkout, Shomao insisted on paying for the pork chop despite Tucci's protests, but in the end, he could not prevail. The mighty Konoha White Fang was ultimately defeated at the checkout counter by Otsutsuki Ichiraku. It's getting late. Let me walk you home, Phonbai. As the streetlights along the road flickered on, Shomao, worried about Phonbai's safety, coming home so late, asked for his opinion. With a belly completely full, Phonbai managed a difficult nod. The premium Ichiraku combo was indeed a bit much for him, but he had not forgotten the true purpose of his visit. Uncle Shomao, in my eyes, you are someone who truly embodies the will of fire. Phonbai looked up and met Shomao's gaze directly. Let's not talk about that now, Phonbai. Shomao gave a bitter smile, knowing the child was trying to comfort him, but right now the moment he thought of the villagers' stares, the spirits Shomao had begun to regain from Tucci's treatment immediately sank again. No, Uncle Shomao, I must say this, or you will fall into self-doubt and never recover. Burp. Having let out a loud burp, Phonbai hastily covered his mouth, while Kakashi beside him facepalmed in exasperation. This guy really ate far too much, truly sorry to his delicate features. And at such a crucial moment, no less. The reason the villagers cannot understand your actions is that they have no idea what the will of fire truly means. Phonbai knew that to prevent Shomao from falling into self-doubt, he had to rebuild his confidence. Therefore, he enthusiastically endorsed Shomao's views. The villagers may talk big about the will of fire, but they have not truly understood it. They merely echo the third out of respect. Only you have put this ideal into action. So you must never give in. You must prove with time and action that your way is correct. If even you admit defeat, who else will lead the new generation of Konoha to understand the true will of fire? Burp. Burp. Phonbai's speech, to be fair, was quite impressive. But the sudden loud belch at the end completely ruined the whole thing. That idiot. Kakashi closed his eyes, refusing to look at him anymore. The will of fire. Am I the only one who truly understands it? Indeed, the will of fire, as preached by the third Hokage, in my view, is truly about protecting one's comrades and cherished ones. Fengbai is right. I cannot wallow in despair any longer. I will show them through action what the will of fire truly means. Moved by Fengbai's words, Shuamao's eyes regained a long-lost fighting spirit. Death may indeed end everything, but the stigma will cling to him and to Kakashi forever. Gazing at his son, Shuamao revealed a genuine smile. Bringing this child back from the Mist Village was truly the right decision. Seeing Shuamao's smile, Fengbei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't seek death for the time being. Now the rest depended on the attitude of the Leafs F4. Danzo, urgently recalled from the daimyo's mansion, sat expressionless in the meeting room. He had heard the details of the incident and had already penalized Yamanaka Zen for his dereliction of duty. However, the fact that his own son had violently attacked Yiming Luren caught Danzo completely off guard. It seemed that Fengbei shared a deep bond with Shuamao. With this, he had to do everything possible to protect Shuamao. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Holding an unlit pipe in his mouth, Hiruzen sat up straight, looking at the other three who had already arrived. Hearing Hiruzen's words, the two advisors exchanged glances. After a brief look, Mitokado Hamura spoke first as agreed. Danzo, what did the daimyo say? We are to handle it internally. Danzo's expression remained impassive as he stated the fact calmly. Then what about the subsidies? Uchiha Koharu still clung to a last shred of hope. This money-grubbing fool. Danzo cursed her inwardly, but his tone remained flat. Naturally, they are gone. I see. No help for it. The remaining issue is the handling of Shuamao and the others. Though the answer was expected, the two advisors showed visible disappointment. With a resigned tone, they shifted the topic to Shuamao. Konoha's White Fang is a powerful jonin who effectively deters the Sand Village. I believe his punishment should not be too severe. As the conversation reached the part he cared about, Hiruzen took the pipe from his mouth and stated his position. But doing so would confirm the rumors in the village, making the villagers think we are collectively shielding him. It might even spark a wave of voluntary mission abandonment. Mitokado Hamura's expression was stern, and he disagreed with Hiruzen's idea. Exactly. As the top leadership of Konoha, we must enforce the law impartially. Even if he is a war hero, he must accept the due punishment. Uchiha Koharu also sided with Mitokado Hamura. As their words fell, everyone's gaze shifted to Danzo. If Danzo also agreed with the two advisors, the situation would become 3 versus 1, and the advisor's proposal would have to be implemented even if Hiruzen as Hokage opposed it. Strip Shuamao of his jonin rank, demote him to special jonin, and send him to the border to guard against sand ninja infiltration. Sensing the eyes on him, Danzo did not express his opinion directly, but instead proposed a concrete plan. Losing the jonin rank was not much of a punishment for Shuamao. With his abilities, he would climb back to this level sooner or later. As for being sent to the border missions were fraught with danger and death. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans along with civilian ninjas had always been stationed there. Except during wartime, few ninjas from major clans were willing to send their own there. This plan can indeed silence the villagers. The two advisors nodded. They didn't want to crush Shuamao too harshly either. But they were surprised that Danzo chose to spare Shuamao, who was ostensibly a member of the third Hokage's faction. Seeing that the two advisors did not object, the third Hokage also nodded. This disposal plan was worked out together with Danzo, so he naturally wouldn't oppose it. Then let's proceed with Danzo's plan. Please issue a public notice and close this matter as soon as possible. I understand. I will send someone to deliver the notice to the daimyo's mansion afterward, hoping to salvage some losses. Uchiha Koharu nodded. She had always been in charge of communication with the daimyo's mansion, and she believed she could recoup some losses. Agreed. Hiruzen approved Koharu's suggestion. With the notice issued, the uproar in the village over Hatake Shuamao's mission abandonment came to an end. All responsibility fell on Shuamao alone. Yiming Luren's plan succeeded. He was not held accountable by the higher-ups. But, imprisoned in the root base, his face swollen like a pig's head, he looked at the root ninja before him, his eyes filled with despair. After being beaten up by Fengbei, Root did not treat his injuries. They left him moaning in pain in the holding cell until Danzo returned. Yiming Luren and Yiming Huaya are suspected of leaking village secrets. After deliberation by the higher-ups, they are stripped of their ninja status, sentenced to life imprisonment, and to be held in the Anbu prison. Yamanaka Zen stood before Yiming Luren and read out Danzo's order. No. You can't do this. It's all Shuamao's fault. You can't treat me like this. Unable to accept that his desperate struggle had led to this outcome, Yiming Luren crawled to Yamanaka Zen, grabbing his pant leg and venting his dissatisfaction. Get off me. Yamanaka Zen wouldn't indulge him. He kicked him away and signaled to his subordinates with a glance. Two root ninjas understood Yamanaka Zen's meaning. They nodded, and shortly after he left, they forcibly dragged Yiming Luren, who was crying like a little girl, out of the cell and toward the depths of the root base. The disposal of Yiming Luren and Yiming Huaya was carried out in secret. For a village with a sizable population like Konoha, the disappearance of two people caused little stir. However, to be safe, the Anbu used the transformation technique to take on their appearances and wandered around their neighborhood for a while, only stopping after the rumors had completely died down. People are forgetful. Old hot topics are replaced by new ones, and they are completely forgotten. As new rumors began circulating in the streets of Konoha, no one spoke of Shomao's matter anymore, and he himself was about to set off on his journey. At the entrance of my village, 2 unknown ninjas stood steadfast at their posts. Not far away, Shimao, carrying his travel bag, gazed at the 2 children who had come to see him off. He smiled and crouched down. Phoneby, I entrust Kakashi to your care while I'm away. Rest assured, Uncle Shomao. I'll do my best to make this sullen boy a bit more cheerful. Phoneby patted his chest and assured Shomao. Who are you calling sullen? Kakashi's forehead bulged with veins. If not for Phoneby's help to his father this time, he would have kicked him long ago. And besides, it's me who's taking care of this kid, isn't it? Kakashi corrected his father. Watching the 2 interact with such harmony, Shomao's last trace of worry vanished. He was not afraid to go to the border. In fact, going to the front lines was a good thing for him. Shomao had decided to prove to the villagers through action what the will of fire truly meant, and the border was an excellent stage. There he could better protect his comrades according to his own beliefs without being criticized. After all, in the chaotic border regions, ninjas valued their comrades' safety more highly. Alright, it's almost time for school. You 2 should head back now. As the sun rose higher, Shomao shielded his eyes and urged them to leave. Don't worry, Uncle Shomao. Even if we arrive late, we have Obito to cover for us. Phoneby was in no hurry. Obito was always the last to arrive at school. Even if they were punished to stand, they would do it together, 3 of them. As everyone knew, 1 boy standing alone in punishment might be a bit awkward, but 2 together meant brotherhood, and 3 was like the legendary oath in the Peach Garden. As for a whole group being punished, well, that would be a full-scale gathering of heroes. Alright, Dad, we'll go now. Unlike Phoneby, Kakashi despised standing in punishment, especially with these 2 fools. Thus, though reluctant to leave his father, Kakashi bid Shimao farewell and forcibly grabbed Phoneby by the collar, dragging him towards school. Hey Kakashi, don't pull there. You're choking me. Phoneby, whose neck fate had been seized, struggled to break free, but failed, and was dragged away by Kakashi. Shomao waved with a smile, watching their figures fade into the distance until they disappeared over the horizon. You've arrived, Lord Third. Turning around, Shomao looked at the nearby woods, bowed respectfully, and said, I've troubled you. Rest assured, I will also keep a close eye on that child. Risen stepped out from behind the trees, approaching Shomao with a smile. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Do well at the front lines, and it won't be long before you can come back to see Kakashi. Looking at this important subordinate, Rizen's eyes were full of warmth. Yes, please rest assured. I will never disgrace the reputation of Mai, and will do my utmost to uphold the will of fire. Shomao eagerly expressed his loyalty. Ha, good. Let's skip the sentimental farewells. Seeing you still full of vigor makes me happy. Patting Shomao on the shoulder, Risen raised his voice, slightly signaling that he could leave. Yes. Thus a year passed. According to the original timeline, Kakashi should have chosen to graduate early by now and officially become a ninja. But due to Phonby's intervention, Shomao did not commit suicide, and Kakashi lost the desire to leave school. He spent his days lazily following Phoneby to class. Phoneby, let's go eat dumplings after school. During the break, Hondo came to Phonby's seat, as usual, and extended her invitation. How should I put it, Hondo? I think it's better to eat less of this high-sugar food. It'll make you gain weight. Looking at Hondo, who had become a bit plumper than when they first met, Phoneby kindly reminded her. What's the harm? I meet my training quota every day. Or are you saying I've gotten fat lately? Leaning her arm on Phonby's shoulder, Hondo persisted, insisting on dragging him to the dumpling shop. Fine, I'll go. Kakashi, Obito, are you 2 coming? Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Phoneby, harassed by Hondo, quickly raised his hands in surrender and dragged his other 2 troublemaking friends into it. I'm not going. Kakashi rolled his eyes and refused. Ouch. Who kicked me? Obito was about to agree when Kakashi kicked him in the shin, making him howl in pain. Idiot, can't you read the room? Glancing at Obito rolling on the ground, holding his leg, Kakashi muttered under his breath. It was obvious that Hondo came for Phoneby. Why would you tag along, you fool? What room? Obito, not catching the implication, was about to ask further when Meitikai, passing by chance, stepped on him, causing an even louder wail. Sorry. I was too busy sweating it out and burning my youth. I didn't notice you. Classmate died too. Meitikai, with weights on his legs, had no idea how much damage he had caused Obito and looked at him apologetically. But who was died too? It's been over a year, and you still haven't memorized everyone's faces. Oh, Phoneby. Next period is combat practice. Let's have an exhilarating duel. Seeing Phoneby nearby, Meitikai issued a bold challenge. I refuse. Phoneby refused without a second thought. Are you kidding? Others might not know, but I certainly do. Those leg weights of yours are so heavy that one casual kick from you could send me straight to the afterlife. How can this be? Aren't we friends and rivals advancing together? Hearing Phonby's refusal, Meitikai became flustered. You can have Kakashi as your opponent. Count me out. Phoneby deftly threw Kakashi under the bus. Why is it always me? Kakashi, constantly used as a shield by Phoneby, sighed helplessly. He really wanted to beat him up if he ever got the chance. Kakashi had already decided that if his dual opponent was Phonbai he would go all out and pummel him. Everyone the teacher says to gather on the playground to draw lots for opponents. Just then Lin ran into the classroom calling for classmates to head to the playground for class. Just you wait, Phonbai. Kakashi snorted, glanced at Phonbai, and chose to leave in the coolest way, using the body flicker technique. You show off. Watching Kakashi disappear on the spot, Phonbai refused to be outdone. He pushed Hondo's arm away, opened the classroom window, and jumped out. Being on the first floor is convenient. You can jump whenever you want. So everyone is here. Eating Chung, the homeroom teacher of Phonbai's class, nodded with satisfaction after counting the students. Everyone is punctual. I assume you've all heard that this session will involve a sparring exercise. First, I will teach you the seal of confrontation and the seal of reconciliation. Gesturing for the students to sit casually on the training ground, Eating Chung began explaining the precautions before the exercise. So verbose. Hinata Iroha rolled her eyes. As a member of the branch family, she was already familiar with these basic fundamentals and paid little attention. Indeed, quite troublesome. Nara's lips chimed in beside him. I don't want to fight a hot-blooded idiot. If my opponent is him, I'll surrender immediately. Pointing to Mike Kai, who was walking on his hands with his feet in the air, Nara's lips said lazily. In any case, during this sparring exercise, feel free to go all out. Don't worry about getting hurt. I'm here. Don't be fooled by my appearance. Oh, I am a Chunin. Pointing to his forehead protector with some pride, Eating Chung tried to inspire confidence in his students. That said, Eating Chung glanced at the area where Kakashi and the others were. As a renowned prodigy at the Ninja Academy, Kakaxi's strength was likely on a completely different level from ordinary students. The only ones who could match him were probably the Third Lord's son and Lord Danzo's son. A designated pairing method would be best, but that would be unfair to some students. I must stay alert. I can't let any of the students get hurt. Although you are allowed to use ninja tools like kunai and shuriken in this exercise, remember that this is still just a drill. Always prioritize restraint, understood? If you understand, then draw lots. Under Eating Chang's direction, the students began drawing lots, and the results were soon determined. I'm up against Kai. Fine, let him taste the new jutsu I've learned. Obito was the first to step forward, drawing the lot to face Mike Kai. This also brought relief to some. Although they often mocked Mike Kai as a hot-blooded fool, no one could deny that everyone had witnessed his hard work. It was common knowledge that a single punch from him would keep you in bed for a long time. Kakashi, you're up against the Hinata. Not bad. Seeing that the pattern on his own lot was different from Kakaxi's, and that Hinata Iroha beside him had drawn the same lot, as Kakashi, Phonbai nudged Kakashi with his elbow, and said in a gleefully provoking tone, go show the Hinata what you've got. If you can. Hinata Iroha looked contemptuously at Phonbai and Kakashi. I'll prove that your so-called genius means nothing to the Hinata clan. What a cocky bastard. And he's just a branch family member. If this were the main family, it would be unbearable. Kakashi remembered to hit his face. The only thing worth looking at in the Hinata clan is their face. Phonbai waved his fists, egging Kakashi on. You? This is just a friendly spar among classmates. Seeing the constantly instigating Phonbai, Kakashi shook his head helplessly and decided to ignore him. What's with that attitude? Before Phonbai could finish, he saw his opponent. Yo, Phonbai, looks like we drew the same lot. Asuma smiled and waved the slip in his hand, the pattern identical to Phonbai's. Speaking of which, I've seen you spar with Kakashi, Kai, and Obito, but I've never tested your skills myself. Before Phonbai could reply, Asuma fixed him with a gaze full of battle fervor. You're getting all fired up too. Sensing the intense look, Phonbai scratched his head, unaccustomed to Asuma's sudden passion. Although he never showed it, Asuma was the Third Lord's son. How could he be content to let one prodigy after another overshadow him? Thus a match against Kakashi or Phonbai had always been his wish. Now he finally had his chance. Is that so? Then bring it on. Phonbai was nonchalant about it. After all, they were both ordinary people without bloodline limits, so a friendly fight was fine. As long as I don't lose if possible. If I do lose. If Danzo finds out I lost to the Third Lord's son, it might cause some trouble. First match, Yashuxi Hondo vs. Nalyong Tuayuan. Begin. Having compiled the lot results, Eating Chung announced the start of the exercise. As the two formed the seal of confrontation, Hondo took the initiative, opting to test her opponent with taijutsu. Nalyong Tuayuan, who hadn't yet learned his clan's secret techniques and had no defensive jutsu, could only grit his teeth and face Hondo with a kunai. After being kicked 2 or 3 times in a row, he immediately surrendered. Good, Yashuxi Hondo wins. Both of you form the seal of reconciliation. Eating Chung quickly intervened and declared the match over. You really have no drive. Hondo looked helplessly at Nalyong Tuayuan, who was sitting on the ground panting heavily. TCH, I'm a ninja who fights with my brain. How could I possibly beat someone like you? Nalyong Tuayuan closed his eyes and simply laid down on the ground. With these two setting the example, the subsequent matches proceeded smoothly. Obito's match against Mike Kai ended predictably with Obito being kicked away, but the fireball technique he used during the fight earned praise from the teacher. Performing a jutsu at such a young age already surpassed many ordinary ninjas. The commotion from Fungbai's class on the training ground drew the attention of countless classes in the school building. Say, what kind of terrifying class is that? An untrained ninja used a technique like the fireball. Bingzu Leitong from class 3 next door, looking at the scorch marks left by the fireball on the ground, said with a pout, "It's class 2, the class with Kakashi." Shanqing Qingye glanced in the direction Bingzu Leitong was looking and confirmed. The class with the third Lord's son. Feizhu Qingting, his head wrapped in bandages, ignored the teacher at the podium and also crowded over. Next, Jitsu and Fonbai versus Yuan Fei Asuma. Amid the murmurs, Eating Chung called out the names of Fonbai and Asuma on the training ground. Jitsuan, could it be that one? Am I right, Miao? Feizhu Qingting, upon hearing Fongbai's name, turned to look at Jitsuan Miao, who was sitting not far away with a questioning look. Jitsuan Miao nodded, confirming his guess. Yes, Jitsuan Fongbai, the son of Lord Danzo. How interesting. The Hokage's adjutant's son versus the Hokage's son. Truly a match of equals. Marino Ibiki, upon hearing the names of the combatants, could not suppress his curiosity and rose from his seat. Faced with the chaotic situation in the classroom, the teacher Gunma not only failed to stop it, but joined in moving to the window. This was a rare duel to witness. How could he miss it? Gunma thought to himself. Many shared the same thought. Even some upper-grade classes erupted into minor commotion, with everyone's gaze fixed on the training ground. Let me be clear, Fonbai, I won't hold back. Asuma patted the ninja tool pouch strapped to his leg, revealing the kunai inside. Is that so? Then I'll hold back. In response to Asuma's provocation, Fonbai showed no weakness. Though he carried no kunai, he had a few shuriken. But he didn't need kunai anyway. Then both of you form the seal of opposition. Ito Makoto grew tense, his eyes fixed on the two, afraid to miss any movement. Come on, Fonbai. I'm going. As the seal of opposition was formed, Asuma suddenly sprang forward, closing the distance between them with a body flicker technique. Fast. But, compared to Aburame Ryoma, Asuma's speed was merely passable. After all, he had been subjected to daily beatings from Jonin and was already mentally prepared for sudden attacks. He dropped into a low crouch, dodging Asuma's powerful punch. When Asuma prepared to follow up with a kick, Fonbai slammed both hands on the ground, quickly creating distance and leaving Asuma's kick hitting nothing. Nice dodge. Ito Makoto couldn't help but praise. You're fast, but not as fast as me. Taking advantage of Asuma's instability, Fonbai, now at a distance, threw two shuriken to harass him while rapidly closing in. If Asuma dodged the shuriken, he would face Fonbai's attack directly. So, with a puff, the two shuriken struck a severed log while Asuma's real body appeared elsewhere via the substitution technique. I'll return the favor with your own technique. Asuma threw a kunai, adopting the same tactic as Fonbai. Watching the kunai approaching and Asuma aiming for his evasion spot, Fonbai chose not to use the substitution technique. Instead, he leveraged his superior speed, drew a shuriken to parry the kunai, and then kicked Asuma, who had just arrived. Asuma crossed his arms to block Fonbai's kick, intending to grab his opponent's calf, but the seemingly frail Fonbai possessed astonishing strength, sending Asuma flying. Wrapped chakra around his foot, Remarkable chakra control. Asuma appraised Fonbai inwardly as he was knocked backward. Then, without waiting to stabilize himself, Asuma began forming hand seals. Fire release, ash pile burning. A small cloud of smoke emerged from Asuma's mouth, enveloping Fonbai. Not good, this jutsu. Ito Makoto complained inwardly about Asuma's recklessness and prepared to intervene to end the fight. Old man banana salt. Then I'll use this. Fonbai also began forming hand seals, finishing before Asuma ignited the smoke. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale howled, dispersing the smoke and making Asuma cough violently. Damn, what kind of monsters are in class 2? They all know ninjutsu. Seeing the two's ninjutsu duel, Ibiki Marino expressed heartfelt admiration. Truly, it seems class 2 has more than just Kakashi as a genius. Yamashiro Aoba agreed. Want to give up Asuma? Looking at Asuma, who was half kneeling and coughing, Fonbai kindly reminded him. The battle isn't over yet. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Asuma assumed a stance that seemed oddly familiar to Fonbai. The big brother posture. Hope he doesn't send me out of the ninja world in 3 punches. Fonbai quipped inwardly, readying himself for the fight. You're not the only one who can use wind release. Asuma charged forward, but instead of using taijutsu, he continued forming hand seals. Wind release, wind blade. A wind blade shot out, rushing toward Fonbai. He's already mastered both fire release and wind release at this age. No wonder he's the third Hokage's son. Looks like Fonbai will lose. Ito Makoto praised Asuma's talent while mentally declaring Fonbai's defeat. A wind release of this level can't beat me. Watching the incoming wind blade, Fonbai didn't dodge, but chose to clash head-on. Boar, snake, horse, dog. Wind release, vacuum, serial waves. A cross-shaped wind blade shattered Asuma's wind release at even greater speed, then charged toward Asuma with unstoppable momentum. Although due to his age Phonebai's vacuum serial waves was far inferior to Danzo's, it was still beyond Asuma's ability to handle. In terms of chakra volume, Phonebei with his bloodline limit was naturally far superior to Asuma. Wow, what a powerful wind release. If it were me, I probably couldn't dodge this. If it were you, you'd be in pieces by now. The students watching from the school building exclaimed in awe. Earth release, earth-style wall. Knowing that if he didn't act, Asuma would be turned into a corpse by this wind release, Ito Makoto hastily intervened. He created an earthen wall to block the attack, while using the body flicker technique to appear beside Asuma and carry him out of the vacuum serial waves range. The moment the vacuum serial waves touched the earthen wall, it sliced it into pieces, the speed so fast that it barely grazed Ito Makoto's back. Such speed. It's unbelievable that a child of this age can produce a wind release of this caliber. Feeling a few strands of his hair, severed, Ito Makoto inwardly praised his decision to use earth release to block. Otherwise, he might have become the first teacher in Konoha history to die at a student's hands during a lesson. Boom. Finally, after flying across most of the training ground, the vacuum serial waves collapsed part of the school wall before dissipating. Hey Phonebei, why did you use such a terrifying jutsu against me? Seeing the attack's power, Asuma's face turned pale, and he immediately voiced his complaint from Ito Makoto's arms. Hey Phonebei, why did you use such a terrifying jutsu against me? Seeing the attack's power, Asuma's face turned pale, and he immediately voiced his complaint from Ito Makoto's arms. Didn't you say you wouldn't hold back? Phonebei hadn't expected the wind release to be so powerful and scratched his face awkwardly. That doesn't mean you try to kill me, you jerk. Asuma continued protesting. If you're going to say that your ash pile burning was the same, if it ignited, I'd be gone. Phonebei began pointing out Asuma's fault. My fire release doesn't have that terrifying power. Who says? Compared to Obito's great fireball, that thing can actually kill people. Hey, what does this have to do with me? Obito, his face swollen, looked utterly bewildered. After the drills, news of several prodigies emerging from Konohagakure spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the ears of Orochimaru, who was studying missions at the mission desk. Shimura Phonebei, Shimura Danzo's son. I see. Those two samples. Upon learning this intelligence from a nearby ninja, Orochimaru quickly connected Phonebei with those samples. Damn Danzo, he severed ties with me for this reason. Orochimaru's expression turned grim. Since cutting ties with Danzo, his life had become much harder than before. Although when he left, Orochimaru had made a bold claim that Danzo would regret it, a year had passed now. Whether Danzo regretted it, he didn't know, but Orochimaru himself was starting to regret it. The reason was simple: life without money was truly hard. In the past, with Danzo's funding, Orochimaru could buy experimental equipment by the kilogram, have experimental grounds allocated by the acre, and enjoy daily sustenance, without worry, never having to take on any missions. But now not only could he no longer afford experimental equipment, but even his experimental grounds were reclaimed by Danzo's subordinates under the pretext that they were root assets. Not to mention the various materials he had painstakingly acquired, all of which were sealed away by root ninjas in one fell swoop. Having no place to live, Orochimaru was forced to return to the small house left behind by his parents after their death. He tidied it up and moved in. Genius. Compared to eternal life, it's nothing. Orochimaru murmured in a hoarse voice as if thinking of something. How terrifying is this Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. A fearsome ninja who carries out cold-bloodedness toward both enemies and comrades alike, truly living up to his reputation. Just standing near him, I feel my body trembling incessantly. The Konoha ninjas, frightened by the oppressive aura radiating from Orochimaru, gathered at a distance and whispered among themselves. Deep in his own thoughts, Orochimaru paid them no heed and retreated into his own world. Genius. Once upon a time he too had been called that. However, during times of war, so-called geniuses were merely expendable resources in the hands of the higher-ups. Having participated in the Second Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had witnessed countless geniuses fall, some killed by explosion tags, others mysteriously disemboweled and their organs removed, and still others poisoned by a mysterious man riding a fish. No matter how great their talent or how profound their jutsu mastery, they could not escape the fate of death. So Kakashi Phonebei Asuma, in what form will you die in this cruel ninja world? Though he thought this, if Orochimaru couldn't find a suitable mission to fill his stomach, he too would become one of the fallen geniuses. Most of the missions posted at the mission desk were as trivial as children's play. The more dangerous ones were all personally assigned by the Hokage. In other words, Orochimaru's current situation was such that he either had to compete with genin for petty wealthy clients' missions, or swallow his pride and ask Hiruzen for assignments. Damn Danzo. For the umpteenth time, he cursed Danzo in his heart, his expression growing even darker. Achu. Sitting at home, receiving reports from his subordinates, Danzo suddenly sneezed. Are you alright, Lord Danzo? The reporting subordinate Bing wiped the spittle from his face and asked with concern. It's nothing, continue. Danzo shook his head, attributing it to the wicked Uchiha plotting behind his back. Yes, young Master Phonebei defeated Sarutobi Asuma in just 2 moves. Under Captain Ryoma's orders, we have begun spreading this news in secret. Bing lowered his head and continued his report. Hearing that the villagers already knew how outstanding his son was, Danzo nodded with satisfaction and said, "You have done well. In the future, only Funbai who inherits my will can change this decaying Konoha. Only when he becomes Hokage can the darkness shrouding Konoha be dispelled. Alright, Funbai is back. You may leave." Hearing the commotion outside the door, Danzo waved his hand, signaling the other to withdraw. Pushing open the door, Funbai glanced at Danzo sitting in the living room and nodded at him as a greeting. "I heard you defeated Sarutobi Asuma." Danzo took the initiative to ask Funbai. Hearing his cheap father's question, Funbai was not surprised. After all, Danzo was the head of Konoha's intelligence department. If he didn't know such a thing, he would be unworthy of his position. Funbai readily admitted, "Yes, but it was only a drill." Neither arrogant nor impatient, truly my son." Danzo was very pleased with Funbai's performance, and rare for him praised him directly, but this is indeed nothing to boast about. It is only natural that my son defeats Hiruzen's son. Worried that Funbai might become arrogant from his praise, Danzo added, "You say that, but why haven't you defeated the third Hokage? Instead you follow him around like a sycophant, taking the blame for him every day." Funbai thought to himself. Funbai grumbled inwardly. "In any case, you must continue training. After graduation, strive to participate in the Chunin exams as soon as possible and become a Chunin. Then I will find a way to transfer you into the Anbu and make you a Jonin." In his elation, Danzo laid out his plans for Funbai. Meanwhile, Asuma hummed a tune as he returned home. As soon as he entered, he saw the Hokage hat symbolizing Hiruzen's identity hanging on the wall. Clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction, Asuma took off his shoes and walked into the living room, instinctively glancing toward the study. Sure enough, in the study, Hiruzen was holding a brush, writing furiously on rice paper. Occasionally, he would pause to think, giving off the aura of a literary scholar. What, not busy today? Seeing that his father had no intention of acknowledging him, Asuma couldn't help but speak. "Oh, it's Asuma. Sorry, I was so engrossed in writing that I didn't notice you." "Huh?" Hearing his son's voice, Hiruzen chuckled awkwardly, set down his brush, and walked into the living room with his hands behind his back, standing before Asuma. "So how was school today?" Looking his son up and down, and seeing no injuries, Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. "As the Hokage, how could you not know what happened at school? You're asking knowingly, always treating me like a child." Asuma was displeased with Hiruzen's demeanor, his tone rising involuntarily. "You two, father and son, always bickering the moment you meet. Can't you be quiet?" Hearing Asuma's voice, Sarutobi Bawako poked her head out from the kitchen and scolded loudly, waving her spatula. Seeing his son unwilling to communicate with him, Hiruzen had no idea how to handle the situation. He could only watch helplessly as Asuma retreated into his room, refusing to come out. Even the Hokage has things he can't accomplish. Yuenfei Pipahu emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, casting a glance at the bewildered Hiruzen. She let out a cold snort, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Ha, there's no way around it. As Hokage, some things truly are beyond my control. I'm sorry, Pippo." Hiruzen knew that he had neglected his family for the sake of Konoha. He could only express his sincere apologies to Pipahu, his voice filled with genuine remorse. "What's the use of telling me? Go tell your son." Pipahu shot Hiruzen a glare, then turned back to the kitchen to prepare the next dish. "As my son, one day, he will understand me." Gazing at Pipahu's retreating figure, Hiruzen let out a self-deprecating smile. Instead of following his wife's advice to seek out Asuma, he turned and walked to the door, picking up his Hokage hat. "I'm going back to handle some matters. I won't be home for dinner." He called out toward the kitchen, and without waiting for Pipahu's reply, pushed open the door and left his home. He had come home early this time solely to check on Asuma, to see if he was injured and whether this failure had placed any pressure on him. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed there was no issue. Relieved, Hiruzen's thoughts turned to the documents waiting in his office, prompting his hasty departure. Shimura residence. "There's quite a lot of meat today." Looking at the dishes on the table, Funbai nearly drooled in an unseemly manner. Grilled pork belly, sliced braised meat, and a fish stew of unknown origin. All looked incredibly appetizing. As a ninja, one's diet must be properly planned. It should neither lack meat nor be overly greasy. Tuanzang said with a stern face, lecturing Funbai. Yes, you're right. Let's eat already." Unable to wait any longer, Funbai picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a slice of grilled pork belly, and placed it in Tuanzang's bowl. Seeing Funbai's gesture, the tightness around Tuanzang's mouth softened slightly. "If I just praised you and you pull this stunt. Not very ninja-like." Despite his words, Tuanzang still ate the meat Funbai had given him along with his rice. 2 years had passed since Funbai first arrived in Konoha. During these 2 years, Tuanzang had gradually grown accustomed to this life with bonds, and had come to understand to some extent the feelings of being a father. This bond of blood was far more solid than the loyalty obtained through the roots, high-pressure conditioning, and brainwashing. For the inherently suspicious Tuanzang, he might suspect the Uchiha of plotting treachery or suspect his subordinates of betrayal, but he would never doubt that his own son would harm him. Such was the power of blood. Of course, if he could read minds, he would discover that his seemingly filial son spent every day pondering how to inherit his legacy. How is your training in the ice release coming along? You didn't seem to use it during the exercise. Tuanzang was curious about Fungbai's progress with the ice release. It's going alright. I just didn't feel the need to display that power in front of my classmates. Fengbai extended his free left hand, gathering chakra in his palm, and a sunban, made of ice, materialized. If you're learning to hide your talents. Tuanzang was somewhat disappointed. If his son had revealed this ice release in front of everyone, it would surely have overshadowed that Kakashi. The fact that Fengbai could use ice release had only been known among their close circle of playmates. It had not spread widely. In Tuanzang's view, if you want to inherit the title of Hokage, you first need a resounding nickname. Just like the White Fang of Konoha, the Three Ninja of Konoha, and the Professor of Ninjutsu. Once you have a nickname, the villagers will know you, and even the daimyo will take notice. However, since Fengbai was unwilling to reveal it now, so be it. Tuanzang considered himself an understanding parent. As long as the general direction was correct, he would let Fengbai make whatever minor adjustments he wished. After the meal, Fengbai went to the courtyard as usual. Yinu Longma was already waiting there. Over the past 2 years of training, the sparring between Fengbai and Longma had evolved from Longma beating Fengbai while standing still to Longma beating Fengbai while moving. But today Fengbai was confident. After all, he had defeated the third Hokage's son. Though his strength was not as absurd as a Jonin's, it should be more than enough for a Chunin right. Feeling a little guilty, Fengbai glanced at the whip in Shanzhong Shan's hand, then flexed his wrists and launched the first attack against Longma. He threw a punch at Longma's abdomen. Longma merely sidestepped, then reached out to grab Fengbai by the collar. Sensing the rush of wind at the back of his neck, Fengbai hunched his body, evading Longma's grasp. He turned his punch into an elbow strike, driving it toward Longma's lower abdomen. Having missed his grab, Longma was not flustered. He retreated 2 steps to dodge the elbow, then lashed out with a kick aimed at sending Fengbai flying. Forcing himself to take the kick, Fengbai twisted in midair and wrapped his legs around Longma's calf. Startled by Fengbai's agile movements, Longma froze for an instant. Seizing that moment, Fengbai hurled the ice sunban he had just created, aiming straight for Longma's face. As a weapon, the sunban has the advantage of being light and easy to carry, but its attack range is much smaller than a kunai, and the damage it inflicts is far inferior. Recovering quickly, Longma pinched the sunban between his fingers. He even had the leisure to explain to Fengbai. But my sunban are endless, Longma-sensei. Showing a sly grin, Fengbai created several more sunban and fiercely stabbed them into the calf of Longma's leg, which he had wrapped around. Nanny. Even a seasoned veteran like Longma had not anticipated Fengbai's move. He immediately kicked his right leg with all his might, trying to shake Fengbai off. If I hit this acupoint, your leg will be immobile for a short time. Following the acupoint chart Yuneyu had taught him, Fengbai stabbed down. As expected, Longma felt his leg go numb. Then I'll fight without this leg. Unable to shake Fengbai off, Longma collapsed to his knees, intending to use his weight to pin Fengbai down. Realizing Longma's intent, Fengbai quickly let go, barely managing to break free before Longma fell. Longma-sensei, don't blame me for being underhanded. You're a jonin after all. Rolling several times on the ground, Fengbai pulled a few shuriken from his tool pouch and hurled them toward Longma. Now that you've lost one leg, how will you dodge this wide area attack? Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. A dense swarm of shuriken whistled toward Yu Longma. Amidst a muffled thud and a cloud of dust, Yu Longma vanished from his original position. The next moment, a large hand firmly gripped Fengbai by the scruff of his collar. Yu Longma, whose leg should have been completely paralyzed, stood steadily behind Fengbai, hoisting him up by the collar with an expressionless face. In a cold tone, he said, "Well done, young master Fengbai. Though you have the technique, your strikes lack ruthlessness. If you had chosen to tear through the nerves in my leg with chakra instead of merely piercing the acupuncture point, this battle would have been yours." Slightly out of breath, Fengbai obediently nodded. "I understand. I'll work on that next time. But may I ask how you recovered your mobility?" Yu Longma gently set Fengbai down and rolled up his trouser leg, revealing the spot where Fengbai had struck him. "You did hit my acupuncture point, but the Aburame clan raises parasitic insects within their bodies. When you stimulated the point, I mobilized the insects inside me to forcibly restore the meridians you had blocked, then used the body flicker technique to appear behind you." The wound left by Fengbai's strike did not bleed. Instead, what met the eye was a writhing mass of parasitic insects. In the ninja world, there are countless bloodline limits and clan secret techniques far more bizarre than mine. Therefore, the most important lesson I must impart to you is never to let your guard down, even for a moment. Letting his trouser leg fall back, Yu Longma assumed a combat stance, signaling Fengbai to continue his attack. "Yes. Good, the exercise is over." Both parties formed the seal of reconciliation. As Ito Makoto called an end to the drill, Fengbai extended his hand to form the seal of reconciliation while simultaneously pulling Obito to his feet. "You bastard, aren't you a bit too ruthless? You only hit me where I can't see." Obito, pulled up by Fengbai, clutched his rear and complained. "Well, how should I put it? There are various reasons. Phonbai scratched his head recalling Yu Longma's teachings. No way around it. Training with a killing machine like that naturally teaches some practical killing moves. To be honest, I only kicked you instead of using the 1,000 years of death. That's already giving you the future sage of 6 paths some face, isn't it? Helping Obito to the viewing area, seeing that he refused to sit and insisted on standing, Phonbai flashed a smile that was 3 parts apology and 7 parts delight. Sorry, I kicked a bit too hard. At the end he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Phonbai, you bastard. Obito exclaimed, his face full of indignation like a teased little wife. Next match, Might Guy vs. Hyuga Iroha. Both parties formed the seal of opposition. Dodging Obito's vengeful kick, Phonbai heard the next match pair and shifted his gaze to the training ground. Mere loser. I advise you to surrender now, or else. Hyuga Iroha was as arrogant as ever. I can't beat Kakashi, but I can definitely beat this green beast. Assuming the standard Hyuga stance, Hyuga Iroha lazily looked at Might Guy, completely dismissing him. Gotcha. While Phonbai's attention was on Might Guy, Obito grabbed his collar and started furiously rubbing his head. Let you be cocky, let you be, ow. Obito trying to mess up Phonbai's hair didn't last long, because Phonbai purely by feel reached for his rear and gave it a hard pinch, making Obito cry out in pain. Weakling. With a contemptuous glance at Obito crouching on the ground, Phonbai tidied his hair and walked over to Kakashi, who was sitting at the edge with a book. Glancing at the contents of the book, seeing only a few small figures, Phonbai asked curiously, "Hey Kakashi, what poor novel are you reading?" "What poor novel?" "This is my family's heirloom sword technique." Startled by Phonbai's outrageous words, Kakashi hastily defended himself, fearing that the other students might actually believe him. "Oh, heirloom sword technique. Let me see." Snatching the book from Kakashi's hands, Phonbai flipped through a few pages and saw that it indeed contained drawings of attack moves. Kakashi didn't try to take the book back. He sat there looking up at Phonbai. "I see. Coating the blade with lightning chakra and using rapid slashes to kill the opponent. After training under Yu Longma, Phonbai could somewhat grasp the essence of the sword technique. Here, take it back." Sitting cross-legged beside Kakashi, Phonbai handed the book back. Kakashi took it and continued reading. Meanwhile, Might Guy had already charged forward and engaged Hyuga Iroha in battle. "Hey, between these two, who do you favor?" Watching Hyuga Iroha struggling to defend against Might Guy's attacks, Phonbai asked Kakashi. Without lifting his head, Kakashi replied, "I don't care about them. You're so boring. Might Guy is supposed to be your lifelong rival. Why not care a little?" Phonbai flicked the white hair on Kakashi's head. Kakashi slapped Phonbai's hand away with disgust and finally lifted his dead fish eyes to look at the two fighting. "What lifelong rival? Didn't you force that title on me? He comes looking for you every time. Hey, I'm just a passerby. He and you are the true soulmates, you know." Phonbai spoke with an air of experience. Accustomed to Phonbai's occasional nonsensical remarks, Kakashi sighed helplessly. He watched as Hyuga Iroha found an opportunity to counterattack, striking Might Guy's leg guard and then clutching his hand in pain. Shaking his head, Kakashi said, "Well, it's over. That weirdo won." Hyuga Iroha would never have guessed how many iron weights Might Guy had stuffed into his leg wraps. To strike that without wrapping his hand in chakra, just clutching his hand in pain, was already a good outcome. "Boring. I wanted you to give a verdict before the result came out." While complaining to Kakashi, Phonbai caught a glimpse of Obito sneaking up. The moment he lunged, Phonbai dodged, causing Obito to topple over and pin Kakashi instead. Tisk tsk. I didn't expect you two to be so wild doing this in public." Phonbai flashed a lecherous grin at the tangled pair. "Get off, Obito. I'm going to kill that guy." Enraged by Phonbai's provocation, Kakashi kicked Obito off him. "Ow. Damn it, Kakashi, where are you kicking?" Obito let out another howl. The Hokage's office. A familiar room, a familiar layout, and 4 familiar people. Sarutobi Hiruzen, still chewing on his unlit pipe, silently listened to Danzo's report. In the past 3 months, border skirmishes have increased from an average of 5 per month in previous years to 15, now not counting the enemies encountered by teams on missions in other countries. Danzo stated the fact of increased border friction in a calm tone. Peace has lasted too long. Has it made certain forces restless again? Hiruzen clicked his tongue and sighed helplessly. The prolonged peace had brought about an increase in internal conflicts. Konohagakure was no exception. The most typical example was the Uchiha clan, who had been seeking political status with their autonomy. At this point, the best way to divert the conflict was to establish a common enemy and channel all energy toward them. Clearly, Konoha had become this external enemy. Can we determine who the enemy is? Mitokado Hamura asked the crucial question. If they could identify the perpetrator or gather evidence of the friction, the matter could be resolved diplomatically. They wore no headbands, and their equipment had no distinguishing features. Clearly, they came prepared. Danzo had naturally conducted a thorough investigation, but Konoha had too many enemies. Without an obvious flaw, he could only rely on the Anbu to investigate one by one. But if the goal was to find a pretext for war, they wouldn't be so sneaky. There must be another purpose, right? Yudatane Koharu formed some conjectures from Danzo's words. Testing Konoha's strength. Hiruzen voiced the speculation Koharu hadn't uttered. Without a suitable opportunity, they dare not rashly start a war. They can only seek our weaknesses this way, hoping to gain some advantage or disrupt our order. But that makes things very troublesome. Not knowing who the enemy is, only able to defend passively. Mitokado Hamura frowned. Konoha's geographical position forces us into passive defense. There's no help for it. Hiruzen sighed helplessly. Konoha's location was indeed prosperous, but that prosperity invited envy from other villages. Having too many opponents meant Konoha couldn't take excessive risks. In every shinobi war, Konoha relied on its depth to exhaust the enemy in a protracted war. Inoki of Iwagakure has trained many shinobi over the years, but the number of missions is limited. Once Inoki can no longer sustain his village's ninja, he will initiate a war at the first opportunity, and the target will likely be us. Danzo straightened up and listed the intelligence gathered by his subordinates. To obtain Iwagakure's intelligence, I have lost 3 men. Even so, I can only get a rough number. Iwagakure's shinobi force has exceeded 10,000. So many. The two advisors' brows twitched. They were both shocked by the news. Iwagakure was not a wealthy village. How could it support so many shinobi with so few missions? Compared to the two advisors' undisguised astonishment, Hiruzen was utterly composed, clearly already aware of the intelligence. Could this intelligence be mistaken? From my understanding of Iwagakure, Mitokado Hamura's first reaction was that it was false. Uchiha Koharu nodded after Hamura spoke, also showing doubt toward Danzo's intelligence. Are you doubting my men? Danzo said with some displeasure. But Mitokado Hamura shook his head, not knowing what to say. One could say Danzo was wicked or incompetent or both, but it was undeniable that during the years he managed intelligence there had been no serious dereliction of duty. In that case, it's necessary to keep an eye on Iwagakure's movements. Fortunately, the land of grass lies between us. If Iwagakure acts, the grass village will inform us in advance. Uchiha Koharu sighed, already accepting that Iwagakure would launch an offensive against Konoha. Not only Iwagakure, but those brutes in Kumogakure have never stopped coveting land and resources. Over the years, they have been secretly stealing bloodline limits and secret techniques. They must also be guarded against. Danzo then began to talk about Kumogakure and Sunagakure. Even the most barren Sunagakure, under the leadership of the strongest Kazekage, has begun to compensate for the daimyo's military budget cuts by mining gold dust. At this point, Danzo paused, reached for the teacup in front of him, gently blew on it, took a small sip, and set the cup back in place. From various intelligence, we can determine that the outbreak of war is only a matter of timing. Therefore, I believe Konoha must begin preparations for war now. Opening his half-closed single eye, Danzo revealed a fierce glare and stated his opinion. Preparations for war. Though I would prefer to resolve this through diplomacy, Danzo's intelligence confirms the attitudes of the other villages. It is unclear exactly when war will break out, but it would be too late to prepare once it does. Although he had often criticized Danzo's hawkish behavior, Mitokado Hamura had to admit, given the intelligence presented, that preparing for war was indeed the best choice. That's right, Hiruzen. This time we should listen to Danzo. Uchiha Koharu agreed with Danzo's idea while looking at Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen merely shook his head, took the pipe from his lips, and sighed once more. Indeed, no matter the time, shinobi can never escape the fate of conflict. Let's do as you suggest. Having reached a consensus on war preparations, the four immediately set to work according to their respective duties. To gather more intelligence, Danzo, disregarding Fonbai's training, recalled Aburame Ryoma and Yamanaka Zen back to his side, dedicating all his efforts to intelligence and assassination. As usual, after playing with Kakashi and the others after school, Fonbai returned home to find only Yakushi Nono sitting in the living room. Sister Nono. Greeting her obediently, Fonbai put away his shoes and approached. You're back, Fonbai. Nono smiled and reached out to tidy Fonbai's hair, which had been tousled by Obito. You must be hungry. Let me make you something delicious. Okay, I'll go study in the study then. Fonbai did not ask why Danzo wasn't cooking today. After all, Danzo disappeared for a few days every month, probably off causing trouble somewhere. Ice Release Ice Pillars. Extending her slender fingers, Fonbai began forming hand seals, channeling the chakra within her body. As the final seal was completed, several modestly sized ice pillars burst forth from the ground. I see. When using ice release in a waterless area, the chakra consumption is significantly higher than in an environment with water. Sensing the rapid depletion of her chakra, Fonbai finally understood the mechanics of ice release. Conversely, in a water-rich environment, water release water bullet. Ice release ice pillars. Spitting a puddle of water onto the ground like a wad of phlegm, Fonbai once again executed ice release. Wait a minute, am I doing something utterly pointless? Observing the ice pillars formed this time by combining water release and ice release, Fonbai sensed the remaining chakra in her body and suddenly had a revelation. No, I can't think that way. If I could master a technique like Kisame, which turns a waterless area into a lake, then using ice release would be. Wait, if I already had that level of chakra, would I even need to worry about the chakra cost of ice release? Fonbai began to doubt her own intellect for the first time. Good grief, I've wasted so much time on such meaningless thoughts. On the other side, watching Phone training diligently in the yard after finishing her meal, Yao Shirinayu nodded in satisfaction, then pulled out a small notebook and began jotting something down. Meanwhile, in the root base, as Tuan Song was assigning tasks, a puff of smoke suddenly appeared before him. Is that a message from Yao Shirinayu? As the smoke dissipated, Yu Nu Long Ma immediately recognized the summoning creature. Correct. Tuan Song reached out, took the letter from the summoning jutsu's hand, and opened it to read. After reading the contents, Tuan Song's expression remained unchanged. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the sharp wind attribute chakra instantly shredded the letter into powder that scattered on the ground. Things have been a bit unsettled lately. At the Mitarashi Dango shop, a Sima sitting to Phonebai's left remarked absently while watching a Konoha ninja pass by on the road. Huh, I don't see any difference from before. Hearing this, Hongdo, who was on Phonebai's right and busy devouring dango, looked up with a bewildered expression. Just eat your dango. Phoneby placed his own plate of dango onto Hongdo's, then reached out and poked her forehead, signaling her to just enjoy her food. Seeing the new dango appear on her plate, Hongdo's eyes narrowed in bliss. She quickly finished the one in her hand to make room for the new skewer. Do you know those two ninjas just now? Phoneby, who wasn't particularly fond of sweets, naturally noticed the white flowers in their hands. They seemed to be heading toward the memorial stone. Sort of. They're well-known chunin in Konoha. Asima confirmed Phonebai's guess and also shared his observation. Even though there's no large-scale memorial service, a new name has appeared on the memorial stone recently. Is that so? Phoneby sighed, gazing at the sparse pedestrians on the street. It seemed the countdown to the Third Shinobi World War had already begun. He wondered if with his arrival as a time traveler, the war, which should have started years later, might break out sooner. Actually, starting the war now wouldn't be bad. At least no matter how dire the situation, the Konoha higher-ups wouldn't send 7- or 8-year-old kids like us to the front lines. They'd pick the older ones, the 11- or 12-year-olds. If I need to hurry up and get stronger, then I'll show that old man that I've truly grown. Asima was full of drive, eager to prove himself to the third Hokage. Yeah, right. Work hard and get stronger. Aim to do 3 things for the Land of Fire in 3 minutes. Phoneby humored him absent-mindedly. What does that mean? Asima didn't understand. It means you'll be incredibly strong. Realizing his slip, Phoneby quickly covered. When you fight someone, just sing, "Woo Fhe die," and no one will dare come near you. Woo Fhe die. Already confused, Asima became even more bewildered by Phonebai's explanation. Uchiha Xianjian, sitting across the table, lounged with a toothpick in his mouth and reminded Asima, "Come on, Asima, don't overthink it. Phonebai's always saying weird stuff. Don't take him seriously. Instead of worrying about Phonebai's words, think about next week's squad practice match. The kids from the other class are no pushovers." Huibaisho pushed up his little sunglasses and chimed in, echoing Uchiha Xianjian. "I've heard that the squad leader of Class 3, that black-haired girl, is called Jing-in. She's from the Kato family. Her uncle Kato Dan was once a renowned jonin in Konoha before he died in the Second Shinobi World War." Thinking of Jing-yin's cute face, Huibaisho's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. "You let your can't keep your eyes off a pretty girl. You'll definitely grow up to be a covert pervert." Phoneby, who had been silent after teasing Asima, suddenly stood up. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he walked over to Huibaisho and patted his shoulder. Huibaisho, who thought Phoneby had something important to say, jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. You Phoneby, how can you slander me like that? That's not can't keep my eyes off. It's appreciation. Appreciation, do you understand? Tisk tsk. Others may not know, but I'm well aware. Last Saturday, you secretly snuck out of the bookstore. Before Phoneby could finish, Huibaisho clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him aside. Did you wash your hands, you bastard? Phoneby forcibly pulled away Huibaisho's hand, spat a few times, and glared at him. Huibaisho had no time to explain such trivialities. His only goal was to shut Phoneby up by any means. What do you want? Caught off guard by Huibaisho's question, Phoneby blinked. Heaven knows he never intended to blackmail anyone in the way common in those NTR doujinshi. But he couldn't resist saying that line. Ahem, Huibaisho, you don't want others to find out you've been reading porn magazines, do you? Phoneby, I'll do anything. Please don't tell anyone. Wait, why does this sound so familiar? Huibaisho instinctively answered, then realized something was off. In the end, Phoneby did not use this as an excuse to blackmail Hibi. However, seeing the paranoid Hibi, Phoneby perfunctorily told him to treat them to a bowl of ramen when he had time, just to pacify him. Class 3 has quite a few capable people, such as Yamashiro, Aoba, Marino, Ibiki, Namikubi, Reidu, Tsukino, Hyatt, Yuzuki, Yukimi, Naramasako. Most of their fathers are chunin or jonin, each carrying their own legacy. Back with everyone, Kinaho Gunma was introducing the situation of Class 3 to them. Inheritance, huh? Compared to Phoneby and Asuma in our class, can they really count for anything? After eating their fill, Gremio sat in place, playing with the bamboo skewer in her hand. After Kinaho Gunma finished speaking, she suddenly threw it, piercing it deeply into the wooden post outside. I'm fried at the bullseye. See that, Phoneby? That's my strength. No one knew where Gremio was claiming the bullseye was, but since she said so, Phone-Bai didn't bother asking and merely nodded perfunctorily. Hee next time I'll teach you how to throw this thing so it hits the mark. Having received Phone-Bai's acknowledgement, Gremio was delighted and as usual ran over to him, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. If I rely on my own strength, not my old man's name. Remember that, Gremio. Asuma was displeased with Gremio's words, putting on a sour face. Yes, I got it, Asuma, young master. Letting go of Phone-Bai, Gremio made a funny face and spelled out each character to Asuma one by one. You brat. Asuma, usually good-tempered, had veins bulging on his forehead now, but there was nothing he could do about Gremio. She was simply like that. Alright, I'll give you Dango, don't be mad. Hong, you should also persuade your man. The seemingly repentant Gremio started teasing Yugao again. Gremio, what nonsense are you spouting? As a girl, Yugao wouldn't tolerate Gremio's behavior. Blushing, she picked up the bamboo skewer on the table and charged at Gremio. I was wrong. Seeing Yugao rushing toward her, Gremio begged for mercy while hiding behind Phone-Bai, trying to use him as a human shield. Phone-Bai, move. I'm going to properly educate this guy today. Seeing Phone-Bai pushed to the front by Gremio, Yugao waved her bamboo skewer, signaling him to step aside. Watching the bamboo skewer inches away, Phone-Bai cleared his throat, and before Gremio could react, used body flicker technique to dart aside. Cough, Gremio, this is the trouble you brought upon yourself. I'm not getting involved. You traitorous friend. Sensei Ginma, please take good care of us during this exercise. As Phone-Bai's Class 2 assembled, Ito Makoto approached Ginma with a smile. Not at all, let's work together. Ginma smiled back and extended his hand. Under the watchful eyes of both classes' students, the two teachers shook hands briefly before letting go. Students, three-person battles have always been the combat format of the Konoha Chunin exams. This cross-class exercise is to help you adapt in advance. Ito Makoto gave the final explanation. The most crucial aspect of three-person battles is coordination. Even three Genin, if well-coordinated, can hold off a much stronger Chunin. Of course, if facing a Jonin, close cooperation can still buy enough time to wait for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Ginma was also instructing his students. Well then, according to the draw, the first team prepare to take your positions. Having said enough, the two teachers exchanged glances and with unspoken understanding called out their first teams simultaneously. Go, Gremio, show them what you've got. Watching Gremio prepare to rise, Phone-Bai cheered her on. Naturally. It's only Class 3, watch how I defeat them. Gremio lifted her chin and with her teammates made her way to the center of the training ground. Her teammates were Hyuga Iroha and Nara Inu. Their opponents were Uchiha Yawang Shizune and Narajin Yuen. Having suffered Phone-Bai's beating before, Uchiha Yawang harbored unworthy thoughts upon seeing him cheering for Gremio. If I can't beat you, but can I beat your friend? Let me see how I can disfigure that somewhat pretty face of yours to avenge my shattered balls. Thinking back to Phone-Bai's past actions, a sharp pain flared in Uchiha Yawang's crotch. The psychological trauma from that incident was so deep that even now he would wake from nightmares. Alright, both sides form hand seals. Exercise begins. As Gunma waved his arm, Uchiha Yawang, long eager for action, darted forward toward Gremio. That girl is mine. But Hyuga Iroha didn't give him the chance, intercepting him mid-stride. Humph, and Uchiha. I'll be the one to defeat you. You're truly. Blocked by Hyuga Iroha, Uchiha Yawang became a mental cursing machine, endlessly praising the Hyuga in front of him. So shall we two fight? Narajin Yuen looked at Nara Inu, asking tentatively. Yeah, let's do that. What a pain. Nara Inu agreed, and the two Nara clan members openly slacked off together. This left Gremio's opponent to be Shizune. They have absolutely no coordination. Ito Makoto observed the individuals fighting on their own and wasn't particularly surprised. Fighting separately isn't entirely without merit as coordination, but the Nara clan members are being excessive. Gama agreed. Although the Sharingan possessed extraordinary abilities before activating it, the Uchiha could not compete with the Hyuga's taijutsu, whose Byakugan could be opened through training alone. After barely exchanging a few moves, Uchiha Yawang, increasingly struggling, realized that if the fight continued as a taijutsu clash, he would surely lose. I'll decide this with Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Yawang, who only knew one ninjutsu, decided to create distance, attempting to defeat Hyuga Iroha with Fire Release. Seeing Uchiha Yawang feint a punch, and after Hyuga Iroha dodged, he hastily leaped backwards, soaring into the air. Don't think you can escape. Already anticipating this move, Hyuga Iroha stepped forward, and with chakra already gathered in her right hand, struck out fiercely, unleashing a technique she had just comprehended, 8 trigrams empty palm. Powerful chakra blocks surged toward Uchiha Yawang, and to everyone's astonishment struck the defenseless area between his legs as he jumped. The medical staff of Konoha rushed to the school at an astonishing speed. Accompanying them were members of the Konoha police force. Uchiha Yashiro watched with a grim expression as Uchiha Yagura, clutching his groin and wailing incessantly, was lifted onto a stretcher. Then he turned his gaze to the instigator of all this, Hyuga Iroha. Under Uchiha Yashiro's piercing glare, Hyuga Iroha lowered his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. He hadn't truly intended to strike that area, he had only just grasped the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Originally, this technique was a powerful long-range sniper skill, with an attack distance exceeding 10 meters. But young Hyuga Iroha had only learned a smattering. Not only was the range limited to 2 meters, but the accuracy was. Well, it wasn't just lacking, it was practically non-existent. Seeing the other avoiding his gaze out of guilt, Uchiha Yashiro sighed inwardly. After closing his eyes for a moment of contemplation, he shifted his focus to the 2 teachers. Let's go have a talk, you two. Glancing at the teachers who also wore grim expressions, Uchiha Yashiro knew that even though the culprit was from the Hyuga clan, the child's identity made it impossible for him to vent his anger. In comparison, the 2 teachers as adults who had failed to intervene in time bore far greater responsibility. With the teachers taken away, the drill naturally came to an end. Hey, are the teachers going to be okay? Ebisu asked, a hint of worry in his voice as he watched the teachers being led away. Asuma shrugged. Relax, injuries during ninja school drills aren't common, but they're not unheard of either. The world of shinobi is full of pain. As long as it wasn't intentional, there won't be much punishment. But speaking of which, Iroha, you're quite ruthless. Come clean. Was that move prepared for Kakashi or for Guy? Shirakaze sidled up to Hyuga Iroha and asked half-jokingly. You? Kakashi stared at Shirakaze with lifeless eyes, instinctively clamping his legs together. Even Might Guy didn't know what to say, simply standing there with a foolish grin. Honestly, this sort of thing was anything but youthful. What nonsense. I didn't do it on purpose. Hyuga Iroha argued, his face reddening. Oh, come on, don't make excuses. Everyone knows the Hyuga and Uchiha clans don't get along. I get it. Shirakaze wore an expression of someone who enjoyed watching the drama unfold. Hearing this, even those who hadn't thought much of it began to doubt the truth. After all, it was common knowledge that the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were at odds, and Hyuga Iroha had indeed taken the initiative to confront Uchiha Yagura. This made the story seem quite plausible. Seeing his classmates' gazes turning suspicious, Hyuga Iroha quickly pushed Shirakaze away and shouted in defense, I didn't. No, don't talk nonsense. Alas, under Shirakaze's embellishment, Hyuga Iroha's protests felt utterly feeble. Alright, we get it, ballbuster boy. Shirakaze sidled up to him again, with a mischievous grin, patting Hyuga Iroha's shoulder while giving him a nickname. B-ballbuster boy. Hyuga Iroha didn't understand the nickname at first, but after a moment's thought he caught on. Once this nickname spread his reputation. Hyuga Iroha was in despair, because both classes present had heard Shirakaze's words. As expected, within just an hour, news that Class 2 had a ballbuster boy had spread throughout the entire ninja school. Thus, Hyuga Iroha became the first ninja among this year's students to earn a title. As for whether Hyuga Iroha would one day shake the shinobi world, Shirakaze, the instigator, couldn't care less. B-ballbuster boy. When Hiruzen, who had rushed to the school upon hearing the news, was about to mediate, he heard the report from the Anbu and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What's wrong, Lord Third? Hyuga Hizashi, who had been summoned to the school by the Third, asked curiously upon seeing his expression. Hiruzen quickly suppressed his smile, adjusting his expression. Nothing, just some work matters. Hizashi, that's the gist of it. Just an accident during a drill. Hearing Hiruzen's final verdict on the matter, Uchiha Yashiro was somewhat dissatisfied, but had no choice. The facts were, as stated, the 2 teachers had done their best to prevent it, but Hyuga Iroha's punch was too fast for them to intervene. But Uchiha Yagura's injury. Indeed, the school's teachers were negligent, and I, as the principal, am also responsible. Later, I will personally visit the child's home to apologize to his parents. Sensing Uchiha Yashiro's reluctance, Hiruzen offered a particularly solemn apology. A personal visit from the Hokage to apologize carried considerable weight. Uchiha Yashiro's expression finally softened. I will inform Captain Fugaku of this. He gave a slight bow to Hiruzen, completely ignoring Hyuga Hizashi, and turned to leave. Seeing the man's lack of courtesy, Hizashi frowned in displeasure. But he couldn't vent in front of Hiruzen, so he subtly tried to stir trouble. Yashiro is being rather disrespectful to you, Lord Third. It's fine. After all, one of their clan members was injured. Hiruzen ignored Hizashi's provocation and responded cheerfully. Indeed. I spoke out of turn. Please allow me to take my leave. Hizashi didn't expect Hiruzen to actually get angry. He bowed properly to the Third and slowly withdrew from the office. Phew. That should settle it. Genji Makoto, don't let this weigh on your minds. Keep conducting drills, just be more vigilant. Especially when dealing with children from ninja clans. They often use techniques that kids their age shouldn't know. Seeing that the Uchiha and Hyuga members had left, Hiruzen finally had time to address the 2 teachers. Yes, Lord Third. We failed in our duty. Feeling Hiruzen's gentle attitude, the 2 teachers who were from civilian backgrounds were deeply moved. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a boss who willingly takes responsibility? Alright, go back to work. Next time you run a drill, you can ask Yuhi Shinku to oversee it. As a jonin, his insight is sharper, and he'll be able to stop these little rascals in time. Hiruzen gave them a suggestion as they were about to leave. Yes, Lord Third. It's still a crushing injury, but much more severe than last time. Fortunately, the doctor in charge of treatment this time had once trained under Lady Tsunade, so the child's wounds were healed smoothly. In the hospital room, the doctor was explaining the injury to the parents of Uchiha Yawang, who had rushed over. Will it affect his future fertility? After all, that part of the child has been crushed twice. Yawang's mother asked with concern. While they were discussing the injury, Uchiha Wada also arrived at the hospital and saw Fugaku at the main entrance. Fugaku, look. Because of your concessions, the Uchiha clan is once again being trampled underfoot. What is the Hyuga clan that they dare to treat our juniors like this? Utterly without inquiring about the circumstances, Uchiha Wada began to berate Fugaku the moment he saw him. His overbearing attitude greatly displeased Uchiha Yashiro and others standing behind Fugaku. Uncle Wada, after this incident, Yashiro led people there immediately. According to the investigation, it was indeed an accident caused by the Hyuga boy during the drill, and the Hyuga clan has confirmed this. As the clan leader, Fugaku was also displeased with Wada's attitude, but he had to maintain appearances. Therefore, he suppressed his anger and explained patiently to Wada. The Hyuga clan is inherently evil. They have always harbored hostility toward us Uchiha. How could it be an accident? Wada refused to listen to Fugaku's explanation, determined to make the Hyuga pay. The third Hokage has already concluded the matter. It was the teacher's negligence. He will personally apologize to Yawang's parents later. Besides, don't our clan schools sometimes have incidents where children lose control and cause injuries? Watching Wada's almost unreasonable attitude, Fugaku's tone immediately turned stern. Hearing that the third Hokage would personally apologize, Wada's momentum waned slightly, but he still stubbornly ranted. The clan school wouldn't strike so accurately. Even among ninjas, no one has ever heard of someone's that part being hit twice. I say it must be that Shimura brat colluding with the Hyuga brat to deliberately cause this. The ninja world is full of unexpected events. Just like back then, no one would have thought that the second Hokage would die during the peace negotiations with Kimogakure. Things are always unpredictable. Some events are likely just coincidences, Uncle Wada. Although Fugaku also thought it was too coincidental, Yashiro was a trusted subordinate. Since even he had found no evidence, it proved that the matter was indeed a coincidence, just as the third Hokage had said. Suit yourself. Seeing that Fugaku had no intention of pursuing further, Wada left these words and stormed off angrily. Sigh. Watching the others retreating back, Fugaku let out a helpless sigh. He adjusted his mindset and turned to walk toward the hospital room to inform Yawang's parents of the situation. Compared to the unreasonable Wada, Yawang's parents, though also resentful, accepted Fugaku's explanation. They asked him to relay to the third Hokage that a personal apology was unnecessary as long as the school could prevent such incidents in the future. In summary, this matter is now closed. The drill will be postponed to next week and the group assignments will remain unchanged. Moved to tears by the third Hokage's words, Itenching wiped his eyes and entered the classroom to announce the news. Hearing that the drill would continue next week, Class 2 was fine, but Class 3, especially the boys, began to groan. Now the entire Ninja Academy knew that Class 2 had a terrifying, explosive ball kid who could take out a man's manhood from 100 meters away. How could the Class 3 boys who had witnessed Yawang's miserable state accept this? However, upon hearing that the original group assignments would remain and that the first group would no longer participate in the drill, the boys loosened their clenched legs and relaxed. As long as they didn't have to face that explosive ball kid. Maybe they could even defeat the so-called geniuses Kakashi and Fongbai. The ninja world was too unfair. Those two were called geniuses and also had good looks, attracting the attention of the girls in the class every day while completely ignoring the rest of them. They had to teach them a lesson, especially to stomp hard on that cute face. The sun was shining, the rain had stopped. After learning that Hyuga Iroha wouldn't be participating in the battle, the Class 3 boys once again felt confident. Let's go, explosive ball kid. Let's go eat some dango together. As school ended, when Fongbai's group was heading to the dango shop, the important figure in the group, Fongbai, invited Hyuga Iroha. Who are you calling explosive ball kid? Get lost. Hyuga Iroha, usually well-mannered, rarely swore, showing just how angry he was. Tisk tisk, can't take a joke. Look at that kid Obito. I torment him every day and he's not as bitter as you. Fongbai pointed at the somewhat innocent-looking Obito not far away. Ha, if Obito could beat you, he would have already pinned you down and rubbed your face in the dirt. Hyuga Iroha rolled his eyes and said grumpily, thanks to you, the whole school now knows me as the explosive ball kid. Are you satisfied now, Lord Shimura? At this moment, Hyuga Iroha had no idea that his reputation had already spread throughout the village. Otherwise, he would have rushed over and bitten Fongbai to death. Alright, I'll treat you to dango as my apology. Fongbai familiarly put his arm around the other and forcibly dragged him toward the door. And so, under Fongbai's persistent nagging, Hyuga Iroha followed them to the dango shop. Ante, the usual order plus an extra serving. Today it's my treat. Arriving at the dango shop, Fongbai immediately called out loudly to the proprietress, emphasizing that today he was treating. Oh, it's Fongbai. Have a seat. You've brought a new companion today. The proprietress, upon seeing Fongbai, smiled and came out to greet him, noticing Hyuga Iroha beside him. She gave him a friendly smile and then turned back to her work. Kid move. This is my seat. Seeing Hyuga Iroha about to sit next to phone by Anko quickly pushed him away and sat down first. TCH move. As if I'd fight you for it. Hyuga Iroha muttered quietly, and at Asuma's invitation sat down next to Kakashi. A brooder paired with a poker face. Perfect. Watching the two who didn't like to talk much phone by smiled, and then chatted with Asuma, and the others as usual exchanging anecdotes they had heard, and occasionally sharing some cultivation insights. On the playground of the Ninja Academy, a group combat exercise was underway between evenly matched teams. For Class 2, the three participants were Shimura Fahaku, who appeared frail and delicate, Hataki Kakashi with a perpetually exhausted expression, and Sarutobi Asuma carefree and nonchalant. The moment these three appeared, it made Ito Makoto and Jinjin pull their hearts into their throats. Sensei Ito, are you certain you didn't rig the team assignments? Jinjin whispered to Ito Makoto beside him. How could it be such a coincidence that the three notorious figures from Class 2 were grouped together so effortlessly? These three were no ordinary students. While their peers their age were still struggling to master basic taijutsu, they had already begun experimenting with ninjutsu. Especially that one from the Shimura clan, a student who hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy, yet had already managed to break through his teacher's earth-style jutsu with wind release. Among all the outstanding students the academy had ever produced, only the young Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed comparable talent. Jinjin was already feeling anxious for his own classmates about to enter the arena. I'm actually kind of nervous, muttered Baishiro Reidu quietly to his teammate, watching Fahaku and the others loitering their way toward the center of the playground. What's there to be nervous about? We're not exactly pushovers, said Tobake Tanbo, his face almost entirely wrapped in bandages, forcing himself to muster courage as his lips trembled. Exactly. We all have two heads and one shoulder, just like everyone else. What's there to fear? Yamagishi Aoba, wearing small sunglasses just like Ebisu, offered encouragement from the side. Though he didn't stutter like Tanbo, his illogical words betrayed his true state of mind. Let me confirm something. Aoba, you know ninjutsu, right? Tanbo cleared his throat, regaining his composure as he discussed tactics with his teammates. Hearing Tanbo's question, Yamagishi Aoba nodded. Don't expect too much from me. My ninjutsu skills are, well, let's just say they're adequate. Having witnessed Fahaku's jutsu, he felt his own meager fire-style techniques were utterly insignificant by comparison. That's enough. By this point, Tanbo had completely steadied his nerves, and his confidence surged. Stepping between his two teammates, Tanbo struck a pose. I'll be the decoy. You two support me. Murata. Wrapped head to toe in tattered cloth strips, a ninja, bearing no village insignia, gripped a ninjato in hand. After uttering one of the Hokage's infamous forbidden words, he raised his blade to cleave the head from the Konoha ninja before him. A flash of white light streaked across the battlefield and blood splattered across the Konoha ninja's face. The ninja, who had already closed his eyes in despair, reached up to touch his head and tremulously opened his eyes. Is my head still attached? The first thing that came into view the moment his eyes opened was the headless corpse of the enemy ninja. The blood on his face was spraying from the smooth, clean severance of the stranger's neck. Are you all right? A gentle voice rang out instantly, giving the dazed Konoha ninja something to hold on to. Lord Sasaki. Sasaki emerged from the shadows, sheathing his ninjato. He gently placed the enemy's severed head on the ground before examining the Konoha ninja's injuries. Lord Sasaki, don't mind me. I can handle this wound. You should go save Doi and the others. Leaning against a tree behind him, the Konoha ninja signaled for Sasaki to ignore him and rescue their comrades who were still entangled with the enemy. Doi and the others have already been rescued. I received word from them before coming to find you. Sasaki crouched down, retrieving his medical kit from his pouch to begin bandaging the wound. However, Sasaki's rapping motion suddenly froze. Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished in an instant. No good. The ninja, who had been cautiously observing from the shadows, instinctively blurted out the words the moment he saw Sasaki disappear. He sprang from his hiding place and sprinted toward the border without looking back. The instant the ninja leaped from concealment, Sasaki's ninjato, known as White Fang, had already been driven deep into the ground. If the ninja had not escaped in time, he would have been pinned to the earth right then and there. The ninja threw every smoke bomb he carried in a desperate attempt to buy time. That white flash, there's no mistaking it. It's definitely the Konoha White Fang. Why would such a prominent figure appear at the border? Based on just those two movements, the ninja had already confirmed Sasaki's identity. He had to report this critical intelligence to the village elders immediately to crush any infiltration ambitions against Konoha. The next moment, he felt his body no longer responding to his will. Watching his headless body continue running forward, the ninja tried to say something but could not produce a single sound. What an extraordinarily fast blade. The sight of the headless corpse falling to the ground became the final image this ninja would ever witness. That takes care of everything. Sheathing his ninjato, Sasaki crouched beside the enemy corpse, searching for any clue that might reveal the opponent's identity. Over 10 minutes later, after Sasaki had finished handling everything, his teammates finally arrived. Lord Sasaki, we're sorry we're late. Several Konoha ninja in standard flak vests approached Sasaki. Breathless and filled with remorse, they apologized without even having time to catch their breath. Sasaki waved his hand, dismissing their apology. For his teammates to keep pace with him at full speed at this hour was already more than adequate. Report this incident to the third Hokage. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unusually absent from the Hokage's office. Instead, he had appeared in the Ninja Academy's staff room. At his side walked a young man with blonde hair, observing the exercise on the playground alongside him. The young man appeared quite young, yet his flak vest marked him as an elite jonin. Such a young jonin was a rare sight throughout all of Konoha. Well, Minato, what do you make of this generation's students? Hiruzen held his pipe, watching with a cheerful smile as the children energetically competed on the playground, and spoke the young man's name. The young man behind him was not only the student of his own student, but also the lover of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Konoha's youngest active jonin, a steadfast supporter of the Hokage faction. Therefore Hiruzen held Minato in high regard, having taught him numerous powerful jutsu, and deliberately nurturing him to become the next Konoha White Fang. Their talent is remarkable. To achieve such things at such a young age, far surpassing what I managed at their stage. Minato displayed his signature smile, his tone modest and humble. If properly cultivated, I believe he would surely embody the will of fire you hold dear. Watching Feiju Qingting fall after just 3 punches from Asuma Namikaze, Minato offered his sincere praise. Haha, that would be most satisfactory. Hiruzen chuckled a few times, no longer watching the training ground, and turned to sit back in his chair. Noticing Hiruzen's movement, Namikaze Minato straightened his posture, sensing that something important was about to be discussed. Has your teacher, that fellow Jiraiya, sent any news recently? Hiruzen wasted no time immediately asking about Jiraiya's whereabouts. All 3 of his disciples had been troublemakers in their own right. Especially Jiraiya, who never stayed in the village but instead wandered everywhere using the excuse of seeking inspiration to spy on people throughout the ninja world. And he made no effort to conceal his identity whatsoever. Who in the entire ninja world didn't know that Jiraiya was a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen? When his disciple got caught spying, the damage to his reputation fell squarely on Hiruzen. What made it even more infuriating was that Hiruzen himself had never seen a single thing. That disciple of his had enjoyed all those splendid views, all to himself. Ahem. Hiruzen, lost in his daydreams, suddenly remembered someone was beside him. He hastily suppressed his thoughts and instinctively turned his face away, terrified Minato would notice the flush on his cheeks. He sent a message some time ago saying he was in the grass country gathering material, though he didn't disclose his exact location. Minato truthfully reported his teacher's whereabouts. I see. As long as we can still contact him. You've likely noticed too, the situation lately has been far from peaceful. I estimate that within the next 5 years the ninja world will face a major upheaval. The various villages have been making moves recently. If you have the chance, tell that boy not to wander around so much and to visit this old man back at the village sometime. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and looked straight at Minato before him. Yes, third Hokage. Minato understood the unspoken meaning and knelt respectfully. Hiruzen, I told you I only called you here to chat about family matters today. Seeing Minato's obedience, Hiruzen chuckled and stood up to help him to his feet. What about it? Any interest in taking on some students and forming a team? Hiruzen asked casually. Let a class. Minato instinctively glanced at Hiruzen. Was the Hokage inquiring, commanding, or hinting? After careful consideration, Minato gave his reply. It is entirely at your discretion. To him, as long as he could uphold the will of fire, any assignment would be acceptable. Ha, didn't I just say we're only chatting today? You're still young. Even if you were to lead a team, it wouldn't be for several years. For now, follow my orders. As for which team you'd be assigned to. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, then shook his head in Minato's presence. We'll decide once the right person arrives. In his eyes, since Minato was the lover of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he needed to shoulder corresponding responsibilities. With his own duties overwhelming, Hiruzen could not handle everything personally. In this regard, Minato's true teacher would need to step in. Speaking of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Hiruzen instinctively thought of Danzo. When it came to the profundity of sealing techniques within the entire Konoha, apart from Kushina, only Danzo remained. Unfortunately, Danzo had always treated the Jinchuriki as strategic weapons. The two of them had erupted into numerous arguments over the treatment of the Jinchuriki. They had staged countless scenes of Hiruzen, you regret it, Danzo, I'll burn you, followed by the sound of fists colliding. This pattern continued until Fubuki's arrival, which eased things somewhat. Achoo. Meanwhile, Danzo, who was receiving a report from the Root Division, let out another sneeze, spraying his counterpart Byaku in the face. Skillfully wiping the mess from his face, Byaku respectfully asked, Are you all right, Lord Danzo? I'm fine. Unaware of the underlying meaning, Danzo waved his hand. Continue. Yes. Per your orders, I have made the 38th adjustment to the lighting in the root base. The feedback received has been overwhelmingly positive. Byaku responded and continued his report. Well done, Byaku. Glancing at the lights outside, Danzo nodded approvingly, gaining a new appreciation for Byaku's execution ability. You've worked hard these past days. I have a mission I'm preparing to assign to you. Rarely offering praise to a subordinate, Danzo was about to give him a new task. Hearing Danzo's words, Byaku quickly raised both hands ready to receive the mission scroll, as usual. But after waiting a long time, he felt nothing in his hands and looked up in confusion. This mission involves no troublesome elements. All you need to do is replace Aburame Tatara and Yamanaka Zen to guide Fubuki's training. Danzo was very pleased with the attitude displayed and narrowed his eyes, looking toward Aburame Tatara and the others who were busy nearby. Although Shinayama Nanoko was supervising, her attitude toward Fubuki was somewhat too gentle, which could breed laziness in his son. Therefore, Danzo decided to send Byaku, whose strength was merely average and who was not particularly important to root. From today onwards, remove your mask and restore your true name, Shimura Iku. Go to Fubuki's side. Yes. As Danzo's words fell, Shimura Iku removed the mask from his face, revealing a handsome visage. Those elite third-class students. I'm targeting the elites. Now that old man has nothing more to say. Inside the dumpling shop, Asuma's excited voice rang out. Having been suppressed by Kakashi and Fubuki to the point of nearly losing his confidence, Asuma had finally proven himself in today's battle. Not only did he knock down Feiju Qingting with a few punches, but he also single-handedly held his own against the combined assault of Binzu Raime and Yisho Oba through taijutsu alone. Fubuki and Kakashi were content to relax on the sidelines, providing support and tossing items here and there. Hell, I can't beat Fubuki and Kakashi, but can I really not beat you too? Asuma thought to himself. At this moment, Asuma was far from the composed adult he would become. He was already growing conceited over a small victory. Kurenai, sitting beside him, simply watched him with a smile, saying nothing. Enough showing off, Asuma. Compared to our explosive ball prodigy, you still have a long way to go. Fubuki raised his teacup and called out toward Asuma. Bang! Upon hearing this, Hyuga Iroha slammed her fist onto the table, immediately ready to confront Fubuki. You awful person. Because of you, I can't even hold my head up among the Hyuga clan. Now do you understand? Thinking of how the clan members had treated her after she received the title, Hyuga Iroha completely lost her composure. The moon shines bright, Itachi smiles at me, red face, says night has fallen, quietly disappear into the ninja world. Bidding farewell to Asuma and his team, Phone-Bai hummed his own adapted tune, strolling down the moonlit streets of Konoha. Little Phone-Bai had been living quite comfortably lately. Ever since the old man took Ryoma and the others somewhere busy, he finally escaped his previous slave-like life, no longer having to experience the so-called joy of logging in and receiving 100 consecutive pulls. After school each day, he would chat and joke with his friends, making merry. This became Phone-Bai's routine. Returning home, he could still savor Yakushi Nanoyu's cooking, which far surpassed Danzo's level. This was the life he had always dreamed of. With eyes narrowed in delight, Phone-Bai cheerfully pushed open the door. As he entered and was about to greet Nanoyu, he saw a strange young man standing before him. Nanoyune, what the hell? Startled by the sudden appearance of the young man, Phone-Bai blurted out a curse. Hearing the commotion, Nanoyu poked her head out from the kitchen and explained, Phone-Bai, you're back. That child is sent by your father. His name is Shimura Iku. From now on you will train under him. Shimura Iku, what are you going to reward me with a trinket? Looking at the young man with a clear face and a scar on his left cheek, Phone-Bai judged him to be only about a decade older than himself. He had to admit the genes of the Shimura clan were exceptional. Any random young man could be at the level of someone wearing suspenders and playing basketball. They were just a tiny bit inferior to him. Hello, Ikuji. Touching his own little face, proud of his appearance, Phone-Bai greeted this Iku. Hearing Phone-Bai address him voluntarily, Iku tilted his head, slightly expressionless, staring at the adorable little one before him, not immediately responding. Young Master Phone-Bai. Just as Phone-Bai began to suspect whether the man was mute, Iku suddenly knelt on one knee and addressed him respectfully. Well, get up. Why so formal? Taken aback by the sudden gesture, Phone-Bai quickly urged him to rise. Lord Danzo has ordered that from today, I am to be responsible for your daily training and personal safety. Iku stood up and announced Danzo's command. As tensions in the ninja world escalated, both the Anbu and Root faced varying degrees of manpower shortages. Thus Danzo withdrew the two squads assigned to protect Phone-Bai, entrusting the task solely to Shimura Iku. Oh, that's fine. Phone-Bai scratched his head, saying insincerely. Deep down he certainly didn't want someone constantly cracking a whip behind him. But seeing that Danzo had only sent this one person to guide him, Phone-Bai could barely accept it. As long as Yamanaka-san didn't come, everything would be fine. Compared to the merciless Aburame Ryoma, he feared the whip wielder more. Whenever that guy stood there, Phone-Bai felt his skin color change. This guy before him looked like a gentle young man, as surely he couldn't do something as despicable as Yamanaka-san, right? Before dinner, Phone-Bai's impression of the fellow clansman was fairly decent until after the meal. Actually, I don't know how to train children of your age. Standing in the yard, Iku looked at Phone-Bai and suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Phone-Bai's eyes lit up. Not knowing was good. If he didn't know, then Phonbai could easily fool him, or rather properly inform him of what real ninja training should be like. It certainly wasn't that absurd training where an elite jonin strikes with zero startup, followed by a farmer cracking a whip. Ryoma-senpai is very busy, so I couldn't ask him directly. Fortunately, Yamanaka-shan-senpai took time to instruct me. Iku expressionlessly pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Who did you ask? At the sound of that familiar name, Phonbai was horrified and asked in disbelief. Yamanaka-shan-senpai. He told me that your talent is very high, and all we can do is to spur you on with a whip. Taking a deep breath, Iku infused the kunai with wind release chakra, creating a whip that instantly filled Phonbai with despair. Alright, you son of a... Before Phonbai could finish his curse, Iku's whip had already lashed out. By spur you on, I mean I swing the whip here and you dodge with all your might, right? A sharp wind swept across Phonbai's chest, slashing a gash in his shirt. Dodge with all my might. I don't have a Sharingan. How can I possibly see a weapon infused with wind release chakra? Watching his clothes easily torn, Phonbai could only scurry in panic. Under Iku's relentless whipping, Phonbai initially had the energy to curse, but after being struck twice, he fell silent and focused entirely on finding the opponent's openings. Oh, not there. Yamanaka-shan, IFU. Amidst howls and curses, Phonbai's slave life once again began. Is this Shimura Iku holding a grudge against the old man? Starting off with something so intense. Although wind release chakra is invisible, you can roughly determine the attack's location by observing the opponent's hand movements and the swing of the kunai. Resting Phonbai's head on her lap, Nanoyu looked at the bruised boy, allowing him the rare treat of a lap pillow. I'm just a student who hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy. How could I possibly see clearly? Phonbai shot a resentful glance at Shimura Iku, standing not far away, then sulkily turned his head away. Lie still, don't move. Seeing him restless on her lap, Nanoyu smiled and gently turned his head back, making him stay quiet so she could treat him. Inhaling the faint fragrance from Nanoyu and feeling the softness of her lap, Phonbai suddenly felt that suffering a whipping might not be entirely unbearable. Even if you can't see clearly, you still have to see. Becoming a ninja is your destiny. Lord Danzo also has great expectations for you. If you don't strive to improve your strength now in the future. Remembering the children in the orphanage who had lost their parents for various reasons, sadness crept onto Nanoyu's face. You are Lord Danzo's son. Whether you like it or not, you will face indescribable darkness. It's inevitable. Thinking of Danzo's past deeds, Nanoyu simply couldn't sincerely utter the word Lord. In any case, go back and rest for a while. Patting Phonbai on the head, Yunayu did not expect him to understand her words, signaling him to get up. Reluctantly, Phonbai sat up from the lap pillow, pouting as he cast a spiteful glance at Iku, who remained standing still, then walked toward his room with pursed lips. Stripping off his tattered clothes, now reduced to shreds, Phonbai endured the pain coursing through his body and changed into a fresh set of garments. On the other side, Yunayu, disregarding Iku's presence, sent a report on Phonbai's activities for the day directly to Tuanzong. Is it a message for Lord Tuanzong? Iku asked, his expression calm as he observed Yunayu's actions. Indeed. Facing Iku, Yunayu's demeanor was far less warm than with Phonbai, who she met his gaze with a colder expression, making no effort to hide her disdain. Iku said nothing more, instead observing the electric lamp styles inside the room through the French window, nodding thoughtfully. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The bathhouse business is as booming as ever today. In the Hokage's office, Rijan leered at the crystal ball before him, which displayed the most popular and bustling bathhouse in Konoha female section. Just as Rijan, engrossed in admiring the generous curves, was about to zoom in further, the sound of footsteps outside interrupted his actions. Hastily pulling a red cloth he had prepared in advance to cover the crystal ball, a white-haired man burst open the door before Rijan could make another move. Yo, old man, what are you up to? The man strode casually up to Rijan, eyeing the red cloth on the table with curiosity, then stroked his chin thoughtfully. Jiraiya, as your teacher, did I not teach you to knock before entering? Rijan, a mix of embarrassment and anger in his voice, glared at his unruly disciple. If not for his keen ears, his reputation would have been ruined in an instant. Noticing the faint blush on Rijan's cheeks and the spherical outline of the red cloth, Jiraiya quickly deduced what his teacher had been doing. He, old man, you wouldn't. Jiraiya, well aware of his teacher's character, approached with a sly grin. Cough, old man this and old man that. At least call me the third Hokage. Whether it was dissatisfaction with Jiraiya's attitude or the shame of being caught, Rijan's tone was unusually irate. Haha, sorry. It's been a while since I saw my teacher, so I'm a bit excited. Jiraiya laughed heartily, then stepped back to stand before Rijan. His expression turning serious, Jiraiya asked, so what's the matter that made you contact me through Minato? If my Anbu could find you, I wouldn't have needed to go through Minato. Rijan snorted, retrieving his pipe from his pocket and putting it to his lips, using the pretense of searching for documents to stow the crystal ball away. Pulling out a specific report from a stack of files, he handed it to Jiraiya and lit his pipe. Take a look. This is Danzo's recent report. Danzo. At the name Jiraiya frowned, picturing the man whose eyes burned with ambition. As Rijan's close ally Jiraiya was well aware of the role Danzo played in Konoha. Taking the document from Rijan, Jiraiya skimmed through it, finding records of recent attacks and losses at the village borders and neighboring settlements. Peace has only lasted a few years, and these guys are already getting restless. Slamming the file shut, Jiraiya sighed, understanding why Rijan had recalled him. It was precisely for this reason that he had been traveling the shinobi world following the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, searching for the legendary child of prophecy. There's no helping it. That's the fate of a shinobi. If I could, I would wish for eternal peace in the shinobi world. Not just me, but even the first and second Hokage. Rijan gazed at the portraits of the two predecessors on the wall, his voice heavy. Speaking of which, there's something in this report that bothers me, old man. Jiraiya followed his teacher's gaze to the portraits. What's the deal with Tokubetsu Jonin Sakumo Hataki? Minato didn't tell you. That's right. This matter has been forgotten by the villagers by now. At the mention of Sakumo, Rijan clasped his hands behind his back, ensuring that a certain part of his anatomy wouldn't be too prominent when he stood and walked to the window. You've been away from the village for so long you probably don't know what's been happening. As Rijan narrated, Jiraiya's expression shifted from solemn to astonished, then to utter bewilderment. You're kidding me, old man. That Danzo actually has a son. Jiraiya's voice was so loud that even the Anbu were startled, peeking out curiously from the shadows. What is it so hard for you to accept that Danzo has a son? Rijan glanced sideways at his disciple, a hint of mockery in his tone. He understood perfectly why Jiraiya was so shocked. After all, his disciple was still a bachelor. This shouldn't be happening. In terms of looks and strength, I'm no worse than that guy. Why does he have a son while Tsunade keeps rejecting my confessions? Hearing this news, Jiraiya sank into deep self-doubt. In any case, don't leave the village for now. Minato has just become a Jonin. I'm assigning you to lead a squad with him, and you'll pick 2 more Jonin-level members to undertake high-rank missions. A bit of training for my disciple. Without giving Jiraiya time to ponder, Rijan turned around and announced the assignment with a grave expression. Your disciple is remarkable. His talent is rare, even in all of Konoha. Only someone like him can become the husband of a Jinchuriki. Rijan held a high opinion of Minato, as his teacher running around all day without teaching him. What kind of example is that? Is that so? He became a Jonin. The kid never told me. Upon hearing the assignment, Jiraiya did not decline. Instead, he quickly adjusted his mindset and accepted the role. Yo, Orochimaru, what made you decide to move back? Hearing from Hiruzen that Orochimaru had left Danzo's side, Jiraiya made his way straight to his residence. Orochimaru had just completed a commission for a wealthy merchant and was counting his equipment at home. Seeing Jiraiya climb through the window without even knocking, he said in a flat tone, "Knock next time." "Oh, come on, we've been old friends for years, don't be so cold." Jiraiya shamelessly leaned close to Orochimaru, curiously inspecting what he was holding. Kunai Shuriken Ninja Blade Smoke Bombs. For a ninja, especially in Jonin, these were common and frequently used tools. But for Orochimaru, these items were a bit. How rare. I remember you haven't taken commissions in a long time. Jiraiya casually draped his arm over Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru tried to shake him off, but Jiraiya stuck to him like a plaster. After futile struggles, he simply gave up resisting and vented his annoyance through words too close. TSK tisk, really Orochimaru, you're being so distant. We've been playing together since childhood. Seeing Orochimaru still maintain his cold expression, Jiraiya tried to cheer him up with some teasing. Really boring. Research material gathering is more suited to me anyway. Bored out of his mind, Jiraiya left Orochimaru's house. Finding his friend couldn't even bother seeing him out, he reached into his robe for his little notebook and flashed a lecherous grin. Meanwhile, on his day off, Phonbai accepted Kakashi's invitation and arrived at a secluded little plaza. What's up, being all mysterious about it? Seeing Kakashi waiting there already, Phonbai felt puzzled. Kakashi didn't say a word and directly pulled a scroll from his robe, handing it to Phonbai. What's this? Did someone ask you to deliver a love letter to me? The scene gave Phonbai the vibe of a light novel. Muttering to himself, he reached out and took the scroll. My dad asked me to give this to you. Already accustomed to Phonbai's bizarre way of thinking, Kakashi sighed. As he handed over the scroll, he also unfastened the ninja blade from his back. Besides, who would ever have eyes for someone with your terrible personality? Kakashi added casually. How rude, Kakashi. For your information, I'm a cute, handsome boy who captivates countless young girls. Phonbai said narcissistically. Unlike you closet perverts, I'm a sunny and cheerful big boy. I look like a decent guy at first glance. Puffing out his chest, Phonbai took the scroll from Kakashi and opened it directly. Let me see what this is. Oh, it's just the Kimura sword technique. Kimura sword technique. After a quick glance, Phonbai casually read the scroll's title, then suddenly realized something and studied it more carefully. Holy crap, this is Uncle Sokka's famous sword technique, the one you were looking at the other day, right? Closing the scroll, Phonbai tried to get an answer from Kakashi. Yet what I saw before was a copied version circulated within the clan. This is an improved version my dad summarized from his own insights. I noticed you seemed quite interested, so I casually mentioned it in my letter. But let me make one thing clear, I'm not specifically doing this for you. Kakashi turned his head away. Just as he was about to hand over the ninja blade, he felt something suddenly tighten around him. Haha, who knew you had it in you to be so thoughtful of me? All that time I've been taking care of you wasn't in vain after all. Gladly wrapping an arm around Kakashi, Phoneby wore an expression of, I totally get it, getting so close that Kakashi could feel his breath. You let go of me. Kakashi's ears turned red from Phoneby's breath. He pushed him away, and seeing Phoneby trying to lean in again, he hastily handed over the ninja blade. This is my dad's ninja blade. He asked me to give it to you as well. Uncle Sokka's ninja blade. That means it's. Phoneby, who had almost grabbed Kakashi's collar, stopped his movements, and his expression turned serious. When it came to Sokka's ninja blade, it naturally referred to that chakra short sword known as White Fang. It was said that Sokka had once used it to perform a legendary ultimate technique, the 1,000 Years of Death. That was truly a white blade entering and a yellow blade exiting. With that move, even the most severe hemorrhoids could be cured. This gift is far too precious. I can't accept it. Phoneby stored away the scroll, but shook his head regarding the ninja blade. This was absolutely not because he was disgusted by the blade having pierced an enemy in such a place. Absolutely not. You're being serious at a time like this. Rolling his eyes at Phoneby, Kakashi stepped closer and shoved the blade into his arms. Take it. My dad said this is also his way of thanking you. He's living well at the border now. Placing both hands on Phoneby's shoulders, Kakashi stopped him from refusing further. Then, I guess I'll accept it. Feeling the weight of the ninja blade in his hands, Phoneby ultimately accepted Sokka's goodwill, unable to refuse any longer. Seeing that Phoneby was no longer refusing, Kakashi prepared to let go of his shoulders. Hey, isn't this Kakashi and Phoneby? What are you? Obito's greeting abruptly stopped. Since he had come from behind Kakashi, from his perspective, Kakashi and Phoneby were in rather an ambiguous position. You too. Obito's not-so-bright brain spun rapidly, trying to comprehend the situation. What's wrong? Phoneby poked his head out and curiously looked at Obito, completely unaware of the massive shock he and Kakashi had just caused in Obito's young heart. His gaze darted back and forth between Phoneby and Kakashi's faces. Obito's face turned bright red, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Wait, don't misunderstand. Seeing Obito's expression and combining it with his own actions with Kakashi, the world-weary Phoneby also realized something and hastily explained. Nothing like that between us. Kakashi just gave me a gift. The more Phoneby spoke, the more Obito was convinced of his own suspicions. I see you differently now, Phoneby. I never expected you to get together with Kakashi just over a little gift. Boys and boys can't be like this. Without waiting for Phoneby to explain, Obito turned and ran. What? Who's with him? What do you mean? Kakashi was also bewildered. What was going on? How did he end up together with Phoneby? Idiot, go stop that guy. Seeing Kakashi still hadn't gotten it, Phoneby was utterly exasperated. He pushed Kakashi's hand off his shoulder, and before Kakashi could react, Phoneby grabbed the scroll and blade and chased after Obito. By the time Kakashi caught up, Obito was already subdued by Phoneby. However, the position of restraint was somewhat indecent. Perhaps due to insufficient strength, Obito struggled, fiercely breaking free from Phoneby's hold multiple times. Helpless to protect his own reputation, Phoneby had to use both hands and feet, clinging to Obito like an octopus. How did things come to this? Kakashi sighed and stepped forward to separate them. So, I told you stay away from that guy, Ebisu. He's even more secretly lecherous than Kakashi. Phoneby stood with hands on his hips, lecturing Obito with a straight face. Who's secretly lecherous? Kakashi grumbled, reaching out a fist to lightly press down on Phoneby's head. Anyway, nothing happened between Kakashi and me. You'd better bury this in your heart, got it? Otherwise I'll freeze your little bird into an ice pop. Seeing Phoneby's stern threat, Obito nodded like a beckoning cat. I understand. I'll keep it secret. Really? Phoneby eyed Obito suspiciously. Really, absolutely true, Phoneby. He. Wearing a fawning smile, Obito, terrified of his little bird turning into an ice pop, was almost ready to hug Phoneby's thigh to show loyalty. Fine, I'll trust you once. Hearing Phoneby's words, Obito felt pardoned and nodded even more eagerly. I knew you were the best, Phoneby. That said, looking at Obito's not-so-bright expression, Phoneby, well aware of Obito's intelligence, still harbored doubts about this fool. There's only one way to ensure your secret stays unknown. At this moment, Phoneby was like Danzo incarnate, staring at the sycophantically smiling Obito with icy eyes. Well, might as well kill the kid. If I don't, he'll end up as a villain wreaking havoc on the ninja world. Better to send him off while his reputation is still good. Speaking of which, for eliminating a future threat to the ninja world, shouldn't I at least be awarded the top 10 figures of the ninja world? His strange, why does it feel so cold? Feeling a chill down his spine, Obito tried to find the source of the cold. Cold. Perfect, let's go mountain climbing. With that, Phoneby gave them no chance to refuse, grabbing Kakashi with one hand and Obito with the other, heading toward a nearby peak. Wait, your smile looks wrong, Phoneby. Obito's voice grew panicked. Hey, let me go. Why are you dragging me along? Kakashi was utterly confused, having no idea what was happening. Not bad at all. No wonder the old man spends all day in the village and never wants to leave. I totally understand him now. By the cliff behind a large boulder, Jiraiya held a telescope ogling the beautiful scenery in the hot spring below with a lecherous grin. This one's at least 80 him, still a bit short of Tsunade. Oh, this one's bigger. Truly, for material gathering you have to come to Konoha. The experienced Jiraiya could determine a woman's bust size with just his eyes. Just as he was about to pull out his notebook to record today's observations, the three kids, led by Foam, reached the summit. At this height, pushing them off should be no problem. Estimating the height of their location, Foam decided to act right there. Strange, after climbing so long, why does it still feel so cold? Panting heavily, Obito still searched for the source of the chill. Foam Kakashi, look at that guy. Looking around, Obito immediately spotted Jiraiya, who was squatting behind the boulder with his back to them, holding a telescope. Following Obito's pointing finger, Foam also noticed him. White-hair adult male, it's Uncle Tsukumo. Scratch that, it's Jiraiya. Oh, that guy is peeping. Following the direction of the telescope, Obito, with excellent eyesight, saw the big sisters playing in the hot spring. His sense of justice ignited. He immediately decided to attack Jiraiya. Bastard, take this kick. Obito took a few running steps, leaped high, and executed a flying kick, aiming to send Jiraiya off the cliff. Keep it down, kid. What if you scare away those pretty ladies? Jiraiya didn't even turn around, sidestepping, so that Obito's kick missed, sending him flying straight toward the cliff edge. Idiot. Watching Obito about to fall off the cliff, Kakashi muttered, preparing to save him. Well, no need for me to act. Obito is doing himself in. On the other side, Foam was also ready to intervene. Just as they were about to act, Jiraiya, having dodged the attack, grabbed Obito by the calf and swung him back, pulling him from the brink of death. Kakashi, who had already run halfway, quickly stopped, narrowly avoiding the Obito thrown back by Jiraiya, who landed face first in the dirt. Damn it, why didn't you catch me, Kakashi? Covered in dust, Obito looked up, angrily glaring at Kakashi. You're too stupid. How could you use such a reckless attack in this terrain? Kakashi, too lazy to look at Obito, warily observed Jiraiya while pointing out Obito's mistake. Damn it. Watch me take down this pervert. Picked on by Kakashi, Obito got up from the ground, glared at Jiraiya, who still hadn't turned around, and began forming hand seals. Boar ram snake, boar horse tiger. Fire style, great fireball technique. Idiot, using fire style now will draw the lady's attention. Feeling the scorching heat of the fireball behind him, Jiraiya had to turn around to deal with it, also marveling that such a young child could use fire style. Dodging the great fireball at lightning speed, the fire technique collided with the boulder, and the resulting explosion drew the lady's attention. Without knowing what happened, the ladies quickly jumped out of the hot spring, grabbed their clothes, and hurried away. See, because of you those ladies ran away. Looking at the beauties scattering in all directions, Jiraiya's tone was full of regret. So you're a peeping Tom. On the name of the Uchiha, I'll take you to the police force. Obito persisted, staring at Jiraiya. Who's a peeping Tom? This is research, you understand. Annoyed at being called a pervert and peeping Tom, Jiraiya grew irritated. Enough talk, take this. Obito charged again. In Jiraiya's estimation, Obito's clumsy taijutsu was riddled with openings, and he could have subdued him with a single hand. As Jiraiya extended his right hand to grab Obito, Fubai, standing to the side, completed a hand seal without the enemy's notice. Wind release vacuum wave. The vacuum wave struck from a cunning angle toward the direction where Jiraiya's outstretched hand was aimed. Sensing the fierce wind approaching, Jiraiya promptly withdrew his arm and leaped backward to evade the wind release, inwardly remarking on the opponent's impeccable timing. Go, Kakashi. Drawing the white fang from its scabbard on his back, Fubai tossed it to Kakashi, signaling him to take over. Though he recognized the man's identity, Fubai had no intention of revealing it. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was an invaluable sparring partner. If he could attract the man's attention, perhaps he would even have a chance to visit Mount Myaboku and learn Senjutsu. That sword. Jiraiya, who had once fought alongside Sashiro Hatake, vaguely felt that the weapon being thrown was strangely familiar. Take this. Having been repeatedly dodged by Jiraiya, Obito failed to realize that without Fubai's intervention, he would have been effortlessly subdued long ago. Brimming with justice, he roared and charged forward once more. This idiot. After muttering a critique of Obito's mindless behavior, Kakashi also saw that Jiraiya was no ordinary opponent. Moreover, the man wore no Konoha forehead protector, leading Kakashi to classify him as an unidentified intruder. At a time like this, he should have withdrawn and reported to the police force. Kakashi believed any rational person would think so. Obviously, Obito was not a rational person. Thanks to him, Kakashi was forced to charge forward, wielding the white fang. Seeing Kakashi close behind with the white fang in hand, Jiraiya grew impatient. He only wanted to gather research material before his mission, and how unlucky was he to run into a group of reckless children. I'll escape with a substitution jutsu. Jiraiya made up his mind. Wind release vacuum sphere. While closely monitoring Obito and Kakashi's attacks and searching for suitable cover, Jiraiya had barely time to act before another wind release strike from Fubai arrived, restricting his movement. Is it coincidence, or does every attack hit just right? Jiraiya could no longer ignore Fubai and had to shift his attention to him. Even so, he managed to evade the dual attacks from Kakashi and Obito. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Missing his strike, Kakashi planted the white fang into the ground and unleashed Earth Release, while Jiraiya was off balance. 3 earthen walls carved with dog heads erupted from the ground, surrounding Jiraiya on 3 sides. These kids are something else. Offering a sincere compliment, Jiraiya thought to himself that if this child had lived in the same era as him and the others, his achievements would certainly not fall short of the legendary Sannin. You're actually useful for something, Kakashi. I got him. Seeing Jiraiya's movement restricted and feeling confident of victory, Obito cheered and pulled out a kunai from his pouch to subdue Jiraiya. Idiot, don't charge in recklessly. Watching Obito's arrogant display, Kakashi was about to stop him when Jiraiya performed an agile climb right in front of everyone. Using both hands and feet, Jiraiya scaled over the earthen wall with remarkable flexibility and kicked Obito, who had just declared victory, flying through the air. Water Release, Water Collision Wave. A stream of water erupted from Fubai's mouth, drenching Jiraiya. Humph boy, compared to your sharp wind release, this water release lacks considerable destructive power. Feeling the force of the water, Jiraiya directly tanked Fubai's water release with his bare body. Is that so? Then how will you handle this technique? Ice Release, Ice Pillars. Seeing Jiraiya thoroughly soaked, Fubai's lips curled into a smirk. That was exactly what he wanted. Under his control, the water on the ground instantly froze into ice pillars, trapping Jiraiya's feet. Not only that, the residual moisture on Jiraiya's body also began to freeze, further restricting his movements. Ice Release. When did Konoha acquire this Kekkei Genkai? Feeling the chill on his body, Jiraiya finally revealed a surprised expression. This was precisely the importance of intelligence for ninjas. If Jiraiya had known from the beginning that Fubai was an Ice Release user, he would never have chosen to tank the water release directly, nor would he have stayed near areas with standing water. Ouch, Fubai, nice work. Watch this. Clutching his stomach and getting up from the ground, Obito charged forward again upon seeing Jiraiya restricted once more. Of course, this time our wise guy had learned from past mistakes and chose the safest approach, delivering the final blow with the Uchiha family's signature flame technique. Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu. Idiot, don't go. Fubai slapped his forehead, watching Obito charge forward again, as if he were seeing a teammate from his past life who kept feeding kills to the enemy. He had no confidence that his mediocre Ice Release proficiency could completely control Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. After all, the man hadn't even unleashed a single jutsu yet. Charging forward now was simply asking for a beating. Sai, I must owe you from a past life. Ice Release, Heavenly Drop. Spitting out ice needles from his mouth, Fubai aimed at Jiraiya's lower body. This technique was an improvement upon Hashirama Senju's Water Release, Heavenly Drop, replacing water needles with ice needles, trading speed and visibility for an increased area of effect. If even a few of these ice needles had struck Jiraiya, he would never have had the chance to pursue Tsunade in his lifetime. Damn kid, cute face, but despicable tactics. There's something familiar about him. Relying on years of combat experience and his intuition, Jiraiya discerned the direction of Fubai's attack and cursed him inwardly. Summoning Jutsu. A cloud of smoke appeared before Jiraiya with the characteristic sound of the summoning technique. A long red tongue emerged from the smoke, wrapping around Obito, who had just finished forming the fireball seal and flinging him violently into the ground, forcibly stifling the fireball. At the same moment, 3 sharp cracks echoed as Fubai's ice needles were deflected by an unidentified object. This isn't good, get back, Kakashi. Seeing Jiraiya use a jutsu, Fubai decisively backed down and warned Kakashi. Without Fubai's reminder, Kakashi also sensed the threat. The two promptly abandoned Obito and charged in different directions, hoping to evade Jiraiya's pursuit. Humph boy, you provoked me, and now you think you can leave. I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of the white hair. As the smoke cleared, a toad with red floral patterns and armored forelimbs appeared before them, its elongated tongue binding Obito. Releasing the unconscious Obito, the toad flicked out its long tongue at incredible speed, wrapping it around Kakashi. You sinister little wretch, let me, the envoy of Mount Myaboka, deal with you. Carefully entrusting Kakashi to the toad, he had summoned Jiraiya, rolled up his sleeves, preparing to personally teach a lesson to Fubai, whose tactics had been shamelessly deceitful. Moi. As he closed in on Fubai at blinding speed, Jiraiya, whose hand was already extended, suddenly froze. His brows knit together as he glanced toward the nearby bushes. Someone was watching them. Fubai, who had felt the fierce gust of wind behind him, had already resigned himself to his fate. He had deliberately stopped in front of Jiraiya, fully aware that the legendary Sannin would not do anything truly malicious to someone like him. Besides, it was Jiraiya who had been the one peeping first. He was the one in the wrong. Yet when no attack came and Fubai turned around, he found Jiraiya's hand still suspended in midair, his gaze fixed elsewhere. This aura, could it be Anbu? No wonder they must be here to protect this child. Just as Jiraiya was pondering the identity of that presence, something utterly unexpected occurred. Dynamic prelude. A green-clad figure burst from the bushes with unstoppable momentum charging straight toward Jiraiya. Nanny. With all his attention fixed elsewhere, Jiraiya had no time to defend himself and was kicked squarely in the face. How dare you lay a hand on my friend? Feel the fury of youth. With a confident, radiant smile, Mato Guy sent Jiraiya flying and struck his classic pose upon landing. Thumb raised high, big white teeth flashing. My friend Fubai, I have come to rescue you. The police force is on their way, or leave the rest to me. Shielding Fubai behind him, Guy assumed a fighting stance, wary of Jiraiya's counterattack. Oh well, how should I put this? Watching Jiraiya cough up blood from his nose, Fubai couldn't help but think, is it Jiraiya's fate to be kicked by Lord Guy? Besides, hadn't everyone kicked by Lord Guy failed to survive until the final arc? D-damn. Feeling warm blood gush from his nostrils, Jiraiya decided this was truly the worst day ever. His research interrupted, inexplicably beaten senseless by a bunch of kids, and he was one of the legendary Sannin after all. Did he not have any dignity left? Yet he could not bring himself to truly harm these children before him. Fubai's nosebleed worsened. Oh, I didn't expect to actually get kicked by Guy. Meanwhile, Kakashi strolled over with his hands in his pockets. Strange, Kakashi, weren't you entangled by that toad? Fubai curiously examined Kakashi from head to toe. Oh, that. I used a substitution jutsu to dodge it. Pointing to the wooden post behind him, Kakashi spoke with casual indifference. In the end, the only ones who had suffered actual harm were Obito and Jiraiya. Watching Obito lying on the ground, stars circling his head, and unable to wake anytime soon, Fubai sighed and pressed a hand to his forehead. You brats, just wait and see. Feeling that staying any longer would surely drive him to an early grave, Jiraiya finally decided to make a run for it. But before he could act on his bravado, several people pinned him to the ground, leaving him utterly immobilized. Who dares cause trouble in Konoha? Members of the police force, their uniforms emblazoned with the Uchiha crest, suddenly appeared and surrounded Jiraiya. Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Inaho themselves took action, subduing Jiraiya. They had arrived upon receiving Mato Guy's notification. Upon reaching the scene, they saw a white-haired adult threatening defenseless, pitiful-looking children. Brimming with a sense of justice, they immediately deemed Jiraiya the culprit and struck without hesitation, subduing him before he could react. Wait, Guy, how did you know we were in danger? Staring in disbelief at the legendary Sannin being restrained by the police force, Fubai turned to Guy, who still wore his confident smile. While you were climbing the mountain, I followed behind you. I was about to greet you when I saw that someone suddenly charged forward, so I hurried down the mountain to find backup, and then sprinted back up as fast as I could. Guy spoke with nonchalance of something that left everyone stunned. From the moment he saw Fubai and the others encounter Jiraiya to the moment Jiraiya gained the upper hand, Guy had somehow made a round trip in that entire span. You? Even Kakashi, with his usual calm demeanor, was shaken by Guy's astonishing physical prowess. You. Why do you look familiar? Meanwhile, Uchiha Yashiro, still tightening his grip on the uncooperative Jiraiya, paused. The man's face seemed oddly familiar. No, not familiar at all. This is my first time here. Realizing his identity was about to be exposed, Jiraiya dared not admit the truth. He hastily pitched his voice higher, attempting to mislead them. Hiss. I do find him somewhat familiar. Wait, you're Jiraiya. Uchiha Inaho, who had participated in the Rain Village battle as a genin, studied him carefully and recognized his identity. Jiraiya? Indeed, you are Lord Jiraiya. Prompted by Inaho, Yashiro's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Although they had recognized who he was, their grip did not loosen in the slightest. In fact, they held him even tighter. This was the legendary Sannin, who any slackness on their part could result in immediate escape. No, even with their utmost effort, they still felt as though he could break free at any moment. That was the sheer intimidation radiating from the title of Sannin. It's all a misunderstanding. Jiraiya forced a flattering smile. Being caught by the police force and then breaking free would be no small matter. Although he could easily escape their grasp, he chose to explain himself. Why, Yashiro uncle? You're here. He's the pervert. Jiraiya's plea was interrupted by Obito. Seeing Jiraiya firmly subdued by the police force, Obito, who had just regained consciousness, disregarded his pain and was the first to come forward and identify him. A pervert. Is this true, Kakashi? And Fubai, having heard about Fubai's background from Fugaku, Yashiro turned his gaze toward Fubai, seeking their opinions. Yes, it's true. With them asking directly, what else could Fubai do? Naturally, he would see all evil brought to justice. With Kakashi nodding in agreement and Fubai and Obito personally identifying him, the evidence was irrefutable. The upright police force escorted a ashen-faced Jiraiya toward police force headquarters. News of Zillai's arrest quickly reached Rizen's ears. Upon receiving the news, Rizen was fulfilling his duties as Hokage, diligently processing documents, while incidentally enjoying the scenery of the bathhouse through his crystal ball. With a clatter, he dropped his pipe onto the desk. That foolish disciple. Risen upon learning that the other had been sent to the police force headquarters for the shameful crime of peeping couldn't help but curse aloud. How can such a thing be discovered? Is that the point? The Anbu member who came to report was filled with question marks. However, Zillai, who was notorious in Mai for his lecherous nature, was no stranger to such mistakes. In the past, as the third Hokage's disciple and a direct lineage of the Hokage, his exceptional strength had shielded him from any punishment for such crimes except from Gangsho. But this time was different. Not only was he caught red-handed, but the witnesses were all people Zillai couldn't easily deal with. Yuzibo Daitu of the Yuzibo clan Jitsuin Fongbai, son of the Hokage assistant. Chimu Kakashi, son of Chimu Shimao, who had just been promoted back to Jonin for his meritorious service in resisting infiltrating ninjas, and a certain root ninja who wished to remain anonymous. Realizing he was truly in trouble, Zillai could only seek help from his mentor immediately. After all, he didn't want the villagers, especially that particular villager he knew, to find out about this. Rumors were one thing, but if he were actually disciplined by the police force for this crime and the news spread through the village, forget about pursuing Gangsho. Upon hearing it, she would probably come to the prison and beat him to death with her fists. On the other side, Tuanzang also received a message from Jitsuin Iku learning about the incident of Fongbai being invited to the police force headquarters for tea. Of course, this tea was genuine. They were invited as witnesses. Despite their dissatisfaction with Tuanzang, the members of the police force restrained themselves and treated the little boy, who looked quite adorable and completely different from the wrinkled, grim-faced Tuanzang, with gentle expressions. Seeing that Fongbai was being treated properly by the police force, Jitsuin Iku, who had witnessed the entire incident of Zillai's peeping, sent a message to Tuanzang and also identified the culprit as a witness. This explained why Fongbai had suddenly stopped moving when Zillai was about to catch him. It was because Iku, who had been protecting Fongbai from the shadows, was about to strike against Zillai, but was detected by the latter. Admittedly, this lecherous-looking man truly lived up to the title of Three Ninjas. Iku, an assassination expert with special training, had never been detected by an enemy before making a move. Standing respectfully behind Fongbai, Jitsuin Iku subconsciously observed the lighting arrangement of the police force. So this is the aesthetic of the Yuzibo clan. It's the minimalist type. I shouldn't get involved in this. Inform Shuemin of this news and let him handle it. Picking up his pipe again, Risen didn't want to leave any evidence of favoritism toward his disciple and decided to ignore Zillai's plea for help. But he couldn't just let Zillai be detained by the police force, as he still needed him to execute some missions toward the rock-hidden village. Therefore, Risen came up with a good idea: let Shuemin rescue him. It was said that Shuemin had a fairly good relationship with Fuyue Sr., who had graduated a few years earlier. Having Shuemin intervene would not leave any grounds for criticism, nor would it delay the mission, and it would preserve Risen's prestige as Hokage. A win-win. The Anbu, upon receiving the order, immediately went to Shumen's residence. At the same time, Risen dispatched a ninja to send a notice to the police force demanding that they handle the matter strictly. After handling everything, sensing that the surroundings had quieted down again, Risen confirmed that no one was around, and once again performed the telescope technique, occasionally emitting strange laughter that was completely inconsistent with his status as Hokage. Police force headquarters detention room. Fuyue, Zillai. Dismissing everyone, Fuyue sat alone opposite Zillai inside. Being the captain was truly thrilling. First, a subordinate had inadvertently offended the son of Tuanzang, causing him a period of anxiety. Then a child from the clan was beaten by the Hyuga clan, leading to the Hawks whispering in his ear for a while. Just when things had calmed down for a few days, his most trusted subordinates Badai and Daohua told him they had caught a peeping Tom named Zillai in the act. Although he was the captain of the police force and the patriarch of the Yuzibo clan, he was still young, having just gotten married not long ago, only a few years older than his wife. Yet due to these trivial clan matters, he and his wife looked like an old husband and young wife combination. Those who didn't know whispered behind his back that he was an old cow eating tender grass. You're the old cow? Your whole family are old cows. Once again, with a helpless look at Zillai across from him, Fuyue closed his eyes and shook his head. The Yuzibo clan already had friction with the high-ranking officials of Mai, and now you too have caught the third Hokage's direct disciple in the police force headquarters. And Zillai, you're one of the three ninjas. How did you get toppled by a bunch of kids? Yo, Fuyue, when did you become the captain of the police force? I had no idea. Zillai looked cautiously at the man who could determine his fate and put on a flattering smile. It's only been a couple of years. Let's not talk about that now. Zillai-sama, you return to the village, but then you go in. Fuyue, completely at a loss on how to handle Zillai, looked like he was disappointed in him. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. First listen to my fabrication, oh no, listen to my explanation. Just as Zillai was about to use his silver tongue to persuade Fuyue, the door to the detention room was gently knocked. I'll step out for a moment. Please wait. Fuyue gestured for Zillai to stay silent, stood up, opened the door, and went outside. After a brief exchange with the subordinate at the door, Fuyue returned to the room with a complex expression. Just now he had received two pieces of news. First, the third Hokage had learned of the matter and ordered Fuyue to enforce the law, impartially handling Zillai according to Mai's regulations. Second, Shuemin had arrived at the back door of the police force and wished to meet with him. As expected of an old-school politician, the third Hokage's approach of having it both ways was indeed prudent. Fuyue quickly grasped the underlying intricacies and understood the third Hokage's true intentions. Tetsuka, go tell those witnesses outside, especially Danzo's son, that we will enforce the law impartially and never let any criminal go unpunished. Then let them go home. Summoning his trusted subordinate Uchiha Tetsuka, Fugaku instructed him to quickly dismiss Bai and the others. Understood. Though Uchiha Tetsuka had no idea what Fugaku intended, his loyalty compelled him to accept the order without hesitation. Then let's go. Bai, who had never liked the oppressive atmosphere of the police force, eagerly dragged Kakashi and Obito toward the exit once he learned he could leave. Wait, Obito. Wasn't the purpose of climbing the mountain to deal with him somehow? Oh well, I'll figure it out later. Whistling a tune, Bai walked out of the police force without a care. Minato, it's been a long time. Entering a restroom and pushing open the door, Fugaku immediately spotted that unmistakable flash of yellow. The usually stern man broke into a genuine smile upon seeing Minato. Fugaku, I'm sorry for the intrusion. As Fugaku entered, Minato rose and offered an apologetic smile. I've been so busy lately, so Haha, I know. Please sit down. Guiding Minato to his seat, Fugaku quickly cleared the table and, despite Minato's protests, poured him a cup of water and placed it before him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Minato sensed the moment was right and revealed his true purpose to bail out Jiraiya. Knowing that the third Hokage's will was behind this, Fugaku naturally did not refuse and agreed readily. With his goal achieved, the weight lifted from Minato's heart, and he relaxed, chatting with Fugaku about everyday matters. Speaking of which, you're not getting any younger. Mikoto often says you and Kushina should hurry up and get married. What do you think? Fugaku suddenly brought up Minato's love life. Well, the usually sunny and cheerful Minato became tongue-tied whenever the topic of Kushina arose. Seeing Minato's rare blush, Fugaku did not press further. He chuckled and said in a casual tone, "Of course I'm not rushing you. Just remember to let me know when the time comes." "I will, Fugaku." Minato smiled and made the promise. Using Jiraiya's own money to pay the bail under the cover of nightfall, when everyone was heading home or eating, Jiraiya was quietly released from the police force. Sorry for the trouble, Minato. Jiraiya was unusually embarrassed that it was Minato who had come to his rescue. "Sensei, if Lady Tsunade finds out about this." Minato sighed, about to remind his teacher, but Jiraiya hastily interrupted him. "Don't say it, Minato. That's exactly what I'm afraid of." Waving his hands frantically, Jiraiya glanced around nervously, making sure no one was watching, then breathed a sigh of relief. "Anyway, let's just let this matter rest. It's not exactly something to be proud of. But Sensei, how did you get caught by a few kids?" Minato asked curiously. Given his teacher's strength, even if one of the witnesses was an Anbu, he should have escaped easily. "Don't even mention it. The younger generation in Konoha is getting more and more formidable. Kids using all sorts of jutsu, one of them even had a Kekkei Genkai." Jiraiya scratched his head, making a small excuse for his carelessness. "By the way, Minato, do you know where those kids come from?" Remembering that his students stayed in the village and might know their identities, Jiraiya asked curiously. Having learned the witnesses' identities from Fugaku, Minato nodded. Knowing his teacher would never resort to such lowly means as revenge, he confidently revealed their identities. One is Might Guy, one is Hitaki Kakashi, son of Tsukumo, one is Uchiha Obito, and the last is Shimura Bai, Danzo's son. Danzo's son. Hearing that one of the witnesses was Danzo's son, Jiraiya perked up. Which one could it be? Of course, it was easy to deduce. Obito wore the Uchiha clan crest, so he was clearly the reckless kid. The white-haired boy was naturally Hitaki Kakashi. So who was Danzo's son? It had to be that weird-looking kid in the green jumpsuit who kicked me. Just look. Danzo has black hair, and that kid also has black hair. No doubt about it. Not. If I knew something was off about that kid. It makes sense that as Danzo's son he'd be proficient in wind release, but ice release. Danzo naturally couldn't use ice release, and a child of that age, no matter how gifted, couldn't master a Kekkei Genkai through training alone. That meant he inherited ice release from his mother's side. Legend had it that the Snow clan possessed exquisite features, and that brat was living proof. Damn it, what did Danzo ever do to deserve marrying a beauty from the Snow clan, eh? He must have used some underhanded tactics, definitely. Gnashing his teeth in envy over Danzo's luck, Jiraiya knew he wouldn't sleep tonight. While mentally berating Danzo, Jiraiya didn't forget business. He informed Minato of the third Hokage's order, Jiraiya as Captain, Minato as a member, and 2 more teammates to form a squad meeting at the training ground tomorrow morning. Minato was overjoyed that he could team up with his teacher again. Since Jiraiya had decided to seek the Child of Prophecy, he had been wandering outside the village, making it rare for his disciple to see him. After all, Jiraiya wasn't just Minato's teacher, he was the one who brought him back from the battlefield to Konoha. "This is truly wonderful, Sensei," Minato said sincerely. "Anyway, go prepare." Embarrassed by Minato's earnest gaze, Jiraiya rubbed his nose. Ordinarily, it would be fine, but today's reunion was rather awkward. Watching Minato disappear into the pitch-black night, Jiraiya stretched. Well, what should I do now? First, grab something to eat. Patting his empty stomach, he was about to find a small eatery when he noticed several women heading toward a nearby bathhouse chatting and laughing. Actually, eating isn't that important. Pushing aside the day's troubles, Jiraiya wore a lecherous grin and crept toward the back of the bathhouse. Sigh, that shouldn't be the case. Given the technique, it should have been a big win, so why did it turn out to be a small one? Shortly after Jiraiya crept toward the bathhouse with a lecherous grin, a graceful figure emerged from a nearby gambling den, wearing a vexed expression. Honestly, I've already blown through the commission I worked so hard to get, and this pittance isn't even enough for a drink. Gazing at the few coins left in her pocket, Tsunade let out a sigh. Instead of reflecting on her own actions, she remained fixated on the recent bet. I should have followed their lead when they placed their wagers. Then how could things have turned out like this? Halting her steps at the entrance of the bathhouse, Tsunade, still fuming with frustration, decided to use the last of her coins to buy a ticket and soak away her bad luck. You didn't see it. How I teamed up with Phonbai to give that wretched peeping Tom a thorough beating. On the other side, Obito, Kakashi, Phonbai, and Asuma were huddled together, approaching from the opposite end of the street. Kakashi, so what about me and Guy? Watching Obito boast shamelessly, Kakashi couldn't be bothered to respond. Instead, he focused on the sword techniques his father had left him. Really? I never expected a peeping Tom to show up at a time like this. So what happened in the end? Asuma gazed at Obito with undisguised curiosity. Always yearning for excitement, he felt a pang of regret at not having encountered such an incident during the day. It would have been a perfect chance to show his old man what he was made of. Come to think of it, what had he been doing this morning? Oh right, he'd gone shopping for gifts with Kurenai. Teacher's Day was just a few days away. Well, of course, we finally handed that scoundrel over to the police headquarters. By now that white-haired pervert is probably eating prison food. Glancing at the clock hanging in a nearby shop, Obito speculated. White-hair pervert. Hearing that description, Asuma seemed to ponder. He felt as though he had heard of such a person before, but where? Sensing a flicker of familiarity, Asuma began to think harder. That coconut water looks good. I'm going to check it out. Obito, oblivious to Asuma's unease, fixed his gleaming eyes on a nearby stall. At this season, the coconuts of the Land of Fire had long been sold out. To enjoy fresh coconut juice now, one had to import from the Land of Waves or the Land of Lightning. Phonbai, however, didn't join their conversation. Instead, he silently reviewed the day's battle in his mind. Senbon made from water release, and those from ice release each had their pros and cons. For a covert attack, water release was undoubtedly the better choice. As for the ice pillar technique he had used later, if he could have increased his chakra output, he might have denied Jiraiya the chance to form hand seals. No, that wasn't quite right either. Given Jiraiya's strength, even if Phonbai froze him into a solid block of ice, he probably wouldn't be able to restrict his movements. He really ought to figure out how to develop an ice-based giant mecha. Hey Phonbai, catch this. Just as Phonbai was immersed in thoughts of piloting a giant mecha, Obito came over with a goofy grin and handed him a large coconut fitted with a straw. What the heck? How could there be a coconut this big at this time of year? Curiously eyeing the large coconut in Obito's hand, Phonbai instinctively took it. Heh, we owe it all to you today. Go on, try it. I asked. This is an imported coconut from the Land of Lightning. Not only is the juice plentiful, but the flesh is thick and rich. Seeing Phonbai accept the coconut, Obito pulled out a skewer of grilled octopus from a neighboring stall and began munching. Before Obito could take a second bite, he noticed Kakashi staring at him with a look of deep grievance, his right hand outstretched in a pointed manner. And mine. Glancing at Phonbai, who was happily sipping coconut juice, Kakashi, who had also been innocently caught up in the mess, fixed his gaze on Obito and enunciated each word deliberately. When did I ever say I'd buy one for you? Honestly. Slapping Kakashi's hand away, Obito made a face and turned away. Seeing Obito's attitude, Kakashi's fist tightened, literally. The hand that had been slapped away clenched into a fist, and he brought it down hard on Obito's head. Ow! You bastard, Kakashi, why did you hit me? Obito crouched on the ground, clutching his head. Still unsatisfied, Kakashi gave him another punch. You idiot, if it weren't for you, would today's events have turned out like this? 2 punches. 2 punches. I'm going to fight you. Tisk tisk tsk. So this is what they call Konoha-style friendship. Terrifying. I'd better keep my distance. Coconut in hand, Phonbai sidled up next to Asuma, sipping his drink, while watching Obito and Kakashi's flirtatious scuffle. When Obito finally tired himself out and crouched down to catch his breath, Asuma stepped in as a peacemaker. Alright, you two stop messing around. I'll treat you all to some barbecue later, how about that? By the way, Obito, can you tell me what that peeping Tom looked like? Uncle Yashiro said his name was. What was it again? Scratching his head, Obito tried to recall the man's name. Unfortunately, with Obito's memory, even remembering what happened that morning was a stretch. But he did recall Jiraiya's appearance vividly. After all, the man had given him a proper lesson, and his head still ached from it. Wait. Was his head sore from Kakashi's punches or from that toad's attack? Oh right. That guy had white hair like a hedgehog, plain clothes, 2 red lines on his face, and a lecherous grin. Yeah, he looks just like him. Seeing Asuma is still waiting for an answer, Obito, ignoring the pain in his head, scrambled for words to describe Jiraiya's appearance. After all, the man was treating him to barbecue, so he had to at least try to be polite. Just as Obito was growing frantic, unable to find a good way to describe Jiraiya's face, his eyes swept around and suddenly locked onto a figure. Following the direction of Obito's finger, foam by let out a puff, spraying the coconut juice he hadn't yet swallowed all over the unprepared Kakashi. My dear Obito, that's not just someone who looks like him. That's the very same person. Didn't they say the Uchiha police force was impartial? How did such a blatant peeping Tom get released on the very night of his arrest? You guys are totally useless. Kakashi, drenched in coconut water for no reason, silently pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his face. He never imagined he would end up receiving Obito's gratitude in this manner. Obito bought it for Foam By, and Foam By sprayed it all over Kakashi. That counts as Obito's indirect thanks to Kakashi, right? Crouching by the wall, peering through the gaps to observe the scene inside the bathhouse, Jiraiya was completely oblivious to the fact that the children from earlier had once again discovered his whereabouts, still engrossed in admiring the various voluptuous figures. If I recall correctly, that's the bathhouse, isn't it? Asuma said, uncertainly pointing in the direction of Jiraiya, whom he had spotted following Obito's finger. It should be. Kakashi, who had finally wiped the coconut water off his face, chimed in. That guy is the peeping Tom from earlier, known as Jiraiya, supposedly one of the 3 ninjas mentioned in the textbooks. Kakashi's memory was evidently far better than Obito's. He not only accurately recalled the man's name, but also mentioned his title. So it's him after all. Asuma's expression turned knowing upon hearing the name Jiraiya. He had heard his father mention the man many times, and had even met him a few times as a child. Was this the true nature of the 3 ninjas? Having heard his father Sarutobi speak of Jiraiya's character, Asuma finally believed the rumors after witnessing it firsthand. The current police force was really lacking. How had they let this guy out? Only Foam By continued to savor his coconut water, reflecting on the situation with a sense of, what's wrong with this village? I'm lost in thought. Indeed, that bastard actually dared to escape. Hearing the exchange between Kakashi and Asuma, Obito's sense of justice flared up once more, and he charged forward again, paying no heed to Jiraiya's title as one of the 3 ninjas, instead treating him as an escaped peeping convict. Take this, you pervert. Reaching Jiraiya in a few quick strides, Obito kicked out. That voice sounds familiar. Hearing Obito's shout, Jiraiya was puzzled. He turned around, deftly caught Obito's leg, and hurled him away once more. Oh, there's a pervert. Quick run. Where's the pervert? Obito's shout caught the attention of the women in the bathhouse. Hearing there was a peeping Tom outside the wall, they abandoned their toiletries, some not even bothering to wrap their towels, and rushed toward the exit. Only one golden-haired figure gracefully grabbed a towel, wrapped it around herself, and moved against the flow of the crowd, asking where the pervert was as she walked. You bastard. Hearing the chaotic splashing inside the bathhouse, Jiraiya knew his research plans were once again foiled. He glared angrily at the group following him, his gaze instantly landing on Foam By, who was at the back, holding a coconut water and looking thoroughly entertained. You guys just won't give up, will you? Damn it. But when he saw the old man's son in the crowd, Jiraiya's momentum faltered. Remembering that his release had been done discreetly, and wanting to avoid further trouble, he prepared to use the body flicker technique to escape. That voice, it's you, Jiraiya. Tsunade's voice came through the wall, catching Jiraiya's attention. That voice. Oh no. Looking toward the source of the voice, Jiraiya saw only a wall and realized something was wrong, but it was too late to flee. A fair-skinned fist burst through the wall, grabbing Jiraiya by the collar and preventing his escape. Then with a thunderous crash, the entire bathhouse wall collapsed. Tsunade's full-powered punch struck Jiraiya with irresistible force, forcing him to cross his arms to block the blow. Ice Release Ice Rock Dome. Feeling the ground tremble, Foam By quickly erected an ice wall to shield himself and the others from the shockwave's aftermath. Cracking sounds of ill omen echoed incessantly. Watching the ice wall develop more and more fissures, it was hard to imagine what kind of beating Jiraiya, the target of the attack, was enduring. Wait, someone's missing. Damn, Obito. Looking at the Kakashi and Asuma beside him, Foam By suddenly remembered Obito, who had been thrown somewhere by Jiraiya. Hope he's okay. And Jiraiya too. A punch as powerful as this throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village, only that person could deliver it. Foam By's mind conjured the image of that majestic figure. Meeting 2 of the 3 ninjas in a single day. Was that a good or bad omen? Once the shockwave dissipated, Foam By confirmed there was no danger, then dismissed the crumbling ice wall and carefully observed the situation. Cough, cough. As soon as the ice wall was removed, dust rushed in, making Foam By cough. He covered his mouth and nose with his arms, squinting to search for Jiraiya and Obito. Prepare to face your fate, Jiraiya. Jiraiya's figure was nowhere in sight, but a towel-clad Amazon was right in front of them. Holy Tsunade. Her ample bosom, barely concealed by the towel, swayed before them. I'm just a kid. Bring it on. Though eager to continue appreciating the view, the killing intent on Tsunade's face made them wisely keep silent. After searching, they finally found Jiraiya at the end of the street. Struck by Tsunade's fist, he had crashed through 5 walls and was embedded in the back wall of a barbecue restaurant, his chest caved in, his breathing extremely faint. Tsunade, who had intended to deliver a few more blows, forgot about punishing him and hurriedly knelt to treat his injuries, only to have Jiraiya spit a mouthful of blood onto her face. Feeling the blood trickling down her face, Tsunade, who had been so formidable moments before, began to tremble. Her pupils contracted, her eyes wide, and cold sweat broke out on her face. Damn it, in that case. As a medical ninja, Tsunade knew that if she didn't treat Jiraiya immediately, he would likely stop breathing within a few minutes. Let me. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Phonbai realized she was suffering from her hemophobia. Without a word, he used medical ninjutsu to stabilize Jiraiya's condition. Medical ninjutsu. Without time to marvel at how a child of this age could use such a technique, Tsunade quickly turned away, trying to calm herself. Phonbai's abilities were of course insufficient to fully heal Jiraiya. He could only try to keep him from dying. Make way, please. After a few minutes of treatment, a group of medical ninjas in uniforms pushed through the crowd and rushed in. All right, we'll take it from here. Seeing Phonbai, who had been controlling Jiraiya's injuries, a medical ninja patted his shoulder, indicating they would take over the treatment. The patient is severely injured. At least 5 ribs are broken. He must be taken to the hospital immediately. After a quick examination, the medical ninjas reached a grim conclusion. I'll go with you. Tsunade, having washed the blood off her face, returned to the scene. Who are you and what are you? The medical ninja was about to retort, but then recognized the familiar face. Lady Tsunade. Farewell, seniors. Oh, Junior, off to eat. Inside the Hokage's building, a young Konoha ninja gently closed the office door. Turning around, he saw the ninja from the neighboring household registration department stretching as he emerged and greeting him. Aside from a few key departments that required night shifts, most Konoha ninja working in the Hokage's building adhered to the 6-to-6 work schedule, leaving on time to head home for dinner. Our seniors in this office are far too diligent. I estimate they'll work until 6:30 or 7 before thinking about leaving. The junior rubbed his sore shoulders, expressing his admiration for his senior's work ethic. I reckon the dispatch division is the last to leave the entire Hokage's building aside from the night shift crew. Oh, that's not quite right, Junior. The senior wagged a finger in front of the junior's eyes, then pointed upward. The last one to leave the entire Hokage's building is our 3rd Hokage. According to the night shift comrades, the 3rd often doesn't leave until midnight and many times stays right there through the entire night. As expected of the Hokage, it seems he has sacrificed so much for the village's peace. Compared to that, someone like me who leaves on time is simply. Such conversations could be found almost everywhere within the Hokage's building. Hearing the chatter outside gradually diminish, Hiruzen knew that most of his subordinates had already left the Hokage's building. That is to say, hey, it's time to check on how the villagers are doing. Eagerly, he retrieved the crystal ball from the drawer beside him and placed it on the desk. Ensuring no one would disturb him at this hour, Hiruzen performed the telescope jutsu, making his first stop the baths. As Hokage, of course, I should observe through physical conditions whether the villagers have sufficient food and balanced nutrition. Hiruzen thoughtfully provided an explanation for his actions, though it was unclear to whom. He was speaking in an office where he was entirely alone. Nanny, what is going on? The moment the scene at the baths appeared within the crystal ball, Hiruzen couldn't help but exclaim at first glance. The beautiful young women who usually frequented the baths had all disappeared, replaced by a crowd of onlookers and collapsed walls. Had the village been attacked? Why target the baths? As Hokage, Hiruzen immediately summoned Anbu. Who's on duty today? An Anbu operative wearing an ape mask appeared before him. 3rd Hokage. Ape. Seeing the mask, Hiruzen was visibly stunned. The person was none other than his eldest son, who had always served in Anbu, silently dedicating himself to protecting the village, almost never appearing in the public eye. Subconsciously, Hiruzen shifted the crystal ball aside and issued his order. Immediately investigate the baths. Find out what happened. Yes. Receiving the order, the ape-masked Anbu bowed his head, acknowledged, and vanished in a flash of Shunshin. Your medical skills have improved considerably, came. Leaning against the doorway to rest, Tsunade spoke up upon seeing the doctor finish surgery and prepare to take a break. You flatter me. Without your guidance, this surgery could not have been completed so smoothly. Speaking of which, Lord Jiraiya, you are one of the legendary Sannin like yourself. How could you sustain such severe injuries within the village? Bowing deeply towards Tsunade, this medical ninja, named Kame, spoke with great respect, yet was also curious about who could possibly drive someone of Jiraiya's strength to the brink of death. Don't be so modest. Even without me, you could have saved Jiraiya. Now let's not dwell on that. Since Jiraiya is fine, I'll be going. By the way, I left his wallet at the front desk. Take whatever you need from it. As the one primarily responsible for the incident, Tsunade naturally had no desire to continue the topic. After brushing it off, she prepared to leave, only to find a familiar figure appearing before her, blocking her path. Having learned what happened from the Anbu, Hiruzen arrived at the scene immediately. TTH third Hokage came, who hadn't even had time to change out of his clothes, hurried behind Tsunade and bowed respectfully to Hiruzen. Heads, you came. I remember you served as a ninja on the battlefield back, then participating in the operation to suppress Semioji Half-Song. What made you decide to become a doctor here? Gazing at his female disciple with a complicated expression, Hiruzen shook his head slightly, then turned to Kame with a warm smile and accurately recited his background. Third Hokage, I came to study medicine in response to Lady Tsunade's initiative to establish a medical ninja corps so that more comrades can receive timely treatment on the battlefield. Touched that Hiruzen still remembered him, Kame was moved to tears. After smiling and offering a few words of encouragement, Hiruzen dismissed Kame. Once certain the room held only himself and Tsunade, Hiruzen retrieved his pipe, lit it under Tsunade's disgusted gaze, and held it between his lips. I've heard about what happened. While Jiraiya's peeping was in the wrong, you couldn't have struck so brutally, Tsunade. Facing Hiruzen's nearly reproachful tone, Tsunade, knowing she was in the wrong, snorted and turned her head. After organizing her thoughts, she said with flushed cheeks, who asked him to go peeping on me when I was already in a bad mood? Sigh. I had intended to assign him to accompany Minato on a mission. With this, Hiruzen rubbed his temples. He wanted Tsunade to take over, but recalled her hemophobia, clearly unsuitable for field missions. Moreover, her phobia was partly his doing. After all, back when Nabaru was that age, he would never have been sent to the battlefield without Hiruzen's approval. Sigh. Let it be. I hope that stinky kid Jiraiya learns his lesson from this. In your opinion, how long will it take him to fully recover? Having nothing more to say to Tsunade on this matter, Hiruzen changed the subject, focusing on Jiraiya's condition. A month without issue. I will oversee his follow-up treatment. Seeing that Hiruzen was not blaming her for the incident, Tsunade took over Jiraiya's care proactively. Very well. Gazing deeply at Tsunade, who clearly avoided prolonged interaction with him, Hiruzen waved his hand and turned to leave. Orochimaru refuses to seek him out, preferring small commissions. Tsunade keeps her distance, and Jiraiya never returns to the village. Is he really such a failure as a teacher? Thinking of his own family, Hiruzen felt a heavy pressure in his chest, yearning to find someone to confide in. Jiraiya, lying on the hospital bed, kept muttering, young lady, don't go, when he suddenly opened his eyes. White ceiling and the smell of disinfectant filling his nostrils. Strange, how did he end up in a hospital from a bar? Recognizing his location at a glance from the room's layout, Jiraiya tried to move his arm only to feel a piercing pain coursing through his entire body. Yo, you're awake, Lord Jiraiya. A boy's voice rang out. Turning his neck with difficulty, Jiraiya saw a somewhat familiar face. It's Yue. The one who could surprise Jiraiya so much was naturally Feng Bai. At this moment, he was sitting on a chair, leisurely peeling an apple with a small knife. Don't get so excited. I've already peeled half of it, and you'll make me break the peel with your shouting. Completely focused on the apple peel, Feng Bai didn't even have time to look up at Jiraiya, afraid of breaking it. It hurts. Why are you here? No, why am I here? Feeling unable to control his body, Jiraiya grew panicked. He was also puzzled by the presence of this little brat beside him and struggled to turn over. I don't move so much. My apple peel. Because of Jiraiya's restlessness, Feng Bai ended up breaking the apple peel, angering him so much that he almost threw the knife at Jiraiya. Awake now, Jiraiya. Hearing the commotion from the room, Tsunade pushed the door open and let out a slight sigh of relief upon seeing that Jiraiya had indeed woken up. Tsunade, why are you here too? Wait, what exactly happened? Jiraiya was utterly dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what was going on. You don't remember, Lord Jiraiya? Well, let me help you recall. 3 nights ago, you sneaked out of the police force prison and went to Aunt Keiko's bathhouse to peep, and ended up nearly getting killed by Lady Tsunade's punch. Seeing that the apple peel had already broken, Feng Bai didn't bother to be meticulous with the rest. While hastily dealing with it, he recounted the events of 3 days ago to Jiraiya. Thanks to you, I went to the police force again late at night to recount the incident. Cutting the apple into pieces and arranging them on a plate, Feng Bai used Ice Release to create a sunbond and stuck it into the apple. Just as Jiraiya thought this was prepared for him and was mentally deciding not to forgive the little brat, even so, Feng Bai directly put the cut apple into his own mouth. Jiraiya, damn it, I'm the patient here. How can you come into a ward and eat fruit in front of the patient? What's wrong, Lord Jiraiya? Is this how you look at your lifesaver? Feeling that the apple was a bit too sweet, Feng Bai frowned, casually picked up a piece and shoved it into Jiraiya's mouth. MMPH, cough. Can't you be gentler? And since when did you become my lifesaver? Jiraiya, forcibly stuffed with a piece of apple, nearly choked to death. After coughing for a long time, he finally swallowed the apple and glared angrily at this ill-tempered brat. Don't believe me? Then ask Lady Tsunade. Regardless of whether Jiraiya was willing, Feng Bai shoved another piece of apple into his mouth. That's right, Jiraiya. If this kid hadn't used medical ninjutsu to keep you alive, you would have died on the way. Under Jiraiya's probing gaze, Tsunade nodded, confirming Feng Bai's words. Is that so? Then I really thank him. No wait, if that Uchiha brat beside you hadn't made such a fuss, how could I have been beaten like this? Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya first nodded, then realized something was wrong and shouted furiously at Fongbai. Jiraiya. Seeing that Jiraiya remained unrepentant, the last bit of guilt in Tsunade's heart vanished. She strode to Jiraiya's bedside and was about to grab him. You scoundrel, have you no remorse for your peeping behavior? I was wrong, Lady Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade's genuine anger, Jiraiya immediately groveled. If his arms could be raised, he would have prostrated himself 3 times. If you apologize every time, but I've never seen you change. Seeing Jiraiya become obedient, Tsunade finally let him off. Anyway, you sincerely thank this little guy named Fongbai. Your attitude must be sincere, understand. Under Tsunade's kind and amiable persuasion, Jiraiya forced out an ugly smile and thanked Fongbai. In that case, I accept your apology, Lord Jiraiya. Although his expression was somewhat twisted since one of the 3 ninja personally thanked him, Fongbai accepted it with peace of mind, secretly considering whether he could take this opportunity to have the other take him to Mount Mayaboku to learn sage arts. Fongbai, feeling that bringing it up now would be somewhat abrupt, ultimately abandoned the idea. He flashed a sweet smile at Tsunade, bid her farewell, and left the ward. This child has good talent. At such a young age, he can master ice release and medical ninjutsu. Watching Fongbai's retreating figure, Tsunade crossed her arms and praised his aptitude. That bastard Danzo does have a good son. Knowing Fongbai's background, Jiraiya rolled his eyes. While acknowledging the other's talent, his mind inexplicably recalled the great Toad Sage's prophecy. He will bring great change to the ninja world, forced to make a choice. If only looking at talent and not personality, this child was even more outstanding than Minato. What are you muttering about? Seeing Jiraiya suddenly become mysterious, Tsunade grew a bit nervous. She shouldn't have hit his head, right? Could he have injured his brain when he crashed through the wall? Nothing. Just remembered some old memories. Ow. Tsunade, can you give me another piece of apple? Hearing Tsunade's question, Jiraiya snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head. He used a nearly coaxing tone to try to provoke Tsunade's guilt, hoping to spend more time with her. Apple? Of course. But I'm not feeding you. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare and turned her head toward the door. Lord Jiraiya, you're awake. As Tsunade's words fell, Minato pushed the door open, immediately saw the revived Jiraiya, and said with some surprise. Oh, it's Minato. Oh, what an embarrassment to let you see me in such a state. Not expecting his disciple to appear here, Jiraiya was unusually ashamed. Not at all. To be honest, when I first heard the news of your serious injury, it made little Gio and me worry for a long time. 1 month later, in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, upon learning that Jiraiya had regained his mobility without any lingering after effects, breathed a sigh of relief. As he was about to follow his usual routine and use the crystal ball to observe the villagers' daily lives, he heard footsteps approaching from outside the door. Without a knock, the visitor pushed open the door and walked step by step to Hiruzen. Danzo, what is it? Hiruzen, grateful that he had not yet had time to perform the telescope technique, looked up at his old friend and inquired curiously. I have a plan that requires your assistance. Danzo, expressionless, placed the scroll he held in his left hand onto Hiruzen's desk, his single eye fixed intently on the other. A plan, eh? Hiruzen took it with a puzzled frown, and after reading it immediately voiced his objection. Danzo, this plan is far too radical. I cannot agree. Staring at his old friend with a look of shock, Hiruzen could not believe Danzo had the audacity to target the Jinchuriki of other hidden villages. Having anticipated Hiruzen's reaction, Danzo spoke in a measured tone. Hiruzen, to protect Konoha, you must agree. Danzo, you should know the importance of a Jinchuriki to a village. If anything goes wrong, it will destabilize the already fragile situation and trigger a war prematurely. Hiruzen clenched the scroll in his hand, his mind already conjuring images of the hidden villages surrounding Konoha in battle. But if it succeeds, it will delay war for many years. Tailed beasts must be sealed into a Jinchuriki at a young age so they can grow together. If a Jinchuriki meets with misfortune, you know very well how much effort it takes to cultivate a replacement. Ignoring the nearly blazing fury in Hiruzen's eyes, Danzo half closed his single eye and continued in a flat tone. Besides, I am not trying to seize the tailed beasts, merely causing some accidents to their Jinchuriki that force a replacement. During the period of cultivating a new Jinchuriki, no hidden village will actively initiate a war, will they? Listening to Danzo's explanation, Hiruzen's stance softened somewhat, but the opponents are Jinchuriki, and heavily guarded ones at that. Even if you and I were to act personally, I fear. That is precisely why we need your disciples. I heard Jiraiya has returned to the village. He and Orochimaru are both experts in infiltration. They can act separately to suppress the rest of Awagakure and Kumogakure. Seeing that Hiruzen was wavering, Danzo finally revealed his true intention. If my root possessed such strength, I would have sent them long ago and would not be wasting my breath here. Jiraiya and Orochimaru. They are indeed excellent ninja for infiltration, but if they fail? Hiruzen hesitated, thinking of them as his prized disciples and the backbone of Konoha. Danzo's plan promised great gains, but carried even greater risks. If Jiraiya and Orochimaru were to fall outside, Konoha's strength would suffer a devastating blow. A ninja's destiny is sacrifice. Other ninja can sacrifice. Why not your disciples? For the sake of Konoha, I would even sacrifice my own son. Danzo pressed relentlessly, leaving Hiruzen no room to think. At those words, Hiruzen found himself with no ground to argue, his brow furrowed as he pondered deeply. After a long pause, Hiruzen said quietly, "Leave the scroll here. I will arrange for someone to carry it out." "My route," Danzo began, but was cut off by Hiruzen. "No need for your ninja's cooperation. I will dispatch the Anbu directly under the Hokage." Hearing this, Danzo gave Hiruzen a long, hard look. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately chose not to, turning and walking away with slow, deliberate steps. At the door, Danzo could not help but look back at Hiruzen. "You are too soft, Hiruzen." This time he received no rebuttal. The rising smoke gradually obscured the two men's vision. "Kid, your movements are decent, but your counterattacks carry too much killing intent." In the hospital courtyard, Jiraiya, who had just regained his mobility, sat on a bench watching Phone spar with Tsunade. Compared to the whip, Jinchuriki Iku and the zero-frame startup of Yu Longma, Tsunade's attacks were grand and sweeping. For Phone, who had endured prolonged beatings and honed a formidable evasive ability, sparring with Tsunade was not overly difficult. Though of course this was because Tsunade was not using her full strength. Otherwise, he might well have become the second Jiraiya. "I surrender." Having just dodged one of Tsunade's punches, Phone was about to launch a counterattack from a blind spot when he realized Tsunade had forcibly twisted her body and was about to flick him on the forehead. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. "If you're quick to surrender, kid." Tsunade gave him a light flick on the forehead, smiling as she watched Phone crouch on the ground, clutching his head and feigning pain, then strode over to Jiraiya's side. "All right, you play with the kid. I have work to do." Having taken on the hospital's invitation to cover her empty pockets, Tsunade used her spare time to train the doctors in medical techniques. Phone presence here was not because he wanted to curry favor with Jiraiya, but because Obito had been caught in the aftermath of Tsunade's punch and was also hospitalized. To ensure Obito did not fall behind in his studies during his hospital stay, Ito Makoto chose Phone, who seemed to have the best rapport with Obito, to deliver his notes after school. "So where's Lin? Why didn't she come?" Obito, with a bandage on his face, sat at the other end of the bench. Seeing Phone approach, he pouted discontentedly. "Lin is in class. What, you feel slighted that I'm here?" Seeing Obito's ingratitude, Phone gave him a light tap on the head. "Tisk, prickly head. If not for the chance to escape the monotonous training resembling cotton picking under Shimura Iku, he wouldn't have come." "It's not that. It's just," Obito muttered, "I don't want to sit next to that peeping Tom." Hearing this, the peeping Tom in question's forehead bulged with veins. "You little brat, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have nearly been beaten to death by Tsunade." Jiraiya had finally figured it out. This Uchiha brat was even worse than the Shimura brat. The first was sly and malicious, the second a simpleton. "You're the one who's peeping, and you have the nerve to complain." Obito's voice rose quickly, drawing the attention of the nurses. Seeing the hospital's female staff about to drown him in hostile glares, Jiraiya hastily reached out to cover Obito's mouth, trying to stop him from blurting out such inconvenient truths. "All right, you two. You're both being discharged tomorrow anyway. Stop sulking and smile a bit." Watching the two tussle, Phone felt they seemed surprisingly well matched. "Young Shimura, any interest in training with me?" Jiraiya, in high spirits at the thought of being discharged tomorrow, to gather inspiration, hesitated for a moment before posing this question after subduing Obito. "Training with you." Though Phone longed to learn immortal arts, when Jiraiya actually asked, he found himself hesitating. If he were to become Jiraiya's disciple, then the third Hokage would become his grandmaster. If the old man found out, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Yet the allure of immortal arts was undeniable. Seeing Phone entangled in indecision, Jiraiya was not impatient. He gave the boy ample time to think, turning his attention instead to appreciate the nurses' lovely physiques. "It's been a long time, Master Hiruzen." Upon receiving the summons from Hiruzen, Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage building to meet his teacher. "That line should be mine, Orochimaru. You're clearly in the village, yet you refuse to come see this old man on your own, especially now that you've left Danzo's ranks and returned to being an ordinary Konoha ninja." Gazing at his most talented disciple, Hiruzen even felt in the mood to jest with him. "In any case, I called you here to assign you a mission." Hiruzen took out a scroll prepared in advance and tossed it to Orochimaru. Catching the scroll deftly, Orochimaru eyed the words "Top Secret" with keen interest, his voice a characteristic rasp. "Top Secret? Does that mean it's an S-rank mission?" "Of course." Hiruzen nodded matter-of-factly. "Not only you, but Jiraiya will also be involved in this mission. It was Danzo who recommended you both." At the mention of Danzo's name, Orochimaru's fingers paused, his cheerful expression turning sour. "That treacherous man. After getting a son, he kicked me aside as if I were nothing. Yet now was not the time to flare up." Despite his displeasure, the promise of a generous reward for an S-rank mission compelled Orochimaru to read the details. "Targeting a Jinchuriki, that certainly has Danzo's style. Pocketing the scroll, Orochimaru left these words and prepared to depart. I'll send 3 Anbu to assist you. Seeing that his disciple couldn't bear to stay a moment longer, Hiruzen sighed with resignation and said flatly, "Understood." Gently closing the door, Orochimaru strode out of the Hokage building. Fong, by having accepted Jiraiya's offer, had no time to train with him before learning that the man had already left the village on a mission. And so, slap, 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 slap. Fongbai continued his idle life, though lately Danzo seemed to have more free time than before, occasionally appearing at home to offer some guidance on Fongbai's training. Days passed one after another. Secret art, demonic mirroring ice crystals. At the Konoha training ground, Fongbai attempted to replicate Haku's signature technique, a secret art that allowed free movement within ice mirrors. As an ice mirror formed, Fongbai reached out to touch its surface. It didn't work, did it? Feeling the hardness beneath his fingers, he shook his head. What he had created was merely an ordinary mirror. "Hey kid, studying ninjutsu here." A slightly flippant voice sounded from behind. Fongbai knew the speaker without turning around. "Lord Jiraiya, that mission took quite a while. Almost a year, hasn't it?" Fongbai, focused on his ice mirror, replied without turning his head. "Well, that's the life of a ninja. Nice mirror you've made. Good enough to use as furniture at home." Jumping down from a tree, Jiraiya examined the ice mirror with curiosity and reached out to touch it. "This thickness could at most block shuriken and kunai attacks," he commented, assessing the mirror's depth. "The key isn't the thickness, but the ability to move freely within it." Fongbai shook his head and explained to Jiraiya. "The secret art, demonic mirroring ice crystals, allows the user to traverse between ice mirrors at will. But the scroll detailing this technique has been lost, so I have to guess the chakra ratios through trial and error." "Free movement?" Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. If it meant free movement, then that would be kid that falls under the realm of time-space ninjutsu. Spreading his palm and placing it flat on the mirror's surface, Jiraiya carefully sensed the ice mirror's composition, revealing a look of understanding. Without incorporating time-space ninjutsu formulas into the ice mirror, achieving free movement is impossible. Of course, my conclusion might not be accurate. After all, bloodline limits like ice release are passed down through generations, and the techniques themselves may hold unique secrets. Since the scroll is lost, I can only offer my insights based on experience. Well, that's about as useful as saying nothing. Fongbai was speechless after Jiraiya's lengthy explanation, which ended with a disclaimer that it was all speculation, essentially saying nothing at all. But given the circumstances, he had to try anything. "How does one train in time-space ninjutsu?" Fongbai asked Jiraiya, who was standing nearby. "Let me think. You should ask your father. I'm sure he'll give you a satisfactory answer." Jiraiya initially thought to mention the Flying Thunder God technique, which could solve the problem, but then remembered that the boy's father was Danzo, who had served in the second Hokage's guard, and surely knew the technique. No need for him to explain. Speaking of Danzo, Jiraiya felt a surge of irritation. That old man had manipulated the third Hokage into sending him to deal with the Jinchuriki. After nearly a year of lurking, they finally caught the Jinchuriki, without other ninja protection, only to find that the two targets were more formidable than their guards. They immediately went into partial tail beast mode, and a tailed beast ball flew past Jiraiya's face. If Minato hadn't mastered the Flying Thunder God, his team would have been wiped out right there. "Old man, since you've set me up, don't blame me for being petty." With that thought, Jiraiya's gaze toward Fongbai gradually shifted. "Lord Jiraiya, I just remembered I have something to do at home, so I'll be going now." Sensing the change in Jiraiya's eyes, Fongbai felt a chill run down his spine. He had seen that look in the eyes of Shimura Iku and Yamanaka Zen. "Haha, didn't we agree to train together? Why rush off?" Jiraiya cracked his knuckles and advanced step by step toward Fongbai. "No, my dad called me home for dinner. Training can wait." "Ouch. Jiraiya, you ouch." Soon the training ground echoed with nothing but Fongbai's cries of agony. In the end, only Kumogakure has made any progress. Hiruzen sat in his chair, gazing through swirling smoke toward Danzo, his tone laced with unmistakable dissatisfaction. "Since Awagakure is now on high alert, there is no way we could succeed again. Fortunately, the most volatile Kumo has lost its 8 tails Jinchuriki, so they will not be launching a war anytime soon." As if he hadn't detected the other's displeasure, Danzo stood expressionless before Tobarama's portrait, his hands clasped behind his back. "Then why are you still pushing such an irrational plan?" Hiruzen slammed his extinguished pipe heavily onto the desk, snatched up the new plan Danzo had just handed him, and nearly threw it at Danzo's face. "We merely stripped Kumo of one-tailed beast's combat capability." The Wagakure was not only unharmed, but also revealed the strength of their Jinchuriki. "With such powerful enemies surrounding us, war has become unavoidable." Gazing at the stern expression in Tobarama's photograph, Danzo's voice remained steady and unyielding, undisturbed by Hiruzen's outburst. "By relaxing the early graduation requirements, we can quickly build a substantial force of genin. It will also allow them to adapt to ninja life earlier, prepare for the coming war, and help us identify and nurture exceptionally talented children in advance. Our Anbu casualties have been mounting on both sides, and we urgently need fresh blood. You should be well aware of this. But Hiruzen wanted to say more. Hiruzen, I am not sending them to their deaths. I am simply having them prepare in advance. Seeing Hiruzen refuse to yield, Danzo turned around and leisurely walked to a seat nearby. Hiruzen did not agree with Danzo's words. Once these children graduated early and donned their forehead protectors, they would be conscripted into battle when war broke out. This went against the original intention Hashirama had when founding the village. If we do not relax the early graduation requirements, waiting until the war drags on to conscript them will only get them killed faster. Seeing Hiruzen still hesitating, Danzo's tone finally turned stern. If Konoha falls, everyone will die, including you, me, and those so-called children. The enemy will not sheath their blades simply because of age. Slamming his hand onto the desk, Danzo rose abruptly and strode toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you cannot remain so naive any longer. We must prepare in advance. Looking at Danzo's face now uncomfortably closed, Hiruzen leaned back slightly, picked up the pipe he had just slammed on the desk, and lit it right in front of Danzo. So be it. Have you heard? The village is lowering the threshold for early graduation. As the notice was posted, students and parents at the Ninja Academy all learned of this development. To graduate early and become a genin, you only need signatures from your immediate family and your homeroom teacher. It's that simple. No graduation exam needed. Yeah, I heard the old exams required drawing one technique from the 3 basic jutsu, then scoring from 3 or more teachers. This is a great opportunity. If I graduate early as a genin, I can take missions to earn living expenses for my sister. Contrary to Hiruzen's expectations, many children from commoner ninja families expressed support for this decision. Those whose innate physiques were far inferior to those from ninja clans would surely have been filtered out under the normal graduation process. In stark contrast to these cheering commoners were the cold, indifferent responses from the ninja clan children. War is truly coming. Asama watched as many classmates preparing for early graduation began gathering toward the teacher's office, and he too began calculating his own strength. Well, it's come later than I originally expected. Phonbai glanced up at Guy, who was doing handstands in the back row of the classroom, and removed Guren's arm resting on his shoulder. What do you think, Phonbai? Let's apply for early graduation too. Itachi seemed not to have heard their conversation, and was also eager to join the wave of early graduates. I don't have the final say. Rolling his eyes at the foolish Itachi, Phonbai yawned, and slumped back onto his desk. When he graduated was entirely up to the old man. Let's graduate together, Phonbai. Then we can form a team with Rin, and make our mark in the ninja world. Itachi's words brought to Phonbai's mind certain unpleasant thoughts. Damn it, if I really end up in a team with these two, will it be me, who gets my heart torn out, or Rin? Anyway, let's talk about it later. Phonbai mumbled from where he lay on his desk. This is the Flying Thunder God technique along with the early graduation application form. I have already signed it. Seated in the center of the sofa, Danzo pointed at the 2 items on the desk. So this moment had finally arrived. Phonbai straightened up, his heart pounding rapidly with excitement. Becoming a ninja, charging onto the battlefield to slaughter enemies. This was nothing like the daily whipping sessions. At least Yamnika and Shimura Iku knew when to hold back, but the ninja from other villages would be coming straight for his life. In any case, work hard. Until you become a chunin, follow Hiruzen's arrangements, and complete missions alongside your teammates. Phonbai wanted to graduate early, and Asama did as well. Upon hearing the news, Itachi eagerly dragged Rin along to submit both their applications. But the result was, why? Staring at the word, approved, written on his application form, Itachi was on the verge of tears. His application had been smoothly approved, but Rin's application had been rejected by Ito Makoto, with the reason being that her abilities were insufficient. Idiot. Kakashi, who was reading a manga nearby, delivered the finishing blow without hesitation. Damn it. I will never acknowledge a ninja career without Rin. Itachi slammed his hand on the desk, ready to confront Ito Makoto, but Phonbai grabbed him. Listen, Itachi, the teacher is doing this for Rin's own good. Apart from medical ninjutsu and academic subjects, her other courses are barely passing. Besides, Phonbai gestured toward the empty seats around them. So many people have already graduated. If Teacher Ito approves a few more, there won't be a single student left to listen to his lectures. In Phonbai's view, Rin not being approved for early graduation was actually a very good thing. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about Itachi being lured away by some weird old man, nor would he have to deal with that psychologically unstable fellow clutching Rin's corpse and screaming, "I will create a world with Rin in it." Sarutobi Asuma approved for graduation. Shimura Fubaku approved for graduation. Uchiha Obito approved. Where is Uchiha Obito? Ahem. Hatake Kakashi approved for graduation. Despite it being an early graduation, Hiruzen insisted on appearing in person, holding the graduation ceremony in the auditorium, and awarding graduation certificates and forehead protectors to all students. With a complex gaze, he looked at the children before him, their faces brimming with joy. Knowing that they would one day be sent to the battlefield by his orders, a trace of guilt welled up in Hiruzen's heart. But when he caught sight of Asuma and Fubaku, his once softened heart hardened once again. Yes, his own child and Danzo's child were also among these people. For the sake of Konoha, anyone could be sacrificed. Even himself was no exception. I won the bet. Remember to treat me to a meal after the team assignments. Seizing the moment when Hiruzen turned back to the podium, Fubaku poked Asuma. Just yesterday, he had bet with him on whether Obito would arrive on time. Because Fubaku had first bet that Obito would be late, Asuma had no choice but to hold his nose and bet that he wouldn't. I know you bastard. You have more allowance than I do, and you still fleece me. Shooting Fubaku a helpless look, Asuma sighed, reached into his wallet, and rubbed the thickness of the bills. That Obito, I told him so clearly yesterday, and he still managed to be late. He's not getting any of today's dumplings. Looking at Obito's certificate and forehead protector lying abandoned on the podium, Asuma felt a surge of anger for the first time at this chronic latecomer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the third Hokage to deliver his speech. Just as the two were discussing how to help Obito break his habit of being late, a ninja walked to the front, suppressed the whispers in the audience with a booming voice, then respectfully stepped aside and stood behind the approaching Hiruzen. On this fine day full of vitality and competition, I won't waste your time. Let me just say a few words. Since the first Hokage founded Konoha, he's starting from the first Hokage, and he calls that a few words. Asuma never missed a chance to mock his own father. He said to Fubaku, "Keep your voice down, or your dad will hear you." Seeing that Asuma had not lowered his voice at all, Fubaku quickly whispered a warning. So what if he hears? Can he jump down and hit me? Hearing Fubaku's warning, Asuma not only refrained from restraining himself, but also lifted his head to meet Hiruzen's gaze. Hiruzen paid no attention to his youngest son. His eyes were fixed on the other children, which made Asuma even more resentful. After the first Hokage passed away, his younger brother Senju Tobirama became the second Hokage. Hiruzen rambled on for half an hour, leaving Fubaku drowsy with boredom. I tell you, Obito is truly amazing. Your dad has been talking for so long, and he hasn't even shown a shadow. Who says so? Every time I ask, he says he's helping the elderly. How many old people can there be in Konoha for him to run into? Asuma nodded in agreement. Since the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War, countless inheritors of the Will of Fire have emerged in the village. On the stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued his speech. Another half hour passed, and Hiruzen finally ended his just a few words and left the podium with a smile. As the teacher announced the end of the graduation ceremony and the genin began to leave, Obito burst into the auditorium panting heavily. Huff, huff, huff. I made it, didn't I? Obito leaned against the wall, searching for familiar faces. You made it. Fat chance. Here, your graduation certificate and forehead protector. Crouching by the door waiting for Obito, Fubaku rolled his eyes, walked up to him, and thrust the certificate and forehead protector into Obito's arms. You bastard, I picked up your enrollment file, and now I'm handing you your graduation certificate. I'm practically your babysitter. Hee, I ran into an old man on the way who couldn't carry his things, so I helped him home. Hee, I knew you'd be the best, Fubaku, and would get these for me. Obito cradled the forehead protector as if it were a treasure, flashing a silly grin of gratitude. See, I told you spoil him too much. Kakashi added coldly from the side. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Hearing the familiar voice, Obito bristled again. He hadn't heard that Kakashi would also apply for early graduation. Idiot, I submitted my application long before you did. Kakashi kept his hands in his pockets, looking at Obito as if he were an imbecile, which sent Obito into another fit of rage. Alright. The team assignments are coming up. Maybe you two will end up in the same squad. Who wants to be in a squad with him? X2. Well, they do have a bit of chemistry between them. Asuma looked them up and down, lost in thought. Hyuga Hiranka Shirakumo, Sayoma Arashir Hana form squad 3. Dakura Kai Tokyoshi Kan Hataki Kakashi form squad 5. Hearing that Kakashi wasn't in his squad, Obito nearly jumped with excitement. Humph, Kakashi, looks like you won't have the chance to witness my heroic feats on the battlefield. Humph. Kakashi snorted coldly, ignoring Obito, and instead glanced at Fubaku beside him. I'll head over now. Go ahead. Get along with your teammates. Fubaku waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Damn Kakashi, how dare he ignore me. Seeing Kakashi walk past him to interact with Fubaku, Obito felt utterly humiliated. I wonder who I'll be teamed up with. And that old man. Will he meddle directly and put me en route? As the number of people remaining in the classroom dwindled, Fubaku looked at the few familiar faces left and began to speculate on Danzo's intentions. Shimura, Fubaku, Sarutobi, Asuma, Uchiha, Obito form squad 11. A familiar voice rang out. Hearing it, Fubaku looked up in shock at the figure in a black trench coat standing at the door. Well, I'll be damned. Aburame Ryoma. So how do you like the captain I chose for the two little ones? When it came to parenting, Danzo's tone wasn't as cold as usual. Ryoma is indeed an excellent ninja, whether in infiltration or individual combat. He's among the best of the Jonin. Hiruzen had great respect for Ryoma's abilities. Seeing that Hiruzen also acknowledged Ryoma's strength, Danzo could barely suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. But the moment he thought of the most detestable Uchiha in the squad, his expression turned icy again. If only that Uchiha clan member weren't in it. Hiruzen pretended not to hear Danzo's grumbling. You hate the Uchiha, do you? Then I'll make sure to stuff one into your squad, let him spend every day with your son. My name is Aburame Ryoma. From today onward, I will be your Jonin leader. Aburame Ryoma was not a man of many words, completing his self-introduction in a single sentence. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning gather here. We will carry out a mission. After speaking only 2 sentences, Aburame Ryoma departed in an instant, leaving the 3 of them stunned. Are all the Jonin of Konoha this aloof? I mean, he finished his introduction and didn't even let us introduce ourselves. Obito pointed at the place where Aburame Ryoma had vanished, his expression one of disbelief. Am I in the same team as Obito? Am I Kakashi or Rin? Wait, does that mean I'm the one who gets gutted later? Oh come on, which bastard assigned this team? I can't believe I want to slap myself. But I never expected the 2 of us to end up on the same team. Although he didn't understand Aburame Ryoma's behavior, Isama was quite satisfied with his teammates. When forming a team with unfamiliar people, you need to readapt and get used to each other's personality and combat style. At the academy, he had sparred and teamed up with Fahaku multiple times, so he already had a good understanding of the other's abilities. As for Obito, well, it's common knowledge that every team has 1 or 2 underachievers to balance the overall strength. I'm acceptable. It's just a pity that I have to start from the bottom as a genin. Speaking of genin missions, it's basically weeding for nobles, walking their cats, and looking for lost pets when there's nothing else to do. So when will I get a chance to impress Old Man Third? Today's mission: pursue and eliminate the S-rank missing nin Yamashita Yuji. The next day, without waiting for the late Obito, Aburame Ryoma took out the scroll and briefed Isama and Fahaku on the mission. Holy crap, this intense right from the start. Isama had originally thought he was going to have a boring, ordinary genin life, never expecting to be assigned a mission to hunt down a missing nin right away. Your 2 abilities have already reached the Chunin level, you simply lack combat experience. Handing the materials with Yamashita Yuji's photo to the 2 of them, and watching them huddle together studying his abilities, Aburame Ryoma did not say any more, but instead stood to the side waiting for the last person to arrive. Yamashita Yuji, 30 years old, formerly a special jonin of Konoha village. He excels in wind release. During a mission to escort noble property, he was overcome by greed, killed his teammate, and absconded with goods worth over 10 million ryo, causing the village enormous losses. Excels in wind release. It says here he's good at wind release. I think you should go up against him. Isama pointed to the words excels in wind release on the file and looked at Fahaku. Aren't you good at wind release too? Just go up there when the time comes, and you'll get to show the third a thing or 2. Fahaku rolled his eyes at Isama. I'm terribly sorry I was on the road. Just as the 2 were discussing their strategy, Obito finally arrived long after everyone else. Alright, let's move out. Seeing Obito had arrived at the gathering point, Aburame Ryoma decisively announced the start of the mission and took the lead, walking ahead of everyone. Having just managed to run across 3 streets with all his might, Obito helplessly looked at Fahaku and Isama. Are we really setting off now? He didn't even know the mission details yet. Honestly, could they let him sit down and rest for a bit? Can't be helped. Who asked you to be late? Isama looked at Obito with satisfaction, then set off and followed behind Ryoma. Well, my word wouldn't carry much weight at a time like this. Obito, you'll just have to work hard to keep up. Fahaku shrugged, indicating that he couldn't help him. Seeing that neither of them could help him, Obito could only grit his teeth and force himself to keep up with the others despite the discomfort in his lungs. This guy's last known location was a small town on the border between the land of fire and the land of water. At noon, the group crouched in an unknown jungle sharing soldier pills. Taking advantage of the meal, Aburame Ryoma took out a map and pointed to a small square in the border region. This area, being far from the central part of the land of fire, has long been a haven for bandits and missing nin. Fortunately, they are somewhat wary of Konoha ninja and haven't done anything too extreme. They generally only target residents on the land of water side and do not enter the towns themselves. Land of water residents, so. After infiltrating the town, I will search for his whereabouts alone. The 3 of you need to conceal your identities and use the techniques learned at the academy to locate him. Understood? Don't worry, Captain Ryoma. As soon as I find this guy, I'll let him experience the power of the Uchiha. Obito flexed his arm confidently. Hearing Obito's complaint, Phoneby scratched his head. According to the intelligence, a Chunin team spotted his trail last month. They didn't pursue further due to their team's limited strength, which proves this guy can at least not maintain his transformation jutsu for an extended period. Moreover, we've only investigated the casino and haven't examined other entertainment venues. Starting tomorrow, we'll split up. I'll continue monitoring the casino while Isuma, you take Obito and stake out that dance hall where we spotted him a few days ago. Better have Obito stay with you. Isuma shook his head, declining Phonby's suggestion. It wasn't because he disliked Obito, but rather, he actually did find Obito insufferable. If this guy spotted their target, he'd charge forward recklessly in a panic, and Isuma knew he couldn't restrain him. Only Phoneby and Rin could keep this kid in check. Fair enough. Seeing Isuma's refusal, Phoneby also recalled this point and said no more. Asuma's luck was remarkably good. On the second evening after they split up, he brought back wonderful news. I spotted that guy at a dance hall in the West District. Before the three could even settle into a cross-legged position, Asuma couldn't wait to speak. Really? That's fantastic. We can finally put an end to this endless, directionless surveillance life. Obito cheered, rolling up his sleeves ready to confront that guy. But that guy never stepped outside the dance hall. I only spotted him through the second-floor window. To confirm his movements, we need to continue observing. Then what do? Should we call Captain Ryoma over? But he didn't leave us any contact information. Foolish Obito, this is clearly Captain Ryoma's test for us. Observing our capabilities. Continue watching first, see if we can find any weakness. If we truly can't handle it, Captain Ryoma will step in. Phonbai was completely certain that old fox Ryoma was currently squatting in some unknown corner, quietly observing their performance. Of course he couldn't say that outright. Who knew how many more years he'd have to work under him? What if he made things difficult for him? It was time to let Ryoma see our passionate combo techniques. I think we can approach through other means like transformation jutsu. There's no need to be so extreme. If it really comes to it, calling Captain Ryoma isn't out of the question. Watching the two approaching with women's clothing in hand, Phonbai's voice grew anxious and pitchy. But that guy is a special jonin. Approaching him with transformation jutsu carries enormous risk. Asuma solemnly rejected Phonbai's proposal. Besides, you said Captain Ryoma intends to test us through this matter. Disguised infiltration is essential ninja training, isn't it? Obito, right. After several days of observation, the group discovered that Yamashita Yuki would stare at passing young girls whenever he had nothing to do, which gave Asuma a bold idea. This guy seemed to have twisted thoughts toward younger girls. In other words, disguising as a young girl should allow them to infiltrate the dance hall and get close to him. When it comes to disguise, you two could also. Phonbai tried one last struggle. Setting aside Obito's foolish face, look at me. Do you think he'd be interested? Asuma pointed at his own face, cutting off Phonbai's resistance. Obito, right. Wait, no, actually, yes. And look, you've always kept your long hair yourself. You don't even need to buy a wig. Anyway, Phonbai, give up struggling. Pointing at Phonbai's shoulder-length hair, Asuma ignored whether he agreed and directly dragged Obito toward him. Is this really me? Looking at himself in the mirror, not only Asuma and Obito were stunned, but even Phonbai himself fell into a daze. Wearing a pale blue sleeveless yukata with minimal patterns, the garment somehow made him appear refined and ethereal. His fair, slender arms gave off a delicate, fragile impression. Am I imagining things? Phonbai seems cuter than Rin right now. What am I thinking? Obito shook his head frantically, trying to shake off his immature thoughts. My heart belongs to Rin, always will. See, I told you so. Just disguise as a flower-selling girl and infiltrate the dance hall. That guy will definitely be distracted. Asuma also snapped out of it, clearing his throat as he explained the next phase of the plan to Phonbai. Good thing. He almost said something about Phonbai being cuter than Kurenai too. Alright, yeah, let's do it. Phonbai's face was flushed with embarrassment, not knowing what to say. So humiliating. Why is the hem of this outfit so short? His calves are completely exposed. No way, never again. Absolutely never cross-dressing again. Night fell. Yamashita Yuki watched the swaying figures in the dance hall with zero interest. It had been 2.5 years since he intercepted that fortune worth tens of millions and hid in this border town. Though he had plenty of money, knowing his pursuers would hire ninja to hunt him down, he dared not be too extravagant. He could only hide in this dance hall every day, watching the same monotonous performances. If a depraved body is truly boring. What interests me more are young, vibrant, energetic girls. Raising the glass before him, he drank wine worth a commoner's entire annual living expenses. Yamashita Yuki felt his life was utterly dull and tasteless. The town indeed had many young girls, but he dared not make a move, fearing it would attract Konoha ninja investigation. So he could only press his face against the second-floor window every day to satisfy his eyes. Sigh, at this hour there isn't even a pretty girl to look at. Shaking his head, Yamashita Yuki came to the window, lamenting that there were no girls anywhere at this time, when he spotted a graceful figure. A dark-haired girl holding a flower basket was crouching outside the dance hall, seemingly waiting for customers. Whenever a couple passed by, the girl would approach with her basket, only to return disappointed each time. Now this is truly exceptional. Yamashita Yuki couldn't help but murmur in admiration. With his rich life experience, he immediately imagined a plot of girls selling flowers to support her struggling family, rejected countless times until he rescued her, and they fell in love. I can't wait any longer. After observing for about half an hour, Yamashita Yuki was convinced the girl was merely harmless. Overpowered by his impulses, Yamashita Yuki immediately summoned a waiter and instructed him to tell the girl that he would buy all her flowers, but she needed to bring them inside. Once she comes in, leaving won't be her choice. Watching that delicate and beautiful figure, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Yamashita Yuki's mouth. Seeing the waiter approaching him, Phonbai's lips, partially hidden by the flower basket, curled slightly. He took the bait. Sure enough, the waiter who reached Phonbai coldly relayed Shanxia Yoji's original words. To make everything seem natural, Phone performed a reluctant acceptance and finally, under the waiter's impatient gaze, timidly nodded and agreed, following him into the magnificent, resplendent ballroom. Arriving at a private room entrance on the second floor, a Ronin wielding a samurai sword stopped the waiter and scrutinized Phone. Seeing that he wore wooden clogs and had his arms and legs exposed, likely carrying no weapons, he gave a slight nod indicating Phone could enter. As for the waiter, the Ronin took out the tip prepared by Shansha and tossed it to him. "See, customer." Under the Ronin's gaze, Phone gently pushed open the door of the private room, perfectly playing the role of a weak, pitiful, and helpless person. After scrutinizing Phone again, convinced that he had not used any transformation technique, Shansha exchanged a glance with the Ronin at the door, seeing the certainty in each other's eyes. No weapons, no transformation technique. This was just an ordinary girl seen everywhere in the Land of Fire. Wait, that was a slip of the tongue. A girl with such refined features was rare. "Little girl, why are you still selling flowers outside so late?" Striding forward, he closed and locked the door. Shansha casually draped an arm over Phone shoulder, forcefully guiding him to a sofa, while his free hand toyed with the strands of hair hanging at Phone temple. "Of course, to kill you, you fool." Feeling the greasy hand roaming on his shoulder, Phone suppressed the urge to vomit, and before the other could react, he thrust the ice sunbon fiercely into the man's groin. Struck in the groin, Shansha had no time to scream before Phone inserted another ice sunbon into his neck, leaving him clutching his throat and gasping. Where did you hide it?" Lying on his side, Shansha couldn't understand where the other had concealed the weapon to evade his and the Ronin's scrutiny. "Disgusting, I'll never cross-dress again in this life." Brushing his hair to the side, Phone had no intention of explaining. Instead, he quickly stabbed a sunbon into the man's palm to prevent him from casting a ninjutsu before death. After doing all this, Phone crouched down and stared coldly at him. "You dim-witted fool, take a good look. I'm a man." Hearing this, the gasping Shansha eyes widened dramatically, and his entire body shook violently, as if in an epileptic fit. Phone startled, thought he was about to self-destruct, and quickly dodged aside. Heh. After a couple of violent tremors, Shansha didn't explode. Instead, he exhaled the last breath of air from his lungs, and left the ninja world with deep reluctance. Dead. Swallowing, Phone shot 2 ice sunbon at the body from behind the sofa. After confirming no further movement, he cautiously stepped out from behind the sofa. This guy, his mental fortitude is too fragile. He got pissed to death. Staring at the body for a moment and confirming it wasn't a clone, Phone wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and used the ice release to create a blade. As everyone knows, after killing a target, a ninja takes a part of the body as proof of mission completion. He could only make a cameo as Gue Yinya. Time to take the first step into the ninja world, Phone. Encouraging himself, Phone approached the corpse and busied himself with huff sounds. After placing Shansha head into the flower basket, Phone, who had been working for a few minutes, stood up and was about to signal the two waiting outside for support when he heard a click. He turned to see the tightly shut window had been opened by something. Who? Without even time to tidy the flower basket, Phone, realizing someone had intruded, dropped to the ground, performed a clumsy roll behind the sofa, and placed his arm in front of him, forming a layer of ice crystals to reinforce his defense. Good at using your own advantages, striking with precision, and knowing to take the head and leave. A swarm of insects numerous enough to make a trypophobe keel poured in from the windowsill and rapidly formed a human figure. As the outer layer of insects dissipated, the figure of Yu Longma appeared before Phone. "And your vigilance is quite good. Much better than when I first met you. Young Master Phone, well done." Another familiar voice sounded. The instant he heard it, Phone's hair stood on end, and the sound of a whip cracking echoed in his mind. His skin tone turned dark in an instant. Yamanaka Zen showed a smile, stepping out from behind Yu Longma. He approached the flower basket, praised Phone and placed his hand on Shansha head. "Alright, I already know where the remaining valuables are hidden." Using the secret technique passed down through the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Zen obtained the information he wanted from Shansha lonely head. This operation completely stunned Phone. Even death couldn't prevent secrets from being discovered. How terrifying. If this were in his previous life, he would surely be boycotted by all those who possessed study materials. This way Orochimaru won't be able to. Yamanaka Zen muttered softly, and then used the body flicker technique to leave the room. Orochimaru. What does this have to do with him? Climbing up from behind the sofa, Phone awkwardly brushed the non-existent dust off his clothes. What in this world could be more embarrassing than being caught cross-dressing? And 2 people at that. Let's go. Seeing the bloodstains still splattered on Phone's face from the cutting operation, Yu Longma gestured for him to bring the head and left the room first. Outside the room, the Ronin standing at the door still maintained the posture from when he had closed it. As Yu Longma left, the parasitic insects clinging to the Ronin's neck departed from his lifeless body and slipped through the door crack. On the other side, at the southern entrance of the town, Orochimaru, who had rushed here without rest through the night, gazed deeply, his eyes fixed on the buildings in the town. Was Shanshiyoji discovered here? His characteristic hoarse voice sounded filled with greed. The valuables worth tens of millions should be enough to rebuild a simple experimental system, even with lavish spending. At this moment, Orochimaru did not know that his plan had already been seen through by Danzo. The reason he was called away by Hiruzen to do other tasks before the operation was precisely because of Danzo's scheming behind the scenes. Want to make money to continue your experiments? What I can't have you won't have either. Aburame Ryoma was merely their team captain, not their instructor. After completing several missions together, Asuma and Obito arrived at this conclusion. Aside from mission-related discussions, the Jonin from the Aburame clan adhered strictly to the principle that silence is golden, never uttering a single unnecessary word. Moreover, since he predominantly relied on the secret techniques of the Aburame clan, there were matters of cultivation and training that Asuma and Obito simply could not consult him about. Damn it. I was hoping to advance to Chunin as soon as possible, but our captain has no interest beyond missions. If this continues, we'll surely be surpassed by Kakashi. Watching Aburame Ryoma vanish the moment the mission ended, Obito complained grumpily. And the missions we keep getting are either hunting rogue ninja or eliminating dissidents. It feels like work only Anbu would accept. Asuma, standing nearby, deeply resonated and rarely agreed with Obito's words. Kill, kill, kill. It was nothing but killing every day. Could it be that he actually came from Anbu? Listening to their complaints, Fubai didn't know what to say. After pondering for a long time, he finally managed to blurt out, "Want to go train together? I arranged to meet Minato today." After their first mission, Fubai had successfully connected with Minato through Danzo, visiting him during his free time to learn ninjutsu. "Minato, I'm going too." As expected, compared to the cold Captain Ryoma, I much prefer the bright and cheerful Minato. Hearing that Fubai had arranged to train with Minato, Obito hurriedly rushed over, grabbed his arm, and refused to let go. Thanks to Fubai, Obito had gained early access to this mentor and enjoyed the resources of the second Hokage's lineage. "I won't go. I've arranged to train fire release with a Jonin from my clan." Asuma waved his hand. For someone like him, the son of the third Hokage, resources for cultivation were never lacking. "All right, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." The three parted at the street corner, with Fubai leading Obito toward the meeting place with Minato. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Minato." From a distance, Fubai spotted Minato's dazzling blonde hair. Just as he prepared to quicken his pace, he felt Obito's grip loosen, and the boy ran off in another direction. "Why is this peeping Tom here too? Why is a brat like you here?" Jiraiya, who was crouching in a tree with a telescope doing who knows what, dodged Obito's flying kick and stared in disbelief. What was going on? Why did this annoying kid always appear whenever he tried to gather material? On the other side, Obito wore an unwilling expression. "Even if you're one of the legendary Sannin, even if you're Minato's teacher, I won't tolerate this behavior. For someone who aims to become captain of the police force in the future, all evil shall be brought to justice." "TCH, Brett, you want to become police force captain? Keep dreaming." Jiraiya looked at him with contempt, dodging Obito's repeated attacks. "Police force captain? Obito, when did you change your dream? Weren't you going to become Hokage?" Hearing Obito's declaration, Fubai was confused. When had this kid changed his dream? "In my eyes, the one most qualified to become Hokage is you, Fubai, who always cares for your teammates and charges to the front in battle. Since you're going to be Hokage, I naturally need to become police force captain to assist you from the sidelines." After a sweeping kick missed, Obito's next words nearly made Fubai spit blood. When did he say he wanted to become Hokage? And besides caring for teammates and charging to the front, is that really something I would do? Well done, Obito. Your dedication to your comrades is commendable. Fubai, from now on we are ninjas sharing a common goal. Let's work hard together. Walking over to Fubai's side, Minato flashed his signature smile, affirming Obito's sentiment while encouraging Fubai. "Don't be like this, Obito. Minato, you're making me feel unfamiliar." Having no idea how the situation had devolved to this point, Fubai stood alone, bewildered in the wind. Watching Obito and Jiraiya playfully bicker as they walked away, Minato shifted to the main topic. "How is your training with the Flying Thunder God technique going, Fubai?" When it came to the Flying Thunder God, Fubai no longer dwelled on the Hokage matter and answered honestly. "I've learned how to inscribe the sealing marks, but I cannot sense their presence." "I see. The perception of sealing marks." Minato nodded, understanding the problem Fubai currently faced. "This is also the greatest challenge in mastering the Flying Thunder God. Fubai, you haven't established a summoning contract yet, right?" "That's correct." Fubai nodded. Long ago, Danzo had said he would take him to sign a contract with the Dream Bane, but with missions piling up and Danzo often disappearing without a trace, the matter had been delayed time and again. "Then I'll let you perceive space-time ninjutsu through a simpler method." As Minato spoke, he tossed a pile of special kunai marked with Flying Thunder God seals from his weapon pouch. "Hold on tight, Fubai." Heavenly Soaring Swallow, Dance Light, Flash Shadow, Residual Zero Form. What kind of name is that? After a series of frantic teleportations, Minato landed steadily on the ground with Fubai in his arms. "Well, how does it feel?" Too fast." Having experienced it firsthand, Fubai could only marvel at Minato's terrifying talent for space-time ninjutsu. Moving back and forth among a cluster of kunai in a short span meant that Minato could clearly perceive and distinguish the position and direction of every single kunai. I see. Then I'll slow down a bit. Releasing his grip on Fubai, Minato picked up the kunai from the ground again, preparing to begin the second round of experimentation. This time Fubai was fully prepared. After signaling Minato with his eyes, he experienced once more what it meant to witness the yellow flash. I think I'm starting to feel it. Again. Keep going. Good, full of spirit. He couldn't remember how many times they had repeated whatever that zero form was, but Fubai finally grasped the sensation. Seizing the opportunity, while Minato replenished his chakra, he put that feeling into practice. Secret technique: Demon Mirror Ice Crystal. Indistinguishable from the ice mirror he had created before, but when Fubai pressed his palm against the mirror's surface, that same sensation he had experienced during the Flying Thunder God training instantly surfaced. Then to Minato's astonishment, Fubai's entire body disappeared into the ice mirror. It worked. At this moment, the Demon Mirror Ice Crystal had been crafted by Fubai into an independent space. Compared to Minato, this kid's talent for space-time ninjutsu can only be called excellent. Crouching in the distance, Jiraiya pressed down on Obito's restless head with one hand, gazing thoughtfully toward where Fubai stood. Was that young Uchiha brat really the one who said that? Within the root-based, Danzo sat in the seat of honor, his back adorned with a framed calligraphy piece, where the leaves of Konoha dance fire shall burn eternally, signed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yes, Lord Danzo. Beside Danzo, Iku knelt on one knee, personally confirming the accuracy of the information. Upon receiving Iku's affirmative reply, Danzo leaned back, his eyes narrowing. After a moment, he let out a cold snort and said, It's rare to see a child from the Uchiha clan with a clear mind. Clear mind? Is that so? Iku tilted his head ever so slightly in contemplation. Based on his observations, the brat Uchiha Obito didn't fit the term clear mind at all. But if Lord Danzo said so, then so be it. Just like Uchiha Kagami back then. On the other side, Danzo, still pondering Obito's words, superimposed the image of Obito with Kagami in his mind. If I recall correctly, this child has always believed in the will of fire that Hiruzen speaks of. Opening his eyes, Danzo tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair. Yes. Iku's reply was brief and concise. I see. Danzo supported his body with his arms, his lone eye full of calculation. Lord Danzo. Before Danzo could issue his next orders, Ryoma, having completed his mission with Hiruzen, appeared before Danzo. Bowing respectfully to Danzo, Ryoma paid no attention to Iku, who was kneeling to the side. He walked straight to Danzo's side, leaned down, and whispered softly into Danzo's ear. I understand. Iku, you no longer need to oversee Fumbai's training. From now on, just ensure his personal safety. Oh, and the lighting system in the tunnel connecting the mansion to the base seems to have some issues. Check it on your way back. That will be all. After listening to Ryoma's whisper confirming that there were no major discrepancies between the two reports, Danzo raised his chin slightly, glanced at Iku, who remained kneeling, and signaled for him to leave. Yes. In that case, let Fubai and the others participate in this year's Chunin exam. After Iku left, Danzo turned his head to look at Ryoma. You've worked hard during this time. Once Fubai becomes a Jonin, you can focus entirely on Root's affairs. Although Ryoma had served as the team leader of Squad 11, he had not neglected his Root duties. Thus, he was currently operating on a dual-track schedule. Yes, Lord Danzo. Regarding the new batch of recruits. The recruits Ryoma referred to were a group of children Danzo had selected from Konoha's war orphans to fill the vacancies left by Root members who had recently fallen in battle. Following the usual training regimen, these children were to be thrown into a secret training ground to engage in life-and-death combat with a group of hardened criminals, men with no origin, no background, and no one to care about their lives. Only those who survived would earn the right to enter Root and become the true guardians of Konoha. Hearing Ryoma's words, Danzo's tapping fingers paused. For the sake of Fubai, he had not hesitated to halt all human experiments en route. Now he was even less willing to let training matters tarnish Fubai's path to advancement. Aren't we the Anbu training division? In that case, we should select members according to Anbu standards. Danzo's cryptic words made Ryoma understand his stance, and he nodded without further comment. Seeing Ryoma fall silent, Danzo was about to rise when he suddenly remembered that there were still 2 secret bases in the village where human experiments had been conducted which had yet to be cleaned up. Without Hiruzen's permission for the experiments, only he and Orochimaru knew of their existence. He needed to make a personal visit and bury those secrets deep in the trash heap of history. Danzo thought to himself, his expression betraying nothing. On the other side, Hiruzen, having just finished a remote inspection, took the opportunity to ask the Jonin before him about his son's training progress. The Jonin standing before Hiruzen was from the Sarutobi clan, a cousin of Hiruzen by blood. Aside from fire release, Asuma also has a remarkable talent for wind release. Unfortunately, neither I nor anyone else in the clan knows much about wind release. Only you can teach him. Sarutobi Santa, looking at the man known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, showed an expression of shame. It's fine. Asuma is still young, mastering fire release is already impressive. After all, one can't bite off more than one can chew, haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a hearty laugh, signaling for the other to relax. Our Sarutobi clan was renowned for fire release during the Warring States period. When it comes to wind release expertise, it's the Shimura clan that excels. So, Hiruzen chuckled, then suddenly realized something, and his face took on a contemplative expression. Seeing the Hokage lost in thought, Sarutobi Santa dared not disturb him, and stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the calligraphy piece personally inscribed by Hiruzen. My apologies, it seems I'm getting old. After a long silence, Hiruzen finally grasped the connections. Looking up, he saw Sarutobi Santa still standing respectfully before him. Startled, he realized something, and offered an apology. You're too kind. You've given so much for the village. And you're not that old yet. Look at Inoki from the same era, he still controls a Wagakure, doesn't he? Santa dared not accept Hiruzen's apology, and quickly flattered him. Haha, in any case, please take care of Asuma's matters. As for wind release, I'll find a good teacher for him. Hiruzen offered a benevolent smile, and did not continue the topic. A good teacher. In Sarutobi Santa's mind, the best teacher in all of Konoha was the Hokage cousin before him. His visit was precisely to ask for Hiruzen's personal guidance in Asuma's training. But, looking at the wrinkled face of the other, Sarutobi Santa sighed inwardly, said nothing more, bowed respectfully to Hiruzen, and left the room. Watching Sarutobi Santa leave, Hiruzen lit his pipe, and turned his gaze to the photo of the first Hokage nearby. He was well aware of Sarutobi Santa's intentions, but having been taught by both the first and second Hokage, he had always strived to diminish the influence of clans on the village. To this end, he had placed his exceptionally talented eldest son Sarutobi Shinsuke into the Anbu, keeping him out of the public eye. It's time to visit an old friend. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Hiruzen gazed at Tobarama's photo and made a decision in his heart. Who goes there? Outside the root base, two root ninja assumed a defensive stance, warily watching the three figures approaching. How dare you? This is the Lord Hokage. The Anbu ninja at the front, tasked with protecting Hiruzen's safety, stepped forward quickly and loudly rebuked their rudeness. Heads fine. Hiruzen, with a benevolent smile, did not mind the root ninja's behavior. Instead, he voluntarily stopped and said in a gentle voice to the root ninja, "Go tell Danzo that his old friend has come to see him." Hiruzen could certainly have forced his way into the base by other means, but that would have contradicted the purpose of his visit. Inside the base, Danzo, who had originally planned to take time to destroy the evidence at the last two bases, showed an incredulous expression upon receiving the news. This was too coincidental. Just as he was about to set off, Hiruzen came to find him. Could it be that this fellow had learned the Yamanaka clan's mind-reading technique? Adjusting his mindset, Danzo suppressed the shock in his heart and said coldly to the subordinate who had come to report, "Since the Hokage himself has come to visit, let them in." After receiving Danzo's orders, the root ninja at the gate finally allowed Hiruzen and his party into the base. "Hiruzen, I'm very busy. If there's nothing important, please leave quickly." In the base hall, as soon as Danzo met Hiruzen, he issued an order for him to leave. "What, Danzo? An old friend visits, and we talk here." As for the antipathy in Danzo's tone, Hiruzen pretended not to hear it, instead putting on the air of an old friend, completely avoiding mentioning his purpose. "You?" Frowning, Danzo scrutinized the Hiruzen before him, uncertain of his intentions. However, judging by his attitude, he seemed not to be here to denounce him. Therefore, Danzo softened his tone slightly and motioned for him to follow. "Then come along. You two wait here." Seeing that Danzo was ready to lead the way, Hiruzen quietly instructed the Anbu beside him. "Lord Hokage, this." The Anbu beside him was uneasy about the Hokage's safety and was about to advise caution, but Hiruzen had already followed Danzo's steps deeper into the root base. Bringing Hiruzen to his office, Danzo dismissed the surrounding subordinates, leaving only the two of them in the room and its vicinity. "So you hung this calligraphy here? No wonder I didn't find it at your home." With interest, Hiruzen surveyed the layout of Danzo's office, finally stopping before the large characters he had written himself. "Did you come here just to admire your own work?" Seeing that Hiruzen kept beating around the bush, Danzo, who had worked with him for many years, immediately realized that the other party must have a favor to ask, not here for those secrets. This gave him some confidence. Walking to his seat, without ceremony, Danzo stopped looking at Hiruzen and began to attend to his own work. Danzo, after all these years as old friends, why be so distant? Seeing that the other party seemed to have guessed his purpose, Hiruzen stopped playing riddles. Just as he was about to sit down, he found that there was no other seat in Danzo's office except the one Danzo was using. As a dignified Hokage, he would have to stand while talking to his subordinate. Summoning technique. Of course, such a trivial matter could not trouble our third Hokage. With a crisp sound, Hiruzen summoned his own seat and sat down right in front of Danzo. "I'll have to set up a ceiling barrier in the base next time." Watching Hiruzen's smug expression, Danzo kept a cold face. Although he said nothing in his mind, he had already begun designing a barrier technique to prevent summoning. I heard from Jiraiya that Fungbai's talent is quite outstanding, even better than you as father. Sitting in the chair, he took out his pipe and lit it completely, ignoring Danzo's unpleasant expression. What is it that gratifying for you that my son is being instructed by your disciple? In Danzo's view, Hiruzen's behavior was purely to show off how excellent his disciple was, even to the extent that his own son had to receive guidance from that disciple. Frankly, if it weren't for the fact that within the entire Konoha village only Minato possessed exceptional space-time ninjutsu talent, Danzo would never have personally gone to negotiate with Jiraiya. You always think so poorly of me. When we were children. Hiruzen, who had been speaking with enthusiasm, stopped when he saw Danzo's increasingly unpleasant expression. I intend to find an excellent wind release teacher for Asuma. Finally, Hiruzen stated his purpose. I'm very busy, Hiruzen. The war is about to. Danzo was about to refuse without a second thought, but upon hearing the subsequent proposal, he abruptly changed his mind. Because Hiruzen's next words were, Fungbai's talent is remarkable. I intend to take him as my disciple. As everyone knew, Danzo had always wanted to find a teacher from the Hokage lineage for Fungbai to smooth the path for his future succession. Once Hiruzen's proposal was made, it meant Danzo no longer needed to seek a teacher from the Hokage lineage. The Hokage himself was personally endorsing Fungbai's legitimacy, and the price Danzo had to pay was negligible. As for whether Hiruzen would be too busy to guide Fungbai, that was entirely unimportant. As long as Hiruzen acknowledged Fungbai as his disciple among the Jonin, then Fungbai would be a legitimate member of the third Hokage's, no, the first Hokage's lineage. Danzo was somewhat annoyed. What annoyed him was that Hiruzen had once again gotten ahead of him, seeing through his thoughts. You bastard. Danzo stared darkly at Hiruzen, sitting across from him, barely restraining the urge to blast him with a wind release. In the end, he chose to compromise. After all, this was for Fungbai, and he could also sense Hiruzen's attitude from this matter. Have Asuma come over tomorrow. I'll find time to teach him. Very well. You also tell Fungbai to come to the Hokage building tomorrow morning to find me. Seeing that matters were settled, Hiruzen stood up cheerfully. Don't worry. Although I have a lot of work on hand, I will pass on all my legacy to that child Fungbai. I hope so. Not even bothering to give Hiruzen a glance, Danzo continued with his work. Seeing that Danzo didn't believe his words, Hiruzen shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he had trained the legendary 3 ninja, who shook the ninja world, in Hiruzen's view none of these 3 had truly inherited his legacy from him. Orochimaru was wholeheartedly devoted to research. Tsunade's techniques were mostly inheritances from the Senju clan. As for Jiraiya, he could only be said to have inherited a certain aspect of his legacy. Hiruzen hoped that Fungbai would not disappoint him. The next day, Fungbai and Asuma inevitably met at a crossroads. Yo, morning. Asuma greeted Fungbai, feigning composure. Morning, I guess, Fungbai replied with an awkward nod. Then the two fell into an awkward silence. Well, I went to see your old man. Fungbai broke the awkwardness first. He never expected to inexplicably become the third Hokage's disciple, becoming a peer of Jiraiya and the others. How could he face Minato like this? Yesterday he had called him big brother, and today he had to ask him to address him as uncle. Yeah, well, I went to see your old man too. Asuma's nervousness stemmed from the village rumors. It was said that Danzo was the famous hawkish leader of Muyi, inherently at odds with the conciliatory old man. He didn't understand why his father chose him as his teacher. With their hearts burdened, each embarked on that unknown path. You're quite early, Fungbai. Watching Fungbai cautiously push the door open, Hiruzen's face lit up with joy. He quickly stood up and moved a small seat beside himself. I happen to have some work right now. Sit here for a while, and when I'm done I'll take you to train. Well, Lord Hokage, I can wait outside. Fungbai tried to decline, but found Hiruzen already grabbing his hand and pulling him to the seat. Thus Fungbai was forced to observe Hiruzen's work for 2 hours. Unlike Danzo's innate gloomy aura, Hiruzen always wore a spring-like smile when facing the villagers. Even when hearing reports of failed missions, he showed no impatience, instead inquiring about their injuries. Compared to his own father, they were polar opposites. Yet despite his impatience, Fungbai had to maintain an awkward but polite smile. This performance silently earned a nod of approval from Hiruzen, who was observing him. Whenever a ninja finished reporting and curiously asked about Fungbai's identity, Hiruzen would cheerfully reply, "This is my new disciple." On the other side, Asuma followed Danzo, watching him issue commands decisively, nipping threats to Muyi in the bud, and a sense of admiration rose in his heart. Compared to my indecisive and neglectful old man, Fungbai's father is truly decisive. This is the kind of ninja I look up to. The gears of fate shifted slightly in that moment, adding uncertainty to the future. Thus 2.5 years passed. Northern border of the whole country. Enemy 14 detected so far. Based on chakra, the one behind the tree trunk in the northwest corner is the sensory ninja Fungbai. Hidden in the shadows, watching the enemy fanning out to search for them, Yu Nu Long Ma used his Kikeichu to pinpoint the enemy's sensory ninja. Understood. Fungbai, clad in a Chunin vest, acknowledged the direction Long Ma indicated and formed a single hand seal. Strange chill. The ninja hidden in the shadows straining to sense Feng Bai's group realized something was wrong. As he turned to dodge, an ice mirror instantly formed, and a serene figure within flung out Ice Senbon, killing him on the spot. Damn it, Wushui. The male ninja guarding the sensory ninja, seeing his comrade fall, exploded in rage, and threw explosive tags, shattering the ice mirror. Hearing the explosion, the ninjas searching ahead realized their sensory ninja was compromised and halted. Based on chakra levels, there are at least 3 jonin. Should we conceal ourselves and retreat to the base for reinforcements, or? Yunulong Ma asked the 3 team members. Let's return to base and call for reinforcements. The enemy outnumbers us, and the noise from our earlier skirmish is enough to draw the attention of the border patrol. Feng Bai's proposal was moderate, aiming to preserve their strength. You're too soft, Feng Bai. Asima offered a different opinion. The enemy planned to infiltrate secretly. When we suddenly stumbled upon them, they were the ones panicking. Besides, we need to make these bastards understand that Muyi isn't a place they can come and go as they please. Looking at Asima, also wearing a Chunin vest, Feng Bai frowned. What if this enemy force is just a vanguard? What if they're only scouts and a main force follows behind? If that's the case, we need to annihilate this group to make any potential main force think twice before making reckless moves. Asima waved his hand decisively, the sharp motion bearing a hint of Danzo's demeanor in Yunulong Ma's eyes. As expected of Lord Danzo's disciple, Yunulong Ma cast a look of approval at Asima. In contrast, Feng Bai's tone and demeanor seemed to be evolving toward the 3rd Hokage. Among the 3, only Obito had not yet been promoted to Chunin, forced to watch their discussion. I'll go first, Obito, cover me. Seeing Feng Bai silent, Asima made his own decision. Wind release vacuum serial waves. Leaping out of hiding, Asima spat out a fan-shaped wind blade, heading straight for the waiting enemies. What are you looking at me for? Go. Seeing Asima already charging, Obito was still staring at him for his opinion. Feng Bai helplessly rubbed his forehead and followed suit. Yash. Time to let the enemies know the terror of the Uchiha. Pulling down his goggles, Obito quickly formed hand seals, and while the enemies were distracted by Asima, he unleashed his most proficient fire technique, Fire Release Great Fireball technique. Compared to 2 years ago when his fireball was only the size of a basketball, Obito's progress was astounding. Now the great fireball he expelled from his mouth had reached a diameter of 5 meters, charging irresistibly toward the foremost enemy. Yunulong Ma, it seems I'm still the captain yet ignored again. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The leading enemy ninja first used Earth Release to block the fireball, then taking advantage of the explosion's dust, he dashed toward Obito with a kunai in hand, crouched low. Cough, 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 not good. Obito, choking on the dust, noticed the enemy's move and clumsily defended against the attack. Obito, hold your breath. Ice Release Freezing Cloud. Feng Bai, noticing Obito's predicament, used a technique he had developed based on manga he had read in his past life. He expelled a dense cloud of ice mist from his mouth, instantly enveloping the enemy and Obito. The ice mist contained countless tiny ice crystals. Once they entered the enemy's lungs, Feng Bai would control them to wreak havoc inside. A diversion. I'll blow it away, cough. The enemy about to deal with the ice mist felt a burning pain in his lungs, and blood uncontrollably gushed from his throat. Doria. Asuma, wielding his chakra blade, swung a fist at the enemy, but missed. After dodging the counterattack, he used nimble footwork to close the distance again. Are all Konoha ninjas so rude, trying to compete in taijutsu with an adult like me? The towering male ninja, whose stature rivaled that of the Akimichi clan, shook his massive fist, completely disregarding Asuma. TCH fool. All brawn, no brains. On the other side, one of the enemy jonin saw through Asuma's attack and silently pronounced a death sentence on his teammate. Even so, he had no intention of intervening. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted, rather he and the other 2 jonin were all pinned down by the Konoha ninja in the black trench coat. No, not pinned down. They were barely holding their own against his attacks. Kakechu. The Aburame clan, truly troublesome. Forced to guard against both the sudden insect strikes and the thrown weapons, the 3 jonin were in a desperate flurry. Fortunately, their squad still had one more jonin who should be able to help the Chunin kill those 3 brats, and then the 4 of them could take down the Aburame together. Vulture speeded up. Can't you handle 3 mere kids? Swatting a Kakechu that had crawled onto his hand, the jonin urgently called out his teammate's code name. Damn it. You try fighting this kid. Hearing his teammates shout, Vulture ignored him, focusing entirely on the countless ice mirrors surrounding him. Feng Bai was hiding within one of the ice mirrors, searching for the enemy's opening. Should I use Frozen Cloud again? No, the enemy has already seen that technique. It won't be effective. Let's change the terrain first. Water Release Exploding Water Collision Wave. Leaning out from the ice mirror, Feng Bai took a deep breath and expelled a massive torrent of water, forming a wave that crashed toward Vulture. Caught off guard by the sudden large-scale attack, Vulture had no time to cast a jutsu and could only flee in panic. The 2 Chunin failed to dodge in time and were instantly engulfed by the wave. Before they could surface, the chill on their bodies warned them they were being frozen into ice sculptures. Ice Release Ice Age. by creating a pool of water and freezing it the moment the enemy was submerged. This technique, combined with the exploding water collision wave, could annihilate an entire enemy unit. This is absurd. Is this the chakra level of a child his age? With 1 foot, frozen Vulture urgently channeled his chakra, enduring the pain of skin peeling away as he pulled his leg free before the ice could spread to his entire thigh. Dragging his bloody right leg, the Jonin advanced instead of retreating, intending to kill Foam while he was still recovering from the jutsu. You're still too young, brat. Sure, you've gained an advantage with your vast chakra, but battle experience can't be compensated by chakra alone. Wind Release Sandstorm. Using a sand cloud to obstruct Fongbai's vision, Vulture drew his ninja sword and charged, throwing kunai attached with explosive tags at such a tricky angle that Fongbai was forced to move away from the nearby ice mirror. At this distance, you won't have time to summon a new ice mirror. Having grasped the principle of the demonic mirror ice crystal technique, after only a brief exchange, Vulture revealed a confident smile and attacked from a blind spot. Facing the swift ninja sword, Fongbai made a single-handed seal, vanishing before Vulture's bewildered gaze. What technique is that? Stabbing into empty air, Vulture assumed a defensive stance while searching for Fongbai. After a thorough scan, he spotted Fongbai on a tree branch to the west beside an ice mirror. That shouldn't be. There was no ice mirror near him. How did he? It's true that he couldn't summon an ice mirror in time, but the Flying Thunder God technique was quick enough. Glancing at the Flying Thunder God seal on the ice mirror, Fongbai did not explain his ability to the enemy during battle like in the anime. Instead, he launched the next assault while the enemy was still off balance. Ice Release Scattered Falling Lotus Blossom. Using the already formed ice, Fongbai controlled countless sharp ice crystal petals which howled as they shot toward Vulture. This wide-range attack was fatal for Vulture, whose mobility was already limited. He could only drag his injured leg, desperately dodging the petals, but was eventually overwhelmed. Secret technique Insect Swamp. On the other side, Longma had also seized an opening in one of the enemies and dragged him into the insect swamp. The 2 remaining Jonin, who had already struggled against Longma as a trio, naturally couldn't withstand his assault. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies were devoured by the Kakachu. Doria, Aura, coating his chakra blade with wind-natured chakra, Asuma used the extended reach to slit the enemy's throat, then turned his gaze toward Obito, who was still fighting the last opponent. Obito was currently engaged with the sole remaining enemy. Seeing all his teammates fall, the enemy's movements became erratic, and Obito finally took him down by stabbing a kunai into his armpit. Phew, finally over. Panting heavily, Obito plopped down onto the ground. Don't let your guard down. What if there are reinforcements? Asuma remained vigilant, positioning himself at a vantage point to watch for any new attacks. Fongbai dispelled his ice release, releasing the 2 men he had frozen, only to find they had already suffocated to death in the frozen sea. Confirming that all enemies were dead beyond doubt, Fongbai shrugged and kicked Obito's butt. You make a lot of noise, but all you do is spam Great Fireball and Taijutsu. Haven't you learned anything from Jiraiya after all this time? Hey, don't kick my butt. And who says I haven't learned anything? Look, my Taijutsu has improved a lot, right? Rolling over, Obito whimpered while rubbing his rear, weakly defending himself. No enemies detected nearby for now. Let's take a break. Having released his Kakachu to scout a 5-kilometer radius without finding anything unusual, Longma recalled his insects and signaled the others to rest. Then you'll keep watch, Asuma. Thanks. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Fongbai didn't stand on ceremony and began recovering his chakra. As the one who had used the most jutsu among the group, Fongbai hadn't consumed as much chakra as one might expect. The reason he chose to recover was that under Tsunade's guidance, he had successfully learned the In Seal, a technique for storing chakra, instilling in him the habit of always accumulating chakra whenever possible. After a brief rest, Fongbai and his group encountered the border patrol, who had heard the commotion and came to support. After a short exchange, Ryuma led Fongbai and the others back to Konoha, and they headed together to the Hokage building to debrief the mission. A total of 25 abandoned and damaged outposts in the northern border have been marked on the map. Handing the scroll to Hiruzen Aburame, Ryuma reported the mission's progress with a stoic expression. Furthermore, near the old outpost 12, we encountered an attack by unidentified enemies. The details have been handed over to the border patrol for investigation. Hiruzen said, Old outpost 12. That's already deep into the borderline. It seems the patrol frequency needs to be increased. Thank you for your hard work. Opening the scroll and locating old outpost 12, Hiruzen took the pipe from his mouth and began planning how to strengthen the patrol force. After offering a few more words of encouragement, Hiruzen signaled for Ryuma and the others to leave, keeping Fongbai behind alone. Hiruzen said, I've read the battle report. Your performance was excellent. Not only have you become more proficient in using the ice release, but you've also applied the Flying Thunder God technique in actual combat. Hiruzen extinguished his pipe and smiled warmly at his disciple. Unmoved by Hiruzen's praise, Fongbai smiled modestly and said, I'm still far behind Brother Minato. Right now I can only sense 3 flying thunder god formulas, at once far from proficient. Hiruzen dismissed Phonebai's modesty. Humility is indeed a virtue, but excessive modesty is not commendable. You are only 10 years old now. When your father was your age. Ahem, let's not dwell on old memories. Suddenly realizing it was somewhat inappropriate to speak ill of Phonebai's father in front of him, Hiruzen cleared his throat and changed the subject. Hiruzen said, although Ice Release is your primary combat style, you should not neglect the training of the 5 basic nature transformations. This will give you more options when facing difficulties. When Hiruzen first took Phoneby as his disciple, he tested his chakra nature. He possessed all 5 natures, with wind and water being the best, fire and earth secondary, and lightning the weakest. Hiruzen was not too surprised by the result, as Danzo's chakra nature consisted of fire, wind, earth, and water. Phoneby replied, yes, Master Hiruzen. Though he verbally agreed, Phoneby had his own thoughts. At present, he had to figure out how to develop Ice Release, train in sealing arts, learn the self-curse binding seal that the old man had taught him recently, not neglect the flying thunder god technique, and also practice the 5 nature transformations and the Sarutobi-style taijutsu. Although he was no longer whipped, he still felt overwhelmed. What to do? Phoneby was not a particularly diligent person. What drove him to persist was the looming threat of the Third Great Ninja War, which would break out in 2 years if nothing unexpected happened. If he didn't sweat now, he would have to bleed on the battlefield later. Whenever he thought of the kindly, ordinary Uchiha elder waiting for a destined person beneath the grass village, Phoneby felt a sense of powerlessness. Although the air was already thick with tension, most villagers and ninjas continued their daily lives as usual. In front of a bookstore in Konoha, a silver-haired youth, hands in his pockets, glanced around and quickly entered the shop. Hearing the sound, the shopkeeper, who was reading a newspaper behind the counter, tilted his head to glance at the newcomer before returning his gaze to the paper and said lazily, welcome. The new arrivals are on the shelf at the back 3rd row from the bottom. Following the shopkeeper's guidance, the youth went to the indicated shelf and found the new book he was looking for. After paying, the youth couldn't wait to find a comfortable spot. He opened the book right at the entrance and eagerly examined its contents. Suddenly a voice called out, hey Kakashi, what are you reading here? Phoneby, who had just left the Hokage building and was heading to Training Ground 9, spotted Kakashi standing in front of the bookstore from afar. He walked up behind him, put his arm around him, and snatched the book away. Sensing the familiar presence, Kakashi panicked and tried to grab the book back, but Phoneby deftly dodged. Phoneby teased, if you think I'll just give it back. Nah, I'll read it. He glanced at the content. Let me see. A stunningly beautiful snow woman is subdued by a one-eyed man through despicable means and forced to bear him a child. Phoneby was visibly stunned by the plot, and Kakashi seized the opportunity to snatch back his book. Was it an illusion? The plot seemed oddly familiar. No, that wasn't the point. Phoneby pointed at Kakashi and exclaimed, Kakashi, you're reading pornographic books. Kakashi, who was trying to stuff the book into his jacket, hurried even more upon hearing the accusation. Sure enough, no matter what fate Tsukumo had faced, Kakashi was still the same secretly pervy Kakashi. Kakashi weakly defended, it's just ordinary literature. While Kakashi was making a feeble argument, a green figure rushed over and performed a spinning kick on the ground, stirring up dust before landing steadily. Oh, Phoneby, Kakashi, are you discussing the mysteries of youth? If so, I cannot stand idly by. A green figure dashed from somewhere, performed a spinning kick in front of Phoneby, and Kakashi kicked up a cloud of dust and then stood firmly on the spot. Phoneby recognized the newcomer even before the dust settled, just by the green jumpsuit. Guy, come to think of it, Guy's description wasn't wrong. Erotic literature was indeed a part of youth that one must experience, just like how Phoneby himself had secretly read novels like Boy XXX and Heroic Battle XXX back in the day. Ahem, purely for artistic appreciation. Guy looked at the two with confusion. Hey, why aren't you two talking? Kakashi was silent because he felt guilty, while Phoneby was quiet because he was reminiscing about the past. Hearing Guy's question, Kakashi quickly changed the subject. Guy, didn't you say Phoneby is your best friend and rival? Since he's back, why don't you challenge him to a duel? Kakashi's diversion successfully redirected Guy's attention to Phoneby. That's right, Phoneby. We haven't had a proper match since you were promoted to Chunin. Let's sweat it out and burn our youth to the fullest. Phoneby was about to unleash some colorful language, but then saw Kakashi escape with a body flicker technique. Training Ground No. 9. Obito hung upside down from a tree branch, performing advanced pull-ups. This year I must become a Chunin no matter what. Donning goggles to prevent sweat from stinging his eyes due to gravity, Obito's face flushed red. Even as his muscles protested with aching soreness, nothing could deter his resolve to grow stronger. 121, 122, 100. The branch suddenly dipped as if burdened with a heavy weight. The abrupt disruption scattered Obito's thoughts, causing the chakra flow beneath his feet to falter. He plummeted straight down toward the ground. Oh no way! Obito let out a cry and squeezed his eyes shut. But the expected pain never came. Instead, something soft enveloped his body. Trembling, he opened his eyes and immediately saw the red toad beside him. Hey kid, Training here. On the branch Jiraiya sat cross-legged the very way Obito had felt earlier. You pervert. You nearly scared me to death. Puffing with anger, Obito shoved the toad aside and pointed accusingly at Jiraiya. Sorry. I just saw you working so hard and got carried away. Knowing he had truly startled Obito, Jiraiya didn't argue, but apologized readily, then jumped down from the branch. Training so intensely all of a sudden, what got into you? Curiously appraising Obito, Jiraiya stroked his chin and began to guess. Don't tell me the girl you like got. No. Obito quickly retorted. I just want to get stronger, that's all. Oh, stronger. And after you're stronger. Hearing this, Jiraiya recalled his own childhood. Back then he too had pondered the purpose of training, only to conclude it was to win back Tsunade's heart. Well, in the end Tsunade chose Kato Dan. Ha ha ha. Remembering his naive younger self, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? The laughter further irritated Obito's already troubled mind, making him think he was being mocked. Seeing Obito's misunderstanding, Jiraiya quickly explained, don't take it wrong. You remind me of myself when I was young. Your younger self? You were probably just a little peeping Tom back then. What's that got to do with me? I don't peep. Hearing Jiraiya compare himself to him, Obito's eyes were filled with disdain. Jiraiya's face darkened with annoyance. You're really not adorable. Have you been hanging around that Shimura kid too long? Actually, back then, I was just like you, the dead last of my team. It was through my own efforts that I've come this far step by step. Finding a relatively clean stone, Jiraiya plopped down on it. Kid, to become strong, you need an unshakable goal. With a goal, you'll have the drive to chase it. Jiraiya's expression turned unusually serious. At Jiraiya's question, Obito sank into thought, images flashing through his mind. The day he first met Phonbai at age 4. Late for the enrollment ceremony, he thought he'd missed the ninja academy, but Phonbai brought his file out just in time. At graduation again, late, it was Phonbai who helped him obtain his own forehead protector. Scenes of Phonbai stepping in at critical moments during battles, driving away enemies. Though he always talked about becoming Hokage and captain of the police force, in the end, he was always the one being protected. I want to become stronger, not to be protected by Phonbai, but to protect him. Obito clenched his fists, unleashing an unprecedented aura, and gazed at Jiraiya with unwavering determination. In that instant, Obito's pupils, originally black, turned crimson. A single tomo spun wildly within them, finally coming to a halt under Jiraiya's astonished gaze. This is... Jiraiya never expected that a few words would force the boy's Sharingan to awaken. What's wrong? Obito, completely unaware of the change in his eyes, was puzzled by Jiraiya's expression. See for yourself. Jiraiya pulled out a small mirror he used for sketching and handed it to Obito. Sharingan. I have the Sharingan. Staring at his own handsome face, self-proclaimed in the mirror, Obito at first noticed nothing unusual, until Jiraiya pointed out that he had finally attained the long-coveted Sharingan. The old man was right. The new green leaves sprouting in the village are indeed more vibrant than in our day. Recalling Hiruzen's words, Jiraiya unconsciously curled his lips. So let's make those leaves even brighter. Hey kid, since you're working so hard, I'll teach you a few moves from the legendary sage, the one who makes even babies stop crying, the great Jiraiya. Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves, ready to get started. I've got the Sharingan. I've got the Sharingan. But Obito, lost in joy, didn't hear a word Jiraiya said. You little... Completely ignored, Jiraiya smacked Obito on the head. Come on, Phonbai, let's have a thrilling duel. Mike Guy, who had shamelessly followed Phonbai to the training ground, eagerly struck a starting pose. Since you're so keen, let's go. Phonbai, who had been planning to practice taijutsu anyway, didn't refuse. He turned and stood opposite Guy. Using Ice Release, he formed an ice spear, holding it with one hand and pointing the tip at Guy. Come on, Guy. Whoa. Guy charged at Phonbai, attacking while evading the weapon in Phonbai's hand. Gripping his weapon, Phonbai remained still, observing Guy to find an opening. After dodging one of Guy's kicks, Phonbai suddenly thrust the ice spear forward. Sensing danger, Guy twisted midair to barely avoid the attack. Phonbai gave him no respite. He withdrew the spear and swung it horizontally, aiming directly at where Guy would land. Facing the sweeping ice spear, Mike Kai chose not to dodge again. Instead, he accelerated his descent, stomping heavily on the ice spear, forcing Phonbai to abandon his weapon. My weapons are inexhaustible, Kai. Abandoning the ice spear without hesitation, Phonbai left these words as he prepared to conjure another weapon, but Mike Kai immediately closed in, engaging Phonbai in close-quarters combat. Fist against fist, leg against leg. In this style of raw flesh-to-flesh combat, Phonbai relied on his speed to continuously keep distance from Kai. This guy was still wearing such heavy weights while sparring with him. Feeling the sharp pain in his shin, Phonbai suppressed the urge to use ninjutsu and continued searching for Kai's opening. Just now, a single kick exchange with Kai nearly broke his bone, leaving him with no choice but to evade Kai's flying kicks as the only option. Phonbai, if you don't want to lose, it's fine to use ninjutsu. Kai also noticed Phonbai's predicament and looked at him triumphantly. Otherwise, I'll be the one taking this victory. Is that so? Phonbai, who had been diligently seeking Kai's opening, suddenly flung 3 sunbon straight toward his shoulder. Hearing the whistling of the senbon, Kai swiftly executed a reverse hook kick using the weights on his leg to block the senbon, while Phonbai took the opportunity to create a new ice spear. The taijutsu taught by Hiruzen Sarutobi was less martial arts and more staff technique. Without a staff, only the technique remained. Take this, ground shatter. Swinging the ice spear, Phonbai chose not to thrust this time. Instead, he infused a large amount of chakra into it, reinforcing the structure of the ice spear, then slammed it heavily into the ground. As the name of the technique suggested, the hard ground of the training ground cracked from the impact, and the resulting shockwave disrupted Kai's movements. Seeing Kai's steps falter, Phonbai did not miss the opportunity. He swung the ice spear and pressed the attack, driving Kai to the edge of the training ground. You truly are my lifelong rival. That strike was indeed dazzling Phonbai. Ducking under the thrust, feeling a chill on his scalp, Kai showed no fear. Instead, he flashed his bright teeth in praise of Phonbai. I can't be outdone either. Take this, Leaf Hurricane. Seeing Kai spin like a whirlwind, Phonbai also twirled his ice spear with flair, Diamond Hurricane. The two whirlwinds collided, accompanied by a violent roar. Kai arced gracefully through the air, but just before crashing into the ground, he was caught by Phonbai, who had suddenly appeared behind him. Are you hurt? After they landed steadily, Phonbai gasped for breath and asked Kai. I'm fine, just a bit of light pain. Jumping in place a couple of times and finding no obvious abnormality, Kai gave a thumbs up. I'll let you have this victory, Phonbai. By the way, how did you appear behind me instantly? The Flying Thunder God technique. He left a mark on you during the taijutsu exchange after losing his ice spear. Before Phonbai could explain, a gentle voice sounded behind him. Brother Shueman. Phonbai turned abruptly and saw the familiar yellow-haired man, as well as the red-haired figure at the entrance of the training ground. Sister Kushina. Phonbai greeted her sweetly, his attitude winning Kushina's favor. Kushina strode forward, ruffled Phonbai's little head, and sensed his chakra. Kid, you've trained the Een seal quite well. That's all thanks to Sister Tsunade and Sister Kushina's excellent teaching. Faced with the praise, Phonbai chuckled and attributed all the credit to them. Sweet talker. Come to my place for dinner tonight, I'll cook something delicious for you. Kneeling down and pinching Phonbai's cheek, Kushina then turned to Shumen, her tone carrying a hint of danger. Alright, you've seen enough. Now isn't it time? Under Kushina's benevolent reminder, Shueman remembered that today's task was to accompany her shopping. He made an apologetic expression to Kushina, bid farewell to Phonbai, and followed her out of the training ground. Who was that? Kai couldn't recall Shueman's name for a moment. Brother Shueman. Forget it, why am I even explaining? You wouldn't remember their faces anyway. As for whether to go to her place for dinner tonight, he'd ask his father first. Brother Iku. Phonbai called out in a random direction. After waiting for a while with no response, he scratched his head in confusion. Strange, when did he leave? Meanwhile, in the tunnel, Shimura Iku was diligently inspecting the wiring inside, trying to find the source of the bulb's failure. Meanwhile, in the hidden sand village, the third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest Kazekage in history, was in a pitch-black, quiet small room, listening to Ebizo's report. The defense forces on the borders of the Land of Fire are much weaker than during the Second Shinobi World War. Many border fortresses have been abandoned, and the main forces are all concentrated at the stronghold in Mount Kikyo. Through multiple probes at the cost of dozens of sand shinobi lives, Ebizo, based on intelligence from survivors, had roughly mapped out the defensive arrangements of Konoha ninja on the borders of the Land of Fire. The most troublesome part now is that the one guarding the border is that White Fang of Konoha. At the mention of this name, even the proud third Kazekage had to treat it seriously. Having single-handedly killed the son and daughter-in-law of Counselor Chiyo, and led a small force vastly outnumbered by the elite Sand Ninja army to a decisive victory, Tsukumo's achievements had not faded from the ninja world's memory, even to this day. The younger generation in the village hasn't grown enough to deal with an enemy like that. The third Kazekage thought of his village's younger generation, especially the young man with dark red hair. Fortunately, the magnet release has been passed down. Ebizo also thought of Raza, who was currently buried in work as a miner for the village's development. The Second Shinobi World War cost us too much strength. Even now, the Hidden Sand Village has not emerged from Konoha's shadow. With the residual prestige of the last war and their far greater number of shinobi, Konoha has caused us to lose a large number of commissions, stunting our economic development. War allows the younger generation to grow quickly and sifts out the truly valuable gold. The third Kazekage's face darkened. Whenever Konoha was mentioned, his heart was filled with indignation. Are we really going to fight? By ourselves we shouldn't be enough to shake Konoha. As an elder who had served since the second Kazekage's era, and personally experienced the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, Ebizo had witnessed Konoha's military power and had clashed with the generation of Konoha ninja like Hiruzen Sarutobi. In his view, relying solely on the Hidden Sand Village's strength, it was absolutely impossible to contend with Konoha on a frontal battlefield. Of course, our strength alone is insufficient, but what if we bring the Hidden Cloud Village along? Rising and walking to the window, the third Kazekage pulled back a slit of the black curtain, allowing the sunlight outside to stream into the room, bringing a glimmer of light to the dark environment. Those fellows, even in times of peace, never cease to plunder power. Bloodline limits 6 paths, tools, even-tailed beasts. They would never pass up an opportunity to oppose Konoha. The third Kazekage was highly confident in his analysis, believing he had seen through the muscle-headed brutes of the Hidden Cloud Village. I will negotiate with the Hidden Cloud Village myself. As for the daimyo, that will be up to you, Lord Ebizo. Fixing his gaze on Ebizo, the third Kazekage awaited his response. If we don't go to war, the Hidden Sand Village will also fall into an irreversible abyss due to the decline in commissions. After pondering for a moment, Ebizo finally reached his conclusion. It seemed war with Konoha was unavoidable. In any case, his sister was determined to take revenge on the White Fang of Konoha. I understand. After I return, I will inform my sister of this matter and prepare her. Ebizo nodded and rose to leave the room. Closing the door, he paused for a moment, then finally left under the urging of his guards. Sister, is Sasori not at home? Arriving at Chiyo's residence, Ebizo pushed open the door, but did not find Sasori, and curiously looked at his sister. That child is in the secret room, studying new puppet techniques. He shouldn't come out for a while. What's wrong? Something important. Seeing her younger brother looking for Sasori, Chiyo was a bit puzzled. Is that so? Perfect timing. There's something I need to tell you. Learning that Sasori was in the secret room, Ebizo recalled how the boy immersed himself completely in his own world when researching puppets, and felt relieved. The Kazekage is preparing to make a move against Konoha. Against Konoha? Really? Hearing this news, Chiyo sprang up from her seat, unable to conceal her excitement. How many years had passed since her son died at that man's hands? Countless nights Chiyo would dream of Hitaki Sakumo, watching him kill her son and daughter-in-law over and over again in her dreams. For the future of the Hidden Sand Village, she had always concealed the hatred in her heart. Even when she was nearly old enough to retire, she still trained hard, just so that one day she could personally cut off Hitaki Sakumo's head. That's right, but my concern is not this, but the allies the Kazekage has chosen. Looking at the excited Chiyo, Ebizo sighed and voiced his worry. The Kazekage has decided to attack Konoha together with the Cloud. I have dealt with the people of the Hidden Cloud Village many times. Although they appear to be a group of loud and simple-minded individuals, that is only a facade. They are a group adept at using the false impression created by their appearance to deceive enemies and seize benefits. In that case, as a village elder, why didn't you raise this with the Kazekage? After hearing Ebizo's concerns, Chiyo also frowned. Although she had clashed with Cloud Ninjas, she had not dealt with them in other contexts, so her understanding of them was naturally less than Ebizo, who was in charge of intelligence. That strongest Kazekage, you know, sister, because of his title and the villagers' adoration, he often makes decisions over the heads of the elders. Speaking of this strongest Kazekage, Ebizo felt both love and hate. His strength was indeed formidable, but in interpersonal matters, he was somewhat opinionated and stubborn. Just like in the last Great Ninja War, if it weren't for his orders, the team would not have advanced along such a dangerous path, ultimately leading to the deaths of Sasori's parents. Ebizo was interrupted by Chiyo before he could finish. Enough, Ebizo, let the past be the past. The Kazekage did it for the village. After all, the front line could not achieve a breakthrough, so taking a risky path was a helpless choice. The only thing that could be said was that Sakumo's strength was too great. With just that many people, he could defend the stronghold and even counterattack our team. Although she knew the Kazekage's command had huge problems, he was the Kazekage. Even someone as high-ranking as Chiyo could only try to make excuses for him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, what? Is there really such an elder? I don't believe it. This must be a scam. Behind the door of the secret room, Sasori, who was supposed to be concentrating on his puppet research, stood quietly taking in all the conversation between Ebizo and Chiyo. After the room fell silent, he returned to his workbench. The village. The Kazekage. How ridiculous. Glancing at the forehead protector laid on the desk beside him, Sasori shook his head and let out a cold sneer. This is a great opportunity. A few days later, the third Raikage, having received the letter from the Kazekage, excitedly slammed his palm onto the table, causing it to collapse into pieces under the gaze of the village elders. This table has some quality issues. Looking at the shattered table, the third Raikage twitched his mouth and sat back down. Well-trained Cloud Ninjas immediately appeared, swiftly cleaned up the mess, and brought out a new table, placing it in front of the Raikage. The movements were smooth and practiced, clearly a frequent occurrence. The Kazekage's letter is very clear: jointly dispatch troops to Konoha. After the war, they only demand the land of rivers as spoils, and they support all our conditions regarding Konoha. Watching the table being replaced, the third Raikage nodded to his subordinates, and then informed the elders of the contents of the Kazekage's letter. The fertile land has always been something the Hidden Sand Village dreams of. Their several conflicts with Konoha were all for the ownership of the land of rivers. It's not surprising that they would offer such terms. An elder who had followed the first Raikage knew the Hidden Sand Village well. At the first 5 Kage summit convened by Lord Hashirama, When Konoha proposed the policy of distributing tailed beasts, the first Kazekage directly refused Hashirama's plan, citing the village's possession of one tail and demanded a fertile land from Konoha. I know about that. After the first Great Ninja War, Konoha used military force to reclaim that land, causing the Hidden Sand village's economy to plummet. Another elder of advanced age chimed in. So it seems the intelligence is highly reliable. After the senior elders had expressed their opinions, the young Dodai finally spoke, but it is also an indisputable fact that the Hidden Sand village is too weak. If we ally with them to attack Konoha, our contribution will undoubtedly be much greater than theirs. All the Hidden Sand village can do is pin down Konoha's southern forces. But we still face the pressure of the Hidden Rock village. In my opinion, if we want to attack Konoha, we must first find a way to end the endless friction with the Hidden Rock village. The third Raikage looked at Dodai with appreciation, favoring this young man whom he had personally promoted. Well said. Those fellows from the Hidden Sand village are fickle and naturally adept at shifting with the wind. Although they now have a so-called strongest Kazekage to hold up their facade aside from him, there are no particularly outstanding ninjas. That so-called strongest puppeteer Chiyo couldn't even defeat a junior like Tsunade. How ridiculous. Although the third Raikage acknowledged the strength of the third Kazekage, he was not optimistic about the Hidden Sand village he led. But being able to pin down part of Konoha's forces is enough. For us, their significance lies in preventing Konoha from deploying its full strength against us. This time we must send Hiruzen Sarutobi and that Danzo to hell. The third Raikage, growing excited, slammed his palm on the table again, while the table broke again. The third Wind Shadow was about to perish. With his plan to invade Konoha, he was destined to die in some obscure corner of the Wind Country. Having secured the promise of the Hidden Cloud Village and schemed for nearly 2 years, he could not fathom that the one to strike him down would be the very youth he trusted most. Scorpion. What? Black blood gushed from the third Wind Shadow's mouth as he stared incredulously at the young man before him. Why? Scorpion found the question almost amusing. Lowering his head to stifle a laugh, he replied, because of you, the so-called strongest Wind Shadow, my parents died, killed by your immature plans. To you, they were merely pawns in your game. Hearing this, the third Wind Shadow coughed up another mouthful of blood. Your parents died gloriously for the village. He wished he could pry open the boy's skull to see what was inside. Your parents were killed by Konoha ninja. Why come after me? But the third Wind Shadow never got the chance to voice that thought. With bewilderment and grief, the third Wind Shadow coughed up a pool of blood mixed with internal organs corroded by venom. His body could no longer hold on, and he closed his eyes forever. Impressive to have endured this long under such poison. Gazing at the lifeless third Wind Shadow, Scorpion's face was expressionless. He felt neither the thrill of vengeance nor the rush of eliminating a powerful figure, only greed for the corpse before him. Don't worry, I'll turn you into the most perfect masterpiece. The disappearance of the third Wind Shadow sent the Sunagakure High Command into alarm. Hokage vanishing without a trace within his own country. Such a thing was almost impossible to believe. Unable to obtain any news of their Wind Shadow, the Sunagakure elders mobilized all village ninja to search for the third Wind Shadow across the entire nation. Even at this point, they did not believe their Kage was in danger. After all, he was the strongest Wind Shadow. How could he die silently in his own land? The undisguised search by Sunagakure soon stirred the entire ninja world. Every village with competent intelligence gathered the news. The third Wind Shadow is missing. Inside the Hidden Cloud Village, the third Lightning Shadow slammed his fist through the table in shock, staring at the messenger before him. Yes, Lord Lightning Shadow. Ignoring the shattered table, the messenger nodded affirmatively. As several Cloud Ninja brought in a new table, the third Lightning Shadow's voice thundered with fury, damned fool, vanishing at this critical moment. With another strike, the new table met the same fate as its predecessor before it could serve its purpose. The Hidden Cloud had already mobilized, secured the daimyo's support, and was about to declare war on Konoha. And now, poof, their ally was gone. Could there be a more treacherous ally? Wait. Ally. Well, Sunagakure is in trouble. As an ally, it wouldn't do not to help. Since the mobilization order had already been issued, it couldn't be rescinded. After careful deliberation, the third Lightning Shadow decided to extend a helping hand to the leaderless Sunagakure by sending them a new Kage. And naturally, that Kage would be from the Lightning Shadow's side. Hiruzen. Now that Sunagakure is leaderless, this is the perfect opportunity to annihilate them. Upon learning of the third Wind Shadow's disappearance, Danzo wasted no time. He found Hiruzen in his office, who was just then observing the bathhouse. Hastily putting away his crystal ball, Hiruzen cleared his throat and shot Danzo a reproachful look for not knocking, then slowly took out his pipe. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Hiruzen fixed Danzo with a serious expression. Attack Sunagakure. On what grounds? Claim that our ninja have gone missing at the border. Besides, among the infiltrating rogue ninja, there must be agents from Suna. Danzo was cut off before he could finish. Evidence, Danzo. We have no proof that the invaders are from Suna. Moreover, what if this disappearance is a bait to lure us into attacking? Even if it's bait with Konoha's current strength, we can swallow it whole and leave them no chance to counter. Danzo refused to abandon his plan. Enough, Danzo. You're too reckless. Besides, shouldn't decisions about war be put to a vote with Koharu and the others? Faced with Danzo's stubbornness, Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Why was this man still so hot-tempered even after having a son always itching for bloodshed? In contrast, Fonbai's temperament was far gentler. Fonbai, who was accompanying Obito and Kakashi on a shopping trip, sneezed. You're too soft, Hiruzen. Danzo nearly smashed the table in imitation of the lightning shadow. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen deployed his universal catchphrase. You will regret this. Hearing those words, Danzo's composure shattered once more. His face darkened, and he turned to storm out of the room. Bang! Slamming the door shut, Danzo stormed out of the Hokage building, intending to exchange wind-style techniques with Asuma. Yet despite Hiruzen's efforts to avoid war, the other village's envy of Konoha was undeniable. After the third lightning shadow personally led a warmth-delivering force to Sunagakure, only to be repelled by a mysterious masked man, the Cloud Village, feeling cheated, declared war on both Iwagakure and Konoha. Hearing of Cloud's audacity, the hidden mist village long dormant also joined the assault on Konoha when everyone thought they had died out. Thus the third great ninja war erupted. With the war, some existing teams were reshuffled. Team 11, having all been promoted to Chunin, was disbanded. Uchiha, Obito, Hatake, Kakashi, Noara, Rin, and Minato formed Team 7. A twist of fate indeed. Exchanging a glance with Asuma beside him, Fonbai shrugged helplessly. Obito's been reassigned. What about you? Asuma rolled his eyes. Me. I haven't received orders yet. But I heard from Sensei that Ryoma has been recalled to Root. The two of us will probably be stuffed into some squad under a Jonin. Who knows? Fonbai's expression shifted uneasily as he gazed in the direction Obito had left. Hopefully that fool wouldn't catch Madara's eye. Otherwise the trouble would be immense, and all his years of effort would go to waste. The High Command did not keep Fonbai waiting long. That evening, after setting down his bowl, Danzo announced his orders. You head to the Cloud battlefield. Dressed in the Root's attire, Fonbai sneaked through the side paths to the front line of the fire and lightning battle, looking at his teammates in silence. Yamanaka-san, Shimura Iku. Old man, you sure know how to assign people. Next time don't bother. Silently thanking his father for the teammates he had been given, Fonbai pulled himself together, awaiting orders from his two companions. So what do we do next? Looking at the two who had played a crucial role in his thorny and whiplashed path of growth, Fonbai awaited their command. Lord Danzo didn't tell you. Hearing Fonbai ask for their opinion, Yamanaka-san and Shimura Iku exchanged a glance, then looked in unison at Fonbai. He did. He said we should coordinate with the main force and harass the enemy from the shadows. So I'm asking you, what do we do next? Fonbai repeated the task Danzo had given him before leaving. Since Lord Danzo entrusted the mission to you, it means our squad is under your command, the two said in unison, bowing their heads in agreement while awaiting Fonbai's orders. Me. It was only then that Fonbai realized he was the commander of this squad. Just commanding two Jonin as a Chunin. Quite thrilling indeed. In that case, let Yamanaka-san and I split into two groups, attacking the Kumogakure army from the north and south simultaneously. Unlike the Konoha ninjas fighting on the main battlefield, the Root ninjas specialized in small-scale operations, outnumbering the enemy and executing precise decapitation strikes against enemy leaders. This perfectly suited Fonbai's opportunistic nature. The battle between Konoha and Kumogakure took place in the land of hot water. While the two sides clashed in full force, Fonbai and his team sneaked behind Kumogakure's lines and began targeting their supply convoys. In Fonbai's understanding, war was always about logistics, even in the world of Hokage. Most ninjas living in this world were not terrifying monsters like Madara and Hashirama, who could single-handedly resist thousands of enemies. They're coming. About 20 of them at 5 o'clock. Crouching in the grass, Yamanaka-san sensed the enemy and reported the situation to Fonbai. Quite a large force. After weighing his available strength, Fonbai hesitated for a moment before deciding to strike this unit. He was still too young, letting his impulsive enthusiasm lead him deep into enemy territory. Not only had he lost contact with the main force, unable to stay updated on the frontline situation, but he had also cut off his own supply route from the Land of Fire. With no other choice, they had to raid Kumogakure's supplies to fill their stomachs. Fortunately, with only 3 of them, they could retreat quickly after each strike, keeping Kumogakure from tracking their movements. This should be a lone supply convoy. After all, a large transport passed just 3 days ago, Shimura Iku said, glancing at Fonbai beside him. This young master, driven by impulse, wanted to ambush the logistics unit, completely unaware that during a large-scale war, enemy supply convoys were heavily guarded by powerful escorts, hardly something 3 people could challenge. Their several strikes had all targeted lone or isolated supply convoys, doing little to affect the front line. Brother Sean, please take the lead. Pulling out a poisoned Senbon from his tool pouch, Fonbai assumed a stance, waiting for Yamanaka-san to make the first move. Understood. Mind-body switch technique. Kneeling on one knee, Yamanaka-san used manipulating the Cloud Ninja to draw his blade and slash at a nearby comrade. Phone-by leaped out amid the chaos in the convoy, launching an attack with Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth Release Earth Dragon Bullet. The Earth Dragon created by Phone-by opened its massive jaws and spewed a stream of earth forward. The sudden attack threw the convoy into disarray. Several quick-reacting Cloud Ninjas dodged the earth stream, while some younger ones too slow to react were mercilessly engulfed. Damn it! A Konoha attack. Prepare for battle. An older Cloud Ninja managed to stabilize the chaos and began organizing a counterattack. Wind Release Vacuum Waved. Hidden in the shadows, Shimura Iku, seeing someone take command, abandoned the defenseless Yamanaka-san and struck directly at the Cloud Ninja. Don't underestimate me. Cloud-style lightning slash. The older Cloud Ninja swung his blade, trying to block the wind attack, with a sword crackling with lightning. Wind beats lightning. You're doomed. Shimura Iku, unconcerned with the resistance, was already searching for the next target. Don't worry about me. Surround the Earth-style kid first. The underestimated Cloud Ninja let out a furious roar, straining to disperse the wind attack with sheer force. He stopped his comrades who were rushing to help him, signaling them to encircle Phone-by. Quick! We outnumber him. Take him down first. A young Cloud Ninja, having received the order, drew his blade and charged at Phone-by. Surround me. Huh. Throwing a kunai, Phone-by leaped into the air, began forming hand seals, and spat out a large amount of ice crystals. The crystals coalesced into 5 copies of Phone-by. A clone technique. No, they're made of ice. Damn, it's a Kekkei Genkai user. A Cloud Ninja with top marks in theoretical studies recognized Phone-by's technique, his face turning grim. Ice Release Ice Mist. Under Phone-by's control, one of the ice clones exhaled a thick mist of ice to obscure vision. Secret technique, demonic mirror ice crystals. Within the mist, numerous ice mirrors began to appear. Now this is my domain. Entering the ice mirrors with his clones, Phone-by's lips curled into a smirk. Awaken, the hunt begins. Damn. On the other side, the Cloud Ninja battling Shimura Iku sensed the impending disaster as the ice mist spread. He tried to intervene, but was blocked by the Konoha Ninja in front of him. He could only listen helplessly to the screams emanating from the mist. Damn it! Cloud-style righteous slash. Pushing his limits, the Cloud Ninja fought with a suicidal determination, finally forcing Shimura Iku back. Just as he turned to support his comrades, Phone-by's emotionless voice rang out. Ice Release Ice Spiral Strike. A spiral pillar of ice pierced through the Cloud Ninja's chest. As he fell, the small supply convoy was annihilated. Taking the useful supplies and destroying the rest with fire, Phone-by and his team, deep in enemy territory, wasted no time. After watching the flames consume the supplies, they fled quickly. Half an hour passed. A patrol of Cloud Ninjas drawn by the fire arrived belatedly and found the butchered squad. They dispatched ninjas to pursue while reporting the situation to the frontline headquarters. Inside the Cloud Village camp, Samda, the overall commander of the Cloud Ninja, gazed at the body before him, his eyes blazing with fury. Despicable Leaf Ninja resorting to such base tactics. Behind Samda, young A's forehead bulged with veins as he looked at the corpse, charred beyond recognition by the flames. He punched a nearby tree, felling it with a single blow. Brother. Killer B, standing nearby, watched his enraged elder brother, wanting to offer some words of comfort, but not knowing what to say. Samda, let me track down these damned leaf rats. Young A, his body crackling with lightning, spoke to Samda. Calm down. The attack happened so long ago, those bastards could be anywhere by now. Stopping young A's advance, Samda's face darkened. The enemy's commander is Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, a ninja infamous for his cunning and unscrupulous methods. Against such a foe we must proceed with utmost caution. One misstep, and we'll fall into his meticulously laid traps. In Samda's view, the repeated attacks on isolated Cloud Ninja were undoubtedly schemes orchestrated by Orochimaru aimed at destabilizing their ranks. With my speed, I can quickly scout the areas where the enemy might have fled. Young A looked at Samda stubbornly, his fists clenched tight, knuckles cracking. Yes, Samda, let big brother go, yeah. Killer B also stepped forward to speak for Young A. Samda fell into silence. Let's go, B. Seeing that Samda didn't object, Young A took it as tacit approval and immediately prepared to set off with Killer B to pursue the Leaf Ninja. Wait. Just as the two were about to leave, Samda spoke again, stopping them. Samda. Young A could no longer contain himself and was about to unleash his inherited temper when he heard Samda's next words. Take Toroi with you. How can you find their traces? By blindly searching. In the border forest, Yamanaka Yoshi, who was following Phone-by's lead toward the Leaf Ninja's main base, suddenly stopped and gave Iku a meaningful glance. Iku immediately moved behind Yamanaka Yoshi and supported his leaning body. Seeing this, Phone-by understood that Yamanaka Yoshi's mind transfer puppet curse technique had taken effect, meaning enemies were already tracking them. Wondering what kind of enemies they were, Phone-by drew out his Senbin ready for battle. Cough. Letting out an unsettling cough, Yamanaka Yoshi snapped his eyes open. The expression hidden beneath his mask turned extremely grim. There are 3 enemies. One is the magnet release ninja Toroi, one is the son of the 3rd Raikage, and the last is unknown. They're fast, they'll be here in 10 minutes. I doubt we have 10 minutes. Watching the blue light rapidly approaching Phone swallowed nervously to ease his tension. Although Yamanaka Yoshi said the last one was unknown based on experience, Phone was sure it was Killer B, that genius of rap. Just young A alone was already tough enough to deal with, right? That's A, the 2nd fastest in the Naruto world, and also the most enduring. Anyway, a guy who's both fast and long-lasting. Facing a top-tier A rank, plus a Jinchuriki with my team. Do I have paper and pen? I need to write my will. Here they come. Yamanaka Yoshi's voice reached his ears. Before Phone could even think about how to write his will, young A had already closed in on their group, the crackling of lightning audible from his body. Wind release vacuum great sphere. Facing the speeding young A, Phone opted for a large-scale attack ninjutsu to force him to crash. The massive air bullet left young A with no room to dodge, forcing him to increase the output of his lightning armor to withstand the blow. A wind release of this level. Humph. After the massive explosion, young A stood before Phone and the others unharmed, his face dark. As expected, the hastily used wind release couldn't fully break through the lightning armor. Phone had no intention of acknowledging the opponent. Instead, he planned to take advantage of the window before young A's teammates arrived and defeat him directly. Wind release vacuum sphere. Sensing Phone intention, Shimura Iku quickly formed hand seals, feigning an attack to create an opening for Phone. The next second, he was sent flying by a punch from the Raikage at full speed, so fast that even Yamanaka Yoshi couldn't react. Iku. Watching Iku's retreating figure, Yamanaka Yoshi, who had wanted to use the mind-body switch technique, couldn't lock onto his target. Ice Release Snow Woman Descent. 2 exquisite half-length statues formed of ice appeared on either side of Phone by opening their mouths to exhale freezing breath. Under the influence of the freezing air, young A's formerly lightning-fast speed was somewhat hindered, making his movements barely perceptible to the naked eye compared to before. An Ice Release Ninja. Young A, who had originally intended to kill all the Leaf Ninja present, changed his mind upon seeing Phone technique, deciding to capture him alive instead. Ice Release Freezing Cloud. Ignoring young A, Phone exhaled a mist of ice crystals. No matter how tough one's body, their internal organs are always soft, aren't they? I don't believe your lungs are as impenetrable as your exterior. A boring sleight of hand. Unaware of the killing intent within the icy mist, young A dismissed it as a mere trick to obscure his vision. But soon the sharp pain in his lungs made him realize that the icy mist was far from simple. Cough, damn it. Just as he was about to break out of the mist, young A cursed under his breath. As the 2 Snow Woman statues relentlessly breathed freezing air, thin ice crystals began to form on his body, and ice tendrils coiled around his feet. In this situation, young A could only increase the output of his lightning armor, forcibly breaking free from the ice binding him. Water Release Water Collision Wave. Seeing that young A was about to break free, Phone launched a water release at him. The surging water upon contact with the freezing air instantly turned into a torrent of ice crystals, crashing heavily onto young A. And thus victory is mine. Probably. Just as Phone was about to declare victory, he heard the sound of something cutting through the air and swiftly dodged to the side. A barrage of square shuriken came from afar, a few of them striking the Snow Woman statues that were producing the freezing mist, producing a clear clinking sound. Strange weapons. After dodging the shuriken, Phone looked toward their origin. Soon massive square shuriken far larger than the previous ones flew toward the Snow Woman statues, as if guided, shattering them with their sheer size. A perfect opportunity. The young man AI spat blood as he endured the ice crystal bombardment, while still maintaining his lightning armor, yet the blood gushing from his mouth and nose stained his upper body red, making him look particularly horrifying. With the ice statue no longer emitting freezing air, young AI regained his high mobility and charged straight toward Phone. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Facing the Raikage's fist that was as big as a sandbag, Phone did not dodge. He created several ice mirrors, and then let young AI punch his head off. The headless corpse swayed for a moment, then crashed to the ground, turning into a pile of ice crystals that began to spread toward young AI. Ice Clone, where's the real body? Easily dodging the ice crystal attack, young AI quickly retreated to the side of the newly arrived Karabi and Telawai. Cough, you've been a great help, Telawai. Having thanked Telawai, young AI looked at the several ice mirrors with a serious expression. Telawai, holding a scroll in his mouth, nodded in response. Big brother, your injuries. Seeing young AI's miserable state, Karabi stopped his rap and looked at his elder brother with concern. It's nothing, just some damage to my lungs. I've already eliminated those foreign substances through chakra stimulation. Be careful, the enemy can invade the body by spitting freezing mist. Young AI waved his hand, indicating he was fine. I see, as expected of you to be able to counter the freezing cloud in this way. Appearing in the ice mirror, Phone sincerely praised him. Brat to have such strength at such a young age, no wonder the transport team couldn't handle you. Watching Feng Bai's figure repeatedly appearing in the ice mirrors, young AI once again covered his body with lightning armor. What's your name? Jitsu and Feng Bai. As Feng Bai's words fell, an ice mirror suddenly appeared behind Teloi, followed by 3 poisoned Senbon thrown out. Without turning his head, Teloi relied on instinct to lean forward, dodging the Senbon, and swung his giant square shuriken backward to shatter the ice mirror behind him. The enemy can teleport through the ice mirrors. The brief exchange allowed young AI to understand Feng Bai's attack method. Hearing young AI's words, Teloi immediately flung a large number of square shuriken from his sleeves toward all the ice mirrors present, preparing for another precision strike. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a swollen face and barely regaining consciousness, Jitsu and Iku used wind release to stop Teloi's action. It doesn't matter, I'll handle it. Committing the positions of all ice mirrors to memory, young AI prepared to use his speed advantage to shatter them all at once. Sean, go help. On the other side, Sean also shook his head and slowly woke up, then heard Iku's loud call. Huh. Sean struggled to focus his eyes and finally caught the flickering figure of young AI. The next second, his combat instinct made him instinctively roll to dodge, and several square shuriken precisely hit the area where he had just been lying. Don't even think about it. Teloi, who could speak freely even with a scroll in his mouth, frantically threw shuriken at the two to prevent them from supporting Feng Bai. 1, 2, 3. Still left. After breaking multiple ice mirrors in succession, young AI looked at the last remaining one, believing he had victory in his grasp. Who told you I can only move through intact ice mirrors? Rushing out from the shattered mirror, Feng Bai slammed a massive fist of condensed ice into young AI's back. Because the distance was too close, young AI had no way to dodge and could only take the hit head-on. Sealing technique, ice coffin imprisonment. The ice crystals on the fist quickly spread to young AI, who had been slammed to the ground. A large number of sealing formulas emerged, ready to completely immobilize him. Big brother, Karabi shouted loudly while swinging his giant octopus tail to stop the spread of the sealing formulas. Feng Bai dodged the octopus tentacle attack, slapped his palm onto it, leaving a flying thunder god technique. Mark then vanished into a piece of ice mirror fragment. He reappeared from another direction, looked at the half-completed sealing technique, and quickly made a decision. Since I can't seal him, I'll decide the outcome with this move. Wind release, vacuum, great sphere. Foolish. The ice you use to seal me will reduce the power of your wind release. With only his head exposed, young AI looked at the massive wind release and mocked Feng Bai's lack of combat experience. Is that so? Ice release, ice explosion. This technique was developed under the guidance of Risen after mastering the 5 elemental releases. It achieves the detonation of ice crystals by injecting conflicting chakra into the ice nature chakra. Before the wind release could reach young AI, the massive explosion caused by the ice crystals shattered his lightning armor, followed immediately by the wind release attack. Boom. After the explosion and dust settled, young AI stood shakily in the center of the battlefield, his back bloody and mangled, no longer able to maintain his proud lightning armor. Beside him, the scattered pieces of octopus tentacles testified to the power of the wind release. If not for Karabi's desperate intervention, young AI would have been completely finished. Truly tenacious. Wind release, vacuum, serial waves. Admiring young AI's resilience, Feng Bai proceeded to finish him off. Without his lightning armor, AI's remaining mobility was nothing to fear, making him a sitting duck. Not good. On the other side, Teloi, who was engaging Shan and Jitsu and Iku, sensed young AI's disadvantage. Using his magnet release to force the two back, he threw his square shuriken toward young AI's direction. Karabi also extended his octopus tentacle, once more trying to protect his big brother. The sharp wind blade directly severed the octopus tentacle. Thanks to Karabi, young AI at this critical moment endured the pain and managed to form his lightning armor again. Amidst the sound of hard impact, Feng Bai's wind release tore through the lightning armor's defense, leaving a huge cross-shaped wound on young AI's body, with a tendency to deepen further. At that moment, Teloi's shuriken finally arrived late. Upon touching young AI, it activated magnet release, using magnetic attraction to pull young AI toward himself, saving him from being torn apart. Supporting young AI, Teloi brought him to Karabi's side. Just as he was about to ask about young AI's condition, he felt a pain in his waist. Before he could realize what was happening, he saw a Senbon being thrust into his body by a fair little hand. Flying Thunder God technique. Using the mark on Karabi's body, Feng Bai completed this attack. The reason he chose Teloi as the target was that Karabi, for some reason, had sensed his intention in advance and protected young AI, immediately leaving him no choice but to drive the poisoned Senbon into this middle-aged man who looked like a mere extra. It all happened in an instant. Realizing that Troy was under attack, the young AI gritted his teeth and delivered a final elbow strike, but Feng Bai, having succeeded in his blow, had already used the Flying Thunder God kunai left at the original spot to return to his previous position, leaving the young AI's elbow to strike nothing but air. Brother, what now? Attack or defend? Chi Labby tightly guarded the young AI and asked for his opinion. Hearing Chi Labby's question, the young AI assessed his injuries, and though reluctant, knew that their current state left them no match to continue the fight. On the other side, fearing that the young AI might have reinforcements, Phonbai took advantage of the opponent's momentary hesitation, tossed a few smoke bombs, and then called for Shimura Iku and Shanjongshan to make a swift escape. Huff! When the smoke cleared, the young AI noticed that Phonbai and his group had already fled far away. He did not pursue, but instead checked on Troy's condition. Pulling out the sunbon embedded in Troy's flank, feeling its icy coldness, the young AI nodded in understanding. So that's it. A nice sunbon. No wonder it could pierce the body of Troy, a ninja skilled in magnetic release. And was it coated with poison? Watching Troy's face growing worse and the veins turning a dark blue, the young AI dared not delay. He quickly had Chi Labby, the one in the best condition among the three, carry them toward the camp. Shimura, Phonbai, I'll remember you. Casting one last glance in the direction Phonbai and his group had fled, the young AI silently vowed that the next time they met he would personally cut off that brat's head. 3 days later, in a tent within the Konoha camp, Phonbai met for the first time the great scientist who single-handedly advanced the progress of ninja science. Shimura, Phonbai. Deshiwan stared at Phonbai with an expressionless face, his snake-like eyes scanning the boy as if appraising prey. Only when cold sweat dripped from Phonbai's forehead did Deshiwan shift his gaze to Shanjongshan and Shimura Iku. Neither of them looked good. Their masks were shattered and their faces were swollen like pig heads. Thanks to Shanjongshan's rudimentary knowledge of medical ninjutsu, their appearances were still somewhat recognizable. You encountered the son of the third Raikage. Seeing that they were not seriously injured, or rather even if they were, they would have to finish speaking before dying. Deshiwan, with that mindset, began to inquire about the details. The mission they had carried out was not top secret, so Deshiwan easily learned the specifics of the situation. After listening to their accounts, Deshiwan glanced at Phonbai, who stood nearby, looking only slightly disheveled, but bearing no wounds, and began to doubt the truthfulness of their words. After all, the feats they described were too astonishing. Danzo's 12-year-old son single-handedly holding off 2 Jonin and a Jinchuriki, gravely wounding 2 of them, and escaping unscathed. Even Deshiwan himself had not possessed such strength at 12. Was Danzo trying to build up his son's reputation? A flicker of doubt crossed Deshiwan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Such a lie would be too easily exposed, and it was not Danzo's style. After all, the Cloud Ninja involved were still alive, making it simple to verify the truth. Interesting kid. Deshiwan finally took an interest in Phone by turning his gaze back to the boy. The first time Deshiwan had looked at Phonbai was merely out of curiosity about his identity as Danzo's son. This time his curiosity was piqued by Phonbai himself. Phonbai, feeling a chill run down the back of his neck, stared at Deshiwan in trepidation, wondering if he had somehow offended this man. Why else would he keep staring without saying a word? Are you afraid of me? Sensing Phonbai's unease, Deshiwan found the situation increasingly amusing. No, it's pure admiration. Yes, admiration. I deeply admire you, Lord Deshiwan. Forcing a smile so ugly it could hardly be called one, Phonbai spoke with utter humility. Is that so? Licking his lips, Deshiwan extended his hand with a malicious sense of humor, intending to touch Phonbai's face. The next second, Phonbai could no longer maintain his ugly smile. He took a step back, putting distance between himself and Deshiwan. Is this admiration? Deshiwan paused with his hand in midair, gazing at his empty palm with interest. Lord Deshiwan. Before Phonbai could respond, Shimura Iku finally couldn't help but remind him. We have just been in battle and desperately need to rest. I have already notified the medical ninja. Turning his icy gaze to Shimura Iku, feeling the chill of Deshiwan's stare, Shimura Iku found even breathing difficult, yet he still forced himself to meet the man's eyes. I thought that voice sounded familiar. It really is you, Phonbai. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a cheerful girl's voice rang out, and with a familiar presence, she pounced on Phonbai. Feeling the softness behind him, Phonbai was momentarily stunned before realizing who was playing bumper cars with their chest. Without turning around, he recognized her from her voice, Hongdo. Long time no see. Locking her arms around Phonbai, Hongdo bounced a few times before letting him go. Cough, cough. What are you doing here? Ignoring the presence of Deshiwan, Phonbai rubbed his neck and asked curiously. Oh, I came to find Master Deshiwan. Reminded by Phonbai, Hongdo suddenly remembered her purpose. Master Deshiwan, the village has sent a messenger to see you. I understand. Distracted by Hongdo, Deshiwan lost interest in the trio. He gestured for Hongdo to follow him and left the tent without another word. I have to go now. I'll come chat with you when I have time. Seeing Deshiwan walking quickly, Hongdo hurriedly said goodbye to Phonbai and quickened her pace to catch up. Konoha Village Root Base. Danzo was feeling quite irritable lately. Even Yumura Ryuma could sense this restlessness. That insolent brat. Danzo scanned the battle report that had just arrived from the front lines searching for something, but found nothing. Ever since Phonbai led his team to the front, Danzo had received no further news about his son. His original intention was for Phonbai, accompanied by 2 Jonin, to earn combat merits by picking off lone enemy ninjas on the periphery of the battlefield. However, Shan Zhongshan's subsequent message nearly made him leap out of his seat. That brat had actually led his men directly into the rear of the Cloud-hidden village, claiming he wanted to ambush their supply lines. Even Danzo himself would only dare to attempt such a mission if he brought the entire root organization. After all, during large-scale operations, a mere supply convoy could easily spark a small-scale battle. Lord Danzo, a message from Yamanaka-shan. Just as Danzo was pondering whether to personally head to the battlefield in search of Phonbai's whereabouts, a root ninja appeared at the doorway, respectfully handing a scroll to Danzo. I see. Leave it there. Whose did you say it was? Danzo abruptly turned his head, staring intently at the subordinate before him. It's from Yamanaka. Before the ninja could grasp what was happening, the scroll in his hand was taken by Aburame Ryoma and passed to Danzo. Eagerly unrolling the scroll, Danzo took a deep breath, mentally prepared himself, and then looked at the contents. Before long, Danzo finished reading the entire scroll. With a look of pleasant surprise, he slammed the scroll hard onto the table, producing a loud noise. His own son had severely wounded the third Raikage son and also ambushed the magnet-release ninja Toroi. With such a feat alone, he could persuade Hiruzen to promote Phonbai to Jonin. Ryoma, your training has been very effective. Glancing at Aburame Ryoma beside him, Danzo handed the scroll to him. After quickly scanning the contents, Aburame Ryoma was also moved. I merely did some trivial work. Young Master Phonbai's own talent is exceptional. Danzo nodded without further comment. At that moment, he was contemplating how to leverage this achievement to pave the way for his son's path to becoming Hokage. At the same time, he thought of his old friend, for that person was Phonbai's true teacher. Spread this news throughout the village. Let everyone know about this battle. Taking the scroll back from Aburame Ryoma, Danzo began his scheming. The Hokage's office. Hiruzen and the 2 advisors were waiting for Danzo's arrival. Due to the outbreak of war, their meetings were far more frequent than usual, and Hiruzen had lost his time for bathing visits, looking quite listless. What is Danzo doing? The meeting time has passed. Looking up at the clock on the wall, Kahar Udatane, who had been waiting for Danzo all along, complained impatiently. Let's wait a bit longer. After all, Danzo is also responsible for the village's intelligence work. It's understandable that he's busy. Hamura Midokado stepped in to smooth things over. No sooner had his words fallen than the door was pushed open and Danzo's figure appeared before them, a scroll tightly clutched in his hand. Finally, here Danzo. Seeing Danzo's arrival, Hiruzen, who had been smoking silently, put away his pipe, took off his Hokage hat, and set it aside, assuming a serious posture. Danzo, with no intention of explaining his tardiness, sat down on his own and gently placed the scroll on the table. Curious glances at the scroll, but no one asked. Finally, Hiruzen cleared his throat and stated the meeting's agenda. Small groups of Mist Ninja have been spotted at Sagaport. The patrol has already engaged them. It seems the main force of the Hidden Mist will be landing soon. Danzo, do we still have no intelligence on the Mist Village's plan for this war? Hearing that Mist Ninja had already landed in the land of fire, Koharu sighed deeply. Knowing the difficulty of obtaining intelligence from the Hidden Mist, she asked Danzo with a tentative tone. None. Danzo shook his head. Since the Hidden Mist declared war, the intelligence agents he dispatched had basically died in batches, yielding no useful information. However, as Hiruzen said, since small enemy forces have appeared, it means the main force of the Hidden Mist is already on its way. The priority now is to decide on a commander and build defensive positions. Danzo turned his gaze toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen, it's time to make a decision. Seeing Danzo looking at him, Hiruzen instinctively reached for his pipe, then finally turned his gaze to Hamura Midokado, sitting nearby. Noticing Hiruzen's look, Hamura realized what was coming and instinctively straightened his back. Hamura, your skills haven't gotten rusty, have they, eh? Hearing Hiruzen's almost teasing question, Hamura forced a grim smile. What are you saying, Hiruzen? I'm still hale and hearty. I might even be able to wrestle the Nine Tails. Haha, in that case I'll entrust this task to you. First, consolidate the local patrol. As for reinforcements, I'll send them to the front as soon as possible. Seeing that Hamura did not decline, Hiruzen, confident in his abilities, entrusted the mission to him. Regarding reinforcements, I suggest sending the elite Jonin from the Uchiha Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi clans to the front. According to available intelligence, the Hidden Mist has adopted an elite force strategy. Ordinary ninja may not be able to withstand their assault. With the commander decided, Danzo proposed a plan. The Uchiha clan. Before Hiruzen could speak, Hamura frowned first. Those unruly fellows are hard to command. The Uchiha clan generally only accepts orders from within their clan. If we send them to the battlefield, Fugaku must go with them or problems will easily arise. Having dealt with the Uchiha clan countless times, Hamura was not optimistic about this arrangement. No matter. Let Fugaku go with them. Haven't they always wanted to contribute to the village? Now that war has broken out, it would be a waste to keep them on patrol duty. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly, his expression returning to its usual calm. I'll talk to Fugaku about this. For now, let's include it in the plan. Taking a dry puff from his pipe, Hiruzen also believed the Uchiha clan should contribute more to the village, so he did not object. According to intelligence from Orochimaru, the situation at the Hidden Cloud front remains deadlocked. Even though they are fighting on two fronts, we haven't gained much advantage, which shows how formidable the Cloud Ninja are. Mentioning the Hidden Cloud reminded Hiruzen of the time when their group was pursued by the elite forces of Kinkaku and Genkaku. It was time. Seeing Hiruzen finally bring up the Hidden Cloud, Danzo could steer the conversation toward the scroll he had brought. Speaking of the Hidden Cloud, I just received a piece of intelligence. As Danzo spoke, he unrolled the scroll and spread it on the table. Have you heard? There's a genius ninja in our village, only 12 years old, who can fight 3 jonin at once. Really? When did this happen? I just heard about it. A friend of mine who is at the Hidden Cloud front wrote in a letter that Lord Third's disciple Shimura Danzo defeated 3 Cloud jonin, one of whom was the third Raikage son. Lord Third's disciple. That would be the Sannin, right? Not the Sannin, a new disciple besides them. While Danzo and the others were discussing battle plans with the arrangement of root ninja, discussions about Danzo gradually spread throughout the village's streets and alleys. Tuanzang walked on the streets of Mai after a long time. The matter of Danzo's promotion to Jonin had been settled and his exploits were widely circulated in the streets and alleys, but Tuanzang's expression was not very pleasant. The corners of his mouth did not rise in delight, instead they showed a tendency to droop. By the time Tuanzang walked from one end of the street to the other, his expression had become like this. As for the reason, Villager A, did you hear? There's a genius named Danzo who is incredibly powerful, single-handedly confronting 3 jonin from Yunin. Villager B, really? That's truly amazing. By the way, who is this Danzo? The above conversation caused Tuanzang's mouth to curl up 1 degree. But the following words completely broke his composure. Villager A, you don't even know Danzo. He is the new disciple of the 3rd Hokage. Villager B, so that's it. No wonder he is so brave. He is a disciple of the 3rd Hokage. After hearing this, Tuanzang's mouth drooped 2 degrees. In the end, it became that expression. Unable to vent on the street, Tuanzang returned to the root base and finally let out his resentment. Danzo is my son, my son. The blood flowing in his veins is from my Shimura clan. What does it have to do with Risen? On the other side, the high-ranking officials of Mai who also heard the rumors in the village immediately knew that the mastermind behind it was Tuanzang, but they did not oppose it. Instead, they allowed the rumors to spread in the village. This was not because Danzo was a disciple of Risen, but because during wartime creating a heroic image helped stabilize military morale, especially since the frontline progress at Yunin village was not going smoothly. The most obvious evidence was that my village had already sent Jinin to the front lines to perform logistics transport tasks. Secret technique, demonic mirror ice crystal. Bursting out from the ice mirror, Danzo dispatched a cloud ninja, who looked like a jonin, then dove back into it, and reappeared from another direction. In large-scale ninja battles, those charging at the front were mostly chunin or jinin, so the fighting was rather monotonous, mostly involving cold weapons and taijutsu clashes. For chunin and jinin who were severely lacking in ninjutsu reserves and chakra, they would only consider using evasion techniques to escape when their lives were seriously threatened. But for Danzo, who could accurately kill enemies with single strikes, the absence of ninjutsu bombarding around allowed him to easily find the targets he wanted to assassinate. The jonin among the enemy naturally had the same purpose. While directing the battle, they were also searching for high-threat targets on the opposing side. After eliminating 3 suspected jonin, the cloud ninjas finally noticed Danzo by shuttling back and forth on the battlefield and immediately summoned jonin from other areas for support. But for Danzo, who possessed high mobility, this did not pose a threat. After all, not everyone had the terrifying speed of young AI. If he couldn't defeat them, why bother fighting? He could just run away. Ducking to avoid a threatening punch, Danzo dove straight into the ice mirror and escaped to another skirmish area. The battle lasted from dawn until dusk, and only then did both sides leave behind a roughly equal number of corpses and retreat to their camps. Inside Da Shiwan's tent, Da Shiwan as the commander convened a jonin meeting, which did not include ninjas belonging to the root like Danzo. The casualty ratio is not ideal. If this continues, we will have difficulty maintaining the current front. Seated below Da Shiwan, Rixiang Richa reported the casualties of the branch family with some distress. The branch family members who were not qualified to learn the main family secret techniques not only had to face the enemy's frontal attacks, but also had to risk their lives to protect the few main family members, which was truly infuriating. The Shiwan did not pay attention to Rixiang Richa, but instead cast his gaze to another position. That position was originally supposed to be occupied by the original patrol team jonin in charge of this area, Yuan Fei Suhua, but now it was empty, which meant Suhua and the 3 chunin under him have fallen. The attacker was a storm-released ninja from Yunin village named Ku Er Ku. The Jonin Nai Liangfang Yuan who had witnessed Su Hua's last battle said, while enduring pain with his hand on his wound. Really? Hearing that Su Hua had also fallen, Shiwan furrowed his brows slightly, and his expression finally changed. Just yesterday, Ji Cun Feng Jian, a Jonin from the same original patrol team, encountered the magnet-released ninja Te Luo, who had just recovered from serious injuries. He took several ninjas from the Shimura clan under his command to meet the Six Paths. Now the remaining few of the Sarutobi clan in this area were also sent off by the Cloud Ninjas. In just a few months of the war, the original border ninjas had all died, which was not good news for Mai. Compared to the ninjas subsequently sent to the battlefield, this group of ninjas, who had fought on the border for years, far surpassed others in both combat strength and familiarity with the terrain. With them, Shiwan could formulate many more aggressive plans without worrying about morale. With fewer chips in hand, it was necessary to change the way of playing. Turning to look at the map behind him, Shiwan mentally crossed out many salient points and conceived many new defensive positions. With the current number of Jonin, it should be possible to hold the optimized line. Thinking of the many temporarily promoted Jonin who were not qualified to attend this meeting, Shiwan still relied on the few veteran Jonin in the tent. Promoted on the battlefield, only a small number of those newly promoted Jonin would survive to the end of the war. The pressure on logistics is also great. For some reason, the enemy has suddenly begun to heavily harass our transport teams, and many students who just graduated from the Ninja Academy have fallen victim. Just as the Shiwan was contemplating the new defense line, the Jonin in charge of logistics, Chiu Dao Tang Dong, was also complaining to everyone. Since the war began, Yunin Village had never targeted the transport teams. For some unknown reason, they suddenly began large-scale infiltration, recently slaughtering any transport team they caught isolated. Newly promoted Jonin Tuanzang's son. Hearing Chiu Dao Tang Dong's words, Shiwan seemed to think of something and turned his gaze to the location of the Cloud Ninja's position on the map. I see. The Shiwan murmured softly, then began assigning tasks to everyone. Take a defensive posture for now. I'll handle the rest. The Shiwan assigned the tasks to each person. The Jonin present did not question his decisions. After this period of working together, they had become accustomed to his command style. He never explained why he made such arrangements. Even if you asked him directly, he would only busy himself with his own matters, completely ignoring you. Unless he encountered something that interested him. After Orochimaru adjusted the front line to a defensive posture, Fushiro and the others finally had some leisure time. Not only did their tense nerves relax, but they could even stroll around the camp. Shimura Iku and Yamanaka Zen took advantage of these opportunities to spread rumors about Fushiro throughout the camp as Danzo had requested. Walking toward the transport team's resting area, Fushiro began searching for familiar faces. He had learned from Goku that a month ago Asuma had joined the transport team as a Chunin. Hey Jonin, hand me a cigarette. The young man's voice rang in his ears. The Jonin, who had been dozing with a cigarette dangling from his lips, didn't bother opening his eyes and responded absent-mindedly, get lost. You unproven brat should worry about surviving the battlefield before thinking about smoking. As one of those hastily promoted to Jonin rank, a civilian-born ninja like him naturally understood what that meant, and his mood was far from pleasant. His predecessor had just been killed by the Cloud Ninja. With only mastery of the 3 basic jutsu, plus a single water-style technique, he was at most Chunin level in ability. He had expected his harsh words to drive the boy away, but before he knew it, a shadow fell over him, blocking the warm sunlight. Brat, do you want to? Opening his eyes, the Jonin was about to fly into a rage, but the moment he saw the boy's face, he abandoned the thought. Take it. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, his tone considerably warmer than before. He had recognized the speaker, the son of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma. How amusing. The Hokage's son hanging out with us commoners, and not even a single bodyguard. Watching Asuma skillfully light his cigarette, the Jonin waved his hand, signaling that the boy needn't return the rest. Keep them. I'm leading a mission this afternoon, so I likely won't have the chance to smoke again. The Hokage's son, huh? No. Standing on this battlefield, no one is anyone's son, only Leaf Ninja. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Asuma's gaze grew profound. His naturally mature face, paired with that look, made the Jonin rub his eyes. He nearly thought he was looking at the 3rd Hokage himself. Regardless, sending children into battle, what a glorious war. The Leaf Village, once the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, has fallen into decline. A nearby Leaf Ninja, overhearing their conversation, chimed in with a teasing tone. Enough chatter. That annoying guy's coming. Noticing an Anbu-clad ninja approaching from the distance, the ninja, who had been resting there, immediately rose and scattered. Anbu, huh? That figure seems somewhat familiar. Asuma remained where he stood, cigarette in mouth. Whether Anbu or Root, he knew them well. There was no need to avoid them. But the Anbu-clad figure before him was even slighter than himself, and that hairstyle. Yo, Asuma. Smoking already. Careful or Sensei Sarutobi'll spank your ass. Having finally spotted Asuma, Fushiro removed the mask from his face and smiled at him. No way, it really is you, kid. Hearing the familiar voice, Asuma's stern expression broke into a smile. He He stepped forward and punched the boy's shoulder, the youngest jonin in the Leaf Village. Your exploits have been all anyone's been talking about inside and outside the village. How what exploits? I didn't even kill a single one of the three. I heard Troy's still active on the battlefield. Fushiro scratched his head self-deprecatingly. In his own eyes, he had barely escaped with his life that time. Enough with the false modesty. If it were me, I'd probably be on the memorial stone by now. Draping an arm around Fushiro's shoulders, Asuma extinguished his cigarette and led him to an open area to continue chatting. Orochimaru, what's this? I didn't expect the day would come when you'd need my support. Arriving at the camp with Minato and the others in tow, Jiraiya strode straight for Orochimaru's tent. Hearing Jiraiya's voice, Orochimaru merely glanced up before turning his gaze to Minato and the small figures behind him. Hey you! Jiraiya dropped into a seat casually, still wanting to needle Orochimaru, but found the other wasn't even acknowledging him. He grew somewhat deflated. I'll be taking Minato away for a while. During this time, I'm leaving command in your hands. Orochimaru rose to his feet and stated the purpose of summoning Jiraiya, then gestured with his eyes toward Minato. Understanding the meaning behind that glance, Minato's expression turned serious. He nodded to Orochimaru, then turned and instructed Kakashi and the others to wait outside. With no outsiders present, Orochimaru began laying out his plan. The Cloud Village, like us, is fighting on foreign soil and must transport supplies from their headquarters to the front lines. However, the Cloud Village is farther away. Based on the frequency of Fushiro's earlier ambushes on our transport columns, I deduce they've established a temporary supply depot near their positions in the land of hot water to sustain frontline operations. Therefore, I need some highly mobile ninja to accompany me on this mission. Understood, Jiraiya. Glancing sideways at the slouching Jiraiya, Orochimaru still had confidence in the man's abilities. As for his character, well, everyone was the same. Nobody was in a position to laugh at another. I understand, but this is dangerously reckless. Jiraiya spoke seriously, though he also knew that once Orochimaru made up his mind, no one could change it. That needn't concern you. I'll return Minato to you in one piece. Orochimaru's reply was exactly what Jiraiya had expected. Besides Minato, there's one more who needs to come along. A dangerous curve touched Orochimaru's lips as he wore a sinister smile, sending a shiver down Jiraiya's spine. Orochimaru desired the wars, and more than anyone. To him, such matters were utterly meaningless. They only hindered his pursuit of profit and research. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Troy, how are you feeling? In the Cloud Village camped the young, regarded Troy with a touch of guilt. His recklessness had cost Troy dearly. Because of his rash charge, Troy had been struck in the kidney by that damn Ice Release brat's poisoned Senbon. The toxin had directly contaminated his kidney. To save the Jonin's life, the medical ninja had no choice but to remove the poisoned organ, turning this once renowned Cloud Jonin into a man with only one kidney. It's fine. Though he acted unfazed in front of Young, how could Troy harbor no resentment? After learning that the culprit belonged to the Shimura clan, Troy had taken to hunting down Leaf Ninja from that clan on the battlefield, seeking revenge for his stolen kidney. Orochimaru had no psychological pressure about infiltrating behind the enemy lines of the Cloud Shinobi. Despite the tight security of Kumogakure, he had still managed to infiltrate it, kill the Eight Tails, Jinchuriki Biliubi, and escape unscathed. This time he chose to bring Minato along just to have someone to back him up, not because he was scared. As for Phonbai, it was purely because he was curious about this child. With the combined genius brains of Orochimaru and Minato plus Phonbai's ordinary mind, the three observed for only 3 days before deducing the location of Kumogakure's temporary supply base from factors such as the frequency, speed, and number of the transport convoys. They then approached the periphery, stepping over the bodies of hidden and overt sentries. During the approach, Minato and Phonbai had no chance to act at all. Orochimaru casually summoned some white snakes, which killed the enemies lying and hiding with their venomous fangs without alerting a single enemy throughout. Not only that, but Orochimaru also learned exactly what was stored in this fortress and how much supplies there were through his snakes. This skill is really impressive, huh? Watching Orochimaru communicate effortlessly with snakes, Phonbai thought this skill was too practical during wartime. Yes, this is the place, Minato. Once the explosion occurs, leave the enemies who come to reinforce to you and Phonbai. Glancing at the silent Phonbai beside him, Orochimaru averted his gaze expressionlessly, then gradually vanished from sight under the watch of the two. Minato, big brother, do you think Orochimaru-sama might fail? Holding a kunai in his hand, Phonbai looked curiously in the direction Orochimaru had left and asked Minato beside him. Minato. Unable to imagine Phonbai would ask such a question, Minato cleared his throat and replied confidently, "Don't worry, Orochimaru-sama is one of the legendary Sannin and is skilled in infiltration missions. Like Master Jiraiya, he is an expert at reconnaissance behind enemy lines. Besides, even if he fails, there's still you and me here, isn't there?" Showing Phonbai a sunny smile, Minato wanted to say more, but then a series of explosions rang out from the Cloud Shinobi base. Here it comes. The smile on Minato's face vanished in an instant, turning serious. He pulled out a large number of flying Thunder God kunai from his tool pouch, hurled them around, and then disappeared before Funbai's eyes. Holy crap, no wonder he's the fastest man in the ninja world. Watching Minato disappear before his eyes, Funbai quickly got up from his hiding spot, casually chose a seemingly decent position, and used the demonic mirror ice crystal to move there. Damn it, what's going on? The transport unit commander Taimu hurried out of his tent upon hearing the explosions. Seeing the rising flames, he instinctively grabbed a running cloud shinobi to ask what was happening. But before his hand even reached the man, he saw a flash of white light and his entire arm was severed at the root. The perpetrator was none other than the very comrade before him. You bastard. Realizing that the man was a spy infiltrating the camp, Taimu had no time to cry out before Orochimaru, disguised as a cloud shinobi, sliced off his head with a single stroke. In the chaos, many cloud shinobi witnessed this scene and quickly realized that the man before them was an enemy disguised as a comrade. Abandoning the firefighting, they howled and charged forward to kill Orochimaru. Damn it. Cursing under his breath, Orochimaru had intended to escape in the chaos, but he hadn't expected that bastard Taimu would coincidentally grab him for questioning. Now the originally smooth infiltration plan was only half successful. Fortunately, he had brought Minato along for this operation. Indeed, sometimes caution is not without benefit. Unwilling to tangle with the cloud shinobi, Orochimaru made a run for it, leading the cloud shinobi straight toward the ambush spot where Minato and Funbai were waiting. The number. Too many. Crouching in a tree, Funbai watched the group of dark-skinned strongmen behind Orochimaru, his mouth twitching as he thought of some unpleasant things. When the first cloud shinobi stepped into the range of Minato's flying thunder god kunai, a yellow flash streaked by. The shinobi's neck spurted a long line of blood, and he fell to the ground, clutching his throat in despair. Then the second, the third. As more and more cloud shinobi fell, the ones arriving later instinctively halted. At this time, Minato had not yet fully established his reputation as the Yellow Flash, so they had no idea what was happening, only seeing a flash of yellow flickering among the crowd. Having taken out a large number of cloud shinobi in one go and forced the remaining enemies to stop, Minato returned to his original position and made a hand sign to Funbai, who was standing on a tree branch. Roger, ice style, ice age. An icy sea with sharp edges surged toward the cloud shinobi, overwhelming those who hesitated. A torrent of blood sprayed onto the ice crystals, accompanied by screams and wails. Only a few alert cloud shinobi dodged the technique, standing on the ice with grim faces staring at their comrades crushed into bloody pulp under the frozen sea. If I were you, I wouldn't choose to stand on the ice. Watching the cloud shinobi confronting him with weapons on the ice, Funbai kindly warned them while forming hand seals. Ice style, ice explosion. The sudden explosion of ice crystals sent the remaining cloud shinobi flying into the air. Some enemies who were only injured in the Ice Age and not yet dead were also taken out together. The sky was filled with a mixture of ice mist and blood mist, echoing the still exploding camp in the distance, creating a peculiar kind of beauty. Let's go. Having witnessed Funbai's strength firsthand, Orochimaru approached his junior brother and reminded him in a hoarse voice. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Nodding to him, Funbai couldn't bear to look at the gruesome scene. He jumped down from the tree, left explosive tag traps at positions where enemies might pursue, and then left. As the three withdrew, the sky rained down human tissues and unknown fragments, scattering across the ground with an ominous sticky sound. By the time the young AI received the message and led a team to support, the camp was mostly destroyed. Most of the surviving cloud shinobi were gathered near a patch of red earth, their eyes filled with fear. When he approached, the man known for his bravery and fearlessness felt a chill deep in his heart. That was no red earth. It was a hell constructed from corpses and blood. Damn it, who did this? Suppressing his discomfort, the young AI turned his fury toward the survivors beside him. These were cloud shinobi who had stayed in the camp to salvage supplies and had not directly participated in the pursuit. Only a few of them had seen the battle from across the camp. We only saw a large amount of ice surge from the forest, followed by a violent explosion. Damn it, it's that ice-style brat from the Shimura family again. Hearing about the ice, the young AI instantly knew the identity of the attacker, and his entire body immediately crackled with fierce lightning. Upon realizing that the attacker was Funbai, the cross-shaped wound on young AI's abdomen began to ache faintly, a scar left by Funbai during their last battle, which he regarded as the greatest humiliation of his life. Chase him. Aware that allowing the enemy to grow further would inevitably threaten Kumagakure village, young AI made a decisive call, leading elite forces to pursue Funbai, vowing to eliminate him on this very battlefield. As he leaped over the blood-soaked ground ready to sprint forward, his foot unfortunately stepped on an explosive tag trap left by Funbai. In a violent explosion, young AI was launched into the air. Shimura Funbai, I will kill you. Protected by his lightning armor, young AI was naturally not easily killed by the blast, but the manner of his ascension was deeply humiliating. Landing with a disheveled look, he stood up, his demeanor rapidly evolving toward a raging berserker. Ignoring the protests of his comrades, young AI prepared to move again, but was halted by a just-arrived cloud ninja. What is it? Turning around, his eyes like those of a beast ready to devour young AI, stared at the ninja, who dared to stop him, causing the messenger to tremble in fear. Yet the ninja steeled himself and handed over a scroll. This is a message from the village. Snatching the scroll roughly, young AI's aura erupted far more fiercely than before. His golden hair stood on end under the electric stimulation. Father! Letting out a mournful cry, young AI wasted no time abandoning his Cloud Ninja squad and dashed toward the direction of Kumobikure village. The third Raikage was dead. Expecting a fierce pursuit, Phonebai's team returned to the camp without incident, learning this news from Jiraiya. So that's why we encountered no pursuit along the way. After reading the detailed intelligence, Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he spoke, then fell into deep thought. Indeed, but his strength was truly formidable. He held out against the siege of 10,000 IWA ninja for 3 days and 3 nights before succumbing to exhaustion. Jiraiya marveled at the third Raikage's bravery, while treasonously imagining what the outcome would be if the old man were in such a situation. As a ninja, the third Raikage's prowess is truly admirable. Minato was filled with respect for the Raikage. For a high-mobility fighter like him, such a thick-skinned foe was almost a natural enemy, as he possessed no means to break through the opponent's defenses. Tisk tisk tsk. Flesh and blood are indeed too frail. Better to transcend through machinery. Only Phoneby muttered to himself. Transcend through machinery. Those words reached Orochimaru's ears. Hearing this, he immediately fixed his gaze on Phoneby, who was still lost in thought, head bowed. An intriguing notion. Sensing he had grasped something crucial, Orochimaru, like a viper flicking its tongue, cast a deep glance at the oblivious Phoneby before returning his attention to the map. Since the third Raikage is dead and their supply depot destroyed, this is the perfect moment to launch an offensive. Assessing the current situation, Orochimaru deemed it the ideal time for a counterattack. Minato, I need an excellent jonin to lead a squad and break through the enemy lines. Stay by my side for now, and carry out missions under my orders. As for the little ones you brought. Glancing at Jiraiya, Orochimaru chose to ignore him, and instead fixed his eyes on Phoneby. Noticing the sudden silence, a puzzled Phoneby looked up, meeting Orochimaru's narrow slit-like pupils. Obito, if you dare to use your useless great fireball again, I'll gouge out your Sharingan, and put it in Kakashi's eye. Dodging a square shuriken awkwardly, Phoneby complained irritably to Obito beside him. Such fierce words sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. What would I do with that? I don't know how it turned out this way, Phoneby. Give me another chance. Obito, equally disheveled, felt like crying. He never expected his casual great fireball not only failed to eliminate the enemy, but also combined with a water release created mist, nearly causing Phoneby to be stabbed by the swarm of Cloud Ninja. Another chance, my ass. Let's survive first. Entrusted by Minato with the team, Phoneby glanced at the silent Lin, then at Kakashi, who dared not engage Troy, but had to grit his teeth and hold him off, and finally at the ferocious Cloud Ninja behind Troy. He began to contemplate whether to replicate the tactic he used when following Orochimaru in the surprise attack on the camp. Fine, I'll give you one more chance. Go help Kakashi hold those guys off, and buy me some time. Lin, stay behind me. Leaping up again to dodge another volley of square shurikens, Phoneby's gaze toward Troy grew impatient. Why did this old man keep aiming his shurikens at him? Since you like throwing, let me show you what real shuriken throwing looks like. Got it. Receiving Phoneby's command, Obito immediately turned around. Just as he was about to use Great Fireball, he recalled Phoneby's earlier words and changed his hand seals. Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Small fireballs like phoenix seeds scattered in all directions, striking the pursuing Cloud Ninja. Feeling the heat behind him, Kakashi leaped away, exposing Troy to Obito's fire release. Facing Obito's fire technique, Troy showed no panic, enlarging his square shuriken into a shield before him. Shuriken Giant Technique. On the other side, seeing Obito successfully distract the enemy, Phoneby summoned a giant shuriken, inscribed a flying thunder god seal on it, and hurled it fiercely. Hearing the shuriken cut through the air, Troy calmly observed its trajectory, preparing to dodge. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As Phoneby completed the hand seals, the single shuriken split into multiple, just before reaching Troy, clattering against his square shuriken and knocking it away. Not good. Activating his magnet release to the full, Troy forcibly altered the shuriken's trajectories, his attention entirely focused on them, completely missing the one inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. Flying Thunder God. Appearing instantly before Troy, Phoneby thrust a poisoned sunbon deep into the other side of Troy's waist, then returned to his original position before Troy could react. Troy's face darkened. He never expected to be struck by the same technique twice. Feeling the churning of his chi and blood, Troy knew that the opponent must have coated the sunbon with poison again. Enduring the excruciating pain, he flung out the handful of magnetically controlled shurikens in a fit of rage, then collapsed to his knees. Retreat. Seeing Troy fall, Phoneby immediately called for Dai 2 and the others to withdraw. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. Receiving the order, Dai 2 was about to leave, but hesitated for a moment, then couldn't resist spitting a great fireball toward Troy before fleeing under Kakashi's urging. You go after them, I'll take Lord Troy back. Using lightning release to cancel Dai 2's great fireball, a cloud shinobi looked grimly in the direction where Feng Bai and the others had fled, ordered the remaining companions to continue the pursuit, and then dragged the utterly darkened-faced Troy back toward the camp. Still daring to chase after losing a Jonin. Sensing movement behind him, Feng Bai, who had thought the enemy would retreat, entirely caught a glimpse of the cloud shinobi figures relentlessly pursuing them from the corner of his eye. Ice Release Impaling Count. Stopping his escape and signaling Dai 2 and the others to continue retreating, Feng Bai formed hand seals, and then slammed his palms against the ground. Several sharp ice spikes pierced through the ground, impaling several cloud shinobi from below upward, their tips finally emerging from the throats of the victims, pinning them firmly in place. Damn, no wonder he's the White Death. Watching their comrades fall one by one, the remaining cloud shinobi immediately formed an attack formation. What the hell is the White Death? Hearing this strange title, Feng Bai was stunned for a moment. Lightning Release Lightning Illusion Thunder Light Pillar. A blindingly intense light radiated from a cloud shinobi, briefly obscuring Feng Bai's vision. Not good. If I recall correctly, this technique is. With his vision obstructed, Feng Bai immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the scene and return to Dai 2's side. What happened? Seeing Feng Bai's eyes tightly shut, Dai 2 sensed something wrong and immediately pulled him close, continuing forward with Feng Bai in tow. I've been hit by the enemy's Jinjutsu, it's okay, release. Shaking his head to signal Dai 2 not to panic, Feng Bai gathered his chakra and dispelled the Jinjutsu, restoring his vision. He couldn't recklessly approach the enemy. Let's use smoke bombs. Kakashi, who had thought of an idea, shot Feng Bai a meaningful glance. Alright. Understanding the meaning in Kakashi's eyes and finding the plan feasible, Feng Bai nodded. As Kakashi tossed out the smoke bomb, thick smoke temporarily separated the cloud shinobi from Feng Bai's group. Wind Release users go. The leading cloud shinobi, seeing this, called on the comrades in the squad who could use Wind Release to blow away the smoke. Wind Release Breakthrough. Blowing away the smoke, the cloud shinobi immediately searched for Feng Bai and the others, and then spotted Yi Yuan Lin desperately fleeing not far away. There. Spotting Yi Yuan Lin's trail, the cloud shinobi immediately prepared to follow, but only the leading shinobi noticed something amiss. Nowhere are the other three. Earth Release Headhunter Technique. Before the leading cloud shinobi could finish his sentence, one of the cloud shinobi was pulled underground by Kakashi, leaving only his head exposed. On the other side, Dai 2 also leaped out from a patch of grass, using the advantage of his Sharingan to evade the opponent's swinging blade, stabbed a kunai into the opponent's abdomen, and then withdrew from the enemy's attack range. Secret Technique Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. As the two successfully struck and quickly withdrew, Feng Bai also completed his preparations. A large number of ice mirrors appeared, weaving into a massive cage that enveloped the remaining cloud shinobi. As Feng Bai vanished into one of the ice mirrors, in the eyes of all the cloud shinobi, Feng Bai's figure appeared in every mirror. You have already stepped into my domain. Assuming an attack stance, Feng Bai pronounced the death sentence for the remaining cloud shinobi. Ow, ow, ow. Extending his arm with a lovesick grin, Dai 2 squinted at Yi Yuan Lin, who was treating his arm. Hearing Dai 2's yelps, Feng Bai, who was treating Kakashi, punched him on the head. You still dare to complain? If it weren't for you, how could we have turned a pursuit battle into a fleeing one? Oh, I'm sorry, Feng Bai, please forgive me. Feeling the not too strong punch land on his head, Dai 2 quickly put away his lovesick grin and looked at Feng Bai with a pleading expression. I wonder what you've learned from Brother Minato while I was away. Snorting coldly, seeing that Dai 2 had realized his mistake, Feng Bai said no more and continued treating Kakashi. Hee, you two have such a good relationship. Amused by their interaction, Lin covered her mouth and laughed. Of course, Feng Bai is my good brother. Ouch. Hearing Lin's words, Dai 2 patted his chest to boast about his relationship with Feng Bai, completely forgetting that his arm was not fully healed and only started wailing when he felt the pain. What good brother? He's just my good son. Rolling his eyes, Feng Bai said crossly. Seeing that Kakashi's wound was almost healed, he slapped it. Alright, it's healed. Kakashi. Shooting a resentful look at Feng Bai, who was taking out his anger on him, Kakashi sighed. It was that kid, Dai 2, who angered you. Why are you venting on me? Who told you not to teach him properly when you were teamed up with him? Seeing Kakashi dare to talk back, Feng Bai scolded him with righteous indignation. There's no one in our team who can use water release either. Seeing Feng Bai's beautiful brows furrow, Kakashi swallowed the rest of his words. In short, I am now your captain, and all your tactics must follow my orders, understand? Hands on his hips, Feng Bai stood before them, signaling the two other than Lin to sit upright facing him. Why, yes, sir. X too louder, I can't hear you. Yes, sir. Receiving the loud reply, Feng Bai nodded with satisfaction, his brows relaxing. Good, very spirited. Dismissed. I feel like Feng Bai's temper has grown since we last saw him. Watching Feng Bai walk away humming a tune, Dai 2 wiped cold sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, it's all because you idiot made him angry. Looking at the culprit who had dragged him into this, Kakashi retorted crossly. Kakashi, you called me an idiot again. Irritated by being called an idiot repeatedly, by Kakashi Dai-2 bristled. What? Doesn't Phone say the same about you? Kakashi refused to be outdone, rolling his eyes back at him. It's okay if Phone says it, but not you. I'll say it anyway, idiot Dai-2. Kakashi, I'm going to fight you. Doctor, how is Lord Troy? The Cloud Ninja, who had been anxiously waiting outside the tent, rushed forward to ask the medical ninja as soon as he emerged. The patient's condition is critical. The venom has already seeped into his kidneys. To save his life, we must remove the contaminated kidney. Removing his mask, the medical ninja sighed, his face full of distress. Then do it. Seeing the man still had time to sigh, the Cloud Ninja, who had carried Troy back, grew anxious. I know you're anxious, but don't be. Listen to me first. Calming the Cloud Ninja, the medical ninja finally revealed the reason for his sigh. We originally planned to do that, but just before the surgery we discovered that Lord Troy has already lost one kidney. If we remove this one, he still won't survive long. Reminded by the medical ninja, this Cloud Ninja recalled that Troy had lost a kidney in a battle just a few months earlier. Then what do? Lord Troy is a precious Kekkei Genkai ninja of the village. If he dies, it will be a tremendous loss. Knowing the importance of Kekkei Genkai to a hidden village, the Cloud Ninja was growing anxious. We've already sent people to search for a suitable kidney donor among the fallen. If we find one, we can save Lord Troy. For now, just be patient. The medical ninja shook his head slightly, replaced his mask, and was about to return to the tent. Then use mine. Upon hearing that a kidney transplant could save Troy, the Cloud Ninja's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out to grab the medical ninja. Hearing this, the medical ninja turned to examine the Cloud Ninja before him and asked a critical question. Are you a magnet release ninja? Can't someone who isn't a magnet release ninja donate a kidney? Blinking his not-so-bright eyes, the Cloud Ninja asked back. Of course not. Kekkei Genkai are different from ordinary ninjas. Their chakra flow and distribution are naturally distinct from ours. Once their internal organs are damaged, unless they have an exceptionally skilled medical ninja, they can only be healed by replacing organs from a ninja of the same bloodline. The poison Lord Troy sustained is extremely difficult to treat. It spreads quickly and has a high fatality rate. It must be the work of a master. The medical ninjas had also tried to treat Troy by formulating an antidote. They had begun analyzing the toxin in his body when he was injured last time, but months had passed, and they had only identified the components, not the exact proportions. An antidote was still out of the question. This toxin was formulated by Yakushi Nono after teaching Feng Bai. As an intelligence agent, the application of poisons was one of her greatest skills. Throughout the entire ninja world, only Chiyo and Tsunade could cure the poison she concocted. Ah, damn it. Punching the air, the Cloud Ninja vented his fury in this way. Having seen such scenes many times, the medical ninja shook his head and returned to the tent. After enduring for 2 days, Troy died, his eyes filled with unwillingness. With elite Jonin falling one after another and Orochimaru and Jiraiya along with Minato breaking through the lines, the Cloud Ninja could no longer hold out. They withdrew from the battlefield, ceding the land of hot water to Konoha. Orochimaru and his comrades did not pursue further. If they did, their supply lines would become overextended. More importantly, the main force of the Hidden Mist Village had already landed in the Land of Fire. Confirming that the Hidden Cloud Village posed no immediate threat, Hiruzen ordered Orochimaru to lead a contingent of elite ninjas to reinforce the Mist Village front. The remaining ninjas were placed under the command of Hyuga Hayashi, who had just arrived on the battlefield with a new batch of branch family members. Minato's team Feng Bai and the others were given a brief period of rest and allowed to return to the village. Returning to the long-missed Konoha village, Feng Bai did not seek out Hiruzen, but instead went straight to the root base. After all, he had set out on Root's mission. Naturally, he would report to Danzo. You're back, Master Feng Bai. Entering the base, Feng Bai greeted the Root ninjas familiarly, but he couldn't find Danzo anywhere, nor could he spot Yamanaka Ryoma. Back home this early. Scratching his head, Feng Bai told Yamanaka-san and Shimura Ichiku to stay at the base while he took the underground passage back home. Pushing open the secret door and poking his head out, Feng Bai saw a pair of pitch-black eyes staring intently at him, startling him so much that he nearly slipped and fell back into the passage. You? Climbing out of the passage in alarm, Feng Bai finally got a clear look at the eye's owner. A child with long brown hair dressed in white, no more than 4 or 5 years old, of indeterminate gender, stood there silently studying him with curiosity. Who are you? Tilting his head to examine the child, Feng Bai felt a strange eeriness in those black eyes. You're not the old man's second child, are you? A sudden thought struck Feng Bai, and he pointed at the child in astonishment. Mimicking Feng Bai, the child also tilted its head studying him, and said in a soft childish voice, what does second child mean? Before Feng Bai could explain, the sliding door was roughly yanked open and Danzo's figure appeared in sight. You ungrateful brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Looking at the travel-worn Feng Bai, Danzo furrowed his brow and scolded him. A dad, you're home, haha. Seeing the old man himself appear, Feng Bai quickly put on a fawning smile, ran over to him, and began massaging his shoulders on tiptoe. Humph dropped that fake sincerity. Go use it to flatter Hiruzen instead. Closing his eyes, Danzo said this, but the contentment on his face betrayed his true feelings. How could I, Dad? Lord Third is just my teacher, you're my family. Seeing that Danzo was only speaking in words, Phoneby, who had learned to read his temperament over the years, pressed his advantage and showered him with flattery, finally coaxing the old man completely. Alright, let's go to the living room. Having enjoyed the massage enough, Danzo didn't forget the main matter. He gestured for Phoneby to follow him to the living room for a talk, and also called out to the child, you come too, Ko. Yes, Lord Danzo. Upon hearing Danzo's call, the child followed behind him consciously, keeping a body's distance from Phoneby. Kneeling on the tatami, Danzo looked at Phoneby, whose expression had grown noticeably more resolute, and nodded in satisfaction, finally starting to look like a ninja. That's all thanks to your teaching. Phoneby continued his flattery. Enough, let's not talk about that. You've done well lately, not only gravely wounding the third Raikage son, but also following Orochimaru to blow up the Cloud Ninja's supply depot, and even taking out the Magnet Release Ninja Troy. In terms of pure strength, you're already a match for some of the village's veteran jonin. But you still have problems in combat. You rely too much on ninjutsu, your thinking isn't flexible enough, and most battles are won by overpowering your opponents with large-scale ninjutsu. Although you use your excellent speed to evade enemy attacks, in the long run this will form a fixed mindset. Through the reports sent back by Shimura, Uchiha Danzo had a thorough understanding of Phonby's fighting style, even without witnessing it firsthand. For example, when facing the young A. If I were you with the resources at hand, I could have completely eliminated that guy. Listening to Danzo, Phoneby outwardly agreed wholeheartedly, but inwardly, he muttered to himself. You're so experienced in battle, yet in the end you couldn't even keep Sasuke. If we were to summarize Danzo's meaning in simple terms, it would be you're too naive. Tactical maneuvering, do you understand that? It was foreseeable that if this kid Phoneby could sign a summoning contract with Enma, his opening moves would definitely be Kukachan, Enma, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. And if you try substitution, I'll hit you with 5 elements, great combo. Ahem, anyway, that's how it is. This child is Jia. I picked him up. He possesses the Wood Release Kekkei Genkai. After finishing his lecture to Phoneby, Danzo redirected the conversation to Jia. Seeing the old geezer sitting across from him spouting nonsense with a straight face, Phoneby nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. Fine, so you picked up a Wood Release Kekkei Genkai, huh? If I go to the Hidden Mist Village, can I also pick up an Ice Release Kekkei Genkai? Wait, wasn't I myself picked up by Sakomo, just like this? Over here, Phoneby was lost in thought. Over there, Danzo was silently observing his son's reaction. Seeing that the other party showed no particular reaction to the term Wood Release, Danzo was puzzled. Do you know what Wood Release represents? Unable to wait for the answer he wanted, Danzo took the initiative to ask Phoneby. I know. It's the secret technique mastered by the first Hokage, said to be able to control the 9 tails. Seeing Danzo ask him, Phoneby sat upright and recited the textbook knowledge verbatim to Danzo. This reaction. Now it was Danzo's turn to be at a loss. The reason he had revealed Jia's identity to Phoneby was to see whether Phoneby, who had been taught by Hiruzen for years, would side with him or with Hiruzen upon seeing a Wood Release ninja. But based on his observations, so far this kid simply didn't care about it at all. I want to keep this child by my side. You. Danzo decided to continue testing his own foolish son. Okay. Phoneby nodded repeatedly. Keep him if you want, why ask me? I'm not the leader of Root. He doesn't eat my food or drink my water, so do whatever you want, old man. It's best not to tell Hiruzen about this. Okay. And don't let anyone else know. Okay. Not knowing what else to say, Danzo and Phoneby stared at each other blankly. Anyway, Phoneby understood this little guy in front of him wasn't Danzo's second child, but Captain Yamato, who had been taken care of by Kakashi. You know, although the grown-up Yamato looked like he stepped out of a horror movie, he was quite cute when he was little. He waved at Jia. The other hesitated, glanced at Danzo, and seeing no response from him, slowly walked over to Phoneby. Hey, Shio. He scooped Jia up and placed him on his lap, grinning as he pinched the boy's cheek. Then in a tentative tone he asked Danzo, Dad, it's boring to call him Jia all day. Let me give him a name. Suit yourself. Whether it was Jia or any other name, it didn't matter to Danzo. What mattered was that the Wood Release ninja must be kept under his control, and in the future he would be made to obey Phonby's orders. Only then could the 9 tails be restrained and used as a weapon of war for Konoha. Alright, I'll call you Yamato. With Danzo's approval, Phoneby directly bestowed upon the little guy the name he would not receive for many years, smiling as he observed the other's reaction. Yes. Not particularly fond of the name, Yamato looked at the big brother with a very nice smile in front of him and nodded in agreement, as if possessed. Great. Yamato, let your big brother Phoneby take you to have some fun in Konoha. Seeing him agree, Phoneby didn't wait for him to react and directly grabbed him, ready to run outside. Danzo, what happened to not letting outsiders know about this? What happened to keeping this guy's existence hidden? You unfilial son, you've already forgotten this old man's teachings. Watching the two leave, Danzo was about to explode, but then he thought of the merits the boy had earned recently. He snorted coldly and finally let them go. Let this kid be happy for a few days. Who are you? Relying on his memory, Phone groped his way to the edge of the village. He craned his neck and searched for a long time until he spotted the building nestled in the woods by the rising smoke from cooking fires. Who are you? A boy's voice rang out. Following the sound, Phone saw a little boy with a big nose watching him warily with several children of various ages huddled behind him. Is this the orphanage? He glanced at the big-nosed little guy, then crouched down, signaling him not to be nervous. Why, yes, so what? The boy stiffened his neck, pretending to be fearless like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Well, let's see what's going on. Hearing the commotion, the matron pushed open the door. Before she could figure out what was happening, she saw Phone wearing a Konoha headband. A ninja? Why are you here? What do you want? Realizing who he was, the matron rushed forward and demanded to know his purpose. Why does this feel like it's getting more and more troublesome? I just brought a kid here to play, didn't I? And hey, I'm a kid myself. Can you adults please stop being so tense? Spreading his hands, Phone stood there awkwardly wondering where to start explaining. Until Yi Nayu's voice rang out. Is that Phone it? When did you return to the village? Placing a cup of tea in front of Phone, Yi Nayu smiled and asked the young man. Compared to before the war broke out, Phone now carried a hint of coldness. Although his face still wore that same smile, his entire aura was no longer as gentle as before, which explained why the children and the matron were nervous. This morning, I just got back and came to see you. He picked up the cup in front of him, downed the water in one gulp, then handed the cup back to her, and said without any pretense, Sis, another cup please. I wasted all my saliva explaining things to that plump ant. Kylie is the most diligent employee in our home. Since she hasn't met you before, of course, she had to thoroughly interrogate you, little rascal. Smiling, Yi Nayu took the teacup from Phone. As she stood up to refill it, she cast her gaze outside the door where Yamato was surrounded by curious children examining him. That kid is a new recruit to Root, isn't he? Ahem, yes. How did you know, Sister Yi Nayu? Choked by the question, Phone wondered how she knew Yamato's identity. Of course, because of the aura he carries. After all, when I joined Root back then, I wasn't much older than this child. Yi Nayu let out a self-deprecating laugh. Whenever she recalled the time she spent en route, she would be overwhelmed by a strong sense of suffocation. Did you come here just to see me? Seating herself opposite Phone, Nono stopped paying attention to Yamato and inquired about his purpose. I really just missed you. What other motive could I have? Phone's response was evasive, his gaze unable to meet Nono's eyes, instead wandering aimlessly. The truth was he hadn't come solely to see Nono. He was after a certain little creature that had shed its snake's skin and ascended to become a dragon. By his calculations, this spy master should have been taken in by the orphanage by now. Really? Nono reached out, turned Phone's head, and forced him to meet her gaze. Truly. With his cheeks pinched, Phone mumbled indistinctly. From his earlier observations, he had spotted Yakushi Kabuto hidden among the crowd like a nondescript little figure. Just as in the story, he appeared utterly harmless like a gentle lamb, giving no sense of threat whatsoever. Is that so? Receiving Phone's confirmation, Nono finally released her grip and gave him a flick on the forehead. That hurts, Sister Nono. Phone clutched his head, feigning pain. Cut it out. I flicked your headband, not your forehead. Rolling her eyes at him, Nono flexed her wrist, stood up, and looked down at Phone. Little Phone, I advise you to tell the truth, or my fist might really land on your head next time. Don't worry, I'll be much gentler than Yamanaka Kazu and Sook. At least I won't put you in a near-death state. I'll talk. I was afraid that kid would be led astray in the Root base, so I brought him out to see the real world. Seeing Nono's serious demeanor, Phone quickly raised his hands in surrender, shifting all the blame onto Yamato. That's more like it. Upon learning that he hadn't been sent by Danzo to approach her, Nono finally breathed a sigh of relief, though her expression remained gloomy. Has something happened, Sister Nono? Just as Nono could see through Phone's lies at a glance, Phone, who had lived with her for years, noticed the worry in her brows and asked with concern. Nono glanced at Phone, hesitating whether to share her predicament with him. Is it about my father? From her expression, Phone guessed the truth and asked in a low voice. Yes. Since Phone had already figured it out, Nono nodded and recounted what had happened some time ago. Father wants you to spy on the Hidden Stone Village. Listening to Nono's story, Phone quickly understood the reason for her distress. The Hidden Stone Village had made peace with the Hidden Cloud Village and was preparing to attack the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon learning of this, Danzo immediately dispatched his intelligence operatives attempting to steal the secrets of the Stone Village's movements to prepare in advance. Unfortunately, the Stone Village's security measures were formidable. All the ninjas Danzo had sent lost contact, which led him to think of Nono as a skilled intelligence agent. Therefore, shortly before Phone returned to the village, Danzo personally approached Nono, trying to persuade her to take the mission. But she refused. In the past, Danzo would have forced her hand through various means. But now he had to consider his reputation, and given that she had cared for his son for many years, he didn't completely sever ties. Instead, he cut off the orphanage's funding as a warning. Campo and I are not good at management, and we don't know what to do next. Looking at the older male staff member, who was closely watching the children outside, Nono wondered how much longer the orphanage could survive without funding. After hearing Nono's story, Feng-bai fell silent. Compared to a few years ago, he was far more rational now. Just like the Sakomo incident back then. Although Emin Luren's methods were indeed despicable, his initial intention was to sacrifice his life for the mission's success. Sakomo's act of saving him while fulfilling his own will of fire brought shame upon Emin Luren and his family. Similarly, Danzo's attempt to gather intelligence from the Hidden Stone Village was purely for the sake of protecting the leaf. However, if he continued to follow the original story and killed to silence others, that would be going too far. Feng-bai didn't think he could convince Danzo. Yet he didn't want to watch Nono walk down the same path of no return as in the original story. What should he do? On the other side, Danzo received a report from his subordinates learning that his son had gone to the orphanage. That brat. Did Nono call him over? Upon hearing that Feng-bai had visited the orphanage, Danzo's expression darkened, and he immediately suspected Nono. We haven't detected any scheming from Nono. Young Master Feng-bai went entirely of his own accord. The rude operative who had been monitoring Nono reported truthfully. Forget it. Let's spare that wretched shrine maiden for now. To everyone's surprise, Danzo abandoned the idea of forcing Nono to take the mission. Even Yuhi Ryoma, who had been constantly at Danzo's side, was shocked by his words. It seemed that young Master Feng-bai's importance in Lord Danzo's heart far exceeded their expectations. I hope you will live up to Lord Danzo's good intentions, young Master Feng-bai. Marveling at Danzo's transformation, Yuhi Ryoma silently prayed. Meanwhile, Feng-bai, who was being talked about by everyone, seemed to sense this profound longing, as his nose suddenly itched, and he let out several loud sneezes. Are you all right? Nono asked with concern. It's fine. Probably Obito is muttering about me. No worries. Feng-bai waved his hand, took out a tissue to wipe his nose, and like the second Hokage, attributed his sneezes to the wicked Uchiha. Sister Nono, I have some ideas about the funding. Throwing the tissue into the trash, Feng-bai sat up straight and explained his plan to Nono. We can have the children make snacks, handicrafts, and other small items to sell in the village. Their identities as orphans can evoke sympathy from many people. Additionally, the orphanage can take in war orphans from the village. I've heard from Master Sarutobi that war orphans from ninja clans are taken care of by their families, but civilian ninja orphans can only rely on the village's allowance. You can accept these orphans into the orphanage and negotiate with the higher-ups for the village's support. In return, the orphanage will take in all war orphans from this period and care for them until they can stand on their own. Inspired by Feng-bai's words, Nono wasted no time and immediately went to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. One could hardly blame her for being so anxious, for her pursuer was none other than Danzo, a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, who knew if he was already plotting against her. Having lost his conversation partner, Feng-bai walked directly to Yakushi Kabuto. Even though the other staff members were terrified of Feng-bai, Kabuto looked up without showing any fear, merely returning his gaze calmly. What's your name? Feng-bai asked, knowing the answer full well. Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto. Pushing up his glasses, Kabuto's tone was utterly composed. What a fine little one. Reaching out to ruffle the boy's hair, Feng-bai crouched down to meet his eyes. You must strive to grow strong, and then help big sister Nono understand. Grow strong. Kabuto mulled over the word. Exactly. In this devouring shinobi world, strength is the foundation of survival. Taking the boy's hand, Feng-bai placed a sunban in his palm. Take and be taken. Every unfavorable situation in this world arises from the inadequacy of the person involved. Do you understand? I'll find you 2 coaches later. Well, they should be called coaches. With their guidance, your path to strength will be within reach. The images of Yamanaka Zen and Shimura Iku flashed through his mind. Knowing that good things should be shared, Feng-bai let out a sinister smile that made Kabuto's skin crawl. Ahem. Let's go, Yamato. Composing his expression, Feng-bai resumed his role as a kindly older brother, bid farewell to everyone at the orphanage, and left with Yamato. Kabuto clutched the senbin, staring at Feng-bai's retreating figure, lost in thought. Danzo and Feng-bai had tacitly avoided mentioning Nono. After hearing her proposal, Hiruzen generously agreed to support the orphanage on the condition that it would take in a group of orphans designated by the higher-ups. The once small orphanage instantly became bustling. With the increased number of children, Nono led everyone in expanding the buildings, and they began producing small handmade crafts at a rapid pace. While Feng-bai was enjoying a rare holiday with Yamato, and Anbu under Hiruzen's command delivered a summons. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he pushed open the door and immediately saw Hiruzen seated behind his desk with Danzo standing beside him, facing away from the door. Master Sarutobi, father. Bowing respectfully to both, Feng-bai glanced around and noticed he was the only one summoned, a hint of doubt flickering in his mind. Haha, I trust you've rested well these days, Feng-bai. Hiruzen beamed as he appraised his disciple, exchanging pleasantries as usual. Thanks to your kindness, I've been quite well. After the formal exchange, Hiruzen steered the conversation to the main topic. The Hidden Stone Village has already made their move. Due to the urgency, our border patrol is undermanned, so I've dispatched Minato ahead to engage the enemy. His expression turning serious, Hiruzen placed his hands on the desk and relayed the situation to Feng-bai. The tricky part is that the hidden grass village, which was on friendly terms with Konoha, has suddenly defected to stone, giving them a stable supply route. Given your previous experience raiding the hidden cloud supply base with Orochimaru, I want you to head to the hidden grass village, eliminate the enemy, and destroy the canopy bridge to cut off their supply line. Hiruzen placed a scroll on the desk and added, of course you may refuse. Canopy bridge. The battle where Kakashi gained his Sharingan. I never thought it would fall to me. Very well. Consider it saving my good-for-nothing son from a calamity. If I go in Obito's place, then whatever fire or water Madara finds later won't be my concern. Thinking of Obito's foolish face, phone by genuinely didn't want to see him degenerate into a grotesque, half-pitted, half-egg-shaped figure after all these years of camaraderie. Understood. I'll take the mission. Phone by resolutely picked up the scroll from the desk. A worthy disciple of mine. Seeing Phone by accept, Hiruzen shed his solemnity and replaced it with approval. When Danzo heard this, his brow furrowed as he unconsciously turned his head toward Hiruzen. What do you mean, your disciple? That's my son. If not for Phone by being present, Danzo would have roared in correction. Catching the faint sound of Danzo turning, Hiruzen added mission details. Acquiring this intelligence cost Root significant strength. Therefore, I will assign your teammates for this battle, and your unit will be transferred from Root to regular shinobi. Phone by was taken aback. Did this mean he finally wouldn't have to team up with those two farm overseers? This was good news. Since Minato left in haste, his team 7 remains in the village. I heard you once served as captain during the cloud battle, so coordination shouldn't be an issue. Just as Phone by thought Hiruzen would assign him normal teammates, the next words left him dumbfounded. Team 7. That meant, not the same time, but the same battlefield. Our great comrade Obito would perform a legendary falling rock in the face act. That's right. From today you are the captain of Team 7. The next morning. Sorry I'm late. As usual, Obito clasped his hands in apology before even arriving, but halfway through he sensed something odd and looked up to observe. Lin stood with her hands behind her back smiling at him. Kakashi, as always with his smug expression, leaned against a wooden post on the training ground. Where's the captain? Congratulations, Obito. In nearly a year of teaming up, this is the first time you're not the last to arrive. Kakashi glanced at Obito and spoke sarcastically. Of course, Kakashi, I'm improving too. Wait, that still sounds like an insult, doesn't it? Obito naturally started to retort before realizing something was off. Remove this, sounds like it is an insult. Looking at his dim-witted teammate, Kakashi sighed, genuinely worried about Obito's intelligence. Huff. I won't stoop to your level. Having exhausted every effort, yet failed to even brush the hem of Kakashi's garment, Obito abandoned the chase and plopped down onto the training ground's grass, glaring furiously at Kakashi, who hadn't even broken a sweat. It's this late already. Why hasn't our new team leader arrived? Could something have happened? Rin, who had been observing their chase from start to finish, finally spoke up, voicing her concern once the two had calmed down. Who knows? Maybe he's a relative of Obito's, otherwise how could he be so lacking in punctuality? Glancing up at the sun that had climbed high into the sky, Kakashi squinted, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the glaring light. I wonder who the team leader really is. They wouldn't assign us a chunin, would they? Obito muttered under his breath. Yo, everyone's here. Just as the three fell into a wordless silence amid the prolonged wait, a mirror of ice suddenly crystallized in their midst, and from it emerged the voice of Phone by. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Stepping out of the ice mirror, Phone by looked at the three frozen in place and mentally applauded the entrance he had so carefully devised. Indeed, Phone by had deliberately arrived late. Upon learning that his team included the notorious latecomer Obito, Phone by decided to counter magic with magic. If you come late, then I'll come even later. Hey Phone by, what are you doing here? Seeing Phone by in standard Jonin attire of my Obito's mind hadn't yet caught up. He scrambled to his feet with some delight and approached Phone by to inquire about his purpose. You idiot, Obito, can't you see? Phone by is our new team leader. Kakashi moved away from the wooden post and walked up to Phone by. What? Really? Obito's excitement surged, his smile growing even brighter as he eagerly awaited a positive confirmation from Phone by. Glancing at Obito, who was as ecstatic as a husky, Phone by's lips twitched. Why did it feel like this kid was actually looking forward to teaming up with him? I'm the one who's reluctant, you know. What if I don't keep an eye on you, and you end up getting crushed by a falling rock again? However, his gaze swept over Kakashi, Rin, and Obito before finally settling on the distant Maigate. Phone by pulled out the scroll Hiruzen had given him. Well, Kakashi is right. Starting today, I will take over as the captain of Team 7 in place of Minato and II. That is all. The sudden assault from the hidden rock village forced Hiruzen to recall Jiraiya, who had been assisting Orochimaru, assigning him as the commander against the rock forces. This left Jiraiya deeply troubled. When battling the hidden mist, he had Mitokado Hamura handling the command, and Orochimaru planning the tactics. All he had to do was act as a vanguard, and in his spare time, he could even outline the third installment of the tale of the Snow Woman. Speaking of which, the tale of the Snow Woman had sold remarkably well. The profits from a single volume alone equaled the total earnings of all his previous works combined. But now he had to wrestle with command issues on the rock front. Forget about gathering material. He'd be lucky if the enemy didn't use him as material instead. These days, even going to the bathroom made Jiraiya jumpy, terrified that a rock ninja might suddenly pop out of the ground and catch him in a most vulnerable position. Fortunately, his most talented disciple Minato had been dispatched by Hiruzen, and even Uchiha Fugaku had joined the battlefield with his 4-year-old son, which somewhat eased Jiraiya's burden. A war of attrition clearly puts us at a disadvantage given the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Fugaku's voice cut in, interrupting Jiraiya's reverie. Standing before the map, Fugaku pointed toward the direction of the Hidden Rain village. The rock ninjas are advancing on 2 fronts, through the rain country and the grass country, stretching our already thin forces even thinner. It's utterly unrealistic to oppose both invasions with our current numbers. I propose we concentrate our forces and eliminate one of the rock units. At this moment, Fugaku was far more animated than when he was in the village. In the high-level village meetings as the head of the Uchiha clan, his only option when facing Hiruzen and Danzo was to say yes. But under Jiraiya, who held no particular prejudice against the Uchiha, Fugaku could freely express his opinions. After all, Jiraiya had some leverage in Fugaku's hands. There's no need to worry too much about the Hidden Rain village. Hanzo of the Salamander isn't known for his patience. He won't allow the rock army to freely pass through his territory. Jiraiya, who knew Hanzo well, signaled Fugaku not to rush. Soon enough, feeling threatened, Hanzo would likely act against the rock forces passing through the rain country. Of course, if Hanzo and Inoki decided to cooperate, then he would take back his words. The number of rock ninjas passing through the rain country isn't large. Fugaku, these enemies will be dealt with by you and your clansmen. Based on available intelligence, Jiraiya decided to assign the small rock unit to Fugaku and the Uchiha he had brought. Understood. Fugaku, though his proposal had been rejected, showed no discouragement and accepted the order as usual. Seeing Fugaku had no objection, Jiraiya rose from his seat. Then let the battle begin today. One thing Jiraiya did not disclose to everyone present: Hiruzen had already dispatched a small team to destroy the Shinwupi Bridge, a critical point on the rock village's supply route. Throughout the entire rock front, Jiraiya was the only one aware of this mission. A few days later, Phonbai led his teams stealthily into the battlefield. To avoid drawing attention, they chose a secluded and rugged path. My ninjas, just 4 brats. Seems the rock village is being underestimated. Hidden in the bushes, Mog was conducting a solo reconnaissance mission when he happened to spot Phonbai's group. Hey Phonbai. Kakashi, who was at the front of the line, suddenly stopped. Catching Kakashi's gaze, Phonbai immediately signaled the others to take cover, then began to sense the number of enemies ahead. Discovered. No matter. They've already stepped into my domain. Having deployed shadow clones around the perimeter, Emoji wore a confident smile as he prepared to strike and eliminate the little brats himself. I'll keep the female ninja alive for interrogation. Where did this cold wind come from? Before Emoji could make a move, the information that a large number of his shadow clones had been eliminated flooded into his main body's mind. So fast. How is that possible? Within an instant, the 10 outermost shadow clones were wiped out one by one. On the other side, seeing Phonbai had already made his move, Kakashi leaped from his hiding spot and dashed toward Emoji, a ball of lightning crackling in his hand with a sharp cry. I'll test my newly developed jutsu on this guy. So fast. Drawing the ninja's sword from his back, Emoji faced Kakashi, who had already charged right in front of him. Spotting an opening forced by the latter's excessive speed, he swung his blade. Just as the demon leech was about to strike Kakashi, an ice mirror materialized out of thin air between them, causing the demon leech's blade to clash against it with a sharp ring. Kakashi pressed forward without hesitation, shattered the ice mirror before him with a swift strike, and pierced the demon leech's abdomen. With a soft thud, the demon leech in front of him dissolved into a wisp of smoke, and Kakashi ceased his movements. Through the recent battle, he realized he could not properly control Chidori. In other words, this ninja technique could not yet be applied in actual combat. There's an opening. Meanwhile, a remaining shadow clone of the demon leech surged violently from underground, intending to strike Obito and Rin, who were positioned at the rear. However, Obito, now wielding his one-tomo Sharingan, possessed far sharper perception than before and promptly intercepted the enemy's first wave of attacks. Fire Release Dragon Flame Jutsu. Kicking aside the demon leech's outstretched arm, Obito formed hand seals with both hands and spat forth a dragon-shaped torrent of flames, striking the shadow clone directly and dispersing it. Shielding Rin behind him, Obito gripped his kunai and cautiously scanned his surroundings, preventing any sudden ambush from the enemy. I can't believe the shadow clones were neutralized so quickly. Damn it, aren't they just a couple of brats? And how exactly were those shadow clones defeated? Concealed behind a tree trunk, the demon leech stealthily poked its head out, observing the battlefield situation. When he spotted the location where his shadow clones had previously hidden, his pupils contracted sharply, and he instantly understood how the shadow clones had perished. Countless ice mirrors stood upright, radiating a pale white gleam. Combining this with the recently neutralized shadow clones, the demon leech comprehended everything. A chilling sensation crept up from behind him, followed immediately by excruciating pain in his leg and arm joints. For Sunban pierced through the joints of his four limbs, depriving the demon leech of control over his extremities. His body collapsed uncontrollably, landing face first onto the ground. The White Death. The Konoha Ice Release ninja who struck terror into enemies on the Cloud Village battlefield. With his limbs paralyzed and knowing escape was impossible, the demon leech spoke with difficulty, turning his head to look at Fu by his side. Fu ignored him entirely, continuously driving Sunban into the demon leech's acupoints, attempting to seal off any possible means of counterattack. By the time Kakashi Obito and the others arrived before the demon leech, he had been transformed into a porcupine by Fu. Sunban. Obito used Genjutsu on him. Seeing the preparations were complete, Fu signaled for Obito to step forward and apply his Sharingan to the demon leech. Soon Fu and the others learned that 2 Jonin were stationed ahead as guards, and a larger force led by the special Jonin Shumai was advancing toward their position. 3 Jonin, what a lavish deployment. Finding no further intelligence to extract, Fu decisively slit the demon leech's throat and began contemplating their next move. The upcoming actions carried considerable risk. Who knew whether Madara or that cunning schemer was currently lurking somewhere watching them? Actually, he should be watching Obito. Fu was half right. There was indeed something observing them, but it was not Kurozutsu. Rather, it was a white Zetsu. As is well known, hidden beneath the land of grasses soil resides a kindly old man from the Uchiha clan. This elderly gentleman relies entirely on white Zetsu to gather intelligence, keeping himself promptly informed of developments across the ninja world. Upon detecting that Obito had awakened the Sharingan, this white Zetsu immediately burrowed underground, intending to relay this information to Madara. At this moment, Uchiha Madara reclined against a massive hollowed-out tree stump, serving as his chair, with a sickle placed beside him as a walking cane, and a large, unidentified tubular apparatus inserted behind him to deliver the nutrients he required for survival. Ho! Ho! Accompanied by faint snores, the aged Madara bore no resemblance to the figure who once danced across the ninja world in his prime. So withered and decrepit had he become that were he to detach himself from the outer path statue, he would perish instantly beyond any possibility of rescue. Madara, emitting a voice so cloying it could rot one's teeth, the white Zetsu roused Madara. Opening his eyes, Madara appeared visibly dazed, taking several moments before his gaze settled upon the white Zetsu. He truly was growing old. He couldn't even recall when he had fallen asleep. What is it? Uchiha Madara spoke in a hoarse voice, inquiring about the white Zetsu's purpose. Lord Madara, as per your instructions, I have been observing the younger Uchiha ninja on the current battlefield and discovered an interesting individual. The white Zetsu relayed Obito's name and revealed that he possessed the Sharingan. Uchiha Obito. I remember. Hearing this name, Madara fell into thought. He had consistently dispatched white Zetsu to monitor the Uchiha clan, aiming to one day identify a successor to serve as his proxy, thereby keeping Nagato in check. After all, one should not place all eggs in a single basket. Should Nagato fail to develop according to his expectations, would he not have wasted his efforts gifting the Rinnegan to another for nothing? Obito. Obito. Ho. Ho. Muttering Obito's name, Uchiha Madara's voice grew progressively quieter until it dissolved once more into snores. Ugh, Lord Madara, I am listening. Roused again by the white Zetsu, Madara was reluctant to admit he had fallen asleep and simultaneously recalled Obito's records. That boy has potential. You must monitor him closely. His heart is filled with love, but once he comes to know suffering, that love will transform into profound hatred. In that state, he will embrace my philosophy and become my proxy. However, the people around him are not easy to deal with. One of them is that Ice-Killing Wind. Whom is that his name? No, it should be Ice White Wind. No, it should be White Ice Wind. No, it should be. Sensing the white Zetsu were about to descend into bickering and suffering a headache from the noise, Madara intervened sharply enough. So there is indeed someone difficult to handle, correct? Seeing the white Zetsu nod, Madara extended his arm, paused for a moment, and then a dark mass slid from the folds of his wide sleeve, landing on the ground and crawling onto one of the white Zetsu. Kurozutsu, go and see if you can bring that brat over without alerting them. Gazing at the product of his yin-yang release cultivation, Madara issued the command, then turned his eyes toward another white Zetsu nearby. You continue monitoring the brat engaged with the mist. If an opportunity arises, bring him as well. Indeed, one should not place all eggs in a single basket, not even when it comes to proxies. Even if both Kurozutsu and the white Zetsu failed, Madara could always identify a third candidate, albeit one slightly older in age. Die. Brandishing a comrade as a human shield, the Mist Jonin swung his blade down at the young Uchiha before him. Shocked by the foe's mad act, Uchiha Yoin froze his newly awakened Sharingan, staring helplessly as the kunai descended toward his face. Up. A piercing scream tore through the air as the Mist Jonin was repelled by an unseen strike, collapsing to clutch his abdomen in agony. Distraction in battle is a fatal mistake. A cold voice rang out. A Hyuga clan ninja leaped before Yoan, striking the mist ninja's neck with a palm. You are. Recognizing the face, Uchiha Yoan instinctively squeezed his legs together. The explosion ball, Kid Hyuga Iroha. Perhaps because his nickname had spread through the village, driving him to abandon all restraint, Hyuga Iroha, on both the cloud and mist battlefields, relied on his wildly inaccurate 8 trigrams vacuum palm, targeting only male ninjas and inflicting excruciating damage on countless warriors. This caused his reputation, once confined to Konoha, to gradually reach the ears of ninjas from other hidden villages. Alright, let's keep fighting. Ignoring Yoan, Hyuga Iroha turned his gaze to another male mist ninja. Are you alright, Yoan? Shortly after Hyuga Iroha left, an adult Uchiha ninja arrived beside Yoan, inquiring about his condition. I'm fine. I was saved by a Hyuga. I never thought they'd use their own comrades as shields. Unable to comprehend such actions, Yoan, now more mature than in his childhood, though still possessing the Uchiha's trademark thunderous sharp tongue, adhered to the principle of never abandoning a teammate. In their eyes there are no comrades, everyone is a tool to be used. Get used to it. Frowning, the Uchiha ninja batted away a kunai from an unknown direction, guarding Yoan. Like Wada, he belonged to the Uchiha's Hawk faction and naturally wouldn't let Yoan die. The war will likely drag on. You need to get used to this life, Yoan. War? What does war bring us? Yoan's hands trembled uncontrollably as he gazed at the brutal battlefield. Because of the war, the once heavily guarded Anbu prison had lost a large number of guards, making patrols far less frequent. Too old to go to the front lines to protect his grandson, Uchiha Wada didn't idle. Early that morning, he went alone to the Anbu prison, hoping to visit Uchiha Setsuna, who was languishing inside. When young Setsuna had wanted to leave Konoha with the Uchiha, but was rejected due to his age, a wound that festered in his heart. Not long after Madara's attack on Konoha and his death at the Valley of the End, following Hashirama's death and Tobarama's rise, Setsuna, seeing the policies that disadvantaged the Uchiha, felt threatened and incited a rebellion. Wada joined him. But when Tobarama crushed the rebellion with lightning speed and threw the rebels into the happy black room, Wada, who had once claimed to be Madara's heir, instantly cowered, loudly proclaiming his loyalty to Konoha and denying any thought of a coup. Due to his earnest attitude and lack of solid evidence, Wada and other Uchiha who signed pledges were released, leaving only hardliners like Setsuna imprisoned forever. After Tobarama perished in the land of lightning at the hands of the Gold and Silver brothers, Hiruzen Sarutobi became the third Hokage. Wada's long-dormant ambitions stirred again. He secretly gathered a hawkish Uchiha faction, though this time he lacked the courage to stage a coup, merely meeting to dine and criticize the Konoha leadership. Having not dared to approach the Anbu prison for years, Wada, seeing the war erupt and his grandson sent to the front, suddenly felt a desire to visit his old friend. He arrived early to submit his visitation request. Uchiha Setsuna. The receptionist frowned at the request form, lifting his eyes to study Wada. Is there a problem? Wada, annoyed by the stare, nearly flared up, but recalling past events, his tone turned gentle as a lamb. No, nothing. But Uchiha Setsuna is dead and his body has been claimed by someone. The ninja pulled a file from a stack of documents and handed it to Wada. Dead? How? Wada was stunned. Setsuna's death wasn't surprising, but the claim of his body was odd. Setsuna's parents had long passed, and he had never married before his arrest. Who would take his body? Staring at the death certificate with its glaring red stamp, Wada seemed to realize something and hastily returned it. This was serious. It seemed Setsuna still had followers operating outside. He couldn't get dragged into this mess. Uchiha Wada fled the Anbu prison at lightning speed. Could that Hiriko guy have been taken down by those brats? In the bamboo grove, Kagura and Oishi, after searching for the missing Hiriko, spotted Phone-Bai and the others. Let's grab one and find out. Oishi began forming hand seals. Ninja art camouflage concealment. His body turned transparent as he crept behind the group. Confirming Oishi was in position, Kagura prepared to trigger the traps he had set. Enemy attack. Obito Kakashi Rin, get behind me. Before Kagura could act, Phone-Bai, alerted by the Iwanin intelligence he had gathered earlier, sensed Kagura's presence and hurled a flying Thunder God kunai. TCH spotted. Watching the kunai fly toward him, Kagura triggered the trap before dodging. This gave Phone-Bai the opening. Following the flying Thunder God kunai to Kagura's side, he released a Vol of Senbon. Such a fast body flicker. Amazed by Phone-Bai's speed, Kagura activated a mechanism, launching a sleeve sword to block the Senbon. He could react to the flying Thunder God. Phone-Bai's expression grew serious. He hadn't expected the enemy to block his attack at such a critical moment. Something's off. Watching the Iwanin, who was exchanging blows with Phone-Bai, Kakashi remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. What do you mean? Moving to Kakashi's side with Lin, Obito adjusted his goggles to shield the two of them, activated his Sharingan, and inquired about the meaning behind Kakashi's words. The Iwanin earlier said 2 special Jonin were stationed here, but only one is fighting Phone-Bai. So where is the other? Kakashi explained to Obito. Before Obito could grasp the connection, he felt a powerful kick to his back, and the world turned upside down. With Lin's scream, Oishi, who had used the camouflage concealment technique to approach behind them, easily captured her. Seeing this, Hikari showed delight, and attempted to break free from Phoneby to join Oishi. "Don't move, or I'll kill her." Pointing a kunai at Lin's throat, Oishi threatened Kakashi, who was about to act. Hearing Lin's scream, Phoneby didn't panic, but vanished instantly from before Hikari. Disappeared. No, could it be the same as before? Oishi dodged. Hikari, who was contemplating how to shake off Phoneby, saw him disappear and assumed a defensive stance. Then realizing something, he urgently shouted toward Oishi. Hikari's warning came too late. In the moment Phoneby vanished, Oishi felt a numbness in his neck, then a warm liquid flowing down his chest. He tried to thrust the kunai into Lin, but his arm refused to obey. I was prepared for this. Phoneby easily retrieved Lin from the throat-slitted Oishi, then without resting used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Hikari's side. Obito and Kakashi hurried to Lin's side, checking her condition. Such terrifying speed. Could you be the Yellow Flash? No, the age and hair color don't match. Watching Oishi be throat-slitted by Phoneby, Hikari panicked frantically, searching his memory for information about the young man before him. Dodging Hikari's horizontal strike with a backbend, Phoneby discarded the kunai, seized the opportunity to draw the white fang from behind, and then rose sharply, Konoha-style bamboo. Though the name was flashy, the technique was essentially a horizontal slash. Hikari tightened his abdomen, barely evading the blade of the white fang, but the vest on his body was torn open, nearly cutting his abdomen. Taking a deep breath, Phoneby infused wind chakra into the white fang and continued his forward slash. Konoha-style pine. The upward slash was dodged again by Hikari, but the pain from his body halted his movements. Impossible, I clearly dodged the blade. Seeing the deep wound that exposed bone, Hikari couldn't understand what had happened before Phoneby pressed forward. Konoha-style plum. The blade, swift as the wind, severed Hikari's last thread of life. The splattered blood fell to the ground like plum blossoms. So that's it. Wind attributed chakra. Understanding what had happened just before death, Hikari fell to the ground with regret. Without any carelessness, Phoneby delivered a finishing blow to Hikari's back, then sheathed his blade only after confirming no further threats. This brat is indeed troublesome. Having observed the entire battle, Black Zetsu gained a preliminary understanding of Phonby's abilities and began contemplating how to abduct Obito from them. That one still has a breath left. Turning his gaze to Oishi's corpse, Black Zetsu suddenly conceived a plan. Detaching from the white Zetsu, Black Zetsu transformed into a black sludge-like substance infiltrated underground, and then reached Oishi's body, taking control of it while he still had a breath left. Earth Release Explosive Flame Drill. Forming a sharp drill of earth and stone on his arm, the Black Zetsu-controlled Oishi leaped from the ground and charged toward Lin. He intended to force Phoneby to use the Flying Thunder God technique again, then feint abducting Obito while Lin was being rescued, and finally use the white Zetsu to cover their retreat. Lin. Sensing Lin's danger, Obito's body reacted before his mind, using the fastest speed of his life to push Lin aside, leaving himself completely exposed to the drill's attack range. No way, he's still alive. Having just sheathed his blade, Phoneby heard Obito's voice and quickly turned around only to see Oishi, whose neck wound was so deep that the cross-section of his trachea was visible, still moving and attacking Obito. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall. A wall of earth carved with a dog's head separated Obito from Oishi, but the thick, sharp drill easily pierced through the wall. Fortunately, Kakashi had pulled Obito aside when the wall rose, preventing Oishi's hand from reaching his chest. Damn, I overlooked that white-haired brat. Not expecting Kakashi's quick reaction, Black Zetsu didn't give up. Instead, he controlled Oishi to use the camouflage concealment technique, then swiftly approached Obito, drawing a ninja blade upon becoming visible. Oishi had little time left. Black Zetsu had to severely injure Obito in this attack and take him away. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Obito assumed the target was still Lin, their attention focused on her. When Oishi became visible, the blade was inches from Obito's shoulder. Warm blood splattered onto Obito's face, blinding him. But the anticipated pain never came. When Obito wiped the blood from his eyes and saw the situation, he found a familiar figure before him. Everyone was stunned. Especially Black Zetsu, who racked his brain, but couldn't fathom why the brat named Phoneby hadn't teleported to the girl as expected, but instead stood before the seemingly least dangerous Obito and even took a blade for him. Wait, how did you know I was targeting Obito? And why did you use your body to block the blade for him? Confused by the situation, Black Zetsu stood frozen, unable to decide his next move when the sharp sound of thunder grew clearer in his ears. Damn it, Phoneby. Letting out a desperate roar, Kakashi charged toward Oishi with the lightning cutter. Seeing Oishi's heart pierced, Black Zetsu knew he couldn't take Obito this time, so he abandoned the body, slipping out as black sludge through Oishi's trousers. It was as if Oishi had voided a massive pile of something. Phoneby, are you okay? Shoving Obito aside, Lin hurried to treat the fallen Phoneby. When she saw his injury, her expression turned strange. How is he, Lin? Having confirmed Oishi was dead, Kakashi rushed over anxiously asking Lin about Phonebai's condition and also saw the wound. Kakashi and Lin remained silent, standing still. Obito, however, kept rubbing his eyes desperately, trying to erase the crimson stain, but to no avail. His vision was continuously shrouded in deep red. Damn it! Letting out a desperate roar, Obito's Sharingan transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan, the tomo within his eyes beginning to spin. Phoneby! 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 Amidst Obito's furious cries, the tomo in his eyes finally settled into a sharp pattern. Oh, why are you shouting my name so loudly? Hearing Obito's roar, Phoneby emerged from the shadows, staring at the Obito before him with a bewildered expression. Phoneby, can you explain what's going on? Kakashi stood up speechless and pointed at the lump of ice stained with red liquid on the ground. Making a fuss over nothing. Haven't you seen an ice clone before? Sticking his head out to look at the ice on the ground, Phoneby rolled his eyes, snorting contemptuously at Kakashi's overreaction. Why does your ice clone bleed? Lin also stood up, dumbfounded, her hands smeared with the blood she had touched while trying to save Phoneby. A blood pack, of course. How else would I make the enemy believe I'm dead? Phoneby said matter-of-factly. This was a brilliant idea he had pondered over for a long time. With the blood pack, he had solved the technical problem of clones not bleeding. It might be difficult to fool elite jonin, but it was enough to deceive those dim-witted and weak-minded fools. You didn't actually believe it, did you? No way, no way. Seeing Kakashi and Lin both rendered speechless, Phoneby seemed to recall something and put on a look of feigned surprise. Speaking of Obito, why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you just calling my name? Patting Obito on the shoulder, Phoneby looked at the blood-smeared boy, curious about his reaction. Why aren't you talking? I just saved your life. Hey, your eyes. Seeing Obito's vacant eyes and the peculiar pattern of the Sharingan within them, Phoneby shuddered, staring at the boy in disbelief. Mangekyo Sharingan. As is well known, the condition for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is that the Sharingan wielder experiences a tremendous shock, causing a special chakra to form in their mind and act upon the eyes. For instance, witnessing the death of a loved one. Stiffly turning his head to look at the melting ice on the ground, Phoneby forced a smile that was uglier than tears. You both actually believed it. Kakashi and Lin exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Whose clone would bleed? Lin, and I thought you had been struck by the enemy. Upon hearing the answer, Phoneby truly wanted to cry. This Obito guy was way too fragile. He had unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan before Lin even kicked the bucket. That was somewhat disrespectful to the character setting, wasn't it? What should I do now? Wasn't it said that those who awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan tend to be somewhat extreme? Would he? Phoneby. Obito, whose eyes had been lifeless, finally came to his senses, staring at Phoneby with a blank expression, his tone particularly eerie. Startled by Obito's voice, Phoneby broke out in a cold sweat and had no choice but to turn around to face him. Yo, Obito, no need to thank me for saving your life. You're fine. Before Phoneby could finish, Obito pulled him into a tight embrace. Thank goodness you're really okay. I thought you were going to die. We finally managed to form a team again. Hearing Obito's sobbing voice and feeling his concern, Phoneby was a bit moved, then said in a helpless tone, Hey, you've smeared snot all over my clothes. Go get some tissue. Black Zetsu did not witness Phonby's resurrection. After slipping away through Dashire's pant leg, he returned to Madara's side with white Zetsu. Success. Opening his eyes, Madara looked at the black and white amalgam before him. Failure. Black Zetsu replied in a hoarse voice. Upon hearing of Black Zetsu's failure, a look of displeasure crossed Uchiha Madara's face. He snorted coldly, closed his eyes again, and with a slight movement of his lips gave Black Zetsu a fitting evaluation, worthless. Hearing Madara's unabashed insults, Black Zetsu nearly turned red on the spot. Who do you think you are, you reincarnation of Indra? Just a pawn, and you dare to curse me here? But remembering that he still needed Madara to revive his mother, Black Zetsu swallowed his anger, continuing to play the role of Madara's will-made flesh with a stoic expression. At least he's loyal. Though Madara felt like throwing this useless thing out, he abandoned the thought, considering that the creature was at least loyal to him. Since it failed, let's completely abandon this one. The other white Zetsus have had some gains anyway. Thinking of Uchiha Setsuna, who had been abducted from Konoha by white Zetsu, Madara's mood slightly improved. For Setsuna, he could save the trouble of brainwashing, as the boy had always claimed to be the inheritor of his will. It would be much easier to explain things to him, but Setsuna's age was indeed a major problem. I'll give you one more chance. Go bring back that brat from the mist battlefield. Feeling that one Setsuna might not be enough, Madara decided to send Black Zetsu on another trip. As for Obito, he could be left alone, an insignificant minor character. Yes, but Madara-sama, why do you not choose the more talented Uchiha Shursui? Black Zetsu nodded, asking the question on his mind, since the other person Madara had chosen wasn't much stronger than Obito. Uchiha Shursui. He is a follower of Hashirama's, will not easily swayed by mere words. Rather than waste time on him, it's better to pick those who are more susceptible to influence. As a creation, you just need to follow my orders. There's no need to use the brain you don't possess to ponder the selection of candidates. Insulted as brainless by Madara's words, Black Zetsu boiled over again. He truly wanted to stab this old geezer to death with a black hand step on his face and tell him you're nothing but a pawn manipulated by me, Black Zetsu-sama. Even your dreams were forged by my hands. What do you think you are? For mother. Remembering Kagaya's face, Black Zetsu, who had not felt a mother's love for over a millennium, got angry for a moment, then obediently followed Madara's orders and set off for the mist battlefield. Though touched seeing himself covered in Obito's tears, and not the faint guilt in Phone-Bai's heart instantly dissipated. With a look of disgust, he pushed Obito, who was still stuck to him, and gave him a hard knock on the head. Only then did Phone-Bai blow on his fist in satisfaction. Kid, I won't charge you the awakening fee for the Mangekyo Sharingan this time. Ignoring Obito's aggrieved look, Phone-Bai pulled out his Flying Thunder God kunai and lifted his chin with a look that begged for praise. How about it? Having you carry these in advance was a big help, wasn't it? He was able to shuttle among the three because he had given each of them a Flying Thunder God kunai in advance, so that he wouldn't be a step behind at critical moments like Minato. Indeed, not bad. Kakashi rarely spoke, honestly acknowledging Phone-Bai's contribution. If not for Phone-Bai's advanced planning, Rin would have been taken by someone else during the first attack by the boulder. Taking out the Flying Thunder God kunai that Phone-Bai had given him compared to Minato's kunai, Phone-Bai's was closer in shape to an ordinary kunai. If you know it. Glancing at Obito, who was still standing there clutching his head and groaning, Phone-Bai saw that opening the Mangekyo Sharingan hadn't drastically changed his personality. In high spirits, he put away his kunai and called for the group to take a brief rest before moving on. Huff, huff, huff. Lying behind a large rock, Uchiha Yawan panted heavily. Just as he was about to peek out to check the situation, he accidentally pulled at his abdominal wound, causing him to double over in pain. Are you okay? Sensing Yawan's movement, Hyuga Iroha, whose right arm was bandaged, reached out to stop him. While caring for him, he activated his Byakugan to survey nearby targets. Don't move recklessly. Leave the observation to me since I have the Byakugan. Seeing the bulging veins on the other's face, Uchiha Yawan smiled bitterly and nodded. We've been fighting side by side for days, and I actually forgot that the Byakugan can see through things. Haha, after all, the Uchiha and Hyuga seldom fight together. Shaking his head with a smile, Iroha had already assessed the situation. There are 5 mist ninja outside approaching in a search formation. With just the 2 of us, I'm afraid we can't escape. Facing death up close for the first time, even though Iroha forced a smile and tried not to tense up, the tremor in his voice clearly conveyed his emotions to Yawan. Kafu would have thought that an Uchiha and a Hyuga would die together. I wonder what our comrades will think when they clear the battlefield. Uchiha Yawan also made a rare joke, while inwardly worrying about the situation of Yao Wang and Yao Si. He really hoped his death wouldn't be too gruesome, or else if Yao Wang and Yao Si saw it, they might say something. Mentally prepared, suppressing the urge to cry, Uchiha Yawan trembled as he tried to stand up to fight the enemy. You run first, I'll hold them off as long as I can. Glancing at Yawan, who still had fighting spirit, Hyuga Iroha admired his courage and wanted to give him the chance to live. Seeing that Iroha Hyuga was willing to sacrifice himself to cover his retreat, Uchiha Yawan looked at him in surprise. Finding no trace of deception in his eyes, he shook his head and revealed his 2-tomo Sharingan. You, Hyuga Iroha, are no coward, and I, Uchiha Yawan, am no weakling. Let's go together. With that, Yawan leaped out of hiding and threw explosive tag kunai. Alright, let the name Explosion Kid resound through the ninja world one last time. Seeing Yawan charge out first, Iroha refused to be left behind, dashing straight toward the nearest mist ninja. In Konohagakure, a new batch of casualty lists was delivered to Hiruzen's desk. Looking at the list from the mist battlefield, Hiruzen furrowed his brow, scrutinized the names, and remained silent for a long time. Too many children have been sacrificed. Watching the green leaves fall one by one, Hiruzen leaned back, unable to accept the death of the younger generation. This is also for the sake of the leaf. Sitting nearby handling other documents, Koryudatane spoke helplessly. Even for us, the leaf, facing a 3-front war, we can't gather enough adult ninja to defend against invasions, so we have to let these children take the front. Originally assigned only to logistics, young ninja have now taken up weapons and gone to the front lines as the situation grows increasingly tense. I inscribe their names on the memorial stone. That is the last thing I as Hokage can do for them. Taking the list from Hiruzen, Koryudatane nodded and indicated she would handle it immediately. On the list, Uchiha Yawan's name was mixed among many others, appearing so inconspicuous. I wonder how things are going with Phone-Bai. Seeing that the list was taken care of, Hiruzen felt a twinge of nostalgia for his most obedient disciple. At that moment, the Phone-Bai Hiruzen was thinking of was leading his team, facing a small IWA ninja unit. There must be over 20 of these IWA ninja. Dodging a rock bullet that flew over his head in a flustered manner, Phone-Bai roughly sensed the pursuers behind and found it troublesome. About that. Throwing a few shuriken, Kakashi didn't bother to check if they hit, quickly switched to another cover and answered Phone-Bai's question with a perfunctory tone. No choice. The Canopy Bridge is right ahead. We must blow it up. Pulling out a sunbon and stabbing an IWA ninja who emerged from underground to ambush him, Phonbai spoke, rapidly briefing his teammates. Kakashi Obito, execute Plan C, which is understood. Before Phonbai could repeat the plan, Obito responded with a firm tone, then pulled out a kunai and charged out. Damn, is this really Obito? Seeing that Obito had actually remembered the plan he had devised, Phonbai felt a sense of unreality. Watching his movements, he was indeed attacking the enemy's flank as planned before the battle. Others who awakened the Mangekyo undergo a drastic personality change, but you number 2, increase your IQ. Forget it, no time to think. Ice Release Ice Age. Just like when dealing with the Cloud Ninja, taking advantage of the 2 attracting the enemy's attention, Phonbai poked his head out and unleashed a large-scale ice release technique, intending to replicate the success of raiding the Cloud Warehouse. Watch out, the enemy is the White Death Shimura Phonbai, who is extremely skilled in large-scale attack ninjutsu. Facing the surging glacial river, Sumo Ji, standing at the forefront, identified Phonbai's identity from the mere fact of his ice release and revealed the enemy's intelligence. Earth Release Multiple Earth-Style Wall. The IWNine present immediately formed a formation performing the same hand seals and used their numerical advantage to construct an earthen wall that blocked the glacial river's assault. Compared to the Cloud Ninja, these fellows cooperate more closely. Seeing that the glacial river had been stopped before reaching the enemy, Phonbai ceased wasting chakra on Ice Burst and instead created ice mirrors, preparing to engage in close combat. He can move freely within the ice mirrors and destroy them as soon as you see them. Upon seeing the ice mirrors, Phonbai created, Sumo Ji once again shared the intelligence he possessed. Damn it, I only know a few moves, and you know them all. The Cloud Ninja have been too generous with you. Unable to hold back his curse, Phonbai suddenly appeared beside Sumo Ji, but the latter, who had been anticipating this, kicked him away, allowing Phonbai to slip into a new ice mirror. Just as Sumo Ji was about to destroy the 2 ice mirrors beside him, another ice mirror materialized above, from which Phonbai leaped out, plunging a sunbon deep into his shoulder, before creating another mirror to escape, reappearing beside an IWNine locked in combat with Kakashi. After cooperating with Kakashi to eliminate this IWNine, Phonbai did not pause, but pressed on toward the next target. Whenever an IWNine attempted to destroy a newly formed ice mirror, Kakashi and Obito would intervene, disrupting their movements, causing the number of ice mirrors on the field to multiply and Phonbai's attack frequency to accelerate. Damn it! With 7 or 8 sunbon stuck in him, Sumo Ji nearly ground his teeth to dust. Most of the ninja in his squad were Chunin, and even he himself was only a special Jonin. Despite possessing intelligence on Phonbai, he still found himself overwhelmed when facing an opponent who had already reached Jonin level. No, not overwhelmed, desperate. If he could not devise a way to counter the enemy's teleportation, then his squad would face annihilation. He had to gamble. As another comrade fell, Sumo Ji made up his mind. When an ice mirror appeared beside him, Sumo Ji did not dodge, but instead charged straight at it, positioning himself at an angle to intercept Phonbai's senbon, then seize the opponent's arm. Die. Swinging the kunai he had prepared, Sumo Ji knew that he would only have one chance. He had to kill or severely wound the enemy in this strike to win the battle. Too naive. Feeling his arm clamped in a powerful grip, Phonbai was not alarmed, for he still had the Flying Thunder God as a means of movement. Although Phonbai remained calm, Obito panicked. Seeing Phonbai seemingly about to meet his end, Obito kicked away the IWNine before him, his eyes blazing with emotion as he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, staring intently in Sumo Ji's direction. What the hell? Why can't I sense the Flying Thunder God kunai? With the kunai mere inches away at this critical moment, Phonbai felt a shift in the space around him. The Flying Thunder God mark, which should have been clearly perceptible, became utterly undetectable, causing even the previously unflustered Phonbai to start panicking. Phonbai's panic triggered Kakashi, who had been watching him closely. Seeing the 3 of them all in a state of alarm, Rin could no longer hold back and was about to rush out from her hiding place. Obito's panic set off a chain reaction, casting an air of uncertainty over the battle. Fortunately, the turmoil did not last long. With a spatial distortion, Sumo Ji's head vanished into thin air, and the kunai aimed at Phonbai naturally lost its trajectory, grazing his cheek by a hair's breadth. That was too intense. Looking at Sumo Ji's headless corpse, Phonbai quickly understood. It must have been that idiot Obito who, seeing him in danger, had used Kimui. Damn it! His Flying Thunder God required intense concentration to sense, and the spatial distortion created by that guy right beside him must have interfered with his perception. He would have to train harder in the Flying Thunder God after returning. Making up his mind, Phonbai hastily moved away from Sumo Ji. On the other side, the IWNine, who had been kicked away by Obito, noticed what had happened to Sumo Ji and deduced that this Uchiha was somehow responsible. He immediately grabbed his ninja sword and charged at Obito with a roar, intending to run him through. Seeing that Phonbai was safe, Obito had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the blade mere inches from him. His brain froze for a few seconds as he watched the sword pierce through his body. This time it was the IWNine's turn to be confused. Because not only had the sword passed through Obito's body, but he himself had too. His entire body passed through not. In any case, the Iwnin was baffled by this development. Obito himself was also stunned for a moment, then realized what had happened, and immediately launched a fire dragon bullet. With the commander Sumo Ji dead, the remaining Iwnin could no longer form an effective formation and were eventually subdued by Phonbai and the others. After dispatching the last Iwnin, trying to approach Rin, Phonbai immediately gave Obito a knock on the head. "Why did you hit me again?" Obito, who had expected praise, felt wronged again. "You idiot, don't use the Mangekyo Sharingan recklessly." Rolling his eyes, Phonbai added a kick to Obito. "Using the Mangekyo Sharingan too much will make you blind." Reminded by Phonbai, Obito forgot to ask how Phonbai knew he had used his dojutsu and nervously covered his eyes. "Damn, so that's why my eyes hurt so much after using it." After all, no one had ever explained to Obito the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan never imagined that the kid they called it Dead Last would ever awaken those eyes. "No, I have to protect my eyes." "But you were really in danger back then." Deactivating the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito thought of something and said pitifully. Obito's words stirred a rare pang of guilt in Phonbai's heart. Yes, his good son had acted to save him, even if his rescue attempt had nearly gotten him killed. With a sigh, Phonbai expressed his thanks in an awkward tone. "All right, enough, you idiot, Obito. I'm not so weak that I need you to protect me, but still thank you." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Obito was clearly dejected, but when he heard Phonbai's final thanks, his dim eyes instantly regained their sparkle. The canopy bridge was successfully blown up. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the Iwnin were all taken down by Minato single-handedly. When the frontline battle report reached the hands of Inoki the Tsuchikage, he slammed his fist onto the stone table in fury after reading the contents. Compared to the fragile wooden desks of Kumogakure, the marble stone tables of Awagakure were clearly more durable. Retracting his still trembling right hand into his sleeve, without a trace, Inoki gazed at the smooth, untouched tabletop, his anger burning even more fiercely. Yellow flash, white death, white fang. Konoha's foundations are indeed deep. Even when besieged, they still manage to hold their ground firmly. Seeing Inoki withdraw his hand and remain silent, a high-ranking Iwnin spoke, first his words full of envy for Konoha. "If only our village had such a favorable geographical environment." Another high-ranking official chimed in. "Enough, no matter how you look at it, failing to defeat Konoha with superior numbers cannot be explained by mere geography." Feeling the pain in his hand subside, Inoki, disregarding the two men's pride, waved his hand and directly dismissed their arguments. "Damn it, even without Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, Konoha remains strong." Gnashing his teeth, Inoki unconsciously recalled the time he and his master teamed up to take on Madara. "It can't be helped. After all, to completely take down the third Raikage, we deployed many elite shinobi and suffered significant losses. Even though we've made peace with Kumogakure, we still stationed some forces at the border to prevent revenge. After all, treaties are the least trustworthy." Seeing the two high-ranking officials fall silent, a senior seated in the corner about the same age as Inoki spoke up. "What should we do? Should we deploy the tailed beasts?" Some high-ranking officials turned their thoughts to the tailed beasts. But Konoha also has the 9 tails. Due to Konoha's secrecy, the IWA high-ranking officials didn't know who Konoha's Jinchuriki was or the extent of their control over the tailed beast. Just as the spies Konoha sent here were all killed, their own spies sent to Konoha under Danzo's methods never returned alive or managed to send back intelligence. While Awagakure didn't know what to do next, Konoha's high-ranking officials erupted into even fiercer conflict. "Hiruzen, how can you face the shinobi who gave their lives like this?" Seeing that Hiruzen intended to negotiate unconditional peace with IWA, Danzo slammed his fist on the table. "Because of your weakness, all our sacrifices have been in vain." Looking at his fuming old friend, Hiruzen said nothing and instead turned to Koharu Udatain. "Koharu, please send someone to deliver this treaty to Awagakure." "Hiruzen." Seeing Hiruzen ignore him, Danzo stood up in anger. "Danzo, Hiruzen is the Hokage." Seeing Danzo's rudeness, Koharu loudly rebuked him, signaling him to mind his position. "You are too weak, Hiruzen." Seeing that Koharu wasn't on his side either, Danzo couldn't be bothered to argue and left the room directly. Bam! Hearing the heavy slam of the door, Koharu frowned. She had no strong opinions on the peace negotiations, but Danzo's attitude was indeed excessively rude. "It's fine, let it be." Hiruzen glanced at the spot where Danzo had been sitting, his expression unchanged, and signaled Koharu to proceed as he had instructed. "I entrusted my son to such a weakling. Doesn't he know how much we've sacrificed for this war?" Stomping angrily in the base, thinking of his son fighting on the front, while the high command prepared to make peace with the enemy, Danzo's heart burned with fury. The joy he had felt over Phonbai's great achievement was completely extinguished. Damn it, where's Asuma? With no outlet for his anger, Danzo planned to spar with Asuma to test his wind release. "Asuma, hello." Meanwhile, after sending off Koharu, Hiruzen rubbed his pipe and occasionally glanced at the photo of Tobarama hanging on the wall. Atobarama's photo. His teacher at the most critical moment had given the hope of survival to the younger generation, unhesitatingly paving the way for their escape. And what about himself? As Hokage, he could only watch helplessly as leaf after leaf fought and died on the battlefield. Teacher, I truly am unworthy to be Hokage. He laughed self-deprecatingly, took out a scroll, wrote something on it, and then called for an Anbu. It's Saru. Seeing the Anbu's mask, Hiruzen was startled, realizing that it was his own son on duty today. Lord Hokage. Using formal titles during work hours was the professional conduct of a qualified Anbu, even if the recipient was his own father. Deliver this scroll to Susano'o. He's been away long enough, it's time for him to return. As if making a firm decision, Hiruzen placed the scroll solemnly into his son's hands, a glint of determination in his eyes. Calling me back at this time. Receiving the message, Susano'o looked at the scroll in confusion. Although Sunagakure showed no intention of attacking Konoha, Susano'o remained at his post, patrolling the Kikyo mountain front every day. Upon hearing that an Anbu was looking for him, Susano'o gave instructions to his subordinates to cover for him and guard against any sneak attacks from Suna, then hurried to the camp. After listening to the Anbu's explanation, Susano'o couldn't understand why the third Hokage would summon him back at this time. But the Hokage's orders were not to be defied. Susano'o put away the scroll, nodded to the Anbu to indicate his compliance, and only then did the other leave. Yo, Jiraiya-sama. After blowing up the Canopy Bridge, Bai and his group did not return to the village, but came to Jiraiya's camp to restock and rest, while also exchanging cultivation insights. Although his personality was quite unreliable, Jiraiya could still be considered a qualified shinobi on important occasions. His command style, though not as flexible as Orochimaru's, was steady, and with Minato and Fugaku supporting him, the atmosphere in the meetings was much better than Orochimaru's camp. You little rascal, what are you here for? Glancing disdainfully at Obito behind Bai, Jiraiya picked his nose and turned his head to ask Bai's purpose. Good senior brother, let's talk privately. Signaling Obito to wait where he was, Bai tugged Jiraiya's sleeve and pulled him behind the tent. Lord Jiraiya, are you interested in taking on a new disciple? Once they reached a secluded spot, Bai got straight to the point, expressing his intention. Not expecting such a request, Jiraiya looked at his junior brother in surprise, then, as if understanding something, he shook his head hurriedly. You mean that brat Obito? No, absolutely not. Others might be negotiable, but Obito, who kept calling him a pervert and constantly interfered with his research. Even if he starved to death, there was no way he would take that guy as a disciple. I didn't expect you to be so tsundere, senior brother. Don't think I don't know. For a while you helped Obito train every day. Arms crossed, Bai put on a I see right through you look, which made Jiraiya even angrier. Guidance is guidance, but taking him as a disciple is absolutely impossible. Jiraiya patted his pants leg and prepared to ignore Bai. Lord Jiraiya, Obito has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon hearing the term Mangekyo Sharingan, Jiraiya halted his departure, gazing at Bai with an incredulous expression. That kid is only 13 this year, isn't he? As a disciple of the third Hokage and one of the village's pivotal forces, Jiraiya was well aware of the significance of the Mangekyo Sharingan. These were the very eyes possessed by Uchiha Madara, who co-founded Konohagakure alongside Hashirama Senju. Even within the Uchiha clan, they were a rarity. At least in recent years, no new wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan had ever emerged from the Uchiha clan. You are aware of the strained relationship between the Uchiha and the village. Now that Obito has awakened these eyes, it bodes ill for Konoha. Bai knew Jiraiya's character well. Though he often wandered outside the village, his devotion to Konoha was the deepest among the legendary Sannin. Knowing the tension between the Uchiha and Konoha, Jiraiya would not stand idly by. You mean? He furrowed his brow at Bai, his tone growing solemn. I have already advised him not to inform his clan for now. I also hope you will take him as your disciple. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, he will wield considerable influence in the Uchiha clan in the future. You know Obito's character. If he can control the clan, it would be beneficial for the village. Bai spoke in a torrent, having prepared these words long ago to sway Jiraiya. You're surprisingly mature for your age, kid. Compared to your radical father, your plan is indeed sound. Weighing the pros and cons, Jiraiya realized that Bai's reasoning was sound. If that naive boy Obito were to take control of the Uchiha clan, it would indeed be a great boon for the village. As long as he guided him properly. I'll agree to this for now, but I can't formally teach him until after the war ends. Under Bai's expectant gaze, Jiraiya acquiesced to his request. Nice. Hearing Jiraiya's agreement, Bai cheered inwardly. This way Obito would truly be his junior, and calling him my good boy would roll off the tongue more naturally. Of course, the deeper reason was to secure a powerful patron for Obito. Should he also pitch Kakashi to Jiraiya? As Bai plotted mischief, Jiraiya assigned him a mission. You've rested enough. It's time to do some work for your senior brother. Huh? What were you discussing with that peeping Tom? Bai. Dragged out by Bai early in the morning, Obito looked at him emerging from the tent with curiosity, his eyes shimmering with transparent foolishness. Nothing much. I just asked Lord Jiraiya to take you on as his disciple. Bai waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. Be that peeping Tom's disciple. No way. He'd only drag me around to find spots where young ladies bathe. Obito shook his head like a rattledrum. Having once been trained by Jiraiya, he knew the man's nature better than anyone. And if I become his disciple, wouldn't I have to call you Uncle Master? Obito's next words made Phonbai gape in astonishment. He stared at Obito with such intensity that the boy felt a flicker of fear. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Facing Phonbai's unwavering gaze, Obito shrank his neck, wondering which of his words had displeased the other. Holy crap, Obito had actually realized the generational hierarchy so quickly, even knowing to call me Uncle Master. Was this really Obito or some Iwanin disguised as him? Could the Mangekyo Sharingan really boost the wielder's intelligence? That didn't add up. His own old man later acquired a Mangekyo, yet his IQ hadn't improved noticeably. And Shursui, after having his eye gouged out, he swallowed his grievances, leaped off a cliff alone, and died, without daring to reveal the truth. That hardly seemed like a sign of heightened intellect. As for Sasuke, the nickname Second Pillar spoke volumes. Obito, what's 1 + 1? A 2. You're definitely not Obito. Spill it. Who are you? Wait, how did you even come to that conclusion? After a friendly and harmonious exchange, Phonbai confirmed that the Obito before him was indeed the real deal. Meanwhile, Obito, swayed by Phonbai's affable attitude, admitted that Jiraiya was indeed his teacher. Look on the bright side. Now you and Brother Minato are fellow disciples. Phonbai crouched beside the sulking Obito and patted his shoulder to console him. But I'm going to be the captain of the police force someday. Having a peeping Tom as my teacher, what will people think of me? Obito still clung to his dream. There's no conflict. If you become captain the moment Jiraiya peeps, you can arrest him. Lock him up, execute him, whatever. Everyone will praise you for placing justice above family. Seeing Obito troubled by such a trivial matter, Phonbai found it both amusing and touching, highlighting Obito's innocence. He suppressed his laughter and comforted the boy. Alright, cheer up. We'll be heading out on a mission in a few days. This one's long-term, so keep your guard up. Recalling the mission Jiraiya had assigned, Phonbai's smile faded, and he rubbed his forehead with a headache. After several battles, Phonbai had identified some issues within his team. The most prominent was Rin's role. As a pure medical nin, Rin lacked Tsunade's monstrous close combat abilities. Her taijutsu was at best at Jinin level, and she had only risen to Chunin thanks to her excellent teamwork and refined medical ninjutsu. This kind of pure healer role easily became a weak point for the enemy, forcing Phonbai to stay constantly vigilant, closely monitoring her movements. The medical nin training system Tsunade had proposed had indeed saved many ninja lives, but it also thrust these combat-weak healers into the forefront, exposing them directly to enemy fire. In Phonbai's view, medical nin should form a mobile unit escorted by elite ninja and provide fluid treatment on the battlefield, rather than being dispersed among teams, forcing their comrades to protect them. I'll discuss this with Lady Tsunade when we return. At the very least, medical nin who can't defend themselves should follow the main force. Though he had prevented Obito from being crushed by the boulder, he couldn't predict if Madara would still target him. Rin, as Obito's weakness, needed to be properly protected. This mission is to infiltrate the Rain country and investigate the IWA ninja positions within its territory. Phonbai, with a grave expression, relayed Jiraiya's orders to the other 3 members of the squad. Based on Jiraiya's understanding of Hanzo, this IWA ninja unit should have been driven out by the enemy shortly after the war broke out. Yet so much time had passed, and with the IWA ninja on the front lines already dealt with individually by Minato, this particular IWA unit still occasionally crossed the Rain country border to launch attacks on the Konoha positions before retreating back into Rain country. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. The renowned half-god, Hanzo, whose fame echoed throughout the ninja world, had once risen to change the fate of small nations reduced to battlegrounds for great powers. He had declared war on the Iron Country, Wind Country, and Fire Country in succession, and in the battles that followed displayed extraordinary strength, forcing Sunagakure and Konoha to the negotiating table. The Hanzo who had once vowed to change the entire ninja world. How could he now turn a blind eye to IWA ninja operating within Rain Country? Jiraiya even suspected whether Hanzo was still alive. Or perhaps Amigakure had already colluded with the Wagakure, preparing a joint assault on Konoha. Due to Amigakure's extreme isolation, Jiraiya was unable to obtain accurate information about Hanzo. Therefore, he entrusted this mission to Phonbai. As for this mission, Jiraiya harbored a touch of selfishness. Well, if possible, I'd like you to help me find a few people while you're there. Their names are Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Hearing those 3 names, Phonbai understood immediately. Even without being told, he would have found a way to make contact with them. After all, Nagato's existence was tied to Uchiha Madara's plans, and also to his own future retirement life. You see, if events had followed their original course, that old man would soon learn of the Akatsuki's existence and personally go to Hanzo to stir up trouble. In the end, Nagato would be made to know true pain, and Konoha would face the full wrath of the 6 paths of pain. Shaking his head, Phonbai ended his reverie and began explaining the precautions for the mission. The primary objective of this mission is intelligence gathering. Avoid combat whenever possible, especially within the territory controlled by Amigakure ninja. After the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha and Amigakure signed a peace treaty. No Konoha ninja are permitted to enter areas of Rain Country under the control of the Ashura of War Hanzo. Of course, if our presence is discovered, Phonbai paused, then we'll simply have to eliminate them all. Just like that certain benevolent elder of the Yamato clan ringing the evening bell for their enemies. With the map Jiraiya had given him Phonbai and the others set out for Rain Country. Then they encountered their first problem. According to the map, there were only 2 routes to Rain Country, but before them stood 3 diverging paths, clearly indicating that this map might have some issues. What the fake map? The 4 of them huddled together, crouching in the grass, examining the map from every angle, yet still unable to determine where the extra path led. Why don't we just bypass the main road and enter Rain Country through the smaller paths? Seeing that they couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried, Kakashi, the smartest among them, offered a suggestion. If we take the small paths, won't that be telling the enemy exactly where we're coming from? Phonbai, who was trying his best to shield the map from the rain, heard Kakashi's words and wanted to try one more time. I think we've looked enough. Look here. Patting Phonbai on the shoulder, Kakashi extended his finger and pointed to the bottom right corner of the map. Look here. It states the date this map was made. This is a map from the Second Shinobi World War. It has no reference value whatsoever. Prompted by Kakashi, Phonbai finally noticed the map's production date and was so angry he nearly threw the map away. Damn Jiraiya. With this map, how am I supposed to find his student? In irritation, Phonbai folded the map and stowed it away, then scanned his surroundings before punching Obito on the head. Obito, huh? Clutching his head, Obito looked completely bewildered. Why was he getting beaten when he hadn't even spoken? That's for your teacher. Seeing Obito's confusion, Phonbai kindly explained, then prepared to follow Kakashi's suggestion and take the small path into Rain Country. By the way, what's with finding Jiraiya-sensei's student? Rin, having heard Phonbai's complaint, asked curiously, since the mission briefing had not mentioned anything about this. Oh, that's just some personal matter of Jiraiya-sensei's. Phonbai waved his hand, indicating that Rin shouldn't worry about such details. Rain Country was like a nation that wept endlessly. Most of the year it was shrouded in rain, the sky perpetually overcast, pressing down on one's chest until breathing felt difficult. Even though the Second Shinobi World War had passed long ago, ruins and rubble were still visible everywhere, and beggars could be found on the streets. Phonbai and the others who had expected to encounter enemies on the small path entered Rain Country unimpeded. This place really is. Looking at the lifeless city before them, Obito, his figure concealed beneath a raincoat, could not find the right words to describe it. Only there seems to be some light. Kakashi looked up toward the massive tower in the north. Even from afar they could clearly see the neon lights flickering atop the tower. Be careful. That should be Hanzo's stronghold. Glancing at the central tower in the distance, Phonbai paid it little mind, and instead focused his attention on a few rain ninja nearby. He made a gesture signaling the others to conceal their presence, and curiously observed the rain ninja standing on the platform addressing the civilians. Under the protection of Lord Hanzo, Rain Country has once again endured a year without war. To show our gratitude for Lord Hanzo's sacrifices on our behalf, the protection fee this year will increase by 10% to be paid in full within 10 days. With his hands behind his back and an oxygen mask covering his face, the rain ninja loudly conveyed the authorities' decision to the civilians below. Another 10% increase. My family can barely put food on the table. My son's compensation hasn't been paid to this day. My daughter too. She joined Amigakure a while back, and we haven't heard from her since. The once lifeless crowd, hearing the ninja's words, stirred with a hint of spirit and began whispering among themselves. The lead rain ninja showed no concern for their murmuring. He had delivered the message from above, and that was all that mattered. If these civilians refused to pay the protection fee, all they would face were kunai and ninjato. I may not be able to defeat the ninja of the 5 great nations, but can I not handle you common folk? As the leading rain ninja had anticipated, the civilians merely whispered among themselves for a moment, then resignedly lowered their heads, not uttering another sound. According to the usual practice, families with rain hidden ninja members have their protection fee halved. If there is a sacrifice, the fee is waived for 3 years. Seeing the crowd fall silent once more, the leading rain ninja recited the policy he had repeated countless times, then, without caring whether anyone heard, clearly turned and leaped off the platform, leaving only a few rain ninja who looked like extras to collect the protection fees. Those who have money on hand can pay now. Remember, the payment counter is only open for 10 days. If you haven't paid the protection fee after 10 days, you won't be facing us who are polite, but the punishment squad from the central tower. The rain ninja with a handlebar mustache, hands on his hips, let out a shrill threat, then returned to the crude payment booth under the awning, waiting for the civilians to act. Some who had cash on hand to avoid unnecessary trouble resignedly walked over. More people shook their heads and sighed, leaving the platform to go home and fetch money. Protection fee? What's that? Obito, who had been watching the entire scene from the alley, shook his head to fling off the accumulated rainwater and asked Phone-Bai in a tone that was not particularly bright. It's like a business tax, just with a different name. Phone-Bai turned sideways to answer Obito's question. Seeing that the rain ninja hadn't noticed them, he prepared to lead the group to the next area. My son died fighting at the border, why can't that count as a sacrifice? Just as Phone-Bai and the others turned around, a sharp cry rang out behind them. Turning back, they saw a middle-aged woman pressing her hands on the payment counter, face, flushed neck, strained, glaring furiously at the rain ninja, who sat before her with his legs crossed. Ha! Sacrifice! Leaning back, the rain ninja dodged the woman's spittle with a look of disgust, then pointed arrogantly at a thin piece of paper on the table. Read it clearly. Your son Lan Chuan was reported missing after stepping on a detonating tag. Do you understand missing? How could anyone go missing after stepping on a detonating tag? Hearing him describe her son's death with such flippance, the woman could no longer contain herself. Blinded by rage, she reached out to grab his collar. Get lost. How dare you attack a ninja? A rain ninja standing by, who had been watching the spectacle, kicked out just as her hand was about to touch his comrade's collar, sending the woman flying 3 meters away. Stunned by the kick, the woman lay on the ground, clutching her stomach, unable to get up from the pain, letting the rain fall on her. Who knows if your son took the chance of stepping on a detonating tag to defect from the land of rain? Lord Hanzo has already shown immense mercy by not pursuing him as a traitor. Instead of being grateful, you dare attack a ninja. Looks like you need a trip to the punishment office. Flexing his wrist, the rain ninja walked slowly toward the woman, a mocking smile on his face. Every year we meet plenty of ungrateful troublemakers like you. Do you know what ultimately happens to them? My son has a body. His comrade brought it back personally. A body? Oh, you mean that leg? How can you prove it's your son's leg? Another kick, and the rain ninja cursed at her. Seeing that the woman no longer argued, he spat viciously on the ground, then turned and went back to the payment booth. That bastard. Watching how he treated a civilian, Obito, who had never seen such a scene, clenched his fists, realizing for the first time what life was like in the ninja world outside Konoha. Calm down. Phone-Bai reached out to stop the restless Obito, giving him a warning look. This is the land of rain, not Konoha. Don't forget our mission. Though his own expression was grim, Phone-Bai, who had spent some time in the land of water, knew that most countries in the ninja world were like this. Such things happen in the land of fire too, just not where people could see. Beneath the hot-blooded surface of the ninja world lay nothing but the dirty law of the jungle. Let's go. Without looking back at the woman weeping in the rain, Phone-Bai and the others avoided the crowd and headed toward the next destination. Leaving the previous town and walking through the forest, Obito suddenly spoke in a muffled voice. Why can't we change this ninja world? The battles of ninja shouldn't involve civilians. Obito's words made Phone-Bai stop. That kind of thing should be left to those who have the ability. After thinking for a long time, Phone-Bai managed to squeeze out that reply. Changing the ninja world wasn't something that could be done with sheer passion alone. Phone-Bai considered himself just an ordinary ninja, enjoying the resources of the ninja clan, then risking his life for those resources during wartime was already the greatest contribution he could make. As for changing the ninja world, unfortunately, he currently lacked the motivation. Or rather, he didn't yet have that ability. Despite saying this, the scene from earlier still uncontrollably flashed through his mind. The woman's weeping, the ninja's arrogance, the drizzling rain, the gloomy sky. Changing the ninja world was difficult. Nagato wanted to use pain to intimidate the world and thus avoid war. But that wouldn't bring happiness to the common people. Ninja and nobles still stood above them. Uchiha Madara wanted to use the infinite Tsukuyomi to plunge everyone into an illusion, but that was merely a false dream that would turn everyone into white Zetsu and hand the ninja world over to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Naruto wanted to achieve peace, but after he became Hokage, the land of rain was still plagued by war. Civilians went hungry, and the daimyo still ruled from the highest position. To change the ninja world, one needed the determination to shatter everything, and then rebuild, throwing classes like nobles and ninja clans into the trash bin. But Obito, you're right. Conflicts between ninja truly shouldn't involve civilians. Seeing Obito fall silent, Phone-Bai reluctantly agreed with his idea. As for action, let's finish the current mission first. Perhaps stimulated by the earlier scene, on the subsequent journey, Phone-Bai's group unexpectedly encountered a squad of rain ninja. According to the mission plan, they should have avoided this enemy, but in the end Obito struck first. Phone-Bai tacitly accepted his action and cooperated with Kakashi to eliminate these foes who were no more than genin-level small fries. Appearing suddenly from behind, Phone-Bai swung the sheath of his blade rather ungracefully at the head of this rain shinobi. As the enemy fell to the ground, he pressed his knee against the opponent's neck, executing a standard American police-style kneeling restraint pose. I can't breathe. The subdued rain shinobi flailed his arms desperately. The scarcity of air in his lungs prevented him from crying out for help, and he could only watch helplessly as Obito walked up to him. As a genjutsu was cast upon this nameless rain shinobi, the one who had just been lamenting his inability to breathe instantly fell silent, as if dead. He's not really dead, is he? I didn't even use much force. Rising to his feet, Phonbai removed his knee from the opponent's neck and looked inquisitively at Obito beside him. He's not dead. The Jinjutsu succeeded. You can question him freely. Obito adjusted his goggles and spoke with great confidence. After confirming there was no issue, Phonbai and the others led the captive to a secluded spot and began the interrogation. What's your name? Which unit of the Yuin village do you belong to? My name is Chiji and I belong to Jonin Jinxia's squad. After more than 10 minutes of interrogation, Phonbai obtained the information he wanted and signaled Kakashi with his eyes to finish off this guy. Without any hesitation, as the cold gleam of a kunai flashed, this genin named Chiji earned a 3-year tax exemption for his family. Gazing at the lifeless eyes of the other, Phonbai knitted his brows and began to review the intelligence he had obtained from the captive. The organizational structure of Yuin Village's ninja was exceedingly complex. There was no upper limit on the number of squads a jonin could lead. It all depended on how much money Yuin Village was willing to pay the genin salaries. For instance, this genin named Chiji belonged to a squad that alone had 30 genin. Although the numbers were large and looked intimidating, their actual combat strength might even be inferior to 3 ordinary Konoha genin. For such low-level cannon fodder, Yuin Village's selection method was very simple. As long as they could hit any position on a 5-meter target with a shuriken, they were accepted. After all, for Hanzo's regime, the life cycle of these genin was extremely short. They either died in ambushes by mountain bandits or perished from the explosive tag traps left over from the Second Ninja World War within the Land of Rain. Unlike the comfortable mission atmosphere of Konoha, Rain shinobi who became genin had no simple missions like looking for cats or dogs. The easiest mission they could receive was to assassinate middle-class civilians who had a modicum of social status but were not ninja themselves. The squad that Phonbai and the others encountered was not a patrol team, but a group of unfortunate souls who had accepted a mission to clear leftover explosive tags. Therefore, even if Phonbai and his companions killed them all, their jonin leader would only assume that these fellows had stepped on an explosive tag trap in some remote corner. It's truly hard to imagine that with such a force Hanzo could wage war against Sunagakure and Konohagakure in the Second Ninja World War without losing ground. Rin Nohara, the top student in cultural subjects among the team, obviously could not imagine that ninja of this very caliber had once inflicted heavy losses on Konoha. This is also why Hanzo failed. The Land of Rain is ultimately a small country without powerful ninja clans or a rich heritage of jutsu. Relying solely on Hanzo's personal valor, it was impossible to contend with the great hidden villages. Of course, the area we're in is far from the central tower. Hanzo's capable direct-line ninja are all gathered there to protect his safety. The ones outside are naturally of this level. From Chiji, they learned that Hanzo had not appeared in public for a long time. The transmission of orders was handled by his right-hand men Fubu and Shinda. As for the IWNIN forces within the Land of Rain, although there was no detailed intelligence to corroborate, according to Chiji, their superiors had ordered them not to interfere with these IWNIN. This proved that Hanzo was aware of, and even tacitly permitted the passage of these IWNIN. Let's find a place to shelter from the rain, rest for the night, and continue tomorrow. Looking at the gray sky above, Phonbai decided to rest nearby for the night. Since the intelligence on the IWNIN had been obtained, the only thing left was to go find the Akatsuki organization, which was still in its early days. If Jiraiya and his disciples could establish contact earlier, it might be possible to avert some tragic situations in the future. At the very least, it could bring a little bit of good to this chaotic ninja world. When the later half of the night arrived, Phonbai, who had voluntarily taken the watch duty, relieved Obito and sat alone on a large rock in front of the cave, looking up at the sky. Sensing a familiar presence behind him, Phonbai asked curiously without turning his head, "Didn't we agree that I would take the watch in the later half of the night?" The person behind him did not answer, but came to Phonbai's side and also sat on the large rock. "How rare to see such an expression on your face." Kakashi, sitting beside Phonbai, spoke in a calm tone, looking up at the night sky, just like Phonbai. What expression? Touching his own face, Phonbai didn't know what kind of expression he was wearing. Don't take Obito's words too seriously. That kid always says whatever comes to mind. Hearing Phonbai's question, Kakashi simply pointed a finger backward toward Obito, who was sleeping with drool spilling from his mouth, without directly answering Phonbai's question. I wouldn't care about what an idiot says. That said, Phonbai once again recalled the scene he had witnessed that morning and the current state of Yuin Village revealed by the captive. Do you remember what you were like when you first came to Konoha? Turning his head to glance at the insincere Phonbai, Kakashi shook his head slightly and cast his gaze back to the sky. What he was like when he first came to Konoha. Oh, that time. Back then he wasn't weighed down by so many thoughts like now. His mother had just passed away not long ago, his father's reputation was dreadfully tarnished, and the only one he could rely on was that so-called Konoha Yanbu Uncle Sakomo. At that time he only needed to think about how to survive. Not like now where he had to consider missions, and also find ways to save this person and that. Actually, you've always been like this. Drifting with the current, occasionally using a little cleverness to gain some benefits for yourself, but most of the time following the path set by others without any extra thoughts. Seeing that Phonbai didn't respond, Kakashi continued. Phonbai was speechless at Kakashi's words. Listening to him, his life in the past few years could be simply summarized as being carefree and heartless, couldn't it? Although that was true, saying it directly to the person concerned. I really thank you for that, Kakashi. Has anyone ever told you that you're not cut out for comforting others, Kakashi? You're too verbose. Rolling his eyes at being called out for his carefree nature, Phonbai was about to have a proper talk with Kakashi when he was interrupted by the latter's next words. Compared to the you now, I naturally prefer the carefree you. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, as some things can't be solved by sheer passion alone. Kakashi continued his consolation, completely oblivious to the fact that Phonbai's expression had completely changed. Like, I treat you like a brother, and you want to do that. Is this the special bond of Konoha? Feeling a chill in a certain place, Phonbai quietly shifted his bottom, trying to distance himself from Kakashi. No matter what choice you make, Obito and I. Noticing Phonbai's movement, Kakashi looked puzzled, as if he didn't understand why Phonbai suddenly distanced himself. What's wrong? Scratching his face, Kakashi himself wasn't used to this kind of comforting work. He had only said what he thought because he saw Phonbai overthinking and worrying that Obito might have led him astray. Ahem, Kakashi, on the you right now makes me feel sick. Phonbai coughed softly, trying to dispel Kakashi's non-existent improper thoughts. Being inexplicably called disgusting by his friend Kakashi was somewhat hurt. Seeing Phonbai's reaction, Kakashi realized something must have gone wrong. He quickly reviewed his own words in his mind and finally understood what he had said that could be easily misunderstood. No. The I meant is not that meaning. Jumping down from the boulder, Kakashi waved his hands, trying to defend his words. Don't come over. It's better for us to keep our distance. Seeing Kakashi jump down, Phonbai stopped hiding and hurriedly jumped backward, warning Kakashi to keep a certain distance. Seeing that the situation had completely deviated from his expectations, Kakashi, for the sake of his reputation, ignored Phonbai's warning and was about to force Phonbai to listen to his explanation. The two of them thus started chasing each other around the hiding spot. Huff. Hee, Phonbai, I told you I'm stronger than Kakashi. Huff. Inside the cave, Obito, who had fueled this incident, was lying sprawled on a simple bed, his belly exposed due to his unsightly sleeping posture, drooling all over the place, with a silly grin on his face, completely unaware of the commotion outside. Upon hearing the noise, Rin sat up, listened carefully to the discussion between Phonbai and Kakashi, then let out a laugh. With a mischievous smile, she lay back down and stopped paying attention to the outside. The next day, the first thing Obito did after waking up with a yawn was to go find Phonbai, who was on guard duty at the entrance. Instead, he saw Phonbai and Kakashi both with heavy dark circles under their eyes, sitting in silence facing each other. After a series of chases, Kakashi finally caught up to Phonbai, and then Phonbai was forced to listen to a half-hour explanation. Only then did Phonbai, with a skeptical expression, accept Kakashi's confession. However, after this commotion, Kakashi couldn't sleep either. He could only sit not far behind Phonbai with a resentful look, lamenting how he could have known such a whimsical guy. Seeing that Kakashi wasn't going to sleep, Phonbai, who had just relaxed, tensed up again. Fearing that Kakashi might cause trouble, he had to keep an eye on both the outside situation and Kakashi behind him, turning what should have been an easy guard duty into a torment of full concentration. What's going on? Kakashi, why are you here too? Noticing that Kakashi also looked tired, Obito was puzzled. Idiot, it's all because of you. Kakashi punched Obito on the head, then went back to pack his bags with a dark face. Stunned by the inexplicable punch, Obito wore a confused expression, unable to understand Kakashi's sudden outburst. Turning his pleading gaze to Phonbai, Obito still didn't understand what was happening. Phonbai, irritated, also punched Obito on the head, then went back into the cave to pack his bags with an expression identical to Kakashi's. Leaving Obito, who had been stunned by 2 punches early in the morning, standing alone at the cave entrance, pondering what he had done wrong. Kakashi's words of comfort had their effect. When they set out again, Phonbai no longer dwelled on whether he should change the ninja world, but instead focused all his attention on the task at hand. The group quietly sneaked into the territory of the Iwnin in the Rain Country. From a distance, they heard the sounds of a not too intense battle. Are they our people? Phonbai's first thought was that Konoha had launched an attack. Probably not. The intensity is low, more like a skirmish between small teams. Pressing his ear to the ground and listening for a while, Kakashi made his judgment. Currently, I can only hear the clashing of metal weapons, no sound of ninjutsu being used. Both sides should be in the stage of testing each other. After hearing Kakashi's report, Phonbai thought for a moment and decided to move closer with the others to take a look. To be safe, he hid a flying thunder god kunai nearby, ready to bring everyone back here if things went wrong. Soon they reached a position where they could see the full picture of the battle. It's actually Rainin. Kakashi was surprised to see the combatants. The two sides were equal in number, Iwnin and Rainin both with 4-man squads. Compared to the well-equipped Iwnin, the Rainin's equipment could only be described as crude. Even so, in the following battle, these Rainin burst forth with a spirit no less than their opponents, forcefully breaking through the defensive formation created by the tightly coordinated IWNine. Didn't Hanzo order his subordinates not to engage the IWNine? Why are they fighting? Rin Noera was puzzled about why the Rainin were fighting the IWNine. That's simple. Let's ask them. Fengbai pulled out Senbon needles, preparing to find the right moment to join the battle. Cough, damn it. An IWNine's right chest was struck by a kunai. The intense pain made him curse. He swung his arm covered in rock and earth, ready to punch the Rainin who had ambushed him to death. Releasing the kunai, the Rainin retreated backward, only to bump into a suddenly appearing earth wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. Another IWNine with a confident smile blocked the enemy's escape route. Die. But before his fist could reach the Rainin, a sharp pain in his waist made him stop his attack. A sharp blow struck his waist. Before the rock shinobi could even see his assailant, a flash passed before his eyes, leaving only a sunbon gleaming with perilous cold light embedded in his side. Pulling the sunbon from his body, the rock shinobi prepared to counterattack, only to feel a sudden dizziness. Damn, it's poisoned. Realizing he had been poisoned, he gritted his teeth and searched for Fengbai's figure. Wind release breakthrough. Not far away, another rock shinobi caught Fengbai's attention, hastily unleashing a wind release to force him back. The sudden wind release forced Fengbai to alter his trajectory. As he evaded the attack, he flung a sunbon from his hand to disrupt the enemy's line of sight. The rock shinobi swung his kunai to knock down the sunbon. Just as he was about to press the advantage, he froze upon recognizing Fengbai's face. Stop! Staring intently at Fengbai, the rock shinobi raised his blade and barked a command, halting the other rock shinobi who were about to rush to his aid. Just as Fengbai expected a large-scale assault, the man uttered an inexplicable phrase, Code G. Code G was the root's identification cipher used when infiltrating enemy territory. In other words, these rock shinobi who had been attacking the rain shinobi were all root operatives in disguise. Reinforcements have arrived. Hold on. On the other side, the rain shinobi, overjoyed at seeing Fengbai's intervention, mistook him for their own ally. As they prepared to rally and launch a counterattack, the very Fengbai who had been fighting the rock shinobi vanished. In the next instant, a rain shinobi at the forefront felt a sharp pain at his neck and lost consciousness. Quickly dispatching the nearby rain shinobi, the root squad leader made a gesture signaling Fengbai and the others to follow. Then, dragging the unfortunate rock shinobi wounded earlier, he leaped away. They arrived at a secluded spot. The moment they stopped, Fengbai pulled a medicine bottle from his robe and tossed it to the root shinobi whose kidney had been pierced. Much obliged. Recognizing Fengbai's identity, the shinobi said nothing more. He respectfully thanked him and swallowed the viscous liquid from the bottle. You? Watching the man swallow the ointment from the bottle, Fengbai froze, words failing him. A moment later, he pulled out another bottle and tossed it to the man. Under the other's puzzled gaze, he finally said what he had been about to say, that's for external use. Young Master Fengbai. The injured root shinobi expressionlessly lifted his clothes and applied the ointment to his wound. Another root shinobi, now in his original attire, knelt respectfully before Fengbai. Who's leading your squad? Fengbai glanced at the vaguely familiar root shinobi, recalling his code name, Ding San. As Fengbai speculated about the purpose of their infiltration, the answer that followed made it impossible for him to remain calm. Lord Danzo. If one were to rank the most notorious acts of Danzo's life, his collusion with Hanzo to drive Yahiko to his death would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. After that incident, Danzo successfully aided Obito in manipulating Nagato, laying the groundwork for Konoha's future devastation. Even Uchiha Madara would have praised him as a good comrade. When Fengbai learned that the squad leader was his own father, he immediately understood what Danzo intended. The two Zos were about to join forces. Following Ding San, Fengbai racked his brain for an excuse to dissuade his father from targeting Yahiko. Soon they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Lord Danzo awaits you inside. With that, Ding San turned and stood guard at the cave mouth, indicating that he would not accompany Fengbai in. All right, thank you for your trouble. Steadying himself, Fengbai took a deep breath and plunged into the cave. Before long, he saw a dim glow ahead. A single candle flickered on a crude stone table, providing the sole source of light in the dark cave. Danzo, clad in Konoha shinobi attire, sat expressionless behind the table, his face twisted into a sinister visage by the candlelight. Dad, what are you doing here? Looking at his father's imposing face, Fengbai shuddered, then forced a casual tone. Danzo merely glanced up at Fengbai, nodded slightly, and asked, what do you think of the land of rain? Coming straight to this. Fengbai hadn't expected such a question. He pondered for a moment, recalling the scenes he had witnessed in the land of rain, and his expression turned serious. The people are suffering greatly. Upon hearing Fengbai's answer, Danzo closed his one eye and tapped his knuckles lightly on the stone table. After a long silence, Danzo opened his eye. Your perspective resembles that of your teacher. But what I see is the nation's burning hatred for the great powers. So, Fengbai swallowed, already guessing what Danzo would say next. So I intend to keep this country in chaos. You must already understand the situation in the Hidden Rain village. Danzo beckoned Fengbai to approach. When Fengbai drew near, he noticed a map of the Land of Rain spread before Danzo, clearly marking Hanzo's sphere of influence, and encircling the territory controlled by the Akatsuki in red. Looking at the map, Fengbai's sharp eyes caught the fact that the rock shinobi's concentration lay precisely within the Akatsuki's domain. Hanzo is using others to kill. Staring at the two forces so close to each other, Fengbei instantly grasped Hanzo's scheme. Correct. But disappointingly, the Akatsuki did not engage the rock shinobi. So I sent men disguised as rock shinobi to provoke them, only to have you stumble upon them. Still, even if you hadn't appeared, that organization probably wouldn't have made a move. Danzo shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. Ever since these rock shinobi entered their territory, the organization's members have vanished. The rain shinobi you encountered were merely from minor nearby factions. The map in Danzo's hand clearly depicted the current landscape of the Land of Rain, one dominant power and many weaker ones. Hanzo's official Hidden Rain village controlled the central tower and the surrounding vast area. Beyond that, many small rain shinobi factions ruled, while the Akatsuki occupied the outermost regions. This so-called Akatsuki is a rising force that emerged only a few years ago. In a short span, they have unified most of the scattered territories, with their reputation rivaling Hanzo's. Recently, rumors have spread that Hanzo intends to ally with them. If this organization is allowed to grow, it won't be long before the Hidden Rain village is completely unified, becoming a direct threat to Konoha. Pointing at the Akatsuki's territory on the map, Danzo's tone was filled with murderous intent. Hearing that his father was indeed about to take action against the Akatsuki, Fengbei hurriedly spoke up to stop him. I think it's unwise. Seeing his son oppose him, Danzo was not angry. He remained seated, calmly looking at the other with interest. Tell me. Currently, Konoha is in a period of war. Hanzo's Amigakure has not directly joined the war, but has allowed Iwagakure ninja to pass through, aiming to kill with a borrowed knife, proving that the two sides have not yet fully trusted each other. In the short term, Hanzo will not truly cooperate with the Akatsuki. On the contrary, we can use this to contact them before Hanzo makes up his mind, to see if we can make this organization serve Konoha, or by supporting them to control Amigakure, stabilize the situation in the Land of Rain. A peaceful and controlled rain country is far more useful than a chaotic one, isn't it? Unable to convey all his thoughts to Danzo in such a short time, Fengbei clumsily communicated his general intentions. How can you guarantee that after the Akatsuki controls Amigakure, they will act as you envision rather than becoming enemies of Konoha like other great nations? Danzo's tone was flat, betraying no real thoughts. Fengbei was stumped by the question. Indeed, what gave him the right to be sure that the Akatsuki would not be enemies with Konoha? Wait, let me fabricate something. As Fengbei was racking his brain for an answer, a sudden flash of inspiration struck, and he blurted out, "The leader of the Akatsuki is very likely Jiraiya's disciple. He told me this before sending me on this mission. I see, relying on the flimsy bond of master-disciple." Danzo nodded, not surprised that Fengbei had brought up Jiraiya. But you should know and can see that in this so-called ninja world, bonds are unimportant. Ninjas are driven by various motives. Profit, hatred, most are pragmatic. How can you be sure that this so-called Akatsuki is not like that? Or on the other hand, even if Jiraiya's disciple does harbor goodwill toward Konoha, because of Jiraiya, what about the Rain Ninja, who have suffered attacks from Konoha ninja? What about the civilians who have lost their loved ones? Will they, through the voice of the masses, force Jiraiya's disciple to change? Danzo's voice was unhurried, calmly listing all possibilities. Fengbei fell silent. Danzo's words were pragmatic. Everything he said could indeed happen, and all Fengbei relied on was his knowledge of the plot from his past life. He indeed had no good reason to refute Danzo's thoughts. Seeing Fengbei silent, Danzo did not urge him, but watched his son lost in thought. His father seemed to be waiting for something. Looking at the silent Danzo, Fengbei also sensed something, feeling that this conversation was deliberately arranged by his father to extract something from him. Oh no, my head is itchy, I'm about to grow a brain. Fengbei, who was too lazy to even strategize in battle, naturally couldn't figure out Danzo's intentions. He could only frantically engage his brain, starting to think about his next move. Because of trust. I trust Jiraiya, Jiraiya trusts his disciple, and you trust me. So I hope you will hold off for now, and let me contact them. After holding back for a long time, Fengbei, whose face was flushed, managed to eke out only this sentence. Seeing his son's reddened cheeks from mental overload, Danzo nearly couldn't resist slapping him. If anyone else had given such an idealistic answer in front of him, Danzo would have definitely invited them to stay in his special darkroom for a few days. He has strength, but his intelligence hasn't kept up. Or has he been too close to Hiruzen and been infected by that indecisive fellow? Rubbing his forehead with a headache, Danzo increasingly regretted entrusting his son's education to Hiruzen. Remembering that Hiruzen had also told him to trust everyone in the village, Danzo ultimately dismissed the guess that his son lacked intelligence and placed all blame on Hiruzen alone. Hiruzen, I always feel a weight on my back. However, the power of trust. After all, if something goes wrong, he as the father can cover for him, so let him go. Danzo decided to trust his son this once, and let him contact the Akatsuki. Then go. Huh. Phoneby, who had expected to receive a slap he loved so much for saying those words, was already prepared for a beating. But Danzo's calm voice made him instinctively raise his head. What did his father just say? I said since you've decided to trust them, then go ahead and contact them. Danzo said, irritably, feeling that his foolish son really seemed a bit lacking in intelligence. Dad. Never expecting that his clumsy answer would actually gain Danzo's approval, Phoneby was at a loss for words. Was this father indeed loving him? Removing the tinted glasses from Danzo's portrayal in the original work, Phoneby believed he felt some paternal love from him. Suddenly rushing to Danzo, pressing down on his head, Phoneby gave him a tight hug and said happily, "Thank you, Dad." After saying that, before Danzo could react, Phoneby immediately let go and bounced out of the cave. With no proper manner, how will he ever amount to anything? Watching Phoneby run off, Danzo stood up and brushed off his clothes as if in disgust, but the slight curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings. Controlling his expression after confirming Phoneby was far away, Danzo called for Ding-san at the cave entrance and instructed him seriously, suspend contact with Hanzo and cease friction with IWA Ninja. Take your squad and follow Phoneby. If the Akatsuki dares to harm him, notify me immediately, understand? Yes. Ding-san accepted the order without any objection, and seeing that Danzo had no other instructions, immediately used body flicker to leave. Akatsuki. Turning around, he stared fixedly at the Akatsuki territory on the map, drew the ninja sword from his back, and thrust it fiercely, the blade sinking into the hard stone table. I hope you cherish this opportunity otherwise. How is it, Phoneby? Are you okay? Outside the cave, Kakashi and the others, under strict surveillance by Root Ninja, finally saw Phonby's figure and hurriedly surrounded him. It's fine, the Anbu are on a mission. Don't ask unnecessary questions. Let's continue our mission. Smiling and telling everyone he was fine, Phoneby had no intention of explaining why Root Ninja were gathered here, but prepared to continue their mission with the group. Damn it hurts. Uchiha Yawan opened his eyes, feeling pain radiating from every cell in his body. Have I died? Recalling the moment the exploding tag detonated before him, Uchiha Yawan let out a long breath, convinced he had arrived at the legendary realm of the dead. Look, isn't there a Reaper wielding a scythe standing right ahead? And he happens to possess the Sharingan. Wait, the Sharingan. Uchiha Yawan's eyes snapped wide open as he finally took in the scene before him. Welcome to the limbo between the realm of the dead and the living world, member of the Uchiha clan. Seeing Yawan awake, Uchiha Madara regarded him silently, his expression unreadable. Behind him stood a masked man, and through the eye holes Yawan could see the same Sharingan glaring back at him. So the afterlife is divided by clan factions too. The Uchiha stay with the Uchiha, and the Hyuga with the Hyuga. Yawan accepted his death with surprising calm, though a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. He wondered whether Hyuga Iropa had survived, and if not, whether she too would find herself face to face with a scythe-wielding Hyuga Reaper. It hurts. The slight curve of his lips pulled at his wounds, and the sharp pain forced Yawan to abandon his idle fantasies. The fact that you can still feel pain means you're alive. You're remarkably lucky, surviving a barrage of exploding tags with only a sliver of breath remaining. I've bandaged your wounds for now, but I'd advise against looking in a mirror anytime soon. Gazing at Yawan's grievously disfigured face, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but marvel at the boy's resilience. So, you saved me. Ignoring his own appearance, Yawan expressed his gratitude while beginning to ponder the identity of the elder before him. He had clearly fallen on the battlefield of Kirigakure, yet the surroundings were unmistakably not any territory belonging to his clan. The elder before him was someone he had never seen in the village, meaning this person was a clan member far removed from Konoha's lands. In plainer terms, this individual was likely a rogue ninja of Konoha. Not bad, your wits are sharp. From Yawan's subconscious movements, Uchiha Madara could tell the boy had already guessed his true identity. With no intention of concealment, Uchiha Madara slowly returned to his throne, supported by the masked man. I am the spectral remnant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Suspecting as much was one thing, having it confirmed by the man himself was entirely another. Upon hearing the name from Madara's own lips, Yawan's mouth fell open. Ignoring the agony of his torn wounds, he stammered in disbelief. This is impossible. Uchiha Madara clearly, during his battle with Senju Hashirama, died. Correct. Madara interrupted smoothly. That was merely an illusion I crafted. However, I must admit, without the demonic statue of the outer path behind me providing chakra, I would indeed be on the brink of death. Madara casually gestured toward the massive statue behind him. Following his finger, Yawan took in the full form of the demonic statue. Gulp. Uchiha Yawan swallowed hard, fear gripping him. No matter how bravely he tried to act, he was still merely a 15-year-old boy. After a long silence, Yawan finally regained his composure and asked nervously, "What is it that you need me to do?" There was no such thing as a free lunch. He refused to believe the legendary Uchiha Madara had saved him out of mere pity. This man surely sought something in return. I need you to sever the bonds of cause and effect across this world, reshape this cold existence, and forge a new realm where only the victors remain, where only peace exists, and where only love prevails. But clearly you are not yet ready to comprehend such ideals. Rest and recover here for now. Madara showed no urgency in explaining his plan. He had endured for decades, though a little longer would make no difference. Within the Akatsuki hideout, a rain ninja entered a room with an indescribable expression. Inside, Yahiko Nagato and Konan sat together, their faces grave, clearly engaged in an important discussion. As expected, Yahiko spoke first. For lunch, porridge would be the more suitable choice, don't you think? I personally feel that fish soup paired with bread would be far more fitting. Fishing is still a manageable task during this season. Konan raised her objection. Seeing neither could persuade the other, both turned their gaze toward the ever-silent Nagato. Nagato, what do you think? I think we should hear what Yujiro has to say first. Nagato offered a wry smile, directing his attention toward the rain ninja at the doorway. Yahiko slapped his forehead, approaching the man with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Yujiro. I didn't notice you arrive. Has something happened? Long accustomed to their ways, Yujiro showed no surprise. After a long hesitation, he finally managed to speak. Several ninja approached undetected, but we discovered them, and then... Ninja. Yahiko's expression turned serious at once. Aware of the tense situation lately, he had specifically ordered the organization to lie low. Yet somehow the enemy had still found them. Were the enemies strong? Konan and Nagato joined them, preparing for battle. Recalling the events, Yujiro nodded. Indeed, quite strong. However, they claimed to have no hostile intentions. They came specifically to see the three of you. To see us. Yahiko and the others were taken aback. As war orphans of the land of rain, they had lost every family member they possessed. Who on earth would want to see them? The only person they had any connection to was. Did one of them have white hair? Yahiko asked eagerly. Yes, there was indeed one like that. Hearing Yahiko accurately describe one of the visitors, Yujiro sighed with relief. It seemed the person they spoke of was telling the truth. They truly were not enemies. I can't believe it. Master Jiraiya has actually come to find us. Konan's face lit up with surprise. It had been many years since they parted ways with Jiraiya, and even now she considered the time spent with him the warmest chapter of their lives after becoming war orphans. Even the usually reserved Nagato allowed a faint smile to appear. Since that's the case, I'll have your uncle brought in. Seeing all three delighted, Yujiro smiled and moved to escort the ninja outside. Wait, uncle. The word Yujiro had used sounded both familiar and strange. Yahiko quickly stopped him. Yes, the leader of the group claimed to be your uncle. Looking at the Kakashi before him, Mahara's mouth twitched. I see, so this is the so-called white-haired. Yujiro, are you stupid? These kids clearly look like a group of children. How could you actually believe he is our uncle? Gnashing his teeth, Mahara looked at Phone by standing at the front, forcibly suppressing his urge to complain, and forced out an ugly smile. You are my uncle. Yes. Phoneby nodded as if it were only natural. Seeing Phoneby admit it, Konan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing the sound, Mahara turned around and glared fiercely at her, which made Konan put on a serious expression again. What are you laughing at? Didn't you hear him say that he is also your uncle? Oh, what's your name? Where are you from? Still deeply convinced that the other party was just here to cause trouble, Mahara looked back at Phoneby, intending to ask clearly what he actually wanted to do. I really am your uncle, more precisely your Shirshu Master's junior brother. Seeing that Mahara didn't believe him, Phoneby earnestly explained, your teacher is Jiraiya. Jiraiya's teacher is the third Hokage. I am also a disciple of the third Hokage, so I am Jiraiya's junior brother, and thus your Shirshu. The reason I came here is precisely because of Jiraiya's entrustment. Finding the Akatsuki's hideout was not difficult. Before leaving Danzo, Phoneby obtained a new map from him that was far more detailed than the one he had. According to this map, Phoneby even knew where the Akatsuki's public toilet was. Jiraiya-sensei. Did Jiraiya-sensei really send you? Hearing that it was Jiraiya who sent Phoneby, Nagato became a bit excited. Yes. Before the war broke out, Jiraiya tried many times to find traces of you, but all he got were news of your deaths. He had great confidence in your abilities and refused to believe it was true, so he sent me out. Glancing at Nagato's eyes hidden behind his red hair, Phoneby did not see the Rinnegan concealed within. Is that so? Then sure. Shirshu, you came from Konoha. Mahara's mouth twitched as he forced out the word Shirshu. Phoneby quickly responded, thinking, haha, this is Brother Chow himself calling me Shirshu. I have to answer promptly. You sure are quick to agree, kid. On the other side, Mahara's forehead was full of black lines. He began to somewhat believe that this person was indeed Jiraiya's junior brother, because their similarly mischievous personalities were too alike to deny. I came from the front lines. Jiraiya is currently engaged in battle with the IWNine at the border. After saying this, Phoneby paused, and his expression turned serious. I, Shimura Phoneby, on behalf of Konoha, extend an invitation for cooperation to you. Although he did not have the authorization from his own teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi, Phoneby had Danzo's tacit approval, so he could roughly represent Konoha in negotiations with Akatsuki. Seeing Kakashi and the others voluntarily leave the room, Mahara initially wanted to let Konan and Nagato also leave, but Phonbai stopped him. These two Shirji Jr. disciples don't need to leave. Ooh, I still have something to tell all of you later. You sure are quick with that, Shirji. Konan and Nagato also felt the same helplessness that Mahara had just experienced. Shimura Phonbai, I've heard of you. You are indeed a disciple of the third Hokage and ninja known as the White Death by Kimogakure. Looking at the delicate-featured youngster before her, Konan recited his record and also put away her contempt. Jiraiya-sensei should know that our Akatsuki organization acts to change this ninja world and achieve peace. We would never help you attack the IWNE. Mihara was not influenced by Phonbai's title or achievements. He immediately stated his position. He would absolutely not ally with Konoha to fight against IWNE. Don't worry, I'm clear about that. Phonbai smiled and put on an innocent expression. I haven't even laid out the terms. How do you know I came to invite you to fight against IWNE together? You lack faith in both Jiraiya and me. Then what cooperation are you talking about? Mihara was curious. He didn't understand why the other party, if not intending to drag him into fighting against IWNE, would discuss so-called cooperation with his small Akatsuki organization. This is the area you control. Looking around, Phonbai spotted a map of the Land of Rain on the wall of the room. Tiptoeing, he reached out and pointed to the area where Akatsuki was located on the map, his finger finally resting on a particular region. Konoha is willing to provide you with a loan. You can use this money to purchase daily necessities, develop the local area, or even buy weapons to arm yourselves. However, the premise is that this money can only be used to purchase Konoha's supplies, and the collateral will be the silver mine hidden beneath this area. How do you know there is a silver mine here? Mahara blurted out, then immediately regretted it. He was really stupid. If the other party could find this place, it proved they had thoroughly investigated the Land of Rain. Knowing the location of the mine was a simple matter. I know everything, including his eyes. Phonbai narrowed his eyes and smiled, pointing at Nagato not far away. Eyes. Mihara instinctively looked at Nagato. Nagato himself was a bit surprised, but also relieved. Since Jiraiya had even told the other party about the Rinnegan, he must trust this kid greatly. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out that Jiraiya had never mentioned the Rinnegan to Phonbai. Phonbai knew about it for entirely different reasons. Since it's a loan, there must be interest, right? Mahara coughed lightly and continued the previous topic. If you agree to allow Konoha to mine this silver mine and repay the loan with the resources extracted, the interest can be reduced. This condition is far too generous. Are there no other strings attached? After hearing Phonbai's conditions, Mahara had a vague guess. You should know that the real ruler of Amigakure is Lord Hanzo, not us. Mahara's words were cut off by Phonbai. You should know what Amigakure under Hanzo's rule is like. That kind of dark governance, even if you invest more, he would probably pocket it all as military funds. Looking straight into Mahara's eyes, Phonbai recalled the sights and sounds when he first stepped into Amigakure. That backward and corrupt regime should be buried in the dust of history. The conflicts between ninja should not involve civilians. Don't you agree, Mahara? How boring. Sitting at the doorstep, watching the Akatsuki ninjas constantly moving about, Obito pouted and complained to Kakashi. How much longer will Phonbai and the others discuss? Is it really okay to leave that guy alone inside? Hey Kakashi, why are you just standing there watching? Lin, say something to him too. Kakashi, ouch. Unable to bear Obito's complaints any longer, Kakashi clenched his fist and delivered a heavy blow to Obito's head, knocking tears out of him. You bastard, hitting my head again. Stung by the punch, Uchiha Obito immediately stood up, ignoring the fact that they were in Akatsuki territory, and lunged at Kakashi. Yujiro, who had been watching them from the side, wore a helpless expression. Truly, they were just children still playing around, even on the battlefield. Damn it, you're good at dodging. Stealing a glance at the motionless Yujiro, Obito felt a secret joy and continued his chase with Kakashi. The moment Kakashi hit his head, he had understood the subtle signal in Kakashi's eyes, realizing that his companion intended to use the ruckus to probe the Akatsuki's military readiness. The two tussled and moved, and in the midst of their scuffle, Kakashi had already mapped out the surrounding defenses. Hey Obito. The door slid open and Phonbai's voice reached Obito's ears. Hearing Phonbai's call, Obito immediately halted, rushing to him in 3 steps. Before he could speak, Phonbai grabbed him by the collar and dragged him into the small room. What happened? Forcibly pulled inside, Obito feared the negotiation had gone awry and hastily reached for his ninja tool pouch, but Phonbai seized his arm, stopping his action. Allow me to introduce you. This is your junior disciple Jiraiya's new student, Uchiha Obito. Smiling, Phonbai presented Obito to Yahiko and the others, who politely stepped forward to shake hands. Staring blankly at everyone present, Obito was momentarily baffled as to what Phonbai was up to. The next conversation requires your power, Obito. Send us into the Kamui dimension. Phonbai's expression turned serious as he addressed Obito. He intended to explain the origin of the Rinnegan to Yahiko and the others, but Madara had surely posted White Zetsu to monitor Nagato, so the discussion had to take place in an extremely secret location. Against White Zetsu, who could freely traverse the earth, only the Kimui dimension could ensure a safe conversation. The purpose of revealing the truth was to prevent Nagato from being easily deceived by Madara's agents. Like this, everyone come and hold Obito's shoulders. Without waiting for Obito's agreement, Fonbai had already arranged everything. Wait. Obito was bewildered. How could Fonbai know more about the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities than he himself did? Yet trusting Fonbai, he ultimately refrained from voicing his doubts. Yahiko. Hearing that they were about to enter some other dimension, Konan looked worriedly toward Yahiko. Although the previous conversation had temporarily convinced her that the young man harbored no ill intent, she couldn't shake the feeling that all his friendliness had been a prelude to this moment. But Yahiko's face still bore that confident smile. He waved dismissively at Konan, signaling her not to worry, and then stepped forward to place his hand on Obito's shoulder. Seeing Yahiko so at ease, Nagato and Konan said nothing more. Trusting Yahiko, they too placed their hands on Obito's shoulders in turn. Alright, let's go. Seeing the three with their hands stacked together, Fonbai chose Obito's free shoulder. At his command, a dizzying spatial distortion struck. With a fleeting darkness, they successfully entered the Kimui dimension. This place. Gazing at the vast space before them, Nagato shielded Yahiko and Konan behind him, carefully surveying the surroundings. This is the ability of my teammate. Let's not dwell on that now. The reason I brought you here is to tell you a secret. Of course you may choose to believe it or not. But I hope that if one day a mysterious man claiming to be Uchiha Madara approaches you and asks you to accept his will and capture the tailed beast, you will remember what I have said today. Fonbai spoke at length, aiming to enhance the credibility of his words. They exchanged glances, faced with such a serious Fonbai, and decided to hear him out before making a decision. Madara's secret base. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had fallen into slumber, and the masked man was nowhere to be seen. Throughout the vast underground space, the only moving creatures, aside from the severely injured Uchiha Yawan, were two strange-looking White Zetsu. If one could consider White Zetsu living creatures. Staring at the two who had explicitly admitted to monitoring him, Uchiha Yawan felt utterly miserable. After all, every morning he woke up to a spiral-shaped one that endlessly discussed feces, and another with a giant barbed appendage hanging from its crotch. Hardly the recipe for a good mood. And that so-called Uchiha Madara had fallen asleep after speaking, sealing the exit with stone. His own body seemed to have been infused with a strange substance, and some wounds glowed with an eerie white light. He had to find a way to escape. He harbored no affection for Uchiha Madara. This so-called ancestor was no longer a Konoha ninja. Even a young boy like Yawan knew that associating with rogue ninjas would lead to no good. However, looking at his bandaged limbs, Yawan sighed and decided to temporarily follow the advice of these two monsters, focus on rehabilitation. By the way, isn't that masked man from the other day one of your kind? Struggling to maintain balance, Yawan tried as usual to extract information from them. That guy? Can we talk about it? The barbed White Zetsu blinked at the spiral-shaped one. Well, Madara-sama never said we couldn't talk about him. He's like feces, existent but insignificant. The spiral White Zetsu raised a finger, continuing his feces analogy. Is that so? Anyway, that guy went to visit an old friend. You'll probably see him again soon. Hearing that the other might return soon, Yawan clenched his fists nervously. That one was human, not a monster. Compared to these two grotesque beings, a real person would never give him a chance to escape. He had to speed up his progress. After a friendly exchange with Yahiko and his comrades in the Rain Village, Fonbai hurriedly left, leaving behind a flying thunder god kunai, and tucked into his bosom the personal letter they had written for Jiraiya. Dad, I traded 100 million Ryo for a huge silver mine. Returning to Danzo's encampment, Fonbai could not wait to share this splendid news with him, declaring that he had successfully established a friendly relationship between Konoha and the Akatsuki organization. A silver mine. Danzo did not even raise his head, but extended his hand, signaling his son to present the signed treaty for his inspection. Wait a moment. Seeing Danzo's gesture, Fonbai suddenly remembered that he had carelessly tossed the treaty to Kakashi. He dashed out of the cave, retrieved the treaty from Kakashi, and promptly handed it to Danzo. Danzo leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed like an old man reading a newspaper on a street corner, remaining silent for a long time. 100 million Ryo for 5 years of mining rights to a silver mine is indeed not a loss. However, do you realize that ninjas are forbidden from privately exploiting mineral resources? Putting away the treaty, Danzo immediately poured cold water on Fonbai's enthusiasm. Fonbai was taken aback by Danzo's words. Ninjas are not allowed to mine silver. Who in the world made such a damned rule? According to regulations, ninjas, as a military organization hired by the daimyo, are completely withdrawn from production. Even if they engage in commerce, it can only be conducted within the territory of Konoha, and they must never possess assets on the daimyo's land. Adjusting his posture, Danzo expressionlessly began to educate his foolish son. So that meant he had spent 100 million Ryo on a mineral resource that he could not use at all. Wouldn't teacher Sarutobi beat him to death with Enma once he found out? After all, the treaty bore his own signature, As Hiruzen's disciple, he was inherently a member of the Hiruzen faction, and the only one who could clean up this mess was Hiruzen himself. So what do you plan to do now? Danzo looked at his son, a strange glimmer flickering in his eyes, hoping to hear the answer he desired. The daimyo. If it was truly the daimyo who forbade mining, then the cautious Hiruzen would never allow his actions today. After all, no matter how wealthy Konoha was, it would not casually send real gold and silver to the Rain Village, even if the loan could only be used to purchase necessary supplies from Konoha. What if he bypassed both Hiruzen and the daimyo? Phonbai suddenly thought of a possibility. Who did the daimyo think he was? He only sat high above, wielding his meager authority, forcing ninjas to bow their heads in submission. If he really led a team to mine that silver mine, what would the daimyo dare to do? Send troops to eliminate him. With that ragtag bunch of samurai of his. But if he bypassed the daimyo, what about the loan? Although the money itself did not need to be handed over, the supplies were something the other party would actually purchase. Who could he ask for those supplies? In an instant, a flood of information overwhelmed Phonbai, causing his face to redden once more. Sigh, his intelligence really is. Watching Phonbai's face turn red again, Danzo closed his eyes helplessly, finally convinced that his son had no other commendable qualities besides his combat prowess. No, even his combat thinking was too simplistic. Just bypass the daimyo and forcibly mine the silver mine. Just as Danzo was about to speak up to bail his foolish son out, Phonbai finally made his decision. Let's mine the silver mine first and worry about the supplies later. Hearing his son finally arrive at an answer, and exactly the one he wanted to hear, Danzo's single eye lit up, though he quickly concealed it, feigning indifference as he asked, and after you mine it, what about the supplies the Rain Village needs to purchase? That's where I'll need your help, Dad. Phonbai drew out his words, approaching with a flattering expression, and began massaging Danzo's shoulders. Hiruzen cared about the daimyo, but Danzo did not. In fact, Danzo had always been indifferent to the daimyo. Satisfied with his son's massage, Danzo nodded. Not too stupid, at least you know to come to me. After letting Phonbai massage him for a while, Danzo waved his hand, signaling him to step back, then stood up to begin teaching his son about the history of ninjas. During the Warring States period, the daimyo hired various clans to fight each other, thereby suppressing the number of ninjas. At that time, the daimyo with their armies of samurai indeed held the upper hand in combat power. With his hands clasped behind his back, Danzo recalled the tales passed down by his forefathers. But ever since the first Hokage established the village system, ninjas from different clans gathered together their combined strength enough to challenge the daimyo's armies. Therefore, the daimyo had to suppress ninja power through measures like restricting production. Even so, the daimyo's samurai could no longer stop the ninjas' advance. That's why the Great Ninja Wars became an excellent battlefield for attrition. In the mission environment deliberately created by the daimyo and high-ranking nobles, ninjas from the various hidden villages fought one another over missions, and conflicts between factions grew incessant, each desperate for those meager mission fees to improve their own village's living conditions. Do you know why Arodi, despite not being in the village's budget, still maintains such a massive scale? Reaching the crucial point, Danzo turned around and looked straight into Phonbai's eyes. You mean? Phonbai had a vague idea. On the surface, I used the Shimura clan's assets to subsidize Arodi, but in secret, I leveraged my power to bring some impoverished nobles under my control, using their identities to conduct businesses that the daimyo strictly forbade ninjas from engaging in. Damn, as expected of the old man. No wonder that in the original story, while Hiruzen was still worrying about village missions, Danzo not only supported the Anbu, but also provided a steady stream of research funds to Orochimaru. When it came to disregarding the daimyo, it was his own father who truly excelled. Phonbai's face showed an expression of admiration. Seeing this, Danzo nodded inwardly with satisfaction. If any follower of Hiruzen's will, or even Hiruzen himself, had heard these words, they would have cried treason and thrown him into prison. But his son was not nervous at all. On the contrary, he seemed excited. This child is like me. Phonbai's reaction only strengthened Danzo's resolve to push him onto the Hokage seat. If earlier he had been trying to make up for his own regrets, now he was striving to realize the vision of the ninja world he had always dreamed of. So, Danzo deliberately paused. Phonbai eagerly awaited Danzo's answer. A mere 100 million Rios worth of supplies. I can still afford it. As for the silver mine operation, you don't need to worry about that anymore. Danzo acted swiftly. No sooner had he arranged for Phonbai and the others to return to the Mu Yi battlefield than that very night a noble in a certain town who held mining rights suffered a raid by mountain bandits. The vast family of several hundred people was slaughtered to the last, leaving only an infant in swaddling clothes alive. As for the samurai who guarded the noble, they were reduced to ashes along with the magnificent mansion. Fortunately, the commoners around the mansion suffered no substantial harm. The fire was brought under control by a chance Mu Yi ninja before it spread to the civilian quarters. In the end, the sole survivor of the family, with the help of a steward, successfully inherited the family's authority and immediately dispatched a mining team to the Yu country. No one found this suspicious. In this chaotic era, the lives of nobles were indeed frequently threatened, against the intricate and unpredictable methods of ninja. The samurai, who had served the nobles for generations, seemed so fragile. Apart from the daimyo himself, who enjoyed free protection from Muyi, other nobles had to hire ninja at their own expense to protect themselves. Of course, Phonbai was unaware of all that had happened. At this moment, after handing over the letters and contact information of Mi Yin and the others to Zilai Yi, he set off with his team on the journey back to Muyi. Danzo also withdrew the route from within the Yu country, abandoning his intention to strike against the Shao organization. However, when he returned to Muyi before Phonbai carrying the joy that his own son shared his ideals, he soon received another good news from Hiruzen. Hiruzen successfully persuaded De Yi Mu, exchanging non-accountability for the rock's responsibility to achieve unconditional peace between the two sides. The war in the Yanin village had ended successfully. This is a desecration of the fallen Hiruzen. I can never accept this condition. Slamming his palm on the table, Danzo once again expressed his dissatisfaction with Hiruzen's decision. His action quickly drew the displeasure of the two other advisors. Danzo, no matter what, Hiruzen is the Hokage. You are being far too rude. The two repeatedly emphasized that they did not oppose Danzo questioning Hiruzen's decision, but they would absolutely not turn a blind eye to Danzo's disrespectful attitude. But Danzo completely ignored the two advisors expressing their discontent, fixing his gaze directly on Hiruzen. Continuing the war would be fatal for the exhausted Muyi. This is a compromise forced by the necessity for peace. Hiruzen's expression remained calm, clearly having anticipated Danzo's attack. Moreover, I will take responsibility for this. He had already prepared everything. All that remained was to let things unfold according to his plan. How will you take responsibility? Danzo's tone remained aggressive. I will resign as the third Hokage and pass the position to the fourth. Hiruzen's words struck everyone present like a thunderbolt. The scene fell into silence for a moment. So that's it. You recalled Shuamao to the village for this very reason, haven't you? After the two advisors left, Danzo, still seated in his place, retained some indignation, but his tone was much better than before. Yes, I have already spoken with him. He will succeed as the fourth. I believe you won't object, will you? Pipe in hand, Hiruzen gazed at the seat that was his own not far away with no trace of nostalgia in his heart. Your departure will bring new life to the decaying Muyi. How could I possibly oppose it? Danzo closed his eyes, lifted the teacup from the table, inhaled its fragrance, and said softly, that would be perfect. Seeing Danzo's reaction within expectations, Hiruzen finally breathed a sigh of relief. What he needed to do next was to gradually ease the old generation out of the center of power. The most difficult of all was the Danzo before him. Although on the surface the root organization had a roster of 16, Hiruzen had long confirmed through various channels that the power controlled by this old friend far exceeded the limits he had set. However, for the sake of the village, he had not stopped him over the years. Now that power was about to be transferred to the new Hokage, he had to find a way to curb the other's power. His only leverage was naturally the youngest disciple. Finishing the tea in his cup, Danzo left the room without looking back. Next, it's the Yunin village and the Wuyin village. Having dealt with the most troublesome Yanin village, Hiruzen's next step was to completely expel the mist ninja entrenched along the border. On the other side, at the entrance of Muyi village, Phonbai and his group had finally returned to the village. Uncle Shuamao. Before even entering the village, he spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance. Dad. Kakashi also saw the figure and hurried after Phonbai towards him. Long time no see, Phonbai. It's been many years since we last parted. Shuamao smiled and reached out his hand, patting the top of Phonbai's head, who had grown taller. Still the same gentle smile and the familiar touch on his head. Phonbai showed a sincere smile. Seeing his father only focusing on Phonbai and ignoring him, she felt somewhat displeased, but couldn't show it, so he could only stand still, just like his name implied. Oh right, Uncle Shuamao, look. I've taken good care of Kakashi, and I haven't let down your trust. Suddenly remembering that behind him was Shuamao's own son, Phonbai proudly pulled Kakashi over. Who's taking care of whom? With a face full of black lines, Kakashi said this while walking up to Shuamao. You've worked hard these days, Kakashi. Even after years of separation, Shuamao still suppressed his emotions well, but his slightly reddened eyes somewhat revealed his current state of mind. Indeed, it was hard work having to take care of two idiots. Kakashi put on a smug expression, and even though his mask covered it, Phonbai could somewhat discern his true thoughts. Ignoring Shuamao's presence, he directly threw a punch at him. Stinky Kakashi, what are you saying? I'm your captain. Damn, Phonbai, stop right there. Naya, I won't stop. Catch me if you can. Watching the two of them fooling around, Shuamao let out a laugh, which somewhat dispelled some of the melancholy in his heart. Uncle Shuamao, this time you're back, you won't have to leave again, right? After freezing all parts of Kakashi except his head, Phonbai then remembered to ask about Shuamao's purpose for returning. Yes. Recalling what Hiruzen had told him, Shuamao nodded. Indeed, if nothing unexpected happened, he would not leave the village for a long time, provided he could pass the daimyo's scrutiny. After all, the failure of the last mission might have made the daimyo remember him. with the peace treaty between Konoha and Iwagakure matters ought to have progressed toward a favorable direction. According to Hiruzen's plan, the next step was to deploy the forces led by Jiraiya and Minato into the battle against Kirigakure, swiftly eliminating the mist ninjas entrenched within the territory, thereby gaining an advantage over Iwagakure with superior numbers. However, the fourth Raikage, who had just ascended to the position upon returning to his village, once again led his shinobi to the borders of Konoha. This forced Hiruzen to dispatch Minato's forces toward Kumogakure, while sending Fonbai's squad to assist in the battle against Kirigakure. I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Before he could even enjoy a few days of respite, Fonbai once again found himself on the battlefield with his squad. Shuriken and kunai occasionally shot out from the dense fog, showcasing the mist ninjas' distinct combat style, unlike that of the cloud or rock ninjas. But this won't stop me. Wind Release Vacuum Great Ball. Sensing a shuriken launched from behind, Fonbai swiftly formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and expelled a massive wind bullet from his mouth. The powerful wind technique easily dispersed the thick fog, exposing the caught-off-guard mist ninjas. Lightning Release Lightning Net. Fire Release Phoenix Flower Claw Red. Kakashi and Obito, who coordinated perfectly with Fonbai, launched their attacks in an instant, successfully eliminating several mist ninjas who had yet to comprehend what was happening. Don't panic. Hold your ground. The leader of the mist ninjas said this, but his feet moved in the opposite direction, betraying his true intentions. A mirror of ice materialized before him, and Fonbai's figure emerged. With a swift motion, he slit the leader's throat with a senbon. It's the White Death. Although it was unclear why Konoha possessed a bloodline limit that should have originated from their own village, the current situation was not the time to ponder such matters, especially after the mist ninjas recognized the identity of the young man before them. Lightning Release Lightning Beast. A beast formed from condensed lightning roared towards several mist ninjas, its purple glow catching Fonbai's attention. So that guy Kakashi, after realizing Chidori wasn't working, has developed a new technique. He's progressing at an astonishing pace. Dodging a slash from a mist ninja by tilting his head, Fonbai crouched low while coating his fist with ice crystals. He punched out, sending the mist ninja reeling, then reached behind him and drew the white fang. I can't afford to fall behind either. Let me show you my newly developed technique, Thunder Flame Sword. Infusing the white fang with lightning and fire chakra, Fonbai used an ice mirror to teleport behind a mist ninja and thrust the blade viciously toward his back. The mist ninja seemed to sense the movement behind him and instinctively leaped upward, attempting to evade Fonbai's attack. This caused the white fang, which was meant to pierce his back, specifically aiming for his waist, to miss its intended target and enter a certain unspeakable part of his body. Arg! The mist ninja's agonizing scream instantly drew everyone's attention. Seeing his plight, not only did the remaining mist ninjas lose their will to fight, but even Konoha's shinobi found the sight too painful to behold. Watching from a distance, Lin covered her mouth with her small hand and closed her eyes, refusing to look any longer. Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? Fonbai tried to explain to the unfortunate soul before him, but under the ravages of the dual lightning and fire chakra, the man had already departed from the ninja world after his cry of agony. The remaining mist ninjas fled the area with all their might, leaving Fonbai standing alone, scratching his head in embarrassment. Well, I guess my dad did that sort of thing too. Withdrawing his lightning release, Kakashi scratched his head helplessly. Hiss! Better not make Fonbai angry from now on. Obito, standing nearby, drew in a sharp breath, covering his vital parts, while silently resolving in his heart. Shimura foamed by the White Death. His despicable methods are just like his father's. In a corner of the battlefield that no one noticed, a figure in a cloak and mask glared viciously at Fonbai in the distance. The mere mention of the surname Shimura made his fists clench uncontrollably, veins bulging. Clearly he harbored a deep-seated hatred for that name. Yar, now is not the time to focus on that one, Setsuna-kun. A white Setsu poked its head out and reminded him amicably. Snorting coldly, Setsuna withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the white Zetsu beneath his feet. Has that guy Wada come out yet? Of course. He's his only grandson. Knowing he's still alive, how could he not come out? The white Zetsu flashed a malicious grin, speaking with evident delight. And just as Lord Madara predicted, 2 root ninjas. Yes, that's what they're called. 2 root ninjas are tailing him. Madara Uchiha understood the difference between Yaowan and Setsuna. Setsuna was a relic of the era that had witnessed the glory of the Uchiha clan, holding deep reverence for Madara's will. Yaowan, on the other hand, was different. Having grown up in a new era, he had received Konoha's teachings. While he wouldn't foolishly trust the will of fire like Shisui, he wouldn't trust the world Madara described either. He must be made to know pain. Yaowan's bond was naturally the grandfather who doted on him the most. Imagine a young man, after enduring countless hardships to escape a strange region and preparing to return to the village that raised him, discovers that his most important relative was killed by Konoha's ninjas. How much hatred would that ignite within him? This is also Wada's own doing. Thinking back to the man's failed uprising years ago, Setsuna felt no sympathy. He turned and left the area with the white Zetsu. That said, if he could take the chance to kill that Shimura brat, as well, Lord Madara surely wouldn't object. Muttering to himself, Setsuna suddenly recalled a certain plan of Kirigakure. This way the war should end soon. By the campfire, the members of Team 7 huddled together for warmth, preparing skewers to grill. Kirigakure is already on its last legs. With a little more effort, we can kick them into the sea. On the other side of the fire sat Team Akimichi, led by Choza. The team members were Might Guy, Shiranui Gunma, and Ebisu. Guy, about your father. Phonbai, aware that Might Due had sacrificed himself just like in the original story, wanted to offer some comfort. It's all right, Phonbai. My father saw his convictions through to the end, letting his youth burn to the highest blaze. That was his will. Tears would only bury his efforts. Might Guy flashed his iconic smile, though how much forced cheerfulness it carried was beyond Phonbai's knowing. Is that so? Here, have a skewer. Returning Might Guy's smile, Phonbai handed him a skewer of grilled meat. Setsuna has succeeded, Lord Madara. Inside Uchiha Madara's secret base, Black Zetsu suddenly appeared and reported good news to Madara, who was leaning back in his seat. As you predicted, Uchiha Yuan has awakened his Sharingan and is heading toward the base. Having witnessed the entire event, Black Zetsu was also filled with joy. After so many years, this was the first time he had come so close to the end of the plan. Next, he just needed to find a way to manipulate Nagato into resurrecting Uchiha Madara, then use the other's formidable combat power to collect the tailed beasts, and finally kick this detestable fellow aside, letting him witness what it meant to be a true mastermind. Once you're dead, I'll kick you a few times to vent my anger. With his gaze secretly fixed on Madara's aged body, Black Zetsu could no longer restrain the urge to plant a few kicks on the man's face. Regarding the good news Black Zetsu had reported, Madara showed little emotional fluctuation. To him, everything was inevitable. Lord Madara Setsuna seems to have other ideas. Seeing that Madara merely nodded and did not outline the next steps, Black Zetsu couldn't help but start sowing discord before Madara about Uchiha Setsuna. In his view, Madara had prepared too many backup plans, both Nagato Yuin and Setsuna, which was extremely unfavorable for the betrayal Black Zetsu had yet to unfold. After Madara's death, he would have to spread his efforts evenly across the three to prevent them from causing any unexpected deviations. Seeing that Madara still remained silent, Black Zetsu detailed to Madara how Setsuna seemed to have set his sights on the Three Tails. It doesn't matter. Setsuna's hatred for Konoha is precisely the driving force that will push him forward after my death. Madara reached out and unconsciously stroked the blade of the scythe beside his left hand, casting a disdainful glance at Black Zetsu before him. Besides, without Setsuna's balancing influence, a useless thing, like you would be unable to oversee that young lad Uchiha Yuan. Once again inexplicably called a waste, Black Zetsu reddened with fury. I really am my own worst enemy. Why did I have to open my mouth and get scolded again? Black Zetsu mentally slapped himself twice, reproaching his own loose tongue. No longer looking at the reddened Zetsu before him, Madara continued, speaking as if to himself. In terms of loyalty, Setsuna is no less than you, an artificial creation. You can trust him completely. If Yuan ever harbors any improper intentions, so a waste should do the work of a waste. As for Setsuna, let him be for now. You're the waste. Your whole family are wastes. I am the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the creator of ninja history. You are all mere pawns in my hands. I repeatedly called a waste. Black Zetsu felt utterly wretched, already imagining in his mind how once Madara was no longer of use, he would torment him mercilessly with a small whip. Enough. Now go back to where a waste belongs. The protagonist is about to make his entrance. Sensing that Yuan was about to arrive at the base, Madara impatiently gestured for the Black Zetsu before him to get lost immediately. Faced with such humiliation, Black Zetsu exhibited a patience surpassing even that of a shinobi, and with a heart full of silent curses, he sank into the ground. After finishing the meal by the bonfire, Phonbai stood up and stretched, preparing to return to his tent to rest, but was drawn by the cry of a hawk. A handsome ninja hawk landed precisely on Phonbai's shoulder, tilting its head to indicate that he should take out the letter from the tube. This method of communication, was it from his father? Frowning, Phonbai reached out and extracted the scroll from the tube. Before he could even unroll it to read the contents, the ninja hawk flapped its wings and soared back into the night sky. So urgent. Unsure what had happened, Phonbai quickly unrolled the scroll and rapidly scanned its contents. To his surprise, the sender was not his father, but Yamanaka Shan, the first-generation whip Jinchuriki. The note stated that he and Shimura Iku were tracking a rogue ninja who had defected from the village currently near the mist battlefield and urgently needed Phonbai's support. Confirming the code was accurate, Phonbai grimly crushed the note in his hand while rapidly activating his not-too-wrinkled brain. According to regulations, he had now left the Root organization and was a publicly listed Jonin squad leader of Konoha, thus he should not respond to their summons. But Phonbai was uncertain whether this involved his father's intentions. Even more perplexing was what kind of rogue ninja they were trailing that could compel two Root Jonin-level shinobi to send a distress signal to a 13-year-old child. The entire affair reeked of an indescribable strangeness. Missed battlefield. Rogue ninja. Distress signal. Could it be? He was following Minato's script. For a fleeting moment Phone felt his mind become exceptionally clear. This was very likely a scheme by Madara aiming to lure him away, then send someone to ambush Rin, ultimately plunging Obito into darkness. Damn you, Madara. At your age you still won't give up, even targeting Obito, and even luring Yamanaka-san and Shimura Iku into a trap. But if I ordered Kakashi and the others not to separate, and to stay safely in camp until I return, wouldn't that blow your plan to pieces? Of course the safest approach would be to completely ignore those two, and pretend I never received this message, but what if their deaths resulted from my lack of support? Although he constantly complained that those two were too heavy-handed, Phone knew they were genuinely devoted to him, and they had been by his side for so many years. Well, I'll go then. After all, I promised Kabuto to introduce these two fine teachers to him. Besides, I have the Flying Thunder God technique. If things look bad, I can just teleport back. Muttering to himself for encouragement, Phone turned and walked in another direction, finding Kakashi, who was packing his ninja tools. Kakashi, the Anbu has a mission. I need to go personally. You, Obito, and Rin stay in the camp. Do not leave, understand? Standing before Kakashi, Phone spoke with a serious tone, emphasizing that they must not leave the camp, and especially to watch over Rin and ensure she encounters no danger. Danger? Hearing Phone grave tone, Kakashi also frowned, a hint of worry in his eyes. It's nothing. There are other Anbu comrades. Besides, I can use the Flying Thunder God technique, just like Minato-san. I might even teleport back while you're asleep. Seeing that his tone had startled Kakashi, Phone patted the other's shoulder reassuringly, then, without waiting for a reply, used the body flicker technique to vanish from before him. Don't you die on me, Yamanaka-san, Shimura Iku. Running swiftly through the silent forest, Phone could only hope that all his guesses were wrong, and that the two whipped Jinchuriki had merely coincidentally appeared near the missed battlefield. In the deep woods, several thick branches shot up from the ground, two of which impaled two Anbu-clad shinobi, entirely blood dripping incessantly. The sound of blood droplets hitting the ground was exceptionally clear in the silent forest. Not far away, Uchiha Wada lay prone on the earth, two ninja swords still embedded in his back, evidently beyond saving. Beside Wada's corpse, Uchiha Setsuna, who had witnessed Yao Wan's rampage, concealed his gloating expression beneath his mask. Watching his former friend die miserably before him, due to his own schemes, his heart remained utterly unmoved. Crouching down, he gouged out Wada's eyes and placed them into a container prepared in advance. Dismissing the white Zetsu that had been following him, Setsuna leaned against a branch crafted by Yao Wan's wood style, calmly awaiting the arrival of the one trapped in his snare. Come out, brat. I've already sensed you. After waiting for an unknown duration, Setsuna suddenly turned his head, fixing his gaze on a nearby spot. Not coming out. Or are you waiting? Before Setsuna could finish his sentence, sensing the chill behind him, he bent low to evade the Sunban strike, then drew his blade in a backhand motion, cleaving the ice mirror behind him in two. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Phone Bai's voice resounded through the woods, followed by a hail of shuriken. Is that all you've got? Activating his Sharingan, Setsuna gazed at the shuriken hurtling toward him, quickly discerning the flaws within the technique. Tossing a few shuriken of his own amidst the clang of metal, he forcibly altered the trajectory of some of the incoming projectiles, causing all the shuriken to collide mid-air, not a single one landing near him. Don't struggle. I possess all your intelligence, including the fact that you've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique created by that evil Tobirama. Tilting his head to dodge the Flying Thunder God, kunai, Setsuna remained rooted, swinging his blade backward to parry the strike of Phone who had teleported behind him via the technique. Knocked back by the force, Phone dared not linger. He let the Flying Thunder God kunai fall to the ground, then swiftly retreated behind a tree, cursing inwardly at his opponent's tenacity. The situation was indeed a conspiracy, just as he had guessed. The two corpses on the tree trunk were clearly Yamanaka-san and Shimura Iku. But whose body was that on the ground? And who was this masked man? Judging by his agile movements, he was definitely not Uchiha Madara. Was he Madara's proxy? If so, that meant Obito was no longer a threat. Then what was the purpose of luring him here? Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Before Phone could sort out the connections, the fierce flames spewing from Setsuna's mouth reminded him it was not the time for contemplation. Water-style Water Formation Wall. Seeing the immense range of the fire-style Phone had no choice but to counter with a water-style technique. But to avoid the steam that would obscure his vision, he infused the water with Ice Nature Chakra. The foremost wave rushing toward the fire froze into ice, its thickness blocking the fire-style's assault. A rational choice. A voice suddenly sounded from the left, warning Phone that his opponent had begun moving. Catching the red glow flickering in the hollows of the mask, Phone confirmed his enemy was indeed an Uchiha. He must not meet his gaze. Ducking to evade a shuriken strike, Phone retreated into the ice wave he had created. Fire-style Dragon Flame Release Song. Seeing Phone vanish into the ice crystals, Setsuna did not hesitate. He began forming hand seals, exhaling 4 dragon-headed flames that smashed into the ice layer with brute force. Got him. Sensing the ice layer about to shatter, Phone-Bai emerged from it, noticing that Setsuna had not paid attention to the flying thunder god kunai left on the ground. He teleported to that spot and thrust his sunbon forward. Got you, brat. Instead of Setsuna's exposed back, what met Phone-Bai's eyes was a pair of Sharingan eyes with 3 tomo. A mere instant of eye contact made Phone-Bai's gaze grow dazed, and the sunbon slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. Humph, the so-called White Death, just a common brat from the Shimura clan. The shinobi of today are far weaker than those of my era, allowing such a kid to run rampant. Looking at Phone-Bai, who stood frozen in place, Setsuna let out a cold sneer, mocking the current state of the ninja world while reminiscing about his own days of glory on the battlefield. Back then, was he not also a mere brat in the eyes of the strong? Especially Tobarama. He, an elite member of the police force, had been defeated in a single move. Thankfully, that old fiend Tobarama had perished at the hands of the Gold and Silver brothers, or else Setsuna, with only an aging Uchiha Madara as his backing, would not have dared to show himself so easily in the ninja world. Now I'll seal the Sanbai into this brat, then let him escape back to the leaf. I'll have those mist ninja control the Sanbai, and make it go berserk. Hee Shimura Danzo, I'll make you kill your own son with your own hands. Ha ha ha. Bursting into maniacal laughter, Uchiha Setsuna manipulated Phone-Bai to follow him, leading the way toward the Mist Ninja's secret stronghold. As for Wada and the 2 root members' corpses, let them rot and stink in this forest. The woods fell silent once more. Yamanaka-shan and Shimura Iku had long since bled dry, their droplets no longer sounding. You two, I was waiting for you to teach that kid Kabuto, yet you've gone ahead to meet the 6 paths. 2 flashes of cold light cut through the branches, impaling the corpses, freeing them from their bindings. Using the tip of his blade to lift the masks from their faces, familiar features appeared before him. Phone-Bai sighed. Good thing I was clever. Using nearly 2/3 of my chakra to create a shadow clone that wouldn't be easily destroyed, or I'd have fallen for that bastard's trick. Marveling at his own cleverness, Phone-Bai's tone carried a hint of sorrow. His real body had been hiding in the distance the entire time. All the searching and the battle with Setsuna had been carried out by the shadow clone. Only after the woods fell silent did he dare to grope his way closer. This also meant he had not witnessed the fight between his shadow clone and Setsuna, leaving him with no information about the opponent for now. Of course, if he chose to release the shadow clone jutsu, now he would instantly learn about the previous battle. But then he would be unable to figure out the enemy's purpose for not killing him immediately. Better to let the shadow clone dissipate naturally. I don't have time to bury you now. I need to follow that guy and see who he really is. But I promise you, no matter how many years it takes, I'll cut off that bastard's head to honor your memory. Without another glance at the corpses, Phone-Bai collected his emotions and set off in the direction Setsuna had taken. In the My Village, Danzo, who was preoccupied with his affairs, suddenly felt a surge of unease. Frowning, he tossed the documents onto the desk and summoned a subordinate. Is there still no word from Shanjong-shan and Jitsu-Niku? Danzo had always kept a covert watch on Uchiha Wada, a radical who had once been on the second Hokage's blacklist. Although the war had forced him to withdraw some personnel, Danzo still showed due respect to a leader like Uchiha Wada. Even in such dire times, he had dispatched 2 Jonin-level operatives to monitor him. Just a few days ago, the surveillance ninjas reported an anomaly. Uchiha Wada was making a move. Before the root could investigate his intentions, Uchiha Wada had slipped out of the village fully equipped. A ninja leaving the village without permission during wartime under the second Hokage's era would have been branded a rogue ninja. Yet Danzo feared that the man might be planning to lead the hawkish Uchiha faction in a mutiny, leveraging the war. After all, Fugaku had already led a contingent of Uchiha elites to the Mist Ninja battlefield. If the 2 forces merged, fearing his conjecture might become reality, Danzo dispatched Shanjong-shan and Jitsu-Niku to trail him with orders to kill him immediately if he showed signs of colluding with others. No, but the subordinate hesitated. Speak. Sensing the reluctance, Danzo's unease deepened, and he gestured for the man to continue. Yes, the logistics division just reported that Shanjong-shan deployed a ninja hawk to the Mist battlefield. The Mist battlefield. Had Uchiha Wada already reached that place? Danzo's expression shifted and his tone became urgent. Did he send a message to Ding Wu via the ninja hawk? Unfortunately, Lord Danzo, we inquired with Ding Wu, but his squad received no such message. I suspect. The ninja faltered. What do you suspect? Danzo's countenance turned icy cold, his chakra surged wildly, and his breathing grew rapid. Young Master Phone-Bai is on the Mist battlefield. Bang! Danzo slammed his palm down, and violent wind attribute chakra shredded the entire desk, splintering wood and driving sharp fragments into the sturdy door. Send an immediate message to Ding Wu. Tell him to find Phone-Bai at once and ascertain what Shanjong-shan said to him. In a vast man-made cave adjacent to a lake, dozens of Mist ninjas gathered. They wore masks and armor, standing guard in the middle of the cave. Deep within, a colossal creature was bound by chains plastered with various sealing talismans. The three-tailed Isabu. As one of the tailed beasts of the Mist Village, it had been sent directly to the front lines by the village's high command due to the failure to find a suitable Jinchuriki in time. Originally, they intended to enrage the Three Tails and unleash it on the battlefield, but the Anbu leader Zigwashin Hitengui, who had been reduced to a mere joke by Might Due, proposed a new plan. That was to capture a Konoha ninja, deliberately release him, and if he returned to the village, then lift the seal, causing more severe damage to Konoha. After all of Konoha's top combat power was concentrated on the front lines. Even releasing the Three Tails there would not cause too much loss to the village. Zigwashin Hitengui's proposal was approved by the high command, and it was also discovered by the White Zetsu, moving underground, eventually reaching the ears of Uchiha Shana. Bent on avenging Konoha, Uchiha Shana decided to exploit the plan, making the young Jitsuin boy a sacrificial lamb to inflict pain on Danzo. Leading Fonbai into the cave, the Mist ninjas inside showed no surprise at Shana's sudden appearance, as they were already under the control of his Sharingan Jinjutsu, now mere pawns. The power Lord Madara bestowed upon me is indeed remarkable. Feeling the abundance of his Sharingan's ocular power, Shana's mouth nearly twisted to his ear. Shana was no longer young. As an Uchiha who had raised the banner of rebellion during the second Hokage's era, Madara worried that his age might not allow him to hold out until he could counterbalance Nagato, so he gave him a slight boost. By fusing a small amount of Hashirama cells, Shana, though unable to use wood release, had perfectly enhanced his mobility and ocular power. Now he was even confident enough to challenge Tobirama again. He might not win completely, but he would never be subdued by a single move as in the past. Use this boy as the sacrifice. Shoving the dazed Fonbai forward, the Mist ninjas on command bound him with a water-style water whip and then removed his armor. Several members of the sealing squad also brought out the altar, ready to begin the sealing procedure once everything was prepared. Hee Danzo, after the way you treated me in the Anbu prison. As the Mist ninjas moved, Uchiha Shana let out a vile laugh, already envisioning Danzo's grief-stricken face after losing his son. Little did he know, just outside the cave not far away, Fonbai's true body, having stepped over the dead sentry, was approaching. This position is perfect. Lying on the ground using the corpse of the Mist ninja sentry as cover, Fonbai surveyed the interior by the dim candlelight, grasping most of the scene. The most eye-catching was undoubtedly the massive Three Tails. Damn, I thought it was Minato's script, but it's Rin's. Seeing the Three Tails and the altar before it, Fonbai instantly guessed Shana's intention. Is that old silver coin Madara getting senile? Does he really think I'm as important to Obito as Rin? Reaching behind him, Fonbai prepared to draw White Fong, but then pulled his hand back as if struck by an idea. Let me give you a taste of poison. Taking out the poison Samban he had prepared earlier, Fonbai waited for the right moment, when Shana was close enough to his shadow clone. Since the shadow clone had not dissipated, Fonbai was unaware of the masked man's abilities, so he chose the safest approach to close in, using the Flying Thunder God mark on the clone. I'll just use a Flying Thunder God kidney stab to make you explode. He said this, but hitting the target was not the end. The numerous Mist ninjas in the cave would also be obstacles. Besides the Mist ninjas, he could not let the Three Tails right before him go to waste either. If this had been the Fonbai from a few years ago, he would have kept a respectful distance from such existence as a tailed beast. After all, the notion that a Jinchuriki would perish once their tailed beast was extracted was far too terrifying, completely at odds with Fonbai's aspiration to live peacefully as a wealthy recluse. But the Fonbai, of now tempered by the crucible of war, had too many things he yearned to accomplish, and with the confirmation that the old fox had already set his sights on him, growing stronger had become his only choice. Utilize the Flying Thunder God kidney strike to deal with the masked man, then finish off the Mist ninjas with my strongest jutsu, and while chaos engulfs the battlefield, cast the four symbols ceiling. Facing the enormous threat before him, Fonbai's mind sharpened to an extraordinary degree, and within moments he had devised a battle plan he deemed nearly flawless. Meanwhile, the preparations within the cave were drawing to their climax. Uchiha Setsuna, barely concealing her excitement, approached Fonbai to witness up close the moment the tailed beast would be forcibly extracted. Flying Thunder God kidney strike. As Fonbai's fierce cry rang out, Setsuna, having taken barely 2 steps, felt a sharp pain pierce her waist. She turned to look and saw 3 gleaming kunai protruding from her side. Release. Kicking away 2 Mist ninja from the sealing team, Fonbai broke the Jinjutsu, binding his shadow clone, then withdrew a smoke bomb from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it forcefully to the ground. Damn brat. Sensing his Jinjutsu shatter, Setsuna glared angrily around the cavern, attempting to pierce through the thick smoke with her Sharingan. The Mist ninja were equally stunned by the sudden ambush. Aside from the sealing team, who had to maintain their formation to prevent the Three Tails from breaking free, the rest joined the search. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fonbai, who had used the smoke bomb to temporarily blind his enemies, knew full well that the masked man with the Sharingan would soon detect his whereabouts. Not daring to waste a moment, he immediately enacted his plan and cast the Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 foam bays materialized out of thin air, scattering rapidly to occupy 5 positions within the cave. In such a semi-enclosed space, casting this jutsu could not have been more fitting. Moreover, this was the most devastating technique foam by currently possessed. 5 elements massive bombardment jutsu. Savor the power granted by your esteemed master. The 5 elements of chakra collided, igniting a catastrophic explosion. In the ensuing turmoil, countless mist ninja failed to react in time and were sent spiraling into oblivion. Through his Sharingan, Setsuna discerned the explosion was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Not daring to tarry, she turned and sprinted toward the cave entrance, but just as she was about to escape, a bizarre paralysis seized her body. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed before the exit, only to be thrown back by the explosion's shockwave. Even so, the explosions showed no sign of ceasing. As energy continued to accumulate within the cave, the artificially excavated cavern could no longer withstand the immense force. Its already thin ceiling was blasted through, and falling rubble buried the 3 tails, which had just broken free from its seal entirely. Few as expected, employing this jutsu in an enclosed space yields far greater destructive power than in open terrain. Feeling the emptiness within his body, Foam-Bai let out a sigh. To achieve this effect, he had poured nearly all of his chakra into the technique, leaving only enough for the sealing jutsu and the flying thunder god escape. With no time to confirm whether the area was secure, and knowing such commotion would surely attract a swarm of mist ninja, Foam-Bai burst forth the moment the explosion subsided, charging toward the largest pile of rubble. Beneath that rubble lay the 3 tails. Sealing jutsu 4 symbols sealing. Pressing his palm against the 3 tails' exposed flesh protruding from the debris, a massive flow of pure chakra was drawn from the beast into Foam-Bai's body. The searing heat, like branding iron touching flesh, surged through his entire body. The oppressive weight of the chakra nearly caused Foam-Bai to lose his concentration and break the seal. Damn it, hold on my body. Letting out a roar, Foam-Bai forced himself to maintain the sealing jutsu. They had come this far. How could he possibly back down now? In that instant, fragments of his past flashed through his mind. Among them were the faces of Kakashi, the foolish grin of Obito, and the likenesses of Asama Guy and Jiraiya. Yet the image that ultimately froze in his consciousness was that of the Rain Village matron who had lost her son. TCH, what a hypocrite I am thinking of her at a time like this. Biting his lip with all his might, Foam-Bai tore a deep gash, the sharp pain finally clearing his dazed mind. Fortunately, whether due to the exceptional quality of the mist ninja's sealing or the 3 tails still dazed from the earlier explosion, the beast offered no resistance, allowing the sealing to proceed smoothly. Damn it, speed up. Even so, the 3 tails' massive form had shrunk by barely more than half. He had indeed underestimated the sheer volume of tailed beast chakra. If he had known, he would have let Setsuna capture it first, allowed the mist ninja to complete the sealing, and then reinforced it himself. Foam-Bai thought to himself with a bitter smile. But that would not have worked either. By then a strange sealing tag would likely have been implanted in his heart. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Finally, the 3 tails' colossal form vanished entirely, dissolving into streams of chakra that flowed into Foam-Bai's body. Cough, I'm dead. As he swayed, Foam-Bai's words were cut short. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, and a gleaming edge materialized before his eyes, having pierced through his abdomen. Ha ha ha, you damn Shimura brat, I underestimated you. Setsuna's venomous voice rang out from behind. Foam-Bai struggled to turn his head, and saw her battered and bloodied figure. Setsuna's once imposing trench coat was reduced to tattered strips hanging from her frame. Half her body was burned crimson from the intense heat, and the wound in her waist where Foam-Bai had struck her had torn away large patches of flesh, exposing writhing intestines. As for her kidneys, they had long been blown somewhere beyond sight. While you fucking. Agonizing pain prevented Foam-Bai from cursing properly. He could only watch helplessly as the blade slowly pushed deeper. Die. As the blade was but a final thrust away from piercing Foam-Bai completely, Setsuna, enduring her agony, prepared to deliver the killing blow, only to be struck in the face by a brutal elbow from Foam-Bai. Old fool, you should have aimed for my heart. A ghastly smile crossed Foam-Bai's face as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he forced the blade from her grip and activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Foam-Bai appeared at the place where his shadow clone had fought Shunshin moments before. The first thing he did upon landing was to draw the ninja's sword from his body. Throwing the sword aside in frustration, Foam-Bai felt immensely grateful for having learned medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would have had to accompany the 3 tails to the Pure Land for the new year. Oh, right-tailed beasts can be resurrected. As for himself, he would have to rely on some kind soul in the future to perform the impure world reincarnation on him. Gasping for breath, Foam-Bai used medical ninjutsu to staunch his bleeding. Fortunately, Shunshin had not coated the blade with poison, allowing his condition to gradually improve. Damn it, I'm running low on chakra. Seeing that the wound had stopped bleeding, Foam-Bai ceased his treatment and took a moment to sense the remaining chakra in his body. I can barely use Flying Thunder God once. As long as I get back to Kakashi and the others, I'll be truly safe. Struggling to his feet, he dared not rest for long. Glancing at the corpses of Yamanaka Zen and Shimura Ichi, he sighed helplessly. Sorry, I can't bury you for now. Having said that, he was about to concentrate on sensing the location of the flying thunder god kunai held by Kakashi and the others when a male voice interrupted him. Don't worry, I can handle burying all of you. The voice drew a bitter smile from Phonbai as he turned to face the speaker. Emerging from the shadows was a mist shinobi with long green hair, thick eyebrows, and full lips, wearing a half-smile and carrying two strange long swords. Good news, it wasn't the masked man from before. Bad news, this opponent was even more dangerous than the masked man. So it's you, one of the three lucky treasures. Haishuleya. Recognizing the mist shinobi by his weapons, Phonbai identified him. 3 lucky treasures. Hearing the title for the first time, Haishuleya was puzzled, but from Phonbai's expression and tone, he could guess how mocking the nickname was. Sharp-tongued brat, still putting on a brave face at death's door. Looking at the corpses, you're a Konoha shinobi, aren't you? Enraged by Phonbai's attitude, Haishuleya raised his lightning swords, which crackled with electricity, preparing to give the boy a taste of electrotherapy. Before that, he gave Phonbai a chance to choose. Did the distant explosion have anything to do with you? What do these corpses mean? Boy, if your answers satisfy me, I might grant you a quick death. Lord Leia, this kid seems to be Konoha's White Reaper. Just as Phonbai was mustering his last strength to fight back, several mist shinobi appeared behind Haishuleya, one of whom immediately recognized him. Moi. Hearing his subordinate, Haishuleya retracted his chakra and studied Phonbai closely under the moonlight. I see that face, definitely the White Reaper. Though battered and covered in dried blood, the boy's handsome features were still recognizable, and Haishuleya quickly confirmed his identity. Capture him alive. Knowing who Phonbai was, Haishuleya immediately changed his objective. The higher-ups of the Hidden Mist village had long ordered them to capture Phonbai alive, hoping to find out why a bloodline limit unique to their village had appeared in Konoha. 2 smoke bombs left. Watching the mist shinobi charge at him, Phonbai had no intention of fighting. He reached into his ninja tool pouch, pulled out the last 2 smoke bombs, and threw them. Thick black smoke obscured the mist shinobi's vision. Frowning, Haishuleya used his lightning swords to summon a lightning strike that dispersed the smoke. After him. Glancing at the spot where Phonbai had been, Haishuleya studied the pool of blood on the ground thoughtfully. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he was aware of the plan for the Jinchuriki's self-destruction, but the violent explosion there was not part of the plan. Moreover, the enemy was severely injured, which didn't match the planned pursuit. With no news from the tailed beast's containment site, Haishuleya sensed danger. It felt like the terror brought by that green-clad man. That terrifying taijutsu had left a deep psychological and physical scar on him. Since there's no sealing squad following, I'll consider the plan a failure. After weighing the pros and cons, Haishuleya decided to abandon the plan and capture the brat alive. Enduring the pain as he fled through the forest, Phonbai had no energy left to sense the location of the flying thunder god kunai. I was wrong, so wrong. From today on, I'll train hard in flying thunder god and never slack off again. While fleeing, he lamented his past neglect of the technique, which had led to this predicament. Ducking to avoid yet another kunai thrown from behind, Phonbai pulled a shuriken from his pouch, took a deep breath, and infused it with wind-attributed chakra. Wind Release Shuriken. Compared to ninjutsu, this method conserved his dwindling chakra while causing considerable trouble for his pursuers. To ordinary shinobi, without the Sharingan, the shuriken Phonbai threw looked just like normal ones. When the first unlucky one had his arm severed due to carelessness, the other mist shinobi realized the shuriken were dangerous and began to keep their distance. Having achieved his goal of intimidation, Phonbai then threw a few ordinary shuriken without chakra. By mixing real and fake, he bought himself a little more time. Things were looking up until Haishuleya intervened. Lightning Release Lightning Net. A wide area lightning strike caught Phonbai off guard, hitting him directly and sending him falling from the tree. As if that weren't enough, several mist shinobi threw kunai and shuriken at him as he fell, all landing precisely on his back before Haishuleya stopped them. Idiots, didn't I say to capture him alive? Though he said that, Haishuleya made no move to punish them. Instead, he approached Phonbai slowly, wary of a last-ditch effort. Phonbai's reputation was indeed fearsome, and Might Dai's psychological shadow still loomed large. Sigh. Is this the end? I shouldn't have been greedy for Isabu. I should have used the tailed beast ball and run away. Watching Haishuleya approach, Phonbai lacked the strength to even lift a finger. It ends here. Phonbai closed his eyes in despair, preparing to accept his fate. Phonbai. Huh. Who was calling him? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Phonbai, are you alright? Phonbai. Feeling his body being lifted, Phonbai forced his eyes open and saw Obito's big silly face in his field of vision. Is this an illusion? Why am I seeing you, this fool, at the moment of death? Forget it, let me have some fun with my hands before I die. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the other's head. You fool, remember to fix your habit of being late. After saying this, Phonbai completely lost consciousness. Drip, drip. Opening his eyes again, Phonbai saw a corridor stretching endlessly before him with water puddles deep enough to cover his feet. Where is this? Looking at the somewhat familiar scene, Bai tried to walk deeper into the corridor. After walking for an unknown time, he stopped when he reached a wider space. What appeared before him was a massive iron door behind which loomed a huge shadow with a faint red glow visible. So this was his own consciousness space. Since he could come here, it meant his life was not in immediate danger. Gathering his courage, he took a few steps forward and finally saw the full shape of the shadow behind the door. Three Tails Isabu, a tailed beast resembling a turtle in form. Bai mustered his courage to examine Isabu, while Isabu observed Bai with his red eyes. Hello, Isabu. Seeing that the other did not seem to be as noisy as the Nine Tails, Bai braced himself and greeted him. Isabu spoke in a muffled voice, I'm not good. Bai, who had expected no serious reply, indeed received a rather unserious one. Shifting his massive body, Isabu moved forward a few steps. His appearance here meant that after many years he was once again sealed inside a Jinchuriki, bidding farewell to the days when he could swim belly up in the ocean and chat with cute little boys. Barring any surprises, he would have to watch this kid grow up, grow old, and then transfer him to the next Jinchuriki before he died, or be tormented to death by this kid before that. Boring. However, this little girl before him was quite cute. Wait, something fell off. Opening his eyes wide, Isabu scrutinized Bai again, and his dull voice finally showed a trace of fluctuation. Are male? Are you polite? Is this how tailed beasts communicate with their Jinchuriki? Bai was dumbfounded, and after a long pause he nodded. Yes, a genuine male. Male, that's fine. Not too bad. Isabu felt a bit relieved. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly rushed toward the cell door. You know my name. Because he rushed too hastily, Isabu's entire head slammed into the cell door, producing a dull thud. Bai was startled, thinking the beast was about to go berserk upon learning he was male, until he heard the beast speak and realized that this tailed beast's reaction was slower than others. Yes, I know you are called Isabu, and I also know the Nine Tails is called Kurama, the Eight Tails is called Gyuki. After naming a few tailed beasts, he remembered seeing no strong reaction from Isabu. Bai took the opportunity to introduce himself. I am Shimura Bai. Barring any surprises, I will be spending a long time with you. I hope we can get along and jointly deal with the Ten Tails and Kagaya. How do you know my name? Isabu's expression turned serious, wanting to get an answer from Bai. At this moment, what should he say? Say he was a time traveler? Or say that all this was the guidance of the Sage of Six Paths? Knowing he must not show any flaw, Bai forced calm and looked straight at Isabu. An old man told me in a dream. He said that Kagaya's followers are active in the ninja world, and I must get along well with you tailed beasts to jointly resist the Otsutsuki invasion in the future. A weird old man. Is it the Sage of Six Paths? And Kagaya and the Ten Tails? Isabu was somewhat convinced by Bai's words. It wasn't that he was too gullible, but the existence of the Ten Tails and Kagaya was an absolute secret impossible for a child of this age to know easily. Could this be what the old man said? But no, wasn't he supposed to be blonde and blue-eyed? Why did he dye his hair? And his eyes aren't blue either. Isabu began to think. Bai nervously watched his reaction, hoping his lie had no major flaws. He was already prepared to describe the Sage of Six Paths' appearance, afraid that Isabu might suddenly ask. Silence. A long silence. So long that Bai wondered if the big guy had fallen asleep. Just you and me, we cannot stop the Ten Tails. Isabu suddenly spoke, startling Bai. Well, anyway, let's do our best with our combined strength. Seeing that Isabu had not doubted him, Bai breathed a sigh of relief and showed a confident smile. In the final battle, he just needed to cling to Naruto and Sasuke's coattails. Before that, he had to create an environment where the two could get along. At least the Uchiha clan massacre must never happen. Through the iron door, Bai extended his fist. Besides, if he could firmly grasp the Rinnegan and prevent others from resurrecting old Madara, wouldn't that stop Black Zetsu's plan? Thinking this way, things didn't seem so bad. Although Black Zetsu might be immortal, his sealing techniques were not to be underestimated. At worst, he could push his own father forward to perform the Reaper Death Seal. Even if he couldn't become Hokage, being a martyr would be more than enough. Looking at Bai's extended fist, Isabu thought for a moment, feeling that trusting this guy wouldn't have any real downside, and finally extended his own fingernail. Please take care of me, Isabu. Feeling Isabu's trust, Bai showed a bright smile. Bai, right. Isabu nodded, engraving the name firmly in his heart. Go out, there are people waiting for you outside. With a blink of his eyes, he opened them again. The first thing that greeted his sight was a patch of green. Judging by its shape, it was likely the apex of a tent. Lowering his gaze, he saw two heads, one white, one black, resting beside his left hand. From the hairstyle and hair color, Bai could deduce that the two heads belonged to Kakashi and Obito. Looking further away, he could also see three little figures huddled together in a corner, resting with their heads down. All familiar faces. There was green-haired Might Guy, dark-haired Ebisu, and Sharingan, who even in sleep refused to let go of his Senbon. You're awake, Bai. A voice tinged with pleasant surprise came from the right. Following the direction of the sound, Bai finally saw Rin standing beside the tent. Rin's voice was soft, yet it instantly jolted the sleeping group awake. Obito lifted his head in confusion only to see Rin supporting Fongbai's upper body, helping him lean against the sickbed. With a pout of grievance, Obito lunged forward and hugged Fongbai tightly, tears and snot streaming down his face. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Let go, it hurts. I'll wait, it doesn't hurt. Fongbai, who had expected pain from his wounds, pushed Obito away with a look of disgust, only to realize he felt no pain at all. Fongbai, as long as you're awake, we can continue our youthful competition. Kai Ebisu and the others gathered around upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Fongbai safe and sound, they all wore expressions of relief. Kai in particular flashed his big white teeth, nearly blinding Fongbai. Spare me from any competitions. I don't want to move right now, I just want a good vacation. Fongbai waved his hand helplessly, then suddenly remembered something. I recall I encountered one of the 3 lucky treasures. Or rather, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Who saved me? Humph. Obito was about to look proud and show off when Kakashi ruthlessly pushed him aside. It was the Anbu. They found us, asked about your whereabouts, and after learning you had left the camp, they led us to search for you. You have no idea how nervous we were when the Anbu found us. Fongbai escaping from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I recognize your passion and youth. The group chattered incessantly, leaving Fongbai unsure whom to respond to first. And what did they mean by escaping from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? If I hadn't run out of chakra back then, I would have turned those 3 lucky treasures into a pair of fools, believe me. Hey brats, what's all the noise about? A bold voice rang out from the tent entrance, instantly silencing everyone. With steady footsteps, Tsunade, clad in the standard Konoha shinobi gear, stepped inside. Even with the armor covering her chest, the alluring outline of her bosom was unmistakable. Oh kid, you woke up after just 1 day of unconsciousness. I thought you'd be out for a few more days. But that's fine. Now that I know you're okay, your troublesome father can finally calm down for a while. Raising an eyebrow, Tsunade pushed aside Kakashi and Obito, who were closest to Fongbai, and lifted the blanket covering him, intending to check his injuries. Isn't this a bit inappropriate in front of so many people, Lady Tsunade? Fongbai started to feel shy as Tsunade was about to lift his shirt in front of everyone. You're all just kids, why care about such things? Fine, since the patient has made such a request, all of you get out. With a light tap on Fongbai's head, Tsunade stopped her actions and motioned for everyone to leave quickly, keeping only Rin behind to assist her. When she lifted Fongbai's shirt, Tsunade instinctively averted her gaze and only turned her head back after confirming via peripheral vision that there was no blood. Such remarkable recovery. Looking at Fongbai's back, which bore not even a single scar, Rin blurted out involuntarily. Hearing Rin's words, Tsunade nodded with a furrowed brow. Completely healed. Fongbai was also puzzled. When he was hit by the shuriken, he had clearly felt the pain, and there should have been a piercing wound in his abdomen. Could it be that Isabu had exerted its power? Rin stepped outside for a moment. Tsunade, who clearly remembered the location of Fongbai's wounds, calmed herself and sent Rin out of the tent. Tell me, judging by your expression, you should know what's going on. Sensing something from Fongbai's expression, Tsunade crossed her arms and sat on the edge of his sickbed, crossing one leg over the other. She tilted her chin up, signaling for Fongbai to speak. Fongbai's mind began to race. Tsunade should be trustworthy. After all, she was his senior disciple, and from how she willingly took over the mess left by the 3rd Hokage in the original story, it was clear she possessed the so-called will of fire. However, she was far too impulsive and had a strong gambler's mindset. It should be related to the Isabu, the 3 tails, inside me. Fongbai didn't go into detail about the whole incident. He simply explained that he had been ambushed and had turned the tables by sealing the 3 tails into himself. He also informed Tsunade that among the attackers there was an unidentified member of the Uchiha clan. By the way, Lady Tsunade, weren't you supposed to be doing advisory work at the rear hospital? Why are you here? Taking advantage of Tsunade's processing of the massive amount of information, Fongbai curiously asked about her purpose. Didn't you hear what I just said? After that troublesome father of yours learned you were injured, he caused quite a stir. Tsunade pressed her hand on Fongbai's head and ruffled it roughly. She had been doing fine at the rear, directing medical ninjas to perform surgeries every day. Although overtime had become the norm, the environment was still far better than the front lines. But on the day of Fongbai's attack, Tsunade had just had a few drinks after work and was sleeping soundly in the hospital duty room when Danzo and his men broke in with a direct order from the 3rd Hokage, urgently sending her to the mist front line. And your father, any ordinary medical ninja, could have healed those injuries of yours, but he insisted on calling me. Thanks to him, I'm now stuck here for the long haul until the war ends before I can return to the village. Scratching her head in annoyance, Tsunade complained, but deep down, she wasn't displeased. The situation on the front lines was far worse than imagined. With a healer's heart seeing so many wounded, she had no intention of leaving even without orders from the 3rd Hokage or Danzo. But you're quite bold, kid, to have snagged the 3 tails like that. Don't you know how terrifying a tailed beast is? Tsunade, who had witnessed Kushina's near rampage firsthand, felt a slight tremor in her fingers. Even she dared not face the might of the 9 tails head on. This brat had willingly become a Jinchuriki. Now removing it was out of the question. It was no secret to Tsunade that a Jinchuriki would die if deprived of their tailed beast. I was just thinking about reciprocity. Kirigakure made their move, so I couldn't just take it lying down. Phonbai certainly couldn't admit that he was confident in persuading or rather convincing Isabu through reason and emotion. Show me the seal. Though Phonbai repeatedly assured her that his sealing technique was flawless, an uneasy Tsunade still pressed her hand against his belly to carefully assess the seal's strength. A 4-symbol seal. Your father gave you quite a few good things. Injecting chakra into the seal, Tsunade sensed the specific pattern, and her brow slightly relaxed then furrowed tightly again. What's wrong? Phonbai, somewhat frightened by Tsunade's expression, swallowed hard and gathered his courage to ask. If your skill is lacking. The pattern is too crude. Sensing the intermittent feedback from the pattern, Tsunade increased her chakra output. With a burning sensation on his belly, Phonbai nearly let out a scream. Bear with it, kid. She abruptly released her hand, then pressed down firmly, reinforcing the unstable parts of the pattern for Phonbai. Isabu, who had been sleeping soundly inside Phonbai, felt a rumbling sound. Opening his eyes, he saw that his once spacious dwelling had suddenly shrunk considerably. What was the Jinchuriki doing? Before Isabu could figure out what had happened, Tsunade, who had finished her work, withdrew her hand. The seal space grew quiet. Isabu, forget it, back to sleep. Feeling no restrictions on his movement, Isabu closed his eyes again. Then, as if remembering something, he reopened them and tried to transmit chakra. Finding the transmission unusually smooth, he understood. So that's it. The sealing pattern has been perfected. Alright, I won't stay longer. There's someone from Root waiting at the door to see you. Clapping her hands, Tsunade rose from the bedside, shook her wrists, and strode out of the tent, leaving Phonbai no time to bid farewell. Young Master Phonbai. Everything happened so fast. By the time Phonbai realized what Tsunade had done, the person before him had changed to a masked Root ninja. My sincerest apologies. It was my dereliction of duty that led to this incident. Dingwu, the Root squad leader on the Kirigakure battlefield, began by confessing his fault. You don't need to apologize to me. After all, I'm just an ordinary Konoha ninja, now not part of Root's ranks. Phonbai shook his head, signaling him not to worry. He had realized before leaving that this was a trap, and the situation had developed largely due to his overconfidence in his own strength. Tell me what exactly happened. Raising his hand slightly to indicate the other could rise, Phonbai began to inquire about what occurred after he lost consciousness. Who saved me in the end, and where is Kurizuki Raiga? He couldn't find the proxy of Uchiha Madara for now, but Kurizuki Raiga couldn't escape. Once I recover enough, I'll make sure he knows what it means to be a Konoha kidney extractor. Gritting his teeth, Phonbai imagined the agonizing expression on Kurizuki Raiga's face after having his kidneys removed. That ferocious look appeared particularly sinister in Dingwu's eyes. Yes, the incident began with Uchiha Wada leaving the village without permission. Without any reservation, Dingwu recounted the entire sequence of events to Phonbai. Uchiha Wada. Phonbai savored the name. That guy must be the unfamiliar corpse he had seen. No, it's also possible that he is the proxy of Uchiha Madara. Was there any corpse of Uchiha Wada at the scene? Phonbai posed a crucial question. No. Apart from Atsu and Hei, that is Yamanaka-shan, and Shimura Iku, we found no other bodies. Dingwu's answer was within Phonbai's expectations. It seemed that Obito's survival had already altered the plot. Uchiha Madara had found a new proxy, and Phonbai knew nothing about the other's name or abilities. His advantage as a time traveler with insider knowledge had suddenly diminished considerably. Does Uchiha Wada have any family? A son, a daughter-in-law, and a grandson, all of whom have already died. From Dingwu, Phonbai learned that Wada's son and daughter-in-law had died on the IWA battlefield, and his grandson Uchiha Yawan had perished on the Kirigakure battlefield. Uchiha Yawan. Why does that name feel familiar? From the corpses of Yamanaka-shan and Shimura Iku, we found traces of them having been under Jinjutsu. Combined with Uchiha Wada's defection, Lord Danzo suspects a possible uprising among the Uchiha. He has already dispatched a large force from Konoha to this location, ready to restrict the actions of some hawkish Uchiha members. While Phonbai pondered, Dingwu delivered another very impactful piece of news. Lord Danzo himself will soon arrive here to take over command from Mitokado Hamura, likely by noon. No, we're in the middle of a war. If we provoke conflict between the Uchiha and the village, it could easily lead to internal strife, allowing Kirigakure to reap the benefits. Phonbai immediately objected, but then realizing that the man before him was merely following orders, he softened his tone. Stay put for now. Once father arrives, I'll discuss it with him. Hearing this, Dingwu's expression flickered beneath his mask. Lord Danzo's orders could not be disobeyed, yet the young master's words also had to be heeded. Now that the two perspectives were clearly in conflict, whichever side he chose would inevitably offend the other. Seeing the man's hesitation, Phonbai softened his tone and began to analyze the situation for him. Father won't arrive until noon at the earliest. In the meantime, you can carry out preparations. But right now we're at war. The commander of this battlefield is still Mitokado Hamura. Even if you intend to act, you must obtain his permission. The matter of Uchiha Wada has not yet been conclusively determined. There are also some intelligence reports I need to convey to father. Once he hears them and still insists on this order, I won't stand in the way. The matter of the Ujibwa was temporarily set aside, but regarding how Fengbai was rescued, the Dingwu before him was hesitant, seemingly unwilling to let Fengbai know. Fengbai did not take it too seriously. He could always ask Dai Tu and the others. Watching Dingwu leave the tent, Fengbai sat on the bed, rolled his shoulders, and prepared to welcome his companions. As a result, the 55th turn of the neck. The 56th turn of the neck. Where are the people? Where are my companions? Where did the companions who were just recently gathered around the bed visiting me go? Did they all go off to do their own things upon seeing me awake? Mai Kai and the others were understandable. After all, they belonged to Ding's squad. But what about the members of my Fengbai squad? Fengbai, about to faint from shaking his head, stopped his meaningless movements and began to sense his surroundings. I see. Through sensing, he understood why no one had come to visit him anymore. That Dingwu fellow had dispatched 2 of his root members to stand guard at the door, seemingly unwilling to let anyone else come in to visit him. Boring. Sliding back into the bed, the idle Fengbai decided to go chat with Jifu again, especially to ask how to control his chakra. Hey Jifu. Arriving at the familiar cage door, Fengbai greeted the massive creature before him. Jifu Zi. Huh. Jifu, who had been sleeping soundly, opened his eyes and gave Fengbai a disdainful glance. Indeed, Fengbai swore he saw the word disdain in Jifu's eyes. Why are you here again? Lazily wagging his tail, Jifu showed no energy at all. Well, don't be so distant. We're going to spend decades together after all, so isn't it perfectly normal for me to come chat with you? Fengbai sat cross-legged in front of the cage door, not caring that the ground beneath him was all water. After all, this was his own consciousness space, and he could do as he pleased. Oh, by the way, you healed my wounds, didn't you? Thank you very much. Sensing that Jifu was still in that indifferent mood, Fengbai searched for topics to try to bridge the gap between them. Wounds. Jifu propped himself up with his forelimbs, a thoughtful look in his eyes. No one knew how long he pondered. So long that Fengbai was about to fall asleep, until Jifu finally spoke in a low voice. Oh, you should thank yourself. Thank myself? What does that mean? Fengbai tilted his head and looked at Jifu with a puzzled expression. Though Jifu was too lazy to explain, he felt that if he didn't speak, this little guy would probably stay here forever and he wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. So he patiently explained, because of your not-so-smooth sealing technique, the chakra I condensed couldn't be utilized by you, and that chakra rampaged uncontrollably inside your body, inadvertently healing your wounds. You should thank that blonde woman earlier. If she hadn't intervened, the chakra in your body would probably have burst out. That terrifying. After listening to Jifu's explanation, Fengbai looked visibly shaken. His sealing technique training should have been fairly decent, but it seemed that a sealing technique like the 4-symbol seal was still too profound for him. Speaking of which, he was too mediocre. Flying Thunder God, not proficient sealing techniques, not proficient ice release, not proficient 5-element ninjutsu, not proficient taijutsu, not proficient. With all this, how did he even survive on the battlefield? After this war, he would apply to go to a secluded place to focus on cultivation. Wait, you said the previous seal would prevent me from using your chakra? Fengbai suddenly seized on a blind spot. Jifu nodded. Yes, the technique had many gaps and couldn't properly integrate into your meridians. And after Lady Gang's show reinforced it. It can condense smoothly. So now I can use your chakra? You could say that, but you and I haven't yet achieved the necessary harmony, so the amount you can use is not large. Whether it was an illusion or not, Jifu felt during the conversation that this Jinchuriki before him didn't seem very bright. Swishing his tail behind him, Jifu lay back down. Once you gradually adapt to my chakra, you can try tailed beast transformation. Oh, and I'll teach you a technique. Seeing that Fengbai still wasn't ready to leave, Jifu decided to throw out a technique for him to ponder, so as to gain a moment of peace for himself. Forcibly kicked out of the consciousness space by Jifu, Fengbai in the real world suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a helpless smile. What a lazy-tailed beast. Coral Palm Ha. Muttering softly the ninjutsu Jifu had taught him, Fengbai rubbed his hands together, ready to find a place to practice. He completely failed to notice a straight figure standing not far beside him. Unfilial son. The familiar address rang out. Fengbai's neck creaked like rusted metal as he slowly turned toward the source of the voice. Dad. Showing a smile that was uglier than crying, Fengbai greeted Tuanzong. Humph. Tuanzong snorted coldly, saying nothing, just staring at Fengbai with his one eye. Feeling a bit creeped out by the stare, Fengbai's emotional intelligence suddenly skyrocketed. Ignoring his crooked clothes, he immediately jumped off the hospital bed, dragged a stool from the side, placed it behind Tuanzong, and then grinned ingratiatingly, inviting him to sit. Though quite satisfied with his son's behavior, Tuanzang's face showed nothing still in that cold tone. You were truly foolish to the core, being tricked into a trap by a piece of fake information. Doesn't that prove there's plenty of room for improvement? Fengbai replied with a witty remark, cautiously studying Tuanzang's expression. Alright, tell me the whole story from beginning to end. Though he had already obtained some information from Ding Wu, Tuanzong wanted to hear the account from the person involved. Phonbai dared not neglect and narrated the entire sequence of events in full, including how he had sealed the tailed beast inside himself, and that their relationship was currently quite harmonious. After all, if he didn't make this clear, he might end up being restricted in his movements like Sister Joexai and Nai. This was something Phonbai absolutely could not accept. Hearing that Phonbai had sealed the tailed beast inside himself, Tuanzong did not scold him for recklessness like Gangsho had, but instead felt gratified by his son's courage. He had a bit of his old man's spirit. But on the surface, Tuanzong naturally couldn't praise him directly, because this foolish son's deception, this time, was truly too low level. Just from hearing the description, Tuanzong himself could perceive at least 3 flaws. His intelligence was touching. Are you sure the tailed beast is still stable within you? As he asked, Danzo didn't wait for a reply, but directly reached for Phonbai's abdomen, sensing the seal. The sealing technique is well done, very solid. Danzo, who also knew the 4-symbol seal, was satisfied with the formation Phonbai had engraved and murmured unconsciously, "Ahaha, it's all thanks to your guidance." Phonbai let out an awkward laugh, deciding not to mention that the seal had been reinforced by Tsunade, lest he incur more scolding. Only one Uchiha, as the enemy. Seeing that the tailed beast showed no signs of agitation, Danzo temporarily set aside his worries and began to reassess the entire situation from the beginning. The one who controlled Yamanaka-shan and Shimura Iku to send you messages was likely this Uchiha. His goal was to lure you to that area, seal the 3 tails into your body, then deliberately let you escape, causing the tailed beast to rampage and destroy Konoha. The old man was indeed the old man, quickly deducing most of the truth. As the person involved, what did you discern? Danzo still held a sliver of hope for Phonbai's intelligence. As expected, Phonbai was stumped, and then as expected he blushed in embarrassment. Danzo sighed. Someone is trying to stir up trouble. Phonbai finally arrived at a conclusion that was hardly an answer. If they wanted to cause trouble, they could have chosen many others with lower risk. After all, on this battlefield, any Chunin or Jinin would have sufficed. Why specifically target you? Feeling that continuing the questioning might cause his son to overthink himself to death, Danzo had no choice but to personally act as the narrator. Mind you, just to lure you out, they had to control 2 Jonin. If they had chosen any ordinary ninja, their plan would have already succeeded. Moreover, the whereabouts of Uchiha Wada are also quite concerning. Having learned the full story from Phonbai, Danzo dismantled and analyzed the matter in just a few minutes, highlighting the most significant suspicious points. By the way, we can read the memories of Yamanaka-shan and Shimura Iku. I recall that the Yamanaka clan should. Phonbai's voice grew softer under Danzo's gaze. Indeed, if he could think of it, his father surely could too. If their memories have been destroyed, there's nothing to investigate. Danzo gave Phonbai a deep look and decided not to continue this topic. Do you know who saved you? Danzo's sudden question caught Phonbai off guard. I don't have any impression. Phonbai was puzzled as to why his father would ask such a thing. Danzo's gaze grew cold. Let me tell you. According to my subordinate's report, a blue skeleton suddenly appeared and directly crushed Kurizuchi Raiga, along with the mist ninja beside him. Blue skeleton. Susano'o. That means his savior was Obito. No wonder the Root had been reluctant to tell him about this. They were wary of Obito's strength. This was troublesome. Anyone who had watched Naruto knew that his father loved collecting Mangekyo Sharingan. Would Obito be in danger? Especially with Danzo's chilling gaze, Phonbai felt that at any moment Obito might die in some obscure place, pierced by hundreds of shuriken, with the cause of death listed as suicide. Susano'o, even among the Uchiha clan, is a rare ocular technique. To possess this ability, one must first awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. As Danzo spoke, he closely watched Phonbai's expression. According to previous generations' research, to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, an Uchiha must undergo immense emotional trauma, most commonly the death of a close relative. Legend has it that Uchiha Madara awakened his Mangekyo by killing his own best friend. Seeing Danzo exhaustively list information about the Mangekyo, Phonbai began to wonder how he could plead for Obito. It seems you hold a special place in that Uchiha's eyes. Yet Danzo's next words left Phonbai utterly baffled. Due to Phonbai's deliberate concealment, Danzo did not know that Obito had awakened his eyes much earlier than this incident. Thus, he attributed Obito's awakening to this event. The Uchiha clan, though extreme in temperament and valuing clan honor above all, are also deeply sentimental, willing to lay down their lives for friends. A flicker of sadness crossed Danzo's face as if he was reminded of someone. With him by your side, your future position will undoubtedly be more secure. Position? Secure? What did he mean? Phonbai didn't grasp the implication, but he did pick up a key piece of information. Obito was probably safe. What is your view of the Uchiha clan? Phonbai was now 13, and the 4th Hokage's inauguration was in preparation. Danzo had begun to cultivate Phonbai's soft power, his vision and intellect. The Uchiha clan deep down should still be loyal to Konoha, if we could appropriately increase their authority. Hearing Danzo's inquiry, Phonbai fell into thought. As he grew older, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Uchiha clan. He hadn't yet devised a good solution to the conflict between the clan and the village, so he simply told Danzo what he currently thought. Fonbai's answer did not satisfy Danzo. You only see the surface. Danzo unhesitatingly pointed out Fonbai's flaw. There are indeed some within the Uchiha clan who are loyal to the village. But as I said before, this is a clan that values clan honor above the village's interests. Those loyal to the village have always been a minority. Regarding power, the Uchiha clan already controls the village's police force overseeing internal security. They also have autonomy within Konoha. The previous generations have already given them everything they could. Yet this clan still craves more. At this point, Danzo couldn't help clenching his fist. During the first Hokage's era, Uchiha Madara rebelled and became a rogue ninja. After the battle at the Valley of the End, Madara died, and the first Hokage passed away shortly after. The village did not hold the Uchiha clan accountable, yet they still regarded Madara as their leader. The elders took turns in power until 10 years ago when they elected a new clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. During the era of the second Hokage, Uchiha Setsuna instigated a rebellion. Lord Tobarama, having obtained intelligence in advance, succeeded in nipping the insurrection in the bud. As for the captured Hawk faction members, Lord Tobarama merely disposed of the ringleaders, like Setsuna, imprisoning them, while releasing the majority back to the clan. He did not even hold the Uchiha clan accountable for the incident, allowing them to continue overseeing the police force. The only substantive punishment was relocating the Uchiha clan's compound beside Konoha's prison to prevent the emergence of another Setsuna. Upon hearing Danzo's explanation, Fonbai considered the situation from the village's upper echelon perspective and realized that the village's suspicion of the Uchiha clan was not unfounded. Having 2 prior rebellions on record, yet still retaining control of the police force and enjoying autonomy, the village's leadership had indeed been more than magnanimous toward the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan were situated not in the world of Naruto, but in some ancient Eastern dynasty, they would likely have been subjected to such extreme scrutiny that even eggs would be shaken to break the yolk, earthworms split vertically, and every ant nest drenched with boiling water. To demonstrate goodwill toward the Uchiha clan, Lord Tobarama promoted the moderate Uchiha Kagami to the guard squad, intending to eventually absorb him into the village's leadership. Then Uchiha Kagami died under mysterious circumstances. Danzo's expression darkened as he mentioned Kagami's death. Fonbai was taken aback. Many had suspected Danzo was responsible for Kagami's death, but hearing his father's words, the Uchiha clan now seemed the more suspicious party. Upon reflection, it made sense. Uchiha Kagami was merely 25 when he died, and Danzo at that time was far from the extreme figure he would later become. When Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned him, Danzo admitted that Kagami had used his dojutsu to aid Danzo on multiple occasions. During that period, Danzo likely had not yet developed covetous desires for the Sharingan. Even now, Kagami's descendants are not highly regarded within the clan. Many Hawk Uchiha believe that the rise of the peace faction within the Uchiha clan is Kagami's fault. Regaining his composure, Danzo continued explaining to Fonbai. Thus, after Kagami's death, the third Hokage never promoted another Uchiha member to the leadership. Tell me, when faced with a clan like this, what kind of power must we grant them to maintain peace between them and the village? Danzo cast the final question back to Fonbai. The position of Hokage. Fonbai ventured weakly. If that was the case, to appease the Uchiha clan's resentment, the only option would be the Hokage seat. But that didn't seem right either. In the original story, what fueled the Uchiha clan's discontent was not only the lack of representation in the leadership, but also the discrimination from villagers and ordinary shinobi. The deep-seated prejudice in their bones prevented the Uchiha from feeling at ease in Konoha. Is there any way to eliminate the village's prejudice against the Uchiha clan? Fonbai clicked his tongue and asked as Danzo's expression soured at his previous answer. Prejudice against the Uchiha clan? Not bad, you can even see that layer. Danzo suddenly felt that his son's intelligence might indeed be salvageable. The prejudice against the Uchiha clan stems from their nature. Due to their temperament, the Uchiha are overly rigid in enforcing the law and lack flexibility. That alone would not have caused such intense rejection from the villagers. But they also possess autonomy, which means many criminal Uchiha can only be judged by their own clan. Imagine if you were a villager. Danzo paused, then continued. Hiruzen and I once discussed whether to strip the police force from the Uchiha clan, but they regarded that power as a sacred cow, refusing to let anyone else touch it. Thus several attempts failed. The problems Fonbai could perceive were naturally also visible to Hiruzen and Danzo. But as Danzo had said earlier, the Uchiha clan, having been excluded from the core of power, now clung to the police force as their last lifeline. While stripping this power could alleviate the conflict, such a move would only provoke them further. Wasn't this a deadlock? We have to find a way to convince them and reform the current police force system. In return, we could promote moderates like Uchiha Fugaku to advisory positions, thereby easing the Uchiha clan's resistance. As for the staunch Hawk faction, we should strike hard, but it's best to let the Uchiha clan handle it internally, so the village won't be criticized. After listening to Danzo's explanation, Fonbai developed some ideas of his own. Easier said than done. The human heart is the most unfathomable thing. Uchiha Fugaku may appear to be a moderate, but what he truly harbors inside is anyone's guess. Danzo shook his head. If not for his son's reputation, he would have resorted to slaughter long ago. Human desires grow incrementally. After all, the Uchiha clan was quite docile when they first joined Konoha. If we pacify them now, what if they become discontented again in the future over some other matter? Their nature is just that, biased and stubborn. Nevertheless, Danzo was still fairly satisfied. At least his son's intelligence wasn't as low as he had feared. With continued guidance, fully relieved, Danzo looked up at the tent window and noticed the sky outside had grown dim. He had rushed here without even handing over command authority to Mitokado Hamura. Originally, he had planned after taking command to bleed the Uchiha and Kirigakure heavily. But after hearing Phonebai's account, Danzo saw many issues more clearly. The Uchiha clan had likely not merged with Kirigakure on a large scale. The front line remained stable. Kirigakure had not launched a final counterattack after losing a tailed beast, indicating they were unaware of the beast's whereabouts. This meant the Uchiha clan had not fully integrated with Kirigakure. Otherwise, given their numbers on the front line, they could have easily recaptured the tailed beast. There might be Uchiha outside the village who belonged to neither Konoha nor Kirigakure and who were extremely familiar with Konoha, the remnants of Setsuna's faction. If so, that wouldn't be too frightening. What was terrifying was another individual. Danzo had already formed a conclusion in his mind. It seemed the Uchiha wouldn't need to be bled, only Kirigakure remained to be drained. If they dared to lay hands on my son, it's time to make them pay the price. With a dark expression, Danzo strode out of Phonebai's tent and, accompanied by his subordinates, headed toward Mitokado Hamura's tent. Seeing Danzo leave, Phoneby finally let out a long sigh of relief. No conversing with his father was far too mentally taxing. Inside the tent of Hamura Mitokado, Uchiha Fugaku sat on the right side, his face full of unease. Behind him stood two young Uchiha. One was his 5-year-old son Uchiha Itachi, the other was the rising prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui. Glancing at the sky beyond the tent, Fugaku forced himself to calm his emotions. Ever since Danzo's son was attacked, he felt unguarded, hostile gazes fixed on him every moment. He could also catch glimpses of root shinobi from time to time. Before he could even figure out why he was being watched after Phonebai's attack, Fugaku received a piece of news at the morning meeting. Danzo was coming to take over the frontline command. His son was attacked. Fugaku was under surveillance the next day, and on the third day Danzo would assume command. Fugaku's intellect was slightly sharper than Phonebai's. Piecing together the information, he immediately understood Danzo was blaming him for Phonebai's assault. How could that be? Though he indeed disliked Danzo and had cursed him countless times in private, by heaven and earth, he had never harbored any ill intentions toward Danzo's son. Throughout the entire battlefield against the Mist, he had never even laid eyes on Phoneby. How could Danzo pin this on him? No, he had to explain himself face to face. As Fugaku sat on pins and needles, Tsunade and Jiraiya murmured in low tones, occasionally glancing in his direction. Tsunade had recounted the details of Phonebai's attack to Jiraiya. Upon learning that an Uchiha was among the assailants, the two, who had previously sensed and disapproved of Fugaku being watched, abruptly changed their stance. Initially, they both thought it was Danzo's misdirected anger, but the evidence suggested that an Uchiha had indeed stood against the village. This forced them to cast suspicious glances at Fugaku. Feeling the weight of Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes, Fugaku, already restless, felt as if he were sitting on a board of nails, shifting incessantly, with an utterly innocent expression. What had he done wrong? Why were even Tsunade and Jiraiya starting to distrust him? Just as he thought things couldn't get worse, Fugaku felt another gaze fall upon him. This time it was Orochimaru. By observing Tsunade and Jiraiya's reactions, and piecing together what he had witnessed over the past 2 days, the clever Orochimaru reconstructed the entire sequence of events through sheer deduction. He had thought Fugaku was a weak-willed man, but it turned out he was surprisingly bold. Seated in the lead position, Hamura Mitokado grew bored, waiting idly for Danzo to take over. Seeing that the Sannin kept glancing toward Fugaku, he too looked in that direction without understanding why. Since Hamura Mitokado sat at the head, his every move was visible to all the jonin in the tent. Consequently, everyone turned their eyes to Fugaku. Fugaku, damn it. Sensing that even his own son and Shursui were staring at him from behind, Fugaku wished he could find a high place to jump off and end his misery right then and there. Time passed, so much that Fugaku was drenched in sweat, before Danzo finally lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. Danzo, have you seen Phoneby? All the jonin remained seated, only Hamura Mitokado rose to greet him. Danzo nodded, showing no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Hamura. He walked straight to the head seat, declaring his takeover of command. Accustomed to Danzo's ways, Hamura did not take offense. Unfazed, he walked to the seat he had prepared and sat down. Before arriving, Danzo had already familiarized himself with the frontline situation. Combining the intelligence left by Hamura, he quickly formulated a series of deployments, preparing to launch a final counterattack against the Mist. With his own strength backed by the Sannin, even if the mist staked everything by deploying the Six Tails on the battlefield, he was confident he could eliminate it completely. Thus Danzo's plan was quite aggressive. None of the Jonin present voiced any objection. The war had dragged on for so long. These Jonin were weary of a life filled with nothing but slaughter. All of them longed desperately to return to their daily routines. Seeing no one oppose the plan, Danzo shot a final glance at Fugaku and the two Uchiha behind him, then dismissed the meeting with a stoic expression. Once most had left, Fugaku rose and approached Danzo's table with the two young Uchiha. "I'll head back to my tent, Danzo." Knowing Fugaku had something to discuss, Hamura Kado also excused himself, leaving the space to those present. "Captain Fugaku even brings guards to meetings, I see." Picking up a document from the table, Danzo looked up at Fugaku, his tone calm. "This is my son Uchiha Itachi, and the other is Uchiha Shursui." Fugaku introduced the two beside him. "Shursui is quite skilled and young. I thought he could serve as Feng Bai's guard to protect him." Of course Danzo knew Uchiha Shursui. He was the grandson of Uchiha Kagami. It seemed Fugaku, sensing danger, was trying to play on emotions to soften his impending confrontation. Had it not been for his earlier conversation with Feng Bai, Danzo would have accepted both the offer and the life. But now, I understand. However, I must first ask Feng Bai's opinion. Danzo nodded, accepting Fugaku's gesture of goodwill. Just as Fugaku thought the matter had been resolved, Danzo suddenly turned the conversation to his son. "Your son must be 5 this year." "Yes." Fugaku sensed a vague unease at Danzo's inquiry. "As a elite Jonin of the village, you've been active on the front lines for a long time. You probably don't have the energy to look after your own son. My son, though unworthy, is fairly capable. He might be able to take care of the little one." Hearing these words, Fugaku's face turned green. So this was a demand for a hostage. I, the captain of the police force and the clan head of the Uchiha, will never be so easily controlled. Without waiting for Fugaku's response, Danzo returned his gaze to the documents before him, saying flatly, "During this attack on Feng Bai, 2 of my subordinates fell victim to Genjutsu from the Sharingan." "Understood. I'll have Shursui take Itachi to Feng Bai's tent shortly." A storm raged within Fugaku's heart. Pleased with Fugaku's response, Danzo finally set down the document and reached into his robe, pulling out a scroll, which he handed to Fugaku. As Fugaku reached for the scroll, sensing Danzo's reluctance to let go, he turned to look behind him. "Shursui, take Itachi to Feng Bai's tent first." Feng Bai remained silent, simply immersing himself in cultivation. It was not because he was born with a love for cultivation, nor because he was naturally taciturn. It was entirely because the current situation left him utterly speechless. To his left, one of the perpetrators of the Uchiha clan massacre, the simple-minded Uchiha Obito, was sitting by the bedside, meticulously peeling the white threads from the orange segments. Straight ahead, the legendary pinnacle of Konoha, the suspected biological father of Hiruzen Sarutobi's future, the mastermind behind the Uchiha clan massacre strike-through, the big-nosed Uchiha Shursui, stood respectfully. To his right, the second perpetrator of the Uchiha clan massacre, young, yet perpetually furrowed-browed, the great hero of Konoha, the filial son, who moved the ninja world, Uchiha Itachi, stood by the tent's window, gazing into the distance. The 3 key figures of the night of the massacre were all gathered in his tent. How could Feng Bai possibly remain calm? Sweat was pouring down his back. What did I change my surname to Uchiha? Utterly baffled as to why his place had become a gathering spot for Uchiha, Feng Bai could only sit cross-legged on the hospital bed and obediently cultivate. Channeling the chakra transmitted to him by Isabu, Feng Bai's task now was to adapt to it and gradually increase the frequency of its use. Achieving a bond of hearts with a tailed beast was not as simple as merely calling out its name. Whether it was the Jinchuriki or the tailed beast, true heart-to-heart connection required long periods of training and integration. Feng Bai. Having cleaned the orange segments perfectly, Obito called Feng Bai twice. Upon realizing he got no response, he pursed his lips and shifted his attention to Itachi, who was looking out the window. "Hey, you're Itachi, right?" Hearing Obito call him Itachi, composed his thoughts, tightened his small face, and turned to look at Obito. Come here. Big brother Obito will treat you to an orange." He gestured for Itachi to come over, and the smile on Obito's face made Itachi feel a sense of warmth. Glancing at Feng Bai, who was cultivating with closed eyes, Itachi, out of politeness, circled around Feng Bai's bed, walked up to Obito, and extended his hand to take a segment of orange. "Thank you." "You're welcome. The little one is quite polite." Treating Itachi as an ordinary child, Obito tried to reach out and pat his head, but Itachi skillfully turned away to dodge. While not cute at all, Obito, whose hand had grasped nothing, wasn't embarrassed. He turned to look at the other clansmen. "Shursui want some?" "No thanks, Obito." Shursui looked at the older cousin before him, who was somewhat related to him, and couldn't imagine that this silly-looking guy was actually a chunin. But considering that they were in a war period where any small achievement could earn one promotion to Jonin, Shursui felt that Obito becoming a chunin wasn't so hard to accept. How boring. Seeing that everyone was too lazy to engage with him, Obito declared it boring, tossed the remaining orange segments into his mouth, and turned to challenge a second orange. He dared not forcibly call Fengbai. Knowing Fengbai's temperament well, he understood that if he truly disturbed him, he would be met with a rain of fists. He might as well peel another one and leave it there. And so Obito once again entered his time of battling with orange threads. When he had finished preparing the orange for the second time, and was about to try calling Fengbai again, a large hand casually snatched the orange from Obito's hand, threw the whole thing into its mouth, and began chewing noisily. "Tisk, not very sweet. Where did you buy it?" A loud, carefree voice rang out. Without turning his head, Obito knew the speaker's identity. Peeping Tom. "Idiot, call me teacher." Jiraiya punched Obito on the head. Unlike Fengbai, he didn't hold back, directly knocking Obito's head, so that he clutched it, and cried out in pain. "Lord Jiraiya." Seeing Jiraiya suddenly appear, Shisui immediately straightened up and greeted him. "Shisui, huh? What did Fugaku send you to take care of this ill-tempered guy?" Having just seen this little one in Midokado Hamura's tent, Jiraiya responded without any airs, while vigorously slapping Fengbai on the shoulder. "Your revenge is too obvious, Lord Jiraiya." Rolling his eyes, Fengbai, interrupted by Jiraiya, couldn't continue cultivating and could only look at him with a helpless expression. He hadn't yet figured out how to interact with the two newly arrived Uchiha, and Jiraiya had come to cause trouble. Well, don't worry about the details. Running his fingers through his white hair, Jiraiya elbowed Obito aside and sat down in his seat, casually looking through the fruits that Rin had specially brought for Fengbai. "Yo, this apple looks good. Want me to peel it for you?" Taking out a big red apple, Jiraiya said so, but his body didn't intend to follow through. He directly took a bite out of the apple. "Shisui is a good kid. It's a waste to send him to take care of you." Jiraiya gave Fengbai a once-over, and seeing that he was fine, he let out a sigh of relief, but didn't show any concern in his words. When he learned that Shisui and Itachi had been sent to Fengbai, Jiraiya was a bit curious. As a member of the High Council, Danzo should be well aware of the Uchiha clan's legend of being able to control tailed beasts. His son had already become a Jinchuriki, logically he shouldn't be allowed such close contact with the Uchiha clan. That guy Fugaku, while appearing to show goodwill, was actually planting a mine for himself. That was what Jiraiya thought. However, when he arrived outside the tent, he understood Danzo's intention. That guy Aburame Ryoma had somehow followed Danzo to the mist battlefield, and was now silently observing all the Uchiha around Fengbai from the shadows. That old fox Danzo, was he using his own son as bait? "You seem quite idle. Instead of taking revenge on me here, why not write letters to your disciples and catch up with them?" Fengbai reached out and picked up the chair on the right side of the hospital bed, handed it to Obito, and said to Jiraiya at the same time. This was said sincerely. Although Danzo had given up stirring trouble, the followers of Uchiha Madara would certainly not let Nagato off easily. Regular contact would allow Jiraiya to clearly understand the situation of his disciples, and he could use that as a basis to decide his next actions. It was undeniable that the Uchiha he had fought this time only possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan. Even though he had been severely wounded by the 5-element Great Combined Bullet, he showed no intention of revealing any dojutsu. Unless the opponent was a ninja turtle, Fengbai could only conclude that his limit was the 3-tomo. But would Uchiha Madara choose such a weakling as his proxy? However, that fellow with the 3-tomo probably won't survive. Not only poisoned by his own toxin, but also blasted away nearly half of his body by the Great Chain Bomb. Unless he possesses Hashirama's cells. "You seem quite concerned about Yahiko and the others." Jiraiya was curious about Fengbai's attitude toward them. Could a single meeting forge such deep friendship? "What's wrong with me as their junior uncle caring about my own disciples? But you as their teacher are too indifferent to them." They are facing Hanzo of the Salamander. Rolling his shoulder joints, Fengbai jumped off the hospital bed and turned to retort at Jiraiya. That man had devoted his entire life to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, pinning all his hopes on the child of prophecy. Throughout his wandering life, he never won the woman he loved, never saved his disciples, never rescued his master, and ultimately was killed by the very disciple he had placed his hopes upon. Thinking about it made Fengbai furious. "Well, I will." Naturally, Jiraiya did not reveal the great Toad Sage's prophecy to Fengbai and brushed it off with a laugh. "Since you're fine, I won't stay longer. After all, the Toad child needs to eat too, ha." Stuffing a few fruits into his own robe, Jiraiya stood up, ignoring Fengbai's protests, ruffled his hair roughly, and left with a hearty laugh. Lord Jiraiya truly has a unique personality. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure and Fengbai's annoyed expression, Shisui hesitated for a long time before finally uttering that sentence. "My." Fengbai shot a cold glance at Shisui, then quickly looked away. "Just a peeping Tom. Wait until the war ends, I'll settle the score with him." At that moment, Fengbai was already scheming inwardly about what excuse to use after the war to force the third Hokage to keep Jiraiya in the village. Shisui shook his head helplessly in his mind, while simultaneously analyzing the conversation between Fengbai and Jiraiya. The fact that Obito was Jiraiya's disciple, even Fugaku might not have heard of it. Recalling the instructions Fugaku had given him before leaving, Shisui began to hesitate whether to report this information to him. "Hey Obito, Patting his slightly numb calf from sitting cross-legged too long, Feng Bai was about to call Abito and the others for dinner, also intending to vent his frustration on him, when he noticed Abito instinctively step back upon hearing his name. What's wrong? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Looking at Abito's reaction, Feng Bai was puzzled. Well, how should I put it? Abito hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly spoke his mind. Every time you're in this situation you take it out on me. Good kid, so you've noticed. Marveling once again at the intelligence boost the Mangekyo had given Abito, Feng Bai forced a smile to dispel Abito's concerns. What are you talking about, Abito? We're brothers for life. Your words really hurt me. As he spoke, Feng Bai moved closer to Abito. That fake smile too. Completely unfooled by Feng Bai, Abito vaulted over his hospital bed, and before anyone could react leaped out the window. Wait, is Abito really that agile? Watching his fluid and swift escape, Feng Bai's mouth dropped open in sheer astonishment. Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi. Neither knew what to say, so they silently turned their heads to follow Feng Bai's gaze toward the direction Abito had fled. TCH, both his intelligence and stamina have improved. Clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction with no one else to vent on, Feng Bai placed his hand on Uchiha Itachi's little head. Hey Itachi, I've been meaning to ask since you arrived. Why the long face at such a young age? Uchiha Itachi, Abito was right. Feng Bai indeed has a nasty habit of taking his anger out on others. Shursui's mouth twitched as he watched Feng Bai bombard Itachi with questions. I'm sorry, Captain Fugaku, it's not that I'm not protecting Itachi, but the guy is just too. And sorry Itachi, I really can't save you. Faced with Itachi's pleading eyes, the only thing Shursui could do was turn away and avoid looking at him. If you keep looking gloomy, you'll get tear troughs. Pressing and kneading Itachi's face for a while, Feng Bai found the boy's cheek surprisingly pleasant to touch, and couldn't resist squeezing a bit more. Tisk, one must admit young Itachi was indeed adorable. It was a blessing that he didn't inherit any of Fugaku's features. After all, who would want to pinch a child with Fugaku's face? Not yet satisfied, Feng Bai forcibly molded a smile onto Itachi's face and mirrored the expression himself. See, this is how a child should look. This guy. Looking at Feng Bai's smiling face, Itachi felt a momentary daze. He had heard of the White Death's reputation countless times. Sometimes from Konoha shinobi, sometimes from enemies, and most often from his own clansmen. As the son of Shimura Danzo, the mere surname was enough to draw the attention of many Uchiha. Though the Uchiha clan was proud, they never hesitated to praise true strength. Whether it was the bloodbath he caused in Cloud, or his overwhelming defeat of the young, the Uchiha could not easily utter disparaging words about Feng Bai. Their only lament was why that scheming old man Danzo could produce such an outstanding son. Before meeting Feng Bai, Itachi had imagined him to be aloof, expressionless, and taciturn. But the real person not only wore a somewhat silly grin, but his actions also completely defied Itachi's expectations. Which elite jonin would take out his anger on a child? Annoyed seeing Uchiha Itachi's big black eyes staring intently at him, Feng Bai suddenly remembered whose face he was squeezing. He quickly let go, inwardly cursing his carelessness. Damn, what have I done? I actually squeezed the face of the murderer and forced him to make faces. What if Itachi, following the original story, eventually draws his blade and goes on a rampage? Wouldn't I be in extreme danger? That nursery rhyme I made up on a whim back then might come true. The moon shines bright, Itachi gives me a smile. Is it too late to apologize now? Seeing Feng Bai's inexplicably distressed expression, Itachi, with no constraints on his face, unconsciously revealed a genuine smile. Perhaps the answer he had been searching for so painfully could be obtained from this man. Lord Feng Bai, what is the meaning of life? Madara-sama. Sita's eyes glistened with tears as half his body was blown apart by Feng Bai, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Madara seated upon the colossal throne. At that moment, Madara had severed his connection with the demonic statue of the outer path, and to Sita, he felt like a withered dead tree, both decayed and fragile. Even so, Madara clung to his last breath solely to entrust his final words to Sita. Gazing at Sita, whose half-body was now covered in Hashirama's cells, Uchiha Madara felt exceedingly satisfied. He had never expected that Sita, on the verge of death at such an age, would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, due to the humiliation of defeat and the stimulation of Hashirama's cells. With this, he had enough backup to restrain Uchiha Yawan's development. You have done well. It was indeed my mistake not to bring you along back then. Uchiha Madara's face remained expressionless, but his tone softened considerably. I have failed to live up to your expectations, allowing the evil Tobirama to gain the upper hand. Seeing Madara so humble, Uchiha Sita could no longer bear it. Ignoring the pain of his wounds, he crawled on hands and knees to the man's feet. Madara-sama, only you can save the Uchiha clan. As he watched Sita cling to his leg, unwilling to let go, a fleeting sneer crossed Uchiha Madara's face. Save the Uchiha clan. Regrettably, he now felt no affection for the clan that had once abandoned him. Back then he had led them in battle only for the sake of his younger brother Izuna. His vision encompassed the entire shinobi world, not merely a single clan. However, sensing the life force ebbing within him, Madara leaned forward and placed his withered, bony hand on the other's shoulder. My time is short. There are a few things you must remember. Forcing the other to meet his eyes, Uchiha Madara imparted his final words, Black Zetsu is my will. If Uchiha Yawan and Nagato deviate from my plan, go to him, and have him help you control them. Though brainless Black Zetsu is loyal to me. Remember, never let the Rinnegan fall into others' hands. Having said this, Madara had no strength left. Trembling, he withdrew his hand and gasped for breath. Huff, huff, huff. Go now and carry out my will. I await the day you awaken me. With these words, Madara did not wait for Sita's reply. He slowly closed his eyes. In his final moments, a familiar figure appeared before his eyes. Hashirama. Black Zetsu. Watching Madara breathe his last before his eyes, Sita had no time to mourn. Now a deeply irritated Black Zetsu made his appearance. He had been hiding underground, intending to witness Madara's death and vent his anger, but instead he found himself fuming once more. Because even in his dying moments, Madara had not forgotten to call him brainless. You're the one without a brain. Your whole family lacks brains. You and your friend Hashirama are both brainless. Despite harboring such resentment, Black Zetsu had to maintain a stoic facade on the surface, dutifully playing the role of Madara's will. Where's Yawan? Sita sized up the being before him, silently marveling that Madara's will could be so hideous while asking about Yawan's whereabouts. He said he wanted to survey the shinobi world to better plan his next move. Black Zetsu's tone was flat, his inner fury well concealed. What's there to see in the shinobi world? Dismissing Yawan's idea with contempt, Sita knelt beside Madara's corpse, struggling to maintain his composure despite the pain of his wounds. How is Nagato? As usual. Is that so? Leaning his head against Madara's throne, Sita's behavior was like that of a young child. Yawan's actions had given him some inspiration. If he could turn a loyal dog of Konoha into Madara's proxy this way, surely he could also make Nagato, who believed in love and peace, experience pain and utter despair. You stay by Yawan's side and monitor his movements. As for Nagato, I'll find a way to contact him once my wounds heal. Sita issued orders to Black Zetsu without any courtesy. Understood. Black Zetsu nodded, then glanced up at Madara's corpse. Though he longed to vent his fury on the body, it was clear that Sita would not give him that chance. Moreover, there were many white Zetsu in the cave. It would be disastrous if they tattled to Sita. With that thought, Black Zetsu decisively sank into the ground and began to act according to Sita's instructions. Amigake here. Nagato, you're here. Unable to find Nagato at mealtime, Konan searched the stairs all the way to the rooftop, where she spotted him leaning against the railing. Konan, what's wrong? Allowing raindrops to fall on his face, Nagato turned his head, pressed his lips together, and finally forced a faint smile in response. What are you thinking about? Was it something Phoneby said? Seeing his expression, Konan, who had lived with him for years, could easily tell how low his spirits were. She stepped out from the area sheltered from the rain and came to his side. Faced with Konan's inquiry, Nagato opened his mouth, uncertain what to say. Under her gaze, he slowly nodded. The other's words had been too shocking, so much so that even after much time had passed, Nagato could not shake them off. His eyes were not a gift from the shinobi world, as Jiraiya-sensei had said, but rather deliberately placed there by a shadowy schemer to further their plans. The sole reason was that he possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. I am just a two. Nagato raised his voice to vent his frustration, but suddenly felt Konan firmly grasp his right hand. He immediately understood and stopped himself in time. Yes, he was likely being watched by the puppet master behind the scenes. Venting would only bring unnecessary trouble to his comrades. It's all right. What he said may not be entirely true. Not knowing how to console Nagato, Konan could only say this to lift his spirits. Look, isn't our more important task now to realize the beautiful vision in our hearts? Pointing at the streets below, which were far more prosperous than when Phoneby had last visited, thanks to the loans provided by Konoha, Yahiko and the others had successfully developed the areas under the Akatsuki's control. The dilapidated buildings had been renovated, the Akatsuki members' ninja tools had been replaced with Konoha's standard-issue equipment, and once scarce resources like explosive tags, ninja swords, and armor were now in stock. Compared to Hanzo's jurisdiction, the Akatsuki's territory exuded vibrant vitality. In the shadows of Amigakure, Uchiha Yawan, clad in a trench coat and wearing a mask, watched everything before him with cold, indifferent eyes. That red-haired one is Nagato. Black and white Zetsu emerged halfway from the ground, gesturing for Yawan to look at the red-haired man on the rooftop. The Rinnegan's host. Squinting as he sized up Nagato and the Konan beside him, Yawan nodded to indicate that he understood. Are you going to approach him? Seeing that Yawan had no intention of acting, Black and white Zetsu grew curious about the purpose of his visit. Glancing sideways at Black and white Zetsu, Yawan harbored no goodwill toward this manifestation of Madara's will and coldly said, "Brainless creature, do not presume to guess my thoughts. Just obediently do what I have arranged for you. Now, why be so angry?" It was white Zetsu of the Black and white Zetsu who spoke, while Black Zetsu remained silent. Having thought that after Madara's death he would no longer be scolded at every turn like before, Black Zetsu never expected that Madara's chosen proxy would still be of such a disposition. This made the proud Black Zetsu nearly explode with rage on the spot. Damn it. Madara called me brainless when he was alive, and now that he's dead he's still calling me brainless. Then wasn't his death completely in vain? At that moment Black Zetsu wanted nothing more than to pour out every curse word he knew onto Yawan before him, but in the end his longing for his mother overcame the anger in his heart, and he decided to remain silent. Go down. I'll call you when I need you. Withdrawing his gaze, Yawan ignored Black and White Zetsu beside him and strode toward the street ahead. Well, since he said so. White Zetsu smiled, preparing to leave as instructed. Then let's go. Although he was not sure what the other intended to do, he could not push him too much at the moment, and could only watch helplessly as Yawan gradually disappeared from his sight. Walking forward on his own, Yawan arrived at a small stall. Due to the abundant rainfall in the land of rain, all stalls here were equipped with awnings to allow customers to dine inside. Ordering a few items casually, Yawan declined the owner's invitation to dine inside, and insisted on sitting at the edge of the awning, his eyes surveying the surroundings. He had come from Hanzo's controlled area. Compared to the grim faces of the civilians and low-level ninjas, there the region under Akatsuki's control clearly exuded much more vitality. Although taxes still had to be paid to the upper echelons from the owner's words, Yawan learned that the tax amount and collection frequency here were far better than in Hanzo's territory. Moreover, they genuinely protected the safety of the civilians. From the looks the people on the street cast at the passing Akatsuki members, one could see that the relationship between them was quite harmonious. Popping an unnamed snack into his mouth, Yawan nodded. The taste was far better than he had imagined. Not bad, Akatsuki. Sipping the drink brought by the shopkeeper, Yawan's gaze grew deep, lost in thought. Hey, Uncle Tsuyo. A patrol squad of Akatsuki members passed by the stall. Seeing the owner sitting at the door with his legs crossed, they greeted him warmly. Isn't this the FO? Come sit down. I'll make you something to eat. Recognizing the person who greeted him, the owner enthusiastically stood up and invited him to sit inside. No, I'm on patrol. Recently, Iwagakure and Konoha have signed a ceasefire, so I need to guard against rogue ninjas from both sides fleeing here. The man called Da FO showed a simple, honest smile and asked the owner, Uncle Tseong, have you seen any strangers around these days? Strangers? No, the customers recently have all been regulars, everyone I can name. But I heard that some of Samling's relatives might be fleeing from Hanzo's territory. Then there might be some unfamiliar faces coming to eat. Laughing and scratching his head, the owner dutifully reported the information to Da FO in front of him. Well, that's good. Da FO nodded and said no more. I'm full, thank you for your hospitality. At that moment, Yawan, having finished his last bite, rose from his seat, interrupting their conversation. The flavor is excellent, thank you for your hospitality. Keep the extra as my thanks. Pulling out money from his pocket and placing it on the table, Yawan nodded to the owner Da FO, and the others then slowly walked into the rain. This won't do. Oh, look at my memory, it's failing me. I've actually forgotten my customer's name. Grabbing the money Yawan left behind, the owner intended to chase after him, but Yawan's figure quickly vanished from sight. He could only think of returning the money to him when he closed up for the night, since they were all familiar neighbors living nearby. But he couldn't recall the customer's name. Uncle Tseong, your memory is really going. That guy isn't. You see, I've also forgotten his name. Da FO chuckled and teased the owner, just about to say the customer's name when he realized he had also forgotten it. It's right on the tip of my tongue, but why can't I recall it? Do any of you remember? Hitting his own head, Da FO, who felt that face was familiar, but genuinely couldn't utter the name, turned to look at his companions. Isn't that? Wait, I've forgotten too. Yeah, looks familiar, but the name just won't come. Amidst a chorus of discussions, Yawan was now almost at the place where Akatsuki members gathered. In his eyes, a triangular pattern spun continuously, signifying that he was activating his Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Some of the Akatsuki ninjas he encountered on the road greeted him loudly, while others nodded. Yawan responded to each one. Suddenly, Yawan sharply turned his head, directing his gaze toward the top of a tall building unique to Amigakure in the distance. There, Shana, dressed identically to Yawan, was coldly staring back at him, also activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Troublesome guy. Seeing Shana's arrival, Yawan stopped in his tracks and turned to proceed in another direction. Interesting ability, but with a range limitation. Shana was quite pleased to have observed Yawan's Mangekyo Sharingan ability. A battle between ninjas is a battle of information. Every bit of intel he gained on his opponent meant a 10% increase in his chance of future victory. Now he had roughly figured out one of the opponent's abilities. As for the rest, with careful observation, he would eventually uncover them. With that thought having clarified his next course of action, Shana instantly vanished from the spot. Konoha-style lightning fire sword pine. At the rain-hidden battlefield, Konoha camp. With foam by sharp cry, the tree trunk before him split apart, faint sparks of lightning flickering at the severed edge along with scorch marks from flames. Wielding the white fang with the chakra of both lightning and fire attributes imbued into it proved far more lethal than using a single attribute. If only he could incorporate wind attribute chakra as well. Unfortunately, maintaining a balance between two types of chakra was already a struggle. The moment he attempted to inject a third, the violent collision nearly caused the white fang to fail to withstand the chakra explosion. 2 types were the limit, 3 were exceptionally difficult to achieve. Difficult, but not impossible. The proportions of the 3 chakra types had to reach an extremely precise equilibrium, which tested a ninja's mastery over chakra control. Phonbai speculated that if he succeeded, he might very well create an entirely new nature transformation. In other words, a Kekkei Toda. However, for someone like him at present, such power was still far out of reach. Withdrawing the dual attribute chakra from the white fang, Phonbai instead coated it with ice attribute chakra. Biting cold mist spread around, and sensing the chill, Uchiha Itachi shifted his gaze from the severed tree back to Phonbai. Seizing the rare opportunity, Phonbai felt a surge of Chinibyu. As his control over ice chakra grew more refined, he couldn't resist showing off in front of Itachi behind him. Moreover, with the chakra being supplied by Gifu within him, executing that technique would be effortless. Armor formed of frozen ice clad his arms, and the image of a dragon began to materialize on the blade of the white fang. Mustn't forget the lotus. Straining to recall the appearance of that technique, Phonbai, feeling it was about right, swung the white fang fiercely, seated in the frosty sky. Great crimson lotus ice ring. The ice dragon, now a tangible entity, surged forward in the direction of Phonbai's swing, charging ahead, with an unstoppable momentum, carving a deep trench across the ground, eventually breaking through the camp's fence, and crashing straight into a small hut at the far end. Huh, a small hut. How could there be a hut on the battlefield outside the camp? Only then did Phonbai, who had just noticed the hut, freeze in confusion. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were also stunned. What are you standing there for? Let's go check it out. Sheathing the white fang, Phonbai slapped his thigh and hurried toward the spot. Shursui, not daring to lag behind, grabbed Itachi and rushed over as well. As the 3 left, some Konoha ninjas who had heard the commotion poked their heads out of their tents. The disturbance Phonbai had caused was so massive that they initially thought the mist ninja had launched an attack. In reality, under the pressure of Danzo's meticulous planning and the loss of the tailed beast, the only mist ninja left on the battlefield were the last squad, led by Pipa Shirzong. What's all this noise about? Yawning Jiraiya came to the spot where Phonbai had just swung his blade, rubbing his eyes impatiently. The previous night he had led a team to raid the mist ninja's camp, and had only just fallen asleep after returning to their own territory when he heard the ruckus. Who knows? Obito, also half asleep beside him, shook his head. He had participated in the operation yesterday, and was now extremely drowsy. Wait, that hut. Following the trail on the ground, the sharp-eyed Jiraiya also spotted the small hut at the end, and wore a stunned expression. Damn, isn't that Orochimaru's? Recalling the owner of the hut, Jiraiya was no longer sleepy, and rushed over. What about Orochimaru? Hey, Phonbai. Unable to understand why Jiraiya had suddenly become so agitated, Obito was about to turn back to sleep when he saw Phonbai's silhouette in the distance. Without a second thought, he dashed after them. Orochimaru's face was exceptionally grim as he stared at Phonbai kneeling before him. He truly owed the Shimura clan. A few years ago, that old man Danzo had kicked him out, leaving him with no funds to conduct experiments and fulfill his ambitions. After much effort using materials gathered from the battlefield, he had set up a makeshift laboratory. But before he could achieve any results, Phonbai smashed it to pieces with an ice release, and he himself barely escaped death under the great crimson lotus ice ring. I'm sorry. I really didn't know there was a hut here, senior brother Orochimaru. Please, for the sake of our teacher, forgive me. Seeing Phonbai still trying to pull rank, Orochimaru's expression darkened even further. That man Hiruzen Sarutobi completely failed to understand his aspirations, constantly suppressing him, and now this brat dared to bring him up in front of him. You wicked little Shimura, I'll personally. At that moment, Orochimaru, as if possessed by Tobirama, was ready to make Phonbai pay. But upon seeing Jiraiya nearby, Orochimaru had to swallow his anger. At least he couldn't act in front of Jiraiya. Well, Orochimaru, Phonbai is still young, but we shouldn't let him off too easily. As Orochimaru looked at him, Jiraiya tried to mediate. Yes, Jiraiya-sama is right. Wait, that's not right. Only then did Phonbai realize what a horrible thing Jiraiya had just said, and hastily retorted. Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a strange glance. It seemed he too held a deep grudge against the boy. I'm doing this for your own good, Phonbai. A man takes responsibility for his mistakes. Jiraiya grinned, and patted Phonbai's shoulder, his face full of schadenfreude. If that's the case, then you who peeps every day MMPH. Before Phonbai could finish, Jiraiya, quick as a flash, clamped a hand over his mouth. To divert everyone's attention, Jiraiya raised his voice even louder to drown out Phonbai's struggles. Speaking of which, Orochimaru, what are you up to here? Is that a test tube? And that a beaker? None of your business, Jiraiya. And you too, Phonbai, you can leave now. Unwilling to reveal that he was still conducting experiments, Orochimaru scowled and issued an eviction order. If the old man found out about this, who knew what he would say? Oh, Jiraiya withdrew his hand sheepishly and pulled the bewildered Obito away. When Orochimaru made that face, it meant he was about to explode. Time to scram. What do you want to stay? Watching Jiraiya walk away, Orochimaru noticed Foam Bai hadn't budged. He laughed in fury and strode over to him. I'm going. Swallowing hard, Foam Bai felt the oppressive aura radiating from Orochimaru tangible enough to sting his skin. He scrambled to his feet and prepared to slip away with sure sway and Itachi. But after taking a few steps as if struck by a thought, he gestured for the two to leave first, then steeled himself and returned to face Orochimaru. Is there anything else you wish to say? Watching the other party approach despite their fear, a trace of curiosity rose in Orochimaru's heart. Actually, after organizing his thoughts in his mind, Foam Bai had only just realized why Orochimaru was so nervous. All the experiments he was conducting at this moment were certainly being carried out behind Hiruzen's back. If things continued like this, Orochimaru would undoubtedly follow the original storyline defect from Konohagakure and then return at some point to deliver a fatal strike to his own master. That simply would not do. Regardless of the fact that Hiruzen was now his master and that years of companionship had forged a bond between them. More importantly, Orochimaru's research could bring transformation to the shinobi world and provide a means to counter the Otsutsuki. Foam Bai had to find a way to keep such talent within Konohagakure. After all, no one wanted to be dragged out of retirement in their old age to fight the Otsutsuki clan. Furthermore, the ambitions Foam Bai hoped to achieve still required that person's assistance. Senior brother Orochimaru, why don't you have a proper conversation with Master Hiruzen? At this moment, Foam Bai had completely transformed into a professional mediator. We can talk about anything. Talk about what? Unexpectedly hit with such a remark, Orochimaru nearly laughed out loud in exasperation. Your experiments were not approved by Master Hiruzen, correct? Otherwise you would not have chosen such an isolated place to set up such a makeshift laboratory. Glancing at the wreckage on the ground, Foam Bai steeled himself and continued. Although Master Hiruzen can be stubborn and somewhat old-fashioned, he cares deeply for everyone in Konohagakure. This is why disagreements between you two arise from time to time. Why not simply lay everything out and talk it through? Orochimaru remained silent, quietly listening to Foam Bai speak. The oppressive aura around him also subsided somewhat. Rather than sneaking around conducting unspeakable experiments in secret, why not find Master Hiruzen and discuss your ideas properly? Then you can reach a balance that both sides can accept. I believe, given Master Hiruzen's nature, he would never turn you away at the door. Foam Bai was quite certain that if Orochimaru were willing to compromise and abandon those so-called human experiments on fellow villagers, Hiruzen would certainly help him. In the original storyline, even after Orochimaru's human experimentation was exposed, hadn't Hiruzen, who was still at the height of his power, shown mercy? It was not until the Konoha destroying plan unfolded that this aging elder finally harbored murderous intent, and even then, he only ended up sealing away the other's jutsu. Orochimaru gazed at Foam Bai, his expression unchanged. He was merely pondering the young man's words in his heart. Had that Danzo fellow told his son everything? Regarding Foam Bai's knowledge of his inhumane experiments, Orochimaru felt no surprise. After all, the boy was Danzo's son. What concerned him more was the content of Foam Bai's speech. At this time, due to funding and various other reasons, Orochimaru had not conducted many inhumane experiments, and his humanity had not yet been completely extinguished. Though he had grown accustomed to witnessing death and held his own views on the meaning of life, he still could not bring himself to completely abandon Konohagakure. Otherwise, he would not have been running back and forth across various battlefields. This can also be considered compensation for destroying your laboratory. If you are truly willing to have a proper talk with Master Hiruzen, I will certainly speak on your behalf. By the way, Master Hiruzen has mentioned more than once that he wishes to see you, yet you always refuse. Foam Bai continued talking to himself. Orochimaru meanwhile regarded him with a peculiar expression. What use would you be in helping me speak? Nevertheless, he restrained himself from saying it aloud, and merely waved his hand to silence Foam Bai. Very well, you may leave now. Foam Bai wanted to add a few more words. I said you may leave. Understood. Seeing Orochimaru once again radiate his intimidating aura, Foam Bai dared not continue pestering him. To demonstrate his determination to depart quickly, he directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to his own tent. Watching Foam Bai disappear so decisively this time, Orochimaru's expression finally softened. He stood alone, gazing blankly at the ruins before him. The old man also wishes to see me. Orochimaru's mood was profoundly complicated at this moment. Regarding Hiruzen, he did harbor genuine feelings. As a teacher, Hiruzen had imparted much to him. When he was young and his parents had passed away, it was Hiruzen who had been by his side to guide and comfort him. It could be said that without Hiruzen's meticulous guidance, there would be no Orochimaru today. When exactly had everything begun to change? Many fragments flashed through Orochimaru's mind. Nawaki's death, Dan's death, the deaths of comrades, the deaths of countless people. Why must shinobi slaughter one another? What is the true meaning of life? Orochimaru sought the answer to these questions. Therefore, he desired to master every technique in the shinobi world to achieve perfection. But human beings as a species truly have limited capabilities. A human lifespan was insufficient to support the acquisition of all jutsu. He had to transcend humanity. In other words, eternal youth and immortality. Yet in the current Konohagakure, no one supported his research. Danzo's act of kicking him aside had deeply wounded Orochimaru's heart. Having a son caused him to change, but Danzo was merely a pitiful soul blinded by the position of Hokage. That said, regardless of Danzo's motives for cooperating with him, it was an undeniable fact that Orochimaru currently had no financial support. The boy was right. It was indeed time to have a talk with the old man. He was merely expected to follow the rules the latter had established. If support could be obtained, this price was hardly unacceptable. Having clarified the key points in his mind, Orochimaru let out a long breath and bent down to inspect the ruins before him. Such powerful ice release combined with the flying thunder god. Danzo had indeed sired an excellent son. Perhaps he could truly become Hokage one day. Musing over the destruction Fonbai had inflicted upon his laboratory, Orochimaru realized there was nothing salvageable to rescue. He simply abandoned the search and used fire release to reduce everything before him to ashes. Holy crap, that scared me to death. On the other side, the first thing Fonbai did upon returning to his tent was pat his chest and gasp for breath. He never expected himself to be so bold, impulsively confronting Orochimaru and letting slip between the lines that he knew about the human experiments. He could easily have been silenced permanently. Fortunately, this was Konohagakure's main camp and his own father was in command. He reasoned that his personal safety would temporarily be guaranteed. That unfaithful Obito ran off so quickly. Just wait until I get my hands on him. And Jiraiya, who lit Orochimaru's fire and then bolted, he won't escape either. Seeing that he was temporarily unharmed, Fonbai began tallying up old scores, preparing to find an opportunity to take revenge on both Obito and Jiraiya. And all of this was overheard by Shursui and Itachi, who had just arrived at the tent. Hearing Fonbai's soliloquy emanating from the tent, Uchiha Shursui's expression remained unchanged as he cast a glance at Itachi behind him. He then cleared his throat softly to alert Fonbai while lifting the tent flap and stepping inside. Let's end today's training here. Shursui, if you have matters to attend, you may leave now. Raising his head to glance at the two who had entered the tent, Fonbai beckoned toward Itachi. The latter shrank back momentarily but still trudged over with a grimace. Heave-ho. As if lifting a kitten, Fonbai slid his hands under Itachi's armpits and effortlessly hoisted him up. Placing the boy in front of him, he began kneading the child's cheeks with practiced familiarity. Itachi, haven't I told you not to wear that gloomy expression all day, eh? Uchiha Uchiha Itachi. Watching Itachi fall victim to Fonbai's cruel hands, once again Uchiha Shursui could only shake his head in resignation. Like Itachi, he had initially assumed that the so-called White Death would be as cold and ruthless as Danzo. After all, no gentle-natured person would create a bloodbath on the battlefield of Cloud. Yet, this fellow named Fonbai spent his days waking up pestering Itachi, training, and then pestering Itachi again. Sometimes, Shursui wondered if this man had stolen credit for someone else's exploits. However, the massive ice release earlier had dispelled some of his doubts. To unleash a jutsu of such scale at this age already proved Fonbai's prowess. Fonbai was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Uchiha Shursui's mind. He simply continued kneading Itachi's little face while pondering how to answer the question Itachi had posed a few days ago. Indeed, the reason for his cruelty toward Itachi, aside from the trivial fact that the kid was undeniably cute in his childhood, was that Fonbai himself had no idea what the meaning of life truly was. What troubled him even more was that he dared not fabricate a random answer to brush the boy off. What if, as an unintentional remark, Itachi took it to heart and interpreted some twisted meaning later, growing up to come after him with a blade? After all, this was Uchiha Itachi. Had the boy been a few years older, Fonbai would never have dared to treat him with such flippancy. If you can't solve the problem, eliminate the one who raised it. Fearing that Itachi's little mouth would spout even more difficult questions, Fonbai simply silenced him by occupying his attention. But after several days of deliberation, Fonbai finally stumbled upon a solution. Mind you, not an answer, a solution. Hey Itachi, starting tomorrow, train with me. Abruptly ceasing his kneading, Fonbai forcibly turned the boy's head to face him, locking eyes. Train. Uchiha Itachi blinked, feeling the sudden release of pressure on his cheeks. For the first time, he observed this man, named Fonbai, at such close range. Exactly. Train. Maybe ninjutsu is a bit advanced for your age, but how about we start with taijutsu? Fonbai's excitement was palpable as he flexed his arms, trying to show off his biceps. At Itachi's age, Fonbai had never had the luxury to ponder the meaning of life. Back then, his greatest and most pressing concern was how to evade the fists of Aburame Ryoma and the whip of Yamanaka Zen. In Fonbai's view, Uchiha Itachi's overthinking at such a tender age was purely due to idleness. Keeping him busy would naturally leave no room for such meaningless musings. Yamanaka Zen. The memory of this mentor. Was he a mentor? who had accompanied him through many years, brought a flicker of sorrow to Phonbai's face. If that man and Shimura Iku were still alive, he would definitely recommend them to Uchiha Itachi. But since there was no choice, he would have to step in as the temporary whip Jinchuriki. Slap. 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 Phonbai acted swiftly. The very next morning at dawn, he led Itachi to a crude training ground at the edge of the camp, while Shursui observed from a distance. Feeling the sharp gusts of wind graze his face, Uchiha Itachi snapped to full alertness. Without activating his Sharingan, he had to rely solely on instinct to dodge the invisible wind blades. This method was obviously insufficient to evade all attacks. Soon a large tear appeared in his clothes. Fortunately, Phonbai was merciful enough not to strike with full force, so otherwise it wouldn't have been just his clothes that were torn. Uchiha Shursui, through his Sharingan, discerned Phonbai's restraint and felt relieved. Reaching for his torn shirt, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained calm, but his eyes were fixed on the kunai that Phonbai was using as a whip carrier. When Phonbai swung his arm again, Itachi's body reacted instantly upon observing the arc of the movement. Leaping into the air, he dodged the whip strike under Phonbai's astonished gaze. Phonbai, was that a coincidence? It had to be a coincidence, right? Absolutely positively a coincidence. Unwilling to accept it, Phonbai swung the kunai, aiming for Itachi's side. But Itachi evaded this attack with a simple backbend. Over the next 15 strikes, Itachi was hit only once, and that was because Phonbai's angle was too tricky for him to dodge in time. This kid was truly a genius. By observing the direction Itachi's gaze followed during the dodges, Phonbai confirmed that the boy was predicting the whip's landing point by watching his hand movements. Why hadn't he thought of that back then? He had suffered all those whips for nothing. For the first time, Phonbai doubted his own intelligence. Could it be that I am the fool? Seeing Phonbai standing alone, lost in thought, Itachi sat down on the ground to rest. Though he had evaded Phonbai's attacks and dealt a mental blow to his opponent, his age still limited him. On his final landing, he accidentally twisted his ankle. Feeling the pain in his ankle, the stubborn Itachi decided to rest a while and seek treatment when he returned to his father's side. Phonbai did not spend too long doubting his own intelligence. He had noticed Itachi stumble upon landing. Sheathing his kunai, he strode over to the boy. I was about to say, Itachi looked up at Phonbai, bracing himself to stand, but the man immediately crouched down and rolled up his pant leg. Good, no bone damage. Phonbai gently squeezed the injured area and reached a conclusion. Seeing Itachi's puzzled gaze, Phonbai rolled his eyes. What are you staring at? I'm at least a jonin, I have that much observational skill. After a simple treatment of Itachi's injury and a quick check for any other wounds, Phonbai stood up. Using medical ninjutsu for this would be a bit wasteful. I'll take you to my tent to apply some medicine. Without waiting for Itachi's reply, Phonbai hoisted the boy onto his back and headed toward his own tent. Hey, haven't I told you, Itachi, don't be so gloomy all the time. Feeling the stiffness and unease of the little one on his back, Phonbai smiled and looked at the small head on his shoulder. It was truly rare that he could see such a shy expression on Itachi's face. At this moment, Itachi had completely lost his usual calm demeanor. He hadn't expected Phonbai to carry him on his back so decisively, without even asking for his consent. However, this was the first time he had been carried on someone's back other than his parents. Feeling the warmth of Phonbai's shoulder, Itachi struggled slightly, but eventually yielded to him. Shursui on the side wanted to help, but was refused by Phonbai, so he could only walk ahead, occasionally looking back. Before long, Danzo received a message from his subordinate. Learning that his own son was carrying the Uchiha brat around the camp, Danzo didn't say much, but continued formulating his own plans. The last remaining unit of the Mist Village on the Land of Fire's territory had been completely surrounded by Konoha ninjas. At this moment, Danzo was deliberating whether to annihilate this unit completely or leave them some hope to lure reinforcements from the Mist Village, thereby gaining more battle results. Putting himself in the perspective of the enemy commander, Danzo flipped through the map before him, and after multiple confirmations finally made up his mind. It's time to end the war here. In his view, the remaining Mist troops had completely become abandoned pawns. If he were the commander, he would never dispatch troops to rescue them. Send a message to Jiraiya, launch a total assault tomorrow morning. After issuing the order, Danzo finally had the mind to think about his son's issues. This kid has been too idle lately, but the tailed beast indeed shows no signs of rampaging. It's time to let him return to the battlefield. Feeling that Phonbai had been overly idle recently, Danzo decided to assign him combat missions to earn some merits on this final battlefield. When the messenger ninja arrived at Phonbai's tent, Phonbai was taking advantage of Itachi's injury and limited mobility to torment him even more. After receiving the order, Phonbai immediately released Itachi, clarified his task, and then looked at the two behind him. It seems the remaining training will have to wait until we return to Konoha. Phonbai shrugged. I'm going to fight with my teammates. Shursui, you've worked hard during this time. While I'm away for a few days, I'll leave Itachi in your care. Danzo's order did not include Shursui and Itachi's names, so Phonbai assumed they would remain in camp on standby. But the order I received is... Phonbai waved his hand to interrupt Shursui. I don't know what Fugaku is thinking, but since he entrusted his son to my care, he must act according to my requirements. Seeing Feng Bai's persistence, Uchiha Shursui could only nod in agreement. Night by the campfire. The members of Squad 7, who had received the order, finally gathered together again, sitting around. Also seated nearby were Uchiha Shursui and Itachi. Has the wound fully healed? Kakashi asked Feng Bai beside him, feigning nonchalance. Beating up Obito is no problem. With a mischievous grin, Feng Bai patted Obito, who was sitting on his right, on the shoulder. Yesterday's business has nothing to do with me, Feng Bai. It was all that pervert's own doing. Obito hurriedly offered his skewer with a fawning smile. Your IQ has really improved, Obito, knowing that I was referring to yesterday's matter. Without even looking at the skewer, Obito offered Feng Bai, handed it to Kakashi on his left, and continued teasing Obito. I've already decided. Tomorrow's battle plan is for you, Obito, to divide yourself into 3 routes alone, without using shadow clones, and attack the Mist Village's position. No shadow clones, yet still need to divide into 3 routes. How is that even possible? Even Obito with his improved IQ couldn't figure out how to act. Isn't that simple? Just cut you into 3 parts and send each to a different attack route. As he spoke, Feng Bai pretended to reach for the white fang behind his back. Lin, who had been silently eating skewers, finally couldn't help but let out a snicker. Alright, Feng Bai, stop scaring Obito. Let's hurry up and eat the skewers. Lin. Seeing Lin covering for him, Obito was so moved, he almost wanted to throw himself at her and pledge his life. Alright, here. With Lin's intervention as a graceful way out, Feng Bai didn't tease Obito further. He turned and took a skewer from in front of him and handed it to Obito. This is... Looking at the skewer, Obito was taken aback. I heard from others that it was thanks to you that I was saved last time. It was the first time Feng Bai had thanked Obito, and he felt a bit awkward. Seeing Obito not reaching out, Feng Bai simply shoved the skewer into Obito's hand, then turned his head away, not looking at him anymore. It was me who carried you back. Kakashi also reached out for his share. Didn't I just give you one earlier? Despite saying that, Feng Bai handed Kakashi a skewer, and of course didn't forget Lin either. Thanks to Kakashi's sudden remark, he wasn't so embarrassed. However, Obito's mood didn't seem very high. What's the matter? Don't worry, I won't really make you divide into 3 routes. Thinking Obito was still brooding over earlier, Feng Bai scratched his head, ready to comfort him. That time really scared me to death. Clutching the skewer in his hand, Obito once again recalled the scene of Feng Bai on the verge of death. It was the first time I saw you so badly injured. To be honest, at that moment, I really wished it was just your eyes clone. Seeing Obito's pitiful expression like a wounded puppy, Feng Bai felt a trace of guilt. Wait, why should I feel guilty? I was the one injured. Shaking off the guilt, Feng Bai gave Obito a heavy slap on the back. Alright, why are you being so sentimental? I'm alive and well, aren't I? After dispelling the mournful atmosphere in his own way, Feng Bai's head was also hit hard. This time it was Kakashi who struck him. Hey Kakashi, what are you doing? With tears welling up from the hit, Feng Bai covered his head and howled together with Obito. Nothing. Just wanted to beat up someone who doesn't value his comrades. Imitating Feng Bai's tone, Kakashi shook his fist. We are teammates in the same squad. Next time something like this happens, you must bring us along, understand? The next day arrived. Uchiha Shursui, accompanied by Itachi, watched as Feng Bai's team departed. As planned, Feng Bai and his squad arrived at the battlefield ahead of time and began awaiting the order for the general assault. Yo, Feng Bai. Still as spirited as ever. Not far from where Feng Bai and his team were positioned, Might Guy gave a thumbs up, flashing his white teeth. You're here too, Guy, and Mr. Choza. After nodding in response to Guy, Feng Bai courteously greeted Choza. Ha ha, cheer up, the general assault is about to begin. Choza's laughter was still hearty, though he deliberately lowered his pitch a few notches. A whistle pierced the air as a purple signal flare shot into the sky. The benevolent smile on Choza's face vanished, replaced by unprecedented resolve, super expansion technique. Enlarging his entire body and transforming into a giant, Choza used his own flesh to commence the assault. Seeing Choza wield an unknown weapon in his hand, smashing a huge breach into the hidden mist position, Feng Bai and his companions followed the main force and charged through the gap. Just as they were pushing forward, Obito suddenly blurted out, "Why does Mr. Choza's clothes also enlarge when he gets bigger?" At these words, Feng Bai and the others instinctively began to ponder. Indeed, why did Choza's clothes also enlarge? No, wait. This was wartime. How could they waste time on such trivial matters? Idiot Obito, is this the time to think about that? Kakashi also realized this and scolded Obito with a grimace. The mist is getting thicker. They had no idea how long they had been charging blindly, nor how many mist ninja they had killed. Gradually, Feng Bai and his squad could no longer see their surroundings, only hearing the sounds of battle around them. Feng Bai attempted to disperse the mist with wind release, but failed, a situation that had never occurred when facing mist ninja before. It seems this is the hidden mist technique released collectively by several, or even dozens of mist ninja. Fortunately, the role of the external brain manifested at this moment. Kakashi calmly analyzed the situation while instructing Obito to use his Sharingan's advantage of still being able to discern enemy outlines to stay alert. The enemy dares to release the hidden mist technique at this time. Either there is a master skilled in the silent killing technique among them, or the mist ninja are preparing to retreat, using the mist as cover. Listening to Kakashi's analysis and feeling the dampness of the air, Feng Bai licked his lips and decided to take action. If it's the latter, it's advantageous to us, but if it's the former. Anyway, let's test the enemy's metal first. Ice Release Great Crimson Lotus Ice Wheel. Wanting to show off in front of his teammates, Feng Bai drew his white fang and unleashed the ninjutsu he had just learned. A massive ice dragon roared forward, kicking up clouds of dust while the sound of falling trees echoed around, occasionally punctuated by a scream or two. Whoosh, whoosh. Shortly after Feng Bai's technique, two kunai whistled through the air toward the group. Sensing danger, Feng Bai raised his hand and waved, creating a simple ice wall to block the attack. Accurate shots. Seems there's a master of the silent killing technique or someone with eyes that can see through this thick mist. Narrowing his eyes, Feng Bai stared coldly at the two kunai embedded in the ice wall. If he hadn't blocked, those two kunai would have struck his vital points precisely. They were certainly not thrown at random. With that thought, Feng Bai did not hesitate. He threw a shuriken in the direction of the attack by instinct, then rapidly formed hand seals, shuriken shadow clone technique. The enemy had precision, but he had numbers. A dense swarm of shuriken flew toward the direction Feng Bai expected, then fell silent. The group was left standing back-to-back, guarding against the unknown attacker's strikes. Over here. Two more kunai flew toward Feng Bai and his squad, but this time the angle had changed, and the target had shifted from Feng Bai to Rin. Obito, standing to Rin's right, spotted the kunai with his Sharingan and threw a shuriken to knock them down. Fire Release Great Dragon Fire Technique. Unwilling to be a sitting duck, Obito unleashed a fire release technique. The surging flames flew off into the distance, then also fell silent. This is too passive, find cover. Kakashi didn't finish his sentence. He immediately ducked, formed hand seals, and slammed his palms to the ground. Earth Release Mud Wall. A dog-head-carved earthen wall rose from the ground, only to be shattered by an explosion. This time it was a kunai with an explosive tag attached. The explosion scattered the group's formation and also allowed Obito to glimpse the silhouette of the enemy. At this moment, there was no time to think twice. Kamui. Ugh. A muffled grunt sounded. The long-range dojutsu caused the enemy to fail to escape to the next position as intended, instead crashing to the ground. Ice Release Impaling Spear. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Bai used Ice Release to impale the enemy. Obito had down, skewering him like a kebab and lifting him into the air with an ice spike in a grotesque pose. Seeing the enemy struck, Feng Bai remained cautious. He was about to lead the team to check if the enemy had used the substitution technique when a subconscious warning prompted him to instinctively activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Teleporting instantly to Obito's side, Feng Bai spun around and threw several Senbon back toward where he had just stood. Oh, I see. With that level of ice release, you must be the Leaf's Ice Release Ninja, the White Death. A youthful voice rang out. The newcomer easily knocked down the Senbon Feng Bai had thrown and scrutinized Feng Bai with a probing gaze. Who are you? Though the thick mist obscured their vision due to the close distance, Feng Bai and his team managed to see the attacker's features. The newcomer was not too old, with blue hair and an ordinary appearance. The most notable feature was the eye patch covering his right eye. A familiar fellow, but Feng Bai couldn't recall where he had seen him before. I see. No wonder you could see our figures in the thick mist. It's because of the Byakugan, isn't it? Kakashi was the first to notice the clue. From the bulging veins around the opponent's eye patch, he discerned the man's identity. An S-rank missing mean Ao who stole the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. This eye is my precious trophy. Ao did not deny his identity, his gaze still fixed on Feng Bai before him. But the Ice Release Kekkei Genkai ninja is also the precious bloodline of the hidden mist. It must never be exploited by the hidden leaf. What nonsense are you spouting? Feng Bai is our leaf comrade. Always has been, always will be. Obito retorted to the detestable man before them, reaching out to hook Feng Bai's fingers using a secret code to ask if he could use his dojutsu to kill this Ao. The Byakugan was indeed a precious treasure. Except during wartime, Konoha rarely deployed main family members to the battlefield. Even when they were sent, they were accompanied by a large number of elite branch family members. Given the circumstances, it was extremely rare for the Mist Village to obtain this Byakugan. Uchiha brat, I've seen through your attack. How shocking the Sharingan can actually unleash such a terrifying dojutsu. Using the Byakugan, Ao could clearly see Obito's chakra rapidly circulating, and the energy at the eye position had condensed to its peak. It was exactly the same as when the previous comrade had been attacked. With his attack seen through, Obito frowned, about to forcefully launch an assault, but was stopped by Feng Bai. The mist is thinning, Feng Bai stated calmly, drawing Kakashi and the others' attention to the fact that the scene before them was becoming clearer. It seems the ninja who cast this jutsu has been defeated. Your Byakugan is useless now. Leave it here. Feng Bai did not respond to Ao. Instead, he quickly performed hand seals in front of him, wind release vacuum sphere. A dense barrage of compressed wind bullets shot from Feng Bai's mouth like bullets. Facing Feng Bai's wind release attack, Ao, who had been guarding against ice release, was clearly caught off guard. Water release, water formation wall. I see, so you're also skilled in wind release. The wind bullets were not weakened by the water wall. They pierced through the water curtain and continued toward Ao. Caught off guard, Ao's right arm was pierced by a wind bullet. Fortunately, a large blade suddenly appeared, embedding itself in the ground and blocking the remaining attacks. That was close. Even the decapitating blade can be pierced. Ao, you've picked a fight with someone formidable. Hoshigaki Kisame, with half his face painted red and a cross-shaped scar, emerged from the shadows, walked up to his decapitating blade, gripped the handle, and pulled the massive sword from the ground. While your blood would be suitable, Konoha's blood is always more refreshing. Glancing at Ao's wound, Momochi Zabuza spoke cruelly, pointing the blade at Feng Bai with one hand. Trash always spouts meaningless words. Recalling the humiliating past of being pursued by Kuratsuchi Raiga, Feng Bai's tone turned cold. Wind released vacuum wave. He abruptly turned his head, and 3 mist ninja who had attempted to ambush him from behind were severed by the wind blade, their blood and organs spilling onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity bought by the mist ninjas, sacrificed Momochi Zabuza, charged at Feng Bai with the decapitating blade, but was intercepted by Kakashi, lightning release, lightning beast. Water release, water burst. Ignoring the pain in his arm, Ao used a water release technique to support Momochi Zabuza's attack. However, using water release against lightning release made Momochi Zabuza suspect that the kid was taking revenge for his earlier taunt. Facing Kakashi's purple lightning release, the water release was quickly overwhelmed, but it had lost its initial momentum and was easily dodged by Momochi Zabuza. Ice release, ice rock dome. After dealing with the 3 reckless mist ninja, Feng Bai turned and used ice release to withstand the decapitating blade strike. Seeing the large crack in the ice wall caused by the decapitating blade, Feng Bai judged Momochi Zabuza's strength and wisely decided not to engage in close combat. Kakashi, this one's yours. Leaving Momochi Zabuza to Kakashi, Feng Bai threw a flying thunder god kunai toward Ao. The Byakugan, capable of piercing thick mist, seeing chakra flow, and providing long-range vision, and the decapitating blade, which could be repaired with blood, it was obvious which target should be eliminated first. The flying thunder god technique. Useless. I already have your intel. Throwing a kunai to knock down Feng Bai's flying thunder god kunai, Ao looked back to find only a shimmering ice mirror left in Feng Bai's original spot. Secret technique, demonic mirror ice crystal. Appearing behind Ao, Feng Bai thrust a poisoned Senbon at Ao's waist, but Ao knocked it away with a spinning kick. I have intel on the demonic mirror ice crystal too. Water release, water bullet. Seeing Ao shatter the ice mirror with a water bullet, Feng Bai used the flying thunder god technique to reach the Senbon he had dropped earlier. Ice release, ice age. A surge of ice waves erupted extremely close to Ao, and sharp ice blades directly pierced his arm, which he instinctively raised to block. Soon Ao's figure was engulfed by layers of folded ice. I didn't think it would end so easily. Descending into the ice, Feng Bai left behind a few kunai at his previous location. Emerging from another side of the ice, Feng Bai looked at Ao, who bore no wounds, so it was a water clone. Exactly. Ao said, swinging his fist, intending to use his Byakugan advantage to engage Feng Bai in close combat. But he quickly realized his mistake. The ice beneath his feet created a perfect escape space for Feng Bai. Able to move through the ice, he could appear and disappear at will, and also use the ice to launch powerful ice release techniques. How surprising. Even in such a disadvantage, you won't flee. Feng Bai, having landed a solid hit on Ao's kidney, was curious why he wouldn't retreat. Ao merely snorted coldly, not answering. On the other side, Kakashi and Obito successfully wounded Momochi Zabuza and broke the decapitating blade. Something's off. Kakashi, seeing blood begin to seep from Momochi Zabuza's mouth, had a bad feeling. What's wrong? Isn't everything going smoothly? Obito asked curiously. According to intelligence, they were just the last remnants of the Mist Village in the Land of Fire. But would remnants have such a precious resource as the Byakugan? Glancing at Ao fighting Feng Bai, Kakashi felt he had grasped the key to the issue. Indeed, Ao's Byakugan was the only one in the Mist Village of immense value. It should have been evacuated with the main forces long ago. In other words, Humph Zabuza, you look quite pathetic. A strange blade pierced Obito's body, but the wielder paused. This sensation. I see my attack passed right through. Watching the hit, Obito act as if nothing had happened and launch a counterattack, the large man hesitated, swinging his hair to form a defensive barrier. Intense explosions erupted all around, and a large number of new faces appeared among the Mist Ninjas. Danzo's guess had been wrong. He had assumed the Mist Village was too weak to fight any longer, but they had actually used this small unit as bait to lure Konoha. Upon receiving the battle report from the front lines, Tuanzong remained unruffled. Although he had judged that this Mist Ninja unit had become a discarded pawn, he had dispatched his forces according to the scale of a main force. Though there might be some initial casualties, once the Leaf Ninjas steadied their footing, they could rely on their overwhelming might to drive this unit along with their reinforcements into the sea. After all, the mere presence of Jiraiya and Orochimaru fighting at the front lines was more than enough to give the Mist Ninjas a hard time. However, to be safe, he summoned a subordinate. Tell Ryoma to stop monitoring the Uchiha for now and join the battle with his root squad. With a jonin of Ryoma's caliber joining the fray, Tuanzong felt significantly more assured. Yet as his orders were issued, the security of the camp was evidently reduced. But Tuanzong paid it no mind. After all, the camp still had him Mightaman In and Tsunade holding the fort. Even if attacked, the enemy would gain no advantage. What's his name again? Phonbai locked in combat with Ao noticed the newcomer and momentarily failed to recall the man's name. Kicking Ao away, Phonbai worried about Obito and the others used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to their side. The enemy had already been struck by a poisoned Sinbin, so they would soon lose combat capability. Although Kakashi and Obito could hold their own against Hoshigaki Kisame if the fat man wielding Samehada, whose name he couldn't recall, joined in, the two would be no match. I am Suikazan Hibichan, the one who will kill you. Suikazan Hibichan was annoyed that Phonbai had failed to call out his name, especially since that green-clad brat's team had known the names of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were now a shadow of their former glory. After Mato Dai killed 4 of them, Raiga Kurasuki had vanished during a mission and his thunder swords were lost. Cursing Raiga under his breath, Suikazan Hibichan swung Samehada, ready to slay the few before him. Be careful. He's the White Death, not an ordinary brat. Ao winced in pain and warned the others while also reaching out to stop the Mist Ninjas who had just arrived to support Suikazan. He excels in large-scale jutsu. Don't attack in a cluster. Hearing Ao's warning, the other Mist Ninjas changed their approach, hurling tools and jutsu from a distance. Damn, my intel is exposed. Glaring venomously at Ao and Hoshigaki Kisame, who were now receiving treatment, Phonbai gritted his teeth, resolved to let none of these bastards escape. Dodging the sudden spikes of Samehada under the astonished gaze of Suikazan, Hibichan Phonbai used Hyogen Mudo to temporarily block the enemy's sight and attacks. Ice Release Yukiana descends. When Suikazan shattered the ice wall, what appeared before him were 2 busts of Yukiana spewing freezing breath. Useless. My blade Samehada absorbs chakra. You can't restrict my movements. As the head of the Mists Anbu, Suikazan naturally had intel on Phonbai. Samehada can indeed absorb chakra, but it has its limits. Phonbai was well aware of Samehada's abilities. After all, it was the most famous blade in the entire Naruto series. His actions were merely buying some time. Isabu, lend me some chakra, the more the better, hurry. Isabu. Though Isabu did not respond, the sudden surge of chakra within his body proved that the tailed beast had complied. Feeling the abundant chakra, Phonbai wasted no time and activated the shadow clone technique. 5 shadow clones instantly appeared, each taking a different position. With everything set, Phonbai called his teammates to gather, and before Suikazan and the others, they held hands and vanished on the spot. Not good. Only Ao sensed the danger. Though his Byakugan could not discern whether the clones were the original, he could perceive the immense chakra within them. Even if you realize it's useless, the range of this technique is enormous. One of Phonbai's shadow clones kindly explained to Ao, unleashing Phonbai's strongest jutsu, 5 elements great combo bomb. The Mist Ninjas could only watch helplessly as chakra of 5 different natures collided before them. Despair began to well up in Suikazan's eyes. Even with Samehada's help, he could not absorb such a massive amount of chakra instantly. Only death awaited them. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud rose over the battlefield. As the cloud ascended, countless black specks fell from the sky. Empowered by Isabu's chakra, the destruction caused by this 5 elements great combo bomb far exceeded Phonbai's previous use. Even after using the Flying Thunder God to return to their pre-attack position, they were still hit by a massive shockwave. What are those black specks? Obito asked, curiously gazing at the falling dots. Idiot, those are people. Kakashi replied, coldly answering Obito's query while feeling a deep sense of inadequacy. He was being left far behind by these two. I'd like to use the Flying Thunder God to check, but... Phonbai tried to sense the Flying Thunder God kunai he had left during the fight with Ao, but after several attempts he could not locate it. It must have been swept away by the blast. Shrugging, Phonbai and the others had to walk back to the battlefield. In the end, they found no trace of Ao or Hoshigaki Kisame's bodies. Most of the corpses were in such a gruesome state that identification was impossible. However, they did find the hilt of the Kubikirabocho far from the battlefield, and the Samehada blade was still flopping on the ground. Having abandoned their swords, the two must have met the Sage of 6 Paths. Recalling that Ao had been stabbed in the kidney with a poisoned Sinbin, Phonbai was certain they were now walking side by side into the afterlife. The annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist shattered the mist's fighting spirit. Convinced that the counterattack had failed, they withdrew all their forces that very night. When Tuanzong led his troops to the site the next day, all that remained was a scene of utter devastation. Nevertheless, when the Leaf sent envoys to negotiate peace, the Mist Village stubbornly declared that the war was not over and expelled the envoys. The mist's insolence infuriated the usually easygoing Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the Leaf lacked the capability to mount an overseas campaign and could only maintain the status quo. 1 month after returning from the mist-hidden village battlefield, Phonbai led Do and Yamato by the hand with Uchiha Itachi trailing behind as the 4 of them arrived at a dango shop. "Yo Phonbai, have you become a kindergarten principal now?" The moment they entered the shop, Asuma's teasing voice rang out. Following the sound, Phonbai saw Asuma leaning against a pillar, a broad smile on his face as he looked at Phonbai and the children following behind him. "Well, sometimes you've got to enjoy a peaceful and quiet life, don't you?" Phonbai smiled and led them into the shop. "Quick, call Asumanizan. After you do, he'll treat you to something delicious." Do, Yamato, and Itachi. This guy really treats them like children. However, under Phonbai's overwhelming presence, the 3 weakly spoke up. "Asumanizan." "You brat." Asuma rolled his eyes, but facing the younger ones, he could only obediently pull out his wallet. "What do you want to eat?" "Order anything." "Asumanizan, I want something delicious too." Seeing Asuma actually take out his wallet, Phonbai's eyes lit up, and he let out an exaggerated voice, hoping to get a free meal as well. "Shoo shoo shoo. You're too old for this. Hurry up and move along, or I'll make you sorry." Although he said that, Asuma turned to the shopkeeper and called out, "Andy, put Phonbai and the others' bill on my tab." As expected of my original teammate Asuma. Letting go of the 2 children's hands, Phonbai patted Asuma on the shoulder, thoroughly satisfied with his performance. In response, Asuma merely gave him another eye roll. Before long, with the enthusiastic greeting from the shopkeeper, Phonbai and the others all received their own dango. Picking up the soy sauce-flavored dango in front of him, years of living in Konoha had made Phonbai accustomed to this peculiar taste. "How was the battlefield at Kirigakure?" Taking a sip of his red bean soup, Asuma spoke in a low voice. "A bit better than the Kumogakure battlefield. Although the overall quality of the Mist Ninja is not low, they lack top-tier combat power." Recalling the performance of the Mist Ninja, Phonbai gave a moderate evaluation. The Bloody Mist indeed greatly improved the quality of ordinary Mist Ninja, but it also crushed their spirit of teamwork. Furthermore, the persecution of Kekkei Genkai users meant they could not field a sufficient number of high-end ninja on the front lines to face the Uchiha clan. "Since you've returned from there, does that mean the Kumogakure battlefield has already been decided, eh?" Disliking sweet beverages, Phonbai had ordered a cup of tea. Feeling the tea was a bit too hot, he picked up the cup and set it down again, then began asking Asuma about the battle situation on his front. "The 4th Hokage has withdrawn his forces, but I heard they did not agree to a peace treaty. They are likely gathering strength, preparing for another attack." Asuma's face revealed a hint of admiration. Minato-sensei's strength is truly formidable. He clashed with the 4th Hokage multiple times without being at a disadvantage, and even single-handedly wiped out a large contingent of Cloud Ninja, which is what forced the Hokage to withdraw. The Yellow Flash is indeed not a title earned in vain. Knowing Minato's prowess, Phonbai was not surprised. "And what about you, the so-called White Fang?" Asuma's tone carried a touch of mockery. "Never mind, it's rather embarrassing." Being called by his title by his own comrades always made Phonbai feel strange, so he decided to change the subject. "It hasn't been easy. This great war has finally come to a close." Phonbai was quite satisfied with the results so far. Obito had not lost half his body to falling rocks. Rin was alive, and while Kakashi remained as reserved as ever, and unlike in the original story, he was not falling into a deep slump. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. "Indeed. I heard our sensei left early this morning with your old man. I wonder where they went. Probably to discuss peace negotiations with the daimyo." Asuma nodded, casually picking up a skewer of dango from Phonbai's plate. The daimyo's mansion of the Land of Fire. The daimyo, wearing a bizarre headpiece, swayed the fan in his hand, expressing regret over Hiruzen's resignation. "What a pity. The 3rd Hokage did quite well." However, before he could finish his sentence, a single glare from Danzo, seated in the second-to-last position, frightened him into silence. Using his fan to obscure half his face, the daimyo always felt a chill whenever he faced Danzo. To get to the root of it, it was precisely because the Third's ideas were too naive that the village was pushed to such a desperate situation. What we need now is someone who can enforce the ninja code and lead Konoha forward. After hearing Danzo's words, the daimyo mustered his courage and looked toward him. "Do you have a suitable candidate?" Everyone present turned their gaze to Danzo. "I recommend Tsukumo Hatake," Danzo stated plainly. Hearing the name, the daimyo showed no significant emotional reaction and instead turned to ask Hiruzen beside him, "What does the 3rd Hokage think?" The officials of the daimyo's mansion also began to whisper among themselves. Several of them realized that Tsukumo had once brought shame upon the daimyo's mansion and were about to speak up, but Hiruzen's next words interrupted their plans. "Tsukumo Hatake is an outstanding jonin of the village and defeated the Sand Ninja during the Second Shinobi World War. He is indeed a suitable candidate for Hokage." Seeing that Hiruzen also supported the choice, the daimyo's officials did not seek further trouble and fell silent, waiting for the daimyo's decision. Shin Uchiha and Hamuramito Kato were somewhat surprised, not expecting the two to surprisingly reach the same conclusion this time. The scene fell quiet for a moment. What do the rest of you think? Noticing the awkward silence, the daimyo finally sought the opinions of his officials. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the daimyo also nodded and agreed to Tsukumo Hataki's succession as the fourth Hokage. I entrust Konoha to you, Tsukumo. Seated before the inscription of the Will of Fire, Hiruzen looked at Tsukumo kneeling before him, his tone unusually gentle. He informed Tsukumo that the daimyo had already given his consent. Facing the position of Hokage, Tsukumo remained remarkably calm. I will certainly not let you or the daimyo down. It is a pity. I had hoped to complete your succession ceremony in a more stable environment, but as you are well aware, the situation is far from peaceful. Konoha's surroundings remain fraught with danger. Faced with the mature and experienced Tsukumo Hatake, Hiruzen knew he did not need to explain too much. The man possessed sufficient vision and judgment to handle the current situation. As Hiruzen had anticipated, Tsukumo raised his head, his eyes filled with resoluteness. I will drive all of Konoha's enemies away and carry forward the will of the previous Hokage to protect this village. Yes, very good. I believe you will surely achieve that. Hiruzen smiled. Now that you have become Hokage, you will also need your own inner circle. There happens to be a suitable candidate in the village, and I would like to recommend them to you. Hatake Tsukumo left the Hokage's office in a daze. Various pieces of information echoed in his mind. Even with his composure, he could not fully digest them all at once. Lord Tsukumo, a gentle voice sounded, and a flash of yellow appeared before Tsukumo. You are Minato, right? Recalling the name Sarutobi, Hiruzen had just told him and the rumors about the other persons circulating in the village recently, Hatake Tsukumo smiled slightly while subtly observing him. Yes, Lord Tsukumo. Minato did not know the reason Tsukumo was here. He had also received a sudden notice that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to see him, so he came. Tsukumo had become famous too early. Some of his deeds were known to Minato only through Jiraiya's words. Even though they knew each other's names, they had nothing to say when they actually met. After a brief farewell, Minato arrived at the room Tsukumo had just left and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was unconsciously taking out his pipe and holding it in his mouth. Facing his own junior disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed much more relaxed. Minato, I've read the battle report from Kimogakure. You've worked hard during this time. Facing Hiruzen's elder-like tone, Minato lowered his head and behaved respectfully. Everything is for Konoha. There's nothing else for calling you here. I just want to ask if you have any intention of joining the Anbu. Skipping the meaningless preamble, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato and asked directly. Anbu. Hearing this term, Minato immediately thought of the ninjas who monitored Kushina every day. Yes, Anbu, exactly the ninjas you were thinking of. Hiruzen saw through Minato's thoughts at a glance and acknowledged it, also explaining the reason for such an arrangement. You must have heard that due to the Iwagakure incident, I have submitted a request to the daimyo to hand over Konoha to the fourth Hokage. As for the candidate, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused. Minato immediately understood, recalling the Tsukumo he had just met, and realized, it's Lord Tsukumo, right? That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very gratified. This young man before him had both strength and skill, as well as an excellent mind. If not for the issue of age and his prestige being inferior to Tsukumo's, he would have really wanted to recommend him to the daimyo. But doing so would inevitably incur Danzo's opposition, shattering the fragile balance the two had painstakingly built. He could only let the young man suffer a bit. As the fourth Hokage, Tsukumo needs to cultivate his own team, including the Anbu. Therefore, I recommended you to him, hoping you could serve as the captain of the Anbu. Hearing this, Minato showed no negative emotions. After a brief thought, he accepted this task. This way he could better protect Kushina. Namikaze Minato thought so. Namikaze Minato. Back at home, Tsukumo sat upright in a small room, beginning to savor the content Hiruzen had told him. It was the first time he knew that Namikaze Minato's lover was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina's identity was well protected. Apart from the Konoha high-ranking officials, no one knew that this carefree and boisterous girl was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kushina, one of the remaining orphans after the Uzumaki clan's fall. Because she was born with immense chakra, we brought her over to be treated as the successor of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This is the first subject that needs close attention in Konoha village. The Nine-Tails chakra is so vast that except for the deceased Lady Mito, no one else has been able to perfectly control it. However, as Kushina grew older, the Nine-Tails has not rampaged for some time. In the memory, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was serious, but we still cannot be careless. Even now, the village retains a huge barrier to suppress the Nine-Tails. The second thing to note is Shimura Fonbai. Tsukumo didn't expect to hear Fonbai's name on such an occasion. During this battle, Fonbai was ambushed by an unknown member of the Uchiha clan and by chance seized the three tails of Kirigakure. This information has been classified as top secret, though few people know about it. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's account, Tsukumo was shocked by Fonbai's audacity, but after the shock, he felt very gratified. That weak little one back then had grown into a remarkable ninja. Fonbai's surveillance is handled by Danzo's route. That said, after this period of observation, no signs of unrest have been found. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words carried a great deal of information, informing Susano'o that an unknown Uchiha was roaming outside the village, and also implicitly indicating the vast power Danzo held. After he became Hokage, these would all be issues he needed to pay attention to. Internal stability was more worthy of vigilance than external enemies. The Uchiha clan. Susano'o unconsciously clenched his fist. Meanwhile, inside the Root's underground passage, Shirasuke, known as a genius, still served as Fungbai's bodyguard after returning to the village. Under Danzo's arrangement, he entered the passage to find the reason for the flickering light bulb. Holding the work notes left by the previous workers, Shirasuke easily found the cause of the malfunction based on the records. This is a really practical notebook. If I have the chance, I hope to meet this senior named Iku. Looking at the signature on the notebook that had been altered, Shirasuke carefully put it away, involuntarily recalling the hostile expression of a Root ninja when he handed him the notebook. Even here, they couldn't eliminate their prejudice against the Uchiha clan. It seemed he still needed to work harder to change their minds. Following the guidance in the notebook, Shirasuke found the toolbox placed in a hidden compartment and began his work. But this senior Iku is really knowledgeable, even having studied the lighting system of the police force. While handling the malfunction, Shirasuke marveled at the breadth of his knowledge. After Shirasuke had dealt with all the malfunctions and the light bulb returned to brightness, he emerged from one side entrance of the passage with a satisfied expression, coincidentally bumping into Fungbai, who was returning home with a child. "What are you doing here?" Gently placing the sleeping Yamato, who was lying on his back, onto the sofa, Fungbai asked in a low voice. Shirasuke thought for a moment. Repairing the lighting system shouldn't be considered a confidential mission. Just as he was about to tell Fungbai the truth, he was interrupted. "Forget it, all this doesn't matter. You came just in time. Today Dad isn't coming home, so we need to handle dinner ourselves. Come to the kitchen and help me." After saying that, Fungbai didn't wait for Shirasuke's reply and directly dragged him into the kitchen. Only Itachi was left standing in the room, looking at the sleeping Yamato, not knowing what to do. Fungbai's culinary skills were truly impressive. The table full of dishes was quickly devoured by the group. After dinner, Jisue took you and returned to the clan compound. The next day arrived. Fungbai woke up early that morning, as he had been notified 2 days earlier that a Jonin meeting would be held today. Upon learning that Fungbai had left, you, who had followed Jisue to the Shimura residence early in the morning, felt a flicker of melancholy in his eyes, but he concealed it well and could only watch as the other departed. Recalling the description given by the messenger, Fungbai easily found a spacious room and saw many ninjas who had already arrived ahead of time. Many of them were people whose names Fungbai did not know. Carefully stepping around the neatly arranged cushions on the floor, he searched the crowd for familiar faces. The ninjas in the room also curiously examined this young lad. Some who were unaware of Fungbai's identity even began whispering among themselves, mistaking him for a child who had wandered in without knowing the proper etiquette, looking for a parent. "Yo, isn't this Fungbai?" A hearty voice accompanied by a broad palm. Fungbai coughed twice and looked at the man patting his back. "Dingzwa. Uncle Dingzwa, your hand strength is still as formidable as ever." "Is that so? Haha, after all, I eat grilled meat every day." Ignoring the teasing in Fungbai's words, Dingzwa enthusiastically pulled him to the front row. "Lujio Hai, this is the promising seedling I told you about, also the youngest Jonin in Konoha." "Well, I think so, right? The older generation of Inoshikacho." Through some distinctive features, Fungbai identified the two people before him. After all, the traits of the Nara clan were too obvious. That conspicuous pineapple-shaped hairstyle was unique to the Nara clan. Hearing Dingzwa's introduction, Yamanaka Hai-e, with his yellow hair tied in a ponytail, did not respond, but merely nodded. Nara Lujio, on the other hand, studied Fungbai with keen interest, offered a smile, and extended his hand. "I am Nara Lujio. Pleased to meet you, Fungbai." Returning the handshake, the two touched briefly before parting, without further exchange. Under Dingzwa's arrangement, Fungbai knelt beside him, listening to the other recount his battlefield experiences, while also being fortunate enough to receive snacks from him. But was it really appropriate to eat snacks in such a setting? Fungbai wanted to ask, but the stage was empty at the moment, so even if he ate, no one would say anything, right? Glancing at the seats on the stage that were clearly reserved for the higher-ups, Fungbai hesitated for a moment before stuffing the snack into his mouth. With Dingzwa's endorsement, many people now knew who Fungbai was. The initial disdain vanished, replaced by praise and admiration. Everyone was engaged in low conversation. Some, like Dingzwa, discussing the scenes they had witnessed during the war, others talking about how outstanding their own children were. Their sitting postures varied as well. Some chose to sit cross-legged, others sat with one leg propped up and the other folded, and a few even mischievously draped their legs over someone else. A prime example being Jiraiya, whose hands and feet were never still. What audacity to dare place his leg on Orochimaru. Even Fungbai could see the sharp killing intent in Orochimaru's eyes. Tsunade remained silent, merely watching the spectacle with amusement. Her face was slightly flushed, presumably having had a drink before leaving. Only two individuals sat upright on their knees, never uttering a single word from beginning to end. Their Byakugan eyes revealed their identity. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi. Seeing that most people were quite casual, Phonbai also adjusted his posture, choosing a more comfortable position. However, as the small door on the stage was pushed open, and he clearly saw the figures walking slowly to the front, Phonbai jerked upright, hastily returning to a formal kneeling posture, his back straighter than that of the Hyuga brothers. Shimura Tuanzong Mido Kato Hamura Yudatain Koharu, and walking at the rear Sarutobi Rijan. The top brass who held the fate of the entire Konoha village gathered in the room, took their seats, and without uttering a single word instantly silenced the entire venue. I apologize for disrupting your rest time. To wrap up this meeting quickly, I'll be brief. Rijan with a genial expression stated the purpose of the meeting. I have formally submitted my resignation to the daimyo as the third Hokage and recommended Chi Mu Shomao as the fourth Hokage. The reason I have gathered you all here today is to initiate a vote of confidence. So that's it. Shui Min has become the fourth Hokage. Chi Mu Shomao. Phonbai was startled and jerked his head up to look at the F4 on the stage, especially at his own father's expression. Tuanzang's expression was exceedingly calm, clearly already aware of this matter. Damn, had he inadvertently altered the course of events. Phonbai felt a bit flustered, but quickly composed himself. Yes, Obito was still alive, and well, so having someone else become the fourth Hokage was hardly something unacceptable. By the way, what exactly was this vote of confidence? Was it signed? This was his first time attending such an occasion, and it was quite thrilling. Fortunately, many of the jonin present had been promoted during the war, and were also unfamiliar with the rules of the confidence vote. Therefore, Rijan kindly explained the process. All they needed to do was write yes or no on a slip of paper, no signature required, and the votes would be counted on the spot. Taking the paper and pen, Phonbai naturally wrote yes. Presumably everyone would write yes. After all, Uncle Shuo Mao's reputation was well established. But what was his own father's stance? He was anxious. Jifu, do you think my father approves or disapproves? Jifu. How the hell would I know? Rolling over in the consciousness space, Jifu didn't want to bother with Phonbai. Don't be so cold, we're good partners. Chatting more often helps build our bond. Jifu, I don't even know who your father is, so how can I possibly know what he's thinking? Jifu was covered in black lines, and felt like smacking Phonbai with his tail. With a nervous heart, Phonbai folded his slip of paper and stuffed it into the ballot box held by an Anbu member. He felt that his father, who was obsessed with the Hokage position, was probably cursing inwardly. As for what he was cursing, it was probably quite foul. Tuanzong had no idea that his son was secretly slandering him like this, otherwise he would have definitely given him a loving slap to the face and started looking for a new Jinchuriki to begin training plan 3.0. At that moment, Tuanzong only wanted to end the meeting quickly and focus on tracking down the Uchiha who dared to attack his son. The results came swiftly. Shuo Mao passed the vote of confidence without any issues. As you all should know, although the Cloud Village and the Mist Village have withdrawn their troops, they have not signed a peace agreement with us. Therefore, the war is not entirely behind us. During this time, I ask everyone to remain vigilant and work hard. Rijan added a few final remarks and was about to stand up, but Tuanzong had already moved ahead of him, quickly passing the others and vanishing in an instant. Indeed, father is very angry. From Tuanzang's hasty reaction, Phonbai astutely deduced that his father was furious about not obtaining the Hokage position and thoughtfully imagined his inner thoughts. What my father must be thinking now is, Rijan, you will regret this. After the meeting concluded, Phonbai bid farewell to Ding Zhua and the other two, then immediately sought out Tsunade's figure. Soon he spotted her at the entrance with Jiraiya following behind her. Tsunade's expression was clearly displeased. Perhaps due to the alcohol she had consumed, she was loudly complaining to Jiraiya about Orochimaru's recent rude behavior. That Orochimaru actually dared to ignore me. Damn it, he's still the same as ever. She swung a fist in frustration, causing Jiraiya to flinch in terror, recalling unpleasant memories. Well, that's only natural considering how busy Orochimaru has been lately. Research Institute. Tsunade's tone was as fierce as a demon's. Combined with her intimidating expression, Jiraiya easily associated her with the legendary Hanya mask. Why ya? Forcing himself to explain, Jiraiya could only think of escaping. Damn it, I shouldn't have come to fetch Tsunade in the first place. Jiraiya regretted his initial plan of simply inviting Tsunade for a drink. Witnessing their less-than-friendly interaction, Phonbai wisely halted his steps and observed from a distance. Only after Tsunade stormed off did Phonbai approach Jiraiya, curiosity piqued. What did you do to anger Lady Tsunade this time, Jiraiya-san? Whoa, you scared me. Still shaken from Tsunade's outburst, Jiraiya flinched again at Phonbai's sudden proximity. He patted his chest to steady his breathing. You little brat, what do you mean by this time? Jiraiya crouched down, placed his hand on Phonbai's head, and began ruffling vigorously. But before he could rub much, Phonbai vanished from his sight in an instant, leaving Jiraiya speechless. Flying Thunder God technique. What a boring kid. Scanning left and right, and finding no trace of Phonbai, Jiraiya reluctantly rose and headed to the tavern as planned. Inside the Hokage's office. After the meeting, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the room, gazing with nostalgic eyes at the office he had occupied for countless years. As he looked, his hand unconsciously reached toward the spot where the crystal ball rested. Thinking that once he returned home, he would have to be with Biwako day and night with no chance to peek at the crystal ball, Hiruzen's face flushed slightly as he prepared to inspect the public sentiment of Konoha one last time. However, having been interrupted many times before, Hiruzen did not act immediately. He listened carefully to the sounds outside the door, and after confirming that no one would disturb him for the moment, he eagerly lifted the red cloth covering the crystal ball. Hasty footsteps sounded at that moment. Before Hiruzen could infuse the crystal ball with chakra, the door was rudely pushed open. "Hey, old man, still studying your crystal ball?" Tsunade pressed her hand against the door to prevent it from swinging back, her gaze toward Hiruzen, far from friendly. "Tsunade, have you been drinking?" Seeing his disciples' behavior, Hiruzen, accustomed to their ways, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Why couldn't any of these people learn to knock? Especially that Jiraiya, who after being scolded a few times had actually developed the skill of climbing through the window, bypassing the door entirely. Phonbai was indeed much more obedient and adorable. Though he thought so, Hiruzen, feeling some guilt towards Tsunade, tolerated her behavior and asked the purpose of her visit. "Is there something you need from me?" Hearing his question, Tsunade narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her teacher carefully. After a long pause, she spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Nothing much. I just think you haven't changed at all. Back then you rejected my proposals citing insufficient funds, but now you've approved your most beloved disciple's request to establish a research institute without a second thought. You favor Orochimaru far too much." Tsunade had never forgotten that Jonin meeting, which had also been where she first met Dankato. "Tsunade, I won't deny that I have a preference for Orochimaru. In any era, a teacher will always have a soft spot for a genius." Hiruzen did not deny her accusation. Instead, he took out his pipe and placed it between his lips. "Of course, it's not because I dislike you that I rejected your proposal back then. Had Orochimaru made his suggestion during that same period, I would have rejected it as well. At that time, Konoha truly lacked the financial resources to train specialized medical ninjas." Listening to Hiruzen's explanation, Tsunade's expression softened slightly. A moment of silence fell between them. After a long time, Tsunade spoke slowly. "You have indeed changed, old man. In the past, you would never have explained so much to us." "I'm old now, Tsunade." Hiruzen touched the wrinkles on his face and gave a self-deprecating smile. "And when I spoke with you before, I was wearing the hat of the Hokage. Now I am merely your teacher. You're only in your 50s, though. 50 years old. In the era when I and the previous generations lived, that was indeed considered old age." Hiruzen's words rang true. In that war-ridden age, the average lifespan of a shinobi was indeed very low. That's why Grandpa wanted to establish Konoha. After venting her frustration, Tsunade's drunkenness had mostly subsided and her tone was less aggressive. "Old man, the war is over. I want to travel. Go ahead. Seeing the outside world will do you good." Knowing that his disciple's inner conflict would not be so easily resolved, Hiruzen readily agreed to her request. A faint voice sounded, drawing their attention. Phonbai peeked his head around the doorframe, wearing an awkward smile. "Could you take me along too? You want to go to Shikatsu Forest to study?" Tsunade sat on Hiruzen's desk, yet this rude behavior went without reprimand from the old man. Glancing at Hiruzen, who had already risen to stand before the portraits of the previous Hokages, pretending not to see anything, Phonbai wisely nodded. "Yes, Tsunade-senpai. Hey, old man, if I take the Three Tails Jinchuriki with me, does that break village rules?" Tsunade turned her head toward Hiruzen. "Suit yourself. Phonbai's identity is now top secret. Few people know he is a Jinchuriki." Hiruzen did not turn around. As he had just said, every teacher had a soft spot for talented students. For their sake, he could even sacrifice some of his principles. "Well, since you put it that way." Tsunade rolled her shoulders and stepped away from Hiruzen's desk. "Then I'll be taking my little junior brother with me." She reached out, grabbed Phonbai by the back of his collar, lifted him up, and dragged him out of the office. "You have one day to bid farewell to your family. I will leave Konoha early the day after tomorrow." Tsunade, who had dragged Phonbai into an alley, looked down at him from above, her red lips parting as she issued the final ultimatum. The progress was too smooth, causing Phonbai's mind to momentarily freeze. Only after Tsunade left did he confirm that she had agreed to his request. In any case, the outcome was good, albeit the process was bizarre. Having overheard a conversation that might or might not have been meant for him, Phonbai now wondered if Tsunade had truly found peace, but these were not his concerns. Going to Shikatsu Forest to study was a decision Phonbai had made after careful consideration. The Ryuchi Cave also seemed appealing, but it required asking Da Shiwan for help. To be honest, he didn't really enjoy interacting with Da Shiwan. The man's gaze was simply too unsettling. Zilai Yi was indeed quite unreliable, and the great Toad Sage also enjoyed making prophecies. What if one day he gave him one too? Should he believe it or not? From this perspective, the Slug Sage was indeed the better choice. Time to go back and pack. With that thought, Phonbai hummed a tune as he set off on the way home. That evening, Tuanzong, who had somehow learned of the news, appeared at home, casting a cold gaze at the few people seated around the dining table. Seeing Tuanzong appear, he who had been chatting with you instantly fell silent. Ji Shui beside him also looked at him nervously. You're back, Dad. Come sit down and eat. Only Feng Bai, who was focused on eating, didn't notice the coldness in his eyes. He pulled out a chair and gestured for Tuanzong to sit. After waiting for a long time without a response, Feng Bai finally realized something. He swallowed the last mouthful of rice and reluctantly put down his chopsticks. Well, I'm full. Me too, they said in unison, all three of them. Ji Shui, he and Yu went to the small courtyard outside, leaving the space for the father and son. Seeing that all irrelevant people had left, Tuanzong slowly walked over to the seat that Feng Bai had just pulled out for him and sat down. I heard you're leaving Konoha to train at Shikatsu Forest. Tuanzong said coldly. Yes, Lady Tsunade has agreed. Feng Bai lowered his head, not daring to look at Tuanzong's face. I don't know much about sage arts. I only know that Shikatsu Forest is one of the 3 sacred places home to a slug sage. Tuanzong's tone was flat as he calmly recounted what he knew of Shikatsu Forest. Watching Tuanzong finally pick up his bowl and chopsticks, Feng Bai servilely took the bowl and filled it with rice for him, then transformed into a nodding sage, not daring to say a word. He had more or less figured out the reason for Tuanzong's anger. It must be because he hadn't informed him beforehand about going to Shikatsu Forest, which had caused his father's displeasure. Dad, I didn't mean to not tell you. Feng Bai tried to defend himself. Don't talk while eating. Yes. Trembling with fear, Feng Bai watched his father swallow the last mouthful of rice. Before he could even sigh in relief, Tuanzong's next words made him snap to attention. Come out, practice wind release with me. This is not good. Tuanzong shot him a stern glare. Yes. That day the wails from the Shimura household lasted for a full hour. Although he really wanted to witness Shuo Mao's succession ceremony in person, pressed by Tsunade's urging, Feng Bai set off on the path to Shikatsu Forest at the appointed time. Without saying goodbye to anyone or letting anyone see him off, Feng Bai left Konoha with Tsunade. However, shortly after he left, Tuanzong's figure emerged from the shadows. Only after Feng Bai was completely out of sight did Tuanzong silently leave. After Tuanzong left, 2 small heads poked out from another spot. Urged by Ji Shui, they also headed home. Since he hadn't signed a summoning contract, Feng Bai couldn't use the reverse summoning technique to travel to Shikatsu Forest like a summoner. He had to resort to the most primitive and simplest method, walking. Fortunately, Tsunade knew that Feng Bai was a minor and still had to observe the 3 prohibitions of ninja. She didn't take him to her favorite casino, but focused on traveling. After all, once she handed this little one over to the slug sage, she could go to the casino whenever she wanted. Here, this is Shikatsu Forest. After traveling for who knows how many days, Feng Bai followed Tsunade into a misty area. Looking at the withered trees, everywhere the atmosphere was eerie no matter how you looked at it. In the thick fog, a massive mountain range could be vaguely seen. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Accompanied by the sound of a slimy object sliding across the ground, a cute voice came from near his feet. Isn't this Lady Tsunade? It's been a long time. Following the direction of the voice, Feng Bai saw a slug appear at Tsunade's feet. Yo, slug. Tsunade greeted her with a smile. I haven't been to the battlefield lately, so naturally, I haven't needed your help. Enough of that. I came here to ask you a favor. Without continuing the small talk, Tsunade grabbed Feng Bai beside her. Eager to head to the casino, she quickly introduced Feng Bai. Anyway, this kid wants to learn the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest from you, so I brought him here. Kid. What a cute child. The slug slowly crawled onto Feng Bai, using its extended tentacles to gently touch his cheek. To be honest, the sensation was not pleasant. Forcing back the physical discomfort, Feng Bai suppressed the urge to throw it off immediately. All right. Nodding, the slug sage slowly crawled off Feng Bai and back onto the ground. Then I'll leave it to you, Lady Tsunade. You know the method. It's fine. Finishing early is good for me too. Tsunade began cracking her knuckles. Senior sister you. Looking at Tsunade's fair fist, Feng Bai felt something was off. What did begin mean, and what was the method? The next second, Feng Bai, grabbed by the collar, found out the answer. With great force, Tsunade hoisted him up and hurled him violently toward the distant mountain range. Kid, don't use Flying Thunder God. Just charge straight in. Just as Feng Bai instinctively tried to use the Flying Thunder God technique to avoid the oncoming mountain, Tsunade's words interrupted his move. Splat. The anticipated pain didn't come. Amidst an ominous sound, Feng Bai only felt his surroundings become extremely sticky. Received indeed. A huge female voice sounded, and with a rumbling noise the mountain range came to life. I wonder if this kid has any talent. Watching the colossal main body of the slug sage, Tsunade found a random rock to sit on, awaiting the slug sage's answer. Even if he has no talent, for the sake of Lady Tsunade, I'll still sign a contract with this little one. Lying beside Tsunade, gazing at its own enormous body, the slug clone appeared quite at ease. It's been a long time since I've seen you worry so much over a young person, Lady Tsunade. The slug sage teased. Recalling Hiruzen's earlier words, Tsunade chuckled self-deprecatingly. Maybe, as the old man said, people always have a soft spot for prodigies. A moment of silence. After waiting for a long time without seeing Feng Bai spat out by the slug sage, Tsunade finally relaxed Looks like that kid's in luck. He can absorb Senjutsu chakra. Standing up, Tsunade brushed the dust off her clothes, speaking of which the mist here is as thick as ever slug. Isn't that nice? It adds a touch of mystery. The slug didn't mind. It looked up at Tsunade, leaving already. Yeah, I have things I must do too. Gambling disguised as a serious matter, Tsunade turned away without a blush, striding off gracefully. After an unknown time in the slimy embrace, Phoneby finally opened his eyes. Oh my, you're awake. The moment he opened his eyes, Phoneby heard the slug's voice and felt the sticky sensation on his face. He suddenly sat up, the sticky feeling vanishing, instantly replaced by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Ow, ow, ow. The little slug that had been thrown off let out a pitiful whimper. I'm so sorry, Lord Slug. Realizing what had happened, Phoneby quickly scrambled to his feet and ran toward where the slug had fallen. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt his body inexplicably light. Moreover, he sensed something behind his head hindering his movement. Picking up the slug, Phoneby apologized profusely. I truly didn't know that thing on my face was you, Lord Slug. I'm so sorry. It's fine, I'm used to it. Lady Tsunade treats me the same way all the time. The slug said pitifully, but its wriggling little antennae betrayed its playful mood. This little one is so easy to tease. Much more fun than Lady Tsunade. Hearing the slug's words and its tone, Phonby's guilt nearly overwhelmed him. Ignoring his physical discomfort, he held the slug in both hands and kept apologizing. Only when the slug had had enough fun did it jump down from Phonby's hands and slowly lead him forward. Only then did Phoneby have time to check what was behind his head. Reaching back, he found it was his own hair. His already long hair had grown to the length of a skirt, dragging on the ground. Really? He had only slept for a while. How had his hair become so long? He looked at the slug with a questioning gaze. The slug, as if anticipating his confusion, said directly, Come, I'll explain it all to you slowly. Hearing that, Phoneby pulled out a kunai, slashed at his hair, blindly cutting off the long locks that fell to the ground, then followed the slug's slow pace. Oh my, what a pity. You looked much cuter with long hair. Looking back at Phoneby, the slug's tone was filled with regret. Please don't tease me, Lord Slug. Phoneby chuckled and scratched his head. He couldn't possibly drag such long hair along. Man and slug slowly arrived before a mountain range. It was only then that Phoneby realized it was no mountain. It was a slug so enormous that it stretched beyond sight. They say the slug sage's body is immense, and now I see it's true. Phoneby murmured, awestruck. Heave-ho, heave-ho. Two little slugs pushed a massive scroll before Phoneby. Sign it. Sign this summoning contract, and you'll be able to summon a part of me. Summoning. Hearing that word, Phoneby seemed to recall something. Where's my Baku? Dad, you said you'd let me sign a summoning contract with Baku before the war started. The war's over. Where's the contract? Wait, where's my Isabu? Isabu, are you there? Phoneby closed his eyes and entered his consciousness space. Isabu turns away, ignoring Phoneby. What's wrong? Seeing Isabu clearly sulking, Phoneby cautiously probed. Isabu, dear Isabu, my beloved comrade, good partner. After trying several different names without any response, Phoneby had no idea how he had offended Isabu, so he could only keep apologizing. Isabu, I'm sorry. Please talk to me. If you keep silent, I won't know what I did wrong. Isabu. Annoyed by Phonby's incessant pestering, Isabu finally turned around to look at him. Isabu, liar. Isabu, you big liar. You said we were heart-to-heart partners, but after waking up you didn't come to me first. Was that really the reason? How old are you? Though he wanted to sarcastically retort, seeing Isabu about to turn away again, Phoneby quickly called out. I'm sorry, Isabu. I truly am sorry. It won't happen again, I promise. Isabu, really? Really, I swear on Obito's life, I'll never do it again. Isabu, fine. Go ahead and sign the contract with the slug. Thrown out of the consciousness space by Isabu's tail, Phoneby smiled wryly at the scroll before him. Little Phoneby, were you talking to the tailed beast inside you? A tiny slug had somehow climbed on a Phonby's shoulder. You know about Isabu? Phoneby was a bit surprised. No, but while inside my body I sensed that ominous chakra. Mentioning the tailed beast, the slug showed a natural hint of fear. However, the tailed beast inside you didn't reject natural energy, which allowed you to successfully complete the sage mode training. Oh, I see. Phoneby replied, biting his finger and pressing it onto the scroll. Then he realized the huge implication in the slug's words. Wait, did you say I've completed the sage mode training? Yes. Wiggling its antennae, the slug nodded. Calm your mind and feel. Can you sense the natural energy flowing in the air? Hearing that, Phoneby quickly calmed his mind and focused on his surroundings. Indeed, he could feel a brand new energy enveloping him. This is the learning method of Shikatsu Forest. Inside my body you can calm your mind and merge with nature, the slug said with a hint of pride. It's that simple. No risk at all. Opening his eyes, Phoneby felt it all seemed too trivial. Risk, huh? The slug's voice suddenly turned somber, becoming eerily familiar, reminiscent of an anime he had watched in his past life. The voice sounded much like a character named Enma AI from that anime. Little Phoneby, do you know why my main body is so enormous? Why? Fongbai swallowed, afraid that the slug would next say this resentment will be ferried to hell. Because the failures were all digested by me. Eek. Fongbai felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, so Shikatsu Forest was this dangerous. The slug was pleased with Fongbai's expression and chuckled softly where he couldn't see. Just kidding though, failures do end up terribly. That's why Tsunade didn't leave immediately. From the slug's mouth, Fongbai learned that 6 months had passed since he entered the Shirgu Forest. 6 months. He had unconsciously spent half a year inside the slug's body. Seeing Fongbai's astonished expression, the slug swayed its small antennae and said hesitantly, "It should be about 6 months according to human time. But I haven't been to the ninja world for a long time, so it's probably close enough. Anyway, little Fongbai, focus on your training first." Inside the slug, Fongbai had already adapted to the natural energy. What he needed to do now was actively absorb this energy for his use, and then activate Sage Mode. Urged by the slug, Fongbai had no choice but to calm his mind, dispelling the shock of time's passage, and concentrate on sensing the natural energy. But, gurgle, the sound of his stomach broke the silence. Fongbai blushed and looked at the slug awkwardly. "Lord Slug, is there anything to eat here?" "There's no helping you." The slug shook its head, turned to look at its massive body, and then produced several small slugs with a series of soft pops. They hopped over to Fongbai. The small version that had been communicating with Fongbai somehow produced an apron and tied it on, looking at him seriously. Heaven knows how Fongbai could perceive seriousness from a slug, but he swore he truly saw it. "So little Fongbai, what flavor of me would you like?" "I'm sorry, I'm not hungry anymore." Konoha Village. Shomao, who had become the 4th Hokage, sat in his office with a furrowed brow. Across from him, the retired Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in casual clothes, was leisurely sipping tea. "Kumogakure still refuses to negotiate peace with us." It was the intelligence in his hand that caused Shomao such a grim expression. "It seems this 4th Raikage is just as stubborn a militarist as his father." Hiruzen set down his teacup and evaluated the 4th Raikage based on the available information. "Fortunately, they haven't launched a large-scale assault, giving us time to recover and develop." "But," Shomao replied, a hint of worry in his tone. "But Hiruzen looked at him curiously. "I feel things aren't that simple." Years of frontline combat instincts warned Shomao that this 4th Raikage was not as easy to read as the intelligence suggested. Kumogakure must be brewing some new plot. But he couldn't make moves based solely on intuition. Now that he was Hokage, he had to take responsibility for the entire village and could no longer deploy forces based on experience and instinct as he did on the front lines. "Don't worry. If needed, these old bones of mine can still move." Sensing Shomao's concern, Hiruzen offered words of reassurance. Now that he was no longer Hokage, he could freely operate on the front lines. It had been a long time since these old bones had seen battle. "You are the Hokage now, Shomao. Act according to your own thoughts, and don't worry about mine." Hiruzen's words gave Shomao some confidence and helped him form a plan. Between villages, there are no eternal enemies, no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Even though his own father had once nearly destroyed Sunogakure's headquarters, the 4th Raikage, unable to capture Konoha, still turned his gaze toward them. He wanted to launch a joint surprise attack on Konoha with Sunogakure. Of course, this was also because the 4th Raikage had no other choice. The Wagakure wouldn't commit without a clear gain. After facing firm resistance from Konoha, Inoki, knowing he couldn't secure substantial benefits, quickly completed peace talks with Konoha. The news that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had been wiped out had been spread across the ninja world by Konoha. Now Kirigakure had retreated to its island, harassing Konoha with small units sent to the Land of Fire. Thus the only possible ally left for Kumogakure was Sunogakure. Raza, the newly appointed 4th Kazekage, was very tempted by the olive branch extended by the 4th Raikage. Due to the Wind Country nobles' distrust of Sunogakure, the village's military budget was absurdly low, forcing them to adopt an elite force policy similar to Kirigakure's. However, unlike Kirigakure, Sunogakure did not institute a blood mist village. Instead, they highly valued Kekkei Genkai users. In terms of funding, starting from the 3rd Kazekage's era, Sunogakure had secretly started mining operations behind the daimyo's back, somewhat alleviating the budget shortfall. That was why the 3rd Kazekage had harbored ambitious plans for a revenge war against Konoha. At this time, although Sunogakure had been roughed up by Kumogakure, its core strength remained largely intact. This gave Raza the idea of regaining the daimyo's favor through a war. Illegal mining was always a risk if the daimyo investigated. Well, it probably wouldn't amount to much, maybe just another budget cut. This is a good opportunity to let the ninja world reacquaint itself with Sunogakure's combat power. Chiyo, eager to take revenge on Konoha, was very enthusiastic. But first we need to resolve the friction with Kirigakure. A senior official voiced Raza's current concern. The friction with Kirigakure tied down Sunogakure's already limited forces, preventing them from concentrating all their strength for a decisive blow against Konoha. Although it was unclear why Kirigakure would provoke Sunogakure from such a distance, it was an undeniable fact. The advisors began to discuss, and Chiyo furrowed her brow, cursing Kirigakure's interference. Actually, as the atmosphere reached its peak, Raza cleared his throat and produced a scroll. I have already sent someone to contact Kirigakure. They agreed to end the friction. Chiyo and Ebizo raised their eyebrows looking at the young Kazekage in astonishment. When had he, as the de facto power holders of Sunagakure, they had been completely unaware of this. Ebizo quickly recovered, realizing that this young Kazekage had grown strong enough to act independently. In that case, an advisor began to speak, but Raza immediately stopped him. Kirigakure made one demand that we hand over Yagura to them. He looked around the room, observing everyone's expressions. Yitsong, a ninja of the Scorch Release, had long been active on the Mist battlefield, earning the enmity of the enemy. When Sunagakure sought peace, the Mist, despite losing the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, believed their strength far surpassed that of the Sand, and thus made this demand. In theory, as a bloodline limit ninja, Yitsong should have been protected by the village. Yet when all the higher-ups finished listening to the Mist's demands, they fell into a profound silence. The ingrained values of Sunagakure led these leaders to assess Yitsong's worth. Scorch Release ninjas were indeed rare, but they paled in comparison to the value of fertile lands. Sacrificing Yitsong for a ceasefire with the Mist, thus enabling the Sand to ally with the Cloud to attack Konoha, feasible. The higher-ups reached their decision almost simultaneously. Raza himself had long been resolved to betray Yitsong, but he had refrained from voicing it outright, mindful of the other leaders' opinions. If he could truly seize fertile lands from Konoha, he would become the greatest Kazekage in Sunagakure's history, lifting the village out of poverty forever. I agree. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, a leader who had already pledged loyalty to Raza spoke first. With the first came the second, then the third. Soon all the leaders passed the resolution agreeing to trade Yitsong for peace with the Mist. Sage Art Ice Release Wind Spirit. With Feng Bai's exertion, countless ice crystals coalesced, forming a colossal giant. Details gradually refined, and under the augmentation of Sage Chakra and Vast Life Energy, a massive Gundam took shape, controllable by Feng Bai in battle. Of course, Isabu's contribution was indispensable. Isabu, rather than waste chakra creating such a behemoth, it would be more practical to go into tailed beast form. Hearing Isabu's blunt critique, Feng Bai puffed out his chest in the consciousness space. You don't understand, Isabu. Piloting a Gundam is the romance of a man. Strong, invincible, supreme. Shatter Crush cheers. Isabu. Annoying Chinibu kid. Isabu scratched its belly and decided to indulge the little guy. Isabu, actually, I have another technique I want to try. Sensing his sage mode could still last a while, Feng Bai spoke in a pleading tone. Isabu. Fine. Moi love you, Isabu. Another surge of massive chakra flowed into his body. Feng Bai clenched his fists, and under the puzzled gaze of the slug, he clapped his hands together and pressed them to the ground. Sage Art Ice Release Ice Dissolution Cloud Dispersion Great Burial Array. As Feng Bai uttered the final word of the technique, thick ice began to spread across the earth from his hands as the center. Soon a considerable area of land in Shikatsu Forest was covered in ice. But this was not the end. As the first skeletal arm emerged from the ice, skeletons made of ice gradually revealed themselves. Under the Sage Mode's enhancement, Feng Bai could command these skeletons to attack any target he wished. However, once he lost Sage Mode, not only would the number of skeletons he could create diminish, but his control would also fail to achieve the current level of precision. Time was almost up. As the markings on his face faded, the colossal wind spirit and the numerous skeletons began to dissipate. Time's up, is it? But this skeleton summoning technique is really not aesthetically pleasing. Peeking out from his collar, the slug's clone offered its opinion while observing the skeletons. Well, I think it's pretty cool though. Feng Bai shook his head and asked the slug, Lady Slug, how long did I last this time? The slug wiggled its small antennae, counting with a serious air. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Wow, that's impressive, little Feng Bai. You lasted over 10 minutes this time. Over 10 minutes. That was still too short for combat. Although entering the state was quick, lacking endurance rendered it useless. But he knew how to solve this. The prince had once invented a rather interesting method of stamina extension, which could be shamelessly borrowed. Shadow Clone Technique. Kakashi was promoted to Jonin. This had nothing to do with his father, the 4th Hokage. As early as the 3rd great ninja war, his merits were sufficient to make him a proud Konoha Jonin. However, Kakashi knew well that a team could not have 2 Jonin. With the disappearance of team leader Feng Bai and Team 7 now existing in name, only Kakashi reluctantly accepted the promotion. Kakashi. Lin's call came from behind. Kakashi turned his listless eyes and saw her bright smile. Congratulations on your promotion to Jonin, Lin said, pulling out a specially prepared medical kit from her pocket. Thank you. Kakashi expressed his gratitude in a flat tone, reaching out to accept the gift. Has Obito not come back either? Putting the gift away, Kakashi, unsure of what to talk about, asked about Obito's whereabouts. Indeed, following Feng by the second powerhouse of Team 7, Obito had also disappeared with Jiraiya to who knows where. The once large Team 7 had instantly become a 2-person comedy act between Kakashi and Lin. Yet not even a single message. Mentioning Obito, Lin also wore a resigned expression. After leaving with Jiraiya, Obito had sent no news at all, vanishing completely like Feng Bai. If those two didn't come back soon. Just as Kakashi was grumbling internally, "Yo Kakashi, how about a youthful duel of sweat with me?" Guy's passionate voice rang out, causing Kakashi to roll his eyes. If Fongbai didn't return soon, he would be driven crazy by this green-clad hot-blooded idiot. Watching Guy draw a circle with a sweeping leg kick, Kakashi simply wanted to turn and leave. "Sorry Guy, I'm busy right now. I don't have time for your competition." As Kakashi was about to use the body flicker technique after saying that he felt a hand firmly grip his shoulder. Well, if it isn't the newly promoted Jonin Hatake Kakashi. Leaving in such a hurry, where are you off to? The scent of tobacco wafted around his face. Sarutobi Asuma, who had already started growing stubble at a young age, appeared beside Kakashi with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Asuma, seeing the newcomer, Kakashi's face darkened further. This little smoker, could he not stand so close? The third Mizukage who held power in the Hidden Mist Village was an old man. Having once accompanied the first Mizukage to the first 5 Kage summit, he had long lost his former glory. Now he was merely an aged figure with perpetually narrowed eyes. At this moment he sat upon the seat reserved only for the Mizukage, opened his narrow eyes, and carefully examined the scroll in his hands. Beside the third Mizukage, Elder Yuan Shi, who appeared to be of similar age, stroked his bald head, his gaze fixed on a gray-haired youth within the room. "The Sand Hidden Village has agreed to our demands." Placing the scroll on the table by the trusted subordinate of Elder Yuan stepped forward, picked up the scroll, and respectfully handed it to Yuan. Unlike the Leaf Hidden Village, the Mist Hidden Village granted its elders equal authority to the Kage. Thus, although Bai's actions seemed somewhat disrespectful, the third Mizukage did not rebuke him. "So they want us to make the move? That scorch release Pakura, the one who has taken countless lives of our ninjas." Upon seeing Raza's hypocritical behavior, wanting to act virtuous while pursuing his own interests, Yuan could not help but chuckle. "But they are willing to lure that woman here with a false pretext. If we ambush her, the losses should not be too great." The Mizukage was optimistic about this operation, as everyone knew ninjas had low defenses. The dust release was formidable. Point at someone, and they would die. However, a well-aimed kunai could still kill a ninja. In the Mizukage's long life experience, only 2 people would not die from a kunai. One was Uchiha Madara, who possessed the legendary Susano'o, the strongest defensive stance. The other was Hashirama Senju, who had an astonishingly robust vitality. A single kunai would amount to nothing, nor would 100 thrust into his body. It was said that in his early years Hashirama Senju once attempted suicide with a kunai, but was stopped. Tisk, some fool actually believed that a kunai could kill him. What do you think? Emerging from his reminiscence, the Mizukage looked at the gray-haired youth before him, his expression blank. "We should end the conflict with the mainland hidden villages as soon as possible and focus on recovery." The youth spoke at a measured pace, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Well said, Yagura." The Mizukage nodded at Yagura and entrusted him with the task. "You will handle it." Originally this matter should have been assigned to Hoshigaki Kisame's predecessor, but that fool had died on the land of fire, leaving not even a complete corpse. Even the Samahata was captured by the leaf. Not only Samahata, but also the Thunder Sword and the decapitating broadsword. Even the 3 tails, what was supposed to be a simple raid, ended up causing the deepest wounds to their own side. The Rock Hidden Village struck left and right, attacking the Cloud Hidden, and then the leaf ultimately withdrawing unscathed. The Cloud Hidden attacked the Sand Hidden, and was repelled, attacked the Rock Hidden, and lost a Kage in an ambush, and attacked the leaf with no progress yet. The newly appointed 4th Raikage was stubbornly continuing to clash with the leaf. The Sand Hidden lost their strongest Kazekage in history, was beaten by the Cloud Hidden, but suffered no substantial losses, and was now quietly licking its wounds. Only they had lost the 7 ninja swordsmen, a large number of ninjas, and a tailed beast, but dared not speak of it. Damn it, Leaf Village. Everything else could be managed, but the tailed beast issue was beyond his control. All the mist ninjas on the mission had died, so the Mizukage did not know whether the tailed beast had been sealed or killed. If it was the former, that would be troublesome, as it meant the already terrifyingly powerful leaf had gained a new ally. If it was the latter, it would be fine. They could just wait for the 3 tails to resurrect and subdue it immediately. The Sand Hidden is overestimating itself. Has it not considered that even we gained nothing? What confidence do they have to succeed? As a standard old-school leader of the ninja world, the Mizukage saw through Raza's intentions completely. Wasn't it just to join the Cloud Hidden in attacking the leaf? If something as strong as the Rock Hidden could not achieve it, how could they? If there were even a glimmer of possibility, how could that 2 scale have so readily agreed to unconditional peace? After this matter is settled, we will send a letter to the leaf. If they are willing to return the confiscated swords, we will sign a peace treaty with them. The loss of the tailed beast could never be made public, as it concerned the prestige of a hidden village and other issues. I agree, Elder Yuan nodded. To kill Pakura, the mist dispatched 50 ninjas. They lay in ambush in the Yixianshan area, silently awaiting her arrival. Before Yixianshan, Pakura encountered the mist ninjas who came to greet her. Everything happened in a flash. A kunai stabbed into her back, and the words of the assailant made her realize that she had been betrayed by the higher-ups. If everything went smoothly, the mist could eliminate Scorch Release Pakura with 0 casualties. But an uninvited guest arrived in the Yixianshan area. Unable to endure the unique cuisine of the Shikatsu forest foam by despite the slug's earnest entreaties, resolutely decided to go outside for some good food. Then he arrived at the place where the mist ninjas had set their ambush. This area was not far from the Shikatsu forest, and even the pervasive mist was identical. The sounds of battle caught Foam Bai's attention, and he noticed that a fierce fight was taking place in the Yixianshan ahead. Yixianshan, a perfect spot for an ambush. It's not safe to enter carelessly. Commenting on the perilous terrain driven by curiosity, Foam Bai stealthily infiltrated the combat zone. Having been ambushed earlier, Pakura's combat ability had clearly declined. The fireballs created by her Scorch Release could not protect all her vital points, and kunai kept piercing through her defenses. Tisk her back. What a pity not to give her cupping. Is she from the Sand Hidden? Seeing the headband she wore combined with the mist ninjas attacking her, even Foam Bai with his average intelligence could vaguely recall the origin of this scene. The betrayed Scorch Release ninja Pakura, that should be the name. While Foam Bai was recalling Pakura's name, the battle nearby was nearing its end. Unable to gather fireballs anymore, Pakura's vision began to blur. Am I going to die here? Razi? A young man's voice rang out. After weighing the pros and cons, Foam Bai decided to intervene and save her. If she could be used for his own purposes, that would be best. If not, he would force her to serve him. Who goes there? The mist ninjas were caught off guard by the sudden voice. Then they saw that the originally damp ground was now covered with a layer of ice. Forcibly pulling their feet free from the frozen ground before they could identify the attacker, Foam Bai's voice echoed through Yixianshan. Sage Art, Ice Release, Ice, Dissolution Cloud Scattering, Great Burial Array. The betrayed Scorch Release ninja Pakura, that should be the name. While Foam Bai was recalling Pakura's name, the battle nearby was nearing its end. Unable to gather fireballs anymore, Pakura's vision began to blur. Am I going to die here? Razi? A young man's voice rang out. After weighing the pros and cons, Foam Bai decided to intervene and save her. If she could be used for his own purposes, that would be best. If not, he would force her to serve him. Who goes there? The mist ninjas were caught off guard by the sudden voice. Then they saw that the originally damp ground was now covered with a layer of ice. Forcibly pulling their feet free from the frozen ground before they could identify the attacker, Foam Bai's voice echoed through Yixianshan. Sage Art, Ice Release, Ice, Dissolution Cloud Scattering, Great Burial Array. The mist ninjas strained to pull their feet from the ice, and just as they tried to discern the face of their attacker, they felt something tugging at their legs. When they looked down, they were almost frightened out of their wits by the bizarre sight. Translucent crystalline skeletons were staring at them from hollow eye sockets, their sharp fingertips deeply embedded in the ninja's armor. For a moment, wails rose and fell in succession. As the mist ninjas fought desperately against the skeletons, a flying thunder god kunai shot out from the shadows, piercing the spot where Yitsong lay. Through the haze, Yitsong caught a glimpse of a slender figure teleporting to her side. Reinforcements? No, she had been betrayed by her village. How could there be reinforcements? It must be nothing more than a dying hallucination. With that thought, Yitsong closed her eyes. These mist ninjas have some martial virtue, Foam Bai remarked, noting the absence of poison in the wound as he flicked 2 poisoned Sinbon from his hand. Sorry, I'm busy. Talk later. Without a glance at the mist ninja who had fended off the skeleton's attack, Foam Bai began treating Yitsong. The treatment was no simple task. Given their opposing factions, Foam Bai had to keep her alive while ensuring she wouldn't regain mobility too quickly. What if in his eagerness she recovered too fast and slipped away? Deflecting Foam Bai's Senbon, the mist ninja backhanded 2 skeletons trying to subdue him, flashing a confident smile. Don't worry, I won't take much of your time. The mist ninja thought he had seen through Foam Bai's tricks. His techniques were terrifying, but that was all they were. After all, they were man-made, their movements were easily predictable. They could kill Genin and Chunin, but against a powerful Jonin like himself, he channeled chakra into his blade and swung fiercely, only to be blocked by a wall of ice before reaching Foam Bai. I can't help it. Since you insist. The mist ninja dodged a kunai by tilting his head, but felt a sharp pain in his waist. Then I'll play with you for a while. The youth's voice sounded behind him. The mist ninja, gritting through the pain, turned to see Foam Bai standing where the kunai had landed. Such a technique. Damn it, don't underestimate the shinobi of the Blood Mist Village. Realizing belatedly what had happened, the mist ninja, who had no chance to escape, was spouting threats one moment, then clutching his waist and collapsing to his knees in agony the next. The mist ninja had no time to spare for the second Foam Bai that appeared beside him. He only knew that his other intact kidney was now pierced by a ninja blade, the excruciating pain robbing him of any strength to counterattack. Leaving no time for the opponent to spew trash talk, Foam Bai withdrew the blade and thrust it into the mist ninja's throat, slaying him on the spot. With the fall of the leading mist ninja, the battle within Ishintian drew to a close. Though they were man-made, the skeletons, with their first strike advantage and numerical superiority, sent many unfortunate mist ninjas to meet the 6 paths. After eliminating the last survivors, the two foam bays slowly turned into blocks of ice. The ice walls silently dissolved, revealing foam bays figure deeply focused on healing while still sneaking in some small tricks. Alright, with this thing she won't be able to harm me when she wakes up. Feeling that the treatment was almost complete, Foam Bai clapped his hands and summoned a shadow clone, unceremoniously tossing Yitsong to it. Carry this one back to Shirgu Forest. The shadow clone tilted its head. Weren't we going to get some good food? Yeah, you carry her back to Shirgu Forest, and I'll go to the town to find some tasty food and come back. Perfect, isn't it? Watching the shadow clone leave reluctantly, Foam Bai didn't forget to stage a scene of destruction, a fire style that erased all traces of the battle at Ishintian. When the Mist Village, growing impatient from the lack of news, finally sent someone to investigate, all they could see was the wreckage strewn across the ground. Traces of fire style consistent with Yitsong's fighting method. Standing in the center of the scene, Yagura listened with a stern face to his subordinate's report. They had thought it was a surefire ambush, but never expected 50 Mist ninjas to die here. Was Yitsong a monster, or were the Mist ninjas so incompetent that they got wiped out by a single opponent? He thrust his green-flowered club-like weapon deep into the ground, the force entirely reflecting Yagura's current state of mind. The Mist ninja reporting was startled by the sudden, odd noise, his liver quivering. He almost cursed out of instinct, but immediately restrained himself. The seemingly underaged kid before him was one of the last elite jonin in the Mist Village. Anyone who survived the Blood Mist Village and became a jonin had their own unique tricks. But the Mist ninja still felt aggrieved. What use was it to vent his anger on me? The facts were right there. If he had the guts, he should go after the real culprit. Yagura said, nothing, waiting for the results of the track tracing. The reporting Mist ninja also remained silent, silently grumbling in his mind. The scene fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sounds of the Mist ninjas moving the brittle, burned corpses. Lord Yagura, no trace of Yitsong's escape has been found. Lord Yagura, the number of corpses does not match. Both reports came simultaneously. This made Yagura's head ache even more. The situation was that they had no idea whether Yitsong was dead or alive, nor whether Sunagakure had properly fulfilled their duty. Yagura gritted his teeth in frustration, but was helpless. Send a message to the village saying the mission was successful. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Yagura made his decision. Yes, there was no choice. The deal was already secretive, and it was an ambush of 50 against 1. If they investigated thoroughly, it would inevitably draw the attention of neighboring countries. At that time, the entire ninja world would learn of this disgraceful affair of the Mist Village, and the scandal would overshadow even Sunagakure's betrayal of its own ninja. Moreover, this matter was his responsibility, and at this critical juncture, when he was about to become the 4th Mizukage. In a fit of pique, Yagura twirled his weapon and led his men to further erase all traces at the scene before departing. By the time the report reached the Mizukage, the entire scroll contained only one sentence: mission successful. Trusting Yagura, the Mizukage and the elders did not suspect anything and signed the peace treaty with Sunagakure. Upon receiving the reply from the Mist Village, the Sunagakure High Command, as prearranged, pinned Yitsong's death on a Wagakure, intending to use it as a pretext for war in the future. At the same time, Raza began seeking a pretext to attack Konoha. Standing on the rooftop of the Kazekage building, feeling the yellow sand blow across his face, Rasha frowned deeply. Things had proceeded very smoothly. Yitsong's death had bought peace with the hidden Mist Village. A large quantity of supplies had already arrived at the front lines, and soon as most elite ninja were now gathered around the Kekkei Mountain area. Konoha had just concluded the war with the 3 great villages. This was precisely when they were at their most vulnerable and complacent. But the 3 ninja swordsmen, the yellow flashed the white death. Konoha's talents seemed to emerge endlessly. It was always the same. Whenever Konoha's enemies believed the Leaf Village had lost its sharpest fangs, a new star would always rise to take their place. With matters as they stood, there was no point in overthinking. Forcing down the fine sand blown into his mouth by the wind, Rasha revealed a resolute expression. Launch the attack. Soon as covert maneuvers had not escaped Konoha's watchful eyes. Shuemu had received word of the Suna forces gathering around Kekkei Mountain long before. Realizing his opponent was planning something significant, Shuemu quickly made his decision. He ordered strengthened defenses at Kekkei Mountain and dispatched a highly respected commander. Then he received a formal letter from the hidden sand village. Suna claimed that the 3rd Kazekage had been assassinated by Konoha and demanded a satisfactory explanation. Explain my foot. This blatantly false accusation nearly caused the normally patient Shuemu to lose his temper. However, the 2nd diplomatic letter from the Hidden Cloud Village made him lose it entirely. Damn it. The Hidden Cloud Village declared their support for Suna's claims, demanding that Konoha hand over the culprit and compensate Suna, while also supporting Suna's use of force to protect their rightful interests. He had thought the 3rd Shinobi World War had ended, only to discover a new expansion pack had begun. Fortunately, Kekkei Mountain already had a response plan in place. The only threat remaining was the Hidden Cloud Village. Shuemu calculated in his mind. His only concern now was whether the Cloud Village would join forces with Suna to attack the Kekkei Mountain stronghold together. Relying solely on that person would not be enough. Jiraiya and Tsunade had already left the village and Phonbai had begun his own training. Even if he were here it would make no difference. The boy was still young and lacked experience commanding large-scale battles. Shuemu had only one choice left. Is something the matter, fourth Hokage? Orochimaru, director of the Konoha Science and Technology Research Bureau, glared unhappily at the Shuemu before him. He had only just finished establishing the research bureau and was eager to dive into his scientific work when Shuemu summoned him to the office with a single order. I apologize, Orochimaru, but there is truly no time for your research at present. Shuemu looked at Orochimaru with genuine regret. Suna has made their move, hasn't he? Seeing Shuemu sincerely apologize, Orochimaru forcibly extinguished the flames of his irritation and sniffed coldly, guessing the source of the turmoil. Now it was Shuemu's turn to be surprised. It's simple. At this time the only village with both motive and ability to do this is Suna. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue like a venomous snake sizing up its prey. Sharp as ever. I worry that Cloud and Suna will combine forces at Kekkei Mountain, so. I understand. Reinforcements for Kekkei Mountain, correct. Orochimaru nodded and left the office without another word. With the objective confirmed, he would seize the opportunity to crush the enemy and return to his research life as soon as possible. The war came sooner than expected. That same afternoon Shuemu received another letter from the Hidden Sand Village. Rasha had timed it precisely. Approximately 10 minutes after the diplomatic letter was delivered, he personally appeared on the Kekkei Mountain battlefield to command Suna's forces in their assault on Konoha. He had intended to catch Konoha off guard, never expecting to see an unbelievable figure standing on the Konoha front line. Clad in full battle armor, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the forefront of the position, watching the tide of sand ninjas surge forward. The previous Hokage formed a hand seal with one hand and summoned a colossal shuriken. Launching the giant shuriken toward the sand ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen charged out of the position, forming hand seals with both hands as he ran. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The numerous colossal shuriken devastated the sand ninjas' charging formation with ease, tearing through both flesh and puppets alike under their devastating assault. As the giant shuriken lost momentum and fell to the ground, the sand ninja attempted to reform their attack formation, but the once hard ground beneath their feet suddenly turned soft. Earth Release River of the Dead Swamp. The sudden swamp swallowed countless sand ninja, who had no time to react. The puppets fared better, escaping through their controllers' skillful manipulation, but the ninja, who fought with their own bodies, could only watch helplessly as they sank deeper. Don't think you've succeeded. A white puppet suddenly appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen and swung its blade, but he dodged it with remarkable agility. Long time no see, Chidori. Recognizing the attacker by the distinctive puppet Sarutobi, Hiruzen identified them. Chidori, exposed, ignored him and continued commanding her puppets to attack. A ninja capable of wielding large-scale destructive jutsu contributed too greatly to the war. They had to keep him occupied and unable to attend to the battlefield. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was focused on dealing with the puppet before him, two puppets wielding ninja blades emerged from the shadows and impaled him. Did we succeed? Chidori frowned, muttering uncertainly. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out from behind. Before Chidori could turn around, she frantically pulled her little finger. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The ground beneath them turned into a river of mud, sweeping Chidori away. The Sarutobi Hiruzen that had been impaled dissolved into a mound of earth, revealing it to be a earth clone. Bracing against the impact, Chidori was about to counterattack when Sarutobi Hiruzen struck again. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Machine Light Shield Seal. A puppet burst from the ground, deploying a protective shield to block the scorching fire dragon. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Seeing his Fire Dragon Flame Bullet blocked, Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated his tactic, attempting to shatter the enemy's defense with a barrage of giant shuriken. 3 Treasures Absorption Collapse. 3 puppets formed a triangular formation, attempting to absorb and crush the Shadow Clone Shuriken, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still threw the giant shuriken. The overwhelming momentum amplified by the absorption force forcefully shattered all 3 of Chidori's puppets. Impossible. Watching her 3 puppets destroyed, Chidori grew flustered. In her desire for revenge for her son and daughter-in-law, she had deployed the 10 puppets of Chidori, representing the pinnacle of puppetry technique, a masterpiece passed down from the ancestor of puppeteers Bunzaman. And Sarutobi Hiruzen had casually destroyed 3 of them. Stumbling out of the earth flow river, Chidori rolled across the ground, attempting to lure Sarutobi Hiruzen into attacking her. Unexpectedly, he did not take the bait, instead cautiously employing long-range jutsu, Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a Water Dragon Bullet, nullifying the ceiling array Chio had laid, forcing her to rise and evade his attacks once more. With swift hand seals, agile movements, mastery of large-scale lethal ninjutsu, and extensive combat experience, even a seasoned puppeteer like Chio could hardly gain an upper hand against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, reinforcements had arrived. Golden sand gold suddenly surged from the ground, forming a giant hand that lunged at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gazing at the sand gold resembling a tidal wave, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped and dodged, escaping its range. Turning his gaze to the sky, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew solemn. You are the fourth Kazekage Raza. Indeed, third Hokage. I didn't expect Tsukumo to send you out. Raza's expression was equally grave. Sarutobi Hiruzen's initial attack had successfully eroded Suna's morale, so that even while he was occupied by Chiyo, Konoha's resistance remained fierce. Moreover, the defensive forces at Kikyo Mountain had been noticeably reinforced. Suna was ill-suited for a prolonged war. With its limited village strength, it could never outlast Konoha. A swift victory was imperative. At this point, Raza had no choice but to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen to crush Konoha's morale. Inside the Shikatsu Forest, compared to the tense atmosphere of the ninja world, Shikatsu Forest was brimming with a sense of daily life. With the pocket money and mission fees he had saved over the years, Fong-Bai bought many daily necessities and ingredients. He was now sitting beside the small slug clone, waiting quietly by the stove. He built himself for the ingredients in the clay pot to simmer. Any ninja knows that aside from living expenses, the biggest expenditure is on purchasing ninja tools. Especially for ninjas like Fong-Bai and Minato, who fought with the Flying Thunder God technique, their Flying Thunder God kunai needed to be far stronger than ordinary ones and required special customization. So no matter how cool Minato looked scattering kunai on the battlefield, the way he picked them up afterward was equally disheveled. Fong-Bai never picked them up, nor did he purchase ninja tools. When he ran out, he asked Danzo for more. If Danzo wasn't home, he took them from the root. Thus, looking at his ample savings, Fong-Bai exclaimed, I can't spend it all no matter how hard I try. As the aroma wafted from the steam vent of the clay pot lid, Pakura, lying unconscious nearby, her nose twitching, awakened by the scent, driven by intense curiosity. With a soft murmur, Pakura fully regained consciousness and turned her head toward the source of the fragrance. Hearing the slight noise Pakura made, Fong-Bai, sensing she was about to wake, turned to look at her, inadvertently revealing the Konoha forehead protector hanging around his neck. A Konoha ninja. Spotting the Konoha forehead protector, instinct drove Pakura to summon a scorching fireball, hurling it straight at Fong-Bai, only for it to dissipate instantly. Pakura herself was struck by a sudden numbness, losing all strength and the ability to gather chakra. Is this how you treat your savior? Having foreseen this, Fong-Bai turned back to the clay pot, condensing ice crystals at his fingertips to lift the scalding lid. Let me introduce myself. I am Shimura, Fong-Bai, your savior. Seeing that the ingredients were not fully cooked, he added some seasoning and replaced the lid. By the way, to ensure you repay my gratitude, I have inscribed a few curse marks on you. Without turning back, he could imagine the ugly expression on Pakura's face upon hearing that. Don't worry, nothing terrible. They just prevent you from attacking me, revealing my information, or harboring hostility toward me. Standing up, Fong-Bai walked slowly to Pakura, and I inscribed them with your consent. Nonsense. Though she had grasped the situation, his blatant lie provoked Pakura's disdain. How could I have agreed? I was unconscious. Really? I asked you if I could inscribe the curse marks, and you didn't say a word, so I took it as consent. Fong-Bai shrugged and extended his hand. So what will you do? After all, I am truly your savior. Pakura squinted, scrutinizing the delicate-faced girl, before her feeling utterly miserable. She would rather have died by the mist ninja's kunai than fall into the hands of such a malicious brat. But survival meant she had a chance for revenge. Eventually, Pakura grasped Fong-Bai's hand, recalling something crucial. Shimura, Fong-Bai, the White Death of Konoha. This guy is male. Pakura's state was not good. Not physically, but mentally. She had always believed that the will to protect the village made a ninja strong, yet the village she had devoted herself to had so easily betrayed her. What war hero, what meritorious ninja? In the eyes of the higher-ups, she was merely a pawn of some value. Raza, you bastard! Pakura shouted without restraint, raising a glass of sake and downing it. The small slug beside her echoed, extending its antennae to refill her glass. Wait, how did you two end up drinking together? Fong-Bai, standing at a distance developing a new jutsu, tried to focus, but the occasional curses made him eavesdrop. After all, Pakura's curses were quite filthy. No, stay focused. Observe the angle of reflection in the mirrors. Having once fallen victim to the lightning release illusion flash during the Third Great Ninja War, Fong-Bai knew the nuisance of visual jinjutsu well, and aimed to use Ice Release to create a vision-disrupting illusion. First here, then here, and finally here. Stepping into the encirclement of ice mirrors, he removed the excess ones, leaving only key positions, and personally experienced the field of view. Hey Pakura, stop drinking and come here. After finalizing the last mirror position, Fong-Bai called Pakura over to test it. Already in a foul mood, Pakura felt a surge of anger at his casual summons, but remembered the curse marks he had inscribed. Fine. Suppressing her rage, she walked to the spot Fong-Bai indicated and stood looking up at the ice mirror. Though she had drunk a lot, Pakura's combat instincts remained sharp. The moment she saw the ice mirror, she sensed something wrong. So many of herself. She shattered the ice mirror with a scorching fireball, but the discomfort in her vision persisted. The mirror's placement was so cunning that her peripheral vision still caught glimpses of her own reflection. The result is quite satisfactory. Phonbai nodded with satisfaction as Yitsong broke through the ice mirror and emerged from the illusion. In a real battle, the opening created by this new ninjutsu would have allowed him to kill Yitsong several times over. The positioning could still be improved. He should also give this technique a name. Well, let's continue borrowing from others. It wasn't that Phonbai was lazy. If he had to name it himself, his skill might be even worse than Minato's. Decided I'll call it Mirror Flower Water Moon. Phonbai slapped his forehead, finalizing the name of the new technique, and then turned to Yitsong, who was still nearby. Alright, stop wallowing in self-pity. I promise you when I get the chance I'll personally take you to take down Razuchio and Ebizo. Hearing Phonbai's promise, Yitsong's head snapped up, her hazel eyes fixed on him. Really? Of course it's true. I've also had enough of that mysterious value-obsessed man for a long time. Phonbai nodded. Raza, that guy always measuring others by their worth. It was time for him to be measured himself. Mysterious value-obsessed man. Hearing Raza's nickname, Yitsong, who had been in low spirits, burst out laughing, then quickly composed herself, avoiding Phonbai's probing gaze. Being rescued didn't seem so unbearable anymore. Yes, she couldn't continue to wallow in despair. Yitsong knew that Raza was formidable. With his magnet release, he could manipulate gold sand to attack enemies. On her own, she truly stood no chance against him. She had to become stronger. Strong enough that Raza couldn't defeat her, that he would kneel and beg for her forgiveness, confessing his crime of having no discerning eyes. The Kekkei Mountain battlefield. 7 days had passed since the war began. In those 7 days, Raza, whom Yitsong had deemed so powerful, now stood on floating gold sand hovering in midair. Below, Hiruzen Sarutobi had summoned Enma and transformed him into the adamantine staff. Seeing Hiruzen in this form for the first time, Raza was extremely cautious, forcing himself to ignore the screams of his own ninja in the distance. This was terrible. Orochimaru had also arrived at the Kekkei Mountain battlefield. Chiyo was occupied by Orochimaru, unable to support him, leaving Raza to face the renowned professor of ninjutsu alone. Take this. As Raza pondered his next move, a loud shout from Hiruzen made him instantly raise his gold sand defense. The adamantine staff, which was originally only slightly taller than Hiruzen, suddenly extended, thrusting straight up from the ground toward the sky, piercing through the gold sand barrier Raza had erected. Dodging the adamantine staff's attack, Raza felt the sharp wind and shuddered. If he hadn't evaded, he would have been killed instantly. But it wasn't over. A furry hand suddenly emerged from the staff, grabbing Raza by the neck. With a sudden force, Raza's neck was snapped. His limp body dissolved into gold sand flowing down from the air. A gold sand clone. Then the real body must be here. Hiruzen retracted the adamantine staff to its original size, thrust it into the ground, and performed a pole vault to dodge the gold sand surging up from below. Magnet release gold sand binding method. Failing to hit, Raza emerged from the gold sand, waving his hands to condense the sand into sharp spikes like bamboo shoots. Amid a clash of metal, the sharp spikes were broken by the adamantine staff. Hiruzen seized the moment and extended the staff again. Having learned from his previous mistake, Raza turned his head to dodge, while manipulating gold sand to protect himself, making it difficult for Enma's hand to grab him. Troublesome. Seeing that his opponent possessed both anti-air capabilities and powerful close combat skills, and was terrifyingly strong in ninjutsu exchanges, Raza momentarily didn't know how to deal with the former Hokage. He had to go all out. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as Raza frantically mobilized all the gold sand nearby. He staked everything on this one attack. Seeing the surging tide of gold sand, Hiruzen sensed a dangerous aura. Earth release mud wall. Spitting out a mouthful of mud, a wall over 10 meters high instantly formed. Holding the staff in one hand and climbing with the other, Hiruzen agilely reached the top. But against Raza's gold sand wave, the wall's foundation was quickly destroyed, and the entire structure began to wobble. Not good. Knowing that once he fell into the gold sand, he would be obliterated, Hiruzen made a hasty decision. Magnet release gold sand funeral. The dense, heavy gold sand destroyed the wall and instantly engulfed Hiruzen. Clenching his fist, Raza compressed the gold sand rapidly, causing an explosion. It should have worked. Raza believed he had left Hiruzen no time to use substitution or clone techniques. Hiruzen thought the same. As the gold sand dispersed, a cage made of dozens of adamantine staves appeared before Raza's eyes. Damn! Cursing inwardly, Raza tried to retreat, but Hiruzen, seizing the opportunity, struck his shoulder with an extended staff. Amid the sound of breaking bones, the fourth Kazekage was sent flying. This scene was witnessed by Chiyo, who was still engaged with Orochimaru. That damned old man. Seeing her Kazekage losing to Hiruzen, Chiyo accelerated her attacks, intending to kill Orochimaru. At that time, Orochimaru had no significant research achievements to speak of. His overall strength had only improved moderately since the Second Ninja War, and he had no good strategy against Chiyo, who wielded the 7 close-range guards. However, he might not have a solution, but Manda did. Summoning technique. Sensing Chiyo's intent, Orochimaru didn't give her a chance to act, and immediately summoned Manda. The enormous Manda appeared on the battlefield, instantly thwarting Chiyo's plans, and making her abandon the fight. Retreat. Without hesitation, she made the decision for Raza. The Sand Ninja forces carrying the injured Raza hastily retreated to their positions. Hiruzen Sensei. Looking at his teacher's figure in the distance, Orochimaru knew that to end the war quickly, his teacher had to seize this rare opportunity. I know. Understanding Orochimaru's implication, Hiruzen summoned 4 shadow clones, and with his agile speed caught up with the retreating Sand Ninja. 5 elements great combo technique. A violent explosion swept through the main force of the Sand Ninja. Even though Chiyo had anticipated the attack, she couldn't stop it. Only Raza, gritting his teeth, managed to gather the gold sand, and barely construct a decent defense line for the main force. Sarutobi Hiruzen perfectly embodied what it meant to wield a staff with strength, to wield fire with warmth, to throw a punch with precision, and to strike with unwavering resolve. Before this battle, Raza, who had never crossed paths with him, experienced firsthand the meaning of a professor of ninjutsu. The 5 nature transformations were nothing short of a work of art in the hands of this aged Hokage. Especially the combined 5 nature transformation technique he unleashed in the end. Had Raza not desperately fought back, at least half of his elite forces would have been buried on this battlefield. Raza had thought the White Fang of Konoha was invincible, but this old man proved even more formidable. Whose general was this? Overwhelmed with a sense of deep humiliation, Raza, whether from shame or the pain of his wounds being manipulated by the medical ninja, suddenly drew in a sharp breath. Hearing Raza's gasp, the medical ninja, tending to his wounds, paused for a moment before resuming her work. After a long moment, she withdrew her hands and looked at Raza with an apologetic expression. I am deeply sorry, Lord Kazekage. Your injuries are too severe. You must return to the village for treatment. Return to the village. Return to the village. No, he would never return to the village, not in this lifetime. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen drew breath, Raza would not set foot in Sunagakure. Everyone in Konoha and Sunagakure had witnessed the iconic scene of him being sent flying by Sarutobi Hiruzen's staff. If he didn't reclaim his honor, how could he ever lead the Sunagakure forces again? Besides, who said he had truly lost? Victory sometimes lay beyond the board. If Kumogakure launched an offensive, everything would turn in his favor. Just treat it temporarily for now. But, enough you. Let me handle it. The medical ninja was about to argue further, but just then Chiyo, who had just changed her clothes, approached to discuss the next move with Raza. Hearing Raza's words, she immediately understood his intentions and sent the medical ninja out. Such tremendous force. That old monster Sarutobi Hiruzen has actually grown even stronger over the years. Seeing Raza's shoulder swollen to an alarming degree, Chiyo frowned instinctively. The blow had shattered the bones in his shoulder. Fourth Kazekage, you was right. You should return to the village for treatment. After examining Raza's injuries, Chiyo's face was grave. It wasn't that she was worried about Raza himself, but what concerned her was that if Raza became permanently disabled, who would mine gold sand to boost Sunagakure's revenue? Chiyo advised her, wait a little longer. If I leave now, this war will be for nothing. Raza's expression was even more serious than Chiyo's. At this moment, he could only hope that the 4th Raikage would prove effective, ideally by directly invading the land of fire, forcing Hitaki Sakumo to recall Sarutobi Hiruzen and leave Kikyo Mountain unguarded. If he could achieve that, he wouldn't mind becoming completely disabled. But things were clearly not unfolding according to Raza's plan. On the Kumogakure battlefield, the 4th Raikage once again encountered the man of his fate, the Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze. Damn it. The 4th Raikage prided himself on his speed, yet in the war against Konoha, he had been thwarted twice. Once by a brat named Shimura Funbai, and once by this man Minato Namikaze. Didn't bring your brother this time. Glancing at the few attendants behind the 4th Raikage, Minato Namikaze tossed a flying thunder god kunai onto the battlefield. Are you underestimating me? I can defeat you without him. Hearing the mention of Killer Bee, A immediately took it as a taunt. The lightning armor on his body blazed even brighter, and his hair stood on end from the stimulation of lightning chakra. Die. Flash Gale Super Spiral Wind Dance 1-Strike 2 style. Minato Namikaze dodged A's fist and targeted the ninja accompanying him. In an instant, the attendants behind the 4th Raikage were defeated amidst a flash of yellow light. A swung his fist at empty air, then turned to charge after Minato, but found nothing. He couldn't catch him. Simply couldn't. Even if he memorized the positions of all the flying thunder god kunai, Minato could still emerge from a new spot to strike him. Fortunately, the attacks weren't overwhelmingly powerful. Even the specially crafted kunai couldn't breach the lightning armor's defenses. Or so it should have been. Rasengan. Feeling a sudden heavy pressure on his shoulder accompanied by a violent explosion, A was sent flying backward, a look of disbelief on his face. What kind of technique was that capable of? Minato got him. Everyone advance. Hyuga Hayashi, who had been observing Minato's battle from afar, shouted the command. Once this battle is over, I can finally prepare for the wedding with Kushina. Minato thought to himself, watching his side gain victories, relieved that the war had delayed his wedding. Hey, what's for dinner? The scene shifted to Shikatsu Forest. Pakura sat beside the slug staring at Funbai, who had just finished his training, and demanded loudly. I feel like I've become a babysitter. Remember your identity. You're a prisoner of war, got it? Funbai was covered in a black line of frustration, wondering why his skin seemed to darken wherever he went. Was it a side effect of the early login bonus of 100 draws? Also, what's for dinner? Sukiyaki. Though he mentally insisted his skin was as fair as ever, his swift hands betrayed him. Watching Funbai's busy silhouette, Pakura took a light sip of her sake, feeling that this kind of life wasn't so bad. Gently swaying in the dark night, the scattered bonfire of flowers, humming a soft tune, Funbai noticed Pakura's gaze, but trusting the curse mark he had placed on her, didn't pay much attention. This was a curse mark personally taught by Konoha's master of curses, Danzo, and applied while the target was unconscious and defenseless. If this could go wrong, he might as well change his name to Shimura Flip. Calling the one human and one slug to sit around the campfire, Funbai finally brought up his plans for Pakura. I'm planning to end my training here in Shikatsu Forest soon. Oh, are you taking me back to Konoha? Pakura said indifferently. After being abandoned by the village's higher-ups, she had no attachment left for her home. The only thing driving her to live was vengeance. She wanted to kill, to slaughter the Sunagakure elders and the damned mist ninja, to drive them all out without mercy. As long as she could achieve that goal, she didn't care where she served. Not yet. I have some things to take care of. Fine, suit yourself. Pakura shrugged and focused on waiting for the pot to boil. The major hidden villages fought and made peace again, locked in an unending fiery conflict. Hanzo of the Salamander, relying on the glory of his past exploits, brought several years of peace to the Hidden Rain village. Once he had been filled with a burning passion, seeking a bright future for the Land of Rain. Yet as he campaigned far and wide, the Land of Rain, far from expanding its territory, found itself surrounded by enemies on all sides. He gained little land, but made many foes. Relying on his own formidable combat prowess, Hanzo led a motley crew of bronze-level subordinates from the Hidden Rain village, and somehow miraculously withstood the assaults of both the Hidden Sand and Hidden Leaf. In the end, he carved out a name for himself, hailed as the demigod of the ninja world. He also made the great nations think twice before casually entering the Land of Rain, as they once did. But in this war he saw through everything. No matter how hard he tried, he could never change the fate of the Land of Rain. And so, I fought my whole life, isn't it only right to enjoy myself a little? Lurking in his safe house, Hanzo sipped his sake with delight, watching the graceful dance of the geishas. Yo, Hanzo, quite the life you're living. A strange voice sounded behind him. Hanzo paused his hand holding the sake cup and asked without turning his head, who goes there? Whoever it was, the outer guards had made no sound, which meant, you'd better not move. The person behind him warned Hanzo, and in the next instant the scene before Hanzo was split in two. The walls, the geishas, and the guards behind the walls. All people and objects were severed in an instant, as if an invisible slash had suddenly struck the place. What is this? Hanzo was stunned by the sight. He watched as a pale hand reached from behind, took the sake cup from his own hand, yet dared not make a single move. I need you to do something for me. It's simple. Have you heard of an organization called Akatsuki? The voice of Shun was as terrifying as a ghost from hell. Though Rashi himself adhered to the spirit of light wounds don't stop a fight, heavy wounds don't stop a fight either, and prepared to wage a war of attrition with the Hidden Leaf. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly had no intention of giving him that chance. Having already stepped down as Hokage, he no longer needed to worry about the morale impact of his own death in battle. The day after injuring Rashi, he charged into the Sand Ninja's position wielding a great staff. That old Hokage smashed 5 of Chiyo's puppets, shattered half of Rashi's deputy Maki's face, and crippled one of Ebizo's legs before dragging his poisoned body back to the Kikyo Mountain stronghold. This move shattered Rashi's Dao heart. Staring at his shoulder, now swollen to the size of his own head, he immediately resolved to withdraw his troops and return to the village. Upon receiving the Sand Hidden Village's peace treaty, Sakumo heard of Sarutobi Hiruzen's exploits and wore a look of mixed amusement and dismay. In the era when he was active, Sarutobi Hiruzen had rarely fought. The old Hokage's heroic feats could only be heard in stories. Now seeing it firsthand, he realized the stories had not exaggerated. Still, he had no intention of replying to Rashi immediately. Instead, he handed the matter to Narashikaku. He was not a gentle soul like the third Hokage. It was the Sand Hidden Village that had invaded the Leaf and been defeated. They should be the ones anxious. Let Shikaku wear down their patience first. He himself would continue his original plan, visiting the major ninja clans of the Leaf. As the newly appointed Hokage, and one from a fallen clan, he had to understand the needs and pain points of each major clan in order to wield them skillfully in his governance. The Ino-Shikacho trio were easy enough. They had always been loyal supporters of the Hokage. The Aburame and Inazuka clans of moderate size showed neither clear opposition nor support. The Hyuga clan, though stubborn, faithfully executed the Leaf's orders. No issue there. Only one clan needed attention. Dressed in the Hokage's Haori and wearing the Hokage hat, Tsukumo appeared in the Uchiha clan's compound. Sensing the barely concealed hostile gazes around him, Tsukumo remained impassive and followed the ninja before him to Fugaku's home. Under Mikoto's guidance, he entered Fugaku's study. Congratulations on becoming the 4th Hokage, Lord Tsukumo. With a deep look at the white fang of the leaf before him, Fugaku knelt in place, slightly bowing to offer his congratulations. Tsukumo returned the bow with the same degree of respect before sitting down. This war has cost the Uchiha clan dearly. I came to express my gratitude. Not at all. The Uchiha are also a part of the leaf. When the village is in trouble, we naturally step forward. Fugaku's words conveyed the Uchiha clan's loyalty to the village. After a few more pleasantries, both got the answers they wanted from each other. But some topics were still too early to broach, so Tsukumo stopped at the right moment and ended the conversation. Fugaku did not object. Instead, he smiled and signaled Mikoto to see the guest out. Only when the sound of the door closing reached his ears did he revert to his usual grim expression. So what do you think of our new Hokage? Mikoto smiled at her husband. He's like Minato, gentle on the outside but firm within. And compared to the 3rd Hokage, this one is more decisive. When asked for his opinion, Fugaku honestly described the impression Tsukumo had left on him. I didn't expect you to rate him so highly. Mikoto chuckled, turning to the kitchen to prepare dinner. That's the white fang of the leaf. Even I graduated from the Ninja Academy hearing about his exploits. Fugaku said earnestly. Perhaps under this Hokage the Uchiha clan could truly achieve reconciliation with the village. Why, Lord Hanzo? We respected you so much. Cradling the wounded Yahiko, Nagato let out a roar of indignation. Hanzo, standing on the heights, said nothing but stiffly waved his arm, signaling his subordinates to finish off the encircled Akatsuki. Damn it, Conan. Nagato turned to look for his other teammate, only to find her entangled by Hanzo's men, unable to reach him. He had to stop Yahiko's bleeding, or else. Pressing his hand over Yahiko's wound, Nagato's thoughts were a chaotic mess, completely lost as to what to do. First, retreat. Fortunately, Yahiko managed to stay conscious and whispered to Nagato. Summoning technique. But Hanzo seemed to sense their intent and summoned his giant salamander in front of everyone. Everyone in the land of rain knew the terror of that salamander. Seeing him summon this great weapon, all present prepared to die. Just as they braced for the salamander's poisonous mist, a voice rang out across the battlefield, summoning house collapse technique. As the massive salamander was pinned beneath an even larger toad, Nagato let out an incredulous cry. Jiraiya-sensei. And me, Nagato bro. Obito Uchiha appeared before Nagato, and upon seeing Yahiko's wounds he immediately pulled out the medical kit Rin had given him before leaving. You treat Yahiko bro first. I'll go help the peeping Tom fight. Carefully handing over the medical kit, Obito gazed at it reluctantly before heading off to support Jiraiya. Hanzo, long time no see since the last great war. Watching the salamander voluntarily dispel the summoning, Jiraiya remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on Hanzo in the distance. Hanzo did not reply, instead dissolving into a puddle of water and vanishing. Body flicker technique, is it? I've seen that move before. Ducking to avoid the side swing, Jiraiya kicked backward, but his foot was caught by chains. Wild Lion's main technique. Feeling the chains tighten around his ankle, Jiraiya remained composed and manipulated his hair to ensnare Hanzo. Water-style water shockwave. Breaking free from the hair bindings, Hanzo abandoned his weapon, ignoring the flesh exposed at his wound, and formed hand seals to unleash a water-style attack at Jiraiya. This scene was caught by Jiraiya as he turned around. Staring intently at Hanzo's wound, Jiraiya dispelled the summoning, using the sudden drop to create distance. They landed on the ground. The moment he touched down, Jiraiya launched his prepared jutsu toad oil bomb. A glob of oil spewed onto Hanzo, covering him in a sticky mess. Fire-style great fireball technique. Obito, who had been lurking nearby, seized the opportunity, exhaling a fireball to fry Hanzo in oil. Crack! A chilling sound of bone snapping rang out. Facing the approaching fireball, Hanzo bent backward in an eerily unnatural pose, avoiding becoming a hot dish. What the heck? Obito stared in bewilderment. How could a human move like that? I only came to visit my dear disciples, yet I witnessed such a spectacle. Hanzo, as the demigod of the shinobi world, why do you attack children? Jiraiya sensed Obito's confusion, but he waved his hand lightly, signaling Obito to stay quiet. He then put on a relaxed expression, preparing to approach Hanzo slowly. However, after moving only 2 steps, Jiraiya felt a strong sense of danger. His body instinctively leaped to the left, and a trench appeared where he had stood. Wind style? No sound of cutting air. Who? Instinctively looking back, Jiraiya saw only a group of rain ninja standing on the cliff. Accompanied by the distinctive sound of Hanzo's body flicker, Obito's frustrated shout rang across the battlefield. Damn it, peeping Tom, that guy got away. As Hanzo fled, his subordinates also abandoned the fight and escaped. Call me sensei. Jiraiya corrected Obito with a face full of lines, but when he turned his expression became serious. Whether it was the jutsu or the fighting style, that guy was undoubtedly Hanzo. But his movements and the exposed flesh. Anyway, let's check Yahiko's injuries first. After all, this was a private matter of the Rain Village. He could handle it himself, but involving Obito would change the nature of things. So Jiraiya buried his doubts deep in his heart, his face still wearing the usual carefree expression. When the battlefield fell silent again, Shauna led Heiju out from the corner. Failed again. Heiju, still not learning his lesson, spoke. Shut up, you waste. Shauna rebuked as expected, immediately turning Heiju into Hongju. Why didn't you tell me Jiraiya was in the land of rain? Sorry, we don't pay much attention to that guy. Baiju spoke up. That guy could sense my Finji Yunyazi. He's no ordinary ninja. Shauna instinctively placed his hand over his left eye, comparing Jiraiya's strength in his mind. Half of Baiju's face showed a look of sudden realization. Also, you mean that slash? Exactly. Finji Yunyazi, an invisible attack. No one has ever detected it before, not even Hanzo. Shauna gritted his teeth. It seemed his dojutsu wasn't completely invisible after all, it could still be sensed. What now? That Jiraiya guy is no pushover. Hanzo alone might not be enough. Heiju, having calmed down, rasped. As if to echo Heiju's words, a somewhat disheveled Hanzo shuffled over to them, followed by a few subordinates. Lord Hanzo, these two are Fubu and Shinda, known as Hanzo's right and left hands, tensed up the moment they saw Shauna. Trusting their master, they didn't attack him immediately. But Shauna glared fiercely with his left eye, and blood spurted from the necks of the rain ninja present, who collapsed clutching their throats. It's only a mere Jiraiya. These guys are fairly strong in the Rain Village. I don't believe they can't wear down a junior. Walking slowly toward them, Shauna watched as they lost their vitality before activating his right eye's dojutsu. With Guiji Chongli, I am invincible. Ha ha ha. Letting out a bone-chilling laugh, the fallen rain ninja climbed back to their feet, staring at Shauna with vacant expressions. That Jiraiya fellow came just in time. When he dies before Nagato's eyes, I don't believe Nagato can stay like this anymore. In the aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War, the shinobi villages licking their wounds began to stir again with the recent major events. First, the Battle of Jigging Mountain. Luo Sha was defeated and returned to his village, reprimanded by the daimyo, and then forced to apologize and pay reparations by the newly appointed fourth Hokage, Mao, causing the village's strength to plummet. Next-door neighbor Dyemu sensed an opportunity and was about to take advantage, but Luo Sha, alert to the danger, saw through it and shamelessly approached my village to sign a treaty of alliance. Shua Mao knew that the growth of the rock village would not benefit my, so he agreed to the request, but he was uncompromising on Luo Sha's proposal to reduce reparations. This tough stance won Tuanzang's appreciation. Combined with Yuanfei Rizen's warning before leaving office, Tuanzang and his route gradually fell silent. Upon learning of Sunagekyure's defeat, Kumobikure, having gained little advantage, also chose to withdraw their forces. However, their stance remained uncompromising. They refused to sign a peace treaty, with Konoha maintaining a state of war, albeit with significantly reduced intensity. Inoki this time dared not seize the opportunity to take advantage. After all, the Third Raikage's combat prowess was still fresh in everyone's memory. Though they had managed to overwhelm this physically formidable Kage through sheer numbers, the damage inflicted upon Iwagakure in the process was undeniable. The final matter was the internal strife within Amigakure. Hanzo, the legitimate leader of Amigakure and the notorious poisoner known as the demigod of the shinobi world, declared that the Akatsuki organization within the village had accepted aid from external forces intending to split Amigakure. He formally declared war against them. The surrounding villages turned their attention to this nation, which had single-handedly ignited the Second Great Ninja War. Underground gambling dens also began taking bets on who would emerge victorious, Hanzo or the Akatsuki. A certain lady, unwilling to reveal her name, Tsunade, also participated, betting on Hanzo's victory. However, all these matters were irrelevant to Phonbai, who had just bid farewell to the slug that had been spitting acid while clutching a handkerchief. Accompanied by Yitsong, Phonbai arrived at a place called Rinjin Town within the Land of Fire. Do you know about the bounty exchange? He asked, walking along the street and observing Yitsong, who now wore the Konoha headband he had given her. The bounty exchange. Yes, I know it. It exists in all 5 great nations. Yitsong answered without hesitation. Then do you know where the bounty exchange in the Land of Fire is located? Phonbai's question made Yitsong feel as though her intelligence was being insulted. She had wanted to say this back in Shikatsu Forest. This so-called White Death seemed rather foolish, though admittedly adorable. But was this really acceptable? You're a local asking me, an outsider, if I know the local situation. How am I supposed to answer that? Yitsong remained silent, merely casting a pitying gaze at Phonbai. This kid had traded all his intelligence for good looks. Sensing a chill from Yitsong's stare, Phonbai realized his blunder. He cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Ahem, I was just scouting the enemy, you know. Seeing if your Sunagakure had been secretly investigating our Land of Fire's intelligence. Yitsong's brow furrowed even more. Yes, I admit that the Sunagakure higher-ups are a bunch of brainless fools, but why would they waste time investigating the bounty exchange which exists in every nation instead of your military preparations? Not even the most incompetent fool would do something that pointless. Just tell me what you want to do. Yitsong preferred a straightforward approach. I want to find someone. With him my plan can finally get off the ground. No, I still need one more person. A certain unfortunate noble. The noble matter was easy to inquire about, but the bounty exchange. I'd have to rely entirely on my father. Pulling out a scroll from his pocket phone, by search for the area he was in according to the index. What's this? Yitsong asked, curiously looking at the densely packed characters on the scroll. My father gave it to me. It's kind of an emergency contact list. Let me see. Rinchin Town found it. A root general store. What a terrible name. After mocking the name giver's taste phone by led Yitsong to the small shop according to the directions. The shop was quiet with only a young owner idly leaning on the counter amid cluttered goods. However, when he noticed Yitsong's silhouette at the door, he immediately raised his head in alert. Don't worry, she's with us. Entering the shop, with Yitsong phone by spoke to reassure the man. Code J. The shopkeeper, still uneasy, used a coded question. All clear, nothing to worry about. Phone by found it amusing that the man feared he might be under Yitsong's coercion. Not to brag, but with his current strength, one Yitsong could hardly coerce him. What are your orders, young master? Phone by. The shopkeeper, now assured that Phone by had come of his own volition, strode forward to close the shop door and led Phone by to a secret room behind the shop. He knelt on one knee awaiting instructions. These people were informants for Root, serving as external personnel. After all, everyone knew that Root's official roster consisted of only 16 members. Do you have any information on a missing nin from Takigakure named Kakeo? I want to know his whereabouts. That's right. The person Phone by was looking for was Kakeo. He was the Akatsuki's finance minister, the economic mastermind. With him, Phone by could sit back and count money, casually buying hundreds of millions of explosive tags just to watch him have a heart attack. Please wait a moment. The informant moved quickly, soon obtaining the information Phone by desired. However, upon receiving it, Phone by was deeply disappointed, because it only recorded Kakuzu's biography with no mention of his whereabouts. Indeed, in the eyes of ordinary people, this man was a missing nin from Takigakure who had lived during Hashirama's era. Who could have imagined that he would survive to this day, thanks to the Earth Grudge fear? But Phone by naturally knew where to find him. Where is the nearest bounty exchange from here? Whether it was coincidence or not, upon seeing the enormous toilet before him, Phone by couldn't help but want to complain. Was a toilet the universal disguise for all bounty exchanges? Or was it just his luck to have arrived at the very place where Asuma would one day meet his end? If Asuma found out, he'd definitely blast me with an ash pile burning. Are you coming or not? Phone by turned to look at Yitsong, who wore a look of disgust. Let's go. Yitsong pinched her nose, comforting herself that this was a way to repay her debt of gratitude, and walked ahead. Entering the men's restroom, stepping over a row of stalls, he approached a urinal and pressed a tile. The entire wall began to move under the mechanism's operation. A fierce-looking middle-aged man sat quietly on a simple folding chair, hearing the sound of the mechanism, but not raising his head, instead fixated on the newspaper in his hands. Issuing a bounty or collecting a reward? Looking for someone. Phone by's answer caught the man off guard. He looked up and saw the headband hanging around Phone by's neck. A Konoha shinobi. Sorry, but the bounty exchange doesn't. The man began to refuse without hesitation. Just another fool trying to track down a missing nin through the bounty exchange. In his years of work, the man had seen many like this, and not a single one had succeeded. You see, behind the bounty exchange stood powers that even shinobi dared not provoke. A scorch-release fireball reduced the desk to ashes, and Phone by's sunbon precisely pierced the scroll the man was about to open. The summoning scroll was destroyed, and the man's expression turned ugly. His greatest reliance was that scroll. Without it, he couldn't summon the bounty exchange's protector. I advise you not to act rashly. The exchange house has stood firm in the ninja world for years, and its backing is far beyond what an ordinary ninja like you could. The man forced himself to stay alert, making a final resistance, trying to intimidate the two youths before him with words. Phone by had no desire to hear his nonsense. He shook his head slightly. Tell me something interesting, like where Kakuzu is now. You're Konoha ninjas. This is the land of fire. If news of my death leaks out, Konoha village will face. I see. Phone by wore an expression of sudden realization, interrupting the man's struggle for the second time. You're right. If this gets out, it would indeed cause me considerable trouble. So, Phone by's words kindled a flicker of hope in the man, but it vanished instantly. Because Phone by and Yitsong right before his eyes removed their Konoha forehead protectors and replaced them with those of Sunagakure. Fine, you little. The man laughed. He proved with his own actions that when a person is utterly speechless, they really do laugh out loud. I'm a soft-hearted person. I can't bear to see others suffer. So I'll leave this to you. Seeing that the man still refused to yield, Phone by sighed, helplessly handed over the arduous task to Yitsong, and silently turned away. Yitsong, whose heart was full of pent-up fury from betrayal, did not decline. She walked toward the man with a cold smile. Land of Fire Border Forest. At this moment Kakuzu looked like a wild man, his hair disheveled, his upper body bare, sitting under a large tree. No one would guess that this man had once crossed fists with the first Hokage. Who's there? He raised his head abruptly. Years of surviving in the wild had made Kakuzu extremely alert, and his green eyes now gleamed with intensity. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kakuzu. I've come to invite you. Phonbai walked slowly into Kakuzu's line of sight, with Yitsong following close behind, her eyes fixed on Kakuzu with a hint of caution. Invite? Sorry, I have no interest in any organization, especially Konoha. However, looking at the Konoha forehead protector on Phonbai with disgust, every time he saw that symbol Kakuzu felt a dull ache in his heart. His gaze fell on Yitsong, and finally Kakuzu's tone showed some fluctuation. From his tattered trouser pocket, he pulled out a small notebook, flipping through pages until he found the one belonging to Yitsong. Scorch Release, Yitsong Bounty 25 million Ryo. A valuable head. Hey, are you just ignoring me? Phonbai felt a bit hurt. He thought he had some reputation in the ninja world, but judging by Kakuzu's expression, no one had put a bounty on his head. An insignificant little girl, stay quiet on the side. Kakuzu's right arm shot up and his hand, propelled by black threads, flew toward Yitsong like a cannonball. Scorch Release. Facing Kakuzu's flying right hand, Yitsong summoned 3 fireballs that orbited around her, guarding against his attack. Who are you calling a little girl? Phonbai frowned and hurled a kunai. 3 kunai flew straight toward Kakuzu, striking his body with a clatter of metallic collisions. A mere kunai. Before Kakuzu could finish, he spotted the inscriptions on the kunai through his peripheral vision. Years of combat experience triggered an alarm in his mind. Realizing the kunai held a trick, Kakuzu had no time to finish his words and tried to escape. Hataki-style Thunder Flame, Sword, Instant Thunder Flash. Using the Flying Thunder God technique to close in on Kakuzu, the white fang in Phonbai's hand wreathed in lightning, and fire slashed through Kakuzu's hardened body. With a large gash torn in his waist, Kakuzu now forgot about Yitsong. He retreated several steps to create distance from Phonbai. Fire Release Head hardened. Without hesitation, Kakuzu used the Fire Release the moment he landed. The raging flames surged like a tsunami, and the sheer force reduced the trees in the attack path to powder. Water Release Water Formation Wall. A wave of water, no less vast than the fire, materialized out of thin air, colliding with the fire wave and generating white steam. Who is this brat? In terms of ninjutsu, he's not inferior to me. Kakuzu could accept his jutsu being neutralized, but he could not accept that the one who matched his mastery was a mere teenager of a dozen years. Wind Release Pressure Damage. But now was clearly not the time to think. As the steam began to obscure his vision, Kakuzu, fearing a scorch attack, unleashed a powerful wind release. Wind Release Vacuum Great Ball. From within the mist came Phonbai's voice. Almost simultaneously, both unleashed large-scale wind release capable of tearing apart rocks. The moment the two jutsu collided, a thunderous roar echoed through the entire forest. The steam dispersed instantly, and both parties caught sight of each other at the same time. Water Release, Wind Release, and the lightning fire nature that had just torn his body. Could this brat? After this brief exchange, Kakuzu deduced that the youth before him, like himself, had mastered the nature transformation of all 5 elements. This was terrifying. Kakuzu could use 5-element ninjutsu because of the earth grudge's stolen hearts. How old was this child? Yitsong, who had been watching from the sidelines, was equally astonished. Having observed the entire battle, she had only heard fragments of Phonbai's exploits before. Although she had seen him training in the Shikatsu Forest, this was her first time witnessing him in actual combat. A terrifying boy. If she had to face him, her performance would likely be no better than that masked weirdo. Wind Release Vacuum Continuous Waves. Armed with intelligence on Kakuzu, Phonbai didn't need to analyze while fighting like Kakuzu did. With a single-track mind, he only needed to seize the moment and release his jutsu. A cross-shaped wind blade howled toward Kakuzu. The invisible blade of the wind nature could only be dodged by instinct for ninjas, without the Sharingan or Byakugan. As the wind release struck, a massive dust cloud briefly obscured Phonbai's vision. When the dust settled, Kakuzu's grotesque form was revealed. What kind of monster is this? Yitsong exclaimed. She had never seen such a terrifying human. No, this creature before her had already transcended humanity. What made Yitsong cry out was only the earth grudge state. Knowing that letting his hearts fight separately would only be feeding the enemy, Kakuzu chose to enter his strongest form. Countless black threads extended from every crack in Kakuzu's body. More and more threads coiled together, transforming him into an indescribable shape. 2 masks emerged from his shoulders, letting out a crisp sound as their mouths opened. Die! 2 thick black threads shot up from the ground, tightly binding Phonbai. Compound Ninja Art, Strange Face, Explosive Flame. The chakra of fire and wind interwove, creating an even more terrifying sea of fire that directly engulfed the bound Phonbai. The black threads on Kakuzu's body had converged, forming several terrifying tentacles resembling octopus limbs. Watching the flames gradually extinguish, Kakuzu dared not slacken, fixing his gaze on the last spark as it faded away. Nothing remained. Everything in his field of vision had been consumed by the sea of fire, leaving only the bare earth. Are you done with your performance? Just as Kakuzu assumed Phonbai had been reduced to ashes, a mocking voice came from behind him. What a... The tentacles lashed backward but grasped only empty air. As the flying thunder god kunai clattered to the ground, Phonbai reappeared before Kaku. Then it's my turn. He coated the white fang with ice-natured chakra, and the bone-chilling cold instantly dispelled the residual heat from the previous battle. Ice released Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel. The dragon let out a roar. Flapping its enormous icy wings, the frost dragon charged at Kakuzu with an unstoppable momentum. The frozen frost beneath his feet restricted Kakuzu's movements, just as he had tried to restrain Phonbai with his black threads. By the time he struggled to pull his foot free from the ice crystal, the dragon was already upon him. Kakuzu was like a man struck head-on by an out-of-control dump truck hurtling uncontrollably into the distance. All obstacles in its path were violently shattered, and the ground itself was torn apart by the hard frost, leaving a shallow trench in its wake. After being flung several hundred meters, the ice dragon's momentum gradually slowed. But just as Kakuzu believed it was over, and that he had withstood this dreadful attack, with his Earth Release Earth Spear, Phonbai began forming hand seals. Ice Release Ice Explosion. The frost dragon emitted a blinding white light, and the next second it erupted in a violent explosion before Kakuzu's horrified eyes. This used to be a forest, didn't it? Walking over to Phonbai, Yitsong brushed the dust off her clothes as she gazed at the scattered wood chips in the air. In the end, there was no opportunity for her to intervene. No worries, I know a little brother who can replant this forest when he grows up. Without any shame about destroying greenery after countless battles, Phonbai had grown into an excellent ninja who could commit misdeeds without blushing. Alright, let's go welcome our new companion. Phonbai moved first, dashing at top speed toward the center of the explosion. New companion. Even the most formidable ninja would be reduced to fragments after enduring such an attack and explosion. Yitsong didn't believe Kakuzu could survive, but since Phonbai had already acted, she had no choice but to follow. The moment they landed, they saw Kakuzu's scattered pieces reassembling under the influence of black threads, slowly forming a human shape before Yitsong's astonished eyes. When Kakuzu's head was dragged back from afar by the black threads and reattached to his neck, his dull, lifeless eyes finally regained their luster. Ugh! Letting out a foul cry, Kakuzu, who had just regained consciousness, arched his back as three masks on his body suddenly shattered, spewing a pool of black water. 3. Phonbai nodded knowingly. You know about my secret technique. Kakuzu's eyes held not only fury but also shock. In the ninja world, the only person capable of such ice release to his knowledge was the chieftain of the Ice Release clan, who helped the first Mizukage pacify the chaotic era when the Hidden Mist village was first established. But that man, a contemporary of Hashirama, had died years ago. Having long been obsessed with bounty missions, he naturally knew nothing of Phonbai's reputation, nor did he realize that the person he had always taken for a little girl was actually a boy. After all, Phonbai had never appeared on the bounty list. So can we have a conversation? Phonbai's tone was calm. Assessing the situation inwardly, Kakuzu thought it unlikely that the opponent had the energy to unleash such a terrifying jutsu again, but... Speak then. Having already lost 3 hearts, Kakuzu dared not gamble. Money could be earned again, but if he lost his life, there would be nothing left. Walking up to Kakuzu, Phonbai extended his hand. Be my son, no be my subordinate. Damn, the scene was too classic, and he had messed up his lines. Upon hearing the first sentence, Kakuzu had actually pondered whether he should agree to the request. What a rotten little brat. A girl like this would never get married in her lifetime. Subordinate, huh? For you asking me to join the Leaf. Suppressing the rage within him, Kakuzu held no favorable view of the Leaf village. Yes and no. Becoming my subordinate doesn't mean you have to join the Leaf. I want to establish an organization. One that doesn't belong to any hidden village or country. Oh, quite an ambitious little girl. And what is your goal? Goal? Phonbai paused for a moment, then gave Kakuzu an unexpected answer: for world peace. That's a laughable vision. Kakuzu was about to mock Phonbai's words, but was abruptly cut off by what came next. This new organization needs someone skilled in finance to manage the coffers. Kakuzu, that's why I came to find you. An excellent vision indeed, boss. Kakuzu's instantaneous change of heart nearly made Yitsong stumble. Watching Kakuzu take Phonbai's hand, she finally realized. Was this guy always this funny? Good, then let's go. With Kakuzu's agreement, Phonbai could finally take the first step of his plan. Wait, aren't you going to put a curse mark on him, or something? Yitsong, feeling a bit unbalanced, was quite displeased. Why did this brat trust this monster so easily? It wasn't fair. I've never gone back on a promise. Integrity is the most basic quality of a bounty ninja, Kakuzu snorted, refuting Yitsong. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Shimura Phonbai, and I'm a boy. Phonbai only then remembered that Kakuzu didn't know his name. Huh. Next time you mistake my gender, say goodbye to all your hearts. Huh. The three figures gradually faded into the distance. Only after everything had settled did the border patrol ninjas leisurely arrive at the scene. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a forest? Staring at the barren land before them, several ninjas wondered if they had come to the wrong place. By the way, how did you find me? On the road, Kakuzu was still brooding over who had betrayed him. I don't know his name either, but he felt too embarrassed about betraying you, so he only dared to show his face to you once as an apology. As Fengbai spoke, he turned his gaze toward Yitsong. Kof, do you want to take a look? Yitsong reached for the summoning scroll. Never mind, I forgive him. In the northern town of Fire Country at the estate of the noble Fujiwara clan, Fujiwara Hai, the head of the family, had lost all his usual composure, cowering under the table, clamping his mouth shut, forcing himself to make no sound. How dare you, a mere ninja? This is the territory of the noble Fujiwara clan. In the courtyard, a middle-aged samurai in plain clothes gripped his sword with both hands, watching helplessly as two of his subordinates were strangled to death before his eyes, powerless to intervene. Noble. So what? If there's money to be made, I'd kill a daimyo too. Having disposed of the two small fry, Kakuzu rolled his shoulders before finally turning his attention to the middle-aged man before him. You are. Kakuzu squinted, seemingly recognizing the man's identity. How rare. Don't you usually ignore worthless heads? Since when did samurai appear on the bounty list? Casually slaying the two rogue ninjas hired by the Fujiwara clan, Pakura appeared beside the man. Of course, but this one is no ordinary samurai. Imagawa Nobunari, a man who claimed a 15 million ryo bounty ahead of me more than a decade ago. I've been waiting for the right moment to collect my debt, Kakuzu said with a sinister tone. What do you mean? Imagawa Nobunari, unable to grasp Kakuzu's implication, demanded sternly. Kakuzu did not answer. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Imagawa Nobunari. Such a swift body flicker technique. Imagawa Nobunari did not hesitate, slashing out with his blade. The next day in Kanahagakure, gazing at his own Hokage stone face being carved with renewed vigor, Tsukumo's tightly drawn lips finally relaxed, a hint of relief flickering in his eyes. Raza's attempt to assert authority in Sunagakure had failed, yet it inadvertently brought Tsukumo immense prestige. The daimyo's office issued a statement praising Tsukumo and increased Konoha's military budget for the year. The minor provocations from Kumagakure were all within manageable limits, and the children could finally leave the brutal battlefield behind. Standing by the window overlooking the revitalized streets of Konoha, Tsukumo could only utter that timeless remark, truly a scene of vibrant life, where all things contend. Lord 4th Hokage Minato suddenly appeared in the office via the body flicker technique. Having been Hokage for a while, Tsukumo had grown accustomed to his subordinate's habit of not knocking. Hiruzen Sarutobi, yes. What is it, Minato? Tsukumo smiled reassuringly at the serious-faced Minato, signaling him not to panic. He was quite satisfied with the Anbu commander Hiruzen Sarutobi had recommended, and the two had found common ground in their casual conversations. He had to admit the blonde-haired man before him was well suited to be Hokage. Lord 4th Hokage, an envoy from the daimyo's office, has arrived. I know. They're here to discuss the increase in military funding, right? I've already asked Advisor Uchiha to handle the reception. Tsukumo reached for the relevant documents. No, they've come to hold us accountable for the annihilation of the Fujiwara clan. Minato's words froze Tsukumo's hand mid-reach. Huh. Half an hour later, after concluding talks with the envoy, Tsukumo returned to his office with a grave expression. How did it go, Lord 4th Hokage? Minato asked with concern as the envoy had appeared quite aggressive. No worries. Tsukumo waved his hand, closing his eyes and massaging his temples. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Minato, could you go to the archives and look up all the noble death investigation requests personally commissioned by the daimyo's office over the years? Understood. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato was swift, delivering the files Tsukumo needed that very evening. After spending the night reading through the contents, Tsukumo quickly spotted the inconsistencies. These requests had undoubtedly been personally handled by the third Hokage, as they bore his signature. Hiruzen Sarutobi still came to the Hokage building every day now as an advisor handling affairs. Thus Tsukumo soon found him in the room designated for the former Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's complexion had not been affected by the poison he suffered on the battlefield, instead free from the burdens of the Hokage position, he looked even healthier than before. Is something the matter, Tsukumo? Sarutobi, engrossed in practicing calligraphy at his desk, showed little surprise upon seeing Tsukumo. This was precisely the purpose of his remaining as an advisor, to help Tsukumo familiarize himself with Hokage duties. Lord 3rd Hokage, please take a look at these documents. Handing over the materials he had gathered, Tsukumo fixed his gaze on Sarutobi's expression. These are. As Sarutobi recognized the contents, his brow twitched, and he already guessed the reason for Tsukumo's visit. Especially when he saw that only a single infant from the Fujiwara clan had survived. His grip on the brush tightened. Although he had gleaned the answer he sought from the other's expression, Tsukumo wisely remained silent, waiting for Sarutobi's response. Where there is light, there is also shadow. Without either side the world cannot function normally. Sarutobi's expression turned sorrowful. Even a Hokage has things he must not know. Tsukumo, these are matters I never told you about. The answer was on the tip of the tongue. But why? As ninjas, isn't our duty to protect the villagers, our comrades, and the daimyo? Tsukumo could not understand. The teachings of the Hitaki clan left him unable to comprehend what was happening. You are mistaken, Tsukumo. The target we protect has always been one and only one. Sarutobi refuted Tsukumo's words, and that is Konohagakure, the village under our feet. This is the spirit passed down since the time of the first Hokage. Whether it be friends, brothers, or one's own flesh and blood, I will never forgive anyone who becomes an enemy of the village. Those were the words of the first Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face grew stern as if trying to shake off the unease brought by the documents. Leave this matter to me, Tsukumo. If your heart is not as strong as the second Hokage's, then you need someone who can share the burden to help you. With that, Sarutobi put away his calligraphy, took the documents Tsukumo had brought, and strode out of the room, leaving Tsukumo alone to ponder their conversation. At this time, the root organization was in a dormant state. With the fourth Hokage's inauguration, Danzo's position naturally became that of an advisor. Apart from maintaining necessary intelligence gathering operations, Danzo's daily tasks were limited to training Asuma and Yamato. However, due to Yamato's special status, Danzo generally only guided his training sessions when no one else was present. Even though he was no longer the Hokage, Hiruzen was still accompanied by the Anbu loyal to him. Rushing to the root base, he was unsurprisingly stopped by the root ninja at the entrance. I want to see Danzo. Hiruzen's voice was loud, and from his tone the root ninja could tell he had come with ill intentions. When Danzo, who was instructing Asuma in wind release training, received the news, his first reaction was that he had left some loose ends from a past misdeed, which had been discovered by Hiruzen. Somewhat panicked, he even planned to have his subordinates say he was away, at least for a short while. But then he realized that Hiruzen, like him, now served as a counselor in the village's high ranks. The other could no longer utter the words, I am the Hokage. With that thought, Danzo's back straightened considerably, and he calmly gestured for his subordinates to let him in. He was merely a counselor of the same rank. What was there to fear? Soon Hiruzen saw Asuma and Danzo in the training ground. Sensing his father's arrival, Asuma wore a look of disdain, but his hand seals quickened, and he performed the vacuum sphere with a hint of showmanship. However, Hiruzen's gaze never once fell on Asuma. His only target was Danzo, who stood not far away. Walking slowly to Hiruzen, Danzo looked at his old friend of many years and spoke with unprecedented lightness. The other was finally no longer the Hokage. It was a pity that neither he nor his son sat on that seat. But it didn't matter, there would always be opportunities. Shall we talk here, Danzo? Seeing that Danzo did not speak first, Hiruzen, unwilling to play guessing games, got straight to the point. I think it's fine here, but if you'd like to change places, that's also acceptable, Hiruzen, counselor. Danzo said this with great satisfaction, then turned and led the other to a room that could barely be called a reception room. The cramped room had only one light source, a small window high on the south wall. In the center stood a tea table with a full set of tea utensils, and on both sides were cushions for kneeling. After sitting down, Danzo poured tea only for himself with no intention of serving Hiruzen. So what brings you to me? Danzo, you should understand that I am no longer the Hokage. Therefore there are things you can no longer do as you please like before. Hiruzen was determined to create a favorable environment for Tsukumo, but in doing so he had to face certain consequences of his indulgence. Hiruzen, what are you talking about? Though panicked inside, not knowing what misdeed from his early years the other had uncovered, Danzo remained stubborn, putting on an innocent look. See for yourself. Handing over the documents he had brought, Hiruzen picked up the teapot and poured himself a full cup of tea while waiting for Danzo's response. Danzo took the documents with some guilt, and after reading the contents he almost cursed aloud. Which bastard did this? The Tingyuan family of Beijing town. Honest to heaven, although the method was identical to his own, he had never laid a finger on them. Stunned by the sudden blame, Danzo was momentarily at a loss for words. What alarmed Danzo even more was that his carefully concealed plot against the nobles had been seen through by his old friend at some unknown point. And this loyal lackey of the daimyo had not arrested him. What was this? Hiruzen took Danzo's silence as a sign of guilt, and his anger flared even more. He had indeed indulged Danzo too much. With different thoughts in mind, both fell into silence for a moment. However, in that silence, Danzo remembered something. Besides his subordinates who would never leak information, there was one other person who knew of his deeds. Realizing something, Danzo narrowed his single eye, his demeanor suddenly changing. Hiruzen, don't come to me with such ambiguous matters. Are you suspecting that I did this? Caught off guard by Danzo's sudden resurgence, Hiruzen was stunned. He hadn't expected such a response from Danzo. Hiruzen, you and I are both counselors of Konoha now. I advise you not to come to me with such baseless accusations. Seeing Danzo's confident demeanor, Hiruzen began to waver. Perhaps it really wasn't Danzo's doing, maybe the family had simply been robbed by passing bandits. That's best. Hiruzen decided to trust Danzo's integrity for once. If I ever meet the perpetrator of this, I want to tell him that Konoha is now in the era of the fourth Hokage. Once he reveals the slightest clue, the only outcome is execution. Leaving behind a warning, Hiruzen drained the now tepid tea in one gulp, rose, and left the room. Danzo remained kneeling in place, ignoring the threat. As he passed the training ground, Hiruzen remembered that his son was also here, but unfortunately the training ground was now empty. He paused for a moment, then walked straight to the exit, picked up his Anbu guards who had been waiting, and left the dark base together. Ryoma, Danzo-sama, the third Hokage, has left. Hearing Danzo call him, Ryoma emerged from the shadows. Reaching out, Danzo picked up the teacup in front of him and shifted his gaze to the documents Hiruzen had left. Noticing Danzo's gesture, Ryoma nodded in understanding and picked up the documents. Investigate thoroughly and report the truth to me. Yes. The Tingyuan family had two new stewards. One was a tall, burly man who looked like a formidable fighter. The other was a refined, slender young woman. The officials sent by the daimyo's court did not care about the stewards' identities. Their only concern was to confirm whether the sole surviving infant was indeed the heir of the Tingyuan family. After 3 days and nights of verification, the officials finally confirmed that the infant was the only surviving heir of the Tingyuan family. Whether this is luck or misfortune, everything the Tingyuan family built over the years now falls into the hands of this infant. Tisk tisk, but it's good that Tingyuan Hao is dead. That old man never treated the townspeople as human beings. Keep your voice down. The magistrate's men are still nearby. The commoners, who had never seen officials from the daimyo's court in person, watched the long procession leave and then dispersed in hushed whispers. Mr. Zhao, the daimyo's court has ordered Konoha to send ninja to investigate this incident. Those ninja will surely seek justice for you and the Tingyuan family. The magistrate looked at the steward, who was a head taller than him, with a fawning expression, but inwardly he was full of complaints. Just a servant lucky to survive and become the steward of the Tingyuan family. Sigh, why couldn't he have such good fortune? Did that guy leave? A small head peeked out from beside the broken door frame. Phonbai looked around and didn't see the executor's figure. That's right, he's gone. Ignoring Phonbai's curious gaze, Jiao Du hurried past where Phonbai was standing, picked up the account book, and began to admire it. Bringing his nose close to the account book, he savored the scent of ink. To Jiao Du, this was simply delightful. His boss had truly found him a wonderful job. The income he had earned from years of exhausting bounty hunting was less than a single year's tax revenue from a noble. He should have made his move sooner. With eyes gleaming green, he stared at the numbers on the account book. Though Jiao Du thought this, he didn't have the courage to actually go after a noble himself. Although he had once fought 300 rounds with the legendary god of shinobi Hashirama Senju, and had single-handedly taken revenge against the Takigakure elders who had ordered his execution, the thought of opposing a noble still made Jiao Du's heart tremble. Hunting shinobi, especially rogue ninja, usually didn't invite too troublesome retaliation. But if he killed a noble, the retribution wouldn't be just a few ninja. It would be a carriage full of ninja. A carriage with ninja hanging from the roof, the sides, and the back. Now if things went wrong, he could shift all the blame onto Danzo, a method his own beloved son had personally explained. In the art of throwing his father under the bus, Phonbai was going further and further. Tisk tisk tsk. Seeing Jiao Du completely immersed in his own world, the idle Phonbai chose to tease the child in the inner room. Come here, let your big brother hold you. By the way, that big sister and that big guy are your father's murderers. If you grow up and want to avenge your father, go find them too. Watching the baby crawling on the floor on all fours, Phonbai crouched not far away, pointing at Yitsong and Jiao Du for him to see. You bastard. Enraged by Phonbai's words, Yitsong instantly joined the Hyuga clan. Rest assured, to me and this child you are like a benefactor. A woman with a haggard expression walked out slowly and scooped up the oblivious child. This was the child's biological mother. However, on the registers of the Land of Fire, she was already listed as deceased. At just 17, she had been forcibly married to the 60-something Fujiwara Howie through shady means. Her parents had been killed by him, so she was overjoyed at Phonbai's arrival. Benefactor or not, it doesn't matter. This is mutual exploitation. Phonbai shrugged, unwilling to accept her gratitude. If you want to thank someone, go thank Lord Danzo Shimura of Konoha. This is all his idea. Danzo, lately I've been feeling heavier on my back. Do you have any idea why? Phonbai, guess. Danzo Shimura. Rolling the name around in her mouth, the woman's face showed gratitude. She nodded at Phonbai, then turned and went back into the room with the child. Her current identity was the wet nurse hired by the Fujiwara steward for the child, allowing her to stay with the child openly. Phonbai only wanted to get a young, easily controlled puppet, not a Fujiwara matriarch who would get in his way. But considering her tragic background, he had to cut off any possibility of her reclaiming the Fujiwara clan in the future through this method. Old man Danzo said cut off all dangers in their infancy. She's also a pitiful woman. Reminded of her own experience by the woman's plight, Yitsong's tone was unusual. This is the shinobi world. What can you do? Having seen worse in the Land of Water and the Land of Rain, Phonbai wasn't deeply moved. At this moment, he was more concerned about when Xiao Du would start using the Fujiwara fortune to make money. Some are happy, some are sad. While Feng Bai smoothly executed his plan, Jiraiya and his disciples in the Hidden Rain village were locked in a desperate battle. Hanzo had gone mad. Ignoring the other warring factions in the Land of Rain, he deployed all his forces to annihilate the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya originally didn't want Obito to get involved, but with Hanzo sealing all the borders of the Land of Rain, Obito had no choice but to join the fray. Hanzo, you really aren't human anymore. Panting heavily, Jiraiya looked at Hanzo, whose arm he had broken in half, and showed an expression of "I knew it." From the first exchange, he had sensed something was off about Hanzo. His movements were too stiff and the wounds were unnaturally pale. Hanzo still said nothing, raising his weapon with his remaining arm. Not far away, his greatest asset, the salamander, was pinned down by Gamekin's fork, unable to move. His right-hand men Fubu and Shindao were tied up by Nagato and Konan respectively. Obito and the others protected Yahiko, who was just recovering from severe injuries, preventing enemy sneak attacks. In terms of high-end combat power, Jiraiya's side had the advantage. But Hanzo had too many men, and now they ignored their comrades' entanglements and began poisoning the area. Everyone gather around me. Seeing the poison mist approaching, Jiraiya quickly called all Akatsuki members to cluster around him. Toad Mouth Bind. Once everyone was within the jutsu's range, Jiraiya activated it decisively. The surroundings gradually transformed. Some rain ninja along with Hanzo were pulled into the esophagus of the Great Toad of Mount Myaboku. Great Toad, I feel a bit choked today. Fire release, Great Flame Bullet. Taking advantage of Hanzo's feet being stuck to the mucus, Jiraiya threw a massive flame bullet right into his face. Hit squarely by this technique, Hanzo completely disintegrated with an ominous sound. His upper and lower halves went their separate ways. The sharp chain sickle spun in the air for a few circles, then fell freely and stuck into the esophageal wall. Damn it! Because Jiraiya and the others had suddenly vanished from the battlefield, Shana, who was searching for them, abruptly stopped. The mark on Hanzo had disappeared. Uchi had lost control over him. What's wrong? Sensing Shana's anomaly, Black Zetsu turned his head curiously and asked, "Shut up, you damn thing." Having lost a powerful puppet, Shana was in a foul mood and snapped at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, damn, I'm used to it. I still underestimated that guy named Jiraiya. Damn it, why hasn't Nagato fallen into darkness yet? Seeing his plan thwarted, Shana was extremely annoyed. Why is everything in the Hidden Rain village always so messed up? Without the Rinnegan, how could he control the demonic statue of the Outer Path and collect the tailed beasts? Without the Rinnegan, how could Lord Madara be resurrected? While Shun was frantically raging, Jiraiya was examining Hanzo's corpse with his disciples. Hanzo's corpse, the invisible / everything, indicated that an unusual hand was behind it all. Who is the other party, and what is their goal? Jiraiya glanced at Nagato beside him, a faint guess forming in his mind. Honestly, he had only wanted to take advantage of the lull after the war to gather materials and complete the final chapter of the Snow Woman series. He had come to find Yahiko and the others purely because he happened to pass by the Land of Rain, so he thought he'd drop in. That one look cost him dearly. The Rain Shinobi village is no longer safe. Your casualties have been too great during this period. Looking at the remaining members of the Akatsuki around him, Jiraiya straightforwardly stated their current situation to Yahiko. Yahiko did not object to Jiraiya's words, but his tone was tinged with sadness. But if we leave the Rain village, where can we go? The members around nodded in agreement. This was their homeland, but once they left, where would they have a place to belong? Moreover, their business with Konoha was still ongoing. First, move away from Hanzo's control range and find a new base near the Land of Rain. How about that? Jiraiya knew these people would not agree to join Konoha, so he did not attempt to persuade them. We have no choice for now. Yahiko's expression was full of bitterness as he agreed to Jiraiya's plan. Then, tossing aside the fragments of Hanzo's shinobi, Jiraiya began to form hand seals. The sensation beneath his feet changed, and the surroundings once again shifted. An Akatsuki member walked over to Nagato and considerately supported him, who was feeling fatigued from the prolonged battle. Thank you, you are. Nagato looked up at the familiar face before him. Just as he was about to speak, his vision went dark, followed by a piercing pain. Up. A powerful repulsive force erupted from Nagato, drawing the attention of everyone present. Nagato, what's wrong? Jiraiya spun around and saw a trail of blood tears flowing down Nagato's face. The sudden change shocked everyone. As Nagato knelt on one knee, covering his empty right eye socket with his hand, the figure that had been knocked back earlier approached again. Don't even think about it, fire style. Realizing that the enemy had ambushed Nagato, Jiraiya was about to strike when he found his perspective had changed. Nagato, who should have been kneeling on the ground, appeared in the sky, and the figure he intended to attack became blurred and erratic. Genjutsu. Obito, you. Jiraiya wanted Obito to take over, but Obito was not in a good state either. With his perspective inverted, he couldn't even maintain his balance, falling to the ground and dragging Yahiko down with him. A fierce knee strike hit Nagato's face. The figure grabbed Nagato's hair, forcing his head up, and with the other hand viciously gouged out the second Rinnegan. Nagato. The other Akatsuki members watched in fury but were helpless. Everyone's perspective was affected, preventing them from acting correctly to stop the enemy. I'll take the Rinnegan. Storing the eyes in front of everyone, the figure spoke in a hoarse voice using Uchiha Naoya's tone and then vanished with a body flicker technique. Only after the enemy left did everyone's vision return to normal. They hurriedly gathered around Nagato. Damn it. Seeing Nagato's injuries, Jiraiya punched the ground in fury. His disciple had his eyes gouged out right before him, and he was powerless to stop it. This humiliation made Jiraiya, usually the most carefree of men, lose his composure. Who was the attacker? Why did they do this? Konan lifted Nagato's head and rested it on her lap, her face filled with sorrow. Nagato. Yahiko also got up from the ground and struggled towards Nagato. Confirming that there were no pursuers, Uchiha Yoan finally closed his Mangekyo Sharingan. Dojutsu Ayakashikon. The left eye's ability is to alter others' perception of him, while the right eye inverts their field of view. With this dojutsu, Uchiha Yoan seamlessly infiltrated the Akatsuki without even Shun noticing. Foolish idiot. Since you can't reverse Nagato's thoughts, you might as well discard him decisively. Taking out a glass bottle from his pocket, Uchiha Yoan gazed at the pair of purple glowing Rinnegan inside, a look of fascination on his face. The Rinnegan, the power of the 6 paths capable of mastering all creation. However, he could not use these eyes for now. Besides, he had already found a new host. Compared to the stubborn Nagato, the former was much easier to control. Hey boss. A boisterous voice rang out. A man appeared before Yoan, bare-chested, carrying a massive 3-bladed scythe on his shoulder with slicked-back gray hair. Finish the sacrifice. Glancing at the bloodstains on the man, Yoan, already accustomed to his style, immediately guessed what he had just done. Refreshing. Haydn chuckled and asked, where are we going next? The Land of Fire. Looking at this subordinate he had gone through great trouble to recruit, Yoan curled his lips. Although the process of recruiting him was difficult, his ability was indeed worth the effort. Immortality. He never expected the shinobi world to possess such a troublesome ability. The Jashin cult. He must visit it if he had the chance. As the two walked side by side, Yoan pondered inwardly. The Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Kushina's mood was extremely displeased. Ever since Minato became the head of the Anbu, the daily surveillance had finally lessened. But that didn't change the fundamental issue. She and Minato were still rarely together. Aside from the sweet week right after their marriage, Minato was busy with work every remaining day, having no time to accompany Kushina. Fortunately, as Kushina grew older, her chakra was now sufficient to suppress the 9 tails. Otherwise, the 9 tails would have long tried to generate negative emotions and corrupt Kushina's mind. At this moment, the 9 tails was once again experiencing the treatment of being tightly bound, just like in Mito's era. Kushina had firmly tied it up with adamantine chains in the mental space, using it to vent her dissatisfaction with Minato. Kurama, so you can all understand where my hatred for humans comes from, right? Isabu, I think it's quite comfortable inside a Jinchuriki. I can sleep in every day, just need to provide some chakra from time to time. Kurama, get lost. Tsukumo Hataki, sorry Kushina, it's just that Minato is too useful. And where had Minato gone, leaving Kushina disgruntled? Under Tsukumo's arrangement, he had taken Kakashi to Beijing town. Although Hiruzen had confidently promised to resolve the Fujiwara family issue, Tsukumo himself clearly had his own ideas. At that moment, Beijing town was bustling with activity. Danzo denied any involvement in the annihilation of the Fujiwara clan. Taking him at his word, Hiruzen dispatched his eldest son, the Anbu commander Sarutobi, to lead the investigation. Having seemingly guessed some truth, Danzo also dispatched a route squad led by Aburame Ryoma to the town to see if the reality matched his suspicions. If so, Ryoma was to handle the aftermath. If not, then be prepared to die for making Danzo take the blame. Finally, there were Minato and Kakashi. With Feng-bai and his loyal subordinates, the town was lively enough to host a mahjong tournament. And Feng-bai was indeed doing just that. Richi. He played the 2 of dots, revealing his big 3 dragons hand, and flashed a malicious grin. Be careful, mine is huge. Sorry I won. All simples. Before Feng-bai could gloat for long, Kakuzu's cold words instantly made him flush with anger. Don't you have any ambition, Kaku? All simples, is that all you know? Feng-bai, thwarted 3 times by all simples, now wanted nothing more than to smash his ice release into Kakuzu's face. As long as I can make money, any hand is fine. Kakuzu's words made sense, earning nods from Yagura and an anonymous wet nurse. Damn it. You go handle the business arrangements. Knowing he couldn't argue with Kakuzu, Feng-bai decided to exercise his privilege as a leader. First, pay up your losses. Kakuzu said, nonchalantly extending his hand. To Kakuzu, money was everything above all else. But, sensing the chill in the air and seeing the undisguised murderous intent in Feng-bai's eyes, even Kakuzu, who valued money more than life itself, backed down at this moment. He had just barely reassembled his hearts and didn't want to lose a few more over something as trivial as mahjong. It's okay to owe me for now. He yielded, but not completely. A wise man knows when to submit. In his time with Feng-bai, Kakuzu had somewhat figured out his temperament. In daily life, the other was just a cute-looking, not-so-bright kid, but once he got angry or entered battle, he showed no mercy at all. He was vicious and had a huge amount of chakra. He would often slap a large-scale jutsu right in your face. Who could stand that? Remembering how the other had destroyed 3 of his hearts, Kakuzu, an old man nearing 90, thought of a fitting description, a white cut black, who in their right mind would constantly aim for the kidneys. Wait, he glanced at Fongbai's height and suddenly understood why the boy always went for that spot. I see, it's because of his height. What are you thinking about, Kaku? Fongbai's eyes narrowed, his tone growing dangerous. I just remembered something funny. Yagura, who had been watching Kakuzu size up Fongbai's height and then show a look of sudden realization, immediately caught on. Seeing Fongbai turn his gaze to her, Yagura also waved her hand and stood up. I also remembered something funny. You too. The same Fongbai who had just been mocked as a white cut black by Kakuzu was now kneeling obediently on the tatami with a shy smile on his face. Yes, shy? If Kakuzu had been there, he would have laughed out loud despite his persona. Of course, for Fongbai to show such an expression, the person opposite must be no ordinary man. Looking up with a meek expression at the familiar face before him, Fongbai spoke weakly. Lama-sensei. Fongbai thought his perception ability, though not as terrifying as that of the Senju like Tobarama, was at least above average for a jonin. But until Aburame Ryoma spoke, he hadn't noticed when the man had entered the room. How terrifying. Truly the strongest current expert of root. Young Master Fongbai, since you are here, it proves Lord Danzo's guess is correct. Ryoma remained in his usual cold tone, never relaxing, even though the person before him was Danzo's own son. What? Guess. Fongbai wasn't sure which matter he was referring to. The woman outside is Yagura of the Scorch release from Sunagakure, isn't she? Before the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, Suna claimed she was killed by IWA, but unexpectedly she is by your side. Ryoma directly stated Yagura's identity, but he wasn't particularly familiar with Kakuzu, who had been out of the ninja world for many years. The other man. His name is Kakuzu, and he's also Maya. Fongbai didn't know how to describe their relationship. Although he had claimed he would establish an organization, he hadn't even thought of a name yet. More importantly, he was a Konoha ninja. Wouldn't he be purged for running an organization behind the village's back? I'll handle the cleanup here. The daimyo's office has already questioned Konoha about this matter, and the investigation team sent by the village should have arrived. Calculating the time he had set out, Aburame Ryoma didn't waste words and immediately prepared to take over the Fujiwara estate. No, after all, Fongbai still wanted to resist. This was his hard-won territory, and giving it up to his father felt. Lord Danzo said that if this was indeed your doing, we will help you cover it up. After the daimyo's investigation is past, you can do whatever you want here without interference. Look at what you're saying. Of course I trust you. You're my father's right-hand man. I'm doing this for the village for root. Let me go explain to Kakuzu and the others. By the way, what was the Battle of Kikyo Mountain? He had been away less than a year. Who was Konoha fighting now? Ryoma showed no surprise at Fongbai's instant change of attitude, and continued in his cold tone. Lord Danzo also said that if I encountered you, I should tell you. It's been almost a year since you left the village. It's time to go back and have a look. The scene of my village had not changed much since Fongbai left. The most noticeable difference was an additional face carved on the Yang rock. Fongbai dawdled along the street, still uncertain how to explain himself to the old man at home, when a soft, sweet voice sounded behind him. Fongbai, big brother. Moi. He responded instinctively, and turned around to see a graceful woman holding a child by the hand. It's Itachi. Recognizing the familiar little face, Fongbai couldn't resist stepping forward to pinch it, only then realizing the identity of the woman beside him. At this time of day, the only one who could be walking with Itachi on the street was Uchiha Makoto. Fugaku was truly fortunate. With that face of his, he had managed to marry such a lovely wife. Sasuke's good looks were all thanks to Makoto's genes. Big brother. Hearing her son's address for Fongbai, Makoto was surprised and covered her mouth with her hand. This adorable little creature was actually a boy. Half yielding, half allowing Fongbai to knead his cheeks, Itachi waited until the hand stopped before remembering to introduce the two to each other. Mother, this is big brother Fongbai. Pleased to meet you. I am Shimura Fongbai. Fongbai looked up at Uchiha Makoto, offering a smile and extending his hand. I am Uchiha Makoto. Itachi is grateful for your care. Not at all, Sister Makoto. Fongbai's reply instantly demoted Itachi's generation. Itachi puffed his cheeks imperceptibly, clearly displeased with his sudden demotion. Fugaku, who turned my son into this? They exchanged a few simple words. From the conversation, Fongbai learned the purpose of her outing. She was going to the hospital for a checkup. Hospital? Checkup? Really? Could it be? Fongbai's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Makoto's abdomen. If it were true, then Sister Kushina. Was the Ninetales rampage about to come? After parting with Makoto and Itachi, Fongbai no longer had the mind to think about how to deceive Danzo. Instead, he began to ponder the Uchiha who had ambushed him last time. Those guys were very likely to cause trouble here. He had to warn Tsukumo and Minato to prepare thoroughly. No, it would be better to call Kakuzu and Yagura back to defend together. Fongbai, another familiar voice. As he looked up, Fongbai saw a flash of yellow. Speak of the devil. Standing right before him was Namake's Minato. Brother Minato. Completely focused on Minato, Phone-Bai overlooked the figure behind him. What you only see, Captain Minato. Kakashi's tone was not pleasant. Only when Kakashi spoke did Phone-Bai notice the white-haired figure behind him, and he immediately apologized. Sorry Kakashi, I didn't see you just now. Only that. Kakashi was relentless, walking up to Phone-Bai with a cold face. Oh, what else? Phone-Bai's eyes darted as he desperately tried to recall what he had done to offend Kakashi. Feeling a light punch on his head, Phone-Bai heard Kakashi's complaint in his ear, leaving the village without a word for over half a year. Do you even consider us comrades? I can't be blamed for this. You should blame Tsunade. She only gave me 1 day. Though he wanted to say that, Phone-Bai wisely kept his mouth shut. Seriously, that idiot Obito at least said goodbye before leaving. Seeing Phone-Bai silent, Kakashi brought up Obito to compare. Sorry, it was urgent at the time. Phone-Bai put on a hurt expression, speaking pitifully. Seeing him like that, all the complaints stored up in Kakashi's heart instantly vanished. He was never one to be sentimental, but having not seen Phone-Bai for so long, he didn't know how to start. Welcome back. Extending his hand, Kakashi inwardly cursed himself. This kind of gesture wasn't like him at all. I'm back. Phone-Bai immediately shed his disguise, grinning as he shook Kakashi's hand. So I didn't hit hard enough, huh? Take another punch. Whoa, Kaka, cut it out. After a bit of roughhousing, Phone-Bai remembered to ask what Kakashi and Minato were up to. So where are you two headed? Glancing at Minato, Kakashi confirmed with a nod that it was okay to share, then explained to Phone-Bai, we're going to Beijing Town to investigate something. Oh, Beijing Town. Phone-Bai muttered the vaguely familiar name, then suddenly realized, and almost choked on his own saliva. What's wrong? Have you been there? Kakashi, sharp as ever, caught Phone-Bai's micro-expression. Well, I passed by during training. I heard a noble died there recently. Yeah, that's what we're investigating, Minato nodded. Hearing this, Phone-Bai's heart sank. Why had his old man done this kind of thing for so long without being noticed, while he had only done it once and attracted so much attention? Hiruzen, good disciple, that's because your father has a good buddy like me. Have you found anything? Phone-Bai regretted asking the moment the words left his mouth. Why did he have to ask? That was like hiding a leaf in the forest. Fortunately, after years of association, the two didn't find it strange. Phone-Bai had always been curious and quick-witted. No, it's probably just bandits from the nearby mountains. Here one had to praise Aburame Lama's professionalism. Shortly after taking over the scene, the rude operatives smoothed over every flaw, so that even a genius like Minato couldn't see anything amiss. But even more impressive was Minato's speed. He had set out almost simultaneously with the root operatives, investigated the matter at lightning speed, and returned to the village before Phone-Bai, truly worthy of the Yellow Flash. Indeed, the fastest man in the ninja world. Fast at everything. Good. Minato and his team hadn't found any clues. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Phone-Bai lost interest in further conversation. All he wanted now was to know if there was any movement in Kushina's belly. But asking directly would be too rude. He would have to find another way to fish for information. Oh, by the way, Phone-Bai, do you have a moment? Just as Phone-Bai was about to say goodbye, Minato called out to him. I'm going to report to the 4th Hokage. Could you take this local specialty to Kushina for me? Minato certainly had a romantic side. He didn't forget to bring Kushina some local specialties during his business trip. Carrying exquisitely wrapped gifts, Phone-Bai walked side by side with Kakashi, who had grown a head taller than him, along the streets of Konoha. Oh, isn't that Phone-Bai? I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. Drop by the shop when you have time. Passing the dango shop, the owner, who was tidying ingredients in the back kitchen, caught sight of Phone-Bai. She hurriedly dropped her work and came to the doorway. I will. I'll bring Asuma and the others along. Waving goodbye to the owner, Phone-Bai's mood visibly brightened. He even felt playful enough to tease the two little followers behind him. Your stalking skills are really poor. I wonder what you've learned in all this time. Phone-Bai's voice clearly reached their ears, freezing the two figures hiding behind the utility pole. A moment later, Yamato, forcing a poker face, poked his head out, dragging along the bewildered Yakushi Kabuto. Phone-Bai-sama, Phone-Bai and I. The two little ones obediently greeted him. Honestly, why are you following me? Seeing through Yamato's facade of calm, concealing sheer panic, Phone-Bai was seized by a mischievous urge to tease the little guy. Yamato began organizing his words. He had actually slipped out while Danzo was away and happened to spot Phone-Bai on the road. He wanted to acknowledge him, but feared Phone-Bai would report him to Danzo, so he awkwardly trailed behind. Then he ran into Yakushi Kabuto, who was also passing by coincidentally. Thus the two of them gathered innocently under the same utility pole before being exposed by Phone-Bai. Yakushi Kabuto was also flustered. He had merely seen Yamato skulking around, curious as to what he was doing, never expecting to encounter Phone-Bai after so long. How should they answer? The two little ones fell into a dilemma. Then Phone-Bai grabbed their cheeks, one on each side, and delivered his signature greeting, "All right, stop making up stories. Come along." At least he got to see Yamato's crestfallen expression. Totally worth it. Tossing the gifts to Kakashi, Phone-Bai took the two little ones by the hands and headed toward Minato's house. Wait, why Minato's house? Brother Minato and sister Kushina are already married. Phone-Bai let out a sharp shriek. Yeah, why? I thought you knew. Obito and I attended their wedding. Kakashi, whose ears were ringing from Funbai's voice, reached up to scratch his ear. Alright. Well, it made sense. Makoto was already pregnant, so Kushina must have married Minato by now. Silently cursing his own somewhat lacking intelligence, Funbai began to change the subject. Speaking of which, since we haven't seen each other for a while, let's have a gathering at Brother Minato's place today. You two are in for a treat. You'll get to taste Sister Kushina's cooking. This also conveniently delayed his meeting with the old man. Perfect plan. Sister Kushina. The two little ones tilted their heads, pondering the unfamiliar name. They actually preferred Funbai's cooking, especially Yamato. Ever since Funbai left, all he could eat was the root's designated meals. After all, he wasn't Danzo's biological son, so he never got to taste Danzo's culinary skills. Since we're having a gathering, why not invite Rin too? Funbai thought of his two other teammates. It seemed Obito had left the village, so only Rin was left. Shouldn't you ask Sister Kushina first? Kakashi remarked, a little exasperated by Funbai's arbitrary decision. What's there to ask? Sister Kushina loves lively gatherings. In fact, she'll be very pleased with my arrangement. Funbai puffed out his chest confidently, swearing by his words. The result, however, was, Funbai, you little brat. Seeing Kushina's hair rise like flying chains, Funbai resignedly closed his eyes. Damn, what did I do to trigger the scarlet tomato mode? Just as he expected to be pummeled into a tomato by Kushina, she instead pulled him into a fierce embrace. You little rascal, you left the village without even telling me. Honestly. You think you're in the right. Don't forget, I'm your sealing technique teacher. Honestly, why does it feel like you haven't grown much since you left? Sister Kushina. Funbai seems to be rolling his eyes. Seeing that Kushina still showed no sign of letting go, Kakashi timidly spoke up. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Hearing Kakashi's reminder, Kushina belatedly released Funbai and apologized with an apologetic expression. Damn, I think I saw my mom. Isabu, I think I saw the Sage of Six Paths too. Both the human and the beast wore expressions of having narrowly escaped death. Inside Kushina's consciousness space, Kurama, who was tightly bound, suddenly opened his eyes. That feeling. Is it Isabu? Though he wanted to investigate, Kushina's bindings were too tight. No matter how he struggled, Kurama couldn't break free. Damn you, Kushina. How dare you treat me like this? Seeing that even his 9 tails were carefully wrapped in chains, Kurama's mood was utterly foul. He should have caused more trouble back when Kushina was weak, at least plowed through the entire Konoha. Having spent decades of his beastly life under the shadow of the Uzumaki clan, Kurama deeply missed the days before he met Madara. Back then he was carefree, living a life of eat, sleep, and repeat. But then he encountered that Uchiha Madara, who inexplicably took him to fight Hashirama one-on-one, only to be forcibly sealed by Hashirama under the pretext that Kurama, your power is too great. Fuifu. It was me being squeezed by that giant Buddha. It was me, whose power was too great. However, no matter what, Hashirama died shortly after that battle. Whether it was Madara's fault or Kurama's was impossible to tell. But judging from the force Mito used to restrain him, she must have held a grudge. Recalling the past, Kurama's resentment materialized and slowly seeped into Kushina's chakra. Sensing the disturbance from the 9 tails within her, Kushina, who was busy asking Funbai questions, frowned. She closed her eyes and entered the consciousness space, where she landed a fierce slap made of chains on Kurama without a word. Behave, 9 tails. Kurama. Isabu, huh? Strange. For a moment, I sensed Kurama's presence, and it feels like he's quite aggrieved right now. Funbai, maybe because you're standing right in front of the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Isabu, but that's not right. How could that fearless Kurama ever feel aggrieved? Funbai, maybe you should ask Sister Kushina about that. Kushina was frantically taming the 9 tails within the mental space, her face still adorned with a gentle smile. Yamato, who had been silently following behind Funbai, felt his eyelid twitch uncontrollably. For some reason, he always sensed an air of danger emanating from this big sister with the radiant smile. As a product of the wood release experiments, he was inherently more sensitive than ordinary ninjas. Thus, he keenly detected the perilous aura from Kushina, subtly shifting a few steps closer to Funbai, pressing tightly against his leg, as if fearing something untoward might occur. Funbai, completely oblivious to Yamato's unease, simply assumed the child was being clingy due to a long separation. Joyfully, he began introducing the 2 little ones to Kushina. This is Yamato, and this is Yakushi Kabuto. Both are my little brothers. Come on, call her Sister Kushina. Pushing the 2 forward, Funbai failed to notice the reluctance in Yamato's eyes. What adorable little ones. Since it's a rare opportunity, you 2 should stay for dinner tonight. Let me treat you to my cooking. Having vented her anger by fiercely whipping the 9 tails with a heavy iron chain, Kushina finally left the mental space. She hugged the 2 little ones, unwilling to let go. But Yakushi Kabuto hesitated, wanting to refuse. After all, he would rather spend time with the headmaster and the others at the orphanage than have dinner with Kushina, whom he had just met. However, Funbai clearly would not give him that chance. It's fine, Kabuto. I'll talk to Sister Nono about it. And I'll also call Itachi over. And so the matter was happily settled. Yet this decision brought quite a surprise to Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku was very busy. for he was both the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the police force. During work hours, he had to pacify the dissatisfied extremists within the clan while handling an endless stream of complaints from Konoha villagers who had suffered from the rough law enforcement of those same extremists. His heart was weary. Fortunately, he still had his beautiful wife and adorable son. Finally reaching the end of his shift, Fugaku could not wait to leave the police headquarters, walking toward home with eager anticipation. Then on the road, he saw a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. The little girl standing in front of his house. Why did she look so familiar? Could it be another troublesome villager who, too embarrassed to come himself, had sent a child to file a complaint? Heaven knows that since the fourth Hokage took office, the extremist faction within the Uchiha clan had reigned inconsiderably. The number of violent enforcements had dropped from triple digits to double digits per day. What remarkable progress. Honestly, why couldn't these difficult people show some understanding? Even after work, they added to his troubles. Fugaku felt that if this continued, even he, the patriarch, would be driven to become an extremist among the Uchiha. And what were the clan gate guards doing, letting just anyone into the clan compound, allowing them to come right to his doorstep? Oh my, if it isn't Captain Fugaku. Long time no see. Just as Fugaku was mentally calculating how to send this brat away, Phone-Bai, with the neutral voice characteristic of his age, took the initiative to greet him. Long time no see. You are. Fugaku was a bit dumbfounded. He had met Phone-Bai only a handful of times, so naturally, he could not recall the other's name. You truly are a nobleman with a poor memory. I am Shimura Phone-Bai. Thank you for dispatching Shursui as my bodyguard. Seeing that Fugaku genuinely did not recognize him, Phone-Bai didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his name. TSK Tisk Isaba, look at this guy. He's not much older than Sister Mikoto, yet standing together they look like father and daughter. Isaba, let me see. Indeed. Isabu rarely agreed with Phone-Bai's thought. Shimura Phone-Bai. He didn't need to hear the full name, just the surname Shimura caused Fugaku's back to nearly sprain. No wonder the gate guards had let him in so easily. Even if the missing Uchiha Wada had returned to guard the gate, he would have had to let him pass obediently. Just look at the titles he bore. Disciple of the third Hokage, son of the Hokage's advisor, one of the youngest Jonin in Konoha, hero of the third shinobi, World War destroyer of the Kanobi Bridge. Any single one of these would allow him to thrive among the Jonin. Moreover, his own clansmen had once ambushed him on the battlefield. The mere thought of that incident made Fugaku's already aching head throb even more. To appease Danzo, he had not only offered the clan's prodigy Shursui, but also his own son. He had originally been delighted that Phone-Bai had left the village after the war, meaning his son was still his own and wouldn't have to trail after the Shimura family. But now in just 1 year, this brat had returned from outside the village. Despite the storm raging within him, Fugaku's face remained expressionless, but his voice turned soft. So it's Phone-Bai. Indeed, it's been a long time. I failed to recognize you. Just as Fugaku was pondering what to say next, his son Uchiha Itachi was already fully dressed, bid farewell to his mother, and walked over to Phone-Bai. Phone-Bai naturally took Itachi's hand, waved his free hand to say goodbye to Mikoto with a smile, and then nodded toward Fugaku, signaling the end of their conversation. Fugaku, what just happened? Why did my son leave with a stranger without even greeting me? Although strictly speaking, the other party wasn't a stranger. But still. And Fugaku knew his son's temperament well. His precocious son, even when going out with his parents, had never intended to hold their hands. This was a big deal. As the two figures gradually receded into the distance, Fugaku could only stand helplessly at his doorstep, completely oblivious to his wife's anxious calls beside him. Today I'll take you to meet a big sister. Her name is Uzumaki Kushina. You must remember, never make her angry, understand? On the way, Phone-Bai patiently introduced Kushina to Itachi. Itachi nodded, trying to free his hand from Phone-Bai's grip. He didn't like physical contact with others, especially on the street. It felt a bit embarrassing. But Phone-Bai had no intention of letting go, and whether intentionally or not, he tightened his hold. Seeing that he could not escape without drawing attention, Itachi sighed inwardly and chose to comply. Haha, trying to beat me. Phone-Bai, who had been closely monitoring Itachi's subtle movements, turned his face and flashed a triumphant expression. Isabu was his own Jinchuriki, a bit too childish. Shimura residence. Danzo sat upright at the dining table, staring at the cold dishes on the table, then at the empty seat before him, his face gradually turning icy. As if to match Danzo's mood, Ding, standing behind Danzo, suddenly shuddered, feeling as if an ice block constantly emitting cold air was around him. Click. With the floorboard in Danzo's room lifted, Shursui, who had been busy all day holding a broken light bulb, hurriedly prepared to leave the Shimura residence, without even wiping the sweat from his brow. Shursui. Danzo suddenly called out, stopping Shursui. Lord Danzo. Shursui, halted by Danzo, obediently stood still. Glancing at the youth who had been diligently working as a light bulb repairman in the route, Danzo nodded, slightly motioning for him to come forward. Shursui obediently came to the dining table, while Ding behind Danzo stared intently at Shursui, fearing he might make a move against Danzo. Yi and Bing had died at the hands of the evil Uchiha. They must take necessary precautions. Sit down and eat. Danzo's next words caught everyone present off guard. Ignoring the stunned Ding and Shimura Danzo picked up his bowl and began eating first. Yes, Lord Danzo. Seeing this, Shimura dared not delay, removed his equipment, washed his hands, and respectfully sat at the lower seat beside Danzo. You eat too. Danzo, who had already prepared 3 portions, ordered Ding to also sit and eat after putting the cold grilled meat into his mouth. The 3 of them ate dinner in silence. Meanwhile, at the Namikaze residence, after completing his mission, Minato eagerly pushed open the door and saw several unfamiliar figures in his home. Fonbai, who was helping Kushina in the kitchen, poked his head out to briefly introduce the 3 little ones to Minato, then returned to the bustling dinner preparations. Seeing the house so lively, Minato naturally couldn't confide his longing for Kushina, so he just shook his head with a smile and watched the 3 little ones with Kakashi and Rin. Rin, how is the work at Konoha Hospital? Patting little Itachi's head, Minato turned his gaze to Rin sitting nearby. I heard the director is a very strict person. Although the director is strict, his medical skills are superb. Following him, I have learned a lot. Rin replied obediently. Seeing Minato join the child-minding group, Kakashi's expression under his mask relaxed, and he quickly made an excuse to slip away. Really, these 3 brats were harder to handle than the other, either staring at him with big black eyes or asking, what is the meaning of life? Completely unlike children their age. Kakashi ran to Minato's study, gently closed the door, and after confirming no one was around, he eagerly pulled out the 4th volume of the story of the Snow Woman from his chest. From the yellowed pages, it was clear that Kakashi had read this book many times, but each reading brought him a new sense of artistic conception. Snow Woman. From the book's brief description alone, Kakashi could imagine the Snow Woman's beautiful face. But why did the imagined Snow Woman look somewhat familiar? Kakashi thought for a long time, but couldn't find the answer. Hey everyone, dinner's ready. Strange, where's Kakashi? Fonbai's voice rang out. I think he went to the study. Rin kindly pointed out the direction where Kakashi was. Footsteps reached his ears. Kakashi was still pondering the Snow Woman's appearance when Fonbai's hand was on the doorknob. Only then did Kakashi belatedly try to hide the book in his hand. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Pushing open the door, Fonbai, wearing a blue apron, saw Kakashi standing awkwardly by the desk, and curiosity immediately arose. Nothing, just curious about what books Captain Minato usually reads. Composing himself, Kakashi tried to control his tone. Really? Tilting his head to examine Kakashi, Fonbai's face was full of disbelief. Stepping over to Kakashi, he circled him once, and finding no anomaly, Fonbai gave up his curiosity and called Kakashi to the dining room. Glancing at the bookshelf behind him, when Fonbai wasn't looking, Kakashi was thinking of an excuse to delay, but his right hand was already grabbed by Fonbai, and he was dragged to the dining room. No way. He would have to retrieve it after dinner. Glancing hopelessly at the book he had stuffed into Minato's bookshelf, Kakashi tried hard to remind himself not to forget to retrieve it. Let's consider today as a welcome party for Fonbai, celebrating Fonbai's return after a year away from the village. Seeing everyone seated, Kushina raised her glass and urged everyone to clink. Of course it was filled with juice. Cheers. Everyone present, including the little ones, showed genuine smiles and reached out to clink glasses with Fonbai. After downing the juice, Kushina began to promote her cooking. Try it, my braised fish and this stewed meat are not inferior to Fonbai's cooking. Humph, Sister Kushina, although I respect you, I'm still quite confident in my cooking skills, right, Yamato? Picking up chopsticks to give Yamato a piece of braised pork, Fonbai said defiantly. Oh, is that so, Fonbai? I've been improving too, don't you think, Minato? Kushina said, picking up a piece of fish and putting it in her mouth. Before she could chew twice, she showed an uncomfortable expression. What's wrong, Kushina? Minato, who was completely focused on Kushina, was the first to notice her discomfort and immediately asked with concern. Kushina waved her hands, signaling him not to worry, and forced herself to swallow the fish. It's been happening often lately. Probably nothing serious. I was planning to ask Makoto to go to the hospital with me tomorrow. Kakashi's hand holding the chopsticks suddenly trembled. Having read Jiraiya's novels all day, he quickly associated a possibility from Kushina's words. No way, Captain Minato, you've only been married for how long? Really? Then you should check it thoroughly. Pfft. Belatedly realizing something, Fonbai accidentally choked on a fishbone and sprayed the rice from his mouth all over Kakashi's face, who was sitting opposite. Cough, cough, cough. Holding his neck, unable to speak, Fonbai was so anxious that tears nearly fell. Seeing this, Kakashi, with his face covered in remnants, forgot to be angry and hurried over to Fonbai. Minato, Kushina, and others also sprang into action to help Fonbai out of his predicament. After a flurry of activity, Rin finally removed the fishbone from Fonbai's throat, and he lay weakly on the sofa nearby. Damn it. He almost became the first jonin in the Naruto world to die from choking on a fishbone. Burying his face in the sofa, Fonbai just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Kushina hadn't even made it to the hospital yet, but he was almost there before her. Still, the dry heaving suggested that Naruto was ready to be born. He had to protect the Minato couple at all costs, ensuring that little Naruto wouldn't end up in the miserable circumstances of the original story. Fonbai silently resolved. Happy moments were always short-lived. After dinner, gazing at the blissful Minato couple, even with his thick-skinned Phone-Bi felt awkward intruding upon their private world. Ignoring Kushina's repeated pleas to stay, Phone-Bi forcibly dragged Kakashi, who was still somewhat reluctant, out of the Minato residence. Hey, I still. Kakashi tried to resist, as there was something important left in Minato's study. But a sharp glare from Phone-Bi silenced the guilty Kakashi, who obediently followed him outside. Suma-mason, Captain Minato. Hope Kushina doesn't find that novel. Kakashi thought to himself. Alright, you two go home. I'll escort these three little ones. Waving goodbye to the Minato couple, Phone-Bi looked at the reluctant Kakashi and gestured for him to take Lin away. Let's go together. Since the little book wouldn't be retrieved anytime soon, Kakashi sighed and closed his eyes, then casually took Kabuto's hand, only to have it pulled away. Staring with dead fish eyes as Kabuto ran to Phone-Bi, clutching his pants leg and refusing to let go, Kakashi felt the urge to look at himself in a mirror. Am I really that scary? For the first time in his life, Kakashi, once confident in his appearance, doubted his looks. Following behind Phone-Bi, watching him drop Kabuto and Itachi off at their homes, Kakashi finally relaxed, bid farewell to Phone-Bi, and escorted Lin away. What must come will come. Standing at his doorstep, Yamato could already feel the force in Phone-Bi's grip and the sweat seeping from his palm. Phone-Bi felt the pressure. Hopefully his old man is asleep right now. He looked up at the sky and silently prayed to the Sage of Six Paths. If you can't just knock him out with a punch and make him sleep, I'll definitely do my part when sealing your mother later. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Phone-Bi gently pushed open the door. In the dim living room, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered incessantly. Holy crap, is the Uchiha attacking? Recognizing the Sharingan, Phone-Bi almost unleashed an ice release. Phone-Bi-sama, you're finally back. Yamato casually turned on the living room light, revealing the owner of the Sharingan, Shursui. Not far away sat his own father. Danzo-sama, since Phone-Bi-sama is back, I'll take my leave. Carefully observing Danzo's expression, seeing no response from the silent man, Shursui hastily fled the Shimura estate. How terrifying. This old geezer was just too frightening. If Phone-Bi hadn't returned all night, he would have dragged him to sit in the living room until dawn. Ding, who had been silently waiting behind Danzo, stepped forward, took Yamato from Phone-Bi, and led him to his room. Only Danzo and Phone-Bi remained in the living room. Dad. Phone-Bi forced a smile and ingratiated himself. Well, listen to my explanation. Seeing that Danzo was clearly furious, Phone-Bi racked his brain for an excuse. Wait, there seemed to be too many things to explain. Should he start with the Fujiwara family matter or the Minato family matter? Just as Phone-Bi was mulling over his choices, Danzo finally spoke his first complete sentence. Training at the Shikatsu forest must have been tough. Hearing Danzo's concern, Phone-Bi felt a warmth in his heart. He had been too petty, suspecting Danzo would pressure him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Phone-Bi was about to reply when Danzo suddenly opened his single eye wide. Let me personally test the results of your training. In the room, Yamato heard the screams from outside and felt a pang of sympathy, so he fetched a pair of earplugs from the bedside drawer and stuffed them into his ears. Well, now he couldn't hear a thing. The next day, Phone-Bi limped to the hospital entrance. Soon he awaited the day's protagonists, the Minato couple. Having heard that Kushina was unwell, the ever-strict Tsukumo generously granted her a day off and assigned an Anbu to accompany them. Phone-Bi, what happened to your face? Kushina, who usually pinched his cheeks, noticed the unusual size of his face before she could even reach out. I was researching a self-created jutsu and messed up the chakra flow last night. The hand Yangming large intestine meridian was blocked, so my face swelled up. Phone-Bi made up an excuse. I don't understand. Kushina shook her head and wanted to press further, but Minato intervened. Alright, Kushina, the doctor is waiting. Let's go in first. Minato smiled and covered for Phone-Bi. Can't you see his eyes are swollen too? Obviously someone beat him up. In all of Konoha, there were only two people who could beat Phone-Bi. Watching Minato lead Kushina into the hospital, Phone-Bi limped along behind them. Minato, what is the hand Yangming large intestine meridian? Look, the doctor is already at the door. Watching Kushina and Minato enter the consultation room aboard, Phone-Bi sat on the bench outside, waiting alongside the Anbu. Phone-Bi. A voice came from the side, accompanied by the sound of tires scraping the floor. A wheelchair slowly moved in front of Phone-Bi. Looking up, Phone-Bi saw a Hyuga clansman with half his face wrapped in bandages, his right hand hanging limp, and a cast on his leg. Are you? Phone-Bi opened his mouth in disbelief. Iroha. It's hard to believe you, a celebrity, still remember me. Iroha scratched his face with his good left hand, confirming his identity. How did you end up like this? Phone-Bi found it hard to believe that this was the once school-famous bomber boy. I got ambushed by mist ninjas. That's how it turned out. Iroha spoke casually, but his hand gripping the wheelchair armrest betrayed his true feelings. Iroha, what are you doing here? Just as they were about to catch up, another figure appeared from the side, complaining as they approached Iroha. It was Hyuga Tetsu, a peer of Phone-Bi. Seeing Phone-Bi, he paused for a moment, then belatedly greeted him. Long time no see, Phone-Bi Jonin. Just call me Phone-Bi. The other was a typical Hyuga, always adhering to protocol. After speaking to an Anbu beside him asking him to deliver a message to the Minato couple phone by accompanied Hyuga Iroha to his ward. It was a double room and Iroha's roommate was also a member of the Hyuga branch family albeit much older than Iroha. Upon seeing Phonebai's arrival the man lying on the bed first froze then recognized him by his features and hastily propped himself up. Phoneby Jonin. Lie down please. Seeing how courteous the Hyuga members were Phoneby dared not be presumptuous and quickly gestured for him to lie back down. After a brief exchange Phoneby learned the man's name Hyuga Tokai. He had not been wounded in the Third Shinobi World War, but rather during a recent border mission when he was ambushed by unknown assailants. Though the large-scale war has ended, skirmishes between villages continue. Besides, the Mist and Cloud villages haven't signed peace treaties with us. Hyuga Tokai said with some resignation. He could tell that the attackers were likely Cloud Ninja, but since the two villages were still in a state of war, he could not hold them accountable. Indeed, that fourth Raikage is quite stubborn. Phoneby couldn't help but admire the man's persistence. Any sensible person could see that continuing to wear down Konoha would yield nothing, but the fourth Raikage refused to relent, insisting on maintaining a state of war. This left Tsukumo with no solution. Tokai knew Phoneby had come to speak with Iroha, so he didn't linger, and soon ended the conversation. Only then did Phoneby have the chance to ask Iroha about the details of his injury. Our squad was ambushed by the Mist Village. The leading Jonin was killed instantly, leaving only us Chunin and Genin to resist. A flicker of pain crossed Iroha's face. In the end, only Uchiha Yaoin and I were left hiding behind cover. With no reinforcements coming, we decided to fight to the death. Pointing to his right arm, Iroha gave a bitter smile, trying to sound lighthearted. I was lucky, just lost a leg and an arm. Yaoin had it worse. They couldn't even find his body. Can he be healed? Seeing his former schoolmate reduced to this state, Phoneby couldn't bear it and turned to ask Hyuga. Yes, but it will take time, about a year for full recovery. Hyuga words eased Phoneby's mind. As long as he could recover, that was what mattered. Humphy little rascal, you had me worried for so long. Glad you can recover. But your eyes. Seeing Iroha cosplaying as his own father, Phoneby felt his face ache again. My eyes are fine, but there might be a scar on my face. Touching the bandages on his face, Iroha smiled, relieved that his Byakugan was unharmed. If he had truly lost a Byakugan, the clan would likely have abandoned him entirely. Already a branch member unable to fulfill his duties, he would end up doing odd jobs, a mere servant in the clan. A shinobi is just a tool. If the tool is no longer useful, it is discarded. Anyway, it's great to see you safe. Feeling it was about time, Phoneby glanced at the clock on the wall and bid Iroha farewell. I'll come see you again if I have time. I thought the White Reaper would be a cold-blooded man, Hyuga Tokai remarked as he watched Phoneby's retreating figure. And he doesn't seem like the Shimura clan at all. Hyuga and Hyuga Iroha exchanged a glance, smiled, and said nothing. Returning to the earlier spot, Phoneby saw Minato supporting a blushing Kushina as they left the examination room. A Jinchuriki being pregnant was no trivial matter. Upon receiving the news, Tsukumo immediately reported it to the village's higher-ups. The three advisors, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hamura Midokado, and Kohor Udatain, came to Tsukumo's office at once. As for Danzo, he was busy with his own affairs, and simply replied that he was aware. When a Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal suppressing the tailed beast weakens. Lady Mito once experienced this, Hiruzen said, lighting his pipe, his expression gray for the first time since retirement. Therefore, during delivery, a shinobi proficient in sealing techniques must be present to ensure the seal remains intact. Tsukumo nodded. Leave that to Minato. Kushina has taught him quite a few sealing techniques. Apart from Kushina, the only other shinobi in the village skilled in sealing were Minato and Danzo. As for Phoneby, his leaky sealing techniques could at most handle ordinary shinobi. He wouldn't even dare guarantee success himself. Danzo hadn't even attended the meeting, clearly uninterested in getting involved. So the only one capable of taking on the task was Minato. To ensure the village's safety, it would be best to set up the delivery room outside the village. We can set up a tight sealing barrier in advance and dispatch Anbu to protect them, Hamura proposed, nodding in agreement. Who will handle the delivery? Koharu asked. Let's have Buwako do it. Her medical skills are only slightly inferior to my incompetent disciples, Hiruzen suggested. Buwako. She's indeed suitable. The two advisors exchanged a glance and approved Hiruzen's proposal. With the general plan taking shape, everyone turned their gaze to Tsukumo. Hamura spoke first. Fourth Hokage, your Anbu are still not fully recruited. In that case, let Hiruzen's Anbu handle the outer perimeter protection. Tsukumo nodded. The other was right. His Anbu were indeed understaffed, and he couldn't spare anyone else to protect Kushina. I'll talk to Minato about it. Lighting his pipe, Hiruzen took a long drag, taking the task upon himself. At the border of the Land of Rain. Kayasuke, while we're away, I'm entrusting the organization to you. Yahiko said with a serious expression, looking at Kayasuke. Yes, don't worry, boss. Kayasuke glanced at Nagato, who could barely walk without Konan's support, and nodded without further words. I trust you. Yahiko extended his hand, a gesture that reminded Kaisuke of when he had first joined the Akatsuki. Bring Nagato back safe and sound, Yahiko. Gripping Yahiko's hand in return, Kaisuke wore the same expression he had back then. Bringing Nagato back to Konoha was a decision Jiraiya had carefully weighed. The mysteries surrounding Amigakure ran too deep. Whether it was Hanzo's sudden attack or the enigmatic figure who ambushed Nagato with unknown Jinjutsu, the Akatsuki's strength alone was clearly insufficient to unravel the truth. In Jiraiya's mind, the only one capable of deciphering the Hanzo enigma was his old friend. This presented the perfect opportunity to graft a new pair of eyes onto Nagato. I wonder if Phonbai has returned yet. Gazing at the border of the land of fire now, within arm's reach, Obito felt a flicker of anticipation. He had picked up no small amount of useful knowledge from that peeping Tom over the past year. He was confident he would make Phonbai see him in a new light. You two are close. Watching Obito constantly bring up Phonbai, Conan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Naturally. We've been close friends since childhood. Obito puffed out his chest, about to regale Conan with tales of his friendship with Phonbai, but Jiraiya callously interrupted. Enough, kid. Let's move. Yeah. Obito pouted and trudged to the front. Close friends since childhood, huh? Watching his back, Conan's gaze drifted instinctively toward Yahiko. What's on your mind, Conan? Noticing her gaze, Yahiko asked with a smile. Nothing. I was just thinking. If we hadn't met Master Jiraiya, the three of us would likely have perished in the war long ago. Conan shook her head, withdrew her gaze, and turned to look at Nagato beside her with eyes full of concern. Conan, there's no need to mourn for me. If anything, losing these eyes has lifted a burden. Sensing her emotion, Nagato's lips curved into a faint smile. To me, these eyes mean far less than all of you. You're always like this, silently watching over us. Hearing Nagato's reply, Conan sighed, her tone laced with helplessness. Taking Nagato from Conan, Yahiko spoke lightly. But Conan's right. Without Master Jiraiya, the three of us might not have survived the war, and this time wouldn't have been any different. Hanzo's strength was simply too formidable. Even a controlled Hanzo was beyond their capabilities. Nagato left the land of rain. White Zetsu, who had been monitoring Nagato, reported the news to Setsuna without delay. Nagato's whereabouts no longer matter. There are more pressing matters awaiting me. Setsuna ignored White Zetsu and fixed his gaze firmly on Yawan before him. Watching Setsuna block his path, Yawan showed no particular reaction, merely regarding him with cold eyes. Hey boss, can I take this guy out? Haiden, growing restless beside them, was eager to sacrifice the masked figure before him. Why do you want to seize the Rinnegan? Ignoring the restless Haiden, Setsuna asked Yawan his purpose. I should be asking you. Why let an uncontrollable vessel continue developing? Yawan tilted his head, utterly baffled by Setsuna's foolishness. Aside from Lord Madara, only Nagato can control the Outer Path Deva statue. Setsuna raised his voice to reprimand Yawan, but was cut off mid-sentence. There are still many descendants of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world. Many are far superior to Nagato. Why fixate on him? Yawan narrowed his eyes and pointed at him. Raising an innocent Uzumaki from childhood is far simpler than reforming Nagato, isn't it? Hearing Yawan's words, Setsuna fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. That would waste considerable time. Cultivating a young Uzumaki until they reached an age capable of controlling the Outer Path Deva statue would take countless years. However, spurred by Yawan's reminder, Setsuna conceived a new plan. My ocular jutsu allows the controlled subject to retain their living abilities and chakra. If we team up to kill Nagato and then control his corpse, we'd have to fight that Jiraiya fellow again. He's one of the legendary Sannin, killing his disciple right in front of him. Yawan frowned, the scar on his face shifting. We'll find the right opportunity. Besides, we have White Zetsu. Exactly. Surveillance is our specialty. White Zetsu interjected at the perfect moment, only to be ignored by everyone. After a moment's thought, Yawan accepted Setsuna's plan. Very well, it's settled. I have other matters to attend to. You may step aside. I can't trust you with Lord Madara's eyes. Seeing Yawan turn to leave, Setsuna reached out to block him. Hey you, want me to chop your hand off? Haiden, not understanding their conversation, only knew this incessant chatterbox was wasting his time. He was about to lose his temper. Then Haiden's head separated from his body. Staring at his own body crashing to the ground, Haiden finally panicked. Damn it, what kind of technique is that? Moi. Setsuna, who had never expected Haiden to still speak after decapitation, was momentarily flustered. Immortality. Did such a perverted ability even exist in the ninja world? It was a natural counter to his land foundation. Yawan, meanwhile, had already run through the possible outcomes of a fight between the two the moment Setsuna struck. Mangekyo Sharingan versus Mangekyo Sharingan. At this moment, Yawan had no absolute certainty of defeating Setsuna outright. Without hesitation, he ultimately chose to compromise. The two split the Rinnegan equally, one eye each, until they found a suitable host. Several days passed. Jiraiya finally caught sight of Konoha's gates. Seriously, why do I keep feeling like someone's been watching us? Obito scratched his head, completely bewildered. His words sent a shiver through the White Zetsu lurking underground. This unremarkable kid had actually sensed him. Impossible. What nonsense are you muttering now? We've already entered Konoha's barrier range. Whoever's watching us is just the village's training ninja. Jiraiya slapped the back of Obito's head. After all, they were escorting 3 strangers, so the barrier squad would surely have noticed. Jiraiya's words temporarily dispelled Obito's doubts. The group headed straight for Orochimaru's research facility. Following the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, Orochimaru had finally immersed himself in his research as desired, though this unfortunately fell upon Hataru, who accompanied him. Her vivacious nature made her utterly unable to endure such monotonous research life. Yet Orochimaru was her respected teacher, so she could only grit her teeth and stay by his side, assisting him with menial tasks. By the time Jiraiya entered the research facility, Orochimaru was directing Hataru to fetch the necessary materials for him. How intriguing, a ninjutsu that manipulates the dead. For the sake of their long-standing friendship, Orochimaru reluctantly listened to Jiraiya recount his experiences in the Hidden Rain village, but soon became captivated by the matter of Hanzo. Jiraiya, who had long anticipated Orochimaru's interest in Hanzo, immediately produced a scroll. As the smoke cleared, the ninja fragments of Hanzo lay before Orochimaru's eyes. Gazing upon the demigod of the ninja world, whom they had once struggled with all their might, but could not defeat, Orochimaru reaffirmed his inner conviction: life was indeed fragile. Even someone as formidable as Hanzo could not escape the threat of death. I'll leave Hanzo's remains for your research, but it won't be for free. You must transplant a new pair of eyes for my disciple. Jiraiya then pushed Nagato forward in front of Orochimaru. Even with his eyes lost, Nagato could sense the threat emanating from the man before him. The same oppressive aura he had felt years ago. This child is... Orochimaru did not recognize Nagato. They are the war orphans from the Hidden Rain village back then, Jiraiya explained considerately. Orochimaru nodded, not particularly interested. I see. So they managed to survive. Yahiko, Konan and Nagato thought you were being a bit rude. Anyway, just an ordinary pair of eyes, right? Orochimaru examined Nagato's wounds with a casual demeanor. What can you transplant? Something extraordinary. Jiraiya was curious. From Orochimaru's words, it seemed he had something else up his sleeve. Glancing back at Obito not far away, Orochimaru revealed a meaningful smile. Obito, why did I feel a sudden chill for a moment? For the sake of these materials, I can apply my latest research results to your disciple. Orochimaru turned to look at the experiment cabinet behind him. Inside were countless scientific achievements. Anyway, I'll leave this child to you. Hey Obito, take your senior and junior siblings to my residence later. You know where the key is. Jiraiya had slipped to the door without anyone noticing. Obito immediately realized what the other was about to do and hastily reached out to stop him. Damn it, you pervert, you're going to... Before Obito could finish, Jiraiya had already used the body flicker technique to leave the research institute. The speed was so astonishing that even Orochimaru was taken aback. Obito tugged at his hair in frustration, regretting that he hadn't seen through Jiraiya's scheme in time. Yahiko and the others, however, were unfazed. They were already well acquainted with Jiraiya's temperament. All they could do was exchange a knowing smile that said, just as expected. Alright, Nagato's matter is settled. Obito is back in the village, and I can finally focus on my... Having left the research institute, Jiraiya appeared in a dim alley, rubbing his hands together with an eager expression. Traveling with Obito was truly dull. The other was constantly on guard against his material gathering, leaving him with no motivation to write. What do you think you're doing, you foolish disciple? Behind Jiraiya, the familiar voice of Hiruzen rang out instantly, freezing his expression. Ah, old man, you. Upon hearing Hiruzen's voice, Jiraiya's face immediately fell. Without the other having to say anything, he knew that his vacation, which hadn't even begun, was about to bid him farewell. Hiruzen didn't waste words. He simply turned and gestured for him to follow. Come along. The two made their way to the Hokage building, and in the Hokage's private office, they found Tsukumo, who was troubled over who should take over Minato's duties. Minato's exceptional competence had prevented Tsukumo from realizing in time that his personal Anbu squad was severely understaffed. It was only now, with Minato on leave to spend time with Kushina, that Tsukumo suddenly realized he might have been overworking this outstanding young man. Hiruzen had also noticed this. He had intended to recommend his eldest son Sarutobi Shinsuke, but Jiraiya's sudden arrival made him realize there was a more suitable candidate. Minato is your disciple. Now that Minato's burden has no one to bear it, it's only natural for you, his teacher, to step up, isn't it? Well, so the sense of being watched that Obito mentioned was you. Jiraiya's muttered complaint did not affect Hiruzen's mood. As long as he could still wield a staff, he decided to properly discipline his mischievous disciple. If the other refused, then this former Hokage still knew a thing or two about staff techniques. I understand. I'll take over Minato's duties until after Kushina gives birth, right? Seeing the undisguised threat in his teacher's eyes and Tsukumo's eager expression, Jiraiya sighed and reluctantly agreed. This is your own choice, my boy. I didn't force you. Seeing Jiraiya agree, Hiruzen smiled and patted his shoulder while dismissing the thought of summoning the Monkey King. Staring at Hiruzen's face beaming like a chrysanthemum, Jiraiya nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I'm volunteering. So fourth Hokage, what do you need me to do now? Tsukumo, moved by Jiraiya's quick adjustment to work mode, then pulled out from under the desk a stack of documents nearly half as tall as Jiraiya and placed them on the table. Jiraiya, is it too late to regret now? Meanwhile, as the Akatsuki organization was forced to go into hiding in an unknown location, a wave of revelry was sweeping through the gambling house. The demigod of the ninja world had effortlessly defeated the fledgling Akatsuki. It all seemed perfectly reasonable. But Tsunade, staring at the substantial stack of bills before her, felt that something was off. She, who always lost at gambling, had actually won money. Although she had placed the bet out of recognition of Hanzo's strength, Tsunade's heart harbored a vague sense of foreboding, and her face showed no joy at the winnings. It's time to return to the village. Packing up the bills in front of her, Tsunade decided to gamble one last time before setting off back to the village. Days passed one by one. Minato, taking advantage of a rare vacation, accompanied Kushina on a tour of all of Konoha. In contrast, Jiraiya began his dawn-to-dusk life in the Anbu. Under this high-pressure lifestyle, the final chapter of The Snow Maiden was abandoned, replaced by the tale of the resilient ninja, filled with his own insights. Minato heaped praise upon it, and even said to Jiraiya's face that he wanted to name his son after the story's protagonist. Jiraiya looked flattered, since the name Naruto was something he had casually come up with while eating ramen. Wasn't this too casual? And if so, wouldn't he become the one who named the child? Kushina agrees too, right? Seeing Jiraiya's hesitation, Minato called Kushina over. Her smiling nod made Jiraiya feel a bit guilty. Geez, if only I had thought of a nicer name. No, I think the reason Kushina's sister agreed is entirely because if Minato were to name the child himself, the name would probably end up something like Uzumaki Flash or something. Phoneby, who was lying outside the house guarding Kushina, overheard the entire conversation and offered his own judgment. After all, that was Minato who could name the Rasengan something like Rasengan Frozen Ring of Light and blah blah. A man who, when unleashing a combo, couldn't even finish naming the first move. As Phoneby was muttering to himself, Obito, who had come to relieve him, quietly climbed up. Hey Phoneby, I'm here to take over. Obito whispered to Phoneby, who was lost in thought. What are you looking at so intently? Obito turned his curious gaze toward the room, only to see Jiraiya sitting there red-faced and babbling. Nothing, it's just that the name for Kushina's baby has been decided. Glancing back at Obito, Phoneby didn't beat around the bush and told him about Minato's decision to use the name of the protagonist from Jiraiya's novel, The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. If I recall correctly, the protagonist's name was. Obito recalled the days when he helped Jiraiya organize his manuscripts. This book was rare in that it contained nothing inappropriate, so Jiraiya was quite comfortable letting Obito handle it. I remember it's Naruto, right? But isn't that a ramen topping? Obito couldn't understand why Minato would choose such a name. Tisk tisk tisk, aren't you silly? Shaking a finger in front of Obito, Phoneby looked gossipy. Think about it, you know Minato's naming skills. If he named the child himself. Obito imagined as Phoneby suggested and shuddered. That kid would probably end up with a very awkward name. Exactly, that's why. So Naruto it is, at least it's a catchy name. While the two were hiding in the shadows gossiping about Minato's naming ability, Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, also began to think of a name for his second son who had not yet been born. In Phonby's eyes, Fugaku's naming skill was on par with Minato's. After all, what normal person would name their son Weasel? Of course, compared to something like Flash Spiral Dance, or whatever, Weasel is not unacceptable. Walking on the streets of Konoha at night, Fugaku moved like a thief, constantly watching his surroundings, afraid of being discovered. Finally, he arrived at a house. Composing his thoughts and organizing his words, he reached out and knocked on the door. Coming, a young man's voice sounded. As the door opened, Fugaku saw a man who bore a striking resemblance to a young Hiruzen. Clan leader Fugaku. Before Fugaku could speak, the other man called out his name. It's Shinsuke, isn't it? Long time no see. Fugaku also recognized him. He was Hiruzen's eldest son, serving in the Anbu, and rarely appeared in public. Is the third Hokage in? As he was welcomed inside, Fugaku quickly got to the point. In the study. Hiruzen cheerfully served Fugaku hot tea, and seeing his flattered expression, quickly gestured for him not to be nervous. How is Mikoto's health? The due date is coming soon, right? Smiling and making small talk, Hiruzen did not immediately ask about his purpose, but instead cared for his family matters like an elder. Thanks to you, Mikoto is in good health. If nothing unexpected happens, the child will be born next month. Mentioning his wife and child, Fugaku's face showed a genuine smile. Is that so? About the same time as Kushina. Hiruzen murmured, instinctively reaching for his pipe. Actually, the reason I came. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku did not beat around the bush with Hiruzen for long, and soon couldn't help but state his purpose. I want to name my child after your father. Naming his child after Hiruzen's father was a carefully considered decision by Fugaku. After Tsukumo became Hokage, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village was indeed slowly healing. Fugaku himself, after talking with Tsukumo, began to suppress the radicals within the clan. However, he could also see that in Konoha the faction of the second Hokage Tobarama still held great influence. Hiruzen Danzo Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane still served as advisors participating in every major decision in Konoha. Therefore Fugaku now had to maintain good relations with Tsukumo while also constantly currying favor with elders like Hiruzen. The Jinchuriki of Konoha is about to give birth. In a cave somewhere White Zetsu brought the latest news to Setsuna. Oh, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. That's quite a significant piece of news. Setsuna, who was using his dojutsu to create new puppets for himself, released his grip and casually tossed aside the lifeless body of some unknown unfortunate. The body soon rose again in a stiff posture, obediently following behind Setsuna. Should we make a move? But the host of the Rinnegan hasn't been found yet, and the order of sealing the tailed beasts also. Black Zetsu sensed Setsuna's thoughts and spoke slowly. Don't interrupt, you waste. I have my own plans. Setsuna didn't want to listen to the advice of an artificial being, and instead turned his gaze to Uchiha Yoan standing nearby. Konoha's strength is too great. If it continues to develop, it will affect the tailed beast collection plan. Yoan guessed Setsuna's thoughts and jumped down from the boulder he was standing on. You're not entirely useless. Setsuna did not deny it, silently acknowledging the other's words. Moreover, we can take this opportunity to bring Nagato under the control of my dojutsu. Caressing his own eyes, a fierce gleam appeared in Setsuna's gaze. Perfect. I've been wanting to have a good chat with a certain brat anyway. Is that so? Seeing Setsuna like this, Yoan said nothing more and turned away. Then leave the Jinchuriki to me. Yoan's dojutsu was indeed suitable for launching a surprise attack at such a moment. Setsuna's group was not the only ones making moves. In a certain inn within Konoha, a red-haired boy was staring intently at the direction of the Hokage monument through the window. Sasori of the Red Sand. After assassinating the third Kazekage and turning him into a human puppet, Sasori had been seeking an opportunity to assassinate Tsukumo. He had originally planned to kill him at the Kikyo Mountain stronghold, but unexpectedly Hiruzen recalled Tsukumo to the village and granted him the position of the fourth Hokage, causing Sasori's original plan to fail. He was forced to infiltrate Konoha through other means, looking for a new opportunity. Pataki Tsukumo, I will make you my new ace. Toying with the scroll containing the third Kazekage, Sasori's handsome face was filled with coldness. The key to this technique is rotation. Inside training ground No. 12, Oshue Min was demonstrating the spiral sphere technique to Fongbai and the others. Not far away, a smile curled at the corners of Joshinai's lips, her gaze toward Shue Min brimming with tenderness. This was the technique he had created for her, a testament to their bond. Rotate and compress chakra, condensing it into a spherical shape. That is the spiral sphere. He slammed the sphere into a nearby human-shaped target, and its immense destructive power shattered it instantly. Now give it a try yourselves. After imparting some crucial pointers to the three before him, Shue Min walked over to where Joshinai sat, joining her to observe their training. Who do you think will master it first? Leaning her body against Shue Min, Joshinai asked with a smile. Probably Fongbai. That child truly has a gift for learning techniques. Recalling their usual performances, Shue Min answered without hesitation, uttering Fongbai's name. He's also your strongest rival on the path to becoming Hokage. Joshinai wore a meaningful expression. Fongbai was pondering Shue Min's words. Rotation compression. Shue Min's explanation was far more straightforward than that of his yet unborn son. He wondered just who Ming Ren had inherited his traits from to come up with such an abstract tutorial for the spiral sphere. Yet even more impressive was Mu Yi, one who managed to successfully develop the technique despite hearing that description. A true genius of the Yuanfei clan. Rotate, rotate, rotate. Gazing at the circular chakra blade that had formed in his hand, Fongbai had a bold idea. The nature of wind chakra was sharpness and cutting. By infusing the spiral sphere with wind nature transformation, it became the wind release spiral shuriken, combining sharpness and high destructive power, a technique that ran through the entire narrative. What if he retained only the sharpness? Increasing the output of chakra in his hand, Fongbai infused it with wind nature transformation. A sharp buzzing sound rang out, drawing Dai Tu's attention before he had even grasped the basics of the spiral sphere. Hey Fongbai, why is your spiral sphere all flat? Dai Tu was curious about the new thing in Fongbai's hand. Fongbai ignored him, focusing entirely on maintaining the shape of the wind wheel. That technique is no longer a spiral sphere, is it? Joshinai blinked, her eyes full of confusion. It seems so. Shue Min rose from the bench and instinctively took a couple of steps toward Fongbai. After a few more minutes, Fongbai felt the high-speed wind blade in his hand stabilize. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on target No. 2 not far away. Wielding the wind blade, Fongbai felt as if possessed by a legendary spirit. He drove the blade straight into the target's neck, cleaving it in two in an instant. After slicing through the target, the wind blade in his hand did not cease its rotation, but continued spinning at high speed. It was only when Fongbai cut off the chakra output that the blade slowly dissipated. An impressive technique. If combined with the Flying Thunder God, its power would rival that of the spiral sphere. Shue Min appeared at the right moment and offered his evaluation. If you could stabilize its form, you might even be able to throw it as a ranged attack. He paused, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Would infusing the spiral sphere with wind nature transformation yield the same effect? Couldn't ordinary wind techniques achieve ranged attacks? Dai Tu, seeing Shui Min fall silent, ventured his own opinion. Idiot, the advantage of the spiral sphere and this wind blade isn't just their destructive power. It's that they don't require hand seals, allowing you to catch your opponent off guard. Kakashi, as usual, displayed his sharpness toward Dai Tu. Interesting. Phone by, let me help you perfect this technique. Deeming the idea of adding wind nature transformation to the spiral sphere feasible, Shui Min reached out to pat the head of Dai Tu, who was pouting from Kakashi's jab, but his eyes were on Feng Bai. He wanted to explore the possibility of adding nature transformation to the spiral sphere in advance through this method. First, let's give this new technique a name. How about Wind Slice Training Ground Friendship Bond Ring? Let's just call it 8-Point Light Wheel. Compared to Shui Min's suggestion, Feng Bai decided it was easier to borrow a ready-made name. He didn't want to kill his enemies by making them laugh on the battlefield. Oh, is that so? Quite a concise name. Shui Min was clearly not satisfied with the name, but since Feng Bai was the creator of the technique, he didn't press further. Time quickly arrived on the day of Jioshinai's relocation. Led by Pipa Hu and escorted by Feng Bai, they set off on the road leading out of the village toward the cave prepared for Jioshinai. Along the way, they encountered Mei Qin, who was holding Zhuozhu in her arms and taking a walk with you. Yu, who had been pondering the meaning of life all day, gave his mind a break after Zhuozhu's birth. He stopped contemplating life's purpose and focused on caring for his soft, adorable little brother. Is this a daughter? How adorable. Spotting Mei Qin with a baby in her arms, Jioshinai eagerly approached and chatted with her. Upon learning that the child was a boy, Jioshinai felt a hint of disappointment. If it were a girl, we could have arranged a betrothal. This remark almost made Feng Bai, who was playing with you, nearly twist the boy's face with a sudden jerk. Haha, what are you saying, Jioshinai? How can you be sure yours will be a boy? Mei Qin covered her mouth with a chuckle. It must be a son. I can feel it. Stroking her belly, Jioshinai's face was full of confidence. Speaking of which, it must be terribly painful giving birth. Jioshinai leaned close to Mei Qin, a look of fear crossing her face. Seeing Jioshinai like this for the first time, Mei Qin was surprised. I didn't expect you to be afraid of anything. Their conversation was soon interrupted by Pipa, who forcibly pulled Jioshinai away. Feng Bai released his grip on Yu's cheek and waved goodbye to him. It's about to begin. At that moment, only Yuan Fei Rijan remained in the Yuan Fei household. The elite Anbu assigned to protect him had already gone ahead to the place where Jioshinai was to give birth. Shui Min, at Feng Bai's strong insistence, also brought Kakashi and Dai Tu to the destination. I hope everything goes smoothly. Lighting his pipe, Yuan Fei Rijan exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression extremely grave. Shui Min, the elite Anbu, and Feng Bai, who was also a Jinchuriki. Everything seemed foolproof. Hello, the Jinchuriki has set off. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Chana and Yao Wan received the news. Well, it's time to let Konoha feel the power of the Yuzhibo proxy. Donning his mask, Chana, though reluctant to admit it, chose to respect Uchiha Ban's will. From now on, you are Uchiha Ban. Placing his own mask on his face, Yao Wan remained silent. As the sky gradually darkened, Shumao, who should have gone home after work, remained in his office. Under the cloak of his imperial robe, he was fully dressed, clearly in a battle-ready stance. He had never witnessed the power of the Nine Tails with his own eyes, but during the war he had seen the destructive force of the One Tail. That was something ordinary ninjas could not defeat. Across the entire ninja world, aside from the legendary Sage of Six Paths, only the god of shinobi Hashirama and his rival Uchiha Madara could overcome such beings. If such a monster were to appear in Konoha village, however, Shumao recalled a rumor circulating in the ninja world. The Uchiha clan could control the Nine Tails. This is bad, Lord Shumao. An Anbu suddenly appeared before him in a rush. What's wrong? The moment he saw the Anbu, Shumao's first thought was that something had gone wrong with the Nine Tails. An intruder has breached the barrier. Base D has been taken. Lord Jiraiya has already gone ahead to investigate. At a time like this, Shumao was greatly alarmed, but quickly steadied his emotions. How many intruders? Which hidden village are they from? Only one. Identity unknown. 1. At the base, Jiraiya looked grimly at the bodies of Konoha ninjas scattered on the ground. Lord Jiraiya, the enemy, seems to be immortal, and they can transfer the damage they receive to others. After sacrificing 12 ninjas, the Konoha ninjas who had been summoned finally figured out the strange man's ability and reported everything they knew to Jiraiya. An immortal body with damage transfer. When did the ninja world gain so many troublesome existences? Having just fought against Hanzo's zombie, Jiraiya felt his luck had been exceptionally poor lately. What's wrong? Is this all the strength Konoha's ninjas have? More, let me feel more pain. Seeing the Konoha ninjas hesitate to approach, Haiden laughed loudly, wildly swinging his three-bladed scythe. Is that so? I suppose I've been underestimated. Though he didn't understand how Haiden transferred damage, Jiraiya decided to test him personally. He warned the other ninjas not to interfere and launched an attack, Earth Release Swamp of the Underworld. Feeling the ground beneath him suddenly turn extraordinarily soft, Haiden quickly flung his scythe, embedding it into a tree trunk, and using the chain to escape the swamp's range. I'm not done yet. Fire Release Flame Bullet. Jiraiya spat a fireball at the enemy's path. TCH just playing tricks. Releasing the chain, Haiden leaped to the ground and ran toward where the scythe was stuck. Having failed to force a flaw with 2 attacks, Jiraiya decided to use a boulder strike to probe the enemy's abilities. While Konoha's attention was focused on Haiden, Shuna appeared at the main gate of Konoha with his army. Who are you? Before the 2 Chunin guarding the gate could question him, they were bisected by a sudden slash along with the gatehouse behind them. Move, advance. Shuna waved his hand lightly, and the corpses under his command immediately charged into Konoha's gate. Stepping on the corpse of a fallen ninja, a crazed expression surged beneath Shuna's mask. Konoha village, I'm back, he. His laughter abruptly stopped as he tilted his head to dodge a shuriken fired from the shadows, then used his dojutsu to sever the attacker's arm. The corpse of a fellow Konoha ninja, while the victim screamed, drove a kunai deep into him, sending him to the 6 paths. Though I'd love to carve into your Hokage rock, it would be beneath the Uchiha clan's honor to contend with mere lifeless things. Besides, watching you witness your beloved Konoha reduced to ruins is a pleasure in itself. Without sparing another glance at the distant battle, Shuna, guided by White Zetsu, headed toward Orochimaru's research facility. Almost simultaneously, Shimao received a report of an attack on Konoha's main gate. The gate being attacked, as well, made Shimao, who had been waiting for news, unable to stay still. Especially when he heard that former Konoha comrades were among the enemies, a chill ran down his spine. Pushing open the window, Shimao leaped down and sped toward the gate. That flash of light. I see Konoha is under attack. The commotion outside caught Sasori's attention, making him set down the puppet parts he was working on. Pulling back the curtain, he caught a glimpse of a lightning-like afterimage, but he still recognized Shomao's identity. This was a perfect opportunity. Though he didn't know who had attacked Konoha, the fact that Shomao was being drawn away worked in his favor. Let the enemy witness your power, the strongest Kazekage in history. Shomao soon appeared at the most chaotic part of the battlefield. With a single slash, a ninja wearing an Amigakure headband lost his head, yet little blood flowed from the wound. Lord 4th Hokage. The rescued ninja was about to express his gratitude when he looked up and realized the man before him was their own Hokage. Don't get distracted. Focus on the enemy. Shuamao's expression turned stern as he quickly spotted Konoha ninjas mixed among the enemies. Why, Kazuha? Why did you betray Konoha? Knocking the weapon from an enemy's hand, Shomao pierced the opponent's shoulder with his blade and demanded an answer. Lord Shomao, they are no longer alive. Someone is controlling their corpses. Another Konoha ninja fighting the corpses quickly shared his discovery. Controlling corpses. This technique. Could it be from Sunagakure? In Shuamao's knowledge, only Sunagakure's puppet technique could do that. Master puppeteers could even control the living. As if to confirm his suspicions, several poison needles shot out from the shadows. Drawing his blade, he deflected the needles and instantly appeared where the enemy had launched the ambush. His sword, coated in chakra, stabbed down fiercely, but it didn't pierce the enemy as he expected. Relying on the tough back armor of Hiriko, Sasori blocked Shimao's attack and swung its tail at him. Every mechanism of Hiriko was laced with lethal poison, which only Tsunade and Chio could neutralize. However, Sasori's attack was far too slow for Shomao. Before the tail could reach him, he used lightning body flicker to return to his original position. Warily eyeing the puppet before him, Shomao began analyzing its abilities. This low squat thing was undoubtedly a puppet. Both its extraordinary defensive capability and the peculiar sounds of its movements proved it. But he hadn't detected any chakra threads used by a puppeteer, combined with the creature's posture. I see the real body is hidden beneath the puppet. Although far from the village, since it's a secret, don't cry out too loudly even if you feel contractions. This was what Pipa, who had instructed Kushina along the way. But the result was, it hurt so much. Even from outside the cave, foam by, and the others could clearly hear Kushina's screams. Hearing the echo through the forest, foam by instinctively reached for the hilt of his ninja sword. This is the first time I've heard Sister Kushina cry out in pain like this. Obito shrank his neck, curious about what was happening inside. Well said, I've never seen this either. He looked back at the cave entrance, and foam by, perched on the tree, had never witnessed such a scene either. Inside the cave, Minato, responsible for maintaining the seal, was also full of concern. This is the first time I've seen Kushina cry out in pain like this. Is it really okay? It's fine. Your top priority is to watch over the Nine-Tails seal. Busy with her tasks, Pipa, who signaled Minato not to panic. At this moment, the sealing formula on Kushina's abdomen was constantly changing. Minato could clearly feel the Nine-Tails sealed within Kushina, desperately trying to break through the seal. Naruto, come out quickly. Forget the Nine-Tails. As Kushina's screams grew more intense, Minato felt his heart breaking. If only he could bear this pain for her. Who are you? Outside the cave, an Anbu suddenly leaped out, pointing his ninja sword at the figure before him. The intruder did not speak, simply walking forward. It's you. The Anbu lowered his sword about to say something, but then stopped abruptly. His grip on the sword loosened, and his body fell backward. Enemy attack. Fongbai, who had witnessed everything from the tree, quickly leaped out, throwing a flying thunder god kunai in the direction of the enemy. Humph, the flying thunder god technique. I won't let you use it so easily. Through his Sharingan, the intruder saw through the trick on the kunai and spoke calmly. Then Fongbai's vision was turned upside down, as if someone had suddenly changed the key bindings while playing a game. The enemy, who should have been standing on the ground, now appeared to Fongbai to be floating in the air with his upper and lower halves misaligned, resembling a grotesque 2.5-meter-tall Satoru Gojo. Genjutsu. It wasn't just Fongbai who fell victim. Even Obito, who had been lying on the tree without striking first, fell from the tree due to the inverted vision. The other Anbu guarding the barrier were even worse. All lay on the ground, unable to move freely. Yaowan casually picked up a ninja sword dropped by a previous Anbu and gently inserted it into the back of the opponent's neck. With the sound of the blade entering flesh, this Anbu was sent to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Damn it, release. Fongbai formed hand seals as taught by Danzo, attempting to dispel the genjutsu he was under, but to no effect. Seeing the enemy steadily approaching, Fongbai had no choice but to use the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to the spot where the Flying Thunder God kunai he had thrown earlier had landed. This feeling. I see. You're the one who ambushed Nagato and gouged out his eyes. A familiar sensation hit Obito, and he belatedly recognized the enemy's identity. Huh. Nagato's eyes were gouged out. Why did you never tell me? Fongbai was also hearing this for the first time, so he hurriedly glared at Obito and demanded an answer. Unfortunately, he had not escaped the range of Yaowan's dojutsu, and at this moment, he didn't know where the real Obito was. Noisy. Unable to bear Obito's chattering, Yaowan walked up to him and stabbed down with his sword. Strange, why did the sensation feel off? The blade met no resistance, as if stabbing into air. Got him. Obito suddenly sprang up, relying on his sense of direction, and threw a punch. Yaowan didn't even dodge, standing still and watching Obito's performance. Then, unsurprisingly, due to the distorted vision, Obito's punch swung behind him, and he fell flat on his face again. But in that instant, Yaowan noticed the other's eyes. So it's the Mangekyo Sharingan, I see. A dojutsu that can ignore enemy attacks. He never expected that the former loser could actually awaken those eyes. War. What did war bring to ninjas? Not wanting to waste energy on Obito, Yaowan decided to bypass him. Quickly disposing of the remaining Anbu, Yaowan was about to rush into the place where Kushina was giving birth. Don't even think about it, summoning technique. Obito's mind raced, and he finally thought of a way to counter Yaowan's dojutsu. Since his vision was blocked, he would summon a summoning beast to fight. As the smoke cleared, a toad with an armored arm appeared before Obito. Iron Wall Toad, I'm counting on you. Watching the toad he had summoned, Obito was excited. He pointed his finger at where he thought Yaowan was, but then heard the clatter of armor. The summoned Iron Wall Toad fell on its back legs up. Idiot Obito, the toad fell for it too. Fongbai, supporting himself against the tree, knew what had happened without looking. Fortunately, his hand seals were unaffected, and he could use ninjutsu without issue. Ice Release Ice River. Are you really going to use ninjutsu, Shimura? Fongbai. Aren't you afraid of hurting your comrades? Yaowan didn't dodge, because the direction Fongbai was looking was not where he was. Hearing the enemy's words, Fongbai stopped his hand seals. Fongbai didn't need to worry about Obito's safety. Thanks to Kimui, he could freely use his best large-scale ninjutsu. The reason he stopped was that he thought of a better plan. Then I'll take the Jinchuriki. Believing Fongbai had completely given up, Yaowan turned toward the cave. In that case, Sage Art. He clapped his hands together, caring for no one. Patterns spread across his face, forming bizarre markings. Sage Art. Ice Release, Ice Dissolution, Cloud Dispersion, Great Burial Array. Nanny. Feeling his ankle grabbed, Yaowan instinctively looked down. A crystalline bone hand gripped his ankle tightly, and a skeleton clad in samurai armor was slowly climbing out of the ice. The characteristic of the Shikatsu Forest Sage Art is granting life force. Although they are essentially mindless constructs, they can hunt down enemies by instinct. Fongbai gave a sly smile and explained. Just playing some tricks. Seeing the smile, Yaowan seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and his legs suddenly clamped together. Attacks of this level can't do anything to me. Is that so? But I can. Hataki-style Thunderbolt Strike. Kakashi, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly appeared behind Yaowan. Taking advantage of the enemy being restrained by the skeleton, he thrust his sword piercing through his chest. Impossible. Why weren't you affected by the dojutsu? Yaowan gritted through the pain and turned his head with difficulty, only to meet Kakashi's emotionless eyes. Dojutsu, I see. Are you an Uchiha? At that moment, Kakashi also noticed the opponent's crimson eyes. While averting his gaze, he increased the strength in his hands. Your dojutsu is indeed powerful, but once one adapts to this sensation, they can temporarily overcome this sense of disharmony. Yaowan nodded in understanding. I see, as expected of a genius from Konoha. Then state your name, unknown Uchiha. Kakashi still wanted to extract more information from the opponent, completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Kakashi fell back. Feeling a powerful fluctuation of dojutsu, Obito urgently shouted. Although he didn't understand the reason for Obito's cry out of trust for him, Kakashi instantly distanced himself from Yaowan. A black skeletal structure emerged at that moment, its fist smashing the skeleton that had been restraining Yaowan. Susano'o. Due to using Susano'o, Yaowan, unwilling to waste more dojutsu, dispelled his own technique. Fongbai and the other's vision finally returned to normal. What the heck, he's already pulling out a giant mecha. An Uchiha with this ability, I can only think of one person. Kakashi rolled on the ground and took cover beside Fongbai. I know who you're thinking of, but this is clearly not that person. While correcting Kakashi's mistake, Fongbai pressed his palms together. He was extremely excited at this moment, finally having the chance to unleash his most impressive technique. After all, that legendary figure couldn't have been stabbed through the chest by you with a single knife. Sage Art Ice Release Wind Spirit. An ice-made giant almost as tall as Susano'o appeared before Yaowan. Yaowan. Seeming unable to comprehend why the other could also produce such a giant, Yaowan did not act immediately. At this moment, Wind Spirit held a shield in its left hand and a sword in its right. Seeing Yaowan unresponsive, it directly slammed its shield onto the Susano'o's skull. What the heck, when did Fongbai learn such a powerful jutsu? Obito was dumbfounded watching the giants fight above, while standing on the ground feeling an urge to use Susano'o himself. Isn't this normal? Kakashi, long accustomed to Fongbai's occasional shocks, patted Obito on the shoulder. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield, ready to seize the opportunity to strike the unknown Uchiha again. Damn, mere ants dare to challenge the glory of the Uchiha. Having been repeatedly struck by the shield, Yaowan finally grew angry. He pushed Wind Spirit away forcefully, and flesh made of chakra began to cover the skeleton. Susano'o second form. In this form, Susano'o had its own weapon, an extremely sharp longsword. Futsanamatama. With a single slash from Yaowan, the left arm of Wind Spirit that held the shield was severed. Holy crap. Seeing his hard-built giant easily crippled, Fongbai completely lost his composure. Why had he been attacking for so long without breaking the opponent's defense, yet this guy in front of him had cleaved his giant with just one slash. You dare to chop my mecha? Enraged and humiliated, Fongbai made a decision. To show this Uchiha what true art really is. Using the Flying Thunder God technique to escape from Wind Spirit, Fongbai teleported beside Obito. While the Sage mode had not yet expired, he activated a jutsu, Sage Art Ice Explosion. The uncontrolled Wind Spirit emitted a dazzling white light. Before Yaowan could understand what was happening, a violent explosion engulfed him. No, Fongbai, the cave is still close. Seeing Wind Spirit explode, Kakashi, while fleeing, did not forget to remind Fongbai. Reminded by Kakashi, Fongbai also recalled the cave not far from the explosion. Oh no, don't tell me. Fongbai was stunned. Now it really seemed that the plan to kill the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was made by Lord Fongbai. Since things had come to this, the explosion had already occurred, there was no turning back. Feeling the violent blast wave behind them, the three had no courage to look back at the explosion site. Only when the silence finally settled behind them did they timidly turn their heads. The forest and river had been reduced to a white wasteland. The cave used for production had vanished without a trace, leaving only broken rocks to prove that a cave had once existed there. Exchanging glances, the three were silent for a moment before unanimously beginning to search for Yaowan's figure. They all shared a consensus: someone as powerful as Minato must have escaped the area before the explosion. Now what they needed to do was to find that unknown Uchiha. Strange, why hasn't any backup arrived despite such a huge commotion? Vigilantly scanning the surroundings, Obito wondered where the village's reinforcements were. Who knows? Brother Minato. Fongbai, equally alert, suddenly heard a noise behind him. Turning around, he saw a vaguely familiar figure and instinctively mistook it for Minato. As if to confirm Fongbai's guess, the figure indeed revealed the distinctive blonde hair. Brother Minato. Hearing Fongbai's voice, Obito and Kakashi also looked in that direction. Minato did not speak, he just staggered toward Fongbai. Are you okay, Brother Minato? By the way, where is Sister Kushina, Lord Baiwahu, and Shisi? Not expecting that his attack had actually affected Minato, Fongbai, full of guilt, quickly hurried over. Just as he reached out to support him, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. A kunai blade stabbed straight into Fongbai's waist, the entire blade buried, piercing straight through him. Those who stab others will be stabbed in return. Fongbai personally experienced the sensation of being gutted. You are a brat from the Shimura clan. I never expected you to unleash such a terrifying jutsu. At this moment, Yaowan was not feeling well either. Although Susano'o had absorbed most of the attack, the residual impact still injured him heavily. Fortunately, thanks to the Hashirama cells, he was not sent to meet Uchiha Madara on the spot. Fongbai, X2, Kakashi, and Obito watched Fongbai get injured, their voices trembling, and rushed toward his location. Obito even used Kemui from a distance, intending to twist Yaowan's head off directly. This fluctuation. I see I have understood your dojutsu. Sensing the distortion of the surrounding space, Yaowan did not panic. He once again used his dojutsu, inverting their perspective. Isabu, give me some chakra. Enduring the pain, Phonbai frantically called out to Isabu in the mental space. Isabu already working on it. Then farewell, brat. With this final declaration, Yao Wan prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Phonbai. You wish. Red chakra overflowed from his body, enveloping Phonbai entirely, and even began to spread toward Yao Wan. The crimson-tailed beast cloak enveloped Phonbai's entire body. Witnessing this, Yao Wan understood clearly that today there was no way he could completely slay Phonbai. Releasing his ninja blade, Yao Wan immediately turned and fled into the distance without looking back, while still managing to leave behind a remark that belied his actions. I'll allow you to live a little longer, Shimura. Phonbai. To this, Phonbai, now fully cloaked in the tailed beast form, did not respond. Instead, he reached out, pulled the blade embedded in his body, and cast it aside. No blood flowed from the wound. Under the aid of the tailed beast's chakra, it healed at an astonishing speed. Phonbai's temper was not so forgiving as to let someone stab him and walk away unscathed. With the help of Jifu, a tailed beast ball condensed at an incredible pace, then shot toward the direction of Yao Wan's escape, with a sharp whoosh. Whether it struck its target or not, an explosion no less devastating than the 5 elements great combo technique erupted violently, turning the already ravaged forest even more akin to the desolate landscape of Sunagakure. I wonder if it hit. As the explosion gradually subsided, Phonbai dispelled his tailed beast cloak and slumped to the ground. Are you alright, Phonbai? Obito was the first to rush to Phonbai's side, pulling out the medical kit Lin had given him. Meanwhile, Kakashi deftly unbuttoned Phonbai's Jonin vest to examine his wounds. Get away, why are you undressing me? Phonbai slapped Kakashi's hand away and rolled his eyes. But you were just stabbed by that guy. Kakashi was visibly taken aback. It's already healed. See for yourself. Phonbai waved his hand indicating he was fine, but both Kakashi and Obito looked unconvinced. Reluctantly, Phonbai lifted his shirt, revealing the spot where he had been stabbed. Good, you're alright. Man, if my vision hadn't been blocked by him, I could have twisted his head off with Kamui. After confirming Phonbai was unharmed, Obito rolled up his sleeves and started boasting. Enough, stop it. Who knows where he's gone by now? Kakashi, not forgetting the priorities, said, we need to find Captain Minato and the others right now. Boom! Another thunderous explosion shook the very earth. What's happening? Obito quickly traced the source of the blast and spotted a rising plume of smoke in the distance. Could it be Captain Minato and the others? A foreboding feeling crept into Kakashi's heart. Let's go check it out. Phonbai dared not be careless. Judging by the scale of this explosion, it rivaled the tailed beast ball he had just fired, likely involving the 9 tails. The explosion outside the village did not affect Shana's movements. He had already arrived at Orochimaru's research facility. Most of the village's forces were concentrated at the main gate, leaving the research facility's entrance deserted. With an invisible slash, the research facility's door was cut horizontally and then forcefully broken open by Shana. Contrary to his expectations, the interior of the research facility was eerily silent. The instruments and equipment were powered down, and the test tubes and beakers on the tables were empty. Something was off. Even with Shana's intellect, he could sense the lurking danger within the facility. Mangekyo Sharingan. I see. So you're the unknown Uchiha. A hoarse voice sounded from behind him. A massive snake opened its jaws wide, lunging at Shana's neck, but he dodged it effortlessly and severed it with a single stroke of Fongyun Yeji. Interesting. The hoarse voice did not cease, it echoed from another direction. Another white snake appeared once again, aiming for Shana's neck. Petty tricks. Irritated by the relentless attack, Shana intensified his ocular power output. The massive slash not only cut the white snake in two, but also split the research facility's wall, revealing the outdoor scenery through the gap. Fortunately, the building's main structure was not severely damaged, and the facility remained intact. After a brief exchange, the hidden Orochimaru had grasped the ability of Fongyun Yeji. Orochimaru glanced at Nagato behind him. Receiving the ice signal, Nagato nodded immediately, confirming he understood the unspoken command. Myriad snakes. Orochimaru opened his mouth and crouched, releasing a dense swarm of snakes that surged toward Shana at incredible speed. Shana swung his blade, cutting down the first snakes to reach him, but the horde pressed on fearlessly. Even with the power of Fongyun Yeji, he could not completely eliminate the writhing mass. As the first snake slithered into his pant leg and bit him, Shana realized the tenacity of his foe. Enduring the pain, he formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire, annihilation. A sea of flames erupted instantly within the research facility. From the side, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan could clearly see the grim expression on Orochimaru's face. Water release, water shockwave. Yahiko acted swiftly, unleashing a water release technique to counter Shana's fire release. Found you. Following his instinct, Shana unleashed Fongyun Yeji toward the source of the water release, but sensing no one there, he realized something was amiss. With Hashirama's cells, his sensory abilities should have been greatly enhanced, yet he could not detect the person attacking him from within the facility. Nagato did not give Shana time to think. As mist filled the research facility, he opened his eyelids, revealing the mechanical prosthetic eyes Orochimaru had implanted. These eyes, developed by Orochimaru during his research on mechanical prosthetics, possessed abilities such as night vision, thermal sensing, and the release of the 5 basic nature transformations, as well as storm release. Storm release, thunder cloud wave. Lightning interwoven with black clouds shot from Nagato's eyes, catching Shana completely off guard. What was happening? His Mangekyo Sharingan could not fully penetrate the mist, so how could his enemy strike him with such precision? Bearing the paralyzing effect of the lightning, a brown chakra erupted from Shana's body, coalescing into the second form of Susano'o. Susano'o's head pierced through the research facility's roof, causing the already battered structure to collapse, completely exposing Orochimaru and his companions. I found you. An ugly grin spread across Shana's face beneath his mask, as Susano'o's fist came crashing down toward Orochimaru's location. Though fear gripped Konan and Yahiko, they stood firmly beside Orochimaru, ready to unleash their techniques to block the attack. Aren't you going to run? Orochimaru looked at the two in surprise. You've given Nagato new eyes. We are grateful beyond words. How could we abandon you and flee? Yahiko smiled at Orochimaru. Konan remained silent, but nodded in agreement. A Susano'o appeared in my village. At that moment, all the ninjas in the village witnessed this scene. Upon receiving the news, Risen immediately led his Anbu subordinates and rushed toward the direction where the Susano'o had appeared. Although Shomao was eager to go, Xie and the corpses controlled by Chana kept attacking him relentlessly. Especially since Xie had already brought out the third Kazekage, a formidable weapon. Shomao simply could not end the battle quickly. When Tuanzang, who was at the root base, received this news, his eyes immediately turned to Jishui, who had just replaced a batch of new light bulbs for the base and was now preparing to go home and rest. Is the Yuzebo clan planning a rebellion? Tuanzang, who had studied the Yuzebo clan extensively, naturally understood what the Susano'o represented. The other's emotionless words immediately sent a shiver down Jishui's spine. He hastily raised his hands high. Lord Tuanzang, the Yuzebo clan has absolutely no intention of rebelling. Is that so? Tuanzang was non-committal, merely signaling the root ninjas beside him to keep an eye on Jishui. Jishui panicked completely. Although he claimed that the Yuzebo clan had no intention of rebelling, it was an undeniable fact that there were radicals within the clan. What if this attack was orchestrated by the radicals? Then the Yuzebo clan. Clan leader, what on earth are you doing, clan leader? Jishui screamed, inwardly hoping desperately that Fuyue had not taken part in this action. Fuyue, whom Jishui was thinking of, was clearly even more panicked than him. Of course, he had also seen that enormous Susano'o. As the clan leader of the Yuzebo clan, he naturally understood what the Susano'o represented. It's over, completely over. He had worked so hard to mend relations with the village's higher-ups, and now it was all ruined by the appearance of this Susano'o. Clan leader, did you orchestrate this? Just as Fuyue was holding his head and thinking about what to do, several radicals of the Yuzebo clan ran to Fuyue's house with expressions of admiration. As expected of our clan leader, when you strike with lethal force. I never thought there would be an expert in the clan capable of using Susano'o. Is it Jishui? As the radicals' words fell, some moderate members who had arrived upon hearing the news fixed inquiring gazes on Fuyue. When did their clan leader become so bold? Bullshit. Fuyue immediately became agitated. This outburst not only stunned the radicals, but even Meichin and Yu, who was holding Sasuke, were at a loss. This Susano'o is the enemy attacking the village. How could our police force have anything to do with him? Everyone listen to my orders. Prepare to engage the enemy. Fuyue now only wanted to send all these radicals to meet Yuzebo Ban. What did they mean by strike with lethal force? If the Anbu heard that he would be thrown into the second Hokage's delightful little dark room. Now, seeing Fuyue's intense reaction, the radicals realized that the Susano'o before them had nothing to do with him. But since it was not Fuyue's doing, then whose Susano'o was it? Could it be Lord Yuzebo Ban's? Someone muttered, and the words were especially clear in the night. My research bureau. Do as you wish. At this moment, Dashawan, seeing that Mayan and Xiaonan truly had no intention of fleeing, and he himself remained still, watched the giant fist about to crash down, and calmly spoke toward Changman. Changman, concentrate as much chakra as possible in your eyes. Hearing Dashawan's shout, Changmin followed the instructions without hesitation. As chakra flowed into his prosthetic eyes, a series of mechanical sounds rang out, and Changmin's prosthetic eyes blazed with a scorching red light. 2 beams of red laser shot from the prosthetic eyes, precisely hitting the Susano'o's arm, altering the trajectory of the fist, which then smashed the nearby medical corps headquarters that was under construction. This was a construction ordered by Yuanfei Risen before his retirement to make up for Gonsho's regret, but due to insufficient funds, progress had been extremely slow. Gonsho, the power is acceptable. Watching the Susano'o's arm being pierced directly by the laser, Dashuan nodded with satisfaction. Lord Dashawan, stop nodding and hurry up and move out. Seeing Dashuan take out paper and pen and keep writing something, Mayan reminded him. Don't worry, reinforcements have arrived. It was not in Dashawan's nature to explain things to others, but the performance of Mayan and the others pleased him greatly, so he added a few words. Summoning technique. With Rizen's voice, Yuan Ma was summoned and immediately transformed into the adamant staff form stretching under the third Hokage's control and thrusting fiercely toward Chana's direction. The sound of cracking hard objects rang out. The Susano'o, renowned for its invincible defense, was cracked by Yuan Ma's thrust and was pushed forcefully toward the outskirts of the village. I see, so this is the Susano'o. Truly formidable. I wonder what means the first Hokage used to defeat it back then. Rizen, who had heard of the Susano'o from his elders, was astonished in his heart. He never expected that even his full-powered thrust with Yuan Ma would only cause a few cracks on the Susano'o. After all, even Luasha's gold sand could not stop the tip of Yuan Ma's staff. But at this moment, the one who was more speechless was clearly Chana, who was inside the Susano'o. What is this? Wasn't this supposed to be a legendary power? First it was pierced by Changman, who could shoot things from his eyes, and then cracked by that little brat Rizen with the staff. This scene was also witnessed by Fuyue and the others who had gathered and were preparing to head to the battlefield for support. The radicals who had been clamoring to join Chana suddenly fell silent. The moderates were relieved that they had not chosen the wrong side. Fuyue shot a warning glance at the radicals who had been so excited before telling them to stay quiet for a while. At this moment, the police force members at the front suddenly stopped and looked warily at the ninjas blocking their path. Captain Fuyue, where are you heading? Tuanzang's familiar voice rang out. Fuyue narrowed his eyes, recognizing at a glance that all those blocking them were Anbu ninjas. Or rather, they were all root ninjas under Tuanzang's command. Advisor Tuanzang, our police force is preparing to head to the site of the enemy attack to engage the enemy. Fuyue realized that the situation was not good, but he still braced himself and spoke. Is that so, Captain Fuyue? Are you truly going to engage the enemy? Or are you planning to join forces with that man inside the Susano'o and raise the banner of rebellion? Tuanzang's voice was icy. Even the most obtuse person could now detect the murderous intent in his words. Advisor Danzo, the Uchiha clan has absolutely no intention of rebellion. We are also members of Konohagakure. Fugaku was most afraid of this. Among the former Konoha F4, it was this Danzo who held the deepest prejudice against the Uchiha. During his tenure as the Hokage's assistant, he didn't even bother to pretend, making it clear to everyone that he, Danzo, simply disliked the Uchiha. The surveillance outside the clan compound had never ceased. Sometimes Fugaku wanted to ask Danzo face to face, were the root members under your command really that idle? Or was their true mission to monitor the Uchiha? Is that so? But Susano'o is a technique of the Uchiha clan. Danzo turned around, gazing at Hiruzen, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Susano'o in the distance, and wore a meaningful expression. Lord Danzo, whoever the enemy is, if they oppose Konoha, they are no longer a member of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku exerted every ounce of effort to convey his goodwill. But when he saw that Danzo couldn't even be bothered to turn around, Fugaku, forced into a corner, could only close his eyes and weigh in his mind whether to reveal his true trump card. After a long silence, receiving no response, Fugaku finally made up his mind. A surge of dojutsu energy flooded into his eyes. When he opened them again, the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his pupils. A bright yellow skeletal frame also materialized at that moment, enveloping Fugaku entirely. Advisor Danzo, I must go to assist the third Hokage. Please make way. Fugaku did not look at the admiring gazes of his clansmen behind him. Instead, he warily observed Danzo's reaction before him. If it were during the third Hokage's reign, he would never have dared to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan. But Tsukumo's practical actions after taking office had restored Fugaku's confidence in Konoha's high-ranking officials. Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo cast a cold glance at Fugaku, careful to avoid direct eye contact. Look! Just as Fugaku was quietly awaiting Danzo's reply, a Uchiha clansman raised his finger and pointed at the sky. A figure was sent flying by Setsuna's Susano'o, crashing straight toward a distant building. It's the third Hokage. An Uchiha with keen eyesight recognized the figure's owner, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not as agile as in your prime, are you? Danzo let out a cold snort, finally relenting and stepping aside. This is... Seeing the root ninjas clear the path and step with Danzo, Fugaku, after a brief moment of astonishment, immediately understood the other's intent. Police force members, follow me to confront the external enemy. At the center of the battlefield, Setsuna had just managed to send the bothersome Sarutobi Hiruzen flying and was searching for Nagato when he saw a dazzling yellow streak hurtling straight toward his face. Susano'o. Stumbling back a few steps, Setsuna stared in disbelief at the Susano'o before him. Uchiha Fugaku. When did this brat awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Before Setsuna could figure out the key, Fugaku threw another punch, forcing Setsuna back a few more steps. The two Susano'o began a brutal exchange right before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, outside the village, violent explosions continued to echo. Having moved to the epicenter of the explosion, Fubai and the others had barely landed when they saw Minato struggling with a crimson monster. Not far away, Biwa and Shikushi were cradling a baby, dodging the shockwaves of the explosions. Lady Biwa, what's happening? Kakashi hurried to Biwa's side, asking about the situation. Biwa, still shaken, replied, the Nine-Tails chakra went berserk. Minato was trying to get us out of the explosion's path, and couldn't reinforce the seal in time. The moment we landed, Kushina was consumed by the Nine-Tails chakra. At that moment, Kushina was entirely cloaked in the Nine-Tails chakra, with six tails swaying behind her, casually firing off tailed beast balls. Minato not only had to find a way to reinforce the seal and protect Biwa and the others, but also had to constantly track the trajectory of the tailed beast balls to prevent them from flying toward Konoha. He was overwhelmed at the moment. The arrival of Fubai and the others gave him a glimmer of hope. But Fubai's mind was fully occupied with what Biwa had just said. To avoid the explosion. Avoid the explosion. Wasn't the explosion caused by me? In other words, the Nine-Tails rampage was also my doing. Fubai. Seeing Fubai silent, Minato urgently called out. Huh. Oh, I'll help you, brother Minato. Taking advantage of the Nine-Tails' full focus on Minato, Fubai moved behind it and began forming hand seals. Ice Release, Ice Age. A cascade of ice crystals enveloped the Nine-Tails, but they melted away quickly under the tailed beast cloak. Of course, it couldn't be that simple. Water Release, Water Prison Technique. Fubai immediately changed his hand seal sequence using the melted water to perform the water prison technique. Trapped inside a water sphere, the Nine-Tails struggled for a moment before tearing the prison open from within with its claws right before everyone's eyes. Rasengan. The moment the Nine-Tails broke free, Minato appeared above it with a Rasengan in hand and slammed it down fiercely. Ice Release, Ice Crystal Burial. Fubai seized the opportunity to manipulate ice crystals, binding the Nine-Tails' limbs and preventing it from dodging Minato's attack. As the Rasengan made contact with the Nine-Tails' surface, a large chunk of the tailed beast cloak was torn apart by the attack's sheer power, but it regenerated instantly. Of course, it couldn't be resolved so easily. Minato watched as the unharmed Nine-Tails prepared to strike him with its tail, and once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to create distance. And this is just its half-tailed beast form. It's already this troublesome. Fubai also felt the difficulty. The full Nine-Tails was formidable. Even in its six-tailed state, it had them scrambling. He could only try half-tailed beast transformation. Isabu, Fubai. Just as Fubai was about to ask Isabu for more power, Isabu took the initiative and pulled him into the consciousness space. Isabu. Fubai looked at the first time Isabu had called out to him, somewhat surprised. That's the Nine-Tails. Half-tailed beast transformation alone won't be enough to defeat it, even if it hasn't revealed its full power. Isabu propped itself up and walked forward, staring intently at Fubai through the seal. Seriously, in the end, it's all the fault of that old sage of six paths. What did he mean by equal distribution of tailed beast chakra? Clearly it's 1-8 split equally, and Nine-Tails gets half by itself. Hearing Isabu's confirmation, Fubai grew exasperated, tugging at his hair and cursing the sage of six paths. But it's not entirely hopeless. Seeing Fubai's reaction, Isabu spoke slowly. Huh, you have a way. Why didn't you say so earlier, and now you're being mysterious? Hurry, tell me the method. Hearing that Isabu truly had a plan, Fubai's eyes lit up, and he quickly leaned in. Complete tailed beast transformation. Complete tailed beast transformation. Fubai murmured softly upon hearing Isabu's answer. Yes, after spending this time together, you've adapted to my chakra and met the conditions for tailed beast transformation. However, to achieve full transformation, you need to undo the seal. You. Isabu was about to ask if Fubai trusted him, but before he could finish, Fubai reached out without a word, twisted the key of the seal, and flung open the prison door that separated them. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I'd have undone the seal long ago, Fubai grumbled irritably as he moved. Isabu fell silent. He had intended to observe Fubai's reaction further, but now it seemed utterly unnecessary. What a reckless Jinchuriki. Isabu shook his head, feeling that his earlier caution had been superfluous. Then let's go, Fubai. Extending his front claw, Isabu became unusually serious. Yeah. Fubai thrust out his fist and bumped it against Isabu's, feeling an endless surge of power flooding into his body. Brother Minato, it's my turn now. Fubai's sudden silence did not slow Minato's movements. Everyone present was desperately trying to stop the Nine-Tails rampage. At that moment, Kushina had completely lost consciousness, and her tailed beast cloak was evolving toward the seventh tail. Seeing this, Obito knew it was time to unleash his ultimate trump card. Fool Obito, save your eyesight. There will be a time for you to shine later. Just as Obito was about to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan and summon Susano'o, Fubai suddenly spoke, interrupting his actions. Fubai. Obito turned around and saw that Fubai's body was also wildly surging with red chakra. If you understand, then protect Naruto with Kakashi. Brother Minato, I'll create an opening for the seal. Having said that, Fubai's form dramatically transformed, and soon Isabu's massive body appeared before everyone. Damn it, the Three Tails has sided with the humans. Inside Kushina's body, the Nine-Tails, who was desperately trying to escape the Jinchuriki's body by exploiting the weakened seal, witnessed this scene and bared a ferocious expression. But what greeted him was Isabu's relentless rolling attack. Isabu's appearance also drew the attention of everyone in Konoha village. However, with the undead army's Susano'o and the continuous explosions, they had lost their capacity for astonishment. Everyone was fighting desperately against Shunra. Thanks to the boost from his Hashirama cells, Shunra, despite his earlier struggle with Sarutobi, did not fall behind against Fugaku. The battle was evenly matched, but the occasional appearance of Jonin and Anbu made him anxious. He wasn't afraid of mosquitoes, but he couldn't stand their numbers. Especially when Sarutobi recovered and charged back into the fray with his staff, it completely shattered Shunra's mental state. If the attrition continued, he would be the one to fall. The pride of the Uchiha clan wouldn't allow him to accept defeat. Shoving Fugaku away abruptly, Shunra activated his dojutsu, carving a massive trench in the ground before turning to flee. Don't even think about escaping. Fugaku tried to pursue, but Sarutobi, who had jumped on his Susano'os, had stopped him. Enough, Fugaku. That's sufficient. Seeing the Jonin felled by the battle's aftermath, Sarutobi's heart nearly shattered. The village's hard-won recovery had been dealt another blow by this intruder's attack. Our priority is over there. Sarutobi's face darkened as he looked toward the direction of Isabu's battle. Is it the Three Tails running amok instead of the Nine Tails? What exactly was happening there? And where was Tsukumo now? A host of unanswered questions left Sarutobi with no choice but to address the most pressing matter. Fonbai is the only disciple who inherited my legacy, and he is crucial to Konoha. He must not come to harm. The Three Tails. Why is it here? Fugaku also spotted Isabu and voiced his confusion. As far as he knew, the Three Tails was a tailed beast of the Mist Village. The moment the Three Tails appeared, Danzo, who had been observing the battle from afar, rushed over with his root operatives, abandoning his surveillance of the Uchiha. Water Release Iron Cannonball. At that moment, Fonbai, who was the focus of Sarutobi's concern, was using his tailed beast form size advantage to suppress the Nine Tails. Though the Nine Tails was powerful, it hadn't fully broken the seal, and Isabu's successive jutsu strikes gradually brought it to the verge of defeat. Or so it seemed. The seventh tail had fully formed. Damn it, Isabu, don't you have any more powerful jutsu? Inside the consciousness space, Fonbai, who had completely become a slacker, sat on Isabu's head, worried about the situation. Isabu hadn't expected the Nine Tails to be so tenacious. Even with his full effort, he couldn't completely suppress it. He began to agree with Fonbai's earlier outrageous claim. That old man sage of six paths might have been a bit too biased. No more, Isabu admitted after a thorough recollection, having exhausted all his available techniques. Troublesome. Hearing this, Fonbai lost his desire to slack off and quickly racked his brain for a way out. Wait. The Nine Tails before him wasn't fully transformed, meaning it hadn't completely broken the seal, it had only temporarily seized control of Kushina's consciousness. If he could enter its consciousness space, awaken Kushina, and let her as a member of the Uzumaki clan reassert control over the seal, wouldn't the situation be resolved? Even in her dying moments, Kushina had used adamantine sealing chains to suppress the full Nine Tails. The advantage was mine. Isabu, is there any way for me to enter Sister Kushina's consciousness space? Fonbai urgently patted Isabu's head and asked. Yes, by connecting our chakras. What do you intend to do? Isabu nodded, a hint of confusion in his voice. Haha, let me show you the ultimate ninja art. Talk no jutsu. I'll just say a few words and make Kurama surrender without a fight. Well, that confirmed it. His Jinchuriki was having another Chinibu episode. Despite his thoughts, Isabu began to act as instructed. Soon the scene before Fonbai changed. Three Tails, you dare come to me, and with your Jinchuriki. A violent gust nearly blew Fonbai away, and he realized it was just the Nine Tails' breath. Kurama, behave yourself, and don't move, Fonbai said, pinching his nose while searching for Kushina's figure. You little brat. Kurama let out an enraged roar, but more importantly, it realized the boy had somehow known its true name. Its fierce gaze immediately shifted to Isabu. Isabu, you actually told my name to your Jinchuriki. Fonbai ignored Kurama's roar and jumped straight off Isabu's head, searching for Kushina's figure. I didn't tell him. Isabu slowly shook his head as if bothered by Kurama's deafening voice. If I didn't tell him, did the old man of six paths tell him? Seeing Isabu still refusing to admit it, Kurama roared even more ferociously. Lady Kushina, wake up quickly. While the two-tailed beasts were bickering, Fonbai finally found Kushina wrapped in Kurama's chakra. Boy, don't even think about it. Kurama was furious. That brat not only ignored it, but was also trying to awaken Kushina right in front of its eyes. It extended a massive claw ready to pierce Fonbai through and through. Kurama, the prophesied boy with green eyes, has already been born. The Sage of Six Paths' prophecy has come true. Feeling the fierce wind of the incoming attack, Fonbai made no move to dodge. Instead, he stood his ground, letting Kurama's attack come. After all, this was the consciousness space. He wouldn't truly die from Kurama's attack. Nanny. Kurama stopped its strike and glared suspiciously at Isabu. You told the Jinchuriki even that. Isabu shook his head repeatedly, denying it outright. Then he recounted to Kurama everything that had happened when he first met Fonbai. The old man visited you in your dreams. Kurama laughed in utter disbelief. It refused to believe a word Isabu was saying, instead thinking the three tails had been scammed. But after laughing, Kurama also sensed something was off. Such highly secretive matters as the 10 tails and Kagaya. How could Phonbai possibly know about them unless a tailed beast had personally told him? However, Kurama didn't have much time to ponder. Outside, Minato had finally seized the opportunity and began casting the sealing jutsu to control Kurama. Damn it, you're stalling for time. Kurama immediately felt its power beginning to weaken and let out an unwilling, furious roar. Kurama. As Minato exerted his strength, Kushina, within the consciousness space, finally regained her senses. Countless chains erupted from the ground, binding Kurama tightly. Damn it, Kushina. And you little brat. Kurama's eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. Was it about to be dragged back into the sealing barrier once more? Lady Kushina, don't call him Kurama. He has a name, Kurama. Seeing Kushina suppress Kurama so effortlessly, Phonbai finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a thrilling night this had been. And Uncle Sakahide, where are your reinforcements? Why haven't they shown up yet? After complaining in his heart, Phonbai had too many things he wanted to say. In the end, it all turned into a single sigh. Sigh. Kurama, I truly wasn't lying to you. You can observe slowly within Lady Kushina's body and see whether the newly born Naruto is truly the prophesied child the old man of 6 paths spoke of. You? Seeing Phonbai still talking big, Kurama was about to gather a tailed beast ball, but it was immediately swatted apart by a massive hand formed from adamant chains. Alright, Kurama. No, I mean Master Kurama, just behave and stay in the sealing barrier. As Kushina's words fell, the tailed beast cloak around her body in reality also dissipated at that moment. It's finally over. And at that very instant, Phonbai and Isabu left Kushina's consciousness space. Thanks to you this time, Isabu. Phonbai patted Isabu's head, stretched lazily, and after thanking him, prepared to cancel his tailed beast transformation. Behave yourself, Three Tails. A sudden roar caught Phonbai and Isabu's attention. That voice. Doesn't it sound exactly like Master Sarutobi? Phonbai followed the sound and saw a large club coming straight down toward Isabu's head. Clang, huh? Sorry. I thought the 3 tails had gone berserk. I didn't expect it to actually be the 9 tails. After understanding the situation, Hiruzen apologized with a deeply guilty expression, smiling apologetically at Phonbai. Ignoring Hiruzen's face, which was wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, Phonbai was currently frantically comforting Isabu within the consciousness space. Don't be angry, Isabu. Look, my old teacher is apologizing to you outside. Hey, Isabu, look at me, Isabu. Don't you like handsome young boys? I'll go to Kirigakure in a couple of days and take you to see a super cute kid. Wait, 2 of them too. Isabu, just think about it, that's exciting, right? Isabu. As Isabu raised his tail and swung it at Phonbai was immediately knocked out of the consciousness space. Naruto. Just as Phonbai was about to complain to his teacher about how late the reinforcements had arrived and how he had mistaken his target, Kushina's call drew everyone's attention. Kushina, lying on a stretcher, was gently stroking Naruto's face, with eyes full of affection, tears glistening in her eyes. This was her and Minato's child. Minato, holding Naruto beside her, wore a tender expression. Kushina, thank you. You made me a father. Watching this touching scene, Danzo beside them turned his expressionless head away and led the root ninja away from the area. Thanks to you this time, Phonbai. Before leaving, Hiruzen expressed his gratitude to Phonbai. Go back and rest well. After you've rested, come report to us. After saying this, Hiruzen finally covered his waist and staggered onto the stretcher. Having taken a direct hit from Susano'o and enduring the pain to come to their aid, he could no longer hold himself together and finally let his guard down. TCH, old man, causing trouble when you're past your prime. Tsunade's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw Tsunade with a backpack on her back appearing before them with a teasing smile. Lady Tsunade, you're back. Phonbai immediately greeted Tsunade. Yes, Shizen told me about what happened. You did well. Tisk, old man, your injury looks severe. Tsunade casually tossed her backpack to Snake Friend beside her and, ignoring Hiruzen's pained expression, forcefully turned him over to examine his injuries. By the way, wasn't Jiraiya in the village? Why didn't you send him to deal with the enemies and went yourself? Having assessed Hiruzen's injuries, Tsunade couldn't resist teasing him while treating him. Jiraiya, that guy. Huh. Wait, where's Jiraiya? Hiruzen, gritting his teeth as he endured his student's treatment, was about to retort when he suddenly remembered 2 important things. Right, where were Jiraiya and Sakahide? At the insistent request of the medical ninja, Phonbai followed Kushina and the others to my hospital. Along the way, seeing the streets devastated by the attack, Phonbai and the others realized why reinforcements had been delayed. The enemy had launched a 2-pronged assault on Mai. This was troublesome. In the original story, only Obito was constantly causing trouble, but now 2 factions were eyeing the village covetously. After the examination, lying on the hospital bed, Phonbai stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. The Uchiha who attacked Kushina possessed a dojutsu that could alter perception and invert vision, a lethal ability on first encounter. Though troublesome once accustomed to the new visual field, one could barely maintain normal movement. Wasn't it Kakashi who used this to launch a surprise attack on the opponent? Speaking of which, I could take advantage of the enhanced perception in Sage Mode, block out vision entirely, and rely solely on sensing. I'll do that next time. Reviewing the previous battle foam, I felt there were many areas for improvement. Well, if I can remember to do it when I encounter the enemy, next time I'll do it. Imagining countless scenarios of counterattacking the enemy, Phone-Bai grinned and let out an enigmatic laugh, vowing to avenge the stab wound he had suffered in the future. The laughter startled Obito, who was standing guard outside the ward. What's going on? Is the hospital haunted? Feeling a bit creeped out by the laughter, Obito widened his eyes, staring at the dim corridor, and instinctively moved closer to Kakashi. Stay away from me. Kakashi rolled his eyes and pushed him away, patiently waiting for Phone-Bai's examination report. Obito, Kakashi. Soon he was greeted by Rin Nohara, who had been called in for overtime. Waving to the two, Rin smiled and handed Phone-Bai's report to Kakashi. Phone-Bai is very healthy, no issues. Your reports will be ready soon. Thank you for your hard work. Kakashi flipped through the report in his hand and confirmed there were no abnormalities, then let out a sigh of relief. What about you two? Will you stay overnight in the hospital, or? Seeing Kakashi fall silent, Rin asked curiously. The wards are very crowded, right? I saw injured ninja lying all along the second floor corridor. Carefully putting away Phone-Bai's report, Kakashi looked up at Rin. Yes, the single and multiple occupancy rooms are all full. Even with ninja from major clans being treated in their clan compounds, the corridors are filled with people. Rin had never seen such a scene before, and her tone was filled with surprise. I'll just sleep in the corridor tonight. It's almost dawn anyway. Glancing at the time, Kakashi said nonchalantly. Then I'll stay too. Obito chimed in, indicating he would also remain. Hearing their replies, Rin smiled and nodded. In that case, don't stay in the corridor. I'll find 2 folding chairs, and you can rest in Phone-Bai's ward. Without waiting for their response, Rin turned to find the folding chairs. At daybreak, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had not slept all night, arrived at the Hokage's office. At the main seat, Susano'o, who had fought Sasori, had not even had time to remove his battle attire. After receiving simple treatment, he returned to his post. On a nearby bench, Jiraiya lay sprawled on his back, snoring loudly. It was only when Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado entered the office that Jiraiya slowly woke up. The Suna ninja who attacked the gate have escaped. Seeing everyone present, Susano'o finally explained why he had been unable to provide timely support, and also revealed the puppet controlled by Sasori. The puppet he controlled was likely the missing 3rd Kazekage. The 3rd Kazekage turned into a puppet, and yet Tsunagakure dares to claim we killed him. Hamura Midokado was indignant. Yawn. That guy with the immortal body escaped, saved by an Uchiha. Jiraiya yawned, reporting the intelligence from his side. So not a single attacker was captured. Oh, all of them got away. Koharu Yutane frowned deeply, very dissatisfied with the outcome. Before coming here, she had visited my hospital to tally the losses. The deaths of many promoted Chunin and Jonin during the war had plunged the village, which had just begun to recover, into a state of severe manpower shortage. Not to mention the buildings destroyed by the Susano'o. The one who attacked the cave where Kushina was giving birth was also an Uchiha. Minato, standing behind Susano'o, spoke with a grave expression. 2 Uchiha. Where did they come from? Hamura Midokado showed displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with the Uchiha's betrayal. Should we investigate the Uchiha clan? Koharu Yutane asked tentatively. That would be unwise. Susano'o was the first to oppose. During this attack, the Uchiha clan fought bravely and prevented greater losses. If we investigate them now, it would dishearten the clan. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Indeed. If not for Fugaku, he would likely have been crushed by the Susano'o. But Fugaku concealed the fact that he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hamura Midokado held a different view. That's because the previous circumstances didn't allow him to reveal it. Hiruzen understood Fugaku's situation, well, given the Uchiha had been under suspicion from the top echelons. Especially Danzo, who had practically written his discrimination against the Uchiha on his face. What puzzles me more is how they learned the time and location of Kushina's delivery. Firmly rejecting the proposal to investigate the Uchiha, Hiruzen steered the conversation in another direction. Those who knew the location included, besides us, only the 3rd, your personal Anbu, and the 3 guards Phone-Bai, Obito, and Kakashi. Phone-Bai and Kakashi obviously wouldn't tip off the enemy, and your personal Anbu all died in the attack. I really can't imagine how they obtained this information. Hamura Midokado and Koharu Yutane spoke with stern expressions. Yes, how did they find out? Susano'o and the others fell into thought. After another half-hour of discussion, still unable to pinpoint the source of the leak, Susano'o and the others decided to set the matter aside for now. The immediate priority was to tally the losses and rebuild the damaged structures. Additionally, they had to conceal the fact that Mai had been attacked to prevent other hidden villages from harboring covetous intentions. To achieve this, after deliberation, they decided to summon Chunin and Jonin with minor injuries and dispatch them on missions across the land. This method would mask the reality of the casualties suffered by Mai's ninja. Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Shuahoman Yin took their leave preparing to mobilize the shinobi and compile damage reports for the daimyo. Since the third Hokage's era, they had been handling these matters, and Shuamao confidently entrusted these tasks to them. After the two left, only Shunao Shuman Zilai and Risen remained in the room. Next, let's talk about that mysterious puppet master. Sensing the atmosphere becoming somewhat indescribable, Risen took out his pipe from his robe and lit it skillfully. Hearing Risen mention the puppet master, everyone present turned their gaze to Shumao. Recalling the previous battle, a hint of gravity flashed across Shumao's face. I didn't see the puppet master's face clearly, but their puppetry skills were extremely superb. In my memory, only Qian Dai could rival them. Shumao pondered for a moment, then added, the puppet controlled by the opponent was also extraordinary. Not only did it resemble the third Kazekage in appearance, but it could even use his signature magnet release. Because of the magnet release, Shumao was unable to slay the opposing Xie in time, only managing to sever the thick tail of Hiriko. Even magnet release can be used. It's almost like a living person. Risen's hand holding the pipe paused. It was the first time he had heard of such a technique. First, let's send a letter to Sunagakure about this matter, and see if they have any clue. After all, our two villages are currently nominal allies. Shuemin gave his suggestion while glancing up at the clock on the wall. It was almost time for Kushina's meal. Well, thank you for your hard work, Shuemin. I'll leave this to you. Once you're done, you can go straight to Konoha Hospital. Shuamao noticed Shuemin's subtle gesture and smiled, indicating he could leave. Thank you very much, Shuamao-sama. Excuse me. Upon hearing this, Shuemin immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the room. It's different after becoming a father. Shuemin, who always maintains a composed demeanor, actually became so impatient. Zilai was about to make a teasing remark, but was unexpectedly scolded by Risen. You should be ashamed. Your disciple already has a child, yet you still wander around like a rootless duckweed. Zilai was left speechless by Risen's retort. He avoided Risen's sharp gaze and rolled his eyes where the other couldn't see. After sharing the known information about Fei Duan with everyone, Zilai simply stopped speaking. An immortal body capable of using a sinister curse mark, another troublesome enemy. Seeing that Zilai dared not talk back, Risen didn't press further. He tapped his pipe on the edge of the table and put it back into his robe. Too many people harbor hatred for Konoha. This is the fate of shinobi. Shumao understood this well. War brings only death, pain, and hatred to shinobi. Especially hatred. It turns into chains that link the fate of shinobi together, passed down from generation to generation. Fortunately, the new generation of Konoha has also grown up. Shuamao suddenly recalled the phrase Risen often repeated. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire burns ever brighter. Fongbai, huh? I never expected that child could willingly enter tailed beast transformation. Being able to do that means he has become. Risen nodded with relief, without any guilt for accidentally injuring the three tails with his staff. A perfect Jinchuriki. Zilai, who had fought against Jinchuriki before, couldn't help but say, in the history of shinobi, only the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara have truly been able to control tailed beasts. Hearing the name Uchiha Madara from Zilai's mouth, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Could it be? Risen suddenly thought of a possibility, but immediately shook his head to dismiss his conjecture. How could it be? A figure from the same era as the first Hokage, even if he didn't die at the Valley of the End, should have departed from the ninja world due to old age. Yet he still thought of that person at the first moment. Such was Uchiha Madara, a name that symbolized power. Well, to summarize, I am the captain of this mission. Looking at the three people of varying ages before him, Fongbai finished his introduction for the time being. I never expected to be able to carry out a mission with the genius Jonin Fongbai. Please allow me to treat you to a meal when we return to the village. Sure, how one whose monkey-like appearance made one suspect he had Sarutobi bloodline had his eyes shining. He showed no disdain towards Fongbai despite being younger. Of course, he himself was still only a genin and had no capital to look down on Fongbai. Ahem, forget the meal. You can choose to give me cash instead. Fongbai waved his hand, making a joke. Off. Sure, how one was a bit confused, instinctively reaching for his money pouch. Rishiang Dijian, who was 2 years junior to Fongbai, remained silent. He was just a genin who had graduated from the Ninja Academy a few years ago. Because his squad leader Jonin died at the hands of Shana, he was recommended to participate in the border patrol mission. The last one was an uncle. Uncle Guji, hello. I'll trouble you for this mission. Fongbai greeted him with a smile. Before the mission began, he had heard Risen introduce this eternal genin. Placing him in Fongbai's team was also meant to compensate for the lack of mid-level combat power. Not at all. The true scapegoat Jinchuriki, the genuine scapegoat Mariboshi Gujiya, had a kind face. Apart from the large iron pot on his back, he had no other notable features. From a distance, he looked like a passerby who happened to be passing by. Anyway, let's set off. Fongbai waved his hand and led the three genin towards the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. Then time came to the 5th day. Looking at the footprints on the ground, Fongbai tried hard to recall what Eating Chung had taught him. Tracking traces and camouflage. Oh no, why can't I remember anything? Fortunately, Mariboshi Gujiya noticed Fongbai's predicament and casually explained, These should be traces left by the border patrol. The patterns match the standard equipment of Konoha. I see, but how did you figure that out? While Maraboshi Gujia continued to examine the traces ahead, and Sure Haowan was busy checking the defense trap's foam by quietly lifted his foot to compare the two patterns. As the sky grew dark, Maraboshi Gujia also collected ingredients while investigating the traces, putting them in his iron pot. Under his guidance, the group arrived at a concealed spot and started a fire to cook. No matter how many times I eat this, it's just so delicious. Gulping down the food, the young Genin Sure Haowan had long abandoned his contempt for Maraboshi Gujia's cooking since the first time he tasted it. As a member of the branch family, Rishiang Dijian maintained the good manners of the Hyuga clan even in the wilderness, sitting properly and not eating as roughly as Sure Haowan. Time arrived at the 10th day. Feng Bai and his comrades had already reached the edge of the nation, the most perilous location of this mission. This position was highly susceptible to attacks from the Cloud and Mist Shinobi, and coincidentally Konoha had not signed peace treaties with either village. Most of the traps have been triggered. It would take about 3 days to fully restore them. After inspecting the remaining traps at the border, Sure Haowan shook his head with a grimace. During these 3 days, if they were attacked, Sure Haowan was uncertain whether their team of 1 Jonin and 3 Genin could prevail, but he was well aware of his own chances of survival. Hearing Sure Haowan's words, Feng Bai turned to Hyuga Takuma beside him. Hyuga Takuma instantly understood Feng Bai's intent and activated his Byakugan to survey the surroundings. After a moment, he deactivated his Byakugan and shook his head at Feng Bai. Having the Byakugan was certainly convenient, saving him the trouble of climbing up and down to search for targets with his own eyes. No enemies for now. Let's restore what we can. Having said that, Feng Bai assigned Hyuga Takuma to guard duty and Sure Haowan to trap restoration, while he himself followed Maraboshi Kosuka to review the trail tracking techniques taught by their instructors back in the academy. Though he called it a review, it was essentially a relearning. Having focused all his energy on ninjutsu, Feng Bai had never paid much attention to such trivial details. Feng Bai mentally grumbled that the war era was much simpler and more straightforward. Just throw jutsu at anyone you see, or throw jutsu in the direction where someone might be. Isabu, isn't this a foolish kid? Feng Bai, shut up, Isabu. After this mission, I plan to sign up for the Chunin exams. By the way, Captain Feng Bai, could you write me a recommendation letter? As night fell, Sure Haowan, exhausted from a day's work, plopped down on the ground and muttered while picking up his chopsticks. No, sign up on your own. Feng Bai refused without hesitation. At that time, the Chunin exams still maintained the pre-war format, internal competitive selection. As long as a Genin had completed enough missions, they could sign up independently without a Jonin's recommendation. Only those with insufficient mission counts required a Jonin's endorsement. That's strict. Though he said that Sure Haowan seemed to have anticipated Feng Bai's refusal and showed no change in expression. But speaking of which, Uncle Kosuka, have you never passed a single Chunin exam? Turning his gaze toward Maraboshi Kosuka, Sure Haowan genuinely worried about becoming a perpetual Genin like him. Me? Haha, I never signed up for the Chunin exams, due to various reasons. Maraboshi Kosuka's squinted eyes flickered with a trace of sorrow as the image of teammates who lost their lives because of his recklessness surfaced in his mind. Since then he had sworn to remain a Genin for life. In any case, it's all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. How can that be? Do tell me more. Was it because the Chunin exams were too difficult? Difficult? In my era, there was no such thing as the Chunin exam. Maraboshi Kosuka shook his head helplessly. Swallowing the last mouthful of rice, Hyuga Takuma ignored the others and stood up to prepare for guard duty. I'm done eating. All right, thank you for your hard work. I'll relieve you later. Feng Bai nodded, gazing at the borderline not far away, calculating in his mind when he should make a trip to Kirigakure village. After all, he had promised Isabu to take it to see the young boy, and his plan to abduct underage ninjas from Kirigakure had been conceived years ago. He wouldn't give up easily. Knowing that Haku and Kimimaro were roughly 2 to 3 years older than Naruto, he estimated he had about 2 years to prepare everything. He would need teammates, but not from Konoha. Kakuzu or Yakura. Choose one. Yakura was out of the question. Her deep-seated hatred for mist ninjas would likely cause trouble. If she flew into a rage and sought to fight the Mizukage, would he help or not? Kakuzu, on the other hand, was emotionally stable. As long as there were no financial disputes, everything would go smoothly. Moreover, he was an old ninja, active since the first Hokage's era, and likely knew many secrets that Feng Bai didn't. This would be very helpful for future operations. He also needed to inform his father in advance. He didn't want to be dragged out for midnight wind release sparring again. And he should inform Uncle Tsukumo as well to avoid being mistaken for a rogue ninja by Konoha for leaving without notice. It was so quiet, no enemy attacks. If only it could stay this safe until the mission ended. With that thought, Feng Bai finished his meal and stood up to relieve Takuma from guard duty. The next day, just as Sure Haowan was pestering Maraboshi Kosuka to share more about the Chunin exams, a flock of birds suddenly took flight from the nearby forest, drawing everyone's attention. Takuma. Feng Bai immediately turned to alert Takuma, who activated his Byakugan upon hearing the call. Enemy attack. About 30 of them. Upon hearing that there were roughly 30 enemies, Phonbai remained calm. He ordered Kosuke to stay on guard with the 2 genin while he advanced toward the enemy's direction. 30 people. This isn't harassment, it's war. Sure, how one panicked and hurriedly checked the traps he had set, hoping to delay the enemy. Who are you? Phonbai, who had quickly reached the enemy's vanguard, rapidly threw out Flying Thunder God kunai, blocking their advance. The opponents wore no headbands and were clearly disguised in mismatched attire, including some Konoha flak jackets. A kid. Kill him. A ninja who appeared to be the leader called out, and the others immediately hurled their kunai. Flying Thunder God Kidney Strike. Seeing that the enemy had no intention of negotiating and attacked directly, Phonbai activated the Flying Thunder God technique, using the previously thrown kunai to move swiftly among the crowd. Several ninjas standing near the kunai fell to the ground, clutching their sides, letting out agonized cries. Such a fast body flicker. The commanding ninja, alarmed by the sudden fall of his subordinates, hastily drew his sword. All together. Clearly they intended to overwhelm Phonbai with numbers. Water release water marsh. A ninja spewed a large amount of water from his mouth, covering the area before them, waiting for Phonbai to step onto it. Seeing the water spreading toward his feet, even with his low intelligence, Phonbai sensed something was off. He immediately threw another Flying Thunder God kunai toward the enemy's direction. By utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Phonbai skillfully avoided stepping into the suspicious pool of water on the ground, instead appearing directly before the ninja, who had unleashed the water style. Eightfold Light Wheel. The synergy between the unmarked ninjutsu and the Flying Thunder God technique was now fully displayed. As the wind blade swiftly sliced through the enemy ninja's body, accompanied by a gush of blood, the opponent was cleaved in two by Phonbai. Is this real? The enemy commander, sprayed with blood, was stunned by the brutal scene before him, committing the most unforgivable mistake on the battlefield. A brief moment of distraction. However, Phonbai failed to seize that fleeting lapse. He merely heard the exclamation and hurled the Eightfold Light Wheel toward the source of the sound, before flickering back to his previous position. Damn it! By the time the ninja reacted, the Eightfold Light Wheel had already severed two of his comrades in front of him, flying straight toward him. Drawing his ninja sword and coating it with chakra to enhance its durability, the ninja attempted to intercept the Eightfold Light Wheel. But he clearly underestimated the wheel's sharpness. In an instant, the unknown ninja, along with his sword, was split in two, shattering what little morale remained among the group. To achieve such a feat, no doubt about it, this kid is a jonin from Konoha. Another female ninja stepped forward, taking command. First, obstruct his vision. Ninja Art Hidden Mist Technique. With her order, the ninjas who had been on the verge of retreat regrouped and exhaled a thick mist. Among those standing at a distance, there is a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Go check if he is a main family member. Under the cover of the mist, some ninjas were dispatched toward Uchiha and the others. The female ninja had learned about the composition of Konoha's ninja squads through various channels before arriving. Typically, they were led by a single jonin, supported by chunin and genin. In other words, the strongest among the three over there was at most a chunin. Hidden Mist Technique, huh? Phonbai raised an eyebrow. Instead of dispersing it with wind style, as usual, he focused on outputting ice-attributed chakra. A fierce chill interrupted the ninjas' thoughts. They realized with horror that the mist meant to obscure their vision had now become a shackle restricting their movements. There's no mistake, this is ice style. The enemy is the White Death. The female ninja tore off the ice crystals covering her body, a look of terror spreading across her face. This was the White Death who had turned the cloud battlefield into a sea of blood. His reputation had spread across the ninja world. He was exceptionally skilled in large-scale attack jutsu. The female ninja about to turn and flee found her feet seemingly glued to the ground. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move them. Looking down, she saw her feet already covered in ice crystals spreading upward toward her calves. By the time she bent down to untie her shoelaces, ready to abandon her shoes and run barefoot, Phonbai had already completed the hand seals. Ice-style torrential ice crystal burial. This technique was a refined version of the Ice Age, creating a flood of sharp ice spikes to engulf the enemy. Even if facing a tailed beast, Phonbai was confident he could make it bleed heavily. Of course, if there really were a tailed beast, then that claim was moot. Watching her flesh being torn apart by the ice spikes inch by inch, the female ninja couldn't even speak her last words before being completely submerged in ice crystals, blossoming into a crimson flower. Shadow Clone Shuriken Technique. On the other side, the ninjas attacking Uchiha's group encountered fierce resistance. A barrage of shuriken broke the enemy's formation. Even those who dodged the shuriken and broke through to Uchiha were swiftly cut down by the unassuming old man. By the time Phonbai finished off his own enemies and turned to assist, only one enemy remained. Damn monsters. Konoha's ninjas are all monsters. Utterly unable to comprehend how a squad of 30 could be easily dispatched by 4 Konoha ninjas, the surviving ninja's worldview shattered. His kunai slipped from his trembling hand. Were it not for the last shred of sanity, he would have already wet himself. I thought it would be a grand assault, but it's all just for show. Walking up behind him, Phonbai spread his hands and said with a hint of helplessness, "Eek." Hearing movement behind him, the ninja spun around in terror. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene of blood and ice behind Phonbai, the floodgates he had barely controlled burst open, and he lost control completely. "Is this all you've got?" Easily knocking away the kunai in his hand, Phonbai delivered a sharp blow to the back of his neck. The man didn't seem like a tough nut. Perhaps some interrogation could yield useful information. After binding the man and having Sure Haoguan thoroughly search him, Phonbai pinched his nose and performed the summoning technique in front of the others. Summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, a slug large enough to swallow an adult male was summoned. "Era little Phonbai, this is the first time you've summoned me since you left Shikatsu Forest." The summoned slug seemed very excited, eagerly pressing against Phonbai the moment it appeared. "You look even cuter. Have you fallen in love?" Extending its antennae to size him up, the slug teased. "Please don't make fun of me, Lady Slug. How old am I?" Phonbai's face flushed red from the teasing, and he quickly got down to business. "Lady Slug, this is a prisoner I captured. Please take him back to Shikatsu Forest, and when I return to Konoha, I'll summon him back through you." I get it. You want me to be a porter, right? No problem, Lady Tsunade often makes me do the same. Huh, how strange. Phonbai couldn't help but feel that this slug was being a bit sly. Observing the slug suspiciously, Phonbai seriously suspected she was dissing him. "Well, anyway, I understand the situation. Just keep an eye on this guy for you, right?" Seeing Phonbai's skeptical look, the slug quickly changed the subject. "Yes, right. Oh, hold on. Sealing technique, ice coffin sealing." Phonbai suddenly acted, applying a sealing technique on the prisoner. As the sealing formula took shape, the ninja was completely frozen inside a transparent coffin of ice, losing all resistance. "All done. Thank you for your hard work, Lady Slug." To think I'd ever see Tsunade-sama's summoning jutsu, the slug again. Watching the slug vanish before his eyes, Maraboshi Kosuke remarked with deep emotion. "Huh. Old man Kosuke, you've actually seen Lady Tsunade's summoning beast. And how come Captain Phonbai, who is a disciple of the third Hokage, can summon Lady Tsunade's creature?" "Yes, I once carried out missions with the Sannin back in the day," Maraboshi Kosuke said with a chuckle, a nostalgic expression on his face. "No kidding. Old man Kosuke, you a lifetime Jinin could." "No, that's not right. How could a lifetime Jinin use such a massive water release?" Shihaken instinctively used the title, Lifetime Jinin, to address Maraboshi Kosuke, but immediately recalled the extraordinarily powerful water release he had just demonstrated, causing his worldview to crumble slightly. "Ha, don't fret over such details." Maraboshi Kosuke let out his signature laugh, clasped his hands behind his back, and leisurely began cleaning up the battlefield. Why didn't Captain Phonbai just take out that intruder? He used water release, so he must be a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Seeing that neither Maraboshi Kosuke nor Phonbai paid him any attention, Shihaken muttered under his breath while gathering the spoils. Hyuga Takuma paused his actions upon hearing the words, casting a somewhat surprised glance at the 18-year-old young ninja. This fellow would never achieve anything higher than Chunin in his lifetime. If using water release makes one a mist ninja, then wouldn't Uncle Kosuke be our enemy? Dispelling the ice release he had previously unleashed, Phonbai glanced at the various misshapen remains of the enemies within it. Too lazy to search through them, he gestured for Shihaken to come over while posing a counter-question. "Well, exactly. The enemy may have disguised themselves as Mist Ninja to attack us. That way, even if they failed, they could pin the blame on the Hidden Mist Village. Moreover, we are already at war with the Mist." Maraboshi Kosuke patted Shihaken on the shoulder and kindly explained to him. The group continued their mission. Back in Konohagakure, various patrol teams that had been sent out trickled back with reports. Except for a few exceptionally lucky teams that encountered no attacks, most teams had run into enemies to varying degrees. It seems news of the attack on Konoha has reached every nation. This proves that enemy ninja are indeed lurking around Konoha. Tsukumo stacked the reports together and handed them to Jiraiya nearby. There's no helping it. The Anbu still has 4 vacancies. Jiraiya was well aware of the village's situation, but they simply lacked the resources to hunt down the spies hiding somewhere unknown. Sigh. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh, rubbing his tobacco pipe. He knew of one person who could turn the tide at this moment, but he wasn't sure if Tsukumo could keep that person in check. After a long hesitation, he still couldn't bring himself to utter that name. Why not entrust this to the police force? Maintaining village order is their duty, and counterintelligence is a form of maintaining order. Tsukumo suddenly had an idea. That's a solution, but the Uchiha clan has no experience in catching spies, right? Hiruzen said in a low voice, shifting his gaze to Jiraiya. What the Uchiha clan is best at is catching perverts like peeping toms. Old man, why are you looking at me when you say that? Jiraiya immediately noticed Hiruzen's gaze and leaped up from the sofa in agitation. You know very well why. Hiruzen snorted and looked away. Damn it, if you're going to play like that, don't blame me for telling the old lady about your crystal ball. Jiraiya's threat was cut short as Hiruzen, quick as a flash, covered his mouth. Shut up, you rebellious disciple. Let go. Did you wash your hands after using the toilet? I did wash them. Impossible if you wash them, why would they still? Watching Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had let loose after retiring Susano'o, twitched the corner of his mouth, forcing a grim smile. Indeed, the position of Hokage was not as easy as he had imagined. He should also groom a successor and aim to retire within a few years so he could go home and help Kakashi take care of the children. Just as Hiruzen was about to summon the Monkey King to give Jiraiya a thorough scolding, a soft knock came at the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in." No sooner had Susano'o invited the person in than Hiruzen and Jiraiya had already straightened their clothes and sat upright in their seats. The door opened, and a young man with white hair in a lab coat walked slowly in. Lord Third, Lord Fourth. He respectfully greeted the two Hokages, then finally turned his attention to Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya." "Oh, it's Nono. No need to be so formal." Jiraiya smiled and waved at the newcomer upon recognizing him. "Nono, weren't you assisting Orochimaru in overseeing the reconstruction of the research division? What brings you here?" Hiruzen Sarutobi had never had a high opinion of Nono, as the latter had secretly conducted live experiments. However, since Nono hadn't targeted Konoha ninja, Hiruzen merely ordered increased surveillance. When Orochimaru requested to transfer Nono into the research division to work with him, Hiruzen went along with it, handing over this unstable element to Orochimaru for supervision. "Yes, actually, Director Orochimaru and I used the Anbu's facilities to examine the bodies of those who fought the fourth Hokage, and we made some discoveries." Nono bowed his head as he answered Hiruzen's question, holding out a folder. Jiraiya took it, flipped through it casually, and was immediately overwhelmed by the dense jargon. He quickly handed it to Hiruzen. Hiruzen couldn't make sense of the content either, so he flipped straight to the last page, read the conclusion, and then passed it to Susano'o. Susano'o took it, glanced at the first page, and then directly asked Nono for the conclusion. "So what did you find?" "We can interpret the manipulation of the corpses as a type of genjutsu, but it's a genjutsu applied to the dead, and it requires the corpses to meet certain conditions." Jiraiya looked curious. "What conditions?" "The corpses must be fresh because only the recently deceased still have chakra. Additionally, Lord Orochimaru has already developed a countermeasure against this technique." Nono continued his explanation. "What method?" Shomao and the others perked up upon hearing that such a technique could be resisted. Cursed seal. Bailahu did not keep them in suspense and directly gave the answer. "Captain phoned by, can't we negotiate a little more?" At the entrance of the interrogation department, Sure Haoguan pulled Phone Bai's hand, making a final struggle. "No way. Go sign up yourself." Phone Bai withdrew his hand, rolled his eyes, and ignored the other. "All right then, how about dinner together tonight?" Seeing that Phone Bai was adamant about not recommending him, Sure Haoguan had to settle for the next best option, hoping to invite him to dinner and improve their relationship. "Skip that too. I have other plans tonight." "All right." The mission ended when we entered the village. "You can all go home and wait for your payment. I'll handle the mission handover." Seeing that the other parties still wouldn't give up, Phone Bai's tone became urgent. After saying this, he flashed into the interrogation department. "Haha," since Captain Phone Bai said, so let's not trouble him anymore." Wan Shinguja was the first to speak and act, laughing as he left the interrogation department's premises. "All right then, Takuma." Sure Haoguan sighed, and was about to exchange pleasantries with Hinata Takuma, but found that the young man had already turned and left when Phone Bai spoke, and was now almost at the street corner. "Sigh, such cold teammates. Speaking of which, I need to find some regular partners. Maybe Kakashi. We were teammates on the same squad back then." Sure Haoguan muttered to himself as he headed home. Ahem, Jonin. Phone Bai, the chief, is currently interrogating a prisoner in the dungeon. If you have any issues, you can tell me. Opposite Phone Bai, a rugged-looking ninja with several scars on his face forced a smile to greet him. "Ahem, well, you don't have to smile if you don't want." Phone Bai coughed lightly, slightly startled by the other's smile. Yes." Hearing this, the ninja breathed a sigh of relief and returned to a deadpan expression. The other interrogation department ninjas witnessed this scene. Although they found it hilarious, they couldn't laugh in front of Phone Bai. "Forget it. It doesn't matter whether your chief comes out or not. I'm here to hand over a prisoner." Summoning technique. Ignoring the reactions of the surrounding ninjas, Phone Bai found a spacious spot and performed the summoning technique. With the help of the slug, a massive ice coffin appeared in the interrogation department. Through the ice, one could faintly see the captured ninja inside. "I caught this guy while patrolling the border. I've already removed the sealing formulas. If you're in a hurry, use fire release to melt the ice, otherwise just leave it in the sun." After removing the sealing formulas, Phone Bai clapped his hands and left the interrogation department in a hurry, without saying goodbye. "So this is a Jonin. Even though he's younger than my son, his movements are so dashing," an older ninja remarked as he watched Phone Bai's retreating figure. "Hey, don't forget that he's the third Hokage's disciple. If it weren't for his age, the legendary Sannin wouldn't be called the 3 ninja, they'd be the 4 ninja." A younger ninja joked as he started moving the ice coffin. "Where to?" The older ninja approached as the other prepared to act. "The incinerator, of course. Using fire release would waste chakra. Just toss him in the furnace, then fish him out. Much simpler." The group quickly decided the fate of the ninja in the ice coffin, hoisted it, and headed toward the incinerator on the basement floor. Phone-by having left the interrogation department, first headed to Minato's house. No kidding. That's Naruto, the future protagonist, and a Naruto with both parents alive. He had to grab that golden thigh? Well, Naruto was so young now it should be a golden calf. Come to think of it, he really had held him before, but that hold should be replaced with blast. After all, the cave where Kushina gave birth was leveled by his ice blast technique, even if it wasn't intentional. Knocking on the door of Minato's house amidst a clatter of footsteps, a disheveled Minato with messy golden hair opened the door. Minato, don't you dare run. You have to explain this book to me. What's the meaning of this? As Minato opened the door, Kushina's roar reached Phone-by's ears. Oh well, I knocked on the wrong door. Goodbye. Hearing Kushina's roar, even Phone-by slow as he was realized that a marital squabble was underway in Minato's home. He immediately tried to leave. No, Phone-by. You came at just the right time. Minato was quick-witted and grabbed Phone-by's arm, preventing him from leaving. Brother Minato, I came at the wrong time. Let go. Phone-by was almost in tears at Minato's action. He only wanted to bond with little Naruto, not get involved in their marital dispute. Oh, isn't that Phone-by? Perfect timing, come in and help me take care of Naruto. Holding Naruto in her arms and a book in her hand, Kushina's red hair flew as she strode to the door, only to see Phone-by being held by Minato. Without caring whether Phone-by was willing, she shoved little Naruto into his arms, then reached out and grabbed Minato's ear, dragging him inside. Well, looking at Naruto in his arms, who hadn't cried even after hearing such a commotion, Phone-by felt that the kid's nerve was extraordinary. No wonder he would become a great man. There, little Naruto, don't cry. As his mother drifted further away, Naruto, whom Phone-by had just praised in his heart, immediately pouted, tears ready to spill. Phone-by held him and coaxed him, finally stopping Naruto just before the tears burst. After being held and coaxed for a while, Naruto gradually got used to Phone-by's scent. Blinking his big eyes, he studied Phone-by for a moment, then his little hands reached out to grab the strands of hair hanging over Phone-by's forehead. Damn, that hurts. Let go. Wah. Alright, grab it all you want. Please don't cry, or Sister Kushina will kill me. Giggle. After Kushina resolved the issue with Minato and personally witnessed him tearing that unmentionable book into shreds, she finally smiled again and went to look for her precious son. Minato followed behind with a wry smile. Heaven knows that story of the Snow Maiden wasn't his purchase. He had no idea how it ended up in his study. It seems little Mingren has taken quite a liking to you, Phone-by. Returning to the living room, Joshinai watched her son interacting with Phone-by in a friendly and cordial manner, a relieved smile spreading across her face. Where exactly did you get that impression? Phone-by grimaced, his hair tangled by Ming-ren's tugging as he retorted to Joshinai. Ahaha, from all sorts of places, really. Speaking of which, you've finally finished your mission. Joshinai chuckled evasively and reached out to take Ming-ren. Alright, Ming-ren, be good. Let go of Uncle Phone-by. Gently prying open Ming-ren's hands, Joshinai coaxed softly, finally taking the reluctant child from Phone-by's arms. Yeah, I ran into a group of reckless enemies on the road. Left one alive and sent him to the interrogation division. Phone-by's tone was casual. In his view, enemies of this caliber posed far less pressure than the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. It seems other nations already know about the attack on Konoha. I just wonder if they've also learned that you're the Jinchuriki of the Sanwei. Shui Min, the ultimate external brain, immediately analyzed the current situation from Phone-by's words, speaking with a hint of concern. Indeed, the Sanwei is after all the tailed beast of the hidden mist village. By the way, little Phone-by, you never told me about becoming a Jinchuriki. That's really not cool, is it? Joshinai was equally worried for Phone-by, and also somewhat reproachful that he had kept it from her. Sorry about that, Sister Joshinai. There was too much going on at the time, and very few people knew, so I didn't mention it. Phone-by brushed it off with a chuckle. I'm also a Jinchuriki of the Joei after all. I do have some experience I can share with you. Placing Ming-ren into the stroller, Joshinai signaled Shui Min to tend to their son, then sat down beside Phone-by. Experience. Recalling the sight of the Joei bound and gagged in Joshinai's consciousness space, Phone-by had serious doubts about the so-called experience she mentioned. He didn't have the Uzumaki bloodline, so he couldn't use a powerful sealing technique like the adamantine chains. Hey, speaking of which, that time in the consciousness space, you mentioned the Joei's name is Jiolama. Where did you hear that? Joshinai dropped the previous topic, her interest piqued by the name of the Joei. Oh, that. It's a bit too complicated to explain. Anyway, Sister Joshinai, you could try chatting with Jiolama occasionally, ease its mind. Alright, maybe I should go and persuade it again. Phone-by changed the subject. He couldn't exactly tell Joshinai that he heard the tailed beast's name from the Lu Dao Xianren. Tailed beasts were easy to fool, but Joshinai was not. Persuaded, huh? That might be good. But that creature hasn't spoken a word on its own since last time. Joshinai said, extending her hand nonetheless. As the two streams of chakra connected, Phone-by once again entered Joshinai's consciousness space. To avoid losing face in front of the Joei, Phone-by predictably called upon the sleeping Jifu. Upon entering the consciousness space, Phone-by saw the Joei, its 4 limbs and 9 tails pierced by chains, bound in a Jia character shape on a floating boulder. Damn it, Sanwei. Upon seeing the Sanwei, the Jiuwei, which had been silent for a long time, finally roared again. It's been a while, Jiulama, and your tone is still as arrogant as ever. Fengbai dug at his ear, alleviating the discomfort caused by the Jiuwei's deafening voice. Kid, you have no right to speak here. You're the one who should shut up, Jiulama. Fengbai's bold declaration stunned the Jiuwei. Of all the people it had encountered besides Hashirama Madara Mito and Joshinai, this was the bravest. It even wondered if the kid might have some Senju Uzumaki or Uchiha bloodline. But when it carefully sensed the brat before it, it found nothing special beyond slightly abundant chakra and immediately resumed its ferocious expression. Kid, I'm going to eat you. Jiulama, I must solemnly tell you that Jifu did not reveal your name to me, nor did it tell me about the prophecy. All of this is the arrangement of the Lu Dao Xianren. Completely ignoring the Jiuwei's threats, Fengbai's courage swelled tremendously, with Joshinai backing him up. As she grew older, Joshinai was no longer as easily seduced by the Jiuwei as she was in her youth, causing tailed beast chakra to leak and rampage. Now her suppression of the Jiuwei was only slightly inferior to Mito's. If she wished, she could fully contend with the Jiuwei and extract its chakra for her own use. Sanwei, you found yourself a fine Jinchuriki. The Jiuwei completely disbelieved Fengbai's words and grew even more irritated by his casual mention of the Lu Dao Xianren. But the Jiuwei's fury was quickly dispelled by Joshinai's chains. Sensing its anger, she summoned the chains and gave the Jiuwei several solid lashes. Jiulama, Fengbai is right. He knew all of this long ago, including the Jiuwei. Seeing the Jiuwei being whipped like a coward, Jifu felt a measure of fear, grateful that its own Jinchuriki was not the red-haired woman, and spoke up in a low voice to defend Fengbai. The Jiuwei snorted coldly, saying nothing, though its struggles lessened considerably. Only after the Jiuwei finally calmed down did Fengbai step out from behind Joshinai, using the chains with her help to reach the Jiuwei. Jiulama, though for certain reasons that child did not become your Jinchuriki, the time of the prophecy has indeed arrived. The one who once controlled you is plotting to revive the Jiuwei. When Fengbai came before it, the Jiuwei had already turned its head away, intending to ignore his nonsense. But upon hearing the last sentence, its ear twitched involuntarily. The one who had controlled it was from beginning to end only one person, Uchiha Madara. He was the culprit who shattered the Jiuwei's peaceful life. Without Uchiha Madara, the Jiuwei would still be living the good life, eating, sleeping, and occasionally going to pick a fight with Shikaku. Everything came to an end the day it encountered Uchiha Madara. The Jiuwei had begun to believe Fengbai's words, but its nature prevented it from responding proactively. In any case, I don't expect to dissolve the resentment in your heart with a few simple words. But I hope you can ease the relationship with Sister Joshinai. Use your own eyes to observe and see if my words hold true. Having said this, Fengbai returned to the top of Jifu's head, signaling Joshinai that they could leave the consciousness space. The brief leakage of the Ninetales chakra had inevitably stirred the Anbu tasked with surveillance. They dutifully reported this incident to the trio, who had just finished listening to Billiu, whose report. The Ninetales chakra leaked briefly. Who was present? Risen stood up at once, ready to brandish the monkey demon and engage the Ninetales in a fierce brawl. Well, don't get worked up, old man. Fengbai just finished a mission and went to Shumen's place. It's probably that kid stirring up trouble again. Having learned the full story from the Anbu, Zilai gestured for Risen to calm down. Fengbai, their team hasn't sent any reports back. Why did they suddenly return to the village? Risen found it peculiar, casting a probing glance at Shomao. Noticing Risen's gaze, Shomao shrugged, indicating he truly had received no report from the other party. This child, after returning from a mission, his first act isn't to report here or go home, but to keep running to Shumen's place. What's that about? Risen muttered, then sat back down in his seat. Speaking of which, have you all understood the curse seal that Orochimaru provided? Knowing that Fengbai had returned to the village, the group grew less concerned about the Ninetales chakra leakage. After all, with a perfect Jinchuriki present, they had no fear of the Ninetales causing any trouble. Jifu, you're so impressive, so noble, wanting me to fight Jalama. The technique is very concise. I didn't expect that simply applying the curse seal to the controlled corpse could block the effect of the illusion. Third Hokage-sama has truly cultivated excellent ninjas for Konoha. Shuamao looked at the structure of the curse seal technique, gaining further respect for Risen's ability to train disciples. The Sanin Fengbai. These were all exceptional ninjas renowned across the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's title as Professor of Ninjutsu was well-deserved. Haha, I only did what I could. Praised by Shimao, Risen felt a surge of pride, though he didn't let it show on his face. Except that the corners of his mouth lifted a few degrees higher than usual. Pleased, Risen pulled out the pipe he had put away, lighting it in front of Zilai and Shomao. Old man, this is a public place. Feeling as if he were being smoked to the core, Zilai could no longer tolerate Risen's bad habit and was about to explode. Actually, a brilliant idea just struck me. Ignoring the irate Zilai, Risen laid out a long-buried plan. Uchiha-ification of the police force. X2 exactly. Risen nodded, beginning to analyze the policies set by his teacher Senju Tobarami years ago. Second Hokage's original intention was to keep the Uchiha clan in a perpetual state of control using the unique authority of the police force to prevent them from building good relations with other clans. This policy was indeed practical in earlier times, but in recent years it has strained the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. Now that the fourth Hokage is taking office, I think we can first discuss with Fugaku allowing other clans and civilian ninjas to participate in the police force. This would also enhance the police force's counterintelligence capabilities. Shuamao listened carefully to Rizen's words, analyzing the pros and cons of this plan in his mind. Zillai's expression turned serious and he stopped worrying about Rizen smoking. This is indeed a good idea, but the Uchiha clan may not easily allow outsiders to join. Zillai spoke before Shuamao, voicing concern that such an approach would provoke the Uchiha radicals, reversing the recent improvement in relations or even worsening them. There are also peace-loving people in the Uchiha clan. The radicals opposing the village are only a minority. We can have Fugaku reason with them. Before Rizen could finish, Shuamao interrupted. We must never compromise with the radicals. We should take decisive action. Shuamao saw more clearly. Without thoroughly eliminating the radicals, the Uchiha clan would always harbor dissent. His character was more resolute than Rizen's and milder than Danzo's, almost like a fusion of the two. Then the task of negotiating with Fugaku will be your burden, fourth Hokage. Seeing that Shuamao had his own plan, the former Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to interfere further. Yes, it is my duty as the fourth Hokage. Shuamao crossed his hands on the table, covering half of his face, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Then regarding Orochimaru's request via Billyu, who for an increase in the research bureau's budget. Having seen the two Hokages reach a decision, Zillai curiously pulled out Orochimaru's budget request and looked at the two apparently wise Hokages before him. Budget. Shuamao, who had planned to shelve the matter, was caught off guard when Zillai brought it up in such an inopportune manner, breaking his composure. His gaze shifted from straight ahead to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage, oh third Hokage, you could have just stepped down, but why did you approve the establishment of the Research Bureau and the Medical Corps right before leaving? Konoha gained little substantial benefit from this war, and now I have to set up new organizations for your two disciples. Did you ever consider me the fourth Hokage? As if sensing the thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rose and walked to the door the moment Zillai finished speaking. Oh, I almost forgot, Biwa asked me to buy some vegetables. I'll be off. Before Shuamao could stop him, the instigator of the budget shortage quickly slipped away. Shuamao sighed, looking at the application in Zillai's hand, his heart filled with conflict. Undeniably, under the joint efforts of Orochimaru and Billyu, who the Research Bureau had achieved unexpected results. They had not only solved the mystery of the moving corpses, but also developed prosthetics that could autonomously use ninjutsu, pushing Konoha's technology to the forefront. It was said that the Cloud Village was also heavily investing in technological projects. So it seemed Konoha couldn't fall behind. But where would the funds come from? Leave it here for now. Let me think it over. After hesitating for a while, Shuamao, unable to make a decision, resolved to consider Orochimaru's budget request after discussing the police force matter with Fugaku. In that case, Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen had already escaped, Zillai, the head of Anbu, intended to find a place to rest, perhaps with a little sake and a view of beautiful women, which would be even better. But Shuamao stopped him. I'm going to the Uchiha clan compound to discuss the police force issue with Fugaku. You stay and handle these documents, and also consider a candidate for the new vice captain. That's all. Having said that, Shuamao gave Zillai no chance to refuse, immediately using lightning transference to leave the office. Zillai. Shuamao soon arrived outside the Uchiha clan's compound. Upon seeing his arrival, the two Uchiha ninjas guarding the clan gate stood at attention and respectfully saluted him. Where is Captain Fuyue now? Shuamao asked with a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement while inquiring about Fuyue's whereabouts. The captain is patrolling the compound. Shall we go fetch him? The two Uchiha immediately offered to find Fuyue. No need, I'll go myself. I'd like to take a stroll and experience the Uchiha clan's customs and culture. Shuamao smiled and waved his hand, then stepped into the Uchiha compound. He casually found a dango shop, ordered a single set meal, and sat in the innermost booth quietly observing the Uchiha clan at this moment. Thanks to Fuyue's earlier demonstration of the Mangekyo Sharingan's power before the crowd, the Uchiha clan members' spirits were greatly elevated, especially the police force members, who walked with an air of confidence. However, the police force had a limited number of members. Among the Uchiha clan, there were many who had lived for decades without ever awakening their Sharingan. Most of them ran small businesses within the compound to make a living, and the dango shop, where Shuamao sat, was one such establishment. A small number of Uchiha ninjas who had mastered the basics, but not yet awakened the Sharingan, also served in the police force. In short, the Uchiha clan with its autonomy ensured that every clan member could live well in Konoha. This was why when Uchiha Madara had once tried to lead the clan away, no one was willing to follow him. Having endured too many years of war, the Uchiha clan had been completely blinded by the comforts of peace, and they no longer wished to endure the hardships of the past with Madara. Shimura took a sip of tea watching the Uchiha clan members with joyful smiles, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. My apologies, 4th Hokage, for keeping you waiting due to my patrol. Not long after Fuyue, who had hurried over upon receiving the news, arrived at the dango shop. Not at all, the dango is delicious, there's no need to apologize. Shimura smiled, and shook his head, gesturing for Fuyue to sit down. The shopkeeper brought another single set meal, placed it before Fuyue, then discreetly closed the booth's door, and hung a sign outside indicating they were closed for new customers. 4th Hokage-sama, you didn't come here just for tea and dango, did you? Fuyue asked solemnly, taking a large gulp of tea and probing Shimua's intentions. Indeed, Captain Fuyue. In the previous confrontation with the unidentified Uchiha, it was thanks to the police force and your intervention that we avoided greater losses. I wish to express my gratitude to you. Shimura lowered his head and sincerely thanked Fuyue. You're too kind. The Uchiha clan is part of Konoha, and the police force fights for the village. When an enemy invades, it's only natural for us to defend. Fuyue waved his hand, telling Shimura not to worry about it. However, Captain Fuyue is right, the police force is Konoha's police force. In that case, shouldn't we allow willing ninjas who want to contribute to the village to join and fight together to protect Konoha? Fuyue was not particularly surprised by Shimua's subsequent words. He could see the issues with the police force as well, but as the clan head, he had to follow the clan's will. Coupled with the strained relationship with the village in the past, he had never considered applying for a restructuring of the police force. Now that Shimura had brought up the matter, it actually relieved Fuyue. He knew that given Shimua's character, if he was going to restructure the police force, he would certainly give the clan a satisfactory explanation. I've observed that aside from the police force members, most of the Uchiha clan make a living within the compound, and only a few, or rather very few, ninjas choose to join Konoha's ninja squads. Here's what I'm thinking: double the size of the police force, recruit other ninjas, and appoint a deputy captain. You will remain as captain, and the force will also take on the village's counterintelligence duties. Shimura quickly laid out his ideas, but this answer didn't particularly satisfy Fuyue. If it was just a simple expansion with the addition of other ninjas, the radicals within the clan would surely oppose it. As clan head, which side would he stand on then? Of course, that's not all I intend to do. I hope the Uchiha clan can join other village departments, such as the Research Bureau, the Medical Corps, or even the Anbu. Seeing Fuyue's hesitation, Shimura laid out his bargaining chips. Allowing the Uchiha clan to join other departments. That was indeed good news. For a long time, the village's leadership had forbidden Uchiha ninjas from joining any department other than the police force. Now that Shimura was willing to open up other departments to the Uchiha, it truly demonstrated his sincerity. However, the Research Bureau was a different matter. Joining it left one uncertain whether they'd be an experimental subject or an employee. Your considerations are indeed thorough, 4th Hokage. I agree with your idea, but what about Advisor Danzo? Fuyue still remembered the scene when Danzo and his subordinates had blocked him during the Susano'o invasion. Shimura was also conflicted at the mention of Danzo's name. This advisor's actions had indeed overstepped, but since he had taken office, Danzo hadn't made any trouble, and his route had remained inactive. Apart from appearing before Fuyue during this incident, Danzo's route had been extremely docile at other times. The three advisors, the former Hokage Uchiha and Mizumon, have all approved this resolution. Advisor Danzo won't have anything to say. After all, Danzo was just an advisor now. Even if he opposed, he could only engage in petty tricks. Besides, Obito and Phonbai have a good relationship, don't they, eh? Shimura thought of Phonbai again. Obito, I see. Fuyue instantly understood Shimura's meaning and decided to call a clan meeting that very evening to inform the clan members. Captain Fuyue, for those stubborn radicals, it's best to administer appropriate discipline. Having secured Fuyue's agreement, Shimura reminded him of how to handle the radicals. If it's inconvenient for you, Captain Fuyue, I can ask Jiraiya. 4th Hokage, I still want to try to persuade them, but rest assured, if they remain obstinate, I will enforce the clan's rules against them. At this moment, Fuyue was no longer weak. He had been unwilling to trust the 3rd Hokage before, mainly because the 3rd had been too lenient with Danzo. Even if he backed down, the village leadership under Danzo's influence would grant him no benefits. Now that Shimura was willing to shield them from Danzo's pressure, Fuyue was not about to miss this golden opportunity. How do you feel about the chakra consumption? Inside the makeshift laboratory, Orochimaru was asking Nagato about his sensations. It's a bit better than before, but the consumption is still relatively high. Nagato reported his feelings truthfully. The artificial eye that Orochimaru had transplanted for him was indeed effective. He could unleash the 5 elemental ninjutsu at will, but the chakra consumed was twice as much as when he performed hand seals himself. I see, so there is such a drawback. Is it because of poor compatibility with the host? Orochimaru scribbled in his notebook, then went back to his own affairs. Nagato and the others had long been accustomed to Orochimaru's mannerisms. They did not interrupt him, but stood quietly to the side waiting for his instructions. Oh, it's Nagato. Here to check on the artificial eye again. At that moment, Hiru also arrived at the laboratory. Seeing the three of them, he greeted them familiarly. Before Nagato could respond, Hiru, like Orochimaru, entered a state of total absorption. It seems this artificial eye can only be used by you. We don't have that much chakra to waste. Watching the two busy men, Yahiko laughed and slung an arm around Nagato's shoulder, teasing him. Yep, besides the 5 elements, every time I use storm release it drains a huge amount of my chakra. Nagato nodded frankly. Ever since the battle with the unknown Uchiha, he had tried to avoid using the artificial eye's functions unless Orochimaru specifically requested it. The mere chakra depletion was enough to give him a headache. By the way, after today's business is done, where are we going to eat? Yahiko shook his head with a smile and began pondering where to have dinner tonight. I heard that Obito is coming back from the border in a few days. Should we invite him to get together? Conan suddenly proposed. Is that so? Then how about inviting Master Jiraiya as well? And phone by our little junior uncle should also be returning from the border, right? Yahiko loved such lively occasions and immediately agreed to Conan's suggestion. The border. I wonder how Juzo and the others are doing. Hearing them mention the border, Nagato suddenly thought of his companions still in the Rain Country. Juzo. They sent me a letter a while ago saying that the mysterious forces in the Rain Hidden Village have stopped pursuing them. Yahiko's face darkened as he recalled the comrades who had died at the enemy's hands. Once Nagato's artificial eye is fully adjusted, let's bid farewell to Master Jiraiya. Conan saw Yahiko's intention and spoke up for him. Yes, that's settled. Yahiko nodded. Just then Orochimaru had finished compiling the necessary data. He directly called Nagato over, reached out, and removed the artificial eyes, then took them to the experimental table to tinker with them. Hiss, no matter how many times I see it, my eyes still ache. Conan covered her eyes as if it were she who had been gouged, watching Orochimaru's deft movements. Same here. Yahiko also quietly covered his own eyes. Meanwhile, Phoneby, who had just finished a friendly negotiation with the Ninetales alongside Kushina, left the Namikaze residence and headed toward his own home. The late-night session training wind release with Danzo had left Phoneby with severe psychological trauma. Despite Kushina's attempts to keep him, Phoneby insisted on returning home to see his father. As soon as he entered the gate, Phoneby saw Shursui setting up electrical wiring in the front yard. Ahem, Shursui busy. He casually greeted Shursui, not daring to linger, and strode into the house. As he had expected, Danzo had already received news of his return early on. He was now sitting in the living room waiting for Phonby's arrival. Back. Danzo glanced at Phoneby, feeling quite satisfied in his heart, but his tone remained cold. Yes, I'm back. Phoneby nodded obediently. Then let's get ready for dinner. Danzo said no more. He got up and went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Although most members of the Konoha Interrogation Division looked fierce and seemed like they could only enjoy a meal after torturing someone, in truth the division's methods were not overly cruel. After ordering the prisoner sent by Phoneby to be taken to Konoha Hospital for treatment of his full-body burns, Inoichi Yamanaka, who was in charge of the intelligence division, donned his black trench coat and hurried toward the Hokage's office despite the late hour. Pushing open the door, Inoichi did not see Tsukumo. Instead, he found Jiraiya sitting in the Hokage's seat studying a crystal ball. If he remembered correctly, this crystal ball was the same model as the third Hokage's. Inoichi, what brings you here so late? Hearing the door open, Jiraiya finally gained a deeper understanding of his teacher's feelings. However, unlike his teacher, Jiraiya had a thicker skin. Without a blush or a missed beat, he put the crystal ball away and calmly asked the visitor's purpose. I have already extracted the memories from the prisoners sent back by Phoneby, and I have confirmed which hidden village they belong to. Additionally, there is something else that is very concerning. Oh, something that concerns you. Tell me about it. Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued, and he motioned for Inoichi to stop beating around the bush. The attackers were ninja from the grass-hidden village. Moreover, there is also. That night, after receiving the information, the former Konoha F4 gathered together rarely. The four sat in 2 rows at the table, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado on one side, Danzo and Hiruzen on the other. Tsukumo sat at the head with Jiraiya and Inoichi standing behind him. I'm very sorry for being late. As the door opened, Shikaku Nara's voice came in. Having just finished soothing his wife, he hadn't even had time to eat before coming to the meeting. Shikaku is here, which means everyone is present. Tsukumo smiled and nodded to him, gesturing for him to stand by his side, and declared the meeting open. There's nothing to discuss. Since the grass-hidden village dares to strike at Konoha, they must pay the price. Danzo, who had already learned the meeting's agenda through his own channels, immediately adopted his hawkish stance, proposing to send troops to eliminate the grass-hidden village. Danzo, you're too radical. The grass-hidden village is Konoha's ally, a hidden village that has maintained friendly relations with us since the era of the first Hokage. Hearing Danzo's familiar rhetoric, Hiruzen felt as if he had returned to his days as Hokage. Before Tsukumo could speak, he refuted Danzo's proposal. Ally, Hiruzen, have you grown senile? Have you forgotten that during the Third Great Ninja War, the grass-hidden village stood with the rock-hidden village to attack Konoha? Danzo slammed his fist on the table, ready to tear into Hiruzen. The grass village was coerced by Inoki. After the war, didn't they send people to mend relations with us again? Besides, if we attack the grass village, what if the rock village retaliates? Then we'll crush them too. Hiruzen, you are too weak. Danzo, I am. Susano'o is the Hokage. You. The four of them fell into a heated argument. Seeing that Hiruzen and Danzo were about to completely tear each other apart, Jiraiya quickly stepped in to mediate. Both advisors calmed down. How about we hear what others have to say? Danzo, who had already risen from his seat in fury, ignored Jiraiya's words entirely and headed straight for the door, intending to storm out of the meeting. Advisor Danzo, please wait. Regarding this matter, we should also hear the opinions of the other advisors. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Susano'o's voice halted Danzo's advance. Danzo glanced back at Susano'o, who sat in the host's seat, his expression unreadable. Knowing that Susano'o still intended to propose the reform of the police force today, he said nothing more and returned to his seat. But as he sat down, he deliberately elbowed Hiruzen. Startled by the malicious retribution, Hiruzen frowned briefly, considering unleashing the 5 elements great combo in the Hokage's office, but then dismissed the idea of retaliating against Danzo. Just kidding. He'll get back at him after the meeting. Danzo, strange, why does Tobirama-sensei's phantom keep flickering before my eyes? From the prisoner's memories, I discovered a crucial piece of intelligence. There is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan in Kusagakure, a young woman about the same age as Kushina, whom they call a medicine vessel. Yamanaka Inoichi faithfully reported the information he had seen to everyone present. How cruel to exploit the Uzumaki clan's constitution for such purposes. Hiruzen's brow furrowed instantly. Danzo, meanwhile, pondered the newfound utility of the Uzumaki clan. He had never heard of such a use before. The Uzumaki clan is a vital ally of Konoha. Although Yuzushio village has fallen, Konoha has an obligation to protect the descendants of the Uzumaki. Therefore, I propose that we negotiate with Kusagakure regarding the attack and secure custody of that Uzumaki descendant. After Susano'o finished speaking, he began to observe the reactions of those present. Yuzushio's fall had occurred during Hiruzen's tenure as Hokage, so it was only proper that he speak first. The 4th Hokage is right. The fall of Yuzushio is indeed a regrettable event. Konoha was unable to provide timely aid at the time due to various reasons, but now we must not stand idly by. Hiruzen, who had always been troubled by Yuzushio's destruction, immediately agreed with Susano'o's proposal. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado also nodded in agreement. Only Danzo raised a dissenting opinion. The attack on the border by Kusagakure and the matter of the Uzumaki descendant are two separate issues. We can extract that Uzumaki woman from Kusagakure by other means, but the fact that Kusagakure attempted to strike at Konoha must not be taken lightly. Danzo, do you want to spark another great ninja war? Hiruzen, you are too soft. Danzo, I am. Susano'o is the Hokage. You. Everyone damage in jutsu. When did this happen? We can first question Kusagakure about this matter to see if they are willing to hand over that Uzumaki clan member. If they refuse, we can then follow Advisor Danzo's plan and rescue her. At the critical moment, Shikaku stepped in with a compromise that temporarily defused the argument between Danzo and Hiruzen. Shikaku's proposal is excellent. Konoha indeed needs a capable ninja to negotiate with Kusagakure. Can I entrust this mission to you? Susano'o had summoned Shikaku precisely to send him to Kusagakure to negotiate with those Kusagakure ninja. Understood. However, I hope the village can dispatch an elite squad to accompany me to apply pressure on Kusagakure. Shikaku accepted the mission and also offered some suggestions. Good. I will send capable ninja to accompany you. How about we set the departure date for the day after tomorrow? With the matter of Kusagakure settled, Susano'o next turned to the reorganization of the police force. Despite hearing Danzo's snort of contempt during the final vote, he did not explicitly oppose the measure, so it passed smoothly. However, no one expected that Susano'o would propose a bombshell at the very end. Everyone, I wish to reorganize the Anbu training division. At these words, Danzo's half-closed eyes snapped open wide. He had never anticipated that Susano'o would set his sights on him, and that he had received no prior warning whatsoever. Hiruzen and the other two advisors also perked up, staring at Susano'o in disbelief. The Anbu training division's original purpose was to supply talent to the Anbu. However, with Hiruzen's tacit approval, Danzo had used this structure to weave a vast network hidden deep within Konoha, carrying out unsavory operations. Susano'o felt he had no need for such an organization to take the blame for him, and he was also aware of Hiruzen's sentiment toward Danzo. Thus, he had never brought up this matter and had always allocated funds to root on time. So that's it. He intends to take me down during the meeting. Danzo once again scrutinized the Hokage before him, who lacked any background. May I ask how the 4th Hokage plans to handle the Anbu training division? Since the matter had already been set in motion, words were useless. Danzo could only clench his fists and feign composure as he inquired about Susano'o's intentions. We will strip the Anbu training division of its other functions, retaining only the duty of training Anbu. As for the ninja under your command, we will conduct assessments and assign them to various departments based on their performance. Of course, you will remain the head of the Anbu training division. However, I will appoint a deputy to share the responsibilities with you. As Tsukumo's words fell, the atmosphere in the room descended into a deathly silence. Kohori Utatane and Hamura Mitokado exchanged bewildered glances. They had caught wind of the police force reform, but the reform of Root. They turned to Hiruzen only to see the same confusion mirrored in his eyes. But Hiruzen's confusion did not last long. Soon a glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. I agree. Hiruzen spoke first, announcing his support for Tsukumo, and also made a new proposal. Furthermore, I wish to serve as the deputy director of the Anbu training division. Root had been founded with his tacit approval, so it was his duty to help Tsukumo with the aftermath. He also hoped that his willingness to serve under Danzo might somewhat alleviate the resentment in the other man's heart. As Hiruzen had anticipated upon hearing that his rival would voluntarily become his subordinate, Danzo's pent-up frustration eased somewhat, though his expression remained grim. We also agree. The two advisors, aware that Tsukumo, now a year into his tenure as Hokage, was due to cultivate his own team, promptly voiced their consent. Called to a meeting with explicit instructions not to bring paper or pen, Danzo's residence was left with only Bai and Yamato. Having filled the bathtub with steaming hot water, Bai told Yamato to wash his hair under the side shower head, while he himself sank comfortably into the tub. Feeling the warm water envelop him, Bai let out a contented sigh. Pure bliss. Yamato longed to enjoy the bath as well, but his lower status in the household left him no choice but to watch enviously. Speaking of which, the bathhouse in Konoha does brisk business. Maybe I'll gather Kakashi and the others for a soak, a team-building outing. Feeling the tub was still a bit cramped, Bai recalled the bathhouse where Tsunade once thrashed Jiraiya. The new hot spring at the west end of the village is supposed to be nice too. Hearing Bai's desire to visit a bathhouse, Yamato suddenly remembered a new establishment Itachi had mentioned. Is that so? We should check it out sometime. Laying his hands behind his head, Bai kicked his legs to find a comfortable position, ready to savor his private bath in peace. By the way, let me know when you're done washing your hair, and I'll scrub your back. Closing his eyes, Bai spoke without looking in Yamato's direction. Blissful moments were always fleeting. Before Bai could properly soak away his fatigue, he felt Yamato grasp his arm. Lord Bai, someone's here. Opening his eyes, he saw Yamato's serious young face. Someone. This is Konoha after all. Despite his words, Bai swiftly grabbed 2 bath towels, draped one over himself and one over Yamato, then pushed open the bathroom door. Launching a sneak attack while someone was bathing was utterly despicable, no better than assaulting someone while they were using the toilet. Outside the door, Asuma, whose face was already stubbled with scruff, wore a grim expression. He waved away the steam that billowed from the open bathroom door and squinted at Bai. Well, if it isn't Asuma. What's so urgent that you had to talk during my bath? Bai spoke while glancing at the people behind him. What did you all come to gawk at me bathing? Alpha, Beta, Gamma, 3, Delta, 4. All Root members. We came through the tunnel, Bai. The 4th Hokage has dispatched Anbu to take over Root. Tossing Bai's clothes, which had been left outside. To him, Asuma explained the situation in a solemn voice. The 4th Hokage, Anbu. Bai's hand, which had taken the clothes, faltered visibly, clearly stunned by the weight of the news. So I can't be the young master anymore. My plan to inherit the old man's legacy is ruined. Wait, if Anbu is taking over Root, why come to me instead of my father? Root's existence is necessary. Konoha needs us, the ones who sacrifice ourselves to eliminate threats hostile to the village. The 4th Hokage's decision is utterly irrational. Seeing Bai's confusion, Asuma shouted, venting his discontent. So what do you intend to do? Bai dressed himself and helped Yamato into his jacket. Frowning, he studied Asuma, whose mental state seemed a bit off. Bai, I want you to go with me to petition the 4th Hokage, to make him rescind this order. Asuma finished, and the Root ninjas behind him nodded in unison, showing their support. Don't be ridiculous, Asuma. Since when did you speak for Root? Looking at the clearly unhinged Asuma, Bai seriously suspected he had been hit by a Uchiha Genjutsu. This. Bai's words dealt a direct blow to Asuma, but he quickly recovered, pointing at Bai. You are Lord Danzo's son. We came to you to lead us. Lord Danzo would never agree to this decision. Right now he must be detained by the 4th Hokage. Only you can carry on his will. Bai. Headache. How did Sarutobi Asuma become Shimura Asuma? Who rewired the Asuma, who once embodied the will of fire, into this? Dusting off his jacket, Bai silently complained to himself. Incidentally, this was the outfit he'd worn on a mission. He'd planned to wash it after his bath, but now he was putting it back on. Shaking the water from his hair, Bai stopped looking at Asuma, pushed past him, and strode toward the tunnel entrance. What are you going to do? Go check out Root. How else will I know what they're up to? Too lazy to glance at the agitated Asuma, Bai left only a silhouette behind. Yamato quickly followed, ignoring Asuma. The Root ninjas behind Asuma, seeing this, fell in line behind Bai, leaving Asuma standing alone. Snowflakes drifted. Inside the tunnel, Shursui looked utterly bewildered. He had been replacing a light bulb when he first saw Asuma leading a large crowd surging through toward the Shimura residence. Then not long after Phonbai led the exact same group hurrying back toward the root base. What did the Uchiha attack again? No wait, I'm an Uchiha too. Must be the evil Uchiha attacking again. Forget it. Once I fix this last bulb I'm off duty. At that moment Shursui just wanted to lie low and be a carefree fish. Inside the root base, Anbu directly under the third Hokage were methodically inventorying the assets. Fortunately Danzo had refrained from human experimentation and other disreputable activities for years, so no scandalous material was uncovered. Moreover, Tsukumo himself had promised to turn a blind eye to whatever was found en route in exchange for Danzo's cooperation. The leader of the Anbu team was none other than Jiraiya, who had stepped in for his disciple. At that moment he was far from his usual jovial self, scrutinizing every piece of intelligence and document, terrified of uncovering some explosive scandal. Stop right there, Jonin Phonbai. As soon as Phonbai emerged from the tunnel, an Anbu blocked his way. The man wore a white coat and was flanked by two other Anbu, clearly a figure of authority within the organization. You're Xiong. As a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Phonbai recognized him after a moment's hesitation. This was one of the third Hokage's most trusted Anbu. It's all right, Xiong. Let him through. Knowing Phonbai's character, Jiraiya was confident he wouldn't do anything rash, so he gave the go-ahead. Although Phonbai was allowed through, all the root ninja behind him were stopped. Only Asuma and Yamato could follow Phonbai to appear before Jiraiya. Asuma, why haven't you gone home yet? Upon seeing Asuma's figure, Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. His teacher was indeed dedicated in educating his disciples, but his family life was truly lamentable. Go home. You lot want to destroy the root that our teacher painstakingly built. How could I possibly have the mood to go home? Watching this peeping Tom lead Anbu to raid the root, Asuma's anger surged uncontrollably, his tone exceptionally fierce. What do you mean destroy? The fourth Hokage ordered us to reorganize the root. No, it won't be called root anymore. It'll be the Anbu training division. Jiraiya brushed the matter off with a wave. I see. I understand. Phonbai nodded, reaching out to stop Asuma from continuing his argument. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the rather impulsive Asuma, Phonbai was clearly more reasonable. As long as the other party did not openly oppose the root ninja, even if dissatisfied in their hearts, would not take any substantial action. Just as Jiraiya had imagined, upon seeing Phonbai tacitly approve the action, the root ninja nearby all suppressed their discontent and stood silently aside, no longer making any moves. But this only infuriated Asuma further. You're too weak, Phonbai. With an indignant swipe, Asuma shoved Phonbai's hand away and stepped back, his pent-up rage no longer containable. Jiraiya felt a touch of exhaustion. Alright, Asuma was indeed a difficult case. Asuma. Just as Jiraiya was pondering how to send the disgruntled young master home, a furious shout instantly drew everyone's attention. Hearing the voice, Jiraiya's face lit up with relief. Finally, someone could reign in this young master. The speaker was Sarutobi Hiruzen, in full battle attire with Danzo at his side, his outer robes noticeably torn. Reorganizing the Anbu training division is a directive from the higher-ups. Asuma, you're merely in Jonin. You have no right to interfere in matters here. Hiruzen's words were full of authority, yet they failed to frighten Asuma. Konoha belongs to all of us. Everyone has the right to challenge unreasonable orders. Asuma stuck out his chin, arguing with his own father. Enough, Asuma. You are a ninja. A ninja's duty is to obey orders. Hiruzen's voice rose several degrees, and the oppressive pressure unique to a ninja of his caliber erupted from his body. Such powerful pressure. Although it was not directed at him, Phonbai still felt an intense sense of suffocation. Even so, Asuma showed no sign of yielding. He strained to stand straight, determined to face his father directly. Enough, Asuma. Obey the orders. Feeling that his face hurt a little less, Danzo spoke up in time, putting an end to this father-son confrontation. Teacher. Hearing Danzo's voice, Asuma finally gave up his resistance. His once proud head drooped, unwilling to believe that what was happening was real. This rotting Konoha isn't worth staying in. After a long silence, with his head bowed, Asuma ground his teeth, unwilling to remain in Konoha any longer. Asuma. Phonbai quickly stepped forward and grabbed the other's arm. But Asuma was unmoved. He merely cast a cold glance at his friend beside him, yanked his hand free with force, and left the root base without looking back. As he passed Hiruzen, the father and son exchanged not even a glance, as though they were strangers. You may go attend to your own matters. I'll keep things here in order. Danzo whispered considerately. No need. He'll understand someday. Hiruzen had no intention of moving, nor did he even turn his head. As for you, your wind release has grown considerably weaker compared to before. Age, I suppose. Stroking the wounds on his face, Hiruzen questioned his old friend's strength with his back turned. As if your fire release hasn't declined either. Seeing Hiruzen unwilling to continue the topic, Danzo deftly picked up the thread. Though their clash had ended in a draw, Danzo had not fought at full strength, nor had Hiruzen summoned Enma. Rather than calling it a battle, mutual brawling would be more fitting. It seemed the matter had been perfectly resolved. The fact that his old man had appeared here proved that Suda hadn't struck to kill, so there was no need to worry about being minced. Time to go back and soak in the bath. Phonbai had no desire to meddle further. Seeing both Danzo and Hiruzen present, his anxious heart finally settled. As for Asuma, he would persuade him tomorrow. With that thought, Phonbai took Yamato's hand again, preparing to take him home. By the way, Phonbai, the Hokage has a mission for you. Huh? According to Shikaku's thinking, the ninja accompanying him to the grass-hidden village must possess formidable strength and a renowned reputation, so as to best deter the grass ninja and prevent them from making rash moves. This would also lay a solid foundation for subsequent negotiations. Suda's first instinct was to dispatch one of the legendary Sannin to accompany him. However, Orochimaru was engrossed in research affairs. Tsunade was overseeing reconstruction at the Medical Corps headquarters, and Jiraiya, well, Jiraiya already had enough on his plate and simply couldn't be spared. With the legendary Sannin unavailable, the only qualified candidates seemed to be Phonbai and Minato, the Yellow Flash and the White Death, whom the White Death's reputation was more intimidating. And so Phonbai, who had demoted from the position of root young master to ordinary jonin, led a team of ninja under Suda's orders to escort Shikaku to the grass-hidden village for negotiations. The Uzumaki members of the grass-hidden village, definitely not Karen. She was about the same age as Naruto, so it must be her mother. Didn't expect to see you again, Jonin Phonbai. A familiar voice rang in his ear as Tokiwa's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Phonbai at a distance. Where are the elite ninja we agreed upon? Why are there genin in our party? Ignoring Tokiwa's beaming face, Phonbai looked exasperatedly toward Shikaku beside him. Having you as the sole elite ninja is more than enough. The other jonin must continue high-frequency missions to deter other nations from harboring ambitions. Shikaku's calculations were running smoothly. For a small hidden village like grass, one jonin like Phonbai was sufficient, and since the latter possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, even in danger, they could make a quick escape. A perfect pack meal indeed. The grass country was no stranger to Phonbai. During the Third Shinobi World War, he had led a squad to destroy the Kanobi Bridge and annihilated an entire contingent of IWA shinobi in the process. Incidentally, he also helped Obito awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Returning to this familiar ground did not bring Phonbai any pleasant memories, instead it darkened his expression further. Frustration gnawed at him. He felt as though he had become the chosen laborer forced to shuttle between countless missions day after day. His greatest wish was simply to latch onto a few powerful thighs, wait for the old man to seal the great bridge, and make his glorious sacrifice, then inherit the root, and become the new scapegoat. No, the new inheritor of the will of fire, living a life of ease and wealth. Yet while he seemed to have inherited the will of fire, the life of a wealthy idler remained an elusive dream. Reflecting on his recent actions, Phonbai suddenly realized that he had become Konoha's babysitter, dispatched wherever needed without a moment's rest. Phonbai, you must not continue like this. Straighten your attitude, firm your resolve, and bravely say no to the higher-ups. Phonbai, take Du Lu Hui and scout ahead for intelligence. Coming. Phonbai answered promptly, completely forgetting his internal resolve from moments ago. Accompanied by Du Lu Hui, a fellow graduate who remained a jonin, Phonbai ventured in the direction Shikaku had indicated, and soon they discovered the location of the grass-hidden village. However, the village at that moment appeared anything but normal. Considering the past father-son-like bond between the grass-hidden village and Konoha, the strategic mastermind Nara Shikaku had intended to employ his silver-tongued reasoning with the village to persuade them into surrendering the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. But upon hearing Phonbai's report, he immediately led the others to the village entrance at full speed. At a glance, he saw the village gate split cleanly in two. Hiss! This can't be the grass-hidden village's unique architectural style, can it? Phonbai crouched down, poked at the corpse of a grass shinobi lying askew on the ground, then turned to Shikaku. Definitely not. It seems the grass-hidden village was attacked, and the shape of this strike looks very much like. In Nara Shikaku's mind, the image of his fallen comrade lying in the Konoha morgue immediately surfaced. Prepare for battle. Nara Shikaku's expression turned grave as he extended his right hand, ready to form hand seals. Like what? Phonbai was curious. He had never fought against Shunshin after he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, so he had no idea what his dojutsu looked like. Nara Shikaku, whose attention was fully focused on locating the enemy, did not answer Phonbai's question and remained in a vigilant stance. After confirming that there were no enemies in the vicinity, Nara Shikaku arranged for the team to form a defensive formation as taught at the Ninja Academy and slowly advance into the grass-hidden village. Everywhere lay mutilated corpses, some bearing obvious signs of being scorched by fire release. Help! A barely audible cry for help emerged from a pile of bodies. The team exchanged glances, and Nara Shikaku used his secret technique to drag the caller out with his shadow. To prevent a surprise attack, Nara Shikaku deliberately placed the person at a distance that allowed for a quick reaction. Convinced that the injuries were not feigned, Lan Hua at Shikaku's signal tossed a simple medical kit to the grass shinobi. After the shinobi had bandaged himself, Shikaku finally inquired about the reason for the village's current state. Through the brief account, Phonbai and the others pieced together the situation. Just a few hours before their arrival, two masked individuals of unknown identity accompanied by several shinobi with unnatural movements had attacked the grass-hidden village. Any grass shinobi who dared to block them was instantly cleaved in two. It appeared as though an invisible slash had struck them down. Hearing this, Narashikaku immediately realized that the attackers were indeed the Uchiha, who had previously assaulted Konoha. However, this was not the time to discuss it, so he remained expressionless, signaling the man to continue. But the grass shinobi refused to say another word, seemingly wary of Phone-Bai and the other's status as Konoha ninja. Seeing this, Narashikaku did not press further, merely sighing, inwardly wishing he had brought a member of the Yamanaka clan along. Ignoring the man and knowing that the enemy had attacked hours ago, Narashikaku tentatively lowered his guard and decided to advance further, hoping to find the village's leadership. But the grass shinobi suddenly stretched out his arm to block them, disregarding the deep, bone-deep wound on his own body, adamantly refusing to let the Konoha ninja enter the village's depths. Now he chooses to uphold his principles. Not when he was desperately calling for help moments ago. Phone-Bai muttered inwardly, then caught a subtle glance from Narashikaku. I see. Instantly understanding the meaning behind that look, Phone-Bai, shielded by Shikaku's tall figure, slowly moved to a blind spot where the grass shinobi could not see him. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of ice Senbon. The grass shinobi, who had one foot in the Pure Land, now had both feet firmly planted there. The Genin and the team, all veterans of the Third Shinobi World War, were not startled by Phone-Bai's sudden action. Only Narashikaku showed a puzzled expression. What in the world? I only wanted you to use your reputation to intimidate him, maybe squeeze out some crucial intel. Why did you give me a look that said I understand, and then kill him? Just as Narashikaku was pondering how to tactfully ask Phone-Bai what exactly he had understood, Phone-Bai's next words left him even more at a loss. Captain Shikaku, we can take advantage of the attack on the grass-hidden village to forcibly take the Uzumaki clan member they've been illegally harboring. Narashikaku fell silent. He recalled a recent drinking party he had with Inoichi and Choza at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. At the table, Choza had sworn that Phone-Bai, unlike his reclusive father, was a warm, gentle little son. He had protected his teammates more than once on the battlefield. Before leaving, the third Hokage had also told him that Phone-Bai, unlike Danzo, had inherited the will of fire and was a moderate who, like himself, sought the village's development. Is this moderate? Is this amiable? This guy is exactly like his hawkish father, both thinking of forcibly taking the Uzumaki from the grass-hidden village. But then again, wasn't the grass-hidden village now nothing more than a fish on the chopping block? If they took the Uzumaki and killed all the witnesses, who would know it was Konoha's doing? Lugio earnestly considered Phone-Bai's suggestion. However, ultimately the fire will within his heart triumphed over his hawkish ideology, and he promptly rejected Phone-Bai's proposal, tossing the grass shinobi's corpse back into the pile of bodies. His proposal rejected, Phone-Bai was not angered. After all, Lugio was the team leader. Yet this man was truly decisive in killing. When he saw that no information could be extracted, he had Phone-Bai silence the grass shinobi. Tisk tisk tsk. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The group continued onward, soon encountering the main force of grass shinobi, who were clearing the battlefield. Konoha shinobi, why are you here? Spotting the figures of Phone-Bai and his companions, a man who appeared to be a high-ranking grass shinobi stepped forward, mustering his courage to bark at them. Nara Lugio did not tolerate the man. Though the venue for negotiation was not a meeting room, he still rebuked the other's shameless act of attempting to assault Konoha and provoke conflict. Seeing that the other party seemed unwilling to confess, Lugio bluntly stated that one of the assailants was currently being hosted in Konoha's interrogation division, and the man could go see for himself. Upon hearing that a prisoner had been taken alive, the high-ranking official's momentum immediately faltered, yet he stubbornly insisted that it was merely the spontaneous action of a few rogue grass shinobi, not the will of Kusagakure. However, his refutation clearly fell short in the face of absolute power. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of Kusagakure had yet to realize that the era of the fourth Hokage had already begun. They still clung to the strategy of prevarication as they had under Hiruzen Sarutobi's tenure. Playing that game, were they? Phone-Bai picked his ear, watching the incessantly chattering high-ranking Kusagakure official, who kept insisting he knew nothing, and that Kusagakure remained Konoha's staunchest ally. Blah blah blah. He found the man utterly grating. Nara Lugio felt the same way. Seeing these grass shinobi who would not shed tears until they saw the coffin, Lugio decisively played the Phone-Bai card, intending to intimidate them with the nickname White Death. After signaling Phone-Bai with his eyes, and to prevent the man from misinterpreting his intent, as before, Nara Lugio deliberately mouthed the words as well. I understand. Reading the other's eye and lip cues, Phone-Bai responded with a gaze of his own. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, he clapped his hands together and summoned the wind spirit light version he had recently devised. Ice Release Ice Human Technique. As the ice giant rose from the ground before the grass shinobi, the previously quibbling acting village chief of Kusagakure instantly fell silent. Ice Release. That means he's the White Death of Konoha. No way Konoha actually dispatched such a powerful shinobi. Are they truly declaring war on us? Damn it, how much chakra does it take to create a giant like this? Amid the clamor of discussion, the acting village chief of Kusagakure stood expressionless facing the colossal giant and the figure of foam by atop its head. This old man sure has guts. Oh well, I'll just do as Captain Lugio instructed. Observing the completely unmoved acting village chief, Foambai admired his courage even as he prepared to command the giant to eliminate all the grass shinobi before him. Wait, did that giant just raise its fist? Crap, the Konoha shinobi are really going to kill us. Quick run. Seek reinforcements from Iwagakure. Amid the chaos, only the acting village chief remained composed. His heroic stance was soon noticed by the grass shinobi. The village chief isn't running. The panicked grass shinobi were instantly infected by his courage, all halting their steps, ready to etch their chief's heroic image into their memories and pass it down for generations. Yeah, the White Death may be strong, but he's only one man. Can he really kill all of us? That's right. Fight the Konoha shinobi. Fight! As the ice giant's massive fist drew closer to the acting village chief, Lugio, who had just been pleased that Foambai had finally understood his intent, began to lose his composure. The more he watched, the more he felt that Foambai seemed less intent on intimidation and more on actually slaughtering the grass shinobi. Realizing a massive miscommunication, Lugio hurriedly sought a way to stop Foambai's action, but the acting village chief of Kusagakure chose that moment to speak. State your terms, Konoha. And someone give me a hand. My old leg ailment is acting up. Well, it turned out he wasn't a steadfast hero after all. His mind wanted to surrender, but his old age had slowed his mouth by several beats. If only he had done this earlier, Foambai would have nearly witnessed the historical event of Kusagakure's annihilation. Nara Lugio, satisfied with the man's timely capitulation, promptly stated Konoha's demands. Upon hearing that Konoha wanted to take the Uzumaki woman, the acting village chief visibly relaxed. He regretfully informed Lugio that the woman had already been taken by the assailants, and if Konoha wanted her, they would have to go after those two. If they didn't believe him, they were free to search the village. Upon hearing this, Nara Lugio's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that the attackers' elaborate strike on Kusagakure was for the sake of the Uzumaki woman. Had their previous attack on Konoha also been aimed at Kushina? The strategist began to ponder while Foambai asked curiously, the adult was taken, but what about her child? At this, the grass shinobi, who had been rejoicing, instantly changed expressions. Nara Lugio also stopped thinking, startled by Foambai's unexpected question. A child? What child? There was no mention of this in the intelligence. Yet judging by the grass shinobi's faces, it seemed no groundless rumor. It appeared that even after the restructuring of the root, Danzo still possessed intelligence sources unknown to others. What child? The high-ranking Kusagakure official tried to deny it, but Lugio was not about to give him that chance. He immediately prepared to signal Foambai with his eyes again. Enough with the signals, we surrender. Seeing Foambai about to clap his hands again, the high-ranking Kusagakure official instantly capitulated and ordered a subordinate to bring an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes. Taking the child from the man's hands, Foambai noted the red hair, but the pupil color seemed strange. Lifting the swaddling, he glimpsed a pendant on the child's body, then returned it. No, that child is female. Foambai had even discerned the gender, and this child had only just been born. Seeing Foambai about to act again, Kusagakure finally dared not play tricks and brought out the real Karen. It was truly wonderful to obtain the Whirlpool descendant without a clash of blades. The high-ranking officials of Konoha thought so upon receiving the news. However, unlike the adult female in the intelligence, what was brought back by Shikaku and his group was merely an infant. From Konoha's perspective, this served its interests even better than bringing an adult clansman. After all, with an adult, they would need to thoroughly instill the will of fire, but with an infant, as long as the child grew up peacefully in Konoha, they would inevitably embrace the village's values. At the same time, Konoha could also consider the child as a potential candidate for the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The remaining question was who should be entrusted with raising this child. Tsukumo Hatake gazed at Karen, who was held in Snake C's arms, her innocent eyes surveying everything around her. The answer was almost self-evident. What an adorable little baby. Where is her mother? Kushina took Karen from Snake C's eye, looking at her clansman with excitement, while inquiring about the whereabouts of the child's mother. Snake C's eye remained silent, instead glancing at Foambai. I'm terribly sorry, Kushina sis. The child's mother is currently missing. However, the reason why an unknown Uchiha had taken Karen's mother was easy to deduce. Nagato's Rinnegan had been taken, indicating that they needed to find a new vessel to control the Geto statue, while also finding a way to revive Uchiha Madara. Only the Uzumaki clan could accomplish these tasks. Is that so? What a pity. Kushina's eyes dimmed for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. She had not seen her clansmen for a long time, ever since Mito Uzumaki passed away. Before marrying Minato, she often yearned for her birthplace, Yazushio village. Minato sensed Kushina's feelings. Being considerate, he proposed that their child inherit the Uzumaki surname to ease her homesickness. However, Fongbai felt an urge to complain. Even if Naruto bore the surname Uzumaki, his striking blonde hair was hardly convincing. If things truly developed according to the original story, the future distinguishing feature of the Uzumaki clan might change from red hair to blonde. Even Hiruzen and the elders, upon seeing Naruto, secretly admired Minato's ability to actually force the red hair of the Uzumaki clan into blonde. The last person to accomplish such a feat was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, though he had dyed his hair black. Alright, it's decided. Regardless of everything before, today is Karen's birthday. Watching the little one sleeping peacefully in her arms, Kushina smiled and carried her into the house. Thus Naruto, originally an only child, became a big brother that day. With the passage of time, the buildings destroyed by Uchiha Setsuna were gradually restored. The headquarters of the medical corps, whose construction had stalled due to insufficient budget, was finally completed thanks to Tsunade's self-funded contribution. Perhaps feeling that paying out of her own pocket without taking the chief position was a loss, although she grumbled, Tsunade accepted Tsukumo's appointment and became the captain general of the medical corps. At the same time, she kept Shizune, who had some familial ties to Dankato, by her side. With the news of the medical corps' completion spreading through Konoha, Rin Noara decisively approached the hospital's higher-ups, hoping to join the medical corps. The hospital's director initially did not want to part with such an excellent ninja as Rin, and also hoped to introduce her to his son, who was of a similar age. This? Absolutely not. Hearing this news, Obito blushed and slammed the table. If Fongbai hadn't stopped him, he would have likely summoned Susano'o to have a serious talk with the director. Obito, I've told you many times, don't panic when things happen. Stay calm. Leaning back on a recliner, Fongbai held a folding fan acquired from somewhere, fanning himself leisurely, and advised Obito in a gentle tone not to get agitated. With the reconstruction work completed, the Konoha shinobi, who had been on a 247 rotation for nearly a year, finally earned their long-awaited vacation. Thanks to Fongbai's arrangement, their former classmates gathered at this now famous hot spring resort. After enjoying the warm thermal waters, they wrapped themselves in bathrobes and went to the lounge area to chat. But Fongbai, Obito blushed, unable to confess his feelings for Rin in front of her, struggling for a long time. Oh, no, what? Anko, who had been devouring dumplings, paused and asked Obito with a meaningful tone. Heaven knows she finally had time to enjoy her favorite dumplings. While following Orochimaru-sensei, she didn't have to go on missions every day like combat ninjas, but the emotionless commands from Orochimaru and Nono had worn her down considerably. Idiot. Kakashi remained as aloof as ever, wearing his signature mask even in a bathrobe. The women's pool is over there. I'm such an upright man, I'd never peep, but if my eyes accidentally catch something that wouldn't be my, ow. Ebisu, whose eyes were not exactly well behaved, had barely made a move before two fingers thrust into his eye sockets, leaving him rolling on the floor clutching his eyes. Don't worry, Ebisu, I'll heal your eyes after the bath. Shizune's tone was cold as she looked at the writhing Ebisu beneath her feet, as if regarding garbage. Having fully recovered from his injuries, Hyuga Irobo silently closed his Byakugan upon witnessing the scene. Truly as chaotic as ever. Ignoring Ebisu's cries for help, Shiranui Gunma, chewing on a senbon, turned to pick up a bottle of milk and downed it in one go. This is the feeling of youth. I've decided. I'll do 500 handstand laps around the lounge. Even while soaking in the hot spring, Might Guy, clad in his green spandex, ignored the astonished stares of the staff and began his self-disciplined routine. It's a pity Arasuma-sama couldn't make it to this gathering. I wonder where that kid has run off to. Finishing the last skewer of dumplings, Anko patted her belly contentedly, let out a burp, and mentioned Asuma, who had been absent from the gathering. At the mention of Asuma's name, everyone fell silent for a moment. Shiranui Gunma scratched his head, a helpless expression on his face. That guy left the village without a word. I have no idea what he's mad about. Among everyone present, only Fongbai and Kakashi knew about the restructuring of the route, so the others were unaware of the reason for Asuma's departure. With the restructuring of the route completed, a concrete plan for the reorganization of the police force had also been finalized. Shuo Mao personally handed the detailed document to Fu Yue, who after reading it nodded in approval. Soon Aburame Shikuro, appointed by Shuo Mao as the deputy captain of the police force, entered the police force headquarters wearing the distinctive high-collared trench coat of the Aburame clan. Most members of the Uchiha clan accepted the village's reforms. After all, although outsiders had entered the police force, other departments of Konoha had opened their doors to the Uchiha. Many clan members who had not wanted to join the police force during the third Hokage's era, but had no other department to take them in after mustering the courage to undergo assessments, all received responses from various departments. Although a few individuals failed to meet the comprehensive ability requirements under Shuo Mao's request, they were all accepted on an exceptional basis. As a result, only a small group of radicals who valued clan honor above all else and regarded the police force as the Uchiha clan's sacred and inviolable private property remained dissatisfied. Facing the discontent of these radicals, Fu Yue, as usual, patiently listened to their opinions within the clan, expressed that he would consider their demands, and then sent them off. Captain Fu Yue. After the last Uchiha clan member left, Aburame Shikuro, who had been silently observing in the shadows, stepped forward. Through his sunglasses, he looked at the patriarch of the Uchiha clan waiting for him to make the final decision. Fuyu clenched his hands, his expression conflicted. If I deal with them, will the other clan members? At this critical juncture he still wavered. Aburame Shikuro remained expressionless, but inwardly he gained a new understanding of this patriarch. No wonder the Konoha High Command had never been able to see through this patriarch during the third Hokage's era. His indecisiveness made it impossible for anyone to discern his true character and trust him. The reform is already underway. If we allow the opposition to run rampant, it will eventually lead to disaster, causing innocent Uchiha to shed blood. On the other hand, if we act now, the High Command is unlikely to annihilate them. Recalling Shuo Mao's entrustment, Aburame Shikuro patiently analyzed the stakes for Fuyu. Was the Aburame clan so eloquent? After hearing his words, Fuyu was somewhat surprised. But he understood the meaning, knowing that if he continued to hesitate, the Uchiha clan would still be the ones to suffer. For the greater good, these people had to be abandoned. He could only hope that Shuo Mao was truly trustworthy. Having wavered for so many years, Fuyu was also weary. It was time to put an end to all this. Soon the leading radical Uchiha Yaomei received a message from Fuyu. Captain Fuyu invites us to a meeting in the forest outside the Nanhe River tonight. Picking up the note, Yaomei shook it, revealing its contents to the other radicals. The forest outside the Nanhe River. Why not the Nanhe Shrine? An older Uchiha frowned, puzzled as to why Fuyu had chosen a location outside the shrine for the meeting. Perhaps he's worried that Shuo Mao might have sent people to monitor the shrine. I heard this fourth Hokage served in the Anbu for a long time and should be familiar with our meeting spots. Another Uchiha spoke up, urging the others not to be so tense. Even outside the Nanhe River, it was still Uchiha territory. There was no need to worry about security. Since it's outside the shrine, we should bring weapons to prevent any accidents. Another person expressed a different opinion, suggesting they should take precautions. But this was quickly opposed by some others. Even if it's outside the shrine, it's still a sacred place. Besides, Patriarch Fuyu called us for a meeting. Why would we need weapons? In the end, adhering to the majority's insistence, they all went unarmed, dressed in plain clothes, and headed to the location indicated in Fuyu's secret letter that night. The weather that night was not good. A light drizzle began to fall. I should have brought an umbrella. One Uchiha sighed, looking up at the sky, regretting not having brought one. What's the point of saying that now? We're already out here. We can't go back for an umbrella. Let's go. Another companion comforted him, leading the way toward the forest. When they arrived at the designated spot at the agreed time, they immediately saw Fuyu dressed in full attire, accompanied by Aburame Shikuro. Something was wrong. Wasn't this supposed to be an internal discussion? Why was Aburame Shikuro here? More importantly, why were both of them in combat gear with ninja swords at their waists? At that moment, seeing Fuyu and Aburame Shikuro in such attire, even a fool could tell they bore ill intentions. Everyone's here. Aburame Shikuro glanced at Fuyu beside him. Seeing that the latter was unwilling to speak first, he stepped forward to count the attendees. It seems so. Another sinister voice rang out, its familiar, yet unfamiliar tone, directly causing Yao Mei's heart to leap into his throat. Accompanied by the tapping of a cane, Tuan Zhang's figure gradually emerged from the darkness. Behind him were countless Anbu operatives who had been lying in ambush long ago. Uchiha Fuyu. Seeing this scene, Yao Mei immediately understood their own patriarch had sided with Konoha, raising a butcher's knife against his own clansmen. No amount of furious shouts could conceal their defeat. I am deeply sorry. This is all for the future development of the Uchiha clan. Turning away, unwilling to meet Yao Mei's angry gaze, Uchiha Fuyu spoke, as if to console the other, or perhaps to comfort himself. Don't worry, Fuyu. The fourth Hokage won't do anything to them. They'll just be isolated to prevent them from interfering with what's to come. Yuan Fei Rijan emerged from somewhere and came to stand beside Fuyu. Lord, third Hokage. Fuyu was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Shuo Mao to dispatch the previous Hokage just to capture a few radicals. I was too hesitant before, which is why these matters dragged on until now. When I think about it, it's all my fault. I apologize. Rijan took out his pipe, taking all the blame upon himself. Hearing this, Fuyu said nothing, closing his eyes, feeling for the first time that his decision had not been wrong. With these radicals sent to the happy little black room built during the second Hokage's era outside the police force headquarters, the emblem with a shuriken at its center and a fan inside was removed. The fan was erased and replaced with the symbol of Konoha. However, beneath the new emblem, a simple fan symbol without any ornamentation was hung, as per Shuo Mao's instruction. His explanation was that Konoha should always remember the Uchiha's outstanding contributions during the early days of the police force's establishment. When the police force matter was settled, Fengbai was enjoying juice with friends in the hot spring bath. That night they all stayed in private rooms. Of course, Fengbai footed the bill. As for where the money came from, an unknown account from Beijing town would always send an unspecified amount to Fengbai on time each month. The next day, while Fengbai was still curled up in bed dreaming of Jiao Du's accidental death, and inheriting a fortune. A violent knock on the door woke him up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Phonbai opened the door to see Dai-Tu looking at him pitifully. What's wrong? Yawning, Phonbai stepped aside to let him in while asking about his purpose. Weren't we supposed to go help Lin with the transfer procedures today? Why are you still sleeping? Dai-Tu shook his head indicating he was fine outside and asked when Phonbai would set off. Huh, is that so? Let me think. Hearing this, Phonbai was clearly taken aback. Having known Phonbai for so many years, Dai-Tu could tell at a glance that he had completely forgotten about it. With a grimace, he repeated what Phonbai had said and done last night. It seems so. Alright, I get it. If you don't want to come in, just wait outside. I need to change clothes. Phonbai, feeling that there might be such a thing, didn't take it too seriously. Even so, this concerned Dai-Tu's lifelong happiness, so it should indeed be taken seriously. However, resolving it was actually quite simple. Let's go, idiot Dai-Tu. After changing into his Jonin vest, Phonbai kicked Dai-Tu's, but signaling him to follow. Hurry up. I bought a 3-day pass for the hot spring. I need to come back and soak at noon. Muttering about the high price of the hot spring tickets, Phonbai led Dai-Tu to the place where the girls were staying and called Lin out. In Konoha Hospital, Nobi-song, who had recently become the hospital director, sat in his office listening to his subordinates' reports while constantly rubbing his right eyelid. Is there something wrong, director? The department head, who was reporting the hospital's occupancy rate from the previous day, immediately began to flatter upon seeing the director's behavior. Nothing, maybe I didn't rest well last night. Though he said this to his subordinate, Nobi-song felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Speaking of that little girl Noera Rin, she had taken 3 days off supposedly to reunite with her former comrades. He planned to take advantage of the time when she returned from leave to arrange a meeting between his son and her. Although the Nobi clan was not as great as the Sarutobi clan, they were still a force that joined Konoha in the first Hokage's era. Marrying a girl of common birth was already a great honor for her. Thinking of his son, who had mastered the 3 basic techniques before graduation, Nobi-song believed his future was incredibly bright. Becoming a Jonin before 30 was no problem. Why is the door locked? Just as Nobi-song was planning his son's future, the locked office door emitted the sound of a doorknob turning. Standing outside fiddling with the doorknob was none other than Phonbai, who had already dug up quite a bit of information about Nobi-song. Behind him stood a nervous Lin and Dai-Tu, who was constantly comforting her. A bit further away, 2 ninjas responsible for hospital security were being held in conversation by the Root ninjas that Phonbai had brought along. Root had been restructured. They could no longer be called Root ninjas, but were instructors of the Anbu training department belonging to the Anbu in terms of organization. Let me do it. With his own happiness at stake, Dai-Tu's temper flared up instantly, and he was about to kick the door open. Why are you so rough? What if the director comrade is having a heart-to-heart with a female subordinate? Grabbing Dai-Tu by the collar, Phonbai was startled to realize that this guy who had grown up with him was now actually taller than he was. Decided he would add a bottle of milk to every meal from now on. Shooting a glare at Dai-Tu under everyone's gaze, Phonbai channeled Ice Nature Chakra into the lock, forming a key that successfully opened the door. The room's soundproofing wasn't very good, so everything Phonbai had said was heard by the director and the department head. Seeing the other party barge into his room so brazenly, Nobi-song could no longer contain his anger and was about to slam the table and rebuke them. At the same time, he didn't forget to call for the ninjas in charge of hospital security. Where are the security personnel? Why did you let unauthorized people into the office area? Don't be so nervous, Director Nobi. With a look of disdain, Phonbai surveyed the office's decor and reached out to stroke the armrest of the sofa on the east side of the room. Director. Noera Rin also entered the office at that moment. The moment he saw Noera Rin, the director immediately understood the purpose of the people before him. So she had brought a Jonin to bolster her presence. It seemed the rumors about Noera Rin having participated in the Third Ninja World War were true. This little girl did have some comrades in arms of considerable rank. However, looking up at Phonbai, who stood before the sofa, lost and thought the director couldn't recall which female Jonin of this age in Konoha village it could be. You may leave now. Gesturing for the department head to leave the office, Nobi-song's tone remained unchanged. It was just a Jonin. In this hospital there were quite a few Jonin who came to ask for his favors. Yes. Although Nobi-song hadn't recognized Phonbai, the department head who had come in for overtime during the Uchiha attack on Konoha did recognize him. No choice. He had been the one to arrange Phonbai's hospital bed. Knowing Phonbai's background, he left the office without a second word, only to encounter 2 Anbu members outside pinning down the security ninjas, preventing them from leaving. This is a hostile visit. Good luck to you. Seeing the pleading looks from the security ninjas, the department head used his folder to cover his face, pretending not to see. I'm very busy. Although according to your rank you shouldn't be here discussing matters with me. Noera Rin is an excellent medical worker at our hospital, so I can hear what you have to say. Adjusting his appearance, Nobi-song casually picked up the application form that Noera Rin had submitted earlier, ready to thoroughly humiliate Phonbai before him. Even someone with Dai-Tu's intelligence could hear the disdain in Nobi-song's words. Did that mean Phonbai was not qualified to speak with him face to face? Was he always this bold? Dai-Tu's expression twisted instantly. Even Noera Rin couldn't help but feel worried for the director. She just wanted to transfer, and she didn't want to cause any bloodshed. You should be clear about my purpose for coming director. It concerns the reassignment of Rin Noera. Phonbai seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in the other's tone, earnestly stating his intentions. I heard you rejected Rin's transfer due to a shortage of hospital staff. Coincidentally, the department my father serves in was recently restructured under the orders of the 4th Hokage, leaving some medical ninjas without a place. He casually picked up a cup from the table, poured water, and gently pushed it toward Nobimatsu. There are about 20 of them. I wonder if this could ease the hospital's staffing shortage. 20 people. His father. Nobimatsu narrowed his eyes. So that's it. He had been curious about which brat could wear a Jonin vest. Turns out it was through family connections. Black hair, dark eyes. Several major clans fit that description. He couldn't pinpoint it immediately, but when it came to his son's happiness, he wouldn't back down easily. It was time to show these clan offspring the might of the Nobi family. Regrettably, even that won't alleviate the staff shortage. Rin Noera must remain at the hospital. Still, I wonder who your esteemed father is. Perhaps we once worked together. Nobimatsu unceremoniously picked up the tea Phonbai had poured. He was curious to hear which daughter this young lady belonged to. My father is Danzo Shimura, currently serving in the Anbu training division. The water he had just drunk left Nobimatsu's mouth in a spray. Fortunately, Phonbai had anticipated this and dodged in time. Why had he anticipated it? When pouring the water, Phonbai had noticed it was freshly boiled. The kettle was still hot. Hiss ha, it's Jonin Phonbai. Gasping to ease the pain in his mouth, Nobimatsu no longer dared to remain seated, hastily rising to invite Phonbai to sit. He had misjudged her at first glance. He had mistaken the other for a woman. Otherwise, he would have recognized Phonbai earlier. Recalling his earlier behavior, Nobimatsu wanted to slap himself 100 times. Setting aside the identity of Danzo's son, even the status of the 3rd Hokage's disciple was not to be trifled with. After all, even if Tsunade hadn't become the captain of the medical corps, he would still have to respectfully address her as Lady Tsunade. Though part of it was due to Tsunade's relation to Hashirama, her identity as the 3rd Hokage's disciple was also a crucial factor. Don't be nervous, Director Nobi. You said my father might have worked with you, didn't you? I'll tell him to come have a chat with you later. Phonbai maintained his amiable smile, stubbornly refusing Nobimatsu's invitation to sit. How dare I compare myself to Counselor Danzo? Please don't make fun of me. All right, you're here to discuss Rin's transfer. You're too kind. You could have just sent someone to inform me, and it would have been done. No need for you to come in person. Watching Nobimatsu grovel, so obsequiously, Obito, who had been marveling at the man's earlier boldness, now found himself speechless. First arrogant, then servile. It was laughable to think about. Who said the ninja world only valued strength? Navigating human relationships was also a required lesson. Obito believed that if he had come today, even brandishing the Uchiha name, this director, Nobimatsu, wouldn't have shown much reaction. Director Nobi, you're mistaken. Just now you said 20 wasn't enough? I'll add 2 more. How about that? You 2 come in. Seeing Nobimatsu's ridiculous display, Phonbai couldn't resist teasing him further. As his words fell, the 2 Yanbu waiting outside entered the room. Nobimatsu, already pale from fright, turned even whiter. He waved his hands frantically, then as if struck by a thought hurried back to his desk and began rummaging through papers. Oh, my memory. The personnel department just hired over 30 new staff. The shortage is resolved. I'll sign Rin's application right now, right away. Nobimatsu feigned a sudden realization, grabbing a random document and claiming the matter was settled. Is it really resolved? Phonbai asked somewhat reluctantly. Absolutely resolved. You can rest assured. Under Nobimatsu's earnest, almost pleading attitude, Phonbai finally relented, leaving Konoha Hospital with the signed application. This was his first time playing the underdog, and he had to admit it was quite satisfying. Still, he shouldn't overdo it. What if one day he met someone with even more powerful backing? Then he would be the one groveling. Konoha citizens, few in the entire village have more backing than you. Is this really okay? Holding the signed application, Rin couldn't believe it had been resolved so easily. What's not okay? If he's going to curse anyone, it'll be me, not you. Don't worry. Phonbai stretched lazily and smiled at Rin. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. The 2 Yanbu behind Phonbai exchanged glances, committing his words to memory. They would immediately monitor that Nobimatsu fellow to see if he dared to slander young Master Phonbai behind his back. All right, thank you both for your trouble coming out with me during your break. Turning around, Phonbai addressed the 2 Yanbu. Oh, and on your way, please hand this application to Sister Tsunade. Obito and I are heading back to the hot springs. I won't go myself. Bye-bye. With that, Phonbai shoved the application into their hands and led Rin and Obito toward the hot springs. Thank you. As Phonbai walked off, Rin bowed to the 2 Yanbu before following. On the way back, while Rin's attention was elsewhere, Phonbai nudged Obito. How about that? I'm good to you, right? For your romantic happiness, I even brought out the Anbu. Hehe, I knew you were the best, Phonbai. Obito grinned foolishly. Words are cheap. Prove it with action. Fengbai looked at him as if disappointed in a prodigal son. How? Obito was confused. Let me think. Though he had spoken Fengbai wasn't sure what he needed Obito to do right now. Wait, there was one thing. Actually, there is something I need your help with. But it might not align with Konoha's interests. Will you do it? I'll do it. Obito agreed without hesitation. This guy Kenji, wasn't his heart filled with the will of fire? How could he agree so readily? Fengbai hadn't expected such a swift answer.